As a top-tier second-generation rich person, I try every day to find ways to die faster. It's not that I have a problem in my head, but as long as the male lead kills me, I can return to reality with 10 billion, so I directly tied up his wife. Looking at the ice-cold beauty Qin Shiyu in front of me, as long as I really force myself on her, am I afraid that Long Aotian won't kill me? Thinking of this, I slowly approached Qin Shiyu, who was still unconscious. I first unbuttoned the first button on Qin Shiyu's chest. The next second, a little yellow hair suddenly burst in, arrogantly saying, "Young Master Lang, just received a call from the brothers. Long Aotian is already on his way. He will be here in about half an hour." At this moment, I was extremely nervous. I had to solve it quickly, otherwise when the protagonist arrived, if I hadn't done anything yet, with Long Aotian's cowardly to perverted personality, I would probably have to beg for my life. Thinking of this, I quickly waved to the little yellow hair, signaling him to leave quickly, and then hurriedly walked to the door and locked the door. Next, I held Qin Shiyu on the soft water bed, intending to take the next step, but suddenly found that my little brother was unresponsive. Just as I was about to cry without tears, I suddenly thought of a detail. Usually, in this type of online novel, although the female lead is married to the male lead, the cowardly male lead basically dares not touch the female lead, and readers also like the female lead to be a lotus flower untainted by mud. So Qin Shiyu definitely hasn't done it. As long as that window paper is broken, I don't believe you. The cuckold Dragon King can still endure it. Thinking of this, I immediately made the final gesture of Lord Kato. When I just touched it, I suddenly felt Qin Shiyu's legs tremble, which startled me. After all, it was my first time doing this kind of thing, and I was indeed nervous. If she faints and doesn't wake up, I'll just treat it as playing with a life-sized figure. But if she opens her eyes and screams for help, I wouldn't be able to do it even if I died. Just then, a sudden system prompt sound rang in my mind, congratulating the host for unlocking the hidden achievement and obtaining the body of steel. Hearing the prompt sound in my mind, I suddenly felt that my values were slightly collapsing. What does this have to do with anything? At this moment, I also suddenly felt a burning sensation coming from the cattle and horses. Looking down, what kind of cattle and horses is this? This is not cattle and horses at all. It seems to be a steel pipe. At this moment, Qin Shiyu slowly opened her eyes a crack, feeling extremely hot all over her body. When she glanced at me by the bedside, she instantly widened her eyes. Oh no, am I going to break down? The next moment, I seemed to feel something, suddenly raised my head and looked at Qin Shiyu. Qin Shiyu, upon seeing this, quickly closed her eyes, pretending she was still unconscious. Why do I always feel like someone is staring at me? I furrowed my brows, and Qin Shiyu shivered all over, a sudden pain spreading throughout her body, almost making her cry out. Strange, isn't she unconscious? Why is her face so red? Could she be sick? I suddenly noticed Qin Shiyu's flushed cheeks. I just wanted to complete a task and return to reality. I didn't intend to cause any casualties. Forget it. It seems that as a gentleman, I am not suitable for such dangerous actions. Just as I was about to withdraw with a moment of weakness, I heard a loud crash, followed by a scream. I subconsciously covered Qin Shiyu with a quilt and faced the hotel door with a relieved expression. The next second, Xiao Huangmao flew over in an instant. At this moment, Long Aotian was wearing a yellow Meituan delivery jacket. Long Aotian saw Qin Shiyu lying on the bed, looked at the clothes scattered on the ground, then saw my 8-pack abs, and immediately realized something. In an instant, Long Aotian's eyes emitted green light. What have you done? After all, I came here to die. This time, I have full confidence that I will definitely be killed by Long Aotian. So I also shrugged arrogantly, showing the smirk that a villain should have, saying, I've done what I should and shouldn't do. He. Long Aotian, if you can't do it yourself, don't hog the toilet. Long Aotian glared at me, his pectoral muscles heaving, obviously furious to the extreme. Looking at this Dragon King's son-in-law, I can still endure it. If he's still not planning to kill me, it looks like I have to work harder. Thinking of this, I continued to mock. How about it? Can the Green Hat hero still bear it? Ha ha, to tell you the truth, your wife is very attractive, despite the fact that I have already fulfilled the greatest mission for all living beings, reproduction. You can endure so much. You must help me raise the child, right? Ha ha ha. At this moment, Qin Shiyu frowned and listened quietly to the conversation between the two men. Killing people also requires killing the heart. How scary. However, I really like it. He is truly the man I, Qin Shiyu, have set my eyes on. And at this moment, Qin Shiyu's parents also followed in. Seeing this scene, Qin Shiyu's parents were dumbfounded. Shiyu. Qin's mother immediately rushed to the bedside, staring in horror at the feigned death of Qin Shiyu. Mom and Dad, You both have seen the ugly face of Lung Zhe. Oof. Last time he hypocritically gave Dad a bottle of Mao Tai. I've long said that Lung Zhe is not a good person. After saying that, Long Aotian rolled up his sleeves and slowly came in front of Lung Zhe. At the moment, the two were just 5 centimeters apart. Lung Zhe could even feel Long Aotian's angry snort. At this moment, Long Aotian couldn't hold back either. Although, it was true that one did not love Qin Shiyu, but from a young age, my mother told me to return the favor of a drop of water with a spring of water. In the beginning, he and his mother had exiled themselves to Jiangcheng in order to escape their family's pursuit. If it wasn't for the Qin family's old man's charity, he and his mother wouldn't know which bridge hole they'd be under by now. Therefore, in order to repay Elder Qin's favor, even though he was of noble status, he could only bend his knee to the tiny Qin family and become a flunky. The kindness of a drop of water should be repaid from the spring. Elder Qin's kindness, I, Long Aotian, will spend my entire life to repay it. Don't worry, Dad, Mom, no matter whose child Shiyu is carrying in her womb, I will love her well and treat the child in her womb as if it were my own. Coldzer was at a loss for a big word. This author is so unbelievable, isn't he? And this kind of dialogue is written? And when Qin Shiyu, who was lying on the bed pretending to be dead, heard this, she immediately felt her stomach flip. Who are you if not Big Brother? Who wants you to return the favor? Didn't Grandpa give you 2 buns in the first place? What's the point? Why are you so touched by the soft food? It wasn't just Qin Shiyu. Even Qin Shiyu's father had a nasty chill when he heard it. Qin's mother even had goosebumps. Yellow Hair, who was still lying in Lung Ze's crotch, died not believing his ears. Is that something a normal person could say? Ding! The system beep sounded once more. Current protagonist anger value, 90%, villain lethality, 70%. Good. Keep up the good work and try to one-up your lethality this time. Thinking of this, Lung Ze continued to mock with a crooked mouth. I thought I was enough of a licker, but I didn't think you licked it cleaner than me. You're going to help them raise their children when they've green-mailed you? That's not catching away? You have a microcephaly, don't you? Or do you have some kind of fetish? You shut up. Next second, Long Aotian grabbed Lang Ze's neck. I have to say, this protagonist aura is different. With one hand, he could lift his own burly man of 185 height and 160 weight. But how come you don't feel any pain yourself? Mostly, it's just a matter of getting used to it. Lu Sun said. You're bullshitting me. She must have been forced by you. I'm not bullshitting. She was really comfortable and passed out from the pleasure. I have no intention of living anyway, so I simply say whatever is hard to say. Lang Ze looked at Qin Shi's parents and said, Uncle and Auntie, your daughter is not in any serious trouble. She was just too tired from pulling carrots and fainted. The words fell. Lang Ze also looked at Long Aotian, continued, Xiao Long Ah, how about this? In the future, you are responsible for making money to support the family. I'm responsible for nourishing flowers. Our brother and sister each on their own. How about it? You, Long Aotian was furious as soon as he heard this. What are you doing? Look at you. Come on, beat me to death. Beat me to death. Lang Ze continued to taunt. If you don't beat me to death today, you're my birth. Long Aotian snorted coldly and said angrily, Lang Ze, I advise you not to confuse me with you. In this world, no one has dared to touch my Long Aotian's woman. You are the first. Don't worry, I'll let you die a horrible death. I'll let you not even have a chance to kneel. Sure enough, the protagonists in flunky novels are all pretenders. It's all that, and it's still pretending to be something else. Elegant. Simply elegant. Current protagonist anger value, 100%. The villain's lethality rate, 99%. How come you're still 1% short? No one can stop OCD when it comes. Coldzer had to raise the lethality rate to 100% today, to put an end to it. So, Coldzer was going to make a killer move that would enrage people. As the saying goes, you don't hit someone in the face, you don't curse them. In order to completely enrage Long Aotian, Lang Ze could be said to have used all his strengths. Facepalm plus cussing. Snap. A slap. Then he said, I'll carve your old wood. Current protagonist anger value, 105%. The villain's lethality rate, 100%. Hearing the system beep, Lang Ze instantly smiled. As expected, in the next second, Long Aotian directly lost his mind. How dare you curse my mom? Dragged Lang Ze and threw him down hard from the 9th floor balcony. At this moment, Lang Ze finally let go. The 9th floor, which was 30 meters if you counted by the height of the Crown Tower's floors. Below that is the big asphalt road with cars like water and horses. Even if you don't die from the fall, you're sure to get run over by a passing car. Finally, it's time to return to the real world with tens of billions in cash. It's back to a world with laws, and without a protagonist's aura. However, before he died, Lang Zhe also suddenly felt a bit sorry for Qin Shiyu's family, so he yelled out before he fell, "Uncle and Auntie, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to dishonor your women." Snap! At this moment, Qin Shiyu realized what had just happened. Since Qin Shiyu had her eyes tightly closed the entire time, she didn't realize what had happened until after Lang Zhe was thrown off the balcony. She immediately sat up, staring at Lang Zhe with a face full of anger. She angrily said, "Long Ao Tian, you murderer! You killed Lungza, you violent maniac." Saying that, Qin Shiyu actually burst into tears. This scene made Long Ao Tian completely dumbfounded. "Your own woman actually cried for that rapist? What did you do wrong? He obviously loves her so much, even to the point of killing for her innocence." At this time, Qin Shiyu's parents were also completely confused. The mother subconsciously held Qin Shiyu in her arms. Qin Shiyu, on the other hand, was bawling her eyes out while saying, "Oh, Lingza is right. I don't like Long Ao Tian at all. Long Ao Tian is a waste of space that only gets impotent and furious. Dad, Mom, I really love Lang Zhe, and I wasn't forced to. I already knew that Lang Zheji went to my drink and put ecstasy in it, and I drank it on purpose, because I wanted him. I thought that in that case, Long Ao Tian would divorce me, and I would be able to marry Lang Zhe as a matter of course. But I didn't expect that Long Ao Tian actually killed him." The Long Ao Tian on the side was directly confused after hearing this. Hastily, he opened his mouth to explain. "Shiyu, how could you speak for that asshole? I love you with all my heart." "Shut up, you piece of shit." Qin Shiyu turned her head and said angrily, "If it wasn't for you suddenly appearing and accepting the marriage contract set by Grandpa, Lang Zhe and I wouldn't have been able to separate." Hearing this, Qin Shiyu's parents couldn't hold back any longer. In fact, her parents had always disliked Long Ao Tian, and in Qin Shiyu's parents' eyes, Lang Zhe was the perfect son-in-law in their hearts. But the old man didn't know what to draw, and said he wouldn't allow anything, just because he saved a mother and son in distress back then. That mother said she would send her son as a flunky just to repay the favor. The old man also agreed directly without saying a word. "Don't you think that's bullshit? It's not like we don't have any sons in the Qin family. Why did you recruit a son-in-law for no reason? And this Long Ao Tian, is he here to return the favor? This is about revenge, isn't it? The other people Qin Shiyu and Lang Zhe a match made in heaven. You a sentence I want to return the favor. Directly halfway cut off the Qin family son-in-law. Who are you? No one even recognizes you." At this time, Long Ao Tian suddenly spoke. "Dad, Mom, I never knew. So, I made Shiyu suffer so much. But you guys don't worry. From now on, I will definitely be twice as nice to her. Let her completely forget about that bastard Lang Zhe." Snap! Father Qin went up and had a big BB pocket. He pointed at Long Ao Tian and said angrily, "Get lost. Our Qin family doesn't have you as a son-in-law." "Dad, Snap! Qin's mother also rushed up to him and gave him a big thing. "Get the hell out of here." "Mom, what are you guys?" Snap! Qin Shiyu also wrapped her quilt at this time and rushed up to give Long Ao Tian a big bib. "Don't let me see you again. Psyche, I'm doing this for your own good." Snap! Little Yellow Hair slowed down, also gave Long Ao Tian a big bib. "I want to give Lang Xiao revenge." Snap! Little Yellow Hair slowed down, also gave Long Ao Tian a big bib. "I want to give Lang Xiao revenge." Next. Wrong. I was wrong. Big brother, young dragon, don't shark me. I just saw them all slapping you and I lost control. No, help. Qin Shiyu's parents were stunned by Long Ao Tian's behavior. Qin's mother hurriedly picked up the phone and prepared to call the police. However, Long Ao Tian turned around very frankly and stared ferociously at Qin Shi's family. Angrily, he said, "Dad, Mom, you can believe that I can give Shiyu happiness, but I must tell you that as long as I'm around, Psyche will never be harmed. I will guard the woman I love to the death with what little I have left. You killed too. You're going to jail. What are you going to do to protect my daughter?" Qin's father said with a face full of shock. Long Ao Tian continued to pretend at this time, but it's just killing two scums. At the same time, Long Ao Tian thought in his heart, although my mother and I were expelled from the Long family in the capital, when something this big happens, the old man will not stand by and do nothing. Lungza stood still. He fell from the 9th floor, and instead of dying, he made a crater in the road. At the moment, is standing on the main street in red chaps. Just then, a sudden scream came from overhead. Lang Zhe looked up and Yellow Hair actually fell from the sky. Lang Zhe, who was eager to save others, subconsciously stretched out his hands and bang. Steadily, he caught the yellow hair that fell from the sky. The scene was dumbfounded by the passersby on the street. Long Xiao, you saved my life. From now on, little brother, I am your person in life. Die as your ghost. Coldzert scat his tongue and said, TCH, all of you buddies. Long Xiao, I forgot to ask just now, is this your current year? Lungza nodded. Then I'm a year older than you. Roll. Lungza gave Yellowhair a blank look. Yellowhair immediately jumped down from Lungza's arms in fear. At this moment, Lungza was seriously thinking about why he wasn't dead yet. That's right, the man of steel. Lungza lowered his head and looked at the crater he had smashed out at his feet. It's really fucking steel. The system is messing with me, letting Long Aotian finish me off while giving me a body of steel so Long Aotian can't finish me off? Just then, the system suddenly prompted. Congratulations to the host. Through hard work, you've successfully grown from a villainous minion to a supervillain. Nani? What am I trying to do? The host made an effort to poke through that layer of window paper. So congratulations, host, on coming to the world of cuckold literature. That's stabbing? Why don't I feel anything? The villain of a cuckold's book? Then how am I different from that Chow thief? Since I'd become a supervillain, naturally I can't go to my death so easily. So please the host to continue to work hard until the protagonist's divine achievement. That's the grand finale. And the cash reward can be doubled. What? I still have to wait for the main character to develop? Just then, Lungza suddenly felt a powerful warm current contained within his body. Feeling carefully, Lungza realized that his strength at the moment was at least at the innate great success. In the Dragon Kingdom of this world, martial arts strengths are divided into body forging, external diameter, internal strength, chemical strength, chi refining, innate, and celestial. And the protagonist Long Aotian's strength at this moment, alone, was only an inner strength great achievement. That is to say, one can crush the protagonist with a casual movement of one's fingers. However, just as this thought occurred to himself, the system's beep sounded once again. Note, killing the protagonist will return you to reality and you will not receive any rewards. That is, one still has to wait for the protagonist to develop into a god and then have him come and finish him off? Coldzert was left without a big word. At this moment, the surrounding passersby looked at this scene in shock. Holy shit, you didn't die when you fell from the 9th floor? Who is this kid? So tough? Don't you know? He's the youngest master of the Long family in Zhangcheng. What? Long Xiao? Cough. Lungza looked at Yellowhair and said, Go, find a pair of pants for this young master. Yellowhair let out an subtle cry and immediately took off his pants and handed them to Lungza. Lungza also wore it without hesitation. And at that moment, the long blast of a siren came. Within moments, 2 police cars and an ambulance arrived. A doctor rushed down and shouted, Who called the police just now? Didn't they say someone jumped off the building? The passersby present looked at each other in disbelief and were a bit confused for a while. At this point, a young girl coyly raised her hand and whispered, I called the police. A police officer also stepped out of the police car and came in front of the young girl. Where's the jumper? Let me tell you. Reporting a false police report is responsible, haha. When Lungza saw this, he couldn't afford to let a passerby take the consequences. So he smiled and walked over and said, Hello officer, I'm the one who jumped. The police and doctors present froze at the words. The policeman looked Coldzert up and down for a while. Then he skimmed his mouth and said, Go play on the side. Don't get in the way of law enforcement, ha. It was really me who jumped. The policeman sniffed and looked at the young girl. The young girl nodded back and said, Yes, he was the one who jumped. The passersby watching around them nodded their heads as well. The policeman and the doctor were at once a little puzzled. What floor did you jump from? The policeman narrowed his eyes and asked half-heartedly. Before Lungza could say anything, the young girl spoke first. 9th floor? ? The police officer sniffed and froze. And just then, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind Lungza. Coldzert? Qin Shiyu appeared behind Lungza, supported by her parents. And at this moment, Long Aotian stared at Lungza incredulously. Lungza was also a bit embarrassed at the moment. Licking his somewhat dry lips, he laughed. Inner one. It's alright. Everyone, please return. Those who are watching should stop watching. It's just a fall. Why did you go to all the trouble of calling the police over? Wrestling? Long Aotian was dumbfounded. The passersby present were also dumbfounded. The police and doctors couldn't believe their ears even more. A fall? Listen to what it's called. At this time, Lungza smiled and came up to Long Aotian. After all, he's a villain himself. A villain. Be a villain. Yo, isn't this Aotian? Haven't seen you in a few minutes. So pulled? Get out. Long Aotian used almost all of his fury chi, trying to scare off Lungza. After all, Long Aotian's martial arts strength at this moment was at least inner strength great success. One must know that there weren't many 20-something lads who had reached inner strength in the entire Jiangcheng. As expected, Lang Zhe was startled by this low roar from Long Aotian. However, in the next second, Lang Zhe simply ignored Long Aotian. Then looking towards Qin Shiyu, he spoke with deep emotion. I know that no matter how much I apologize, I can't erase the scars in your heart. The only way to die. So, Kolzer changed his face instantly. Looking at Long Aotian in a bitchy manner, he said, please keep up the good work, you can definitely beat me next time. So, said Lang Zhe, immediately changing his face and looking at Long Aotian in a bitchy manner. Please keep up the good work, strive to kill me one day. Qin Shiyu froze as well when she sniffed. On the other hand, Long Aotian, who was on the side, was so angry that he was trembling. He grabbed Lang Zhe's collar and said angrily, Lang Zhe, I won't let you go. I'll wait for you. Don't you have some 3-year contract? I'll wait for you for 3 years is enough, right? Lang Zhe mocked. 3 years? 3 days is enough. Long Aotian exasperatedly said. No. How did he know about the 3-year contract? Long Aotian froze for a moment. Lang Zhe, at this moment, was patting the dust on his chest. Okay, I'll wait. At that moment, a police officer stepped aside and pulled the two apart. 2. Pretend we don't exist. Can't we really get together for a cup of tea at the office? Not necessary. Lang Zhe waved his hand cheaply. Then he got into a Mercedes and took off. Mother Qin's eyes glowed when she saw this scene. Yes, if it wasn't for this Long Aotian's cross-cutting, it's estimated that the two of them, Shiyu and Xiao Zhe, would have children by now. Mother Qin blankly glanced at Long Aotian. Father Qin looked at Long Aotian and also shook his head helplessly. But the old couple didn't dare say anything. After all, who knows if this kid with an extremely low self-esteem will suddenly have a stroke that day and throw the old couple off the 9th floor as well. After saying that, the 3 members of the Qin family turned their heads and left. At this moment, Long Aotian could only clench his fists in death and hold back. He looked at Qin Shiyu with affection and swore in his heart, Shiyu, no matter what, I won't let that bastard Lang Zhe hurt you. Now that the 3-year period has come and gone, I'm going to let the Qin family, step by step, dominate the entire Jiangcheng. Lung Hongyuan sat in his study, was saying something to a big, blasé, bald man in a suit. Did Zhe get into trouble again? The man in the suit nodded. The bald man in the suit is named Chao Tai Lung, the villainous family's standard personal bodyguard. At the same time, it's also an inner strength great achievement powerhouse. This brat, I can find him 100 beauties, but this worthless contraption has to be a licking dog for that Qin Shiyu. See if I don't break his legs when he comes back, Zhou Dalong humbly said. Master, the young master might just be a bit infatuated. Infatuation? His old man made him a few $100 million. What kind of woman can't he find? Horse. With that, Lung Hongyuan drew out his belt and said, I have to wake him up today. Speak of the devil. Kolzer grunted a little tune and staggered in. Didn't even look at Lung Hongyuan. There just aren't many of these online villain families that don't involve hay. Especially Kolzer's cheap old man. Going by his own previous failures, Lang Zhe's old man wasn't any good either. Valuing his face more than his son's life. Last time, after Lang Hongyuan learned that Long Aotian's true identity was the Dragon King, before Long Aotian could do anything, Long Hongyuan beat himself half to death. Last time, he was even more worried that the Dragon King would directly destroy the Lang family, and directly broke his legs and left them in front of the Dragon King's house. Last time, Long Hongyuan threw his own son off the 3rd floor of an abandoned factory so that he himself could live, then kneeled down and begged Long Aotian to spare his life. Mutilated himself 7 times, 3 times by his own father. You're telling me this will make Kolzer feel good about his own father? So much so that Lang Zhe didn't have a good feeling about his cheap old man. Bunny! Lang Hongyuan immediately rushed up when he saw that Lang Zhe had returned. With one kick, he kicked Lang Zhe in the face. You still have the fucking face to come back? My Long Hongyuan's face has been disgraced by you. Crap! Kolzer stumbled, covering his back and, with a fierce look on his face, he stared at Long Hongyuan and said, if you don't know how to raise a son, don't have one. Have you ever kicked your son like that? This statement was made. Both Long Hongyuan and Zhou Dalong froze in place. Long Hongyuan stared in disbelief. Is this the same son he had? When did he get such balls? Dare to scold the old man? In the next second, Long Hongyuan came back to his senses and clenched his fists with the intention of beating Lang Zhe to death. At this point, Lang Zhe has become the ultimate villain, and his powers have naturally increased exponentially. Long Hongyuan, who had just entered the harmonization stage, was completely unimpressed, only to see Lang Zhe catch Long Hongyuan's sandbag-sized fist with a frown. I'll tell you Long Hongyuan, I am the young master of this family, not a sandbag for you to vent. With this punch, Long Hongyuan used almost all of his strength. However, he was still caught dead in Leng Zai's fist. At this moment, he was completely dumbfounded. Looking angrily at his fist that was caught by coals, he shook his head in disbelief and said, "Zai, you what you? Since I was a kid, do you count a day that you didn't hit me? Just the months you sent me to the internet rehab center without getting beat up. Fucking electrocuted. I was bullied outside. And when I came back you beat me up first without saying a word. Instead of letting me go to college after the high school entrance exam, you let me go to a martial arts school. Come back and be a fighter for you? Are you worthy of being a father? You've been coming home with a different woman every day for as long as I can remember. And to this day I don't even know who my real mom is. I even wonder if she let you do away with her." Leng Zai kept extracting the memories of the original owner in his mind. The formation of a villain has nothing to do with the family of origin. If Long Hongyuan had been a good father, Leng Zai would have had a mother to take care of him from a young age, and he wouldn't have grown up to be a typical urban villain. But even so, Leng Zai still didn't make a move against Long Hongyuan. It's not that Leng Zai is soft, but he is a son after all, and a son hitting his old man is going to be struck by lightning. Leng Zai could only scoff at this kind of father. "Tell you what, Long Hongyuan, from now on, everything in this family is mine. Leng Zai, don't tell me you don't owe me anything. You have from the moment you gave birth to me." After saying that, Leng Zai turned his head and left. Seeing this, Zhou Dalong, who was on the side, squeezed Leng Zai's shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Young master, he's your father." Overcome with rage, Leng Zai twisted his head and kicked it. It directly kicked Zhou Dalong a few meters away. "Leave a comment on "It's not like you're your father." Then he went back to his room. And at this moment, Long Hongyuan sighed inwardly. "The son is better than even the old man? Ha 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 ha. This is my Long Hongyuan's son. Leng Zai, you really haven't wasted my hard work. You've finally grown up to be a man. Finally picking up the courage. I'm finally relieved to hand over this big family business to you. Finally picking up the courage. I'm finally relieved to hand over this big family business to you." Just when did Ozawa's kung fu become so powerful? Looking at Xiao Zai's power now, at least at the Huanjin Mahayana stage, he has completely surpassed Lao Zi. Oh, that's what I call a tiger father's son. In fact, it was no wonder that Long Hongyuan had looked down on his own wimpy son before. The former Leng Zai. In front of Long Hongyuan is a wasteful rich second generation that only breaks into trouble and comes back crying and complaining after breaking into trouble. Going out didn't cause much trouble for Long Hongyuan, and every time to the moment of crisis, Long Hongyuan does not hesitate to use his son's life to exchange his own life, but also simply because if he dies, with Leng Zai's ability of this wimp cannot keep the Long family's family business at all, so might as well give up on Coldzer and get back in practicing a smaller number. And this time, Coldzer had clearly changed. Too much. From the trashy rich kid who used to only cry for his dad, he's become the perfect heir to the dominating throne. After returning to his room, Leng Zai took a deep breath. The feeling after letting out all the resentment from the previous times. Don't say. It's quite good. The beauty of it is that I didn't take the opportunity to slap Long Hongyuan, the ghost father. Thinking back to the reality of myself, although not perfect, but at least is a law-abiding 3 good youth. How did you end up crossing over to be the villain in a book about the Dragon King's flunky? In the original, not to mention Leng Zai's father, Long Hongyuan, is just a small wild monster on the way of the protagonist Long Outyan's upgrade. Of the 4 major families in Zhongcheng, the Long family could only be considered a dog raised by one of them. Can't get on the stage. But it was different now. Since Leng Zai had become the big bad, there had to be a bit of the ultimate big bad. Just being a dog of the 4 great families wouldn't satisfy Leng Zai's bad taste. According to the original owner's memories, the Leng family's upper family was the Yi family, one of the 4 major families in Zhongcheng. As for Long Hongyuan, at first, he also started out by working as a fighter for the Yi family and doing dirty work. In other words, the Long family is a complete black force. So, wanting to be a true supervillain, just being a dark force won't satisfy Leng Zai. The next step is to get the family business on the right track, completely cleaned up and trading legally. Then it slowly developed and slowly grew, eventually devouring the Lord Yi family and growing into the newly promoted 4 great families. Now that's the ultimate villain of a flunky webcomic. Except that the family now runs businesses that are either loan sharks or nightclubs. The family assets are more than enough to shoot their family 10 times in a random check. It's not too easy to completely clear your name. Just as Leng Zai was thinking about how to make himself a decent supervillain, a yell suddenly rang out from within the courtyard of the villa. "Is everyone here?" The leader, Long Hongyuan, whispered. All together, 100 or so punks with steel pipes stood in a square formation. "My son has his eye on the Qin family's eldest daughter. What do we say, people? Rob." In Jiangcheng, There is no woman that my Leng family can't get when they look at her. Long Hongyuan continued to roar lowly, like an aged lion. Today is the day my son becomes an adult, and today he dares to curse his old man. What does that mean? It means he has grown into a qualified heir. And today, as the oldest son, I'm going to take you all and sweep away the final obstacle to your young master. Whoever can get rid of that bastard kid called Long Aotian, I, Long Hongyuan, will reward him with 100 dino stay. Send him directly out of the country. Have no faith. Yes. As the words fell, Long Hongyuan picked up a baseball bat and went through the crowd. The 100 or so minions behind him also followed with various weapons. When Lang Zhe saw this, he was directly dumbfounded. Immediately, he pushed open the window of the second floor and shouted towards the downstairs. Old man, are you sick? The originally aggressive Long Hongyuan stumbled. You're the one who's sick. You really think I'm afraid of my son if I let you curse a few times? Zhou Dalong also turned his head at this time and shouted. Don't worry, young lord, your father sees that you have grown and intends to help you clear the last obstacle. It's not your dad. Why are you everywhere? After saying that, Lang Zhe pointed at Long Hongyuan again and said, you wait for me down there. After saying that, Lang Zhe didn't even have time to put on his shoes before rushing out of the villa gate. Pointing nonchalantly at Long Hongyuan, he said, Long Hongyuan, you have a problem, right? Do you have to send your son me in there to make you happy? This is the 21st century, not the fucking Song dynasty. You want to be a mountain bandit to steal someone's daughter-in-law? Then you go to Africa. Being outputted so much by Lang Zhe, Long Hongyuan was not only not angry. Instead, he stared at Lang Zhe with a worried face. Hurriedly rushing forward, he touched Lang Zhe's forehead and said with a face full of concern, Little Zhe, what's wrong with you? Dad isn't the same as he used to be. Dad doesn't beat you now. Dad loves you. It's not nice to see you get bullied. Lang Zhe opened Long Hongyuan's hand and said with a frown, no, do you have any decency? Do you see who's a father educating his children like this? We're law-abiding citizens. We can't do anything that's against the law. It is not that Lang Zhe is how righteous. Mainly, the current Long Aotian has not grown up. Lang Zhe is really worried that so many people will accidentally kill Long Aotiana. All dismissed, Lang Zhe looked at the 100 or so minions and said, go back to your homes, bunch of scum. No, son, what the hell is wrong with you? Long Hongyuan glared at his eyes and said, it was not easy for dad to train you to become a qualified Hey Gang big brother, but you. Who's a good father to raise his son to be a Hey Gang bigot? Lang Zhe frowned as if he and Long Hongyuan had swapped identities. You seem to lack heart. Lang Zhe looked at the 100 or so minions again and shouted, I'm telling you, from now on, all of you, go home and study. Zhou Dalong, you and a few family cadres, go and enroll me in the business school. As for you, old man, I'll give you 3 months to weed out all those unclean dealings in the family business. What? When Long Hongyuan heard this, he was immediately dumbfounded. When Zhou Dalong, who was at the side, heard this, he quickly opened his mouth to explain. But, young lord, if that's the case, our gang won't be competitive among our peers. Yeah. Another family hall master also spoke up. Young master, we've robbed all of our venues. With so much business suddenly missing, we won't be able to afford so many juniors. Can't afford to raise a little brother. The hostile forces will inevitably come to fight us in a firefight. And when that time comes, before he could finish, Lunza took a deep breath, said, it's okay, I'm going to be a cop. It's okay, I'm going to be a cop. Boom. At these words, Long Hongyuan stumbled, and if not for Zhou Dalong rushing forward to help, the old man almost fell. Long Hongyuan propped up Zhou Dalong's shoulder, staring at Lang Zhe with disbelief. You actually want to go as a cop? You're a bitch. Can't we have some depth as villains? Son, why are you still talking nonsense? Long Hongyuan stared blankly at Lang Zhe. Lang Zhe sighed helplessly and said in a serious tone, people, the most precious thing in this life, is life. I've died 7 times. I know more than any of you. What about life? For each of us, it only comes once. Our lives shouldn't be wasted like this. Saying that, Lang Zhe, like a marketing head, began to stand on the street to give his minions a lecture on success. Half an hour later, when you look back, you will not be ashamed of doing nothing, nor will you regret having wasted your time. So that, on your deathbed, you can say it with pride. My entire life and all my energies, all dedicated to the greatest cause of mankind. Before the words left his mouth, the minions in the room stood up and applauded. Good. The young lord is so right. We shouldn't be like this. Woo-hoo-hoo. It's so touching. Young lord, I'm going to stay in the ocean. Come back and contribute to the motherland. Young lord, I want to go too. Hearing this, Lang Zhe was very pleased. It seems that the book How Steel is Made really works. We can also develop the European and American markets on the way. Yes, yes. I've heard that the competition for white flower business in Europe and America is much fiercer than here. But the market is big. Haven't you heard the saying? The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. I know. Gao Qishan said it right? Lengzi suddenly covered his chest. A mouthful of old blood nearly choked himself to death. You're hopeless. Turn yourselves in. After saying that, Lengzi lost his way back to the villa. Early the next morning, Lengzi was planning to study the matter of the public examination when he suddenly received a phone call. The caller, sure enough, was Qin Shiyu again. Lengzi, today is my grandmother's 70th birthday. She didn't take care of you when she went to school. You won't be coming, will you? Lengzi was very speechless inside as he sniffed. No, sister, we just had an affair yesterday. I'm still embarrassed if you're not. Besides, your man Long Aotian will be there too. What's the point of us seeing each other? Thinking of this, Lengzi was just about to open his mouth to refuse. Qin Shiyu, however, immediately explained. Don't worry, haven't you always liked me? My parents have also said that today, taking advantage of grandma's big birthday. You, me, Aotian and the three of us are there. Let's mention the divorce with grandpa. Lengzi sighed and said, no, you're getting divorced and I'm not even married yet. I'm first married. You're second married, big sister. You. Qin Shiyu was immediately so infuriated that she couldn't speak. Simply bring up what happened yesterday. But I gave you my first time. Hearing this, Lengzi was both embarrassed and embarrassed. But at this moment, Lengzi also suddenly realized a very serious problem. This little ninny Qin Shiyu, taking the initiative to divorce Long Aotian for me? She's haunting me? Oh no. For a moment, Lengzi, who had been thinking about it, finally agreed to Qin Shiyu. After all, the protagonist's aura was so awesome, maybe he could finish himself off this time? A dress. Humph, I knew you couldn't let go of me. It was in the Forbidden City Gardens. You came here. Thinking of this, Lengzi immediately drove off in that Mercedes SL supercar. Forbidden City Garden belongs to the middle-class villa area in Zhangcheng. The people who live here are basically small business owners, company executives and the like. At this moment, the Qin family villa was bustling with activity. A host of grandsons, granddaughters-in-law and whatnot offered congratulatory gifts. Grandma, I heard that you love tea. This piece of 100-year pour is worth $300,000. A small gift, a slight token of appreciation. Grandma, this rosary made of Nanyang cinnabar incense is worth $500,000. Old Mrs. Qin looked at the various gifts, and for a while, she actually smiled a bit too much. At that moment, the very inviting engine roar of a Mercedes-Benz supercar came. Squeak! Stopped in front of the Qin family villa. Bang! Also accidentally hit Long Aotian's small electric donkey. Very high profile. There's no way to keep a low profile. Who asked us to be the villain? How can I get killed if I don't take the high road? Lengzi was wearing a floral shirt, and to show off his high profile, he even dyed his hair white. The large gold chain was even crashing to the point that Lengzi's neck hurt. With the most expensive folding phone on the market in hand, you can't wait to hold it up for all to see. As soon as he entered the room, Lengzi, similar to Gao Qishan, folded his hands and smiled crookedly. Old Mrs. Qin, the latecomer is late. Although Elder Qin didn't like Lengzi, Elder Mrs. Qin, like Father Qin and Mother Qin, highly valued Lengzi. After all, everyone in Jiangcheng knew that the Lang family was backed by the Yi family, which was one of the four great families in Jiangcheng. Climbing up to the Lang family is the same as climbing up to the Yi family. Egu Ozawa, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you. Look at that. It's not even moving the chopsticks. Ozawa. The name calling really makes you want to go to war. Elder Qin was currently leaning on his crutches, sitting on a chair, staring angrily at Lengzi, and coldly hummed, "Humph, a man in the shape of a dog. How's the old man's health these days?" Lengzi directly ignored Elder Qin's insults. Anyway, I'm not embarrassed. It's the others who are. Long Aotian took a big step up at this time, and pushed Lengzi away. Our Qin family's people. We don't need you to worry about them. Humph, the weasel pays homage to the chicken. Who's with you, Qin? Qin Shiyu's cousin pushed Long Aotian away as she said, "Unproductive thing. Sister, look at what kind of trash you married. I'm not even talking about marriage with Zhao Jiang here." And he's giving grandma a string of incense Buddha beads. That's right, Aotian. We're both grandson-in-laws of the same Qin family. This eldest grandson-in-law of yours is really too much of a failure as a human being. The man who spoke was named Zhao Jiang, and his father was also a little-known small boss. As for Qin Shiyu's cousin, Qin Shiya, although both surnamed Qin, the two of them could be described as worlds apart in terms of posture. It was no wonder. Qin Shiyu was after all the famous and beautiful president of Jiangchang. Seeing that such a goddess was married to such a loser as Long Aotian, Zhao Jiang was also very upset in his heart. This kind of trash. It's better to get the hell out of our Qin family. After saying that, Qin Shiya fawned and looked at Leng Zai, saying, it's better to have young Ling as my brother-in-law. Don't. I'm still in my first marriage. Leng Zai replied nonchalantly. Long Aotian saw that everyone was targeting and humiliating themselves. Couldn't help but clench his fists. If it wasn't for the favor of repaying Master Qin's 2 steamed buns, he would have left this place of wrongdoing a long time ago. At that moment, Elder Qin suddenly spoke. Ahem. Enough. It is inappropriate for a family to help an outsider humiliate their own son-in-law. After saying that, Elder Qin looked at Leng Zai again and said, Young Master Lang, everyone has prepared gifts. Where is yours? Young Master Lang, everyone has prepared gifts. Where's yours? Leng Zai sniffed. Obviously, Elder Qin was targeting himself to help Long Aotian get back on his feet. But the problem is that I seem to have really forgotten to prepare a gift. However, being unprepared myself, as a villain, I still have basic professionalism. You can't forget to humiliate the protagonist, no matter how hard it is for you. Thinking of this, Leng Zai immediately took off the large 24K gold chain around his neck. Elder Qin took a look and laughed coldly. What? You still want the dog chain around your neck as a gift? How? When Leng Zai heard this, he immediately shrunk his neck, then turned around and put it directly on Long Aotian's neck. Leashes are for dogs. How can you give them to people? This statement immediately drew laughter from those present. Ha 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 ha, young Master Lang is still so humorous. Sis, I told you that Leng Xiao is good. Whoever gets to marry Leng Xiao in the future will have endless jokes to laugh about every day. Ha ha ha. Men, he has to have a sense of humor and know how to make his wife laugh. Long Aotian was so angry at the moment that he clenched his fists. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He couldn't wait to strangle Leng Zai immediately. Leng Zai, on the other hand, looked at Long Aotian and smiled as if nothing had happened. Then he said, just kidding, why are you still crying? Who cried? Long Aotian glared, but he still chose to hold back. Leng Zai, on the other hand, thought to himself, this author is really perverted. Alright, it's not over yet, is it? Elder Qin suddenly angrily said, where's your gift? My old partner's 70th birthday. You wouldn't have prepared nothing, would you? Coldzer frowned. Sure enough, he's the villain himself. It's the protagonist's turn to punch himself in the face. In the next second, Long Aotian stood out and said angrily, Humph, Leng Zai, I think you just came to our Qin family with the intention of finding pain, right? Today is Grandma's 70th birthday. I advise you to be honest, or else you'll blame me for not being polite. Leng Zai gave Long Aotian a blank look. I said, can you die without pretending? Then all uncomfortable. He compared it to a love heart and laughed awkwardly. How can there be no gift? Thoughts are the best and most precious gifts. Grandma, I offer you a heart, full of love. Oh, asshole. Elder Qin was so angry that he immediately stood up, raising his cane. He was about to hit Leng Zai. But just then, there was a sudden sound of a truck backing up outside the door. Reverse, please, reverse, please, reverse. Shortly afterward, a courier-dressed boy barged in. Hello, same city delivery. May I ask who's having a birthday today? Mrs. Qin raised her hand with a bewildered look on her face. Oh, there's a 3-meter-tall golden Buddha statue outside. Signed by Mrs. Qin. Old Mrs. Qin froze for a moment. On the side, Long Aotian was relieved. Then a sneer, it seems the family has finally gotten my message. Master Qin keenly captured Long Aotian's expression full of confidence, so he nodded his head in satisfaction as well and laughed. Good, ha ha ha, come on, it's in our living room. We have enough height in our living room. Qin Shiya, on the other hand, frowned. Grandpa, do you know who sent this? Elder Qin immediately nodded his head and said, who else could it be? Of course it's your brother-in-law. Hearing this, the people present revealed unbelievable expressions. Even Coldzers froze for a moment. Worthy of being the protagonist. Pretending to hit the face to actually come so fast? That said, where did he get the money to buy the goldenrod? The 3-year appointment is up? Does that mean I can die faster? Long Aotian also came forward in large strides at this time. Slowly, he turned to the relatives in front of him. Bowing slightly, he then spoke. I'm sorry, Dad, Mom, Grandma, Grandpa, and Psyche. For so many years, I've actually been hiding who I am. Actually, I'm a rich kid too. Rich 3, to be exact. To be honest, I didn't realize what the family actually had in store for you, Grandma, today. Before Long Aotian could finish, Qin Shiyu immediately interrupted. Impossible. Elder Qin immediately glared at Qin Shiyu. Angrily. Girl, you're not finished. Are you? Are you so down on the son-in-law that Grandpa found for you? This golden Buddha statue is clearly a gift from Aotion to your grandmother. Over these 3 years, Aotion has endured humiliation. He's come to repay our Qin family's favor. Can't you understand anything? Having to fool around with Leng Zhe, a manly hooligan. But, Grandpa, Leng Zhe and I are the ones who truly love each other. Qin Shiyu hastily retorted. But Leng Zhe immediately cleared his throat and said, cough, cough, don't take me with you. You're in your second marriage. When Qin Shiyu heard this, she was directly angry and stupid. Leng Zhe you? At this time, the courier boy who had been eating melons suddenly opened his mouth. This has the sender's name on it. Don't you know who sent it by looking at the name? The first time he heard this, he immediately came forward to take a look. As this glance went down, Elder Qin was directly exasperated to the point of being unable to speak. This? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. While saying that, Elder Qin also tore the shipping slip directly to shreds, then viciously threw it on the ground and stomped on it twice. What the hell is impossible? Who gave it to you, tell me? Old Mrs. Qin asked with a confused look on her face. But Elder Qin waved his hand with an iron face and said, you don't need to know. At this moment, Leng Zhe shrugged his shoulders and continued to clip the food. Anyway, if one were to give a gift, it would be impossible to give such a large statue of the goddess of mercy, more than 3 meters high, placed in the living room in the middle of the night. Scary or not, if you didn't know, you'd think you'd mistakenly entered some deep temple. I don't know what's going on in the head of the guy who gave this gift. His own task now is to eat and drink as he should. Humiliate the protagonist once in a while to help him build up his anger, lest he adult in forgetting himself. Just as Leng Zhe just took a sip of 82 years Lafite intended to smooth. But the courier boy's sentence almost sent Leng Zhe away. I have another delivery slip here. The sender is Coldzer. Pust. What? Coldzer froze. Long Aotion also froze. Master Qin and Mrs. Qin also froze. How can it be? Long Aotion stared unbelievably at the golden Nanmo statue and said angrily, could it be that the family hasn't received any news from me yet? I knew it. Qin Shiyu immediately stood out at this time and said, Leng Zhe still loves me. Do you hear me? Grandpa. This is from Leng Zhe. Tink. Leng Zhe's cell phone suddenly sent a text message at this time. Look down. Sawa. Do you copy? I can't believe it. You didn't say you'd bring a gift for Grandma's birthday. What would you do without Dad? I can thank you proudly. Sawa. Do you copy? I can't believe it. You didn't say you'd bring a gift for Grandma's birthday. What would you do without Dad? I can thank you proudly. Leng Zhe was very speechless. When did his cheap old man care so much about himself? Did he hallucinate the same thing as he did a few times before? Is this still the same old dad who remembered throwing his own son off the 3rd floor for the sake of the family's face? At this time, old Mrs. Qin leaned on her crutches and walked with a slow pace to that golden Buddha statue. The eyes were full of surprise and excitement. This old lady has no hobbies, and in her spare time she likes to go up to the mountains to worship Buddha. It was to the point of rain or shine in order to worship the Buddha. We don't know what the Buddha has given her to make her go to such lengths. We're not saying we're against superstition. After all, it's everyone's freedom to believe in something. But old Mrs. Qin was practically fanatical about worshipping Buddha. Every time you go up the mountain you still have to take a step and kneel. Leng Zhe was worried that she would accidentally flash her back one day and roll down the hill. It's also good that cheap old dad gave her such a big Buddha statue this time. She has enough to open a temple in the villa. I don't know what kind of mentality they will have when they have guests in their house in the future and they see the 3-meter-high Buddha statue as soon as they enter the door. Look at that. I told you Xiao Zhe is good. Zhe is such a good boy. How could he not bring a gift for an old lady like me? Master Qin sniffed, blankly glanced at the old lady, and snorted coldly. Humph, fancy. Have you ever seen such a big Buddha statue in the living room? Is our house a villa or a temple? The old man really played the double standard to the hilt. It's really the standard for flunky writing, the old man who protects his son-in-law. Just at this moment, Long Aotion, who was on the side, suddenly received a phone call. Just as the entire Qin family was admiring the beautifully crafted Buddha statue, Long Aotion quietly walked out the door, as if it were air. No one even noticed his disappearance. After a while, Long Aotion came back this way. Only, this time, Long Aotion's mood was obviously very low. The family was happy, and just as Leng Zhe had eaten his fill and was planning to say goodbye, Long Aotion suddenly spoke up. Grandmother, can I borrow some money from you? Xue Bingbing's mother is seriously ill in the hospital and is dying. She needs $1 million for the operation. When these words came out, the entire Qin family was shocked. Everyone stared at Long Aotion with unbelievable eyes. This door-to-door son-in-law. What a nerve! the old lady's birthday, and instead of preparing any gifts, he even asked to borrow $1 million? Such an abrupt reversal of the plot made Lang Zhe a little confused for a while. It took half a day of thinking before Kolzer recalled it. Yes, Xue Bingbing is the poor female high school student that Long Aotian saved last time. At the same time, this Xue Bingbing was so perfect looking that one could not pick out any flaws, though the family was average and was brought up by her mother alone from a young age. But the simple to silly white sweet character, and white skin, pure dress, make countless otaku for crazy. At this moment, old Mrs. Qin was still laughing happily the last second, and the next second, it immediately pulled a face. The old lady violently threw the chopsticks in her hand at Long Aotian's face and angrily said, "Bastard! Have you come to celebrate the birthday of an old woman like me? Or to borrow money? You say you've come to repay a favor, but you borrow money every other day. Saw a stray cat with a broken leg, borrowed money to take it to the hospital. I saw a little beggar and felt sorry for him, so I borrowed money. You count how much money you've borrowed from our Qin family? By the way, the main character of this novel has a stinker. Madonna's heart is flooded. At the expense of others. You have love, you figure it out yourself. Dare I say that the good guys have let you be the good guys, and they have become the miser that everyone is crying out for after they have paid the money." At this, Lang Zhe could only scoff. At this moment, Lang Zhe suddenly felt that it was quite good to humiliate this kind of holy mother bitch protagonist. Alright, I've seen this kind of generosity at the expense of others for a long time. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe also slowly stood up and said, "Do you know why I'm so bad?" Long Aotian was confused when he heard this. Why? In the next second, Lang Zhe immediately pointed at Long Aotian and said, "It's all because of you." "What's it got to do with me?" Long Aotian said with a serious face. "Yeah, and what does it matter to you if someone's mother is seriously ill?" "You." Long Aotian pointed at Lang Zhe and was momentarily speechless. It was only after a moment that he stammered, "Yes, there is a relationship. Xue Bingbing is my friend. I've always treated her like a sister." "Yes, sure, it's a sister, not another?" This kind of fictional trope, Lang Zhe knew too well. "Sister? Oh, I'm afraid it's not your prospective harem of concubines, is it?" Before Long Aotian could open his mouth to explain, Lang Zhe continued, "According to my understanding, this Xue Bingbing, there is still an old raggedy little house in Zhangchang, right? Located in the center area of Zhangchang, even though it's an old raggedy little house with less than 70 square feet, it's still worth at least 2 million. Wouldn't it be better to sell the house? What do you need?" Sure enough, once this statement was made, the people present expressed their support for Lang Zhe. Right, Leng Xiao is right. The mother is seriously ill and continues to use money. Why not sell the house? Qin Xia hurriedly spoke. The others nodded. But Long Aotian, the saintly bitch, pointed at Lang Zhe and said angrily, "You inhuman thing, that's the only house they have. Where are you going to let them live after they sell? Rent? I can't go to Hugung." Lang Zhe said expressionlessly. A set of Hugang houses is less than $100,000. Xue Bingbing's house is worth at least 2 million. There's $1 million left after paying the medical bills, and 900,000 after the $100,000 house in Hugung. The interest rate on a 1-year time deposit is now at 1.5%, and for a principal of $900,000, the interest on a 1-year time deposit would be $13,500,000. Doesn't her mom sell pancake fruits from a stall? Even if you have your income at Hugung and make 30,000 a year, that adds up to 43,500. With the cost of living in Suruga, the girls could live well. Lang Zhe directly pulled out a bunch of data. Instantly disliked Long Aotian. The Qin family members present were even more dumbfounded. This? Can you still count like that? It's really worthy of being Leng Xiao. It's so handsome, isn't it? This young man is so nice. Damn it, why hasn't Long Aotian divorced my Shiyu? Lang Zhe, Qin Shiyu, was born as your person and died as your ghost. No matter what you've done to me, in the future, I'll marry you. Handsome, Leng Xiao is simply too handsome, worthy of being the young master of the mob. Ha ha ha, lol, Long Aotian. You sanctimonious whore has finally been sanctioned. Ha ha ha, lol, Long Aotian. You sanctimonious whore has finally been sanctioned. You, Long Aotian pointed at Lang Zhe, unable to speak half a word. But it's like this guy's brain got caught in a door. Dead or alive? I just can't figure this out. You're helpful. Good. You're human. You're kind. Good. But can you not morally kidnap people? Besides, aren't they at the end of their rope? You're jumping up and down when someone else has a $2 million old rambler at home. Lang Zhe shook his head helplessly and got up, then walked towards the front door. He also didn't forget to say goodbye to old Mrs. Qin. At this moment, even elder Qin, who had been siding with Long Aotian, didn't know what to say. Grandpa. Long Ao Tian really had no choice but to turn his gaze to Elder Qin, send the last hope to Master Qin. But Elder Qin was also in a difficult situation. He bowed his head and sighed. He said, that, Ao Tian this matter, it's not that the old man I don't pay out this money. Rather, what young Master Lang said is indeed correct. Old man, I came from a poor background in the beginning. This kind of thing, people Schwegirl themselves have not reached the end of the road it. We take this money. That is not a wrongdoer? No one's money comes from the wind, and our Qin family has no dealings with that Schwegirl. That's it. Old Mrs. Qin followed at this time. Who am I to take this $1 million? Just do what Xiaozhe said. You let her sell their house first. If it's not enough, old Mrs. Qin, will pay for her mom's treatment out of her own pocket, without her having to pay it back. Listening to it this way, the Qin family is actually not the kind of family that is dog-eyed. It's just millions of normal families. Hearing this, Long Ao Tian turned his gaze back to Qin Shiyu, said, Psyche, you. Qin Shiyu frowned and closed her eyes. She really didn't want to say more than half a sentence to Long Ao Tian. This stupid fool. You figure it out yourself. I'm not that Schwezgirl. Long Ao Tian's expression instantly went cold when he heard this. He staggered back 2 steps, then clenching his fists, he spoke viciously. Fine. Since you're all so inhuman, fine, I'll go save her mother. Anyway, the 3-year appointment has come and gone, so I don't have to be hiding my identity anymore. As the words fell, Long Ao Tian turned his head and left, thinking he left a handsome back. He fantasized that the Qin family would go and beg him to come back afterward. The 3-year appointment is up? Lang Zhe suddenly realized this important issue. Doesn't that mean it's almost the big finale? You can go to hell yourself? Thinking of this, Lang Zhe immediately started the engine of the Mercedes-Benz supercar and followed behind the ass of Long Ao Tian's small electric donkey, and then went in the direction of the People's Hospital. On the way, Long Ao Tian also keenly captured Lang Zhe, who was following him behind. It was actually hard for him not to capture it. After all, Lang Zhe's supercar was too high profile. The roar of the engine alone could wake up half the street in the middle of the night. Soon, Lang Zhe followed Long Ao Tian to the City People's Hospital. Long Ao Tian was anxious. Parking the electric donkey at the door, he rushed to the hospital, but the security guard at the door stopped Long Ao Tian. It's coming. Lang Zhe smiled slightly, punched the dog-eyed little security guard in the face. Wait a minute, the delivery guy is waiting outside. Netflix is still really facetious these days. This security guard's little expression was one that Lang Zhe had seen no less than 10 times in his previous life. No, man, my friend's in there. Who the hell is your friend? As long as it's not the dean, no one. Brother, have mercy. Human lives are at stake. People's lives are at stake. That's the doctor's job. What's it got to do with you? A delivery boy? No, my friend doesn't have the money to pay for the surgery. As expected, once this statement was made, the little security guard looked Long Ao Tian up and down. Then he laughed. So, you have money to pay? No. Then what's your hurry? There's no money anyway. We're all dead either way. Long Ao Tian couldn't care less at this moment. Straight away, he pushed the security guard away. But this little security guard is also stubborn. Immediately, he took out his baton and hit the back of Long Ao Tian's head with a muffled baton. Although Long Ao Tian's cultivation was not as good as Lang Zhe's, but at least it's a practiced one. By the security guards this stick down. Not only nothing happened, but also angry turn. You dog-eyed thing. The security guard also realized at this moment that the other party might be a practitioner. So scared, he quickly picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted, Dong you, there's a disturbance at the north gate. Within moments, a dozen security guards came trotting over. At this time, Lang Zhe drove a Mercedes supercar parked in front of the gate and honked furiously. That's what attracted the attention of the security guards. It wasn't that Lang Zhe was being kind. It was mainly because this was looking at Long Ao Tian's 3-year appointment coming up. The villain himself had to taunt him and give him a memory restoration spell, right? What if he forgets his revenge and stops killing himself? Took advantage of a security guard coming to open the gate. Lang Zhe didn't forget to poke his head out and taunt at Long Ao Tian. They won't let you in. Ha, you take my car. Can't you get in by taking my car? Ha ha ha. After a bitchy taunt, Coldzer pulled into a parking spot near the entrance. Then continue to stretch your neck and eat your melon. Who is Long Ao Tian? People are the main characters. People don't remember the small man's faults, and they directly ignored Long Ao Tian. Looking toward the security guards who surrounded him, he angrily said, Have you thought about it? If you delay my rescue, all of you will be buried with me. Yo, what a braggart. Brothers, let's go. Get this troublemaker out of here. As the words fell, the crowd was just about to make their move. Young master, I've finally found you. Wait for me. we're on our way. At this moment, at some point across the street, hundreds of punks in black suits actually appeared. I have to say, the stance is quite a bluff. The dozen or so security guards in front of the door were immediately too frightened to speak. Young master? Several security guards looked at each other. After taking a look at Long Aotian in front of them, how could the security guards not believe that the delivery guy in front of them was actually the young master of a certain family? Seeing this, Long Aotian was also really relieved. It seems that the family has finally gotten my message. It's a little late, but it's good to be in time. Just, why are all the family bodyguards of such poor quality now? Humph, Lang Zhe, although I'm no match for you, my Long family in the capital is full of experts. From today on, I'll make your life worse than death. Thinking of this, Long Aotian puffed out his chest and said in a very cold and deep voice, Humph, I told you guys a long time ago, don't be dog-eyed. If you know what's good for you, get out of here. The security guards were dismayed to hear this, though, but they can't afford to mess with such powerful people. Long Aotian slowly turned around and stared icily at Lang Zhe, who was sitting in the car eating melon. Lang Zhe was also relieved at the moment. Aotianer, you've finally grown up. The villain in me can finally. At that moment, the man in the suit at the head of the group trotted over. As soon as the security chief saw the person, he immediately gave the small security guard who had just blocked Long Aotian a slap on the face. Snap! Angrily, he said, Long, shall you also rush to stop? Crap! Zhou Dalong, who had just run to the hospital's gate post, was taken aback by the security chief's behavior. Are you okay, brother? When the security chief heard this, he immediately revealed a fawning smile and said, Hey, nope, everyday lessons for the staff. Mr. Zhou, please come inside. Zhou Dalong suspiciously sized up the security chief, and then led 100 or so people straight to Lang Zhe. Sitting in the car, Koldzer threw up. This legendary Long family in the capital is too unreliable, isn't it? When he was at the Qin family villa, Lang Zhe thought that Long Aotian was finally going to stop being a waste, but then he turned his head and hit Long Aotian's face in return. When he arrived at the hospital, this gave Long Aotian another slap in the face. Lang Zhe looked speechlessly at Zhou Dalong in front of him. Shaking his head, he said, What are you guys doing here? Oh, Master said that you've gone to attend old Mrs. Qin's birthday banquet. Afraid that you'll be bullied by that Long Aotian alone, he specially sent us to support you. As a result, when we arrived at the Qin family, they said you had already left. We asked around all the way to find you. By the way, Mr. Lang, why did you come to the hospital? Could it be? Speaking of this, Zhou Dalong hurriedly came forward and spoke with a concerned face. You won't be hurt, right? Did that Long Aotian do it? We'll go find him right now. With that, Zhou Dalong waved his hand. 100 or so minions answered in unison. Lang Zhe was so angry that he stumbled into Zhou Dalong's car door and said, You're crazy, go home and stay there. What did I teach you yesterday? Zhou Dalong scratched the back of his head and wanted to continue saying something, but he was glared back by a look from Lang Zhe. At this moment, Zhou Dalong understood that Lang Zhe was no longer the wasteful young master who would only rely on his father outside, not to mention himself. Even if Lang Honyuan personally took action, he was afraid that he would not be Lang Zhe's opponent. Thinking of this, Zhou Dalong nodded his head and said, Young master's lesson is right. Then if there's really nothing else, we'll go back first. At this moment, a group of security guards near the gate looked at this scene and looked at each other. However, after all, Long Aotian was eager to save people and had already taken the opportunity to rush into the ward. Lang Zhe saw that nothing was wrong and also rushed into the hospital. It took a few rounds of searching before he came to the door of a hospital room. Inside the ward. What? Transferred? Long Aotian's voice suddenly came out. A nurse nodded and said, Well, it's currently been transferred to the general hospital, which is the best hospital in the city. So how much is this going to cost? I'll figure it out. It's going to be a total of $2 million. And so far I've paid 1 million, and I'm still $1 million short. It has to be paid within a week or it could be life-threatening. Hearing this, Long Aotian froze for a moment. Who paid that $1 million? Yeah, who's such an ingrate? Lang Zhe, who was standing in front of the door, was also curious. The nurse sniffed, but shook her head. Long Aotian was a little surprised in his heart, was about to go and ask for clarification on this, but as soon as he looked back, he suddenly noticed a man in a black suit in the doorway. The man, who was about 50 years old, stood very much on his feet. The two of them looked at each other in all directions. In the next second, the man bowed deeply to Long Aotian. Young master, for so many years, I've made you suffer. Long Aotian frowned as if he was a different person. The whole aura of the person went up a whole lot. Huo Jianjun. Upon hearing this, The man was very surprised and said, "Young master, you still recognize me?" Long Ao Tian looked indifferent and said, "Of course I remember. I remember each and every one of you. Back then, you were the ones who forced my mom and I to stray into this mess. For 7 years, I endured humiliation. 7 years of not being able to use my family's secret healing arts. Even when my mother was sick and died, I had to watch her eyes close." Hearing this, Lang Zhe outside the door felt a bit speechless. You really listen to your mom. Your mom is dying and you still don't use your Hua Chua-like medical skills. I joined the Qin family again to repay the favor and endured the humiliation for 3 years. Now you guys suddenly find me. What do you want? Retribution. Lang Zhe was now completely speechless when he heard the word repayment. What do you think you've been repaying for the past 3 years? Keep eavesdropping. Hua was also in great pain at this time. Lowering his head, he said, "Young master, when your father passed away, his lordship was in great pain. He's been looking for you both as a mother for so many years, and he really didn't know that your mother had. Don't mention these painful things. Young master, come back with me. Master is worried sick about you." Long Ao Tian sniffed and said in an icy tone, "Humph, you go? He will never want to see me in his life." Hua shook his head helplessly, sighing, "Ugh, his lordship expected you to be like this before I came. Count on his self-awareness." Hua Jiangwo sniffed and continued, "Master knows that you've suffered all these years and asked me to bring you some compensation. He said that if you really don't want to go back, he'll help you buy the biggest company in Jiangcheng and give it to you. Also, there's this card." Saying that, Hua pulled out a top-notch black gold card from Magic City Bank from his pocket. "Young master, this card, there are no more than 3 in the country. I don't want your filth. I just want my mother alive." Long Ao Tian said with slight anger. Hua sniffed and sighed. "Young master, just now I heard the nurse say that your friend is still short of $1 million in medical bills, right? I'm afraid if I can't turn it in within a week." Hearing this, Long Ao Tian's brows tightened. "You guys are counting on me?" When Hua heard this, he immediately froze, then said, I dare not. Young master, take this card. It will be enough to pay for the medical bills. Moreover, you will be able to hold your head up as a person in the Qin family. How much is on this card?" Long Ao Tian suddenly opened his mouth and asked. His lordship said it's not much, just a little pocket money. About 10 billion. This statement was made. Lang Zhe, who was standing in the doorway, couldn't stand up first. Holy shit, not bad for a protagonist. Pocket money is $10 billion? In the real world, I'm afraid Jack Ma couldn't even pull out $10 billion in cash with his hand. Could he? If this Beijing Long family was placed in reality, it would probably have punched Musk and kicked Buffett. What Ma Yun Wang Jianlin are not enough for him to stuff his teeth. The Qin family is rich, right? But the Qin family assets add up to only a few hundred million. Can take out the cash, can have a 10 million on the marvelous. What about your own Lang family? Although the Lang family is an underground business, the money laid out in the open is a few $100 million. And if you count the black money and black property, it can be almost $2 to $3 billion. But what about this Long Ao Tian? $10 billion in pocket money for Tama alone. Sure enough, one can only be the villain after all. Lang Zhe still had to work hard to play the villain and end up getting fucked over by the protagonist in order to return to reality to get the final reward of $10 billion. But this damn Long Ao Tian casually takes some pocket money is 10 billion. Thinking about this, Lang Zhe was truly speechless. The good news, however, is that the protagonist finally doesn't have to be in hiding. This means that the protagonist can finally finish himself off. In fact, at this moment, Long Ao Tian himself was also dumbfounded. After all, $10 billion was definitely not a small amount of money even in this world. Plus, this Long Ao Tian regarded money as dirt and had no concept of money at all. $10 billion is just pocket money. Then the Long family in the capital. The whole family is afraid that there must be at least $1 trillion of liquidity, right? This is too much. The World Bank can't even come up with trillions of dollars in liquidity for fear. Hua Jiangwo continued to speak at this time. Master also said that if you're willing to go back, then the entire Long family is yours. If you don't want to, then this money is for your living expenses. Also, the Jiangnan Group, which is now the largest enterprise in Jiangcheng with a market capitalization of over $100 billion, has been wholly acquired by the Long family. Now that all the shares are in your name, you can go to Jiangnan Group tomorrow to hand them over. Long Ao Tian stared at Hua Jiangwo with a face full of incredulity. Lang Zhe, on the other hand, smiled with great satisfaction. The smile was as if a father was finally looking forward to his son. In fact, Lang Zhe was exposed long ago. Long Ao Tian and Hua Jiangwo in the house had been aware that there was a psychopath standing at the door staring at them giggling for half a day. Young master, that friend of yours, Long Aotian blankly glanced at Leng Zhe, who was standing in the doorway staring at his giggling. Looking serious, he said, "It's out of your hands." Oh, Huai nodded, then pulled out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Long Aotian. Said, "By the way, young master, this is my phone number. If you have any orders, you can call any time. Then if there's nothing else, I'll leave you to it." After saying that, Hua turned around and left. Only, as he passed by Leng Zhe, Hua suddenly felt a chill run through his body. He said, "Worthy of being a friend that the young master can make. His strength has actually reached the realm of innate greatness." According to the statistics of the Martial Arts Association, it seemed that in the entire Dragon Kingdom, there was only one person who had reached the realm of innate great accomplishment. That person was the president of the Martial Arts Association and, at the same time, an external member of the Dragon family's training. Moreover, this friend of young master's looks as if he's not too smart. It's also good that such a talent can be controlled by the young master. And with this brat around, old man can rest assured of the young master's safety. Just before leaving, Hua still had a little trouble figuring it out. That kid looked only 27 or 28 years old. How could he have such a high cultivation level? Rich? When Hua Jiangwo left, Leng Zhe cheaply came up and also looked at the black gold card in Long Aotian's hand with a curious expression. "There's $10 billion in this card. Who wouldn't want to see more?" Long Aotian blankly glanced at Leng Zhe, then suddenly and inexplicably came up with, "Thank you just now. I have principles. One size fits all. I'll definitely remember the fact that you insulted my wife. But I'll thank you for the fact that you just honked your horn to get security's attention for me." Leng Zhe sniffed and froze. "Ha? Why are you thanking me all of a sudden? Please, I'm the villain. You're supposed to shoot me." Kolzer thought back. Could it be just now, in front of the hospital, when he had honked his horn for the security guard to open the gates? Let the kid mistake himself for helping him out? Leng Zhe looked at Long Aotian breathlessly. Never mind. Since Long Aotian was like this, he couldn't blame himself for giving him a memory recovery spell. With a quick turn of his brain, Leng Zhe was instantly inspired. So he hemmed and hawed and said, "Come on, get in my car and I'll take you to the general hospital." "No need. I'll just go by electric bike." Long Aotian was still as arrogant as ever. "Are you sure? Aren't you afraid that general hospital security is holding you back?" Sure enough, once this statement was made, Long Aotian instantly said that he could take Leng Zhe's car. How else can you say that the protagonists of flunky webcomics are all psychopaths? You say you've got $10 billion. Why are you still riding an electric bike? Can't you just charter a car? This is not the way to play a pig in a poke. Soon, the two arrived at the general hospital without incident. At this moment, Xue Bingbing was sitting by the luxurious hospital bed, holding her mother's hand, sobbing, "Mom, my daughter has met a nobleman. Ooh-hoo. You're saved. You are saved. We don't have to sell the house." Leng Zhe, who was lying in front of the door and window, was just about to say that the Long family members were really wronged. But on second thought, people give their grandchildren $10 billion in pocket money. Spending $2 million to cure the poor is probably as easy as buying a ham sausage for your own stray cat on the street. I have to say, as the protagonist, Long Aotian, although everywhere is not good, but the vision is really good. This Xue Bingbing is simply a youthful version of Qin Shiyu. At this moment, Xue Bingbing was still wearing an innocent and cute school uniform. A pair of black stockings was wrapped around her slender, white calves. The soft and shiny double ponytail is also very pleasing. Leng Zhe couldn't see her front face, but just the side face. It was also definitely described as a school beauty. The high, bulging front also proved that the girl was more developed than most of her peers. It's just not very well groomed, and there's not the slightest trace of makeup on her face. Nowadays, high school students, not to mention high school, middle school students, are all heavily made up. Especially the girls from the expensive schools. Wait a minute, an aristocratic school? Leng Zhe recalled that the school uniform Xue Bingbing was wearing was from a famous aristocratic school in Jiangcheng. No wonder their family is so poor. Dare I say this is a noble school. Nima, in his previous life, his family had to borrow from the university, so he was not a beggar compared to her. At this time, Long Aotian also finally finished paying the money. It's heading this way from the elevator door. Seeing this, Leng Zhe immediately pushed open the door to the room. Xue Bingbing was startled by the big man in the flower shirt who suddenly barged in, rushing to his feet. Now, Leng Zhe finally got a good look at Xue Bingbing's full face. 6'5", front and back, knee-length pleated skirts, black stockings, and cute double ponytails all reveal a youthful hormonal flavor. Leng Zhe smiled evilly. Secretly, being a villain is pretty cool. In the next second, it was a direct pounce moment. The warm and soft lips then made Xue Bingbing's brain go blank. The young girl was as limp and weak as if she had been electrocuted, trying to push Lungza away, screaming for help, but he couldn't muster a single ounce of strength no matter what. Lang Zai's hands, at this moment, were also constantly roaming behind Shui Bingbing's back. Squeeze your waist 1 minute, squeeze your buttocks the next. Strange, it doesn't look fat, why is it so fleshy to hold? And just then, as Lang Zai expected, Long Aotian's angry voice came out. Lungza, you asshole. In the next second, Long Aotian ripped Lang Zai away, and threw him in the corner. Ice, are you okay? What did that asshole do to you? Long Aotian was filled with worry. Shui Bingbing, on the other hand, had a red face and lowered her head. Not a word could be said. Long Aotian glared angrily at Lang Zai when he saw this. At this moment, the effect of Lang Zai's great memory recovery technique was obvious. As expected, Long Aotian instantly remembered all the old grudges as well. You wolf-hearted thing, I knew you didn't have any good intentions. Why did you let me come with you? Coldzer inwardly spat. Humph, since you have to seek death. Fine. Today, I will avenge the old and the new together. Suffer death, Lang Zai. In the next second, the sandbag-sized fist was rapidly coming towards Lang Zai's face. Just in the nick of time, Shui Bingbing suddenly shouted, Lang Zai? You're Lungza? Long Aotian froze at his words. What? Does Bingbing know Lang Zai? No way. How could Bingbing, such a nice girl, recognize a punk like Lang Zai? Lungza, woo-woo, benefactor, you are my benefactor. With that, Shui Bingbing rushed towards Lang Zai and helped him up. At this moment, Long Aotian was directly dumbfounded. He stood still, staring incredulously at Lang Zai and Shui Bingbing. Bingbing, you, what are you babbling about? I paid for Auntie's medical bills. Yeah, he's the one who paid for the medical bills. You've got the wrong guy, don't you, little sister? Lungza was also a bit confused. No, how the hell is this storyline going? Who's the main character? Anyway, from yesterday to today, the protagonist has been punched in the face several times. How come he, the villain, keeps pretending to be a pig? Shui Bingbing looked at Long Aotian behind her, and somewhat awkwardly lowered her head, saying, Brother Aotian, don't be angry. The thing is, just after I called you this morning, a group of people came, saying that their young master had ordered them to come. I was curious at first as to what exactly it was, but the group called the ambulance from General Hospital straight away and brought me and my mom here and paid for the hospitalization. When I asked who their young master was, they said it was Lungza. What? A sense of foreboding arose within Lang Zai. Must have been another godsend from his own cheap old man. At this time, Long Aotian, however, still shook his head in disbelief and said, Impossible. Listen, Bingbing, you mustn't be fooled by this scum. I just went and paid the final payment of $1 million, and it was my Long family who did the same thing before Auntie was transferred here. No, Shui Bingbing immediately shook her head. After that group of people paid, the nurse told them that they were still $1 million short, and then that old man who was leading the group's face was a bit ugly though, but still, I sent someone back to get the money, although, I don't know why someone that rich would have to use cash instead of a credit card. Nonsense. Dad's a Yakuza. It's not easy to trace with cash. Lungza took a deep breath. Then with a slight smile, he looked at Shui Bingbing and said, Bingbing, isn't that old man 1 meter 8 in height, with a big back head erect, and always likes to hold a cigar in his mouth, just like the big men in the movies? Shui Bingbing blushed, nodded, and said, yes, sure enough, Long Hongyuan, you're really a kind old father. Long Aotian slowly shook his head at this moment. He simply couldn't believe the results. How? No, Lang Zai definitely wouldn't be so kind. He must have another purpose. Saying that, Long Aotian picked up Lang Zai's collar and growled angrily. Lang Zai, what exactly are your intentions? First you secretly transferred your aunt to the hospital, paid for a huge operation, and just molested her? Oh little dragon, I really don't know what's going on. Lang Zai also wanted to ask Pops what was going on at the moment. Right at this moment, Shui Bingbing suddenly squeezed in between the two and wasted a lot of effort to push Long Aotian away, then said with a face full of apologies, Brother Aotian, please don't look for me in the future. What? Long Aotian couldn't believe his ears. Did he threaten you? Long Aotian pointed at Lang Zai and said angrily, Don't worry, Bingbing, your Aotian brother has money now. Now that the 3-year contract has come and gone, the family has just given me $10 billion, and also transferred the entire Jiangnan Group's company with a market value of $100 billion to my name. Let me know if you have any difficulties. Don't be afraid of this scum Lungza. Xue Bingbing sniffed and slowly shook her head. Still in a guilty tone, she said, Brother Aotian, I'm sure you'll come out on top one day, and I'll silently pray for you. But Coldzer didn't threaten me. Before, I remembered all the help you gave me in my heart, and, if there's an afterlife, I'll definitely be a cow and a horse to repay you, but not in this life. I'm afraid. Why? Long Aotian's brows were tightly locked, and the look he gave Lang Zhe was practically about to spit fire. Because of this scum? When did you guys meet? Bing Bing, listen to Brother Aotian. Lang Zhe is a complete asshole. You mustn't be fooled by him. Not only is he an asshole, but he's also a forcible part-time offender. He just insulted your sister-in-law yesterday. Hearing this, Xue Bingbing's face turned even redder, head down even more. Lang Zhe, who was standing behind him, could even feel Xue Bingbing's body trembling a little, obviously sobbing. She, crying. However, it was still strongly held back from being discovered by Long Aotian. It's okay, I don't mind him. Little sister, you, not sick? Lang Zhe, who was behind him, spoke up at this time. How could you not mind me? I'm the #1 hooligan in the city. I'm one of those 10 evil villains. Ah, you have to cry out ah. You have to beg your brother Aotian to save you ah. No. Xue Bingbing suddenly turned around at this time. Lang Zhe also immediately noticed Xue Bingbing's eyes that had long been drenched red with tears. She stared at Coldzer with tears in her eyes. In the next second, her delicate jade hand hooked around Lang Zhe's neck, and then, tenderly, he kissed. This scene made Long Aotian, who was on the opposite side of the room, tremble. His eyes were red, his fists clenched, and he stared dead at Coldzer. Lang Zhe, who was blocked by the soft lips, looked at Long Aotian blankly and was powerless to explain. At this moment, Long Aotian slowly turned around, his back facing the duo. In an icy tone, he said, Xue Bingbing, since you chose to degrade yourself, then I, Long Aotian, am not qualified to stop it. But please remember, if you ever come around, go find me at the headquarters building of the Gangnam Group. I'll always be your AOD brother. As for you, Coldzer, today, if I don't kill you, it's because of Bing Bing's face, and in the future, if you treat Bing Bing slowly, I will kill you. Looking at Long Aotian's lonely back, Lang Zhe actually went a little soft for a moment. The wife is gone, and the recognized godsister has been cut off halfway through her own life. What are you doing next? You've kidnapped Long Aotian's godsister too? Or, why don't we just carry out Wei Wu's legacy to the end and pluck all the women around Long Aotian? LOL. Xue Bingbing also let go of Lang Zhe at this time. Then with his head down, he finally let out a sob. I'm sorry, brother Aotian. Ooh, I'm sorry. I had to do it for my mom. Coldzer froze for a moment. He scratched the back of his head and sat down in a random chair. He said, Xue Bingbing, right? Can you explain what's going on? Why am I, the client, confused? Xue Bingbing sniffed and wiped her tears while staring curiously at Lang Zhe. Don't you cry either, haha. Although I'm not a good person, I'm not a bad person either. All the things I did before were just an act for Long Aotian. Don't take it to heart. With that, Lang Zhe patted the corner of the bed in front of her, signaling her to sit and talk. After all, Xue Bingbing was a simple little girl, and she was still fearful of Lang Zhe. So, she immediately sat down in front of Lang Zhe. Goody explained. That old grandpa in the suit who likes to smoke cigars did transfer my mother to the best hospital and pay for her surgery. But we had a deal. Agreement? Aha. Xue Bingbing nodded and continued. He said that he wanted me to stay away from brother Aotian in the future and make you, do it for me? Does the old man talk so blatantly? For you as a daughter-in-law. The air was suddenly quiet. Lang Zhe just wants to smoke a cigarette and be quiet now. What the hell is this cheap old man up to? Lang Zhe couldn't figure it out. Young Master Lang, brother Aotian just likes to brag in general and is more of a bully in front of the girls, but he's a good guy. Xue Bingbing continued to plead. Please be an adult and don't retaliate against him. Lang Zhe gave Xue Bingbing a blank look. Actually, he didn't brag. He really has 10 billion. I saw it with my own eyes. Ha! Lang Zhe had wanted to explain clearly and then ask Long Aotian to redeem her. After all, while he wasn't really a bad guy, the money his cheap old man spent was real money. We'll have to get our $2 million back. But then think about it. After all, keeping Xue Bingbing around might even disgust the protagonist in the future, further stimulating the protagonist's anger value. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe stood up, stretched his back and said, Alright, just stay here and keep your mom company. I'll leave first if there's nothing else. With that, Lang Zhe was about to leave, but Xue Bingbing pulled Lang Zhe's hand, full of shyness and said, young master doesn't want me? Lang Zhe thought for a moment and immediately said, Yes, why don't you want it? I've spent the money and I've kissed the mouth. Just. Lang Zhe looked Xue Bingbing up and down, then continued. Senior this year, right? After you take the college entrance exam, I'll personally pick you up and take you home, and we'll celebrate. After saying that, Lang Zhe gave a bad smile, then turned around and left, leaving Xue Bingbing standing alone, a little dazed. In fact, Lang Zhe is not a willow. The main thing is not to delay the future of the girl. Besides, this is about to be the time of the college entrance examination. Suddenly give people within a what? Affecting people's mindset of the examination is not? However, in order to be able to give Xue Bingbing some confidence, Lang Zhe added one more sentence before he left. By the way, there is one more thing. If you can get into the best university in Zhangcheng, I will return your freedom. When he had just stepped out of the elevator and passed by the registration desk, Lang Zhe suddenly heard an incomparably familiar voice in his ears. What? The money's paid for? Who paid? It's a young man. Young man? The big-backed man looked down in thought and said, wasn't it a guy in a flowered shirt with a gold chain? No, it's a guy in a takeout suit. What? A delivery boy can come up with $1 million to pay his medical bills? Rich kids these days really know how to play. Experience life? When he finished speaking, the old man turned around in confusion. As soon as he turned his head, he met Lang Zhe's 4 eyes. Son of a bitch, ha 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 ha, what a coincidence, why are you here too? Look at the patient. Lang Zhe coldly said. Patient? Who? Xue Bingbing. When these words came out, Long Hongyuan first froze for a moment. An awkward laugh ensued. Hey, Dad wanted to surprise you. I was thinking that you'd have to go home after your birthday for that old Mrs. Sheen. So Dad thought he'd bring you back a surprise. Bullshit surprise. It's the 21st century. You learn from a TV show to force a human little girl to sign a contract of sale? Needless to think, Lang Zhe gave his cheap old dad another reprimand. But not only did the cheap old man fail to recognize his mistake, but he also tried his best to justify himself. No, son. Think about it, haha. You and the Qin family's eldest daughter were originally childhood sweethearts. You've been pursuing her for so many years, but suddenly a Long Aotian came out and interfered. Can you bear it? You can stand it, but Dad can't. From today onwards, we have to snatch any woman that Long Aotian sees. Let him taste what it's like to be robbed of a woman. This statement was made. Lang Zhe froze momentarily. He stopped and surveyed his cheap old man with curiosity on his face. I have to say, this old guy really has the potential to be a supervillain. Sure enough, Ginger is still hot. In terms of how to provoke Long Aotian, it is still up to his own old man. Thinking of this, the corners of Lang Zhe's mouth rose slightly. Pops, I didn't expect it, but you're so disgusting. You're practically tougher than even Chow Chow. Hey, wherever, I'll take that as a compliment. Father and son each drove their own cars, a Mercedes supercar and a Mercedes business, and took off. On the same day, Xue Bingbing's mother was pushed into the operating room by a group of experienced physicians. As for Xue Bingbing, who was standing in front of the door of the operating room, until now, Lang Zhe's figure was still in her mind. Indeed, compared to Long Aotian, Lang Zhe had less sunshine and gentleness, but had a hint more of dominance, and a strong sense of contrast. Obviously the son of a mobster, he has an unknown side. He obviously paid $2 million to beg himself, but he didn't do anything outrageous to him. Instead, he also encouraged himself to study hard and get into a good university in the future. This contrast is actually the easiest way to get a youthful, naive beauty queen hooked in reality. Plus, Lang Zhe's looks were not ugly in the first place, but rather a bit handsome. When she kissed herself forcefully, it was a bit deliberate, but she felt some small details. For example, Lang Zhe seemed to have been careful, worried about hurting himself. This small detail is also something that can make a girl very topsy-turvy. Lang Zhe's various behaviors directly caused Xue Bingbing, a young girl in love, to start clenching her legs. However, in the next second, she immediately shook her head, shaking those thoughts out of her mind. Now, most importantly, pray for your mother. After returning home, the first thing Lang Zhe had to do was to destroy all the bad assets and illegal businesses in the family estate. Lang Zhe directly bypassed his cheap old dad and personally led people to the biggest nightclub under the Long family. And under Lang Zhe's leadership, in one breath, all of the $5 million worth of white flour hidden here was transported onto a truck and discarded in the middle of a river in the suburb that was always used for sewage. On top of that, Lang Zhe also ordered Zhou Building to go to the Lang family's warehouse and sell all the $10 million worth of white flour and other harmful items hoarded in the warehouse to his peers at a very low price. Other non-performing assets were transferred to other peers. In an instant, Lang Zhe had cashed out $20 million. Zhou Dalong as well as the crowd of juniors have been accusing Lang Zhe of being a loser behind his back. The total value of those non-performing assets and illegal industries added up to at least several $100 million. And Lang Zhe actually sold them all at a cabbage price of $20 million. But that's not all. Lang Zhe knew that the upper echelon of the Long family, that is, the Yi family, still held the lifeblood of the Long family. Businesses can be transferred, but evidence cannot be completely eliminated. As long as the Yi family held evidence of the Lang family's violation of the law, then the Lang family would be subject to the Yi family. However, the Yi family is a big family, and with the other 3 big families, they are known as the 4 big families in Jiangcheng, so it is basically impossible to replace the Yi family in a short period of time. Lang Zhe knows that he can't eat a fat person in one breath. Chess should be played step by step. It is easy to pull the egg if you take a big step. So that's it for now. In the future, they will find a chance to completely break away from the Yi family. At this time, Long Aotian had also just arrived home. Qin Shiyu's family didn't live in the villa area, but in a large flat near the company. As soon as Long Aotian entered the door, Mother Qin coldly grunted, "Humph, a loser. Still has the face to come back?" Long Aotian sighed lightly inwardly as he heard this. At this moment, Long Aotian was still thinking in his mind, if he let this mother-in-law who looked down on him know that he was now the boss of Jiangnan Group and had $10 billion in cash, how would she behave? However, the naturally tolerant Long Aotian was not ready to let anyone know his true identity for the time being. That's right, as a webcomic, how can you show the protagonist's temperament without pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? Thus, Long Aotian lowered his head and said, "Mom, I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble today." Qin's mother sniffed, but angrily scolded, "You're not just adding to the trouble, you're asking for the lives of our family of 3. Humph, tell you what, Shiyu will go and do the divorce paperwork tomorrow, so you can follow along tomorrow." What? Long Aotian immediately froze at his words. He couldn't believe that his mother-in-law was actually determined to divorce herself and Qin Shiyu. "But you haven't repaid the favor yet." Thinking of this, Long Aotian immediately spoke. "Mom, is what you said true? Shiyu really wants to divorce me?" "Nonsense." Mother Qin blankly glanced at Long Aotian. "No way, Mom, there's no way Shiyu will divorce me. There's no way I'll grant her request for a divorce either. You can just die. I won't go back on what I promised my grandfather." Hearing this, Qin mother was directly dumbfounded. It was the first time she had seen such a scoundrel. "No, Aotian, you're not sick, are you? Shiyu never loved you. None of our family likes you. And you just don't even want to lose your face? It's not that I'm talking about you. Our family did this to you and you're still dead set on not leaving. What do you want?" Qin mother can't figure out how this Long Aotian's brain in the end is how pumped up. Long Aotian sniffed, but righteously said, "Back then, when my mother and I were living on the streets, it was Elder Qin who gave us 2 steamed buns for mother and son. This favor is something I will never forget, and in order to repay this favor, I have already decided to guard Shiyu to the death, so there is no way I will divorce Shiyu." Qin's father, who was watching TV on the couch, was confused. "For the sake of 2 steamed buns do you have to?" "Young man, the favor was given by the old man. Don't come to our house to repay it. If you want to return the favor, you can go and be a god-grandson to the old man." The couple is soft and hard, but this Long Aotian is neither soft nor hard. Just think you're a bully, that it's an honor for their family to have you come into the family, and that their family should be grateful if you come to return the favor. In the next second, Long Aotian's expression was grim as he stared at Qin mother and Qin father. "Dad, Mom, are you looking down on me? Are you guys thinking that I can't give Shiyu happiness?" Mother Qin and Father Qin looked at each other, neither of them daring to speak. After all, their family lives on the 20th floor. Who knows if this Long Aotian will throw the old couple down like he did to Lang Zhe yesterday. However, Long Aotian still keenly captured the couple's disgusted eyes, coldly humming, "Humph, there are eyes but no pearls. One day, you will regret it." After saying that, Long Aotian went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. It's kinda like an at-will son-in-law. No, it's fucking forced capriciousness. That night, Long Aotian was lying on the floor and Qin Shiyu was lying on the bed. Both were silent. A moment later, Qin Shiyu suddenly spoke. "By the way, doesn't that friend of yours mother need $1 million for her surgery? This way, tomorrow we both go to the civil affairs to get a divorce. As long as you agree to sign, I'll give you $2 million in compensation." "No need," Long Aotian replied. "Auntie Shui has done good deeds in her life. There are people who are willing to help her. The surgery fee has already been gathered." "Still divorced then?" "Not away." "Why?" When Qin Shiyu heard this, she was so directly angry that she sat up from the bed. "I promised Elder Qin, Shiyu, that you wouldn't think about the divorce. I'll never divorce you. And I don't ask you to understand me. But someday you'll have a change of heart about me. I really don't understand. Qin Shiyu was all but exasperated. I literally did everything I could in order to get a divorce. No. Why? Aotion, can you explain? If you owe Grandpa a favor, you can ask him to pay it back. Why do you have to rely on me? Shiyu, you have to understand. Long Aotion also sat up, full of seriousness, said to Qin Shiyu, Grandpa loves you. This family, only Grandpa knows. I can protect you. I can protect the whole Qin family. I can't let you get hurt one bit. Qin Shiyu's cheeks twitched. Are you crazy? You're the one who's been hurting me, aren't you? Immediately, he put on his coat and left the door with the words, unbelievable. Where are you going? Long Aotion stood in the doorway and questioned. Cheating. Knock. Knock. Who? Colzer opened the door to his room in a daze. The next second, a pair of soft lips pressed up. You're not going to stop, are you? Are you going to turn my lips white today? Colzer thought to himself. Late at night, in front of the villa, a man and a woman embraced and kissed. The simplest and crudest way to declare your love for each other. Unilaterally, of course. For Lang Zhe, he hadn't even realized what was going on at all, and he had become a chow thief once again. Lengza, no, don't you invite me in? It's so cold outside. Qin Shiyu lowered her head, her cheeks as red as ripe peaches. Lengza froze at first. It was the middle of the night, and he was a big middle-aged guy under 30. Then look at what Qin Shiyu is wearing. Besides the tweed coat, what a slick, upscale nightgown to wear underneath. With her enchanting figure, she was even more bloodthirsty under the silk nightgown. This made Ling Zhe strongly doubt if that Long Aotion was really a gay guy. He hasn't been touched in 3 years. How does he put up with it? Strangers, you put up with it. It's a moral issue after all. But it's your wife. Married for 3 years and still a fledgling. Colzer really doesn't understand it. But he is greatly shocked. Inside please. Lengza simply made a gesture of invitation. Qin Shiyu sniffed and immediately followed Ling Zhe to the room on the second floor. As soon as she entered, Qin Shiyu was like a hungry tiger pouncing on her. Directly pounced on Lengza. Ling Zhe was not able to defend himself in time and was pounced on by Qin Shiyu. Only the trick will be taken. After removing the long tweed coat, Ling Zhe cut his teeth and actually felt the temperature of the first female president of Zhangcheng. The steep cliffs are warm and soft. A strong snort emanated a faint scent. The slender legs were as smooth as silk. The cold jade feet were equally unimpressive. This night, Ling Zhe completely transformed into a chow thief, showing Qin Shiyu what is the Wei Wu legacy. Colzer broke the shackles of that one place inside called morality. Qin Shiyu was also in pain and happy. It lasted until early the next morning. The two were still entwined. Long Hong Yuan, who was lying downstairs, exclaimed, young is good. Then with a pair of dark circles under his eyes, he got up and went to the office. By the way, Lang Zhe, I heard that your father once helped the boss of Jiangnan Group collect debts. Your two families are still on good terms, right? Lengza frowned at his words. Said, what? It's like this. The Qin Group hasn't been doing too well in business lately. And Grandma has always wanted to cooperate with a big company like Jiangnan Group. But the gap between the Qin family's strength and the Jiangnan Group is still too big for people to look at. Lang Zhe sniffed and shrugged his shoulders, saying, to be honest, my family is just doing the dirty work for those big bosses. So I'm afraid I can't help you guys. It wasn't that Lang Zhe was modest, but after the previous experiences, Lang Zhe's family was not worth mentioning at all in the crouching tigers and hidden dragons of Zhangcheng. According to statistics, there are more than 130,000 households in the country with assets of more than $100 million. There are also thousands of people with personal assets of more than $100 million. Of these, there were hundreds in Zhangcheng alone. So the hundreds of millions of dollars in assets of the Lengza family is really nothing. Perhaps in the eyes of the underclass, it is out of their reach for the rest of their lives. But in the eyes of his class, Lang Zhe is a bottom-feeding rich kid. No, it's a compliment to say he's a rich kid. His dad's a thug at best. Relying on his daring nature from 20 years ago, he was favored by the Yi family and became a lapdog raised by the Yi group. After all, it wasn't hard to be a big brother when law and order was bad back in the 0 years. As expected, when she heard Lang Zhe's words, Qin Shiyu's mood dropped slightly. Still, she quickly pulled herself together. Nodding, he said, it doesn't matter. Anyway, if I don't embrace the Jiangnan Group as a thigh, my Qin family can still be a middle class in Zhangcheng. Lang Zhe nodded and comforted. That's right, there's an old saying in our Dragon Kingdom. It's called living in the present. With your Qin family's assets, you've long since realized financial freedom, and compared to those poor people, it's already a point beyond their reach forever. There's absolutely no need to take any chances. When Qin Shiyu heard this, she immediately nodded and said, Lang Zhe, You're right. I'll go to Jiangnan Group to talk to them later. If we make it, the Qin family will go to the next level. And if we don't make it, there's no need for me to be anxious. Well, then you pack up and go. After saying that, Lang Zhe intended to send the guests away. It wasn't that he was ruthless in pulling out the carving. It was mainly because he had tossed and turned all night last night and he had to catch up on his sleep. But Qin Shiyu had to drag Lang Zhe along. Lang Zhe couldn't help it. Women at times like this were the most clingy, had to go along for the ride. On the other hand, Long Outyen rode a small electric donkey and arrived downstairs at Jiangnan Group. I don't know what this guy was thinking, having $10 billion on his card and riding a small electric donkey. That's not the way to run a household, is it? And is this the only outfit you have? And this yellow takeout suit? Sure enough, just after locking the car, a black Bentley slowly pulled into the parking space across the street. Long Aotian inadvertently looked up and then immediately saw a pair of young men and women walking down from the car. The man is dressed in a high-class suit and the woman is dressed alluringly. It's a bit gaudy, but it definitely qualifies as beautiful. This person was none other than Qin Shiyu's younger sister, Qin Xia, and her fiancé, Zhao Jiang. Zhao Jiang saw Long Aotian at a glance, so he shouted, "Egu, brother-in-law. Yeah, why are you guys here too?" Although Long Aotian was a bit of a psychopath, he had to say that this waste of flunky still knew how to be polite. Qin Xia looked at Long Aotian's poor appearance and giggled. "I'm coming over with Zhao Jiang to pay a visit to the vice-chairman of Jiangnan Group, and later on my sister will also come." After saying that, she looked at Zhao Jiang on the side with an ambiguous face and said, "Zhao Jiang's family has had a lot of cooperation with the Jiangnan Group. In the future, not only will it be able to help the Zhao family, but it will also be able to help our Qin family." Long Aotian didn't know that the Zhao family and the Jiangnan Group had cooperation. After all, the Jiangnan Group had just become his property as well. However, as the protagonist, how can you not come with a scene of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? Thinking of this, Long Aotian smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Zhao really does have an extraordinary temperament. You and Xiaoya together. You're really a talented man and a beautiful woman." Zhao Jiang whitened his eyes contemptuously at Long Aotian, and in his heart, he immediately felt a hint of injustice. This stinking loser. Yesterday he was scolded by Mrs. Qin, but today he is still smiling like nothing happened. How thick is his skin? Why did Master Qin have to let Qin Shiyu, that stunning beauty, marry such a retarded thing? Thinking of this, Zhao Jiang was upset in his heart and deliberately opened his mouth to ask, "What did brother-in-law run to Jiangnan Group for?" Long Aotian casually said, "I came to look for a job." The words just fell. A Mercedes supercar immediately stopped in front of the duo. Lang Zhe opened the car window and playfully stared at Long Aotian. "Yo, isn't this little dragon come to inherit the family business?" Long Aotian wanted to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger, but he didn't expect this bastard Lang Zhe to suddenly appear again to break his fantasy. Inherit the family business? Zhao Jiang and the Qin sisters were both stunned for a moment. Lang Zhe very dryly said, "Yeah, don't you two know? Long Outyen just inherited Jiangnan Group yesterday." "What?" Qin Shiyu frowned and said, "Why didn't you tell me last night?" Lang Zhe hemmed and hawed and said, "I forgot. I just saw him and remembered." Zhao Jiang, who was at the side, heard this and shook his head. "Impossible, right? Long Xiao, look at him like this. How can you see that he doesn't look like he can inherit the Jiangnan Group?" Lang Zhe also knew that they most likely wouldn't believe him no matter how he explained. Simply shrugged and said, "Don't believe me." After saying that, Lang Zhe mockingly looked at Long Aotian and continued to help him maintain the hatred. "Long Zia, you listen to your brother. You can't grasp such a big enterprise. You give it to your brother. Your brother can grasp it. You fart." Long Aotian was indeed blood angry on the spot. After all, his wife was sitting in Kolzer's car, and he hadn't been home all night yesterday. Any man knows something must have happened between the two last night, but this brain circuit of Long Aotian really made Lang Zhe unable to understand how. He clenched his fists and stared at Qin Shiyu on the passenger side. "Shiyu, come back. You don't have to sleep with this bastard Lang Zhe for the Qin family anymore. Hubby is different from today. I won't let anyone look down on you anymore. I'll make the entire Qin family grovel to you." Qin Shiyu in the passenger seat was blinded by Long Outyen's sudden sentence. "You say this. Who looks down on me?" Lang Zhe also added, "Brother, if you can't speak, don't say it. What you're saying is obviously that you think everyone else is looking down on her, and the direct translation is that you are looking down on her." Put. Qin Xia, who was on the side, didn't hold back and burst out laughing, saying, "Ha ha ha, you stinky loser looking down on my sister? Ha ha ha, where did you get the confidence, and on your emotional intelligence? Even if Jiangnan Group is really yours, It is estimated that it won't be able to bounce around for a few days before it goes bankrupt. Zhao Jiang sniffed and followed along to mock. Ha ha ha, yeah, with your emotional intelligence, I guess you'd have to be kicked out as a security guard. I'd advise you to go for delivery. It's not a bad earner nowadays. Delivery is not shameful. College students are delivering. Free and easy, and do not have to look at people's faces. Quite good. Humph. Dog's eyes look down on people. Long Aotian said angrily, you'd better care more about yourself. I'm sure a big corporation like Jiangnan Group won't work with low-quality trash like you. When Zhao Jiang heard this, he immediately launched into a fire. Angrily, he said, who the hell are you calling trash? Bastard can't hear a good word or a bad word. Can you? With that, Zhao Jiang rolled up his sleeves and was about to hit Long Aotian, but how could Ling Zai let such a good chance to die go to him? He immediately opened the car door and stopped Zhao Jiang. Then he said to Long Aotian, Tian people are right. You can't grasp such a big enterprise. Take my advice. Go back to delivering. Oh, when you work for a big corporation like this, you have to learn to keep your head down. You have to have emotional intelligence. And you're so arrogant that you're not suited for this kind of work. Besides, no one looks down on delivery people, right? We're all trying to make a living. The difference is that delivery doesn't need to look people in the eye. Actually, there was nothing wrong with what Lungza said. However, Long Aotian couldn't think of anything wrong. The reason for this is still because Long Aotian still despises the delivery industry from the bottom of his heart. From today on, I'm not a delivery boy. Humph, let me tell you, Lang Zai, do you think you're cocky? Trust me, you'll soon learn the price of arrogance. Lungza nodded and smiled playfully. I'll wait, please hurry. Long Aotian was so angry that he was speechless for a while. He hadn't seen anyone so eager to die, so he angrily stepped into the elevator. Lungza was about to follow him in. Qin Xia, who was on the side, however, pulled Lang Zai and said, Long Xiao, don't take an elevator with this kind of person. Bad luck. Lungza didn't say much either. Soon, Long Aotian arrived at the top floor, came to the chairman's office. This side of the Jiangnan Group had already been arranged by Hua Jiangwo a long time ago. The one responsible for docking with Long Aotian was a woman named Jiang Yihan. Jiang Yihan was very famous in Jiangchang, and was a famous career woman of Jiangnan Group. Not only is he good looking, but he is also very good at what he does. At a young age, he became the vice chairman of Jiangnan Group. Of course, although Jiang Yihan was also beautiful, she was in a completely different style from Qin Shiyu. Compared to Qin Shiyu, Jiang Yihan was 3 points more competent and 7 points less soft. Now, the Jiangnan Group had been fully acquired by the Long family. The original chairman of the board had stepped down, and Jiang Yihan, as a deputy director, was left to assist the new chairman. As soon as she saw Long Aotian, Jiang Yihan was shocked. How could she not have expected that the young master of the Long family, as Hua Jiangwo had described him, would be so low profile? And the looks are also very beautiful, which if you keep a long hair, do not know that you think it is a girl. Young master, please condescend to come to my office. Long Aotian looked at Jiang Yihan. His heart throbbed a little. 27 or 18 years old with an hourglass figure, slim without being too voluptuous. The temperament is noble and competent. I'll be coming here from time to time in the future, but I'm not very good at the business side of things. So on the Jiangnan Group side, it's still up to you to run the show. Long Aotian said in a very pretentious manner. Also, don't reveal my identity to outsiders. Jiang Yihan is very clear about the Long Outyan in front of him. His family background is very powerful. A Jiangnan Group for him is simply a mole cricket-like existence. It's normal to be reluctant to manage it yourself. So he hastily said, young master, if there is anything in the future, you can just order me. At this time, the secretary suddenly knocked on the door of the room and said, Vice Director Jiang, there's a man named Zhao Jiang who brought his fiancée's family to pay you a visit. Can't you see I'm meeting my honored guests? Tell them to wait. Jiang Yihan's expression was cold. Long Aotian sniffed and opened his mouth to ask, you know Zhao Jiang? Jiang Yihan hurriedly replied, Zhao Jiang? It's a distributor under our group. The main business is dependent on us. Then if Jiangnan Group cancelled the contract, wouldn't the Zhao family have to go bankrupt? Jiang Yihan sniffed and nodded curiously. Very well, from now on, the Jiangnan Group shall no longer have any business dealings with the Zhao family. I'm going to make the Zhao family completely bankrupt. Jiang Yihan's expression instantly changed drastically once she heard this. She didn't need to ask to know that it must be this Zhao family that had offended the young master. However, young Master Long is a bit too ruthless. Once Jiangnan Group cancelled the contract, the entire Zhao family's business would immediately collapse. Although by relying on a strong legal team, Jiangnan Group could completely not have to pay a single penny of liquidated damages to the Zhao family. but this will also affect the credit of the Gangnam Group. Jiang Yihan just wanted to explain something, only to see Long Outyan's icy cold eyes and immediately interrupted. If you dare to let the Zhao family earn even a single penny in the Jiangnan Group, you won't be able to do your job as a deputy director. Hearing this, Jiang Yihan immediately nodded. Don't worry, young master, I'll order it down. After all, how much is morality worth? How much is credit worth? What's more important than this $1 million a year job? Also, tell them that Jiangnan Group doesn't work with low-quality trash, and have security blow them away. Yes, outside, Zhao Jiang and Qin Xia were waiting with excitement. Zhao Jiang even comforted Lang Zhe. Long Xiao, you don't have to be afraid. How could that punk Long Outyan be the boss of Jiangnan Group? Although you stole Long Aotian's woman, Yu originally didn't have any feelings with Long Aotian either, didn't she? Just then, Jiang Yihan's secretary suddenly walked over with 7 or 8 security guards. Zhao Jiang saw this and immediately greeted him with a smile. Hello, may I ask how much longer Deputy Director Jiang wants us to wait? The secretary looked at them and said with cold eyes, I'm sorry, Vice Director Jiang said that Jiangnan Group won't cooperate with low-quality trash like you. From now on, Jiangnan Group cancel all cooperation with Zhao's company. What did you say? Zhao Jiang was dumbfounded when he heard this. Lang Zhe on the side, however, ate his melon and said, I told you, let you not believe me. The villain when there is no depth at all. No wonder he was killed off on the second day of his appearance. The people present at this moment also had to believe Lang Zhe's words, because what this female secretary in front of her said was exactly the same as what Long Aotian had said in the parking lot just now. At this moment, Zhao Zhang's mind was like a nuclear bomb had exploded. Instantly, the mind went blank. What does Deputy Director Jiang mean by that? Should we stop all cooperation with the Zhao family? Doesn't this mean that the Zhao family is going to be finished? No way. Suddenly defaulting on the contract, Jiangnan Group was to pay Zhao a large sum of money for breach of contract. Thinking of this, Zhao Jiang hastily opened his mouth and retorted, Impossible. I want to see Deputy Director Jiang. There's no way she's going to do something that violates the contract for no reason. If she breaches the contract, she has to pay for it. The secretary, however, calmly said, I'm sorry, number 1, Vice Director Jiang will not see you. Secondly, if you want to touch base with our legal department at the Gangnam Group, you're welcome to. Jiangnan Group, known as Jiangcheng Pizza Hut. As long as they were in Jiangcheng, it was impossible to lose the Jiangnan Group's lawsuit. Even if it's a lawsuit they're bound to lose, they still have ways to drag a small company like Zhao's into bankruptcy and end up paying out $1 for breach of contract. This was something that Zhao Jiang naturally understood. But a lowly, classless villain like Zhao Jiang doesn't know how to think calmly. He directly cursed angrily. You bitch tricked me, didn't you? We are the long-term partners of Jiangnan Group. How can we terminate the contract? For the sake of cooperating with Jiangnan Group, our Zhao family has already poured out everything to terminate the contract at a time like this. Aren't you guys deliberately trying to bankrupt us? The secretary ignored him too, speaking directly to the security guards around him. He said, blast them out. The security chief immediately waved his hand. 3 or 5 security guards rushed up as soon as they could. One of them made a tackle and directly twisted Zhao Jiang's wrist out of its socket. Ah! Zhao Jiang wailed in pain. The head of security, on the other hand, grunted coldly, get out. If you dare to make trouble in the Jiangnan Group again, I'll waste you. You're just a fucking security chief. How dare you yell at this young master? Do you know who I am? As soon as Zhao Jiang's words left his mouth, he only saw a slap from the security chief. Snap! He cursed angrily, in front of the Jiangnan Group. You're fucking nothing. After saying that, the security chief was ready to teach Zhao Jiang a good lesson. Even if it's a beggar on the street, there's no need for you to hit someone, is there? Lang Zhe stepped forward at this point. As soon as he stopped the security chief, he said in a cold voice, I'm sure Jiangnan Group won't alarm the entire network for a security chief, right? Hearing this, the security chief whipped his head around. It was found that Qin Shiyu on the side was holding her cell phone to record the video. No matter how Jiangnan Group in Jiangcheng and how to cover the sky. In 2023, once the scandal was exposed to the internet, then for a company, even if it could not be called destruction, at least it would make a company waste a lot of resources to engage in public relations. And a security chief? He'll just end up as a temporary worker and be swept out. As expected, Lang Zhe's words instantly made the security chief come to his senses. He's a stinking part-time worker. No need to fight for the rest of his life. And just then, Zhao Jiang's cell phone suddenly rang. Zhao Jiang picked up the phone, and on the other side, Zhao Jiang's father, Zhao Guoqian's angry growl came out. Bunny, what the fuck did you get me into out there? Now the Jiangnan Group wants to dissolve all cooperation with us. Not only that, they've blocked our Zhao family and the entire Jiangcheng. It's all because of you. You unqualified piece of shit. Get your ass back here. Zhao Jiang immediately felt that the entire world had collapsed. A flutter. He went limp and fell to his knees. It's over. It's all over. Father has just taken out a $20 million loan from the bank to develop other areas in order to expand his business. Now suddenly dismissed. This means that the Zhao family is not simply bankrupt. There's a $20 million bank loan to pay off. Banks will take away their family's villas and companies and auction them off on foreclosure. Come for less than market value. Even after paying off the bank loan, their family won't have much left. Old Mrs. Sheen, who had learned of this news, was also so infuriated that she was trembling all over. Immediately, he was about to tear up his young granddaughter's marriage contract with Zhao Jiang, but Leng Zhe thought, as the villain, he has to make things uncomfortable for the protagonist, right? This will continue to keep the protagonist's hate value for himself, so it was simply decided that the Zhao family should be helped. Zhao Jiang, how about this? Hasn't your family always operated a retail business? It should have a full understanding of the retail industry, right? It just so happens that I'm planning on laundering the family estate, and I've got quite a bit of cash on hand that I have no place to use. You see? Before Leng Zhe finished speaking, he only saw Zhao Jiang pull Leng Zhe's hand and shouted, "Righteous father!" On the other side, Long Aotian's act of pretending wasn't over yet. He sat down in his boss's chair and spoke calmly. By the way, I want you to be making 2 announcements. First, announce that Jiangnan Group has changed ownership, but don't reveal who the new chairman is. Just let people outside know that the surname is Dragon. Secondly, it was announced that Jiangnan Group will build a 7-star hotel by the new lake in Jiangcheng with an injection of $2 billion, and at the same time launching a cooperative bidding. Construction companies and remodeling companies from all over the city can bid on the project. The reason why Long Aotian did so is because the main business of the Qin Group is decoration. Old Mrs. Qin had dreamed of working with a big company like Jiangnan Group. Therefore, Long Aotian is going to use this move to give his wife some benefits and let her know that he is the man who can give her a lifetime of happiness. These 2 pieces of news from Jiangnan Group simply shocked the entire Jiangcheng. Everyone knew how magnificent this new owner of the Jiangnan Group really was. However, everyone was also speculating about who this young Master Long really was. This is too good, isn't it? A company with a market capitalization of $100 billion. And you just bought it? For a while, countless clans were foolishly moving. On the one hand, it was hoped that he would be able to climb into a relationship with this mysterious young Master Long. On the other hand, he also hoped that his own daughter would be able to marry young Master Long. The $2 billion hotel project invested by Jiangnan Group has also shaken the entire Jiangcheng's construction and Jiangxiu industry. That's a whole $2 billion. It's just a little bit of soup. That's a lot of money to be made. Countless companies want a piece of the action. This, naturally, included old Mrs. Qin. At this moment, Leng Zhe, who was a guest at the Qin family villa, had long seen through Long Aotian's purpose. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he secretly took Qin Shiyu's cell phone and uploaded the video he had previously recorded at Jiangnan Group. At this moment, old Mrs. Qin didn't know about this. She excitedly took Qin Shiyu's hand and said, "Shiyu, this $2 billion big project is a perfect opportunity. If our Qin family can get a piece of the pie, then it's simply a chicken and egg." At this moment, Long Aotian arrived late. "Sorry I'm late, Grandma. Sorry I'm late, Grandma." Old Mrs. Qin gave Long Aotian a blank look and said, "How nice of you to say you're not coming, spoiling the fun." Qin Shiyu's cousin, Qin Dayu, also spoke up. "Yes, Shiyu, what do you think you're doing bringing a loser here? How can he help?" Qin Shiyu and her cousin used to bicker a lot when they were kids. Naturally, he didn't spoil his cousin, and directly disliked him back. "If you're able to do so, you can take him away, right? You think I want him to be like a follower? I also don't know what's going on with Long Aotian's brain circuits." He thought Qin Shiyu was speaking for him. Hurriedly persuaded, "Forget it, wife, don't be so general with him. Appears to be you?" Qin Shiyu directly disliked Long Aotian along with her. "If it wasn't for you, do you have a reason to talk about me? And don't call me wife. I've already filed a lawsuit with the court, and will be divorced as soon as the court has pronounced its judgment." With these words, Qin Dayu was almost amused by this cousin of his, laughing straight to my stomach. Long Aotian, on the other hand, was still full of calmness. It seemed as if it wasn't him that Qin Shiyu had just scolded. Before crossing over, Leng Zhe had never thought that there would really be such a licking dog with such a flexible tongue in this world. "No, big brother, you've got $10 billion in your pocket. Can't you be tough for once?" Facing this kind of wimpy protagonist, Leng Zhe really didn't have any psychological pressure when he humiliated him. Old Mrs. Sheen was also too lazy to talk to a licking dog like Long Aotian who didn't even want his face. Simply speaking to himself, he said, "This time, Jiangnan Group has thrown out a large order of $2 billion. Whoever can get a cooperation from this, then my Qin family will surely benefit greatly. If we can climb up to the new boss of Jiangnan Group, then our Qin family will surely be squeezed into the ranks of Jiangcheng's powerful families in the future." But when this statement was made, everyone in the room was silent. After all, after that incident yesterday, the two sisters of the Qin family were well aware of what kind of person the new boss of the Jiangnan Group was. When you work with such a shifty guy, they might just bankrupt you one day with their powerful legal department. But when old Mrs. Sheen saw that everyone present was silent, she was a bit exasperated, opened his mouth and said, "What, are you all mute? And you, Shiyu Xia? Yesterday, the cooperation I asked you guys to talk about didn't work out again, did it? Humph. It's all because of that Zhao Jiang. Why do you think he has nothing to do but provoke Jiangnan Group? It caused our Qin family to follow the bad luck." Hearing this section, the Long Ao Tian on the side coldly laughed in his heart. "Oh, here comes the chance for me, Long Ao Tian, to get my revenge. Each and every one of you. You looked down on me and insulted me in the first place. Humph, from today onwards, I'll make sure that you'll never dare to look down on me again. Humph, my old lady will put the word out today. Whoever of you can negotiate a $30 million contract from Jiangnan Group will be the president of Daqin Group." At these words, everyone in the audience was stunned. This kind of family meeting, Lung Zhe naturally did not attend. At the moment, he was in the living room, staring at the 3-meter-high statue of the goddess of mercy that his cheap old man had given him the day before. Inside the house, on the other hand, there was the sound of old Mrs. Qin's angry rebuke. Currently, the president of Daqin Group is Qin Shiyu. However, this time, if Qin Shiyu didn't manage to negotiate the cooperation with Jiangnan Group, then the president would have to be replaced. Seeing that no one answered, old Mrs. Qin turned her gaze to Qin Shiyu's cousin, Qin Dayu. "Di Wu, I'll leave this to you. Haven't you always thought your sister was incapable? Well then, you do it." When Qin Dayu heard this, he immediately laughed dryly and said, "Grandma, it's not that I can't do it, but the second sister's fiancé has already offended the new boss of the Jiangnan Group, and our family is probably on the Jiangnan Group's blacklist at this moment." Upon hearing this, old Mrs. Qin immediately cursed angrily. "Waste one, all of you are wastes." Although old Mrs. Qin wasn't considered a good person, she wasn't an unforgiving person either. After all, they are businessmen, and it's normal to give priority to profit. In addition to the fact that Mrs. Qin was also a person with half of her body in the ground, her greatest wish in this life was to be able to lead the Qin family to the next level and completely integrate into the upper-class circle of Jiangcheng. And just as everyone was beating a retreat, on the side, Long Ao Tian, however, looked at Qin Shiyu and said, "Wife, why don't you take this mission?" When Qin Shiyu heard this, she blankly glanced at Long Ao Tian and said, "Don't think I don't know what kind of mind games you're playing. I, Qin Shiyu, want this position as the president of Daqin Group, but I won't cooperate with a villain like you for the sake of a president's position." Under Lang Zhe's pillow talk, Qin Shiyu had long seen through Long Ao Tian's little tricks. The reason for the silence is simply the calm before the storm. Qin Shiyu knew that if she agreed to cooperate with Jiangnan Group, then she would never be able to divorce Long Ao Tian. With Long Ao Tian's nature, if he really succeeded in the lawsuit and left with him, it is estimated that Jiangnan Group can break the contract in the next second. When people do not pay for the project, their side of the tens of millions of material costs, all down the drain. Tens of millions of dollars in working capital is a fatal blow to the Qin family's small business. But when Long Ao Tian heard Qin Shiyu's words, he still explained, "Don't worry, wife, you'll be fine." "Crap, I still don't know I'll be okay?" Upon hearing this, Long Ao Tian immediately grabbed Qin Shiyu's hand and raised it, saying, "Grandma, Shiyu said she can." Qin Shiyu was not expecting that Long Ao Tian was actually so rogue. Isn't that hooliganism? However, the rest of the Qin family didn't know the truth of the matter. Big brother Qin Dayu mocked at this time. "Big sister, what is your status? Just dare to take on this mission rashly? Have you forgotten about the day before yesterday? Don't you go and disgrace our Qin family." When Qin Shiyu heard this, she immediately pulled her jade hand out of Long Ao Tian's hand. Shady said, "I indeed can't afford to lose face." While saying that, she also looked at Long Ao Tian and said, "Guess now, Jiangnan Group has become a street rat that everyone is shouting at. I'm going to talk about cooperation at this time. Isn't this a disgrace to our Qin family?" At these words, everyone in the room was confused. The junior members of the Qin family looked at each other in dismay. No one could understand what Qin Shiyu really meant by this. Old Mrs. Qin, on the other hand, reprimanded on the spot. You. What exactly do you mean? Cooperating with the Jiangnan Group will benefit our Qin family greatly. So what's so embarrassing about it? Besides, the Jiangnan Group has a big family and a good reputation in the market. So how did it become a street rat? Yes, Qin Daiyu also asked with a curious look on his face. Jiangnan Group has a market capitalization of $100 billion. How can it become a street rat? Long Ao Tian, who was sitting beside Qin Shiyu, was even more full of doubts. Of course, Qin Xia, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, immediately thought of something. Right. Yesterday, Coldzer's video. Thinking of this, Qin Xia immediately opened her mouth and mocked. Ha 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 ha, right. I guess the share price of Jiangnan Group is going to fall off the face of the earth now, right? Ha ha ha. At a time like this, no one would dare to cooperate with the Jiangnan Group. What stock price fell off the face of the earth? Old Mrs. Qin was still in a daze. And Long Ao Tian was even more completely unable to figure out why Qin Shiyu and Qin Xia suddenly sang the praises of Jiangnan Group. You know, when you first took over the Gangnam Group yesterday, both the business and the share price were perfect. Thinking of this, Long Ao Tian looked at Qin Xia and said, Xiao Ya, you are wrong. Jiangnan Group is such a big company. It is impossible to vaporize all the shares overnight. And the credit of the Gangnam Group has always been good. After saying that, Long Ao Tian turned his head to Qin Shiyu and said, Shiyu, don't worry. You don't have to deliberately disparage Jiangnan Group in order to avoid your responsibility. I believe you will be able to negotiate this business. When Qin Shiyu heard this, her expression instantly became speechless. Dare I say that Long Ao Tian, this brainwashed person, still doesn't know what's going on? How did a brainiac like him inherit the Gangnam Group? If you give him an oil field, he'll go bankrupt, right? Qin Shiyu was simply speechless. It's almost like saying West 8. Qin Xia on the side saw this, but was sneering and cynical. Come on, Long Ao Tian. Jiangnan Group is now estimated to take out all the liquidity to look for public relations, right? Which still has the money to pay out $2 billion to build a hotel. PR? Long Ao Tian frowned. Qin Shiyu strongly suspected that Long Outyan couldn't even tell the difference between PR and Guangdong. Humph. Long Ao Tian snorted coldly at this moment and said, Want to bet? If Jiangnan Group can come up with $2 billion of liquidity today, you'll come with your fiancé in front of the whole family and kneel down to kowtow to me 3 times. If we can't negotiate, I'll kowtow to you 3 times. What do you think? Qin Xia grew up wearing the same pants as her sister Qin Shiyu. Once he heard Long Ao Tian's words, he naturally understood what his sister was thinking in her heart, so she immediately stood up and said, Good. However, I don't need you to kneel and kowtow to me. You only need to sign the divorce agreement on my sister. Yes. After saying that, Long Ao Tian also stood up and said, The whole family is here to witness. Whoever dares to cheat will have his father, mother and whole family die. Snap. The words just fell. Old Mrs. Qin slapped Long Outyan's face and said angrily, Bunny, can you speak human language? What kind of grudge do you have against him? Are you cursing him like this? Grandma, she slandered me first. What did she slander you for? Didn't she just say that Jiangnan Group is dying? Grandma, get out of here and get out of here. I don't want to see you anymore. Old man Qin sitting in the corner was also speechless. Granddaughter's son-in-law, it is not that grandpa does not help you to speak, but what you say is also too much to be beaten, right? Qin Xia was also dryly speechless by such a poisonous spell from Long Ao Tian. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Then he said, There's absolutely no way I'm going to cheat anyway. After the family meeting, Zhao Jiang, who had also followed Ling Zai and waited in the living room, immediately greeted him and said, Xiao Ya, what just happened? I heard what sounded like a quarrel inside. Qin Xia waved her hand and said, It's fine. Just that brain-dead Long Outyan. A bet still has to bring his family along, and I don't know how his family's life is so worthless. As usual, Ling Zai also disgusted Long Ao Tian every day, pulling the hate value and said, Yo Xiao Long no. Now it should be called Little Dragon, right? What? The new company you took over hasn't played bankrupt yet? Long Ao Tian sniffed and gave Ling Zai an angry look and said, Humph, Jiangnan Group has a market capitalization of hundreds of billions of dollars, and with a casual movement of your fingers, you can destroy your Long family. I advise you not to be too arrogant, or you won't even have a chance to kneel down. Sorry, I have bad knees. I can't kneel. Ling Zai, you won't be able to jump around for a few more days. Tomorrow I'll have the Jiangnan Group acquire all of your family's several small nightclubs at a low price. Humph, don't cry and beg me when the time comes. After saying that, Long Ao Tian angrily walked out of the gate of the villa when he suddenly received a call from Jiang Yihan. It's not good. Chairman, someone exposed a video on the internet, and now Jiangnan Group's share price has evaporated by $20 billion. What? Long Aotian froze in place when he heard this. How is that possible? Chairman, we'll have to close down our external business for the time being. Let's use our liquidity to fill the stock market gap first. No. Long Aotian was truly enraged, and hurriedly said, in that case, you wait, I'll buy the stock. Saying that, Long Aotian immediately took out his cell phone and started a flurry of wolf-like operations. Soon after, all the $10 billion in his card was used to buy shares in Jiangnan Group. But even though Long Aotian was buying in any way, there were always more people selling than buying. Still can't stop the stock price from evaporating like crazy. Looking at the cell phone, the constantly changing curve, Long Aotian was completely anxious. He hurriedly returned the call and said, Jiang Yihan, how come the company's stock is still evaporating now? Jiang Yihan on the other side of the phone sighed and said, I'm sorry, young Master Long, that video had too much of an impact on the group, and now the entire internet is denouncing our group. Who the hell posted that damn video? I'll check the real name information of the Shakian account shows that is a person named Qin Shiyu, and the IP address shows that it's in Jiangcheng. What? Long Aotian, who had heard this name, had his eyes glazed over. Poetry. I love you so much. Why are you doing this to me? At this moment, Long Aotian suddenly remembered his bet with Qin Shia. In looking at your own black and gold card, 10 billion has all been injected into the stock market. This time to cash out will only make Jiangnan Group blood collapse faster. So, he immediately said to Jiang Yihan on the other side of the phone, did you do what I asked you to do yesterday? Jiang Yihan sighed and said, Chairman, it's not that I'm not doing it, but now that the group is in dire need of cash flow back, I've ordered to stop all external bidding activities, pumped all the cash into the stock market. What? No way, must cash out $2 billion. What? Jiang Yihan was full of doubts. Chairman, are you crazy? Cashing out at a time like this will only cause the stock market to completely crash. Moreover, we still need cash PR. If we don't do a good job with this PR, the company will be completely finished. I'm the chairman of the board. If I tell you to take out $2 billion, you do it for me. Long Aotian didn't want to lose his last dignity in his wife's family. But when Jiang Yihan on the other side of the phone heard this, she was extremely disappointed inside. She sighed and asked one last question. Chairman, may I ask why? For dignity. For dignity. Among the offices on the top floor, Jiang Yihan directly hung up the phone, slumped in his chair, his expression numb. Yesterday, she was still spirited, and she still admired Long Aotian from the bottom of her heart for being so young and capable. But today, she saw through Long Aotian's foppish side. As the chairman of a company with a market capitalization of $100 billion, he actually buried the entire group just for the sake of the so-called dignity. It seems that Long Aotian, after all, is just a childish child. The commercial battlefield, not for him. Dignity? Can you eat dignity? You can want dignity, but you can't drag the income of thousands of employees of the whole company to be buried with you. Some of the company's employees are still paying off their mortgages, while others are getting ready to buy a house and get married. But this Long Aotian, he was so capricious that he ruined the rest of the lives of thousands of employees for the sake of his own dignity. However, the current Jiang Yihan was still the deputy director after all, and still the actual controller of Jiangnan Group. It was all she could do to keep the company from going completely bankrupt as much as possible in order to make her resume look slightly better when she jumped ship. So, Gangnam began a major layoff. 1/3 of the employees were laid off, and dozens of assets were sold off, allowing Jiangnan Group to shrink overnight from a company with a market capitalization of $100 billion to one with a market capitalization of less than $50 billion. However, this is far from over. Jiangnan Company's Jiangqing Pizza Hut title, also in this public relations incident, attracted the attention of anti-corruption organizations. A dozen judges were dismissed. Jiangnan Company was also fined $5 billion. At this moment, Long Aotian stared at the video on his cell phone. Furious, immediately fired Jiang Yihan, who was still trying to recover losses for Jiangnan Group. Without Jiang Yihan, the company was leaderless for a while, and Long Aotian didn't understand the business, which made Jiangnan Group shrink even faster. Early the next morning, Lengza stood on the balcony, just trying to enjoy a few moments of good times. Zhao Jiang, however, suddenly called, Long Xiao, good news. Don't call me Long Xiao. It sounds like Killmonger aristocrat. Oh, Long, good news. Today I took the $20 million you gave me and acquired the 3 assets that Jiangnan Group had sold off. There are 2 hotels and a food factory. These were all purchased below market price. Lang Zhe frowned and asked, is there such a good thing? Is the impact of that video that great? Zhao Jiang said with great gratitude. Yes, brother Lang. You're really too good, ha ha ha, with just one video. You made that brain-dead Long Aotian lose his bottom. I even took a look just now. Jiangnan Group is now half dead. The market value evaporated $50 billion in just one day yesterday. Now that Jiangnan Group's funds have returned, it has just scraped together $5 billion and immediately went to pay the fine for bribing the judge earlier. The funniest thing is, originally all these things were done by that vice president of Jiangnan Group, Jiang Yihan, but last night that Long Aotian fired Jiang Yihan. It turns out that the person who is legally responsible for the bribe has become Long Aotian. Ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off, ha ha ha. Lang Zai's heart was also in a dark mood as he sniffed. Sure enough, even if an ordinary person took $100 billion, they might not be able to grasp it. It's easy to get yourself in trouble. However, with the strength of the Long family in the capital, it should be simple to revitalize the Jiangnan Group. Although Long Aotian is now in, he is now only a suspect and will be released sooner or later if there is no solid evidence. The person ultimately responsible would presumably have to be the previous chairman. Poor old man Jiang, just retired, has not yet enjoyed 2 days it, have to go in the old age. Thinking of this, Lang Zai himself couldn't hold back his laughter. In fact, Lang Zai only wanted to discuss Long Aotian in the beginning. He didn't think about making Long Aotian so miserable. But who knows? This Long Aotian is too capable of pretending. And in order to pretend, he directly took the life-saving money of Jiangnan Group. The $2 billion that would have been used for PR wouldn't have festered the incident to this extent. LOL. Pretending. That's the original sin. However, considering that the Gangnam Group is in dire need of a lot of cash right now, it is selling off its assets in the city. Lang Zai felt that if he didn't get some more into his hands at such a time, he would be too sorry for the cheap old man who had worked so hard for so many years, right? Thinking of this, Lang Zai continued to say to the phone, Zhao Jiang, this way, you are going to acquire a few assets, specifically which assets you weigh yourself. I can still get out of this at 10 million. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Qin Shiyu's confused voice came from the bedroom behind her. Lang Zai, who is it? It's early in the morning. Lang Zai smiled crookedly and said, Long Aotian has lost. When he comes out you two can go and do the divorce formalities. Qin Shiyu immediately became excited when she heard this. Hurriedly getting up from the blanket, he happily said, Really? Ha ha ha, Lang Zai, you're simply too handsome. I can't believe how prescient you were. Love you so much, Trojan horse. After saying that, Qin Shiyu even fiercely kissed Lang Zai. Then he said, then after I divorce that bastard Long Aotian, we'll get married, okay? Lang Zai sniffed and gave Qin Shiyu a blank look, saying, crazy, right? I'm not going to marry a second wife. After saying that, Lang Zai went to wash up. Qin Shiyu, on the other hand, stood still, unable to believe her ears. Lang Zai, what's wrong with you? Don't you love me anymore? We're childhood friends. You've been chasing me for so long. Why now? Is it because I was married to Aotian? But I gave my first time to you, and I've only plucked carrots with you. Yes, I've rejected you before, but I'm just trying to be reserved. Just then, the villa's doorbell was suddenly rung. Kolzer brushed his teeth as he walked towards the door. I opened the door to find a young girl in a school uniform with a backpack standing timidly in the doorway. With an innocent look on his face, he looked at Lang Zai. The person who came was none other than Xue Bingbing. The playful pleated skirt looks youthful. The stockings that tightened the flesh of her thighs also showed her perfect figure that was thin with clothes on and off. With a red face and a lowered head, she first bowed, and then immediately spoke. Lang, inside. Me, I came to say thank you. Mom's surgery was successful and she'll be out of the hospital in a few days. Oh, Lang Zai nodded. At the moment he was wearing pajama pants and was naked. The muscle lines all over his body were very obvious through the body of steel enhancement. Just a slight sweeping glance caused Xue Bingbing's cheeks to redden like ripe peaches. Out of politeness, Lang Zai sidled over and politely said, nothing much to come in and sit down? You haven't eaten, have you? Why don't you have a bite here before you leave? Listening to the rumored dude in front of her, who was actually as polite as an ordinary person, Xue Bingbing was a bit unresponsive for a while. Is this still the gangster's foppish son of a gangster rumor? This set of words says, what's the difference between that and the neighbor's big brother? And just then, Qin Shiyu also came downstairs in her robe and came to the door. Lang Zai, what's for breakfast? The moment she saw Xue Bingbing, Qin Shiyu also froze for a moment. Your sister? Well, isn't. Xue Bingbing took a look and immediately blushed. Both were in their pajamas and were behaving so intimately. Even a fool can see what's going on. Thus, Xue Bingbing hastily stammered. I am sorry, maybe I came at a bad time. Lang Zai's expression was stunned. Twisting his head, he looked at Qin Shiyu. Then following Li Xuanwan's line, he said, "No, you're here, just in time. No, you're just in time. Ha, ha." Shui Bingbing was dumbfounded. Qin Shiyu behind her was also dumbfounded. Only Coldzer. Very awkwardly, he lowered his head. Okay, that joke wasn't funny. Doesn't anyone in this world understand stems? Or do I really have no sense of humor? Ha ha ha, so it was a joke. Seeing that Leng Zhe's expression was awkward, Shui Bingbing hurriedly cupped his hand. Leng Zhe was also very speechless at the greasy display he had just put on. Then he asked, "Haven't you guys seen Little Li's flying dagger?" "Nope, nope." A large and two beautiful women shook their heads. "Never mind. Go inside." After Shui Bingbing entered the house, Leng Zhe went straight to the kitchen. To be honest, whether it was Shui Bingbing or Qin Shiyu, both of them were the best of the best. But Leng Zhe was not an animal that only thought with his lower body, so naturally he didn't think elsewhere. Just a little courtesy. After all, everyone is a guest. Soon, a hearty breakfast was placed on the table. Shui Bingbing, who was sitting on a chair, couldn't believe her eyes when she saw this scene. Leng Zhe's great name had long been spread in Jiangchang. In the eyes of a good girl like Shui Bingbing, Leng Zhe was a vicious young man in Jiangcheng who bullied men and women. However, at today's sight, Shui Bingbing was messed up. She couldn't see at all what kind of person Leng Zhe really was. Even the simplest of people would not be able to help but mess up their thoughts when they saw this scene. Could it be that all the rumors about Leng Xiao are false? I heard that he hangs out at the bar every day and changes women one day. I've also heard that although he's read countless women, he's only loyal to Qin Shiyu alone. He's a complete little lickspittle. But now look at him like this. He doesn't look like a dog licker in any way. In looking at Qin Shiyu's figure staring at Leng Zhe's cooking with a flowery face, this is clearly, Qin Shiyu as Leng Zhe's licking dog is right. Leng Zhe brought the last plate of food to the table, then sat on his butt across from the two women. Leng Zhe very naturally picked up his chopsticks and said as he chucked in some food, "Sorry, I'm usually so hearty when I eat breakfast. If you don't feel comfortable with it, I'll have someone go out and buy you some tofu brain or something." Shui Bingbing froze for a moment as she sniffed. Then he hastily picked up his chopsticks and laughed dryly. "Ha ha ha, no, it's fine." Looking at the sumptuous food on the table, Shui Bingbing was once again messy. Was this still the dude rich kid he remembered? That's more than enough to be a chef in a restaurant, isn't it? Your mom's surgery was successful and it won't be long before she's out of the hospital, will it? Aha. Shui Bingbing hastily nodded. Leng Zhe continued. Then you also hurry back to school. Don't delay the college entrance exam. And don't you wait for the bus. I'll have someone take you there after dinner later. When Shui Bingbing heard this, she was dumbfounded. Taking the Leng's car? With a startled look, she glanced at the Mercedes supercar parked in front of the door, and the Mercedes business off to the side. Oh, my God, doesn't the whole school know about me? Me, I've been adopted? No. If my classmates find out that I've been adopted by a gangster, my future will be over. Thinking of this, Shui Bingbing hastily shook her head and laughed awkwardly. No need, there's no need, I'll just take the bus myself. What a thing to call it. Leng Zhe gave Shui Bingbing a glance and said, "You came all the way here to give me thanks. If I don't send you off, then how will outsiders look at me in the future? Don't worry, I know what you're thinking. What about from now on? You'll just say you're my cousin. It's a relative of the family who doesn't get in touch very often, and only recently contacted a relative like me when my mother became seriously ill. Does that make it less humiliating?" When Shui Bingbing heard this, the chopsticks in her hand were unsteady and suddenly slipped to the ground. Oh, my God, how could Mr. Leng be so attentive? How can he be so gentle? Thinking of me and everything. This is not at all the evil young man that Long Aotian talked about. This is clearly the overbearing yet gentle, high-flying rich second generation from idol dramas. If not, why don't you say Shui Bingbing is simple? Her thoughts were so close to being written on her brain. Leng Zhe could tell what was going on in her mind at a glance. So, he hurriedly replied, "Don't misunderstand me, haha. I also don't want outsiders to know that I coerced and lured a simple little girl to be my horse." The first 7 rogue experiences had made Leng Zhe's speech and behavior step closer to a real rogue. You can say things like horsey. Actually, Leng Zhe said so much just because he didn't want Shui Bingbing to think too much. But this silly girl, Shui Bingbing, has a very clear brain circuit. Once he heard Leng Zhe's words, he was even more surprised. "Mom, I have a boyfriend. He's really too good to make up such a lie to keep me from being psychologically pressurized. He's the son of a gangster. He's so compassionate. How can he bring up his boys when word gets out?" Shui Bingbing gulped. Then he took a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. After chewing a few bites, he put down his chopsticks in a hurry. Putting on his small school bag, he bowed and said, "I'm full. I'd better go to school by myself, Brother Lang. Saying that, Xue Bingbing, whose cheeks were burning, was about to head out. Lang Zhe then immediately put down his chopsticks and put on a flowery shirt and said, "Take my car and go." After saying that, Lang Zhe didn't care if Xue Bingbing agreed or not. He directly walked out the door and got into his Mercedes-Benz supercar. Qin Shiyu, on the other hand, didn't say a word the entire time. After finishing his own meal, he took a cab and went to his own company. Soon, Lang Zhe drove to the entrance of the school. Though Kolzer's car wasn't worth much, just over 200 dabu, but after all, it's a supercar, worth more than $2 million, and it's considered a car that only the rich class can drive. The students around them all had a look of envy. Xue Bingbing, who was sitting on the co-pilot, kept her head down the entire time, and her face was already hot. Kolzer craned his head after stopping the car. Crap, is this sick? Blushing so red? Lang Zhe immediately reached out his hand and touched Xue Bingbing's forehead. Holy shit, it's so hot? You're not sick, are you? Do you want me to go help you in taking a vacation? Lang Zhe's unintentional actions had caused the deer in Xue Bingbing's heart to frantically collide. Oh, my god, he's so gentle, actually caring about me? Ah, no, it's just that it's too hot. Nei. Thank you Brother Lang, there's nothing else I have to go to class. After saying that, Xue Bingbing immediately rushed out of the sports car and went straight to the school gate. Just running to the school entrance, Xue Bingbing's good girlfriend, Wang Shuang, ran over with an excited face and said, "Bingbing, who's that? My goodness, still driving a sports car?" Before Xue Bingbing could answer, the class flower on the side, Zhao Sweetness, sneered, "Yo, isn't this the poor student in our class? Isn't the boyfriend a delivery boy? Why is he driving a supercar?" Another boy opened his mouth and sneered, "This is because she's afraid that we'll laugh at her. So she specially asked her boyfriend to rent a sports car, right? Ha 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 ha. That's because she's afraid we'll laugh at her. So she had her boyfriend rent a sports car, right? Ha 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 ha." The delivery guy they were talking about was naturally Long Ao Tian. I heard the two of them, class flower and class grass, talking to each other. Even in simple little girls have self-respect. Xue Bingbing was not a gold-digging woman though, nor did she like to show off anything. But it's not innocent to have one's self-esteem trampled on and not retort. That's stupid. Thus, Xue Bingbing hastily retorted, I wouldn't ask someone to rent a high-class sports car just to show off something. Yo, what's the rush for a joke? Che, I see. She's just annoyed by what we said. Ha 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 ha. Wang Shuang, a good best friend on the side, quickly helped to retort. You can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. Do you two have nothing better to do? Wang Shuang was also a bit exasperated. After all, he and Xue Bingbing chatting well. Suddenly out of the two retards over the sneer, put on who cannot stand. However, the class flower, Zhao Tian, still refused to let go of such a good opportunity to improve herself by degrading her. Continuing to speak, Wang Shuang, I said, what's your hurry with her? What, poke you too? Ban Chao on the side also mocked at Wang Shuang. Yes, Wang Shuang, you said that you are not as good at studying as others. You are not as good looking as others. And you only have two more money than Xue Bingbing's family. What's with the pride? It's really ugly. Indeed, Wang Shuang belongs to the bottom of the class academically, average looking too. Although the family was much richer than Xue Bingbing's family, it was also the existence of the bottom in this school. Parents in the Northeast to do a small business. The couple's monthly income can have a total of 2 or 3 million. A modest family at best. But the good thing is, Wang Xuanren is a real person, or a Northeasterner, but obviously a girl, but 5 feet 5 inches tall, like a dumbass. The dress code is also somewhat masculine, and when walking with the 6'5" Xue Bingbing, those who don't know would think that they are a couple. I have to say, what a 0% nowadays. Grossly overnourished, 0s of Wang Shuang's height abound. 5'8" sucks. Bing Bing, the one driving the Mercedes, he's your boyfriend, right? Wang Xuan was also furious, and at this time, he hurriedly looked at Xue Bingbing, wanting to find a step down for Xue Bingbing. All the while, he was blinking like crazy. Although Xue Bingbing was simple, she was not a fool. One glance revealed Wang Shuang's purpose. First he froze for a moment, then immediately puffed out his chest. In a somewhat stuttering tone, he spoke. Yes, it is. Do you guys know who that guy in the Mercedes supercar was just now? That's my boyfriend. It's Lung Zhe, the #1 villain in Jiangcheng. Tell you guys, if you guys bully me. Before Xue Bingbing finished her words, a sneer immediately came from her side. Ha 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 ha, you're crazy, aren't you? Lunza? Yuck, Lang Zhe can fancy you? Ha ha ha. I did hear that Lung Zhe is the little licking dog of a married young woman surnamed Shina. Yeah, should I say no? This Lung Zhe, It's really a bit of Wei Wu's legacy. That's right, Mr. Lang is the famous Prime Minister Chao of Zhengchang. After that, the crowd dispersed. Xue Bingbing, on the other hand, stood still, clenching her fists in anger, shivering all over. Seeing this, Wang Shuang immediately spoke to Xue Bingbing. Bingbing, why don't you give your boyfriend a call? Just say that you're being bullied. When Xue Bingbing heard this, she quickly shook her head vigorously and said awkwardly, This is not good. That's right, after all, people didn't do anything to Xue Bingbing. Plus the fact that the other person, Lang Zhe, hadn't said he wanted to be Xue Bingbing's boyfriend in the first place. Wang Shuang sniffed and stomped his feet in anger, saying, Bingbing, when are you going to get tough for once? You can't just put up with those fracking rich kids because your family is poor, can you? Wang Shuang, this 1.75 m tall indeed, did not grow for nothing. Every time Xue Bingbing was bullied, our Wang Shuang to help her out. This time is no exception. Wang Shuang clenched his fists and said angrily, You wait, I'll go teach them a lesson. After saying that, Wang Shuang casually picked up a slate and angrily shouted, Stop for me. Dare to bully my sister children, seek death. After saying that, Wang Shuang rushed over like a hungry tiger, scared the class flower and the class haymakers into running away and losing their shoes. In the afternoon, Zhao Jiang arranged a special bureau to thank Lang Zhe for giving the family a chance to save the Zhao family from bankruptcy. It's at the Gangnam nightclub. Gangnam nightclub is located in the downtown area of Zhengcheng. Lang Zhe was originally a playboy rich second generation, plus most of his family's industries are nightclubs, bars and other places. Naturally, he was familiar with the so-called Gangnam nightclub. This Jiangnan nightclub, Lang Zhe has usually been there quite a few times. Previously it was an industry under the name of Jiangnan Group, but it was acquired by Zhao Jiang for a very low price of $8 million. It is now a property under the name of Zhao Group. Of course, Lang Zhe was in this, accounting for 70% of the shares, and the Zhao family accounted for only 30% of the shares. Come here, all of you. Zhao Jiang waved his hand in a very pretentious manner. Not long after, 7 or 8 swimsuit beauties with enchanting figures came writhing over. Hello Mr. Zhao. Zhao Jiang heatedly smiled and pointed at Lang Zhe. See, this is our current major shareholder. When you see him in the future, call him Mr. Lung. Lung Chief. Hello. That little voice. It's so tingly. But look up. In terms of looks and build, call it extreme though. But Lang Zhe this kind. Contacted Qin Shiyu kind of extremely good in the extremely good. And how will look at these pheasants in front of you. There is a saying that I could have endured the darkness if I had not seen the light. Today, serve Mr. Long well. With that, Zhao Jiang directly pulled out a pile of cash from his pocket and slammed it on the table saying, Serve it up. 1 for each person. Sure enough, the women came together at this statement. Some sat on their asses in Kolzer's lap. Some of them went straight for Kolzer's arm and made to stick it to their milk. Some even hated to grab Kolzer's hand and shove it down their swim trunks. Lungza was jolted. Hastily, he drew out his hand and lit a cigar. Said, All go play. I have something to talk to your Mr. Zhao. Saying that, Lang Zhe directly distributed the pile of money on the table to these women. Zhao Jiang was stunned when he saw this scene. Then he frowned and said, Not to your liking. Lying? No appetite. Ha, what's going on? I heard that you've been living with Qin Shiyu all day in the last few days. Is it possible that you've been drained by that bitch? Brother Lang, you have to take care of your health. We're still young, and there are still countless wildflowers we haven't tried yet. Lang Zhe gave Zhao Jiang a blank look and said, Get lost. When he finished, he came back with a very pretentious, How could anyone who has smelled daffodils look at wild chrysanthemums? How can anyone who has smelled daffodils look at wild chrysanthemums? Zhao Jiang also reacted quickly. After being stunned for only a moment, he immediately nodded his head and said, Ha ha ha, yes. By the way, has your sister-in-law been divorced lately? Lang Zhe shrugged and said, We'll have to leave when Long Aotian comes out, but I'm torn right now. You know, Qin Shiyu may be pretty, but she's a second marriage after all. You know. Before Lang Zhe finished speaking, Zhao Jiang immediately patted his ass and said, Yes. How can a second wife be worthy of Brother Lang? After saying that, Zhao Jiang was still muttering in his heart. This pussy makes you pretend. If I could marry Qin Shiyu, not to mention a second marriage, I'd be willing to do it even if she had worked in Dongguan. Just as the two ran out of things to say for a while, Zhao Jiang had sharp eyes and suddenly saw a woman in front of the bar. That woman, looking at the temperament, is very extraordinary. Dressed in a professional outfit, black stockings and a big wave, with a black framed glasses. It was even more fascinating to Zhao Jiang's eyes. In her slender jade hand, her pink manicure gently pinched a small bullet cup. With that, He slammed the bullet glass against his red lips and downed a 60-degree vodka in one gulp. 10-centimeter fishmouth heels stomped on the bar stool's crossbrace, swinging in time to the DJ's tunes. She seems to be upset about something. Every now and then, with one hand propped up on his forehead, he picked up his cell phone and swiped down twice. Bartender, in for a drink. Okay. Zhao Jiang immediately poked Lung Zhe at this time and said, Brother Lang, did you see that? Did you see that? That beauty. She's the best. Coldzer sniffed and looked over. I have to say, the glasses girl at the bar does have a remarkable temperament. Brother Lang, how meaningless it is to come all the way here and not pick up a girl. Lung Zhe waved his hand and said, I'm not a teddy. If you want to go, you go. That's what you said. Then I'll be the one to do it. After saying that, Zhao Jiang rubbed his hands together and walked over. No, I'm not a teddy. Forget it, a beautiful girl for nothing. No bubble for nothing. After saying that, Zhao Jiang held a glass of wine and a cigarette in front of the woman. The nightclub was noisy and the lighting was very dim. However, the more such dimly lit the scene, the more likely it is to be exciting. In the dim light, everyone was perfect, and no one could see the flaws in the other's face. Pretty girl, alone? Zhao Jiang opened his mouth. The woman turned her head and looked at Zhao Jiang with a face. Immediately afterward, both of them revealed surprised expressions. Zhao Jiang? Jiang Yihan? Crap. Zhao Jiang immediately rolled up his sleeves when he saw that it was Jiang Yihan. Angrily, he said, Security, blast this bitch out of here. Jiang Yihan frowned when she heard this. Then, instantly, he realized something. At this time, Zhao Jiang had managed to get a chance to take revenge, so he naturally wouldn't let Jiang Yihan go. He sneered, Jiang Yihan, I'll let you die first. Last time, after you cancelled your contract with our Zhao group, you caused our family to almost go bankrupt. If I hadn't met your man, I'd be working as a security guard at the entrance to my neighborhood right now. Now, this whole nightclub is mine. Humph. Jiang Yihan sniffed and shook her head with some emotional loss. Sighing, congratulations then. With that, he got up and said, no need to call security. I'll go by myself. Since Jiang Yihan was just too calm. So much so that Zhao Jiang didn't have the slightest bit of the pleasure he felt after getting his revenge. He stared at Jiang Yihan with a confused face and said, No, Jiang Yihan, aren't you going to say something? I said yeah, congratulations. No, you should be begging me. Beg you for what? For you to give me a job? Cut. After saying that, Jiang Yihan turned around and was about to leave. But how could Zhao Jiang, a classless villainous minion, let Jiang Yihan off so easily? With a cocky look on his face, he yelled, Stop, Humph, my territory. You come and go as you please? Don't you want a job? I can give it to you. How about this? Let's both go to the restroom now. Hey. I'll let you be the general manager of Jiangnan nightclub. How about that? Jiang Yihan rubbed her temples. Next, only to see Jiang Yihan suddenly lift up one leg and take off her high heels, and then lurched forward. Toward Zhao Jiang's brain was a beating. While fighting, she also cursed. I'm unemployed, but I'm an Oxford University Business School student. You made me work at a nightclub, and fucking sexually harassing my mom? You want to go to the bathroom? Going to the bathroom to beat you up? I'm already in a bad mood today, and you're messing with me? I'll fucking kill you. Zhao Jiang gets a head kick. While running, he yelled, Security! Security, come quickly! Security! Security! But the DJ in the nightclub was just too loud. The security guards at the door couldn't hear a thing. If it wasn't for Lang Zhe suddenly appearing and snatching away the high heels from Jiang Yihan's hands, it was estimated that Zhao Jiang would have to be beaten half to death. Okay, what's the grudge? Jiang Yihan calmed down and looked at Lang Zhe. Frowning slightly, I said, Who are you? What's it got to do with you? I'm Coldzer. Lang Zhe also had no qualms about introducing himself. Jiang Yihan suddenly laughed when she heard this. He covered his forehead and smiled a very dashing smile. He said, Oh, I told you. You're Lang Zhe? You're the one who uploaded that video online? Lang Zhe sniffed and nodded calmly. Oh, okay, count on it. You cost me $1 million a year job. But remember, it's not because of how smart you are. It's because that Long Aotian is too childish. If it wasn't for his childishness, with your little tricks, you wouldn't have caused any harm to the Jiangnan group at all. Lang Zhe sniffed and immediately nodded. You're right. Jiang Yihan was still hoping that Lang Zhe would retort. But I didn't expect Lang Zhe to be so calm. Lang Zhe, your Ling family could suddenly rise up. And it wasn't because it caused Jiangnan Group to have to sell off its assets at a low price. And you picked up the slack from that? You don't have any business skills at all. You're just a rich dude. Lang Zhe continued to nod. I know. I'm just an opportunist. Why don't you contradict me? You refute me. You can tell that Jiang Yihan has been under too much pressure during this period of unemployment. For a strong woman like Jiang Yihan, there is no such word as lose in her vocabulary. But this time, she had lost so completely. Not only do you lose your job, but even your resume can become very ugly in the future. There will be a good story on the resume. He was the vice chairman and CEO of the Jiangnan Group, and during his tenure, he shrunk the Jiangnan Group, which had a market capitalization of $100 billion, to less than $30 billion. How is she going to get a job in the future with this resume? So, being a strong woman in the workplace, she broke down. A couple more shots of vodka and now in desperate need of an outlet. So, she pointed at Lang Zhe and cursed. You're just a trashy rich kid. I'm the one who didn't lose. You just happened to meet a rich kid who's even more of an idiot and a loser than you are. Woo woo, I didn't lose. I didn't lose. Cursing, she suddenly sat down limply, wearing only one high-heeled shoe. Her black high-grade pantyhose had also scraped a crack when she had just beaten Zhao Jiang. High-end professional clothing reeked of alcohol. Sitting paralyzed in a nightclub, living like a lost woman after being abused. Zhao Jiang got up from the ground at this point. There was also a dull lack of desire for revenge. He stared at Jiang Yihan with a dumbfounded look on his face and poked Lang Zhe. Brother, I'll just hold my head for a while. What have you done to her? I didn't do anything, Lang Zhe said calmly. That. Zhao Jiang didn't understand, but he was greatly shocked. It's worthy of being Lang Xiao. Doing nothing can make a strong woman in the workplace actively lose her footing. After crying for a while, Jiang Yihan also calmed down. She took off her glasses and touched the tears in the corners of her eyes. Only now did Lang Zhe really see Jiang Yihan's true face clearly. It's true. Women who wear glasses are monsters. Eyeglasses. Nothing more than a spell to seal the face. You're a completely different person with your glasses on and off. Melancholy expression with crying red eyes paired with pearly cheeks. It's still really overwhelming. Just a moment ago, she was a strong woman who violently beat up hooligans, and in the blink of an eye, she turned into an office girl who was a source of pity. Lang Zhe walked forward and squatted in front of Jiang Yihan. Very naturally, he stroked Jiang Yihan's head and continued. You are indeed right. Actually, I don't have much ability, and I didn't expect that guy Long Aotian to be so naive, to actually lose the future of several hundred employees of the company for the sake of a bet, and almost put Jiangnan Group to bankruptcy. Originally, I just want to disgust him. After all, we are enemies. Don't you need a job? How about this? I can't claim to be a good boomer, but at least I won't interfere with the way my 1,000-mile horse is going to run. My business philosophy is to use the best and doubt the worst. My investment firm needs a visionary millennial to run it. If you come, you'll be in charge of more than just this one nightclub. The entire Jiangcheng, but any industry that my Long family holds, can be handed over to you to manage. These heartfelt words really made Jiang Yihan freeze. She slowly lifted her head and stared with big watery eyes. Shaking his head, he said, No, I don't have that. I nearly bankrupted a company with a market capitalization of $100 billion. My company isn't even listed, so naturally I don't need to worry about the stock price. You just need to run it properly and invest in some industries. I trust your vision. The reason why Lang Zhe said that was because Lang Zhe was also really short of people on his hands. Cheap daddy's men are all punks, so it's okay to let them run a KTV nightclub or something, but if you let them run a holding company, you'll probably have to declare bankruptcy the next day. By the way, it's good to talk about the salary. I'll give you 2% of the shares directly, and when the company earns more, you'll get a bigger share. Well, Jiang Yihan sat on her knees, and her eyes shifted from the surprise she had just felt to skepticism. Her large eyes were narrowed to slits at this point. Put on his glasses and also pushed upward with his middle and index fingers, mimicking Edogawa Konan's movements as he reasoned. He said, No, what exactly is your purpose? Say, you must have seen me fall on hard times, and wanted to find a chance to hit me once more, so that I would break down completely? Oh, Lang Zhe, you're delusional. Jiang Yihan, will not give up my life. After saying that, she hurriedly got up from the ground, grabbed the high heels in Lang Zhe's hands, put them on and then headed out. While walking, he also muttered, working for the #1 villain of Jiangcheng? Jiang Yihan, would just starve to death and jump from here. Big brother. Zhao Jiang came over at this time with a swollen nose. That bitch dared to humiliate you. I'll have the security guards stop her. Lang Zhe waved his hand and said, Forget it, she's right. Am I not the #1 villain in Jiangcheng? Hearing this, Zhao Jiang was stunned, then hemmed and hawed and said, Yes. Brother Lang says yes. Jiang Yihan had just walked out not more than a few steps, but suddenly he stumbled, his foot lolled, and he fell straight down. And it was at that moment that she thankfully grabbed the pants of the man in front of her in one smooth motion. moment. The man's snow-white cheeks were then exposed. It drew a laugh from those around him. The man was also quick with his hands, and after feeling a coolness in his jugs, he hastily lifted his pants up again. Then he turned his head to Jang Yihan and said, "This young lady, if you're horny and thirsty, you can invite me to the restroom. This is a big crowd." "You're not shy, I'm still shy." Jang Yihan, red-faced and with her head lowered, kept apologizing. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it." Behind him, Lengza was bitchily covering his mouth and putting on a surprised expression. And it was only then that the man who had just been stripped of his pants got a good look at Jang Yihan's face. At this look, the man and a few of his neighboring foxes and friends immediately let out a sigh. "Brother man, hey, you're getting lucky today. Yeah, that body, that look, ha 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 ha, excellent. Beauty. Why don't you stop walking first and play with my brothers?" Lengza was confused at the sight. How could this kind of hero-saving beauty drama appear in the body of a villainous villain like himself? Does that make sense? That doesn't make sense. Jang Yihan's gaze kept dodging at the moment and said, "Sorry, I'm not in the mood today," said the man, about to walk around a couple of punks. But the punk who had just been stripped of his pants grabbed Jang Yihan's wrist and said, "You want to leave after stripping my pants?" While saying that, he also looked up and down with a very lewd gaze. "Missy's stockings are open. Who did she just play with? Everyone else is playing, so it's okay for us brothers to commiserate and play a used one." With that, he was about to grab it and head outside. When Jang Yihan heard this, she was immediately scared out of her wits. "Shit, I've been in the business for 7 years, never been molested by a man like this before." Sure enough, a place like a nightclub is not for me. But when she hit Zhao Jiang, she that was drunk, but now that she had sobered up, she didn't dare to take on a group of bladdered men. All one could do was cower in fear and desperately jerk his hand back. While pumping, he also said, "You guys, you don't move me. Tell you guys, I'm the president of the Jiangnan group. You guys, you don't move me. Tell you guys, I'm the president of the Jiangnan group." Gangnam Group? That's the female president who bankrupted the Jiangnan group on the news the other day? Ha 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 ha. If you ask me, you're so pretty. You must be the president. And you must have gotten to the top by your body, right? Other people play too. How come it doesn't work for us? And, I think she's just pretending to be innocent here. And when she gets to bed in a while, she'll show her true colors. Yeah, I've heard. Ah, the ones with glasses are the sluttiest. Sultry. At that moment, Lang Zhe suddenly took a deep breath. In reality, he hadn't read this kind of urban online literature, but it always seems like the male leads in urban webcomics are too decent, either too pretentious or too saintly. It was his turn, and Lengza had to play himself out anyhow. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe very pretentiously came in front of a few punks. In a cold voice, he said, "Anyone who dares to touch my woman will only end up one way." As soon as he said this, Lengza regretted it. Crap, it's so humiliating. How could I say such a thing? Nima, it's not as good as the male lead of an urban novel. Fuck. I can't, I'll have to live on another planet. But in Jang Yihan's eyes, the words, "It's so handsome." It was important to realize that Jang Yihan had basically had no entertainment life since she was a child. From a young age, she was first in everything, attending middle school at 11, high school at 13, and received her undergraduate degree from Oxford University at 19. He received his master's degree in financial economics at the age of 21. After graduation, he first worked in London for 2 years, and then returned to China and has been working for Jiangnan Group since then. So not only has she never had any entertainment, she has never even had any relationship experience at all. The male god in her impression was still the image of the very middle-aged domineering rich second generation in the Taiwanese dramas of the 0 years. The kind that speaks in a crooked accent and says shameful lines that they think are cool. And on the flip side, what about the few punks across the street? Those few punks were also given a complete blank stare by Lang Zhe's words. The next second, one of the punks snorted out a laugh. Po ha 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 ha. Dude, are you going to tease me to death? Ha ha ha. How do you say such things? Ha, aren't you ashamed? If I were you, I'd find a hole right now and drill it and never come out again. Ha ha ha. Lang Zhe also didn't expect how he could steal Long Ao Tian's lines. At the moment he was very sorry. But, the momentum can't be lost. Saying goodbye to the hero. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, "Several retards, have you laughed enough? If you've laughed enough, let's go to the back alley and touch it. Father and son bureau, dare you?" Sure enough, it was the rogue's lines that Kolzer was comfortable saying. At these words, several punks were instantly enraged. Immediately, he rolled up his sleeves and said, "Go, who's afraid of who? Humph, how dare a little stupid fool touch us? I think you're tired of living. Brothers, beat me to death later." After saying that, the yellow hair who was stripped of his pants also laughed lewdly at Jiang Yihan behind Ling Zhe. Miss Sister, when we break your boyfriend later on, no one will serve you tonight but our brothers are in good health, and a few of us serve you, so what? Cut the crap. Ling Zhe slapped him straight across the face. Snap. With this slap, Ling Zhe did not use his full strength. After all, with Ling Zhe's current strength, if he were to use his full strength, this punk would probably go to his grave on the spot. Crap, dare to hit me? Brothers, give it to me. In the next second, 7 or 8 punks immediately rushed up, and just then, Jiang Yihan suddenly shouted, he's Ling Zhe. Ling Zhe? Which Coldplay? The Lung family's young master? Crap, can't afford to mess with it. A few punks are running towards Ling Zhe here with clenched fists. As soon as he heard the name, he immediately fell to his knees. We were wrong. Coldzer? I haven't even fucking started pretending. That's it? The scene was awkward. The security guards who had heard the news were also dumbfounded. Only Jiang Yihan, who was behind her, seemed to see through everything. Practicing kung fu is amazing? That's how much you want to pretend to be yourself in front of a beautiful woman? Do you have to do it when it's obvious you don't have to? Jiang Yihan had a face of 3 questions. Instantly, Ling Zhe was rendered speechless. At this moment, Ling Zhe finally understood the ancient saying that a woman's lack of talent is a virtue. Jiang Yihan is indeed beautiful and sexy, but she's too smart. Jiang Yihan stepped on her high heels and slowly walked to Ling Zhe. Staring at Ling Zhe, he said, just tell me straight if you like me. Why go overboard with a bunch of idiots? When did I say I liked you? Ling Zhe frowned. Need I say more? I've seen all the things you've done. You might be misunderstanding something. I just simply want to pretend and experience what it's like to be the protagonist. What nonsense are you talking about? In your own world, you're the main character. A word to the wise. Ling Zhe slowly lowered his head. Thinking about what you have now. Yeah, why do you have to be so determined to die? Back in that original world. And a billionaire. Stay here and be a billionaire just the same. The difference is that one does have no protagonist aura. Moreover, even if he was killed by Long Ao Tian, he could return to reality as a billionaire. So why can't I live well in this world? Work hard, and maybe you'll be able to change your life against the odds? While Ling Zhe was still thinking, Jiang Yihan held up her chest very condescendingly and said, aren't you lacking a 1,000-mile horse? I'll be your 1,000-mile horse, but only if, never mind how I make my money, you just collect it. This horse is quite a saver. One knows which way to go. Just what I need. Ling Zhe smiled slightly. Who wouldn't love to have such a heart-saving millennial horse when you don't know anything about business anyway? I'm sleepy. Take me home. Jiang Yihan instantly springs to life. Ling Zhe also proudly took out his car keys. With that, Jiang Yihan very naturally took Ling Zhe's arm and walked out of Jiangnan nightclub together. Only Zhao Jiang was left behind, with a few punks, and a bunch of security guards looking at each other in disbelief. What's going on? What's happening? Zhao Jiang was filled with dismay. No, big brother, you have Qin Shiyu. Why did you abduct Jiang Yihan again? You're a couple of bossy women now. What kind of physique do you have? So attractive to female CEOs? Soon, Ling Zhe parked the sports car in front of the gate of an upscale neighborhood. Won't you invite me up for a cup of tea? Ling Zhe looked at Jiang Yihan's back and said. Jiang Yihan twisted her head and smiled faintly. Nice try. Ling Zhe didn't say anything and shrugged his shoulders. So he planned to leave, but just started the engine. Jiang Yihan suddenly turned around and smiled very generously. Just now did not drink painfully. Was Zhao Jiang that bastard to spoil the fun? Or, go to my house, and have another drink? Coldzer, beg me, come as you are. Jiang Yihan was slightly angry. Ling Zhe smiled and parked the car before following Jiang Yihan up the stairs. This neighborhood was not a villa area, but it was definitely called a high-grade neighborhood. One staircase, and the use of the area is not less than 100 square feet. Using 100 square feet, that's 130 square feet anyhow, counting the common areas. Upon entering Jiang Yihan's home, the upscale atmosphere instantly spread out. Not to mention, the aesthetics of this person who has stayed in the ocean is indeed extraordinary. The entire house reveals a sense of minimalist atmosphere. It's a world away from those KTV-style home decorations in China. That's right, Ling Zhe's family villa is decorated just like a KTV. I don't know what the cheap old man was thinking in the first place, but he hated to put a colorful ball of lights on it. Thinking of this, Ling Zhe also suddenly realized that he had to get a house. At this time, Jiang Yihan had bare stocking feet and was in no hurry to change her clothes. Then he immediately took out a bottle of scotch from the liquor cabinet, and 2 glasses. After pouring the wine, 1 cup was handed to Coldzer and 1 cup was drunk in one go. After all, she is a female president. And with this status, how could she not drink? It is important to realize that Jiang Han is a strong woman with a strong sense of victory and wants to be first in everything. The same goes for drinking. During her college years, she drank all day at home by herself in order to become more competent in her future working life in the country. It's okay to drink. In girls, it's already considered drinkable. For one person, a pound of white is not a problem. Soon, the two were slightly drunk, but Kolzer had a body of steel to protect him, and his metabolism was so fast that the effect of alcohol was almost the same as nothing to Kolzer. And Jiang Han is very competitive. Si Lingzhe is not drunk, must continue to drink, but also big talk. Today must be the first evil young man in Jiangqing to drink off the tablets. Sure enough, less than an hour later, Jiang Han collapsed on the sofa and drifted off to sleep. Lingzhe sat across from him, speechless in his mind. You drink, what are you fighting for first? Though, the figure of Jiang Han, who had drunk her face red and was still wearing torn pantyhose, collapsed on the sofa, was very seductive. But Lingzhe now needed Jiang Han as a 1,000-mile horse. If he himself plucked her tonight, he'd probably have to get old and awkward meeting her later. If she didn't really like it, she might even be prone to calling the police. And then in the future, Lingzhe would be even less likely to use Jiang Han to make money for himself. Thinking of this, Lingzhe gently put down his wine glass and was about to leave. But Jiang Han's eyes snapped open. In a hushed voice, he said, "What are you doing there?" Lingzhe was jolted by Jiang Han's actions. Turning his head, he said, "You, drunk, go to sleep and meet me at the office tomorrow." Who said I was drunk? Jiang Han covered her forehead and slowly sat up from the sofa. Then asked, "I don't even know where your company is." Kolzer froze for a moment. "I don't know." "Yeah, Lingzhe hasn't registered the company yet." Jiang Han blankly glanced at Lingzhe and then said, "Forget it, tomorrow you give me all the formalities I want and I'll take care of it. As for the location of the corporate office, you don't have to worry about that either. That's a pretty safe horse." Extinct. Although Jiang Han was already trying very hard to control her brain, but the side effects of alcohol still made Jiang Han unable to resist doing something unexpected. Just as Lingzhe stood frozen in place, Jiang Han suddenly grabbed Lingzhe's hand and yanked him onto the sofa, then mounted Kolzer and slowly removed his glasses. The seal is lifted. Lingzhe felt his cow horse instantly engorged with blood, and naturally, Jiang Han, who was riding on top, clearly felt something. With a red face, she slowly approached Lingzhe through the strength of her drink, whispering in Lingzhe's ear, "You're the first man to defeat me, and the first man to make me cry. More than that, he was the first man to confess his love for me." "When did I confess to you?" Lingzhe tried to recall. He indeed hadn't confessed to her, right? It's not like he's a teddy. There's a Qin Shiyu at home and a Schwebingbing at school. But Jiang Han immediately stretched out her slender index finger and pressed it against Lingzhe's lips. "Hear me out. I've never been in love and I've never had anything with a man. Maybe it's that my aura is so strong that no man dares to come near me. Or maybe I'm too proud to see them. But really, my heart, it's always been empty. That yellow hair from before was right. The one with the glasses is the most flirty, sultry, that." Lingzhe was about to say something. Jiang Han, however, suddenly said with a serious expression, "If you dare to reject me, you're dead." "No, I mean, should we both go to bed? Right here, don't you move. I'll dash." With that, Jiang Han's red lips that emitted a faint scent of wine kissed over. At the same time, hands were tearing at something underneath. In his sleep, a system beep suddenly came from Lingzhe's mind. "Congratulations to the host. Long Outyan met an old grandfather in the detention center by chance and acquired a brand new gongfu. Now his cultivation level has reached Huanjing Di Chang. It's one step closer to beating the host to death." Hearing this, Lingzhe's eyes snapped open. The blazing sun of midday, through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, spilled onto Lingzhe's body. A hint of light clove flavor contrasted with the smell of alcohol from last night. Feeling the warmth of last night brought back memories for Kolzer. It was the first time he had ever pulled a carrot with his clothes on. It's more exciting, if you don't say so. This horse of 1,000 miles saves people's lives. You don't even have to move yourself. Just lay on the couch. Came to the restroom and was about to wash up. Lingzhe suddenly noticed again the white inner bank in the dirty clothes basket, which was left with a splash of red blood. In the trash can, a pair of black pantyhose with the crotch ripped open was discarded. Lingzhe took a deep breath, washed his face, and then prepared to go out. "I had just walked to the dining room and spotted the windy breakfast on the table again. And a cute notepad. The note says, 'I'm off to work. Eat up and go home and wait for my good news. I'll text you when the address is ready.'" This strong contrast instantly made Lingzhe's heart melt. And just then, Lingzhe suddenly remembered something. Right, Long Aotian has improved. But it was only Wanjing Di Chang. Still no match for his own innate level monster. So, one can still enjoy it for a year and a half. Thinking of this, Lungza simply sat down to eat. The main character is someone else, but life is your own. You're going to die sooner or later anyway, so you might as well do it in time. And on the other side, because of the lack of evidence and the fact that the Long family in the capital learned about this and stepped in, so Long Aotian came out after a few days in the detention center. After walking out of the detention center, Long Aotian clenched his fists, stared angrily ahead, and said in a cold voice, Lang Zhe, now I'm not the same Long Aotian I once was. Thanks to Elder Wu's blessing, I have now entered the harmonization power Mahayana stage. I'm going to make you understand the price of angering my dragon Aotian. I'm going to make you understand the price of angering my dragon Aotian. Just then, Hua Jiangwo appeared in front of Long Aotian with a face full of guilt. As soon as he saw Long Aotian, Hua Jiangwo immediately lowered his head and said, I'm sorry, young master, something happened over in the capital recently. I'm late. Long Aotian indifferently waved his hand and said, no harm done. It's still really unhindered. If it wasn't for Hua's late arrival, Long Aotian wouldn't have been blessed by the disaster and befriended the mysterious old grandpa in the detention center. As for how Long Aotian befriended the mysterious old grandpa, and how the old grandpa gave Long Aotian the newbie gift pack, it didn't matter. He was the main character. Everything unreasonable that happened to him would become extremely reasonable. Born with a good relationship, with the BUF of being loved by everyone, plus a full point of luck value. As long as the villain takes it easy, then he can still do whatever he wants. Young master, can you tell me how you spent all that $10 billion? Also, master recently paid attention to the stock market dynamics. How did Jiangnan Group immediately vaporize half of its market value as soon as it came into your hands? Long Aotian sniffed and waved his hand. No harm done. I'll take care of it myself. Hua was speechless. At this moment, he was even a little skeptical that the youngest master of the Long family, as described by his lordship, was qualified to inherit the huge family business. You go back first. Tell the old man to call me another $10 billion. Long Aotian spoke again. Soon, Long Aotian returned to his mother-in-law's house. As soon as they entered the door, the mother-in-law and the old man were dumbfounded. Before he could speak, Long Aotian immediately spoke. Dad, Mom, I am sorry. I didn't go home for a few days and nights, but I figured it out in the few days I've been out there. When Qin Shiyu's parents heard this, they immediately became excited. Good man, I've finally figured it out. My Qin family can finally get rid of this trash. Ha 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 ha. Thinking of this, Mother Qin immediately grabbed Long Aotian's hands in excitement and said excitedly, Aotian, I knew you would figure it out. In this case, Auntie will help you pack your bags. You can just rest on the sofa, and Auntie will personally cook today. Let's get together and leave. Ha! Long Aotian froze for a moment. In the next second, Long Aotian immediately said seriously, Mom, I think you're misunderstanding something. Oops, what else to call Mom? Mother Qin heatedly smiled and said, Auntie wouldn't dare to be called In the future, you can call me Auntie, and if you encounter any difficulties, just talk to Auntie. Saying that, Mother Qin took out her cell phone again and directly transferred $100,000 to Long Aotian. Said, listen to your auntie. Delivery is all day long in the wind and sun. You take this money, buy yourself a small car. Nothing to drive a net car or something. Can also be quite a lot of money. No, Mom. Long Aotian spoke with a serious face. I mean, I figured it out. I can't divorce Shiyu. I still love her. And I haven't repaid the favor yet. As the saying goes, a gentleman's word is a team of horses, and I can't go back on what I promised Master Qin. Besides, I can't just say I'm leaving when Shiyu and the Qin family have suffered such a setback. Boom! Instantly, the two of them, Qin Ma and Qin Pa, were dumbfounded. No? Qin Mother's face gradually changed from surprise to anger. Get out now! Qin's mother suddenly growled loudly. Seeing Long Aotian standing still and indifferent, Qin Mother simply ran directly to the kitchen and took a chopper out. When Long Aotian saw this, it was not good to stay here. Hastily backing away, he said, Mom, calm down for a while I'll be back at night. Don't ever come back. Seeing Long Aotian go, Qin's mother hastily contacted a locksmith company and simply changed the locks on her home. After all, Long Aotian had the key to the house. Lang Zhe's side had just returned home when the cheap old man immediately rushed out. Grabbing Lang Zhe's hand, he was full of excitement and said, Son, ha, out of breath son, Dad is really surprised that you have this talent? Lang Zhe looked at his old man with a confused face and said, what are you mad about again? Lao Den? Ha, son, Dad knows all about it. You scooped up the president of the Jiangnan Group. This is great. Our family can be completely cleansed from now on and go on the right path. Ah, ha ha ha. Someone just delivered a pile of papers. And when Dad looked at them, you actually set up a holding company out there. It actually acquired a small half of Jiangnan Group's assets. That Jiangnan nightclub among them is the biggest and most luxurious nightclub in Jiangcheng. You actually acquired it for only $8 million. That's genius. Genius. Lungza breathed a sigh of relief. Thought something big had happened. Just then, a text message came in on his cell phone. Lungza pulled out his cell phone and looked down. Sure enough, it was from Jiangnihan. The company office is rented. The address is on the 36th floor of the Jiangnan building. A whole floor is ours now. Gangnam Mansion? As soon as Lang Zhe heard this, his mind instantly went blank. Jiangnan Mansion. Isn't that where the headquarters of the Jiangnan Group is located? But just yesterday, the Jiangnan Group needed cash to bail out the stock market and sold half of the floors of the Jiangnan building to a real estate company. That's why Jiang Yihan was able to successfully rent an office in Jiangnan building. The reason why Jiang Yihan chose to locate her new company in Jiangnan Mansion was also self-evident. She was trying to get back at Long Aotian in front of him. Sure enough, this woman is horribly competitive. Killing people and putting their hearts out? So scary. Koldzer winced. Wait a minute. Himself a supervillain. Jiang Yihan had made another feud with Long Aotian and at the same time pulled the carrot with herself. In other words, does Jiang Yihan become a villain too? After all, in the middle of the novel world where Long Aotian was the protagonist, all those who sang against Long Aotian were villains. Sure enough, the idea took hold. A system beep then immediately sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host. Obtained the SSR class hero Jiang Yihan. Add bricks and mortar to the villainous group. Reward, 1 billion in cash. SSR heroes? It's still a fucking card draw system? Lengza half opened his mouth, a little speechless for a moment. In that case, one can still form a villainous group? But Zhao Jiang was also his own person now. Why didn't Zhao Jiang trigger the system reward? Warm tip, only SSR level heroes can get the reward. Oh. In that case, Zhao Jiang wasn't qualified. Soon, 1 billion RMB arrived immediately. A text alert also came in from mobile banking. Lang Zhe took out his cell phone and looked at the numbers on it. So much money. For a while, I didn't really know how to spend it. Lungza thought for most of the day. Suddenly, one thing occurred to him. With the wealth of the Long Aotian family, the pocket money could be $10 billion. And with Long Aotian's very capable of pretentious character, in order to make it difficult for Jiang Yihan and himself, he was very willing to spend a price several times higher than the market price. In the Jiangnan Mansion sold to the Zhenjia real estate have to buy back. And when he bought Jiangnan Mansion back, then his own company would definitely be expelled from Jiangnan Mansion. Wouldn't Jiang Yihan's revenge plan go down the drain then? She's been working so long for nothing. 2. He himself would still be slapped in front of Long Aotian. No, this must not happen. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe immediately called Jiang Yihan and explained his thoughts. Jiang Yihan was a smart person after all. Before renting Jiangnan Mansion was just a little bit of a whim, and after realizing the seriousness of the matter, he immediately made a phone call to Zhenjia Real Estate. In the afternoon of that day, Jiang Yihan incorporated the other half of Jiangnan Mansion under the name of Lang's Holding Group at a price 50% higher than the market price. That's a relief at last. After receiving Jiang Yihan's text message, Lang Zhe smiled slightly. That's what makes being a villain so much fun. If you're going to go against the protagonist, you have to use your brain, right? Just keep talking to the protagonist low. At this time, Long Hongyuan suddenly called out to Zhou Dalong. Dairon, come here for a second. Zhou Dalong hurriedly jogged and rushed over from the doorway. Remember, from now on, the Long family in Jiangcheng is no longer a black force. Get it? Let's wash our hands of it completely. Zhou Dalong hurriedly nodded his head and said, yes, yes, yes. And you, from now on, will follow Lungza. And what about you, milord? Me? Long Hongyuan lit a cigar and smiled. Master, I'm going to enjoy my retirement starting today. I bought a big flat in Sanya. With that, Long Hongyuan looked at Lang Zhe again and said, son, Dad won't bother you to revitalize our old Long family. Ugh, in fact, to be honest, Dad can't let you go. But you don't have to worry about Dad. When we get to Sanya, Dad and your Aunt Lu, Aunt Li, Aunt Wang, Aunt Mikami, and Aunt Melissa will live happily ever after. Old den you fuck? Lengza stared at his cheap old man with a speechless face. That's right, Auntie Koldzer is extraordinarily prolific. The point is that those aunts of his aren't much older than him. The youngest was 2 years younger than Lungza. There was also an old American, and a small day in the middle of it. What was even more incomprehensible to Lang Zhe was that these aunts of his were still TM's happy with his old dad. There's no fighting or arguing, either. If we look at it according to normal circumstances, Lang Hongyuan was so flirtatious that he could never have only one son, Lung Zhe. And that's going to throw up another reason. Lang Hongyuan. In fact, just like Lung Zhe's original body, it had long since failed. However, this was a good thing. At least Lung Zhe didn't need to worry about his brother coming to compete with him for the family fortune, no? Thinking of this, Lang Zhe waved his hand very helplessly and said, okay, I know. Go go go. Lang Zhe didn't want to see his cheap old dad again for a minute. Good, hey, then dad's on his way. After saying that, Lang Hongyuan hurriedly waved his hand towards the inner room. Not long after, several women dressed in heavy makeup walked out with large bags. Good man, you're all packed up? And pack these little wives? No, why the fuck is there a nigger here? Negro, you've got heavy tastes. Dang, where else is Cheap Daddy a gangster at this moment? He was seen with a camera around his neck, a little straw hat on his head, this flowery shirt, flowery pants, and a pair of sandals, and he was rushing to the RV to move his stuff. But right at this moment, a young girl with an innocent look but an incomparably enchanting body development walked over, carrying a small school bag. Brother Lang. Hearing this voice, Lang Hongyuan hurriedly turned his head to look. Lang Hongyuan has seen Xue Bingbing. After all, it was Lang Hongyuan who forced Xue Bingbing to sign the contract of sale. Seeing Xue Bingbing, Lang Hongyuan hurriedly greeted him. Egu, isn't this my son's little daughter-in-law? Hearing this, Xue Bingbing immediately shivered in fear. The two super perversely developed milks on her chest jiggled up and down a bit in response. Lang Hongyuan spoke. Uncle, after I leave, you take care of my son or I won't let you two mothers go. Although Lang Hongyuan had said this with as much of a gentle gesture as possible, but it still scared Xue Bingbing to the point that she turned pale and didn't dare to say a word. What are you waiting for? Say something. Elders talking to you and this is your attitude? Lang Zhe walked over at this time and blankly glanced at Lang Hongyuan and said, alright, you hurry up and go. After saying that, Lang Zhe looked at Xue Bingbing again and scratched the back of his head. This old dang is just like that. You don't need to pay attention to him. Is school closed today? Xue Bingbing swallowed her saliva and went down somewhat embarrassed. Playing with the corner of her skirt, she said, Lang, I came to look for you yesterday and found you were not at home. Looking for me? What is it? It's. Xue Bingbing snapped her head up, but at this time, Lang Zhe was too close to Xue Bingbing. When Xue Bingbing raised her head, her little brain directly hit Lang Zhe's chin. Crap, Coldzer was almost knocked backwards. Son, seeing this, Lang Hongyuan hurriedly rushed up with a healthy step. Shit, you want to die. Bitch, Zhou Dalong, take it down for me. Lang Zhe stumbled back a few steps before hastily covering his jaw and saying, Stop. It's normal for people to communicate with each other with a bit of action. You're panicking, hurry up and take those wives of yours and go. Lang Hongyuan had never actually put Xue Bingbing in his eyes. The reason he was willing to spend $2 million to save Xue Bingbing's mother was simply to help his son disgust Lang Aotian. Lang Hongyuan also had absolutely no intention of letting Lang Zhe actually marry Xue Bingbing. After all, in the eyes of a perverted bully like Lang Hongyuan who wasn't a picky eater, women were nothing more than adult toys after all. It's just the difference between the more delicate ones and the rougher ones. He's not going to get attached to a toy. That's why he couldn't understand why Lang Zhe was like a licking dog, chasing after that toy surnamed Sheen. At that moment, Neisan walked out in her super short shorts that showed half of her ass. In English, honey, what happened? Lang Hongyuan sniffed, hemmed and hawed, waved his hand, and replied in accent-filled English, a small matter, search a thief. After saying that, he seemed to realize something again, then pulled Lang Zhe again and said, right, son, Dad will introduce you. This is your Auntie Santi, international student, from South Africa. I'm guessing that this one's smaller than me, too. Hey. Knowingly, Lang Zhe said breathlessly, hurry up. Good. Dad's on his way. When he finished, he took off in the RV. When Lang Hongyuan walked away, Xue Bingbing was relieved. Uncle is quite a flirt. Yeah, so flirty that he doesn't even know who his son's mom is. After saying that, Lang Zhe looked at Xue Bingbing again and stretched. Right, just now you said you were looking for me for something? Aha! Xue Bingbing stared at Lang Zhe with big watery eyes and said, my friend, was beaten. I just don't know what to do. She's always been the one to protect me. But this time, I want to do something for her. But this time, I want to do something for her. As she said this, Xue Bingbing's eyes suddenly became firm. It was a stark contrast to the hesitant look he had before. In fact, Lang Zhe didn't want to get involved in the affairs of these little kids. Plus he decided to wash his hands of the company. And things like fighting and brawling were so tasteless that he didn't really want to do them. However, Looking at Xue Bingbing's uncharacteristically, incomparably determined appearance, Lang Zhe instead hesitated. Then why don't you call the police? After thinking for a moment, Lang Zhe suddenly spoke. Xue Bingbing sniffed and slowly lowered her head. The one who beat her is a rich second generation. His family is very rich, and he has already gone private. But even though I lost money, but I can't swallow it. Looking at my friend in a hospital bed, bruised and swollen. I really. With that, the little girl began to weep incessantly again. Ooh, I really feel so useless. Can't protect mom, can't protect friends. I had to watch her get beat up for me when I was clearly the one being bullied. Brother Lang, I beg you, help me. Helping out an innocent female high school student. It doesn't fit his villain status. However, violence in schools is not desirable, but fighting violence with violence is. You're a villainous villain yourself. No one would be surprised if something was done to fight violence with violence. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe patted Xue Bingbing's head and laughed. The little brain is still quite hard. Okay, I'll help you out on this one. This way, Chow Tai Lung. Lang Zhe looked to the side of the 1'9" tall strong man and said, starting today, you follow her and drive that Mercedes-Benz business to send her to school after school. But, young master, the master said I should follow you? TCH, deadbeat. Ha, I need you to protect me? You do what you're told. Zhou Dalong sniffed and had no choice but to nod his head in agreement. After all, he had seen it with his own eyes when Lang Zhe had gotten angry a few days ago. Lang Hongyuan's strength at the harmonization stage. Lang Zhe didn't even put it in his eyes. And when Xue Bingbing twisted her head to look, the burly 1'9" tall man stood behind herself like a small mountain. It's oppressive as hell. Inside what? Young lady, get in the car. Husband my ass? Lang Zhe gave Zhou Dalong a blank look and said, call her Missy. The plot of this kind of urban netbook, Lang Zhe can also guess about 8 or 9. Xue Bingbing suffered from school violence mostly because her family was poor and had no support, and the bullies at school who bully her are mostly dilettantes who look down on the poor. So, as long as she was packaged as a rich young lady, no one would actually bully her without having to do anything themselves. Instead, you have to flatter her. In fact, one thing that Lang Zhe had never been able to figure out was that the protagonists of urban netizens were all hidden godly heroes, mouthing the words that they wanted to protect their women, but their own women have been bullied 1,000 or 800 times, and they won't spend a lot of money to directly package the heroine as a rich white girl. This IQ, to be the protagonist is purely because of some unspeakable PY deal with the author. Alright, don't worry. From now on, Zhou Dalong will follow you every day. When you go to class, he'll be waiting at the entrance of the school, and look for him when something goes wrong. Lang Zhe patted Xue Bingbing's arm and said, go to school. From now on, Zhou Dalong will send you to and from school. Although Xue Bingbing was afraid of Zhou Dalong, she had to make a choice for the sake of her good girlfriend, so she got into the back seat of the business car with great formality. Zhou Dalong was very domineering and feared on the outside though, but he knew that the young master seemed to still care about this little nymph Xue Bingbing. That's why he was also quite respectful to Xue Bingbing. Moreover, Zhou Dalong had been in society for so many years with Lang Hongyuan, so he was naturally not a fool. He also understood that Lang Zhe was trying to get himself to accompany this little ninny to put on a show to scare those dandy doppelgangers who were bullying this little ninny. You have to put on a full show. At this moment, Zhou Dalong completely treated Xue Bingbing as a princess of a rich family, himself as a bodyguard. After Zhou Dalong left with Xue Bingbing, Lang Zhe also drove his Mercedes-Benz supercar and headed to Jiangnan Mansion. After all, it's your own company, so you have to go to the company first and get acquainted with the new employees. Miss, it's here. On the other side, Zhou Dalong parked his car and turned his head. Xue Bingbing sniffed and slowly nodded. Then squirming, he put on his backpack and got out of the car. At this point in the school, classes were already in session, so naturally there weren't many people in front of the school. When he walked over to the doorman, the security uncle hurriedly came over, staring cautiously at Zhou Dalong standing in front of the door of the limousine, and spoke to Xue Bingbing. Ah girl, what's wrong with you? Ha? Xue Bingbing froze for a moment, totally missed the point of the security uncle. Listen to uncle, girl, even when we are poor, we must have backbone. You can't hook up with someone like that just to keep people from laughing at you, can you? You're a good girl. You, how did you fall? When Xue Bingbing heard this, she immediately hammed and hawed and said, Uncle, you must have misunderstood something. I didn't hook up with that kind of guy. That guy is a bodyguard. As expected, Xue Bingbing wasn't good at lying. I'm afraid this is the biggest lie Xue Bingbing has ever told in his life. The security uncle could tell at a glance that something was wrong with Xue Bingbing. Exasperated, his face darkened and he said, Don't lie to uncle. I'll tell you what, we may be poor, but we've got the right behavior. In school, this security guard uncle is considered the best to Xue Bingbing except for her girlfriends. Although he never protected Xue Bingbing, he always taught Xue Bingbing to be upright. It also always teaches Xue Bingbing to study hard and not to think about those things that are not there. And don't let early love interfere with your studies. Xue Bingbing was also very grateful for this. Looking at the security uncle's sincere look, Xue Bingbing couldn't bear to lie anymore, then slowly lowered his head and said, "Yes, I'm sorry, uncle. I was afraid that they would bully me. Besides, they've already hospitalized my friend." The security uncle sniffed and was just about to open his mouth to say something. Zhou Dalong suddenly noticed the scene and walked over with large strides, then stared at the security uncle with a fierce face. In the next second, the security guard immediately shut his mouth. Laughing, he said, "All right, girl, there's nothing else, you should go back to class." Zhou Dalong didn't care what relationship Xue Bingbing had with this security guard. He only knew that his mission was to protect Xue Bingbing. And the easiest and at the same time the most effective way to protect a young girl is to not let anyone near her. And Xue Bingbing was also afraid of Zhou Dalong, so she hurriedly ran to class. Seeing this, Zhou Dalong then returned to the car. Sitting on the main driver, he quietly waited for Xue Bingbing to finish school. And when the security uncle in the post saw this scene, he hurriedly took out his cell phone and edited a text message. Xue Bingbing didn't know where to find a hooligan with a big waist, so be careful when you guys come out. A short while later, the text message replied, "Got it, uncle." Then, the security uncle opened his cell phone album and looked at the photo of Xue Bingbing that he had secretly taken at some point, revealing a satisfied smile. "Bingbing, what a nice girl you are. Why do you want to hang out with those hooligans?" "Alas, uncle, this is a last resort. When you marry my son, you'll know how good I am to you." As soon as the words left his mouth, a call suddenly came to his cell phone. "Hey, what's up, son?" A disheveled voice came from the other end of the phone and said, "Dad, didn't you say you wanted to find me a daughter-in-law? Where is the daughter-in-law? I've been waiting for half a year." "Geez, oldest son, don't be in a hurry, haha, it's almost time. By the way, there's no toilet paper in the house, so come back tonight and bring some back." "Ha, didn't I just buy a big bag last month? It's all gone?" "Well, and yeah, you tweeted me $700. Why do you need money again? Are you swiping gifts for the hostess again?" "Swipe a fart gift, those female anchors are no good. One by one, they're all gold diggers. Call the boss if you give money. I'm telling you, if you find me a woman like that for a daughter-in-law too, I'll beat her to death." Don't worry, the girl Dad found for you is very good, although her family doesn't have much money. It's the kind of girl who is simple and kind." "That's fine, nothing to hang up on. You can transfer the money to me first." Well. After hanging up the phone, the security uncle looked out somewhat anxiously. I found Zhou Dalong leaning against the side of the car door smoking. On the other side, Long Outyin carried 2 bags of fruits, thinking to apologize to Qin mother. I don't know what Long Aotian thought. Having just finished losing $10 billion, Hua gave him another 10 billion, but only carried 2 bags of fruit bought on sale to apologize. Walking out of the elevator, he heard an unfamiliar man's voice coming from the doorway of his house. "Don't worry, Auntie, Jiangnan Group is all out of business now, and is short of people to work with. My family has a good relationship with that new boss of Jiangnan Group. Then I really thank you, Mr. Zhen." Qin mother's voice also came over. "Alas, I don't know what's going on with my old lady, but after such a big incident with the Jiangnan Group, she's still sharpening her head to find someone else to cooperate with." Auntie, you can't blame Grandma Qin for this. After all, a thin camel is bigger than a horse." Yes. "What, Mr. Zhang said." When Long Aotian heard this, he immediately became interested. How could he, as the protagonist, miss out on such a perfect pretend session? So, he took a big step forward and said, "I didn't even know that the Jiangnan Group was still so deeply related to Mr. Zhang's family. This Zhang Gongzi, also one of Qin Shiyu's suitors. After all, she is the wife of the protagonist. How can she look pretty without a few more suitors?" Jian Zhang twisted his head, only to see Long Aotian still wearing a Meituan takeout t-shirt and carrying 2 plastic bags of fruit. Immediately, he snorted coldly and said, "That's of course, in Jiangchang, who doesn't know the relationship between our Zhang family and Jiangnan Group? Besides, times are different now. The current Jiangnan Group, which is not what it used to be, is even more dependent on our Zhang family." After saying that, Zhang Jian swept his eyes at Long Outyan's wimpy appearance and laughed coldly. "Oh, it's you, Long Outyan. I advise losers like you to leave Qin Shiyu before it's too late. Someone like you really doesn't deserve her." Qin Shiyu in the house poked her head out at this time and looked at the 2 men. then said contemptuously, "Don't you dare laugh at 50 paces. You too. One pure waste. One rich waste is just a waste. You." Zhang Jian was immediately infuriated and his neck turned red when he was spoken to in such a manner. "Good, Shi Yu. I love you so much. And you're talking about me like that. Ro, I'll go. Okay?" After saying that, Zhang Jian turned his head and left. Seeing this, Shi Mother was so angry that she slapped her thighs and pointed at Qin Shi Yu, then scolded, "Shi Yu, how are you talking to Mr. Zhang? Do you know that Grandma said this time that if you can't negotiate the contract down, the seat of the president of Daqin Group will be given to your cousin?" Long Aotian walked over at this time and spoke faintly. "Don't worry, Mom," Zhang Jian bragged, "he can't hold Jiangnan Group's contract. Do you have a say in this?" Qin Mother turned her head and stared at Long Aotian again and cursed, "You punk still dare to come back?" And Zhang Jian bragging, "I think you can brag even more than him." Long Aotian sniffed and didn't say anything. At this moment, Long Aotian thought in his heart, "I don't know whether Zhang Jian is bragging or not, but I know that as long as I am here, Zhang Jian's fate will be the same as that Zhao Jiang. He will be kicked out of Jiangnan Group completely." Half an hour later, downstairs in the Gangnam mansion, Qin Shi Yu did not rush to open the car door after parking the car. Instead, he sat in the car and stared at Long Aotian with a helpless face. "Say, how much more money do you plan to make Jiangnan Group lose this time?" Hearing this, Long Aotian just casually smiled, then smartly said, "What are you saying again, wife? I'm just a small security guard of Jiangnan Group. I'm just resting today." This fool is still pretending. Qin Shi Yu sniffed, although she was a bit surprised by Long Aotian's idiocy, but since he wanted to play dress up, he would play with him himself. Thinking of this, Qin Shi Yu smiled helplessly and said, "Alright, then I'll go up and talk first." After saying that, Qin Shi Yu got out of the car and went straight to the Jiangnan elevator entrance, and Long Aotian revealed a pleased smile when he saw this. "Wife, don't worry, I'll always be your strong backing. I'll be right here waiting for your triumph." At this moment, Long Aotian fantasized about Qin Shi Yu's excited expression when she came out later. "This time, not only will I not let people look down on you, I will also let you know that your husband I am definitely not a loser." At this time, Long Aotian suddenly took out his cell phone and called the new president. "Wang Ying, my wife has already gone up. You know what to do about the rest." "Don't worry, young master, I know what to do. By the way, I've heard that Jiangnan Group is working closely with a man named Zhang Jin." Wang Ying paused for a moment, then replied with some concern, "Yes, it's been closer lately, because of the last PR incident, which led to a lot of partners and distributors not renewing their contracts. The remaining partners are naturally working more closely with us." "Very well, I don't want to see the Zhang family involved in this new project, and I won't be allowed to have any business dealings with them in the future." Wang Ying sniffed, and although it was a little difficult, she still agreed. After hanging up the phone, Wang Ying fell into deep thought. "Oh, my God, this young master of the dragon family is really hard to serve. At this rate, it won't be long before I have to end up like that Zhang Yihan. I can't. I have to find a new job." On the other hand, Qin Shi Yu had just entered the office building. Then he realized something was wrong. Previously, the entire Jiangnan mansion belonged to the Jiangnan Group. However, when she came in this time, Qin Shi Yu realized that there were many other companies' signs hanging on the wall. One of the companies is called Lang's Holdings. It's on the 36th floor. How many people with the surname Lang in Jiangcheng and run a company? Qin Shi Yu stood in the doorway thinking for a while. Suddenly, she realized something immediately. Lang Zhe had always been at odds with Long Aotian. Plus, he himself had heard that the Jiangnan Group had sold half of the operating rights of Jiangnan Mansion in the past few days, and Lang Zhe happened to take the opportunity to acquire some of Jiangnan Group's assets at a low price. Is it hard? Thinking of this, Qin Shi Yu immediately pressed the 36th floor. "Mr. Lung. Hello." In the office of Lang's Holdings, Lungza stood in place somewhat awkwardly. In front of them, a dozen employees, both male and female. One of the somewhat effeminate men led the yell, shouting hysterically, "It's all broken." "Ah, good and spry." Jiang Yihan, who was standing beside her, opened her mouth and introduced, "The one who is in the lead is the project director of our company, currently in charge of inventorying some of the assets of Jiangnan Mansion for this project, named Zhao Gang." "What about the lady in the back?" "She's the legal director, specializing in contract issues. Just call her Sister Lan." Lungza nodded. At the moment, he was still wearing a flowered shirt and big pants. It looked out of place with this group of high-profile people in suits. "And what is your position?" Lang Zhe suddenly looked at Zhang Yihan to hide his embarrassment. Zhang Yihan said expressionlessly, "I'm the CEO. What about me?" "You're the chairman of the board. What else could it be?" Lang Zhe shrunk his neck and said, Ha ha ha, sorry, my family has always been a small businessman, and I don't quite understand it as it's the first time I've come into contact with a formal company. Yeah, small business. Have you ever seen a black power with a CEO? Those that don't are collectively called small business. Just then, Qin Shiyu suddenly knocked on the glass door of the entrance. Cold, sir? Qin Shiyu? Lungza strides forward. Why did you find this? Qin Shiyu looked around the room, then immediately pointing at Lingze, he suddenly realized. Ah, you this? Your new company is in the same office building as Long Aotian's? Yeah, you are so bad. When Qin Shiyu heard this, she directly laughed out loud. I don't even know what to say. Lingze, you're simply a genius. Lingze pointed at Jiang Yihan behind him and said, she's the genius. She's the one who came up with the solution. At this time, Qin Shiyu did not know what had happened between Lingze and Jiang Yihan, so she kindly gave Jiang Yihan a thumbs up and said, Beauty, you are so badass. Ha ha ha, but I really like it so much. To deal with Long Ao Tian's kind of self-righteous idiots, who have $2 at home all day long learning the lousy plots of the netizen protagonists pretending to be pigs and eating tigers and still feeling handsome, who have little ability but always feel that they are the chosen one. You have to be ruthless. Both Lingze and Jiang Yihan were somewhat speechless. However, there was nothing wrong with what Qin Shiyu said. Saying that, Qin Shiyu actually ignored the gazes of the surrounding employees and began to visit Lingze's new company on her own. Since the new company only moved in today, it hasn't gone through any decorating. The old decor from before was still used, so the walls were still plastered with rules and regulations from the previous Gangnam Group and such. And since the company currently has only a dozen employees but sits on an entire floor of an office building, it appears that the entire company is empty. Everyone's workstation is at least 100 square feet. All can be in charge. Thinking of this, Qin Shiyu suddenly opened her mouth again. Right, Lingze, this company of yours has to be properly decorated some other day. I've thought it all out. And since you're a holding company anyway, and your main business is investing in other people, there's absolutely no need to make it too small. Before Qin Shiyu finished speaking, Jiang Yihan immediately walked over and said indifferently, this is not something that Mrs. Long needs to worry about. What Mrs. Long? As soon as Qin Shiyu heard this, she immediately retorted. First of all, Long Ao Tian is a member of the family, and secondly, the two of us are about to get divorced. It's ma'am as well as Mrs. Cold. This statement was made. A strong smell of gunpowder arose instantly in the empty office. Qin Shiyu is a domineering female president with a bit of M attributes, while Jiang Yihan is even more domineering. All the carrot pulling must be on top. Originally, Jiang Yihan had been very dissatisfied with the sudden visit of Qin Shiyu, a married woman, now that he even came to meddle in his own business. As far as Jiang Yihan's character of striving to be first in everything was concerned, his expression immediately became incredibly serious. Said, a divorce is still a second marriage. Hearing this, Qin Shiyu understood what had happened even if she was stupid. A woman's sixth sense is so metaphysical. She immediately turned her head to look at Lingze and whispered, Lingze, you and her? Lingze covered his head with one hand in great distress. This kind of thing should happen to the protagonist. Come on, I'm the villain. Ahem. Lingze cleared his throat and looked at Jiang Yihan. Xiao Jiang, everyone is a guest. What's wrong with a guest giving our company an opinion? So it's my fault then? Jiang Yihan pushed her black-rimmed glasses, holding her big E-cup breasts and said, as I said, everything in the company is up to me. You just take the money and collect it. After saying that, Jiang Yihan turned her head to look at Qin Shiyu again and said, this madam, Lang's group is not engaged in any production and operation business. If you're not here to pull investment, then go slowly and don't see me off. When Qin Shiyu heard this, she immediately flamed up. But Jiang Yihan's aura is too strong. She pointed at Jiang Yihan and swallowed for half a day, but froze without saying half a word. Me, I'm here to pull investment. In the end, once Qin Shiyu got on top of it, she directly shouted, I'm your client now. Jiang Yihan didn't like Qin Shiyu though, but she can still separate her work from her private life. Hearing Qin Shiyu say that, he immediately revealed a wicked smile. Then he made an inviting gesture and said, then please have a seat. Let's discuss cooperation. Qin Shiyu was also hot-headed just now and made a mistake that most women would make. It was only when she sat down in her chair that she calmed down. Ma'am, I heard that your family runs a remodeling company, and your main business is industrial remodeling, right? Remodeling is divided into work and home, as the name suggests. Industrial installations are suitable for commercial purposes such as office buildings, hotels and shopping malls, while home installations are suitable for residences. As it happens, our Langs Holdings has just recently consolidated some commercial assets, and some of them need to be redecorated, including this office building. When these words came out, Qin Shiyu froze for a moment. Didn't Grandma want herself to talk about cooperation with Jiangnan Group because she wanted to embrace Jiangnan Group as her thigh and earn some benefits in the process? Jiangnan Group invested $2 billion in the hotel project. Their own decoration company can take a few tens of millions of contracts at least. And Kolzer has just incorporated many more new assets that now need to be refurbished. Why don't you just work with Lang Zhe yourself? The benefits of working with Lang Zhe were even more unimaginable. Firstly, to cooperate with the Jiangnan Group, that is not a cooperation at all. It is just an affiliation. However, working with Lang Zhe, the two families were on equal footing and were mutually beneficial. And in doing so, he can get rid of that dead-licking dog Long Aotian and also get rid of his grandmother. So it's like winning twice. Thinking of this, Qin Shiyu immediately adjusted her state. The two women were love rivals 1 second, but the next second they started the mode of strong women in the workplace. That's great, but I don't think your company would give so many collaborations to our company for no reason, right? That's natural. Qin Shiyu smiled faintly and said, the Great Qin Group is currently making a profit of over $5 million per year, with the company valued at $90 million. I can give you a $50 million contract, but only if Lang Holdings wants at least 20% of the shares. Ha, the Qin Group is a family business. There's no way we can give you so many shares. But, do you have a choice? Jiang Yihan keenly grasped Qin Shiyu's weakness and said, cooperate with Jiangnan Group. Then you can never get rid of Long Aotian. Moreover, there is one thing you must know. If you cooperate with Lang's Holdings, there will be a steady stream of cooperation in the future. Lang's Group is currently growing rapidly, and in addition to the entertainment industry, it will enter the chain restaurant and retail industries in the future, so it needs a long-term cooperative decoration company. The other side. Long Aotian waited downstairs for more than an hour, but I haven't seen Qin Shiyu come out yet. So, he took out his cell phone with some urgency and called Wang Ying. Hello, Wang Ying, hasn't my wife finished signing the contract yet? No, young master, I haven't seen your wife. When Long Aotian heard this, he immediately frowned. This office building is so big. Qin Shiyu is climbing the stairs. This time should also come down. Where can this man go? What, she's not at the office yet? Yeah, I didn't ask you because I thought you two had gone off to do something else in the middle of the day. Long Aotian immediately flamed up at his words. Wang Ying, if anything happens to my wife, I'll put you to the test. After saying that, Long Aotian immediately got off the car and walked towards the office building. As soon as he entered the lobby of the office building, Long Aotian realized that something was wrong. Strange, why is the company building different from the last time I was here? Inside the company, there are many more construction teams at this time, and the front property seems to have changed hands. The signboard behind the front desk has changed from Jiangnan Group to Jiangnan Building. Long Aotian at this time again noticed that on both sides of the elevator, there were a few more company logos at some point. The name of one of the companies stood out. Long Holdings? Seeing this, Long Aotian immediately thought of Lang Zhe, so he got on the elevator in a hurry and pressed the 36th floor. Ding! With a crisp chime from above the elevator, the doors opened. Just after walking out of the elevator, Long Aotian found Qin Shiyu and Lang Zhe standing at the elevator entrance. Seeing this scene, Long Aotian couldn't hold it in completely. He rushed up and punched Kolzer directly in the nose. Bang! Crap! Kolzer stumbled backwards a few times, rubbing his nose and frowning. He said, are you nuts? Lang Zhe, you asshole. After saying that, Long Aotian immediately pulled Qin Shiyu behind him and said with a face full of concern, don't be afraid, Shiyu. I'm coming. I would never let him bully you. After saying that, Long Aotian turned his head to look at Lang Zhe again and said, Lang Zhe, if you are a man, don't make a move on my woman. The grudge between the two of us is limited to the two of us. Who touched your woman? Kolzer pinched the bridge of his nose. I have to say, Long Aotian has indeed grown. If this was in the past, if Long Aotian's punch went down, it was estimated that his own fist was fractured and Lang Zhe was fine. And this time, Long Aotian's all-out strike actually knocked Lang Zhe a little dizzy. Lang Zhe, however, didn't intend to fight back. After all, if he had made a move, Long Aotian would have mailed it in minutes. On top of that, Lang Zhe, who has always prided himself on his purity, obviously has a better way to deal with Long Aotian. Why does he have to move his hands like a barbarian? Thinking of this, Lang Zhe twisted his head to look at the security camera behind him. Lang Zhe, I really didn't expect that you bastard would actually dare to play dirty with me. Took advantage of my absence and actually came to my place to do business, and screwing my woman while I'm away? Don't get me wrong. Lang Zhe smiled and waved his hand. I'm screwing even if you are. What did you say? Long Aotian's gaze was icy cold and his fists made a cackling sound. Said, Lang Zhe, I'll give you one last chance to reorganize your language, or you won't even have a chance to kneel down. I said, you're in, and I'm fucking your woman too. Coldzer said word for word. As soon as the words left his mouth, he only saw Long Aotian burst into flames. At the moment, he had pulled out all the stops. Now I've reached the Huanjing Mahayana stage. And Lang Zhe? Humph. I guess it's at the middle stage of Huanjing at best. If I use my full strength, I'll surely be able to make him suffer a great deal. Thinking of this, Long Aotian immediately swung his fist. Snap. A crunch. Long Aotian hasn't even thrown this punch yet. Just felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. Turning his head, he was surprised to find that Jiang Yihan was carrying a fire extinguisher. On that fire extinguisher, there was actually a trace of blood. Not to mention Long Aotian, even Lang Zhe was dumbfounded. Oh, shit, that tiger bitch. Don't kill Long Aotian. If he dies, I'll have to time reset and go back to the beginning again. Dare to touch my boss? I'll beat you to death. When the words fell, before Long Aotian could return to his senses, Jiang Yihan directly kicked him. Logically, with Jiang Yihan's mediocre qualifications and strength, a kick wouldn't cause any harm to Long Aotian at all. But not Jiang Yihan's high heels heel and high and thin. The key quality is also thief TM good. A direct kick lands to the thigh of Long Aotian. Blood spurted out. And although Long Aotian doesn't hit women, but who wouldn't be angry at being beaten by a woman like that? But Long Aotian, who was naturally a pretender, did not choose to fight back in the first place. Instead, he spoke coldly. Woman, I advise you not to play with fire, or don't blame me for not being a guest. Snap. Without saying a word, Jiang Yihan directly slapped Long Aotian, interrupting his moment of pretending. Bastard, making trouble in front of my company and hitting my boss. You still have a point? Well, you asked for it. After saying that, Long Aotian was also immediately a slap. With Long Aotian's strength at this moment, a slap was enough to distort Jiang Yihan's face. But the slap was suddenly hanging in the air. How could it not move? At this time, Lang Zhe grabbed Long Aotian's hand and walked over with a relaxed face. Long why bother to be general with a woman? Xiao Long give brother face? Oh, seeing as I slept with your wife. Forget it, this bitchy Foster. I guess the author couldn't resist the urge to hit him. And when Long Aotian heard this, his eyes turned green with anger. But no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't break free from Lang Zhe's hand. This made Long Aotian very surprised inside. What exactly is this asshole's strength? I can't break free? But no man can resist such humiliation. Even though one of Long Aotian's hands was deadlocked by Lang Zhe, he still had the other hand In the next second, Long Aotian immediately stretched out his right hand, trying to counterattack, but Lang Zhe flicked away lightly. Okay, calm down. Not just a woman? Why bother? Where is the end of the world? For a woman who doesn't love you, is that all you need? You fart. Long Aotian glared at his eyes and gritted his teeth. I know better than anyone how much Shiyu loves me, and I, too, have sworn to protect Shiyu. Lang Zhe, if you don't kill me today, on another day, I'll make sure you don't even have a chance to kneel down. Lang Zhe was completely speechless at the crowd. After helplessly shaking his head, he simply slapped it and pushed it into the middle of the elevator that happened to be open. Then he blanked Jiang Yihan and sighed again. In fact, this matter cannot be blamed on Jiang Yihan. After all, Jiang Yihan is also just for his own head. To be honest, for a moment, Lang Zhe even had an inexplicable sense of security. But the problem is, this bitch hits too hard, doesn't she? Thanks to the fact that Long Aotian was a practiced fighter, or else that fire extinguisher just now would have had to kill someone. And on the contrary, Jiang Yihan at this time, inwardly, similarly, felt an unrivaled sense of security. I knew you would protect me, no matter how much trouble I get into. You'll always be on my side. Jiang Yihan thought to herself. Qin Shiyu was the only one who was still standing in place with a dumbfounded look on her face. She waited until the elevator doors were about to close before she hurriedly pressed the door open button and then darted into the elevator. Long Aotian, are you alright? Qin Shiyu was not concerned about Long Aotian. It was just a simple kindness of heart, thinking that although Long Aotian was a fugitive, he wasn't a bad person after all. It's quite inviting, but it's also all about protection after all. Don't you move. I'll take you to the hospital. Qin Shiyu spoke again. As soon as Long Aotian heard this, but immediately revealed a pleased smile, said, Psyche, I knew it. You love me. You're still concerned about me. But don't worry, this little injury doesn't hurt. Saying that, Long Aotian again suddenly took out a silver needle from his pocket and brushed it. It was stabbed into a certain acupoint on his body. The bleeding was stopped in an instant. After all, the big male lead of the flunky text, How can you be a male lead if you don't know some acupuncture that can bring even the dead back to life? Shiyu, don't worry. Although I'm not a match for that bastard Lang Zhe right now. One day, I'll take revenge for you. I will make Lang Zhe's life worse than death. Qin Shiyu froze halfway through her speech. She was unable to figure out how this Long Ao Tian's brain actually grew. Never mind, I'd better go. After saying that, Qin Shiyu frantically pressed the door open button of the elevator. Psyche, where are you going? I'll take the stairs. Psyche, you don't have to do this for me. Long Ao Tian grabbed Qin Shiyu's hand. I know, you are doing it for my good. This way, I will take the stairs. You take the elevator. After saying that, Long Ao Tian immediately walked out of the elevator. Just after arriving downstairs, Long Outyin saw that Wang Ying had already been waiting in the lobby downstairs for a long time. Young dragon. After seeing Long Ao Tian's tired face and a wound filled with blood at his thigh, he rushed over. As soon as he held Long Ao Tian, he said, Young dragon, what happened? Although he said so on his lips, he was gloating in his heart. This kind of pretentious rich kid just needs to be taught a lesson by society. Serves you right, I'll let you play the fool. Wang Ying, there's nothing wrong. Long Ao Tian calmly stood still and said, Wang Ying, let me ask you something. Jiangnan Mansion, why would any other company move in? Wang Ying sniffed and immediately opened her mouth to explain. Oh, it's like this. Didn't the PR incident some time ago cause the group to suffer a lot of losses? And during that time you were away and the company was in dire need of funds to fill the void. So half of the operating rights of Jiangnan Mansion was included in the list of assets for sale. Hearing this, Long Ao Tian took a deep breath. The anger in his heart spoke for itself. But he knows that the company doesn't have many talented people capable of serving as CEO today. He can't just fire people out of hand like he did last time. Thinking of this, Long Ao Tian spoke again. Then in whose hands is half of the Jiangnan Mansion's operating rights now? In the hands of a branch under the Yi Group. Jianjia Real Estate. Call Builder Realty right away. Tell him that I, Long Ao Tian, am willing to offer a price 3 times higher than the market price to buy back half of Jiangnan Mansion's operating rights. When Wang Ying heard this, she immediately took a deep breath. How much money does this Long family have? We just lost tens of billions of dollars. And now we can still get the money? But then again, this Long Ao Tian is too much of a loser, isn't he? In retrospect, it seems that since Long Outyin took over Jiangnan Group, anything he did was out of selfishness, and there was no half decision that was good for the company. Just then, Qin Shiyu also walked out of the elevator. Long Ao Tian saw his wife coming down. Hurriedly, he walked over and said, Shiyu, didn't you go to sign the contract? Sign what contract? Qin Shiyu asked with a face full of curiosity. A contract for the Gangnam Group. Oh, Qin Shiyu nodded, then pulled out her contract with Lang's Holdings from her briefcase and said, take Lang's Holdings' $50 million contract as well. What? You were actually forced by that bastard Lang Zhe to sign their contract? Lungza, you bastard, I'll have you in pieces. Long Ao Tian gritted his teeth. When Qin Shiyu heard this, she looked at Long Ao Tian with a face full of looking at a fool and said, Long Ao Tian, don't imagine. Okay, what do you mean he forced me? I did it voluntarily. Shiyu, you don't need to be afraid. With your husband here, you don't need to be afraid of anything. I'm not afraid. Qin Shiyu was already speechless to the extreme. Well, hubby knows, my Shiyu is the bravest. Whose house is it? Can you be more shameless? After saying that, Qin Shiyu couldn't afford to be angry and turned her head away. Waiting for Qin Shiyu to walk away, Long Outyin hurriedly turned his gaze to Wang Ying and said, what did Jianjia Real Estate say? Long Shao. The people from Jianjia Real Estate said. Wang Ying lowered her head somewhat timidly. It has been sold to Lang's Holding Group at 1.5 times the price, asking us to find Lang's Holding. What? How could Long Ao Tian not believe that half of the Jiangnan Group's building operation rights had actually run into Lang Zhe's hands? Doesn't this mean that, in the future, his wife will be molested by that bastard Lang Zhe every time she comes to Jiangnan Group to talk about cooperation? Thinking of this, Long Ao Tian was furious. Immediately, he pointed at Wang Ying and said, no, we can't work in the same building as that bastard Lang Zhe. You find me a new office building immediately. Ha, this? Wang Ying looked puzzled. Young Mr. Long, I'm afraid this isn't right. Right? Oh, not good? Long Ao Tian said in an icy tone. Wang Ying, the seat of Jiangnan Group's president. You're afraid that you've had enough of sitting on it, right? As soon as Wang Ying heard this, she immediately lowered her head. It's not a good job, but at the very least the income is there. Wang Ying naturally won't give up her $1 million a year salary. When Long Ao Tian saw that Wang Ying was soft, he slowly turned around and said, I'll leave this task to you, and if you do it well, your annual salary will be doubled. Money this young master I have plenty of. Hearing this, Wang Ying couldn't say anything more. After all, the company was Long Aotian's, and so was the money. Even if Jiangnan Group went bankrupt, it had little to do with himself. Lang Zhe, I will never let you bully my wife again. Long Aotian suddenly left such an inexplicable sentence. Turn your head and walk away. Wang Ying, on the other hand, stood in place and froze for half a day. But she didn't figure out what this young Master Long really wanted to do. At this time, Lang Zhe, who was on the 36th floor, suddenly sneezed. Who cursed me? Lang Zhe shook his head. It's most likely that Long Aotian again. A pair of plump black silk legs just suddenly appeared in front of Lang Zhe's eyes. Lang Zhe slowly raised his head and realized that it was Johnny Han. Qin Shiyu's side still needs to go back and discuss with the board of directors of the Great Qin Group. And in the meantime, the company's office does need to be renovated. Johnny Han's tone was not salty, as if nothing had just happened. Lang Zhe sniffed and rubbed his temples with a bit of a headache. Then he nodded and said, okay, just work it out. After saying that, Lang Zhe stood up and was about to leave. Johnny Han suddenly added, where's the money? What money? Renovation money. Oh, Lang Zhe thought for a moment and said, I'll have someone transfer it to you later. And the money from the Gangnam building acquisition. Johnny Han added, although Lang Zhe had already paid the money to the company, a transaction of hundreds of millions of dollars could not be completed in a day or two. Although Home Builders Realty has signed the contract, they have not been paid yet. I'll have someone go to the bank later to rush it, and tell the side of Builder Realty to take it easy. After saying that, Lang Zhe turned around and left, without noticing in the slightest Johnny Han's expression at the moment. Looking at Lang Zhe being so cold, Johnny Han's heart had an indescribable feeling for a moment. She has never brought her emotions from life to work, but this time, she was surprised to find herself. It seemed to have become obsessed with this strange man. Lang Zhe. It wasn't really hard to explain. After all, her first time, just last night, had been given to Lang Zhe. For any person, the person who took away their first time is very important. Very memorable too. Lang Zhe, what the hell are you thinking? Am I really less in your heart than that man's wife? Damn it, what's wrong with me? He and I obviously just met yesterday. Wrong, we've only known each other for less than half a day and I gave him my first time? Thinking of this, Johnny Han suddenly widened her eyes. Standing dumbfounded, she couldn't believe that she was so casual, but she had obviously kept her virginity for the first 27 years. How about this one? It's not right. Johnny Han suddenly shook her head violently. It's just the first time. It's no big deal. They're all adults. It was just a regular venting session. Wake up, Jiang Han, it's just a stinky man. What's there to care? I can't be emotionally controlled by a man. I'm strong. I have to work now. Lang Zhe wasn't indifferent, but rather he didn't know how to deal with this kind of thing. After all, it was his first time experiencing this kind of thing. Stepping out of the elevator room, Coldzer hummed a little tune as he walked through the lobby of the office building. Keep it simple, speak in a simple way, omit the recursive emotions, please. You're not an actor, don't devise those plots. Why didn't I ever think being a villain was so cool before? It's almost like you can do whatever you want without any mental stress. During this period of time waiting for Long Aotian to develop into a god, one can enjoy the life of a villainous villain. Long Aotian's wife is mine. I also own a former employee of Dragon Pride. Long Aotian recognizes his godsister. Forget it. It's too young. Let's wait until she's in college. He himself had taken all three of the women around him in quick succession. Now Long Aotian could probably remember himself for the rest of his life, right? Or do you still have to be banging a few more women around Long Aotian? No way, no way. I can't do this. What if I get addicted to it? The habit of liking other people's wives is not good. Can't get addicted. Lang Zhe had just opened the car door, and a woman wearing flesh-colored seamless stockings and a white fashionable dress immediately sat in the passenger seat. The movements are flowing and very natural. What's more, Lang Zhe didn't even know her. Who are you? Big sister? The woman ignored Coldzer. Instead, she took off her own high-heeled sandals and rested a pair of jade feet on the front of the passenger side. Then he pulled out his tens of thousands of dollars worth of folding phones and took a selfie. The woman was about 25 or 26 years old and sweet-looking. It was very different from Qin Shiyu and Jiang Yihan's kind of domineering female president style. Instead, it looks like a rich princess, but the looks are really nothing to write home about. The figure was even more incomparably enchanting. A pair of slender legs wrapped in designer stockings just straddled the passenger side. Hey, you got on the wrong bus, didn't you? The legs are kinda eye-catching though, but Lang Zhe wasn't a teddy after all. No intention of mooching either. The woman closed her folded cell phone at this time and looked at Lang Zhe with a bad smile on her face. Your dad went to Sanya. What's it to you? Lang Zhe's expression instantly became serious. Although one has lived in this world 7 times, and for a period of not less than 1 year at a time, but most of the time he was lying in the hospital, so naturally he knew very little about the outside world, not even a memory of the body's original owner. Oh, you're quite the pretender. You don't even recognize me? I heard that you're going to whitewash the company? If Lung's group is whitewashed, then who will do the Yi family's dirty work? When Lung Zhe heard this, he immediately thought, the Lung family used to do the dirty work for the Yi family. The Yi family, on the other hand, was one of the 4 great families of Jiangcheng, sitting on hundreds of billions of dollars in assets. The Qin family had been trying to get Qin Shiyu to marry herself before, also in order to hug the Yi family's thighs. It seems that his own behavior of whitewashing his family had led to the Yi family's dissatisfaction. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe hemmed and hawed and immediately sat down on the main driver and said, "Can't you do the dirty work if you're whitewashed? Say, what does Yi want us to do this time?" Although Lang Zhe had never come into contact with the Yi family, but the words had been set up to this point, so he didn't need to think about it to know that the Yi family had a dirty job for Lang Zhe to do. The woman sniffed and giggled. Large eyes like crescent moons. They looked badass but charming. The more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it is. Lengza was not mesmerized by the woman's beauty. "Haven't seen you in 2 years and you're so polite with me?" The woman didn't answer Lang Zhe's question directly, but digressed. "I remember you weren't like this 2 years ago. Remember when you were my little lickspill, doing anything to woo me? But now they're actually all starting to pretend they don't recognize me? Or is it back to licking other people?" Once Lang Zhe heard this, his expression became ugly in passing. The original owner of this body is not a licking dog, but a sea dog. He licked beautiful women when he saw them. At that moment, the woman's hands slowly slid down, parked on the hem of the dress. Next, slowly slide upwards. It was hard not to attract Lang Zhe's gaze with this enchanting move. With the hem of the skirt moving slowly upwards, Kolzer's gaze also remained fixed on the woman's lower half for a moment. The plump legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings were exposed from the knees, all the way to the roots. The woman, on the other hand, looked at Lang Zhe with a smile, as if she was teasing him. Moment. A bummer happened. Kolzer, who wanted to see if she was wearing a thong or regular panties, instead saw a pair of boxer shorts. The expression instantly changed drastically, and the woman immediately let out a silvery laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha, it's really a dog that can't change its ways. Do you think you're really qualified to look under my lady's skirt?" When she finished, the woman immediately lowered her legs. Then he took out a business card from his bag and handed it to Lang Zhe. "This is my new number. I have to say, after studying abroad for the past 2 years, I kinda miss being licked by you. Keep up the good work. Oh, maybe someday when this lady is comfortable with your licking, she'll give you a chance." Lungza was very speechless. "It's a jitterbug," he judged calmly. Taking the business card, Lang Zhe noticed that the woman's surname was Yi. "The name is Yesage. It's the youngest daughter of the chairman of the Yi group." "Boss's daughter?" Lungza frowned slightly. "I can't imagine that Lang Zhe, the first sea dog licker in Jiangcheng, is not an ordinary person. Even the daughter of the chairman of the Yi group licked it. You don't want to work hard for the rest of your life, do you? I'll put it at the top of the list." Lang Zhe smiled slightly, then immediately placed the business card in his back hip pocket. The movements were very casual. Even adjusted the seating position a bit when I put it in my rear hip pocket, and pressed it hard twice while I was at it. "Wait, let me fart first." "Ah, cool." This scene directly gave Yusiki a dumbfounded look. With unbelievable eyes, she stared at Lang Zhe's ass and said, "Lang Zhe, you want to die, don't you? Wow, what a big mouth. You want to die for farting in front of Missy?" "Lungza, I advise you to keep your words to yourself." Lungza shrugged his shoulders, looking unconcerned. "Also, return to the main business before it's too late, before my dad gets his hands on it, or else half of Jiangcheng will be turned upside down by my dad when he starts his fire." Yesi spoke again. Hearing this, Lang Zhe was not surprised. After all, his own family was the one that did the dirty work for the Yi family before. The whitewashing was also a sudden decision made by myself. Adhering to the fine style of obeying the law, Lang Zhe did not intend to accept Yisiki's offer, so he smiled and waved his hand and said, "Alright, Ms. Yi, it's already 2023, so don't do the triad thing. And yeah, let's keep in touch less between the two of us from now on. I'm sure your dad should care more about you than whatever business our family is majoring in." Yisiki heard this at first froze for a moment, then helplessly laughed and said, "Oh, okay, Lang Zhe, I'll learn to want to capture. I don't have a desire to escape." Lang Zhe waved his hand and said, "I already have a few women. In more I am afraid that I cannot resist this small body." Lungza was going to say there's a woman, but when you think about it, it doesn't seem right, so it was honest. But once Yisiki heard this, her expression instantly became a bit ugly. She stared at Kolzer for half a second. After determining that Lang Zhe was not joking, he was so angry that he let out a cold laugh and said, "Ha! Just you? Don't I know what kind of woman you can be with? Are they as pretty as me? Do they have my body? Do I have money? Except for the last one. The first two are pretty much like you." Lang Zhe replied calmly. Yi Siki sniffed and frowned. "You fart. Indeed. Just put 2 more on your card." "You." Yi Siki was instantly infuriated. Before, she was able to tolerate it, but now, she couldn't tolerate it at all. Straight away, he reached out his hand and was about to hit Lang Zhe, but that slender little hand had just reached out, but it was caught in Lang Zhe's death grip, and smiled badly. "Angry? Isn't it empty without me?" Hooligans are used to being hooligans. Unable to help himself, he reached straight up and slowly brushed the root of Yi Siki's thigh. At this touch, Yi Siki's eyes instantly widened, and his face instantly reddened. "Lang Zhe, you asshole, touch any higher and you're dead." In the heat of the moment, Yi Siki directly shouted. Seeing this, Lang Zhe also immediately loosened his hand. Laughing, he said, "See, you're still resisting, so you don't need me." "Crap, of course I don't need you, I just wanted to tease you." "Playing with fire and pissing in the bed," Lang Zhe replied. "I'll stop in time this time, but what about next time? Or what about the next time you meet someone more roguish than me? So yeah, don't tease someone's bottom line with your body without an open heart." Lang Zhe used practical actions to fully demonstrate to Yi Siki the truth of always walking by the river. There is no such thing as not wet shoes. Yi Siki blushed and quickly organized her somewhat flustered clothes, then immediately pulled a folder out of his bag. After all, she had approached Lang Zhe with a serious matter to explain. "Here, as before, be clean. It turns out the family's dirty work is actually killing people?" Lang Zhe took the folder with a serious face and flipped through it. "I can't believe it's Qin Shiyu. I can't believe it's Qin Shiyu." Seeing the photo on the first page, Kolzer froze. What he couldn't figure out now was when had Qin Shiyu offended the Yi family. Just as Lang Zhe was thinking about how Qin Shiyu had offended the Yi family, beside her, Yi Siki, however, was disorganized in her thoughts. Did Lang Zhe just lecture me? No, it's education. He's trying to protect me, right? Aha, it must be. He must have taken this opportunity to educate me because he licked me so much because he was worried about me being slimed by hooligans outside. Nope, why would I think that? Damn it, Lang Zhe is a stinking hooligan, taking advantage of me since I was a kid. If it wasn't for the fact that my dad was his dad's boss, I guess assholes like him would have dumped me long ago after they had enough of me. No, I have to be more careful. I haven't seen you for 2 years. Lang Zhe's skills in flirting with girls have soared. If I'm not careful, I'll fall into his trap. Kolzer closed the folder at this point. Staring at Yi Siki with a serious face, she said, "Why would it be Qin Shiyu?" Lang Zhe's face was expressionless. After all, if the original owner of his body had licked Yi Siki, then Yi Siki must have known that he had similarly pursued Qin Shiyu. However, after hearing this, Yi Siki smiled and shook her head. "Your father didn't tell you?" "Say what?" "A pitch." Yi Siki said it lightly. "What pitch?" A sense of foreboding arose in Lang Zhe's heart. How your mom died, do you know?" Lang Zhe sniffed and froze, though he didn't want to believe it. But Yi Siki's words had come to this. He had to believe it even if he didn't. Sure enough, surely, his own birth mother. Was his father's defection to the Yi family? But why his own birth mother? This has been a tradition of the Yi family for centuries. An old tradition that has been passed down since the Jiajing era. If you want to defect to the Yi family, you have to let the Yi family get a hold of you. And the easiest way to get a handle on it is, bring the head of your beloved and come to resume your duties. Prove your loyalty to the Yi family head. Is this a rule that people can make? This is the 21st century. Kolzer knew that in the quiet country, there must also be an unknown dark side. But what Lang Zhe didn't expect was that the dark side was a little too damn dark, right? None of the urban webcomics I read in my previous life had this shade. Lang Zhe's 3 views completely collapsed, but Yi Siki also lightly waved her hand and said, "It doesn't matter if you can't do it. Only, in a few days the news may report that the Lang family mansion suffered a big fire, and the Lang father and son died tragically in it. Threats. Naked threats. Who the hell is the supervillain?" Lang Zhe raised his head and looked at Yi Siki in front of him. With a fake smile, he casually tossed the folder aside and said, "You may have misunderstood. Miss Yi, my beloved, it's you." Yi Siki sniffed, but shrugged her shoulders and opened her mouth with a disinterested expression. "Wouldn't that be just right? You don't have to kill your beloved anymore. It shouldn't be psychologically stressful anymore to kill a woman who has nothing to do with you, right?" Lang Zhe's expression twisted. "Why did I get a different script? Didn't you say urban fiction? Why are all the women around me so smart?" Ahem. Lungza immediately cleared his throat, then still pretending to be calm. Simple, but I need some time. You know, after all, it's my first time doing this kind of thing too. There's plenty of time. Is 3 days enough? 3 days? Lungza waved his hand and said, how can 3 days be enough? Think about it. There are surveillance cameras everywhere now and the police are so efficient in handling cases. If it was when my dad was young and the security was poor, it would have been pretty easy to gash someone. But it's 2023 now. All kinds of criminal investigation techniques are advancing by leaps and bounds. Yi Siki sniffed and thought for a moment. After determining that Lungza didn't look like he was lying, he nodded and said, a month. That's always enough, right? That's more like it. After saying that, Yi Siki opened the car door and got out of the car. Before closing the car door, he put on a designer sunglasses. Remember, the Lung family is the Yi family's watchdog. Wherever the Yi family points, you have to bite. The price of betrayal is one you cannot afford. Lungza nibbled on his thumb and said, are you very unsure of yourself? Always like to elevate yourself by belittling others? It's time for you to control that mouth of yours. After saying that, Yi Siki didn't choose to count with Lungza. Turning around, he got into a Bentley. When Yi Siki walked away, Lungza also started the car engine. LOL. I didn't realize that. Being a villain is also about being subjected to all sorts of things. It can't be helped. Who asked to be a villainous minion in the first place? Meanwhile, it was also lunch break time on Xue Bingbing's side. Zhou Dalong, who was squatting at the school entrance, also felt his stomach wailing. But look around. There are no restaurants in this neighborhood, either. Going to the Xue Bingbing cafeteria to get a meal? He had worked so hard to wait outside for the whole morning. That little girl Xue Bingbing should invite himself to the cafeteria for a meal, right? Thinking of this, Zhou Building dropped the cigarette in his hand and walked straight towards the cafeteria. And at this moment, Xue Bingbing is also bouncing towards the cafeteria. Just as she arrived at the entrance of the cafeteria, she encountered the class flower Zhao Sweetie, who had bullied her a few days ago. There were also a few delinquent teenagers with dyed yellow hair behind Zhao Sweetness. Yo, isn't this the innocent beauty of our class? I heard that you got a gangster from outside the school to help you out? He. It seems like you don't remember a bit of that beating Wang Shuang received. What, do you want to be hospitalized too? When Xue Bingbing heard this, she immediately turned pale. While stepping back, she said vigilantly, Sweet Zhao, you can't do this. What's wrong with me? You can't bully your classmates. Xue Bingbing really didn't know what to say either, but Zhao Sweetness clearly didn't intend to let Xue Bingbing go. Instead, he sneered and pointed to a few yellow hairs behind him and said, a few of my off-campus juniors, they haven't eaten at noon yet. Why don't we do it this way? You treat us to a meal, and this matter will be considered as over. How about it? But I don't have any money. That takeout delivery boyfriend of yours? It's okay to have him bring you some takeout, just so we can see what kind of boyfriend someone like you has. With that, Zhao Sweetness waved her hand. A couple of yellow hairs smiled wickedly and walked over. A man took Xue Bingbing's hand. A person picked up Xue Bingbing directly from behind. Yoo-hoo, the little slut still has some meat on her. Soft, ha 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 ha. Xue Bingbing had an idea and suddenly shouted into the air. Ah, hello teacher. A few yellow hairs immediately put down Xue Bingbing. After all, it's in someone else's school. The yellow hairs didn't dare to blatantly carry Xue Bingbing away. After all, they are all paid to do things. In order to $1,000 or $800 in the squatting number, cannot be worth it. And after Xue Bingbing was put down, she immediately ran towards the school entrance. Zhao Sweetness took a look and immediately became furious, yelling, Bitch, dare to hold a teacher over me? Give me chase. And just then, Zhou Dalong just happened to collide head-on with Xue Bingbing. Xue Bingbing did not notice Zhou Dalong in front of her due to the fact that she turned back while running and directly jumped headfirst into Zhou Dalong's arms. Zhou Dalong also immediately guessed something at this moment. Smoothly, he pulled Xue Bingbing behind himself. Then staring solemnly at the few yellow hairs in front of him, he said in a deep voice, Get lost. Basically, not many of the gangsters on the road have seen Lungza. After all, he is a young master. It is impossible to show his face in everything. But Chou Tai Lung is different. As the Lang family's #1 little brother, the few famous fights in Jiangcheng were basically led by him. So the few yellow hairs in front of him naturally recognized Zhou Dalong. The yellow hair in the lead took a look and immediately revealed a surprised expression. Crap, it's Zhou Dalong. Brothers retreat. Seeing that yellow hair was scared off by a single glance from Zhou Dalong, Xue Bingbing then breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Sweetness, who was standing in the distance, was furious when she saw this. What are you guys running for? Isn't it just a strong man? There are so many of you. Waste, bunch of losers. Don't you want money? $1,000 each. But the yellowheads didn't look back. And at that moment, Zhou Dalong also noticed Zhao Tiantian. So straight up, he doesn't have any principles. What with all the men and women and children? He just beats them up. When Zhou Dalong had worked under Lang Hongyuan, what bad things hadn't he done? Only to see Zhou Dalong walk up and directly slap him. Gave Zhao Sweetie a pump and spun in place twice. It fell to the ground with a thud. Whose kid is this? Doesn't learn. Bring your father here. Zhou Dalong wasn't really afraid of Zhao Tiantian's father. It was even tempting to beat up her dad along with her. What kind of good man could raise such an asshole? You dare to hit me. Do you know who my father is? Even if your father is the king of heaven, he can't touch my young master's woman. As soon as these words were said, Zhou Dalong immediately thought of something. Done. The young master said he would disguise Xue Bingbing as a rich princess. How come it's now a schoolgirl that a black boss is keeping outside? As expected, Zhao Sweetness was instantly dumbfounded when she heard this. Young master's woman? It's hard not to. Is it true what Bingbing Xue said? No way. Absolutely impossible. How could Xue Bingbing, a poor girl, who couldn't dress up or coax a kaiju to catch one, be on the list of big spenders? I guess their young master is just playing around. And when he's had enough, he'll throw her away like garbage. Just then, a female teacher rushed over with a security guard. Seeing this, Zhao Sweetness immediately rushed up, while crying and yelling, "Ooh, teacher, whoa, Xue Bingbing she got some punks from outside the school to beat me up. Ooh, look at that. My face is all swollen." When the female teacher heard this, she hurriedly shielded Zhao Tiantian behind her. Then staring at Zhou Dalong with a serious face, he said, "What kind of person are you? Tell you, get clean and get the hell away from me, or I'll call the police. And you, Xue Bingbing, get your ass over here." Xue Bingbing was naturally timid, and when she was reprimanded by the teacher like this, she immediately squirmed and walked behind the female teacher. Seeing this, the security uncle behind the female teacher pulled Xue Bingbing over and said in a serious tone, "Bingbing, what did uncle tell you? How can you associate with someone like that? How can you get married like this? If this gets out, no one will marry you. What kind of people are these? Being with this kind, you'll lose your innocence in the future." The security uncle had wanted to rely on those yellow hairs to bully Xue Bingbing and PUA her, but who knew that the girl really didn't know where to find a big hooligan? So the security uncle took the trick. PUA Xue Bingbing in this way. In fact, with Xue Bingbing's beauty, she could totally eat her way through the school. But the reason she has no self-confidence, and is even oblivious to things like how pretty she is all because of the 2-year-long PUA that this perverted old man has been doing to her. By unintentionally belittling her, you subconsciously influence her to lose her self-confidence and make her think that she is an unwanted, ugly, slutty cousin. In the end, the security uncle accomplishes his goal, takes him home, gives him to his stupid son as a wife, serves that disgusting smelly loser for the rest of his life, and is grateful. I have to say that the darkness of human nature was shown to the fullest by this old man. But who is Chow Tai Lung? In terms of how dark human nature is, Zhou Dalong can be said to have done all the dark things. And people are professionals. A quick glance revealed the purpose of the security uncle. "What the fuck are you talking about? Lao Dang, what do you mean people like me? And you, are you worthy of being a teacher? You don't even ask why. And you come up here and hurl obscenities at the students?" When the female teacher heard this, she immediately sneered. How do I educate my students? I still need you, a rascal, to teach them? Besides, why is it that with so many students in the whole school, others don't get bullied? And it was Xue Bingbing who was bullied. You fuck? Zhou Dalong is well versed in the dark side of human nature though, but after all, it's a beatnik with a stupid mouth. Oh, now I can kind of see it. Saying that, the female teacher twisted her head to look at Xue Bingbing behind her, pointing at her and cursing, "You just deserve to be bullied. If you don't learn from the good ones, you're learning from others to find hooligans outside the school? How did your mom raise you? You were raised by a mother but not taught by a mother. How the fuck do you talk? Can you speak human? Are you cursing him?" Zhou Dalong couldn't help himself and pointed at the female teacher and cursed. When the female teacher heard this, she immediately slapped Xue Bingbing. Angrily, he said, "I'm not only scolding her, I'm even beating her. My student. I can control her as I like. What do you care?" Seeing this, Zhao Sweetness on the side stared at Xue Bingbing with a bad smile on her face. Inside is awesome. Ha, little bitch, fight me? I'm telling you, being poor is the original sin. Seeing this, Zhou Dalong immediately rolled up his sleeves, intending to teach the female teacher in front of him a lesson. But just then, Zhou Dalong suddenly noticed that a car seemed to drive over at the school entrance, and it was extremely fast. There was no intention of slowing down the entire time. Upon further inspection, A Mercedes supercar? Isn't this our young master's car? Thinking of this, Zhou Dalong rushed up with a single stride, picked up Xue Bingbing and rushed to the side of the grass. Next, all that was heard was a flutter. The female teacher was instantly knocked off her feet. The heels flew up more than 5 meters, with the harsh sound of brakes. Lengze, who was sitting in the passenger side, froze. After freezing for half a day, Lengze turned his head and slapped the yellow hair of the main driver. Angrily, he said, "Bastard, how did you drive the car? Didn't you see it when you hit someone? Asshole, how did you drive the car? Didn't you see it when you hit someone?" "I'm sorry, Leng Xiao. I'm sorry. Lengze stole a glance at the eating crowd around him, then whispered to the yellow hair of the main driver muttered, "Actin' a little more like $1 million after this is done. Not a penny less." "But, Leng Xiao, what if that bitch dies?" "Don't worry, you can't die at this rate. At most you'll be lying in the hospital for half a year." "Oh, good." After saying that, yellow hair immediately rushed out of the car and hugged the unconscious female teacher and cried loudly, "I'm sorry, ooh, I'm sorry. Somebody call 120, call 120. That's right, that's the force. When you get out buddy send you to Hollywood." Lengze thought to himself. Then in a hurry, he took out his cell phone and dialed 120. "Who's the owner?" The man in a police uniform spoke in a serious tone. Lengze weakly raised his hands, his face full of innocence. I. Has the vehicle broken down without informing the user?" "Mr. Officer, my car was just taken to the 4S store for maintenance 2 days ago, and there's nothing wrong with it at all." "Okay, got it. Statements are done. If there's nothing you want to tell me, go back and wait for the notification." Oh, Koldzer acted like an honest man, and it was really like that. The yellow hair wearing handcuffs on the side was even crying with snot and tears. The attitude of admitting fault is very good. "Right, Mr. Officer." Koldzer had just reached the door when he whipped his head around again and asked, "So, does that friend of mine need to go to jail?" The policeman gave Lengze a blank look and said, "Nonsense, driving a car into a school and knocking a teacher half to death. It's good that she wasn't shot." "Ha, that's serious?" Lengze's eyes widened as he said, "No, Mr. Officer, is there anything else that can be done? If I have money to pay for the damages, I'm willing to shell out as much as I can. That depends on the situation, on how badly that teacher is hurt and whether her family intends to go private." Oh, Lengze nodded and said, "So if it's a private case, is my brother still sentenced?" "If the victim's life is not in danger, there is no sentence if it is done privately. And if the person is not alive, even if it is done privately, the sentence is up to 3 years in prison." Lengze sniffed and immediately slapped his head. "How come it's only been 3 years? If I had known the sentence was so light, I would have let yellow hair run the man over. Ugh, careless." While thinking this in his heart, his mouth said, "Alas, my brother has suffered. At his age, he has accomplished nothing, and now that such a big thing has happened, how can I explain to his parents?" After saying that, Lengze walked out of the police station. Just walking out of the door of the police station, Zhou Dalong immediately rushed over. With a face full of excitement, he spoke, "Young master, cow, you've even thought of this bad move. Ha ha ha. I just consulted a lawyer and said that you don't have any responsibility in this matter. If it can be settled privately, even if the person gets run over and dies, yellow hair will only go in for 3 years at most. Keep your fucking voice down." In front of the police station, Lengze gave Zhou Dalong a blank look and said. At this time, Xue Bingbing behind Zhou Dalong also walked out, bowing her head with a timid face, saying, "Here, I've caused you trouble. Young Master Lang, I knew it. I'm a spoilsport. I'm going to check out of school tomorrow. A poor guy like me shouldn't have to study with those rich kids. I should have dropped out of school early to sell pancakes with my mom in a stall." Lengze froze for a moment once he heard this, looking over at Chuderi. What's gotten into her? Oh, just old Biden. The security guard at the front of the school has been PUAing her for a long time, and I saw through it. Oh, Lengze nodded. It was reasonable to say that a girl of Xue Bingbing's looks could not have such low self-esteem. Even if your family is poor, you don't have an inferiority complex. After all, this is a face-oriented society, and good-looking people are popular everywhere, unless someone deliberately PUAs you. Thinking of this, Lengze took a deep breath and looked at Xue Bingbing, said, "Do you know you're a beautiful woman?" "Ha?" Xue Bingbing froze for a moment. "I shouldn't be considered beautiful. Actually, there are no better-looking ones in your school." Lengze continued, "You're just dressed a bit dirtier. Your clothes are washed and wrinkled, plus you don't know how to dress. Want to see how pretty you are?" Xue Bingbing's big, watery eyes looked innocently at Lengze. It was completely impossible to guess what Lengze really wanted. "Go, get in the car." After saying that, Lengze opened the passenger door. and said to Zhou Daolong, "You go contact the lawyer first, and at night I'll go to the hospital to see if that bitch is dead or not, and talk about a private settlement." After saying that, Leng Zhe raised his head and left. On the way, Xue Bingbing was still a little alarmed. She sneaked a glance at Leng Zhe and said, "Brother Leng, are you specially coming to help me out? Would it be a bit too much After all, Teacher Zhang also just slapped me. It's not too much. I call it doing the people a favor," said Wei Coldzer showed up in the middle of it. Which brings us to that Yesi. Just now, when he was downstairs in Jiangnan Mansion, Leng Zhe was put in a bad mood by Yi Siki. Again, because of the matter of killing Qin Shiyu, Leng Zhe needed to find someone to discuss the countermeasures. So he called up Yellow Hair and planned to go to the school to find Zhou Daolong to discuss the matter. On the road, Leng Zhe got tired of driving and let Huang Mao help him drive. As for who Yellow Hair is? Yellow Hair was the dude who was in charge of keeping a lookout for himself when he was preparing to force himself on Qin Shiyu a few days ago. The one who was thrown from the 9th floor by Long Aotian and then saved by himself. And when he arrived at the school entrance, Leng Zhe's sharp eye saw that the female teacher was beating Xue Bingbing. So without hesitation, he gave his promise, "I'll give you $1 million to bump off that teacher girl who hit her." However, Leng Zhe letting Yellow Hair bump into that female teacher wasn't really all about avenging Xue Bingbing. It's more a matter of needing some outlet for yourself. But then again, you can't run over an innocent passerby, can you? Just in time to see a bad teacher who indiscriminately beats her students. Soon, the car pulled up underneath an upscale mall. Leng Zhe took Xue Bingbing's hand and walked into the mall. According to the formula of other urban netizens, the protagonist will definitely be looked down upon at the mall. And then comes the moment of pretending to hit his face. In the end, she meets her gold-digging ex-girlfriend by chance, and regrets it when she learns that the protagonist is actually a super godly man. She immediately wants to renew her relationship with the protagonist. Then the protagonist's pure and innocent current girlfriend shows up and pops her ex-girlfriend in the face. But only unfortunately, Leng Zhe is a villainous rich young man, so there's less pretending to be in your face. Leng Zhe directly led Xue Bingbing to a designer clothing store and threw away thousands of dollars. Swiped out $100,000 and bought Xue Bingbing a designer outfit. Tank tops and shorts and long socks and sneakers full of sporty style, white dresses and beige high heels full of pure love and girly style. There are also a variety of casual sets and more. Another trip to the nail salon in the mall to give Bingbing Xue a full manicure plus makeup for her hair. After this set, Xue Bingbing stood in front of the mirror and looked at herself in the mirror in disbelief. Oh my god. Xue Bingbing was too beautiful to speak. And just then, a conversation that was both familiar and unfamiliar suddenly rang in Leng Zhe's ears. "Don't buy, don't bang. It's dirty. Can you afford to pay for messing up our clothes? Where did this beggar come from? Security guards, security. Get out of here. Stay away from our store. Get out of here. Stay away from our store." Leng Zhe, who heard these words, curiously glanced towards the next store. It's okay not to look. At this look, Leng Zhe instantly became taut. Only Long Aotian, still wearing that yellow takeout suit, stood in front of the store, confronting the clerk. Looking at the dirty takeout clothes, Leng Zhe was dumbfounded. He really couldn't figure out what kind of drug Long Aotian was selling in this gourd. How many days has that dress been worn? From the day he mesmerized Qin Shiyu and was then thrown down from the 9th floor by Long Aotian. He had been wearing these clothes. Does this dude have nothing else to wear? It's not that your thriftiness is indeed a virtue, but you can't be that thrifty. Although our country is not yet a developed country, it is not so much a third world country. Is it? You're going to wear a dress until you die, and then pass it on to your descendants? At this moment, Long Aotian stared at the clerk in front of him with a serious face and said in an icy tone, "Is this how your store treats its customers? How do you know I can't afford a few $1,000s of clothes?" When the clerk heard this, he shook his head helplessly and said, "If you can afford it, it's fine. Which one you fancy you tell me. Otherwise you're responsible for touching the dirty one and not selling it? Oh, you buy clothes without feeling the material and just take them away? What if I can't wear it? Or is it that you guys don't even care if your customers wear them anymore? You just sell them?" The clerk's face turned red with impatience at the news. Pointing at Long Aotian, he said, "I'm warning you, you don't want to be a hooligan." Long Aotian sniffed and blankly glanced at the clerk. Then he pulled out piles and piles of cash from a plastic bag and dropped them directly in front of the clerk. Seeing this scene, Leng Zhe was dumbfounded. Who the hell else would put over $100,000 in cash in a garbage bag? Not Big Brother, you have 10 billion in the card. You cannot buy a bag. Do a bank card or something? And the store clerk in front of him saw it before he had a chance to speak. The store manager on the side then rushed over. Bowing to Long Aotian, he apologized. "I'm sorry, this employee is new and doesn't know any better. Have eyes but no pearls." Long Aotian angrily rebuked. Seeing this, the store manager also stared at the clerk with a face full of anger. Idiot, the customer is God, don't you know? Long Aotian then walked into the suit store, pointing at the designer suits one by one and said, this, all of them, put them up for me. The clerk knew that the man in front of him had money and that he couldn't afford to mess with him. One can only admit it. But she was still angry. He was obviously the one who came to the store dirty and saw a fancy suit and just pawed at it. He himself was merely stepping up to stop him. Why should I be taught a lesson? Besides, the store manager will have to dock his own pay if he can't sell it if he touches it dirty. Not allowed to touch it, and the store manager scolded himself. The shopgirl was aggrieved and couldn't say anything. She could only silently wrap up all the clothes Long Aotian chose, but just got the clothes all neatly packed. Long Aotian suddenly laughed coldly again and said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not buying it." The shopgirl was dumbfounded when she heard this. "I'm not going to buy anything sold by trash like you who look down on the poor." The shopgirl's eyes reddened in aggravation at this, almost cried out, "Why are you so unreasonable?" The shopgirl stared at Long Aotian with an aggrieved look. "Is it still okay to be sorry?" The female store manager saw this and slapped the female clerk across the face in anger. Snap, said, "Is that how you apologize to your customers? Get on your knees." The shopgirl instantly froze in her tracks. "Although I work in the service industry, I guess, but the salary is only a few $1,000s a month. Sell out a few high-end suits, do not have much commission. Sell your dignity for a few $1,000s? That's never going to happen. On your knees, didn't you hear me?" The sharp voice of the store manager reached the ears of the clerk. The reason the store manager was so angry was naturally for the money. After all, Long Aotian directly took out more than 100,000 cash to buy clothes. The store manager can get a week's worth of results out of this one order, tens of thousands of dollars in commission alone. Seeing that the duck in her mouth was about to be pissed off by the shopgirl, it would be strange for her not to be angry. The female store clerk didn't want to sell her dignity for a few $1,000s a month job though, but she was also timid. It is impossible to say that a young girl in her early 20s, working alone in the city, is not afraid when she encounters such a thing. And at that moment, inside the store next door, Shui Bingbing stared at Long Aotian, her brows locked. "How come I didn't notice that Brother Aotian was such a person before? It's too much. Why are you bullying a small shopkeeper?" Thinking of this, Shui Bingbing tugged on Leng Zhe's arm and said, "Brother Leng, why don't we go help that shopgirl?" "Just kidding. Who is Leng Zhe? The villainous villain. It's his duty to go against the main character." Even if Shui Bingbing didn't say anything, Leng Zhe was planning to make a move. So, Koldzer took it in stride. The shopgirl was just about to kneel down when she suddenly felt a large warm hand suddenly grab her arm. The shopgirl looked up. Koldzer, in a flowery shirt, was staring at himself with a smile. "I have to say, this man doesn't look like a nice guy, but at this moment, he's so handsome." Leng Zhe helped the shopgirl up and wiped the tears from the corner of the shopgirl's eyes. Then he turned to look at Long Aotian and said, "Low pussies shouldn't come to this kind of upscale place. Poor bastards still learn to bully?" Facing Leng Zhe's insults, Long Aotian was not surprised. This time, Long Aotian actually did not get angry. "It's the same Mr. Lu Sun's famous line, it's probably just a matter of getting used to it." "Humph, calling me poor? You don't even look at your own weight." After saying that, Long Aotian directly pulled out that black gold card. It snapped and dropped in front of the store manager's eyes. The store manager took a look and his pupils contracted. So, the store manager also immediately stood behind Long Aotian and said, "That's right, wearing a famous brand clothes and still really think you're not allowed? Told you, rich people are so low-key." Leng Zhe shook his head helplessly, completely ignoring the store manager. He instead stared at Long Aotian and said, "You do have money, but when I say you're poor, I mean spiritually. And yeah, people who are worth tens of billions of dollars and still dress dirty, that's not low profile. It's simply that the spiritual dimension hasn't kept up with the material conditions, the level is too low. To put it in human terms, it's just like a thug who likes to go around pretending to be a pig in a poke and can't get enough of it. True nobility is not about how much is in your pocket, but how much is in your heart." Elegant. Koldzer was all pent up about his speech. When he finished, Koldzer was inspired again. Directly pulled the female shopkeeper from behind herself and said, "Look at the other girls. A monthly salary of a few $1,000s. And what they are wearing are all spelled dozens of dollars in the package. But people dress cheaply, but they are clean, and even if they only have 2 sets of clothes they change them every day. This, then, is called spiritual riches." Understand applause. Leng Zhe was satisfied with his speech. It's a shame he didn't go into distribution. Koldzer stood complacent. The female sales clerk beside her was completely shocked by Leng Zhe's words. Listening to him, Am I a noble? You. Long Aotian almost didn't hold his breath when he heard this, but it was endured. After all, Long Aotian also knew that he was not a match for Lang Zhe right now. So, Long Aotian calmed down a bit and said in a pretentious tone, she deserves to be scolded for looking down on the poor. And, Lang Zhe, I don't call that bullying. I'm just educating her. Lang Zhe shook his head and said, does a person who earns money by his own hard work need to be lectured by a rich kid who has nothing to do? Besides, which statement of hers reflects that she despises the poor? First of all, she's poor too. And the point at which she despises you is not that you're poor, but that you're dirty. Don't tell me something about how you're too busy working to change your clothes. You have $10 billion in your card, and you go to someone's store dressed in dirty clothes to touch a few $1,000s worth of clothes, and then you end up being scolded and morally abducted saying that they look down on you? You're just cheap. You deserve it because people look down on you. Hearing this, Long Aotian was instantly dumbfounded. At this moment, Long Aotian seemed to feel that something was strange. After hearing Lang Zhe say so much, Long Aotian for once, not only did he not get angry, instead, he was lost in contemplation. Lang Zhe also instantly came back to his senses. Oh, shit, why does it feel like I'm the main character? Long Aotian has become a villain who bullies the weak? But I didn't turn black and white upside down. It's the truth. At this moment, Long Aotian stood in place, frowning and thinking for half a day but not figuring out how he had become the villain who bullied the weak. But facing Lang Zhe, no matter what, the aura could not be lost. So, Long Aotian directly rebuked angrily at the shopgirl who was hiding behind Lang Zhe. Anyway, today you must apologize to me. Apologize to all the poor people in the whole world. Who am I? To apologize? It's not like I did anything wrong. As soon as Long Aotian heard this, he immediately turned his head to the store manager and said, if your employee doesn't apologize to me today, then you won't earn a single penny. Lang Zhe sniffed and pulled out a card as well. It's not a black and gold card, I guess, but it's at least a platinum card. Not 10 billion, but a few million still, enough to satisfy the store manager's performance. Store manager, she does not apologize today, although I do not have 10 billion in my card, but I can give you 100,000. It's 100,000. Lang Zhe was going to say a million, but reason eventually overcame the pretentiousness. Spending $1 million in order to pretend is not pretending. It's called being really stupid. But once Long Aotian heard this, he directly pointed at the store manager and said, tell your boss that I'll offer $10 million. This store will be my long audience from now on. The store manager was outright dumbfounded when he heard this. In a hurry, they took out their cell phones and went to call their boss. After all, the store, including the goods in the store altogether, only a few million $10 million. That's blood money. Seeing this, Long Aotian transformed into the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. Humph, incompetent rat, what are you comparing to me, Long Aotian? Seeing this, Lang Zhe quickly slipped the platinum card in his hand into his pocket. Then he shrugged and said, who wants to compare with you? The level is so low. Do you deserve it? You can spend your money however you like. What's the point of comparing with me? After saying that, Lang Zhe looked like he had seen some disgusting trash and hurriedly pulled Xue Bingbing away. Seeing this, Long Aotian was so angry that his eyes turned red. The mind says, what's this? Is that how the plot is going? I won, but why don't I feel good about it? After thinking for half a day, Long Aotian directly couldn't hold it in. Can't spend $10 million for nothing. Lang Zhe's face didn't hit, but instead gave himself a slap in the face. Right? Thinking of this, Long Aotian turned his head to stare at the female clerk and pointed at her and said angrily, you're fired. Pack up and get out immediately. Just in time. When Lang Zhe heard this, he immediately smiled back and said, I'm wondering if I should open a clothing store. Why don't you come and be the store manager for me? Lang Zhe seemed to anticipate that Long Aotian would fire the female sales clerk in general. So as soon as Long Aotian's words fell, Lang Zhe turned around and came up with this. The shopgirl immediately showed an excited expression when she heard that. Immediately, he pulled his badge. Jogging, he rushed to Lang Zhe and bowed. Hello boss. Good. Lang Zhe smiled and nodded his head, wrapping one arm around the shopgirl and the other around Xue Bingbing. While walking, he said, by the way, what's your name? Back to the boss. Slave girl. My name is Lily Lee. Not at all. Just enough. Okay, so 5,000 base salary and 10% commission. Okay? As the voices of the two women and one man faded away, Long Aotian was shaking all over. Clenched fists creaked. By the way, that woman slapped you just now, didn't she? And made you kneel, didn't she? Outside the mall, Lang Zhe got into his supercar and said to Lily Lee, who was standing in front of the door. Lily Lee sniffed. covered her cheeks, and nodded slightly. You have to remember that we are a society of law and order, and you are legally responsible for hitting people. In that case, anyway, it takes time to prepare the store on my side, so you call the police first, so you don't get this beating for nothing. Blackmail that bitch, blackmail her to death. When you get to the police station, you say you have a headache. If the police can't handle it, tell me. I'll personally get you a lawyer and sue her. Expose her. Expose that store too. The main thing about the common people of the Dragon Kingdom is that they have a low awareness of the law, especially the bottom-feeding laborers like Lily Lee. Being bullied in the workplace is, dare I say, the norm. However, with such a vicious young man like Long Zay giving support, Lily also gathered her courage and said, "Aha, the boss is right. Okay, this is my business card. The phone is my WeChat. Go back and you first add my WeChat. Tomorrow first go to my company labor contract signed. Don't worry, the store hasn't been open for a few days yet, and it counts as a paycheck. Boss, you're my new parent." After bidding farewell to Lily, Lang Zay then immediately drove. On the way, Xue Bingbing stared at Lang Zay with a face full of florid fascination. All along, she thought that a handsome man should be the kind of Long Aotian who doesn't smile and talks like the boys in idol dramas. But today, she realized, handsome guys in idol dramas are fake. But Coldzer, it's true. He wasn't the rumored #1 villain of Jiangcheng at all. He's obviously a fierce-looking angel, but he's a knife to the heart. Although dressed like a hooligan, doesn't act like a nice guy either. But he's my rogue angel. Soon, Lang Zay brought Xue Bingbing to the downstairs of a photo studio. It was only 3 in the afternoon when I looked at my wrist Rolex. There's still plenty of time. So, he brought Xue Bingbing to the photo studio. Several photo albums in a row. Although Bingbing Xue was shy the whole time, but under the spotlight of a professional photographer, Bingbing Xue's beauty was on display. And Lang Zay's stance as a roguish and vicious young man made the photographer's attitude towards Xue Bingbing unusually friendly. If this were Long Aotian, I guess the photographer would have had to yell and scream the whole time. Maybe even take the opportunity to mooch and harass Xue Bingbing. That's what's so great about being a villain. After the portraits were done, the photographer said he would be picking them up in a couple days. Lang Zay then left the studio with Xue Bingbing, drove to the hospital. On the road, Xue Bingbing always stole a glance at herself in the car mirror from time to time. Sitting on the passenger side was constricting the whole time. At this point, she had fully realized how beautiful she really was. Learning that she was actually beautiful made her even more shy instead. Soon, the two arrived at the hospital. At the entrance of the hospital, Lang Zay spoke to Xue Bingbing who was beside him. "When you go in later, you act like it." "Ha, pretend? Pretend what? Playing innocent. Can. But I won't." Lang Zay looked at the innocent-looking Xue Bingbing and said, "You're quite innocent right now." After saying that, Lang Zay slightly adjusted his emotions, and then walked towards the hospital in large strides. After some inquiries, Coldzer learned that the bitch was still in the operating room. Come to the door of the operating room. At a glance, Lang Zay saw the family members anxiously waiting in front of the operating room door. At this time, a nurse also followed and spoke. "Families of the patients, this is Lang Zay, the original owner of the vehicle that caused the accident." Before Lang Zay could open his mouth, Xue Bingbing, who was on the side, entered the scene for a second. Wiping tears from her eyes, she said, "Ooh, how is Mr. Zhang doing?" "Ooh, Mr. Zhang. I'm sorry, Teacher Zhang. If it wasn't for you trying to educate me, I wouldn't have ended up like this." Lang Zay was dumbfounded at the sight. "Nice guy, and you say you can't pretend? Isn't that a good look?" After freezing for a moment, Lang Zay hurriedly cleared his throat. "Ahem. Inside, families, I'm here, firstly, to apologize for you on behalf of my friend, and secondly, to discuss compensation with you." "Compensation?" At that moment, a bald man with a gold necklace strides over. With one hand, he grabbed Lang Zay's collar and said angrily, "What are you going to compensate with?" "Tell you, if anything happens to my wife today, that friend of yours will never get out." Lang Zay is a nonconformist though, but people have a bottom line. Coldzer's bottom line would be simple. Fighting is fighting. Scolding is scolding. "Don't you come so close to me," especially the bald gold necklace in front of him who smelled of cigarettes and alcohol and had half his arm covered in tattoos. So Coldzer nonchalantly pushed the bald gold necklace away. With undisguised dislike, he said, "I'm just here to talk to you about compensation. And if you have an attitude like that, then I'm leaving. I wasn't the one who hit the guy anyway, so if you guys can, go ask my brother for the money. I tell you, his family is poor, I guess he can't get a penny out of it. The big deal is that he will be sentenced for a few more years." Sure enough, once these words came out, those family members who wanted to lash out towards Lang Zay instantly became quite honest. Lang Zhe straightened his collar and looked at the bald golden necklace. Is it your wife who is in trouble? Crap. Condolences. Lang Zhe said in a nonchalant manner. My brother since childhood. The family is also poor, and is the only son of the family. The mother is more than 60 this year. So what? I'm willing to pay for all of my brother's medical expenses, including the cost of nutrition in the later stages and lost wages for the time he was hospitalized. But if, unfortunately, she gets her comeuppance and dies, I will give you at least $1 million in compensation, just so you can forgive my friend. As soon as Lang Zhe's words fell, Mr. Zhang's old mother couldn't sit still. Straight away, he rushed up and was about to hit Lang Zhe. You asshole, what are you talking about? Will you speak human words? What do you mean she made retribution? Tell you what, if anything happens to our Zhang Xiuli, you'll have to go in there for me too. Snap. The old lady's palm was just about to touch Coldzer's cheek, then he was grabbed by Lang Zhe. Old woman. I don't think you're getting the picture. Are you? It wasn't me who ran over your daughter. If you don't agree, then not a penny. You. The old lady was instantly infuriated by Lang Zhe's words. She pointed at Lang Zhe and cursed. You bastard. How could there be a bastard like you in this world who was raised by his mother but not taught by her? My daughter is a good teacher and has never done anything bad in her life. But why is she hanging on by a thread while you, a retributive rascal, are alive and well? Woo. You're pissing me off. Pissed me off. Lang Zhe sniffed and disliked him nonchalantly. First of all, not only did I not have a mother to teach me, I didn't have a mother to raise me either. Secondly, your daughter doesn't deserve to be a teacher. She's a bitch, just a piece of trash, just a social asshat. It's good for the world that she's dead. Finally, you guys don't want money? Well, then goodbye. After saying that, Lang Zhe grabbed Xue Bingbing's hand and was about to walk out. Actually, Lang Zhe had wanted to be a little more sincere in his attitude and put on an act. But who knew this family was so unreasonable? It's obvious that you didn't hit the person yourself, yet you come up and make a move on them. I don't even know how much my own girl weighs. And a teacher? Does she deserve it? But just as Lang Zhe turned around, he only saw that bald golden necklace grabbing Lang Zhe's shoulder. In an icy tone, he said, Brat, after cursing my wife and my mother-in-law, you want to leave? I'm telling you, you can't leave without $1 million for this today. Hearing this, Lang Zhe was considered completely unable to hold his breath. I offered to give you $1 million. That's because I'm a kind-hearted man. You volunteered to ask me for it. That's you brain-dead shameless. What happens if I leave? Lang Zhe asked as he turned his head with a calm face. Me? The bald gold necklace froze for a moment, then swung his fist to hit Lang Zhe. Shit, you're going to do this the hard way, aren't you? Bang! Bald gold necklace then punched Lang Zhe in the face, and the next second, Lang Zhe fell straight down. Xue Bingbing saw the scene and turned pale with fear. Lang Zhe! And at this moment, other people around the hospital noticed the scene. There was a rush of people. Call a doctor! Call a doctor! Xue Bingbing knelt beside Lang Zhe and shouted. In a short while, several nurses carried Lang Zhe to the hospital bed. A doctor walked over quickly, ready to examine Lang Zhe. But just then, Lang Zhe quietly looked around. After realizing that there was no one else, he smiled faintly at the doctor and pulled out a bank card from his pants pocket and said, Here's 100,000 for you, as a favor. The doctor froze, immediately retorted, What do you take me for? Just tell them I've got a concussion and it's bad. It doesn't take much lying on your part either. Just sigh and shake your head if they want to ask you how much money you need. The doctor sniffed and frowned. Although he firmly believes he is a doctor who saves lives, doesn't want to be in this business of taking money and lying for people. But if you think about it, Mr. Zhang's large family is really unreasonable. I don't know how many doctors and nurses I've cursed since I was taken to the hospital at noon today. Half the hospital is going to be turned upside down by their family. This kind of people, if you don't teach them a lesson, you really think you're a scallion. At that thought, the doctor nodded. While Xue Bingbing was waiting anxiously outside, a doctor in a white coat walked out of the hospital room. He looked at the bald, golden necklace of the man who had beaten him and sighed helplessly. Shaking his head, he said, Alas, you guys why did you hit so hard? The bald golden necklace was still pretending. Humph, didn't you just beat up a hooligan? He deserved it. How much? I can afford it. Teacher Zhang's mother also interjected at this time. That's right. My son-in-law has plenty of money. It's not that bad for him. The doctor sniffed and shook his head helplessly. Now the person has a severe concussion. Let's see if he can wake up first. Hearing this, Mr. Zhang's family was dumbfounded. The bald gold necklace was dumbfounded itself. Me? When did I get so good? How come it's so serious? On the other hand, when Xue Bingbing heard this, she turned pale. This time she wasn't pretending. Impossible. With that, Xue Bingbing pulled the doctor's arm and looked at the doctor with tears in her eyes and said, "Doctor, you are taking a look. There's no way he can't wake up, right? Ooh, he can't have anything happen to him." The doctor also understands the principle that you have to do the whole thing. I only saw him touch Xue Bingbing's head and said, "Little girl, don't worry. It's my duty to save lives and help the injured. I will definitely not let anything happen to your boyfriend." Xue Bingbing nodded heavily. While waiting, Xue Bingbing suddenly remembered Zhou Dalong. After all, it's not like he had any money on him, so if he wanted to pay for the medical bills, he would have to call Zhou Dalong. Thinking of this, Xue Bingbing immediately called Zhou Dalong. "Hello, Uncle Zhou. Lang Zhe he. He was beaten." When Zhou Dalong on the other end of the phone heard this, his eyes immediately widened. "What? Where?" "It's at the People's Hospital." "Good, I'm on my way." Just hung up. The bald gold necklace over there just can't sit still. Full of arrogance, she walked up to Xue Bingbing and sneered. "What? Still want to call someone? Humph, you bumped into someone and you still have a point?" Teacher Zhang's mother also pointed at Xue Bingbing and cursed. "That's right, look at your bitchy little face. I'm telling you, your boyfriend deserved it. He just deserved to be beaten to death. Don't think you're the only ones with people. My son-in-law is the leader of this neighborhood. See the tattoos on him? There's a big shot on him. You don't even have to take any responsibility for killing your subject." Xue Bingbing was timid though, but she was still angry inside when Lungza was beaten. She raised her head slightly, carefully surveying the bald golden necklace in front of her and said, But, it was clearly Mr. Zhang who bullied me first." "What did you say? My daughter bullied you? You're a kid who really needs a beating. You don't know what's good for you. My daughter is a teacher. How could she bully you? She was educating you. Look at you. What are you like? Being a student, you fall in love early, not to mention having a rogue boyfriend. My daughter hit you. She did it for your own good." The young man standing at the back was Teacher Zhang's own brother. He looked at Xue Bingbing, grabbed his mother and muttered in a low voice, "Mom, she's just a little girl. She doesn't know any better. Would you be going too far by saying that about her?" Like Lang Zhe said before, this is a society that looks at faces. When the young boy saw that Xue Bingbing was so pretty and cute, he was also a little bit unable to bear it. Mother Zhang sniffed and blankly glanced at her son behind her. Just when he wanted to point at Xue Bingbing to continue cursing, he suddenly thought of something. "Yeah, that's a pretty good-looking girl. This would be nice to have as a daughter-in-law." Thinking of this, Mother Zhang hemmed and hawed. Sitting beside Xue Bingbing, he took Xue Bingbing's hand and said in a serious tone, "Girl, you can't fool around with that kind of person. You, Mr. Zhang, are actually doing this for your own good. You won't be able to get married at this rate. I've heard your teacher, Mr. Zhang, mention you to me. You're poor at school, aren't you? You talk about you. Originally the family is poor. You're kind of poor girl. The only way out is to find a good family to marry. For the sake of you being my daughter's student, as long as you break off your relationship with that Lang Zhe, Auntie won't hold you responsible and you won't have to go to jail, okay?" Xue Bingbing is simple, but she's not stupid. She wasn't responsible in the first place. At this moment, Xue Bingbing stared at Mother Zhang with a surprised expression. Totally didn't understand what Mother Zhang was trying to say. "No, Auntie, it's not like I hit Mr. Zhang. I didn't have to go to jail in the first place. You child." The eyes of the bald golden necklace looking at Xue Bingbing at this time were also colorful. The thought that this girl would be fine if she became her sibling. So he followed suit and spoke. "Little girl, do you know the law? Although you didn't hit the person, my daughter-in-law was trying to save you, so you are also responsible." "Ha?" When Xue Bingbing heard this, she was directly dumbfounded. "This is a law your family invented, isn't it? There's no such thing as fooling people, is there? Is this treating people like idiots? You don't believe me, do you?" The bald gold necklace immediately pulled out the phone. Intending to scare Xue Bingbing said, "Tell you what, the director of public security is my friend. If you don't listen, I can send you to jail with one phone call. Do you believe me?" Zhang's mother also hurriedly opened her mouth and said, "Alas, after such a big incident, it is estimated that the school will definitely have to expel you. And if you can't do it, you won't be able to study anymore. It just so happens that my son has just graduated from college, and he is a college student. So if you marry over, this reputation will certainly be good. Come here, son, come here." Saying that, Teacher Zhang's younger brother walked over somewhat sheepishly. Seeing this scene, Xue Bingbing froze for half a day before coming back to her senses. So he quickly shook his head and said, No, thank you for your kindness, Auntie Zhang. I'm transferring to another school. Brother Lang said that he wants me to get into the best university in Jiangcheng. so I can't drop out. Upon hearing this, Zhang's mother immediately scared her tongue and said, "TSK, why don't you girls listen to advice? Ro, if you're like this, then you and that rogue boyfriend of yours, both get the hell out of here and go to jail." Xue Bingbing was aggravated, though knowing full well that the family was fooling themselves. "But I can't help it if my mouth is too stupid and I don't know what to say." Being bullied all day at school has led to her having a weak personality as well and not knowing how to say no. Seeing this, Zhang's mother directly pulled Xue Bingbing over with one hand, pulling to his son's side. He then hemmed and hawed, "Look, these two youngsters, what a couple. Look, your teacher Zhang is so good to you, she got hit by a car for you. If you don't do something for her, can you afford to do something for her? Girl, one must know how to repay kindness. But don't worry, if you marry over no one will definitely dare to bully you in the future. Your brother-in-law, that is, your teacher Zhang's husband. See, all these tattoos, people in the society have to call him Big Brother when they see him, and our family is so well off." After saying that, Zhang's mother looked at the bald golden necklace again and said, "Wang Hu, within a what? Tomorrow you will move all your and Zhang Xiuli's things to me and your father. It's not too crowded for us old folks anyway, leaving you two with the bridal quarters for the youngsters." When the bald golden necklace heard this, it immediately widened its eyes. "No, Mom, Xiaoli is still in resuscitation. This is not good, right?" Mother Zhang blankly glanced at the bald golden necklace and said, "TSK, what about your disobedient child? Xiaoli also loves her brother. Surely she won't refuse. Besides, wouldn't it be nice for you two to come and live with me? Your father and I can still help you take care of the kids and help you cook and clean up the house." This old woman's stomach is full of heart. Even Xue Bingbing, a simple little girl, could see what kind of medicine this old lady was selling in her gourd. And indeed, it does. Mrs. Zhang's family's patriarchal mentality is particularly serious. To put it bluntly, as long as I can get my son a house and a wife, what's the point of Zhang Xiaoli's death? This look Zhang Xiuli into the rescue room has been an afternoon. People cannot live as expected to hang. We have to get ready for the aftermath. And this so-called aftermath is to hurry to Zhang Xiuli's husband. Wang Hu's name of the set of real estate to fool over. Give it to your own son for his wedding room. By this point, Xue Bingbing could finally see it. No wonder Ms. Zhang is so bad. She really has her mother's daughter. This family of assholes. What kind of students can you educate with people like this as teachers? Just then, Xue Bingbing suddenly saw a big, strong man in a suit walk out of the elevator. There were a dozen or so minions behind him. Immediately breaking away from Zhang's mother's hand, he rushed over. "Uncle Dalong." Seeing this, Zhou Dalong hurriedly spoke. "Where's the young master?" Zhou Dalong doesn't care about Xue Bingbing. He cares more about the young master's life than the girl he spent $2 million to buy. When he heard that the young master had been beaten up, he hurriedly called up his men and rushed to the hospital. "Brother Lengze is in the hospital room." Zhou Dalong sniffed and hurriedly followed Xue Bingbing towards Lengze's hospital room. As for Wang Hu and the others standing outside the door, they were already dumbfounded at this point. "Chow Tai Lung?" Wang Hu stood still with his eyes wide open. At this moment, he had realized the seriousness of the problem. Did Zhou Dalong call that kid he just punched the young master? Did he say, "Zhangchang Road mix"? Not many do not know Zhou Dalong. Wang Hu was naturally no exception. And in the end, Wang Hu was also considered one of Zhou Dalong's little brothers. It's just that Zhou Dalong has so many minions that he can't even recognize himself, coupled with the fact that Wang Hu was at best a peripheral junior member of the Long family, responsible for watching the scene, not a core member. He was naturally not within the scope of Zhou Dalong's acquaintance. To put it in human terms, Wang Hu is Zhou Dalong's little brother's little brother. It's Coldzer's little brother's little brother's little brother. Gangs used to be just like in the movies, with thousands of hooligans sweeping the streets at every turn, but now it's completely different. Nowadays, all the black forces in the country are following the elite route plus corporate management model, and the core members of a gang may not even number 100. The rest of the peripheral members are more commonly referred to as staff rather than juniors. At this time, Zhang's mother froze slightly, and then immediately pulled Wang Hu and said, "Wang Hu, what are those hooligans doing?" This. Wang Hu was a bit speechless for a while. He could already imagine what would happen to him when Zhou Dalong came out later. So he hurriedly turned back to Zhang's mother and said, "Mom, to tell you the truth, the one who leads is my big brother's big brother." "What?" Mother Zhang frowned slightly and said angrily, "Didn't you say you were the big brother?" "I am the big brother, yes, but I am like this. I am the security manager of our bar, and I have a bar general manager on top of me. And on top of the general manager, there is a vice chairman. That Chow Tai Lung, that's the vice chairman." When Zhang's mother heard this, she was also scared. She stared with big, frightened eyes and said, "So, what about that? What about that? Wang Hu, your daughter-in-law has been hit by someone. This is a society of law and order, and this is a hospital, so he won't dare to do anything to us. But let's call the police." Wang Hu sniffed and was filled with helplessness. At this moment, he was already regretting his death. "I can't wait to just leave my wife and mother-in-law behind and run away. After all, beating up the Lang family's youngest master and giving him a concussion. When Xiao Tai Lung comes out later, he'll beat himself half to death. And then look around at the mother-in-law. This old lady doesn't know what she's doing, and she's out there all day pretending with her name. I don't know how much trouble I've gotten into. Just now, she had to ask Lang Xiao's woman to be a daughter-in-law for her nerdy son." After thinking for half a day, Wang Hu sank his heart. Looking to old Mrs. Zhang, she said, "Mom, let's forget about it." "What forget it?" When old Mrs. Zhang heard this, her expression immediately changed. "Wang Hu, you don't want your wife and child? I'm telling you, you have to do this right today. You're the only man left in the family. My daughter is still lying in the operating room. Don't you want justice for my daughter? For your daughter-in-law?" Just then, Zhou Dalong walked out with a cold face. That face full of horizontal meat made Wang Hu not dare to look directly at him. "You hit my young master, didn't you?" Zhou Dalong strides towards Wang Hu. Wang Hu is 1 meter 75 and weighs 160 pounds. And Zhou Dalong's height is 1 meter 9 and his weight is over 220 pounds. The huge sense of oppression made Wang Hu instantly become like a jingba. Looking at Zhou Dalong with a face full of innocence, he said, "Big brother, I was wrong. I didn't know that it was the young master. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to fight with the young master even if I was beaten to death." Zhou Dalong was stunned for a moment when he heard this, but with a quick brain, he immediately realized what was going on. He twisted his head to look behind him and pointed at Wang Hu. "Whose man is this?" Not long after, a tall, skinny middle-aged man with an inch head raised his hand. "Brother Lung, my man." Zhou Dalong frowned and waved his hand, signaling the tall, thin middle-aged man to handle it himself. The tall, skinny middle-aged man walked over, and without saying a word, directly slapped him. Snap. "Wang Hu, don't you fucking want to die?" At this time, a nurse jogged over and said, "This is a hospital. Both of your family members can settle anything in private. Don't make trouble in the hospital." When Zhou Dalong heard this, he laughed nervously and folded his hands. "Sorry, Miss Nurse, we're leaving now." After saying that, Zhou Dalong's face turned cold and waved his hand. Go outside and settle it. Don't delay the other hospital's business." Seeing this, the tall and thin middle-aged man immediately carried the gold necklace around Wang Hu's neck and carried him to the elevator like a dog leash. Zhou Dalong is just a big gangster with 10 evils though, but it's still very principled to be a human being. In his eyes, hospitals are also businesses, and cutting off people's money is like killing their parents. So, no matter how big a deal it is, you can't settle it in a place where people are doing business. However, Zhou Dalong left with a group of people though, but there were 2 other people left at the door of Koldzer's hospital room. These 2 looked menacing as well. When Zhang Mother's family saw this scene, they also didn't dare to pop a fart out, watching his proud big brother's son-in-law being led away like a dog on a leash, and could only honestly keep his head down. She looked aside at her son and said, "Why don't we call the police?" The son shivered. Looking at his mother, he said, "Mom, I told you not to be unreasonable. Now it's good. Brother-in-law had someone drag him outside to beat him up, and we have to pay for beating up the rich family's youngest son. Ugh, you child, isn't mom doing it all for you and your sister?" Old Mrs. Zhang blankly glanced at her son and said, "Wastes, both you and your brother-in-law are wastes. It's up to me, the old lady, when it counts." After saying that, old Mrs. Zhang came to the front of Lang Zai's hospital room and stood on her tiptoes to look inside. But one of the juniors at the doorway glared viciously at old Mrs. Zhang. Old Mrs. Zhang was immediately scared to the point that her hair stood up in sweat. Hastily taking 2 steps back, he muttered, I'll just see if the boy is okay. What's so fierce about it?" At the moment, the ward, Koldzer glanced at the door with a wicked grin on his face. Just now he caught a glimpse of it. A handful of curly hairs peeking out slightly before receding back. It's obviously that old Mrs. Chang's hair. Then he looked at Xue Bingbing who was sitting beside him and said, "Remember, we are a society of law, and you have to know how to utilize the law to protect yourself if anything happens. What to do when you get hit. Don't be in a hurry to fight back. You lie down. Do you see when it's hard to get hit or hard to hit? It will be too late for him to regret it when he loses everything." Xue Bingbing listened to Long Zai's teachings. A breathless face nodded. "How dare you call this a society of law and order? You're the biggest legal tumor in Jiangchang, aren't you?" However, such words Xue Bingbing only dared to think about them. On the surface there was still a look of innocence. I'm sorry, just now I thought Long Zhe was so handsome. How come his persona crumbled so quickly? Why didn't you notice before? Long Zhe is so despicable. Just as Long Zhe was educating Xue Bingbing, a call suddenly came from his cell phone. It was an unfamiliar number, and Lungza picked up the phone curiously. Hello? Who is it? Hello, boss, I'm Lily Lee. Ah, Beaver, why? Is something wrong? Coldzer asked. Well, the police station and I went to the mall just now, and the mall security cooperated in pulling the surveillance. Lungza nodded. I don't know what to do about it. The police said they want us to mediate privately, and the store manager said he's willing to pay me 5,000 in settlement and asked me not to expose the security footage. Lang Zhe sniffed and immediately spoke. Exposure. Must be exposed. We're not that bad with her $5,000. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Lang Zhe seemed to have thought of something else. His head spun. Then he revealed a bad smile and said, wait a minute. You send me the security footage first. Good. After saying that, Lang Zhe hung up the phone. A short while later, a person called Lily Original Run added Cold Zhe WeChat. The video also came through a few seconds later. Lingza opened it and looked at it for a moment. It's really unusual to find security footage from this upscale mall. I can't believe it was recorded so clearly. After watching it for a while, Lang Zhe sent the video to Zhang Yihan again with the text, find a self-media account with a lot of fans and promote this video. The power of modern capital is unknown to the flunkies. That group of Long Aotian and Yi Chen's minds were still stuck in the era of moving their fists at the drop of a hat 20 years ago. And on the flip side, what about Lingza? Since the system doesn't let you die so quickly, why don't you become a villain with a brain? Why not discuss the protagonist and make a killing at the same time? That's right, big bucks. Lingza's purpose was simple. First, let the video of Li Lily being beaten explode all over the internet. Let the netizens verbally attack that clothing store manager and Long Ao Tian. In using the heat of public opinion to package Lily Lee, wasn't he just about to make Lily Lee a store manager for the clothing store he was going to open next? No, Coldzer changed his mind. Li Lily was not as good as top beauties such as Xue Bingbing, Qin Shiyu and Jiang Yihan though. But the important thing is that often too noble beauty instead fails to stimulate the desire of the netizens. The closer the beauty is to the bottom of the barrel, the more likely it is to explode. After all, most of those who watch beautiful women live have fantasies of doing something with their beautiful hostesses. Too noble a beautiful overlord, too ethereal and not realistic. Simply put, it's all about grounding. Li Lily came from the countryside, working as the lowest level clerk in the mall. Her looks are not outstanding, but she can definitely be called a beauty. Such a person would fit the general public's fantasy of a goddess. What's the point of opening a clothing store as long as you make Lily Lee a star? I'll create a brand directly. Let Lily Lee livestream the bandwagon. At this time, Xue Bingbing, who was on the side, suddenly spoke. Brother Lang, what are you laughing at? Lang Zhe cleared his throat awkwardly after being interrupted by Xue Bingbing. Said, nothing, kids don't understand. By the way, aren't you going back to class? Lang Zhe suddenly asked again. Xue Bingbing sniffed and slowly went down. Oh yeah, almost forgot. Lang Zhe thought about it and said, forget it, you shouldn't go to school either. Hearing this, Xue Bingbing froze for a moment. Ha, Brother Lang, me, I'm only 18 It's about to be the college entrance exam, and I'm not a bad student. Didn't say I wouldn't let you take the entrance exam, just not go to school. Lang Zhe laughed evilly and said, brother will hire the best tutor for you, so don't let brother down. The last sprint of the college entrance exam. If you can get into the best university in Zhangcheng, I'll give you a job with a salary starting at $500,000 a year. Want it? $500,000 a year? Once Xue Bingbing heard this, she directly froze in place, thinking back on the moments with my mom. She knew that $500,000 a year was more than she could ever dream of. If I was able to get such a high income right out of school, then surely my mom wouldn't be so tired. Perhaps, it's time to repay mom. This was where Lang Zhe was different from Long Ao Tian. If it was Long Ao Tian, he would definitely directly take out a large sum of money and give it to Xue Bingbing. But since ancient times, the people of the Dragon Kingdom have emphasized that it is better to teach a man to fish than to teach him to fish. Instead of throwing a ton of cash to make the poor feel like they are being humiliated by the rich, it would be better to give the poor a well-paying job and make them feel like a useful person. Of course, that doesn't exclude the fact that most people will still say, hurry up and bash me with money, humiliate me with money. But, Xue Bingbing is not that kind of person. Aha. Coldzer nodded, then said, but you have to create the same value. Actually, I could have thrown $500,000 in cash in your face, but I couldn't do that. I wanted to make you a valuable person. and I'm sure you're worth a lot more than just the $500,000, which is just the value you've created for me personally. Xue Bingbing sniffed and nodded with effort. For some reason, after listening to Lang Zhe's words, she was suddenly pumped up. Brother Lang is right. I want to create value. Since I've come to this world, I can't live in vain. I'm going to study hard and improve myself. After saying that, Xue Bingbing immediately picked up her book bag and took out her textbook from it. Then I'll do my homework first. Lang Zhe smiled gratefully at his words. Inwardly, he also boasted, looks like I'd not only make a good villain, but also a good father if I were a father, right? It can be a boss if you become one. Good capitalist. Especially good for the kind that hangs from streetlights. As a perfect street light decoration, it's important to know when to give your employees a boost and when to paint a picture. Loyal employees are even more important to develop from a baby. Just then, Zhou Daolong and his group returned. A dozen men in suits came into the ward in great numbers. The leader, Zhou Daolong, stood in front of Lang Zhe and said, "Young master, has it been taken care of? How did you handle that? Told you no hitting, huh?" Zhou Daolong couldn't figure it out. Aren't we gangsters? What's wrong with hitting people? Nope, didn't hit. Before I could. Wang Hu wet his pants and knelt on the ground begging for mercy all the time. And then what? Lang Zhe asked calmly. He said he's definitely not going to pursue you for hitting his daughter-in-law with your car. Snap. Lang Zhe was so angry that he slapped the hospital bed and said angrily, "How many times have I said that it wasn't me who hit him? Be careful, I'll sue you for slander." Yes. Zhou Daolong kept nodding his head. Then, "Young master, what are the next instructions?" Next, Lang Zhe nibbled on his thumb and thought for a moment before saying, "You should first accompany Xue Bingbing back to school to pack up her things, and just send her home afterward. By the way, is her mom out of the hospital yet?" Before Zhou Daolong could answer, Xue Bingbing immediately shook her head and said, "Not yet." "Oh, then you'll go over to my side with Zhou Tai Lung first, during the day, and go home normally at night." After all, Xue Bingbing was only 18 years old. If her mom knew that she didn't go to school and was fooling around with a rich kid all day, she'd be furious. So Lang Zhe did not intend to let Xue Bingbing's mother know about this matter for the time being. After the explanation, Zhou Daolong took Xue Bingbing back to school. Dormitory. When Xue Bingbing opened the door, she saw her good girlfriend Wang Xuan wearing a white mesh bandage on her head, sitting on the bed and eating instant noodles. Bingbing? Ha, I've heard it all. That rich kid boyfriend of yours hit Mr. Zhang with his car? Ha, good hit, that dead bitch. I've long since looked at her with disdain. But is your boyfriend okay? Will he go to jail? At that moment, a burly man of 1 meter 9 tall followed him in. Hearing Wang Xuan's words, he immediately glared at Wang Xuan and said, "When did my young master hit someone? Don't you talk nonsense. Be careful of suing you for slander. That's a cross-eyed face." Instantly, Wang Xuan was silenced. Wang Xuan scrunched his neck and continued to eat the noodles. Xue Bingbing, on the other hand, turned back to Zhou Daolong and said, "Uncle Long, you, don't be so fierce." Wang Xuan is also concerned about Lang Zhe. Wang Xuan, who was sitting at the head of the bed on the upper bunk, nodded desperately at the sound of his voice. Zhou Daolong smiled at Wang Xuan with a heated smile, said, "So, it's not much of a big deal. The other side has reconciled with us. Settled? That must be a lot of money to pay out, right?" Zhou Daolong waved his hand and said, "Just pay for the medical expenses. You didn't ask for moral damages, Uncle Long. I'm telling you, Mr. Zhang's family is not a good person, and Mr. Zhang's mother, with her unforgiving nature, won't stop until she's paid $1 million in moral damages." Wang Xuan and Xue Bingbing were two completely different personalities. Bingbing Xue is the I-man, introvert, sociopath. Wang Xuan, on the other hand, is an E-man, extrovert, social cow, and self-possessed. And Wang Xuan is also a northeastern girl. And Zhou Daolong is a hometown, talking and real, especially to Zhou Daolong appetite. I can see that, but that little old lady is just a bully, relying on the fact that her son-in-law knows a few people on the road, so she's not afraid of anything. Yeah, and how did that end up working out? Well, Zhou Daolong pursed his lips. Her son-in-law, that is, your teacher Zhang husband, is my little brother's little brother. Ha, like this ha? Ha. No way. Laugh me to death. Ha. Before, Ms. Zhang's husband came to our school and was still bullish, making it seem as if the whole of Jiangcheng was in his hands. It's true that one mountain is higher than the other. Ha. After saying that, Wang Xuan just happened to finish the instant noodles in his hand as well. Then poof, he jumped off the top bunk, casually throwing the box of instant noodles in the trash. He clapped his hands and said, "By the way, Bingbing, are you going home?" Looking at Xue Bingbing who was packing her bags, she asked in a hurry. Xue Bingbing nodded and replied, well, I don't read anymore. What? Hearing this, Wang Shuang was directly dumbfounded. You don't read anymore. So who am I going to copy my homework from now on? Your focus is so strange. Xue Bingbing immediately revealed a dissatisfied expression when she heard this. Wang Shuang sniffed, hemmed and hawed and giggled a bit, and hurriedly said, oh yes, no, then you study so well. Why do you say you won't read? Xue Bingbing patiently explained. It's not that I'm not studying anymore. It's that I'm not studying at school anymore. And Brother Lang said that he's going to arrange a tutor for me. Well, doesn't that mean you still won't read it? No, Xue Bingbing said with slight impatience. I'm not dropping out. I'm taking a leave of absence. And I won't be studying at school during the period of the college entrance exam. I'm not dropping out. I'm taking a leave of absence from school for the duration of my senior year. Oh, Wang Shuang then realized. It means that books are still read, just not in school. After all, if that bitch, Teacher Zhang, hadn't died, he would probably still have to wear small shoes for Xue Bingbing, and that Zhao Sweetness would probably come to harass Xue Bingbing every now and then. And that PUA Xue Bingbing security guy. Zhou Dalong also told Leng Zhe about this matter. Leng Zhe also did not think to understand why he is security master to PUA a little girl, but I think that the dead old man probably did not have any good intentions. Rather than letting Xue Bingbing study in this environment of four sides, it would be better to simply go home and find a tutor. After packing her bags, Xue Bingbing followed Zhou Dalong out of the dormitory. Wang Shuang followed suit. While sending Xue Bingbing towards the school gate, she sighed. Ugh, what am I going to do without you? I really can't. I won't read anymore. Don't say that. Besides, I've said it all. It's not that I'm not studying anymore. I'm just not in school anymore. Xue Bingbing opened her mouth. Yes, I know, but I'm not good at studying again. So I guess I'll be thankful if I can get into a junior college. And my dad said that if I don't get into an undergraduate program, he'll send me to a gymnasium. Although Wang Shuang is not good at studying, his sports cells are perfect. It's the school's girls basketball team. After all, he's 6'5". Being tall and athletic, his body is naturally nothing to sneeze at. Everything is fine except for the flat chest. A European and American-style bodybuilder. Very tight. Boys feel a full sense of security around her. On this journey, Wang Shuang was talking incessantly. Right, Bingbing, so what if I want to go play with you later? Xue Bingbing sniffed and twisted her head to look at Zhou Dalong on the side. Zhou Dalong shook his head helplessly and said, the other side of Jiangnan, number 108. My goodness, a villa. Although Jiangnan Pishi is not considered a top mansion in Jiangcheng, it is still one of the best. Almost no one knows. Bingbing, you're really hugging your thighs now. In the blink of an eye, it was at the entrance to the school. The security guard in the booth saw this scene and did not look at Xue Bingbing more than once. A 360-degree reversal of attitude from before. Straight away, he yelled, didn't take anything from the school, did you? Xue Bingbing froze for a moment. Just as he was about to reply, Zhou Dalong, who was on the side, immediately said in a cold voice, old by dang, you won't fucking speak properly? The security guard was given a shiver by Zhou Dalong's voice. Staring at Zhou Dalong with a cautious face, he looked at him for half a day. Seeing this, Zhou Dalong kicked on the gate of the post and angrily said, look at you Malagobi, look at the eyeballs to be snapped off. When Moncler Outlet Store he heard this, he immediately lowered his head, and Xue Bingbing on the side didn't stop it. After all, when he was in the hospital, Zhou Dalong had already made things clear. Xue Bingbing also realized that this security guard Moncler Outlet Online did not have any good intentions. Appear to care about yourself, but in fact use the opportunity to demean yourself. I don't know for what purpose, but it's certainly not a good one, right? Watching Xue Bingbing and her group leave, the security guard sitting in the post viciously clenched his back teeth and said, Bingbing, if you are unkind, don't blame uncle for being unrighteous. Since you can't be good enough to be my daughter-in-law, at least I'll make you leave me a grandchild. The security guard had just finished speaking. When he turned around, he saw Wang Shuang, a big tall man, staring at himself with a serious face. Uncle, what are you muttering about? Wang Shuang's eyes were somewhat fierce. Seeing the security guard shivering, he quickly revealed the same kind smile as before and said, ha ha ha, Shuang, you are also in it. Nothing, inside one. You do not go back to class? Wang Shuang gave the security guard a blank look and didn't say anything. Turn your head and walk away. After leaving the school, Zhou Dalong then immediately sent Xue Bingbing back home, and Leng Zhe was out of the hospital at that moment. At this point, it was getting late. The darkness of the night, though it enveloped the land, did not engulf the brightly lit city. On the contrary, as night fell, the streets and alleys of Jiangcheng became more lively instead. Lang Zhe drove the supercar all the way through the bustling downtown area, arrived at a quiet villa area that contrasted with the bustle of the city. Just as soon as he got off the bus, he saw Qin Shiyu standing in front of the villa door wearing a professional outfit. Crap, it's the middle of the night and you scared me. Lang Zhe gave Qin Shiyu a blank look and said, "What are you doing standing in front of my house in the middle of the night if you're not going home?" "What else?" Qin Shiyu said with a serious face. "What's your relationship with that Jiang Yihan?" Lang Zhe sniffed and sighed. So much happened on this day. Honestly, Lang Zhe didn't want to explain this to Qin Shiyu. After all, the two were neither a couple nor a couple. "I don't have time to talk to you about that right now. Go home tonight. I have business to attend to." After saying that, Lang Zhe immediately went around Qin Shiyu. Before opening the door, he thought of something else, so he opened his mouth and asked, "By the way, is Zhou Dalong in there?" "Meet you in the study." Qin Shiyu sighed, watching Lang Zhe disappear to the end of the room as if nothing had happened. At this moment, Qin Shiyu's heart seemed to be dripping blood. She couldn't believe that the man who had been pursuing her so desperately could turn out like this. I still remember 3 years ago, on the day he and Long Ao Tian got married, he brought flowers to beg himself not to marry Long Ao Tian. The person he was at that time didn't really like Colzer. Getting married to Long Ao Tian, on one hand, was Grandpa's order, and on the other hand, it was also because she wanted to get rid of Lang Zhe. At that time, she was so busy with her career that she felt that Lang Zhe was like a child, always pestering herself. Later, Lang Zhe was beaten up by Long Ao Tian and didn't say anything himself. I suppose he remembers how he treated him in the first place. Thinking of this, a trace of remorse passed through the corner of Qin Shiyu's eyes. Then he left. But the truth is, Lang Zhe has no memory of 3 years ago at all. Completely unaware of how Qin Shiyu treated Lang Zhe 3 years ago, all he knew was that he was a villainous lickspittle, tasked with harassing Long Ao Tian and his wife to make things difficult for Long Ao Tian. Inside the study, Zhou Dalong said with a serious face, "What, the Yi family's people have approached you?" After saying that, Zhou Dalong hurriedly got up and checked Lang Zhe's body. "They didn't do anything to you, did they?" Lang Zhe pushed Zhou Dalong away and said, "What can a woman do to me? At most, it's just sucking sperm." Then Lang Zhe sat down in his original father's place, opened the drawer of the mahogany table, and found it full of cigars. Another drawer was opened and there was an unfinished pack of wazoo in it. Pulling out a wazoo, he lit it and said, "They want a pitch. Throw in the towel?" Hearing this, Zhou Dalong's face changed drastically. "What's coming? Will always come. What's coming? Will always come." Lang Zhe heard this, blanched at Zhou Dalong. Then, "Is there a solution?" Zhou Dalong sat on the chair in front of him. Legs were spread and hands were clasped together. The horizontal flesh of his face twitched. Shaking his head, he said, "Sorry, young master, your dad, don't mention him." Lang Zhe's tone was very cold. At the mention of that old Biden, Lang Zhe was furious. Granted, he hadn't really met his mother, I guess, and he certainly didn't have any feelings for someone he hadn't seen. But it's not a matter of feelings, it's a matter of morality. What kind of man kills his son's birth mother for his own future? It's simply inhuman. However, when Zhou Dalong saw that Lang Zhe was a bit angry, he still looked at Lang Zhe carefully and said, "Young master, there are some things that I must make clear to you. Your dad, he's not like that. He didn't kill your mother. Your mother died in childbirth." Hearing this, Lang Zhe raised his eyebrows slightly. "So it was me who killed my mom?" Zhou Dalong sniffed and slowly lowered his head. "At that time, his lordship had ordered me to prepare the boat, and he had intended to take you and your mother abroad as soon as you were born, because even if his lordship rejects the Yi family, it is impossible for the Yi family to spare his lordship and your mother. His lordship has ostensibly promised the Yi family to deliver a satisfactory pitch to them, but it's actually stalling. After all, River City isn't by the sea, and getting to the docks requires a bit of land travel. But on the way, your mother's water broke and there was no need to say the rest. Colzer could guess it, and so interrupted Chou Tai Lung. Taking a deep breath, he said, "So, right now, there's nothing I can do other than taking Qin Shiyu out of the country?" Zhou Dalong nodded slowly. "The other way is to hand in the pitch." Lang Zhe lowered his head and laughed coldly. The pitch is 2023, but still engage in those useless things. Wouldn't it be nice for everyone to get together and make peace? When Zhou Dalong heard this, he replied in a low tone, "Times are progressing, technology is developing, but the more it is like this, the more the Yi family needs to act cautiously. The greater the need for caution, the greater the need to ensure the loyalty of the ministry. For the sake of the Yi family's interests, handily killing their favorite person. There is no one who can satisfy the Yi family's needs better than such a person, right?" Lang Zhe waved his hand and said. Then they haven't thought about the fact that if I can even lay my hands on my favorite person, what does loyalty count for in my eyes? Lang Zhe didn't have any special feelings for Qin Shiyu though, but to kill someone who has no conflict of interest with you for the benefit of someone who has nothing to do with you? That's not possible. Lang Zhe snuffed out the cigarette in his hand, pulling out a piece of gum from his pocket. He chewed it while saying, I want to meet the Qi family head. I'll set you up. Zhou Dalong opened his mouth. Okay, that's it for tonight. Go back to sleep first. After saying that, Lang Zhe got up and headed to the bedroom on the second floor. Late at night, lying in bed, Lang Zhe suddenly thought of a problem. I can't die. The most you can do is reset the timeline. In going back to the day you raped Qin Shiyu, the big deal is to be thrown from the 9th floor again. Why should I be afraid of a small Yi family? I'm a supervillain. The protagonist is progressing. Why can't the villain progress together? Thinking of this, Lang Zhe rolled over and slept until the big day. Early the next morning, Lang Zhe received a call from Jiang Yihan. Hello, Lang Zhe, the thing you asked me to do yesterday is done. I found a self-media vlogger with top fans and airplay. The word is now spreading like wildfire in both Shake Shack and Microbeats. Yes? Coldzer casually turned on Microbeats. Found out that hot topic number 8 was that incident yesterday. Title, Rural girl working in the city was forced to kneel. A man stepped forward at the critical moment. Crap, worthy of being a big V. This title, it's a gimmick at first glance. After opening the short video site and swiping through a few of them, the news was pushed out by the system. At the moment, the internet has exploded. Countless netizens were slagging off that clothing store manager and Long Aotian. However, as Lang Zhe looked through the comments, he suddenly saw this one comment. Brothers, all download the videos. Several have already been blocked. Crap, I didn't expect this. Even a small clothing store has someone on it? It hadn't even been a few minutes since he had watched it, but the video Lang Zhe was watching was also forcefully taken down. Seeing this scene, Lang Zhe was delighted instead of angry. What does that mean? This means that the netizens have also guessed that this is a deliberate attempt by the capital to suppress the event. And the more capital tries to push something down, the more it triggers the curiosity of the netizens. Lily Lee broke no laws and did not accept mediation. There is no excuse for choosing to expose this. Long Aotian must have spent a lot of money to suppress this matter. But problems that can be solved by spending money are never problems. As long as Lily Lee can create more interest, then these videos will be released soon. After all, no matter how stupid Long Aotian was, he wouldn't spend tens of billions of dollars to suppress a video that could tarnish his image. Not to mention he didn't have much of an image to maintain in the first place. So, once Lily Lee's video is released, then the sensation she can create will be even bigger. What is more, if this video is suppressed all the time, it will turn from a rich man humiliating a working girl to a rich man bullying a poor man, thus causing the incident to fester and turn into a class conflict. And this, the bottom line of the Pot family. Even if Lang Zhe didn't make a move, the Pot family would still make a move. That's right, Long Aotian spent money to suppress this video, which has become a lever for Lang Zhe to pry the live bandwagon industry. The harder he pressed, the higher Lily bucked. It seems wrong to say that. Lang Zhe immediately called Jiang Yihan and said, later, Lily will go to the company to sign the contract. When the time comes, you directly bring her to register a media company. She is the legal person. The registered capital is up to you. Give her 10% of the shares, the remaining 90% is ours. Also, in registering a clothing brand company, ditto. Got it? Jiang Yihan was also a smart person, and after just a moment of slight contemplation, she immediately nodded her head and said, good, I'll go and do it right now. By the way, the name of that clothing brand? Lang Zhe thought about it and casually waved his hand. I trust your aesthetics. You decide. With that, he hung up. But as soon as he hung up the phone, Lang Zhe turned around and saw a woman in a sexy black dress with big waves standing by his bed, looking at him with a smile on her face. It's Yessie. This scene gave Lang Zhe cell phones to drop. This excitement? Another good money-making business? Looks like your family's road to whitewashing is still going exceptionally well. Do you want me to get you in trouble? Do you want me to get you in trouble? Yi Siki looked at Lang Zhe with a bad smile. No need. Coldzer returned calmly. Then he sat up, revealing a strong body of steel. When Yi Siki saw this, her eyes instantly fixed on Lang Zhe's flesh. After half a day of looking at it, that's when he licked his somewhat dry lips. Blushing slightly, she was a little shy, but she could never show it in front of this guy. Thinking of this, Yi Siki immediately took a deep breath, forcibly controlling her wildly beating little heart, and laughed. Unexpectedly, Lang Zhe, after 2 years of not seeing you, you've practiced all your tendon meat? Coldzer stretched, his broad back muscles visible. Then he looked at Yi Siki and said, What's the matter? Didn't you agree to give me a month's time? Yisiki sniffed and hugged her chest, still using a teasing tone. But you killed an individual yesterday. It was obviously so simple. Ha! Lang Zhe froze for a moment, cocked his head, and immediately recalled the teacher Zhang who was knocked into the hospital by yellow hair yesterday. Said, she's dead? That's not true, but I'm guessing that even if you were run over, you'd have a way of skimming off the top with yourself. Lang Zhe took a deep breath and replied, that's not necessarily true. There's no such thing as not wetting your shoes when you're always walking by the river. Tell me, what is it you came to see me about? Yisiki stared at Lang Zhe, smiled slightly, and then said, you've been pursuing Qin Shiyu for so long, so you must also be familiar with her husband, right? Familiar enough to count. Is that so? Yisiki continued. Honestly, I didn't expect that you would actually have something with Qin Shiyu, that married human wife. Are you done or not? If you have a fart, let it go. Lang Zhe was a bit impatient. What's the circle? Lang Zhe is now also not afraid of the sky. Anyway, he would reopen after he died, so the big deal was to fight this Yi family to the death. What's the difference between being a villain and being subjected to others? And being the protagonist's son-in-law? You, how do you talk to me? What attitude? Yisiki was furious as soon as she heard this tone of Lang Zhe's voice. Who is she? Yesi? The princess of the Yi group. No one had ever dared to talk to her like that since she was a little girl. The whole river city didn't. Lang Zhe, you are a dog raised by our Yi family. Your whole family is. I tell you, you should know well what happens to a dog that bites its master. Lang Zhe sniffed. Immediately, he turned his head and stared angrily at Yisiki. The eyes, I must say, are quite intimidating. To Yisiki's fright, she didn't stand still and almost fell. The reason why she dared to come to Lang Zhe alone was because she was certain that Lang Zhe would never dare to do anything to her. Plus Lang Zhe was supposed to be her little licking dog, and Lang Zhe couldn't wait to get down on his knees and lick her shoes. But what she didn't expect was that after not seeing her for 2 years, Lang Zhe had actually changed so much. You, what are you doing? Yisiki was so frightened that she immediately put her hand into her handbag, trying to reach out for something. Seeing this, Lang Zhe pulled Yisiki onto the bed. His own 2 hands grasped both of Yesi's hands. With a sinister face, he looked at Yisiki's white milk and directly took a bite. Ah. Yisiki lost her face in pain and immediately yelled, shouting and stomping at the same time. Lang Zhe didn't care how loud she shouted. She just bit her to death. Lang Zhe, you bastard, stop it. Get off me, you're dead, I'm gonna kill you, I'm going to kill you, your whole family will die. But the harder Yisiki cursed, the harder Lang Zhe bit. Didn't you call me a dog? Good, then I'll bite you to death today. Didn't you say you can't keep a dog that bites its owner? Okay, I'll bite you, let's see what you can do to me. At this point, Lang Zhe could even feel the smell of blood. Looks like he bit off more than he could chew, and Yisiki was so hurt that she began to cry out for mercy. Ooh, Lang Zhe, don't bite, ouch, I was wrong, you're not a dog, I am. Coldzer let up at that, but as soon as she let go, Yisiki immediately pulled out an electric stick from her bag and violently poked Lang Zhe's abdomen. Although metal conducts electricity, the so-called body of steel is not literally it's just an adjective. Lang Zhe's body of steel had no pressure at all against this ordinary electric baton. Are you kidding me? A man who can't even be killed by a 9-story fall. You want to solve it with a small electric baton? This electric baton went down, and instead of lying on the bed and convulsing, Coldzer took another bite on the other side of the big milk. The painful Yisiki desperately pressed the switch of the electric baton, and yelled, Lang Zhe, quickly stop, it hurts. Ooh, don't bite. I'm not going to electrocute you, don't bite. By the time Lang Zhe loosened his grip again, Yisiki was already crying her eyes out. The 2 bulging white peaks on her chest also had 2 more teeth marks bubbling with the slightest droplets of blood. Actually, Lang Zhe didn't make much effort. After all, the flesh on a girl's chest is so tender that it would have ripped off a piece of flesh if she really exerted herself. If you leave a thread of life behind, we'll meet again in the future. If Lang Zhe really bit off the top half of Miss Ye's breast in one bite today, there would be no room for maneuver at all. Am I a dog? Lang Zhe was still pressing on Yisiki's body, staring at Yisiki with a grim expression. Yisiki was really letting Lang Zhe bite her afraid, and nodded her head repeatedly. No, I'm a dog. You're a dog? Then learn to bark for me. Woof. Lang Zhe laughed evilly and touched Yisiki's head. Good boy. Now, go stand under the wall. After saying that, Lang Zhe immediately rolled off of Yisiki's body. Seeing this, Siki immediately rushed to the door. After pulling away from Lungza for a while, even started checking his chest. Holy shit, bite me so hard. Lungza, you big asshole. How can I leave the house? I should have known better than to wear a low-cut dress. Lungza, you're dead. After saying that, Siki turned her head and was about to run, but Lungza bellowed, Zhou Dalong. In the next second, the 1-meter-9 strong man immediately crossed in front of Siki. Long Xiao, how did you know I was in? Zhou Dalong looked at Lungza with a confused expression. Nonsense. Who opened the door for her if you weren't there? Zhou Dalong hemmed and hawed. Then his expression changed and he looked seriously at Siki. Miss Yi, in such a hurry to leave. By this point, even a fool could see it. Lungza was not going to let her go. Lungza, how dare you? Without waiting for Siki to finish, Lungza interrupted. Told you, a dog has to be obedient. Go stand in the corner. As soon as Siki heard this, she directly froze in place. Seeing this, Zhou Dalong, who was on the side, also stared at Lungza with a face full of astonishment. What's wrong with young master? This is MS. Yeah, if the head of the Yi family finds out about this, the Lung family will be finished. Zhou Dalong thought this in his heart. However, when looking at Lungza's eyes clearly said, wouldn't it be over if we didn't let the Yi family head know? Siki, on the other hand, stood by the side and froze for half a day. But she didn't understand the meaning of Lungza's words. How could she not dare to imagine that Lungza would really treat her like a dog? Didn't get it? Lungza's eyes that looked at Siki also gradually became vicious. Still the same kind of menacing smile. Unusual ferocity would not scare this great lady of the Yi family. After all, people are not short on insight. Since the Yi family was able to raise a mad dog like the Leng family, it meant that the entire Yi family was no good. But Lungza's kind of leathery smile and curved eyes that hid a sharp blade sent chills down Siki's spine. At this moment, she had no doubt that in the next second, Lungza would really take her life. Save! Help! Help! After realizing that something was wrong, Siki hurriedly shouted at the window. Lungza immediately gave Zhou Dalong a wink. Although Zhou Dalong did not dare to make a move against the Yi family's eldest miss in his heart, but this voice of Siki also gave Zhou Dalong a fright. Almost as a reflex, a slap was called out. Snap! Siki's cheeks instantly swelled up. After hitting it, Zhou Dalong immediately apologized with horrified eyes. I'm sorry MS. Conditioned reflex. Siki covered her cheeks and stared at Zhou Dalong in disbelief. And Lungza also put on his robe at this time and walked down from the bed saying, Dalong we are gentlemen. How can we hit a woman? After saying that, Lungza smiled faintly at Siki, then touched Siki's head and said, good boy, go squat in the corner. Siki was stunned at the sight. Oh, my god, he's a pervert, isn't he? I've met a woman-beating pervert. Siki was also a woman with a strong character, and was bound to not stop there. So she gulped and suddenly pushed Lungza away with one hand. Frantically, he ran in the direction of the ledge. This is the second floor. Jumping from the second floor will at most break bones. Death is not so bad. Thinking of this, Siki shouted for help while running towards the windowsill. But how could Lungza let Siki go so easily? Only to see Lungza grabbing Siki's hair and viciously pulling it back. Siki was suddenly lying on the ground. This one gave her a solid fall. Immediately, there was some dizziness. Then Lungza very calmly stepped over Siki's body, came to the window, closed the window and pulled the curtains. Pops is a gangster after all. The private villa is perfect, both in terms of security measures and soundproofing. The windows were closed, and there was a layer of remote-controlled roller shades outside, also closed by Kolzer. Now, as long as Siki didn't know how to do the lion's roar kung fu, then it was expected that no one would be able to hear her cry for help. Lungza, what are you doing? Lungza was also helpless. He's doing this as a last resort. Either kill Qin Shiyu, or bring Qin Shiyu herself to give up everything she has now and flee to live abroad. In Lungza's eyes, the optimal choice was to take care of Siki. Although Siki was not the head of the Yi family, and her status in the Yi family was not high, just the young granddaughter of the Yi family head. But Kolzer is really at the end of his rope. 2. It's better to have an extra bargaining chip than to be empty-handed. To be honest, having been a villain 7 times, kidnapping something like this was the first time Lungza had done it. Don't tell me, it's a little nerve-wracking. Nothing. Lungza ran a chair at this time and sat on it, looking at Siki who was lying on the ground. I ask you to answer. If you dare to lie I'll get you killed. Lungza's stance had really scared Siki silly, only to see her nodding her head, pathetically pleading. I'll say anything. Does anyone else know you came to see me? Siki thought for a moment, then shook her head. No, No, I didn't tell anyone. Sure, okay. Snap. Lang Zhe directly slapped Yisiki on the other half of her cheek. Hitting a woman, I have to say, is more nerve-wracking than hitting a man. Maybe it has something to do with growing up. Growing up, everyone around you told you that men can't hit women. A man who beats a woman is not a man. A man who beats a woman will be so and so. The condemnation on his conscience made Coldzer's heart beat wildly. In this instant, Lang Zhe desperately told himself, I'm the villain. I'm the villain. I'm a villain. What's wrong with beating up a woman? Killing should be the norm. Lang Zhe took a deep breath and was just about to say something, but Yisiki didn't know where she got the guts, and suddenly cursed. Lang Zhe, didn't you say you don't hit women? Coldzer froze at his words. Then with a fake calm sneer, he said, did you forget? You're a dog. A bitch at best. You. Yisiki suddenly struggled up from the ground. Pointing at Lang Zhe, he said, Lang Zhe, I'm ordering you to let me out immediately. I can still spare your life. Otherwise when my grandfather finds out, he won't let you go. By then your whole family, including you, Zhou Dalong, all of you will have to die. Then let's see who dies first. Lang Zhe's expression was even a bit manic when he said this. Living like a crazy person who just ran out of a mental institution. You, what the hell do you want? Can't I just give it to you? I want to live. Lang Zhe spoke up, and live freely, without being constrained by anyone. Good. Lang Zhe, you listen, let me go, and I'm sure I won't let my grandfather do anything to you. What about Qin Shiyu? Coldzer cocked his head. Qin Shiyu? Yisiki frowned and said, Lang Zhe, didn't you say you didn't care about her at all? I don't care about her. Lang Zhe sneered, but she's my responsibility. That's a true statement. Although Lang Zhe did not love Qin Shiyu, nor Jiang Yihan, nor Xue Bingbing, but the three of them, they were Coldzer's responsibility. Not that sleeping around is necessarily responsible. Rather, within Lang Zhe's heart, he had already taken them as all his goods. At this time, Yisiki still didn't understand Lang Zhe's meaning at all. She stood still, staring at Lang Zhe with shock on her face. After half a day's thought, he stammered and popped out. Okay, I won't kill her. Lang Zhe leaned forward and said in a deep voice, you're not allowed to move anyone around me. No one around me is to be touched. Good, yes. The most important thing for Yisiki right now, was to save her life. That's why she didn't hesitate to agree to any of Lang Zhe's conditions. But Lang Zhe also knew that Yisiki had agreed so painfully, purely for the sake of saving her life only. Jing. Inside the room, it was so quiet at the moment that it was as if you could hear everyone's heartbeat. This silence made Yessie feel depressed. Fear. After a long time, she carefully looked at Lang Zhe and opened her mouth to ask, can I go now? No. Without hesitation, Lang Zhe replied, I don't believe you. After saying that, Lang Zhe stood up and gave a wink to Zhou Dalong. In the next second, Zhou Building reached out and was about to give Yisiki a big beady. Anyway, it's done and it's broken. But when the big mouth was just about to hit Yisiki's face, Lang Zhe suddenly drank. What are you doing? Young master, I hit her. Who told you to beat her? I'm asking you to search her. Take out all the gold and silver jewelry, electronics, everything she has on her. Oh, so, to be honest, Zhou Dalong hadn't really thought about it that much. And when she heard that Lang Zhe wanted Zhou Dalong to search her, Yisiki was immediately alert. He quickly said to Lang Zhe, this is unnecessary, right? Looking at Yisiki's flustered appearance, Lang Zhe was even more convinced of the idea in his heart, so he nodded and said viciously, very much so. It seems one's guess was right. How could a big family like the Yi family, which wandered in the gray area, not install some locator or something like that on their juniors? What if it goes missing? After Zhou Dalong laid out all the gold and silver jewelry and electronic products on Yisiki's body on the table, Lang Zhe was still a bit uneasy. After all, it's always good to be cautious the first time you do something like this. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe looked at Zhou Dalong. By the way, is there a metal detector or something like that at home? Rich people even have a locator chip injected into their pet dogs or something. Who knows if the Yi family will inject a chip into their own family members as well? As expected, once Zhou Dalong heard this, the corner of his mouth slightly grinned upwards and said, there definitely is. Young master, you wait, I'll go downstairs to fetch it. After saying that, Zhou Dalong immediately rushed down the stairs. Look at Lang Zhe being so professional. Yisiki seriously doubted that Lang Zhe was already a repeat offender. Not long after, Zhou Dalong came upstairs with a metal detector. Lang Zhe took the metal detector, so he scanned over Yisiki's body bit by bit, scanning the small of his back. The detector suddenly sounded a guttural alarm. Hearing this, Lang Zhe frowned. Yisiki, on the other hand, blushed with her old face. What is it? Lungza frowned. It's just a piece of jewelry. Lungze looked at Zhou Dalong. Zhou Dalong was also very understanding and immediately turned around and faced the wall. Then Lungze lifted Yisiki's dress with one hand. Frightened, Yisiki immediately clenched her legs. A long, slender leg, and plain white boxers were exposed. No safety pants today? Yisiki blushed. I didn't expect to have my skirt lifted. Nonsense. Who in their right mind would expect to have their skirt lifted? Koldzer glanced upward. Helplessly, he shook his head. Only Yisiki's navel was actually inlaid with a navel nail. Not bad for a returnee from studying abroad. Just foreign, huh? So I'm guessing, do you have it elsewhere on your body too? Lungza continues to play steadily, playing up the character of the villainous villain looking for a fight. How is that possible? It's only on the belly button. All adults. She dang well knew where Koldzer was referring to. This feeling of being humiliated made Yisiki feel an unprecedented shyness. Yeah, no, I'll have to check it out. With that, Lungze was about to make his move. Don't touch me, get out. Yisiki was frightened and panicked. Her two slender fleshy legs kept taking small fragmented steps as she stepped backward while pleading. Don't, Lungze, I'm wrong, ooh, I'm really wrong, don't touch there. As soon as he did, Lungze yanked Yisiki over again. Blankly, Yisiki said, who wants to touch you? I have a metal detector. Do I need to touch you? Saying that, Lungze removed the umbilical nail in Yisiki's navel. Then a handful of them went into the trash. Yisiki pitifully looked openly at the trash can and said, that's a gift from my friend in New York. Can you save it for me for now? Can't. Lungze shook his head expressionlessly. Then he continued to hold the metal detector and began to scan the lower half of Yisiki's body. After all the scans were completed, Koldzer breathed a sigh of relief. Throwing all of Yisiki's personal belongings into the trash can and picking up the trash bag, he handed it to Zhou Dalong and said, when the trash truck comes later, just throw it in. No problem. By the way, do we have handcuffs or anything like that at home? When Zhou Dalong sniffed, he scratched the back of his head in a somewhat tangled manner and said, neither master nor I have ever tied up anyone at home before. However, in the next second, Zhou Dalong suddenly had a flash of insight. Holding out a finger, he said, that's right, I remember. It's in his lordship's room. Okay, go get it. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lungze's cell phone suddenly rang. When Lungze looked, it was Xue Bingbing. He then remembered that he had forgotten to find a tutor for Xue Bingbing. Counting the time, it was also time for Xue Bingbing to read at this time. After picking up the phone, Xue Bingbing's sweet voice came over. Brother Lungze, I've arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood. I see that there are baked cold noodles for sale. Do you want to eat? No. I've got something here, I'll hang up now. After saying that, Lungze immediately hung up the phone. Then he shouted downstairs, Dairon, and bring up something that can gag. Yes. Yisiki stared at Lungze the entire time with wide eyes and a horrified look on her face. Seeing Lungze turn around, she shook her head with a horrified face and said, Lungze, oh, don't. I'm really wrong. Please let me go. I'm willing to do whatever you asked me to do. Lungze completely ignored Yisiki. At that moment, the doorbell was suddenly rung. No need to guess. It must be Xue Bingbing, and Zhou Dalong, who was looking for handcuffs downstairs, was anxious when he heard the doorbell. Simply carried out all the boxes of stuff in the closet and frantically ran upstairs. Young master, it's all here. Ding dong ding dong. The doorbell rang twice more. Lungze looked at the pile of things Zhou Dalong carried over, and was instantly dumbfounded. Handcuffs? Indeed there is. It's still pink. Something to stuff your mouth with? Also available. Pink ball that also secures to the head to keep the victim from spitting up. On top of that, there are leather coats, whips, high heels, fishnet stockings, plug-in foxtails, electric cow horses. That's a pretty sick way for old Biden to play. Seeing this box of toys, crouching in the corner of the Yisiki also dumbfounded. But there's no time to think about that now. The two of them, Lungze and Zhou Dalong, immediately made their move, cuffing Yisiki's hands and feet to the bed. He fixed the pink ball on Yisiki's face after casually washing it with water in the meantime. When everything was done, Koldzer got up again and kicked leather coats, foxtails, and other unused things under the bed, then casually handed the leather whip to Zhou Dalong and said, you watch her. If she dares to scream you whip her. Zhou Dalong took the whip and his old face blushed. Young master, we're serious people. No, we're not serious, but we've never played such a perverted game before. We've never played like this at our age. Lungze couldn't care less. Rushing to the restroom, he straightened up his appearance a little. Then he rushed to the front door. Opening the door, he revealed a very unnatural sunny smile and said, "Bing bing ah, come so early? Ha, all, it's 9 o'clock, brother, why are you just opening the door?" Saying that, Xue Bingbing pointed to Long Zai's room on the second floor and said, "Moreover, why is your room sealed so tightly?" "Yes?" Long Zai took 2 steps forward and smoothly pushed Xue Bingbing outward. "Look up, crap, it's too fucking obvious, isn't it? The whole villa is brightly lit, and just that one room is sealed tight by a roll-up door. It's a wonder it doesn't attract attention." Thinking of this, Long Zai immediately made a silent gesture to Xue Bingbing and said, "Wait for me, we're not having a home lesson today." After saying that, Coldzer thumped, closed the door to the room tightly, then a mad dash for the second floor. "What's wrong, young master?" Zhou Dalong, a strong man of 1 meter 9, was currently sitting honestly at the edge of the bed. Surprisingly, he also very warmly covered Yi Siki's quilt. "Doesn't look like a kidnapper at all. Do we have a basement in the house?" When Zhou Dalong heard this, he immediately nodded and said, "Of course there is. Not only is there, but it's also 2 layers. How's the soundproofing? Young master, have you forgotten? The second basement floor is an entertainment room. Ah, the master takes a few ladies down there for karaoke when he's not doing anything. Almost forgot. Can the soundproofing be bad in a karaoke place? Good, come on, give us a hand and move to the basement." After saying that, the 2 big men immediately took action. After unlocking the handcuffs, Zhou Dalong carried Yi Siki on his shoulder. The 2 quickly ran to the basement. When they reached the second basement level, Coldzer was surprised again. The second basement level, indeed, is the rec room, but besides karaoke, this place is definitely taking care of other functions. The moment the lights were turned on, the dark pink light, coupled with the hormonal soundtrack instantly flooded the trio's minds. Not to mention the large round pink waterbed, surrounded by erotic pink curtains. This just isn't a proper karaoke room. There's also a large bathtub on the opposite side that can fit at least 5 people. The cave walls are also filled with different shapes of instruments of torture. This? Lang Zai mechanically turned his head and looked at Zhou Dalong. One could tell from Zhou Dalong's expression that it was his first time in this room as well. I really don't know. Zhou Dalong hurriedly turned his head to explain. At this moment, Yi Siki, who was being held on Zhou Dalong's shoulder, saw the scene around her and directly stared in horror. Then scramble. Since she had a ball in her mouth, yes, he couldn't speak at all either. All you can do is drool and woo-woo while you do it. However, Lang Zai was still able to vaguely hear a few words clearly. Lang Zai, ICNM. Cuff them first. Cuff him first. Lang Zai couldn't care less. It is imperative that we deal with today first. Thus, the 2 of them combined their efforts to handcuff the constantly struggling Isiki to the large pink round bed. With that, the 2 of them straightened their somewhat disheveled clothing. Lang Zai spoke. "Dalong, don't go out today. Just stay at home and keep watch. I'll go and get rid of Xue Bingbing first." "Oh, good." Zhou Dalong immediately nodded his head. Then, Lang Zai immediately went out the door. At this time, Xue Bingbing had already been waiting outside for a full 20 minutes. Seeing Lang Zai finally come out, she frowned with a curious expression and said, "Brother Lang, what are you doing?" Saying that, Xue Bingbing suddenly noticed a scratch on Lang Zai's neck. In the next second, Xue Bingbing immediately lowered her head shyly. "Sorry, Brother Lang, did I come at a bad time?" When Lang Zai heard this, he immediately subconsciously touched his neck. Then he laughed dryly and said, "Oh, we have a cat at home that recognizes life." "This, cold brother still has a cat?" Xue Bingbing hastily raised her head and asked. "Well, I just got him back. He's so recognizable. He scratches me like that after a quick hug." Lang Zai replied as if nothing had happened. But, this doesn't look like a cat's paw in any way." Saying that, Xue Bingbing's face became more and more red, and the tone seemed to be laced with a hint of jealousy. "Big cat." Coldzer licked his dry lips and said, "Main cats that look like little lions." "Oh." Xue Bingbing lowered her head with a disappointed expression. Stealing a glance at the closed door of the villa, he said, "Well, won't you invite me in?" Lang Zai waved his hand and said, It's like this. I forgot to find a tutor for you yesterday. Sorry. Tell you what, I'll drop you off at my office. There's someone there who can help you with your homework." Lang Zai thought of Jiang Yihan. Jiang Yihan is a real schoolmaster. Anyway, the company does not have much business recently, and I guess Jiang Yihan is idle, so I will let Jiang Yihan take her for a few days first. Thinking of this, Lang Zai immediately walked towards the garage. Halfway there, it suddenly occurred to me that I was still in my robe, so he flew upstairs again to change his clothes. Then he drove Xue Bingbing to Jiangnan Mansion. Soon, it arrived at the downstairs of Jiangnan Mansion. Just as he arrived downstairs, Lang Zhe noticed a dozen or so moving company cars parked under the building. A group of movers were carrying cardboard boxes with the logo of Jiangnan Group to the truck. Did that idiot Long Ao Tian really move out? Not bad for a protagonist. Still has money to burn, Koldzer said to himself, but without much thought. He immediately took Xue Bingbing up the stairs. Just arrived in the company. Lang Zhe saw Qin Shiyu was sitting in front of Zhang Yihan's desk. The two seemed to be discussing some business matter. Seeing that Lang Zhe had arrived, Zhang Yihan immediately got up. But when she noticed that Lang Zhe was actually followed by an innocent young girl with a backpack and a school uniform, her face immediately became incredibly ugly. And when Qin Shiyu saw this, she also turned her head to look over to Lang Zhe's side. At this time, Koldzer was wearing a flowery shirt, big pants, dark sunglasses, and holding a beautiful high school girl, like a perverted hooligan abducting an underage girl. Lang Zhe. Qin Shiyu's little head peeked and immediately guessed something. Pointing at Lang Zhe, he said, "You, so small you too? You are simply an asshole." Coincidentally, Lily Lee also walked in at this time wearing a cheap OL outfit. "Boss, I'm here for the interview. Remember last night? Lily would do anything for you. I'll die for you. If you weren't so awesome last night, I'd still be at the mall getting bullied. If you weren't so awesome last night, I'd still be at the mall getting bullied." What? Qin Shiyu's eyes widened. At the mall? She looked at the two women beside Lang Zhe in disbelief. A clueless, innocent high school student. An innocent little village girl who hasn't seen much of the world. You bitch. Qin Shiyu was going crazy with anger. With one hand, he slammed the contract he had just finished signing in his hand to the floor. Furiously, he stormed out of the office building. Lang Zhe didn't bother to explain, simply sitting on his butt in front of Jiang Yihan. However, Jiang Yihan clearly didn't intend to give Lang Zhe any good looks either, only to see her roll her eyes at Lang Zhe. Sitting in the boss's chair, she lifted her black silk legs and cocked her legs up high and said, "Have you had enough of the domineering female president? Planning to change your taste?" With that, she then looked at the two women standing behind Lang Zhe and sneered, "Want to play with virgins?" Lang Zhe was just about to explain, only to see Jiang Yihan immediately interrupt. "You don't have to explain. You're my boss. You can play how you want. What's there to explain with an employee? Let's get to the point. What's it about?" Lang Zhe cleared his throat and said, "Ahem. Well, this is called Xue Bingbing, and this is called Li Lily, and I'm here today to give you these two to lead. Xue Bingbing is my younger sister, still studying, about to take the college entrance exam. I brought her here because I want you to help her with her homework when you have time. Li Lily is the female lead in that surveillance video I asked you to upload yesterday. I want you to make her famous and then register a media company and clothing brand for her." Lang Zhe had never been able to understand how those protagonists could always take simple things and explain them more and more complicated. It's so simple. Lang Zhe explained things in just a few words. As expected, Jiang Yihan was not only smart, but also cool-headed. Hearing Lang Zhe say that, he immediately realized that he had overthought things, so he hastily lowered his head and pushed up his glasses a little awkwardly and said, Okay, I know," though she realized she had misunderstood. But apologizing is not an apology, and as a strong woman in the workplace, it's impossible to admit mistakes in this life. But Lang Zhe didn't expect to make Jiang Yihan apologize. It's fine when things are accounted for. Come on, I believe in you. After saying that, Lang Zhe got up and left. After all, there was still a rich princess locked up in the house, so Lang Zhe didn't have time to linger outside. It was imperative to go back as soon as possible to deal with Yi Siki's matter. Having just walked out of the building, Zhou Delong suddenly called at this time. "Hello, young master, it's no good. Just now Yi Siki has confessed. She said her sister knows she's here with you too." Hearing this, Lang Zhe was so angry that he almost dropped his cell phone. "What? She has a sister? Aha. I went to scare her again after you left and she talked." Zhou Dalong continued to explain over the phone, and she said that if she can't be contacted before nightfall, her sister will bring someone to her door. Lang Zhe sniffed and took a deep breath. After some calm reflection, he said, "Where is her sister, man? Long Xiao, why don't I ask a few of my juniors to go with you? Her sister is a member of the Martial Arts Association and runs a martial arts school in South City, which is filled with experts." Lang Zhe took a deep breath. Damn, it's still a pain in the ass, and her sister is also a talented martial artist at the same time, with a strength at least at the harmonization stage. It's one of the few young martial arts powerhouses in Jiangcheng. Lang Zhe sniffed and nodded. "Okay, send me the address and I'll think of something." After saying that, before Zhou Dalong could answer, Lang Zhe quickly hung up the phone. What a pain in the ass. There's actually a sister? But it's just a little karami at the harmonization stage. Shouldn't be too hard to fix. Anyway, now that you have a chip on your shoulder, The big deal is that you're breaking the bank. Of course, it would be nice to kidnap her sister along with her. After all, one more bargaining chip is one more bargaining position. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe immediately moved. Soon, it came to the address sent by Zhou Dalong. It was only when he got out of the car that Colzer noticed. South City is the old part of River City. Most of the buildings here are old and dilapidated, and the streets are extremely narrow, so it doesn't look like a place where rich people live. But Lang Zhe knew very well that in the Dragon Kingdom, the more dilapidated an urban area was, the more crouching tigers and hidden dragons it was. The new town is basically full of commuters and laborers from out of town. The old town, on the other hand, can be full of charters and small landlords. Colzer looked up. A very unassuming sign is currently hanging on the white walls of a dilapidated building. The signage is clearly written in 4 large letters. Sijin Tea House. It doesn't look like a martial arts school in any way, does it? It clearly says tea house? Lang Zhe frowned slightly. But the more this kind of sign hangs around, the more it can give people an inexplicable sense of mystery. Lang Zhe hesitated slightly. The big deal is death. I've died 7 times already anyway. So, Lang Zhe pushed open the broken iron door with one hand. Just pushed open the iron door. Colzer then froze. In this dilapidated old town, there is actually such a chic Soviet-style garden hidden? 3 steps to a scene, 5 steps to a building, 10 steps to a pavilion. Ancient flavor, mountains, rocks, lakes and green plants form a beautiful painting. The inside of the door and the outside of the door were in stark contrast, like 2 worlds. In the distance, the faint aroma of tea wafted freely, making one's taut nerves instantly dissipate. The sound of birds twittering also seems like a piece of wonderful ancient music. Lang Zhe knew that the Yi family had money. However, he didn't expect that the Yi family could actually build such a garden in this old city center where every inch of land was precious. I'm really Lulu in the Grand View Garden myself. And just then, a man wearing a Chinese vintage shirt walked over with a smile on his face, arching his hand and saying, "This gentleman, this tea house is not open to the public. Please return." Lang Zhe sized up the man in front of him, then waved his hand and said, "I'm looking for someone." "And who are you looking for, please?" "Your boss." "Oh, you're joking. Sir, tell Yi Sijin that I'm Lang Zhe." Hearing the name Lang Zhe, the man was clearly stunned. With that, he immediately turned around and locked the door that Lang Zhe had come through. Then he smiled slightly at Lang Zhe and said, "Then please follow me." Lang Zhe followed the man across a small bridge to a Tang-style building. Inside the building, there was the sound of a fight. Then, there was the woman's disappointed voice. "What a bunch of losers. So many big men. 2 little girls can't even beat them? Oh, Aotian, come and practice with me." Aot? Lang Zhe, who was standing in the doorway, frowned. It can't be Aotian, who was surnamed Long, right? Sure enough, the next second, Long Aotian's voice came out from inside. "I didn't expect Sister Sijin to be so capable of fighting. If we go back to the ancient times, High and Low is a warrior woman." "Ha ha ha." The woman let out a bright laugh. "Brother is joking. If it wasn't for you last night, sister, I would still be double-fisted. Not bad for a protagonist. Luck is exploding." Casually walking down the street and strolling around, one can stumble upon a rich young lady being bullied by hooligans, and then stage a heroic rescue to gain the beauty's heart. "Come on, Aotian, let's both try," the woman continued. Long Aotian waved his hand in a very pretentious manner and said, "If you hurt your sister, it would not be good." The woman casually waved her hand and draped a towel over it, then sat down beside Long Aotian. With that, he wrapped Long Aotian in his arms and said to the people around him with a big grin, "See, now that's what I call a gentleman." Several of the surrounding martial artists nodded their heads. A fawning look was shown to the woman. Just when Long Aotian was immersed in pretending with the sexy big sister he just met, Colzer suddenly pulled open the door to the wooden room. Wow! The ancient colored ring suddenly appeared in front of Lang Zhe. When Lang Zhe saw this scene, it was a bit hard to imagine. If you didn't know better, you'd think they were filming a costume drama here. Except that almost everyone present, except for the service staff, was dressed in normal modern attire. Lang Zhe looked towards the woman sitting on the bench with her arm around Long Aotian. Without thinking, this person was probably Yi Sijin. Otherwise how would ordinary people be qualified to give Long Aotian a harem? But it had to be said that this Yi Sijin was simply more extreme than her sister. There wasn't much of a difference between their looks, and it wasn't even possible to tell who was who without looking closely. The only difference is the size. Yi Siki's body is of the kind of a little girl's body. Although she looks thin, she still has some cute baby fat if you take off your clothes and look at it. Yi Sijin, on the other hand, was the opposite. At the moment, she was wearing a pair of tight gray yoga pants and a small black tank top that was very sporty. There was also a white ducktail hat on his head. The height of 170 perfectly complemented Yi Sijin's perfect athletic body. After seeing Lang Zhe, Yi Sijin was quite surprised. Of course, the one who was more surprised than Yi Sijin was naturally Long Aotian. Long Aotian immediately clenched his fists when he saw Lang Zhe. Although Lang Zhe wanted to humiliate Long Aotian to have some fun for himself, but there was no way he could help it as he had more important things to deal with right now. So, Lang Zhe didn't even look at Long Aotian and walked straight to Yi Sijin. You are Yi Sijin? Yi Sijin smiled and shook her head. I am Yi Sijin? Yes, I am Yi Sijin. Humph. After saying that, Yi Sijin stood up and stared at Lang Zhe with a crooked head. Forgot about me so quickly? You really are a scumbag. It seems like turning you down was the best decision I've ever made in my life. Coldzer was speechless. Nima, how many people has the original owner of this body been a dog licker for? This is even more awesome. None of Ye's sisters will be spared? You licked your sister after you licked your sister? Long Aotian also immediately stood up at this time and pulled Yi Sijin behind him. I don't know where this guy gets his confidence. As soon as he came up, he opened his mouth and said, Lang Zhe, if you're a man, don't move the person next to me. Our two men's grudge, please don't involve other people. Lang Zhe sniffed and rolled his eyes. It's got nothing to do with you. Get lost. After saying that, Lang Zhe continued to stare at Yi Sijin and said, I'm sorry, my memory is not good. Nei. I have something. Can we talk alone? There were many people here, and if Lang Zhe really did something to Yi Sijin, it wouldn't end well. Gotta figure out a way to get rid of everyone around here in a hurry. And when Long Aotian, who was on the side, heard Lang Zhe say that, he naturally wouldn't let it go. He clenched his fists in anger and said in an icy tone, Lang Zhe, I'll give you a chance to reorganize your language. Lang Zhe was not in a beautiful mood at the moment. Being provoked by Long Aotian like this, he instantly came to lose his temper. A direct kick sent Long Aotian 5 or 6 meters away. Then without even looking at Long Aotian, he grabbed Yi Sijin's hand and said, I'm really in a hurry. Sijin. Lang Zhe's kick like that surprised Yi Sijin a bit though. But at the same time, it also enraged Yi Sijin. You know, Long Aotian saved her life last night. Now that Lang Zhe had kicked Long Aotian half to death, it would be strange for her not to be angry. So, Yi Sijin pushed Lang Zhe away and said angrily, Lang Zhe, you've had enough. I know you still like me, but you can't just out and out hit someone because of me. Ha, Long Aotian is my newly recognized godbrother. You dare to touch him, then we'll never be able to. Hearing this, Lang Zhe went straight to aha. The people present around them were also surprised. What? Young Master Lang is here to confess his love? The young master of the Lang family hit someone for the Yi family's eldest granddaughter? Nope. Young Master Lang is a notorious martial arts idiot in Jiangcheng. He only just entered the inner strength stage at the age of 27. With this level of strength, how is it possible to beat Long Aotian? And do you guys remember? When the young master of the Lang family pursued Missy 3 years ago, he was even beaten up by Missy and hospitalized. And then beaten up by his father after he was discharged from the hospital. His dad even yelled at him at the time for not having any talent. Right, I remembered. But the surrounding martial artists were in a bit of disbelief. After all, an ordinary person who had been recognized by the Martial Arts Association as only being able to practice self-defense was now able to kick away a Huanjing stage powerhouse. This explosive news would shock anyone into speechlessness. But Lang Zhe had absolutely no other thoughts at this time. He just wanted to hurry up and get rid of this trouble in front of him. Humph. Yi Sijin continued to speak at this time. My sister, she rejected you again, didn't she? I knew it. It was the same last time, licking my chops after she rejected me? But you're really a deadbeat. I heard you slept with someone else's wife a while back, right? As soon as Long Aotian, who was lying in the corner, heard these words, his eyes immediately glowed green. Eat the bowl and watch the pot. Scum, if you don't want to get beat up, get out of here. I don't have time for your bullshit. After saying that, Yi Sijin turned her head and was about to leave, but Lang Zhe was still in a state of confusion. How did you get rejected yourself? How come you're eating out of a bowl and looking in the pot? I'm here to kidnap you. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe cleared his throat and turned his words around. You misunderstood. I came, in fact, to tell you that your sister, Yi Siki, had an accident. Sure enough, at these words, Yi Sijin immediately turned around, revealing a panicked expression. What? Something happened to my sister? After saying that, Yi Sijin immediately grabbed Lang Zhe's collar and said, Where is she now? Yes, at my house. Why don't I drive you over there to take a look? You're dead if you dare fool me. Yi Sijin was still confident in her strength. Although Lang Zhe had just kicked Long Aotian away, in Yi Sijin's eyes, Long Aotian was at most an inner strength Dichang powerhouse. and he himself is a mid-stage Hwanjing powerhouse. As for Kolzer, it was just a waste. Even if he had used some speculative methods, at most he was just a rookie who had just entered the Hwanjing stage. So naturally, she wasn't afraid of Lang Zhe, and Lang Zhe had done a good job of hiding his strength in order to make Yi Jin drop her defenses. The kick that kicked Long Ao Tian didn't use all his strength either. Just when Lang Zhe was about to succeed in his treacherous plan, Long Ao Tian, who had fallen to the ground, immediately climbed up. He roared at Lang Zhe. Lang Zhe, stand still. Don't think I don't know what kind of tricks you're hiding in your heart. Let me tell you, Yi Jin won't go with you today. Yi Jin was too worried about her sister at the moment, so she turned her head to Long Ao Tian and said, then you come with me. The protagonist is a great benefactor. Faced with a request from a beautiful woman, how could one refuse? So immediately, he nodded and followed Lang Zhe's lead. Lang Zhe's inner self finished grass. Do I have to tie up the protagonist together? Lang Zhe's inner self finished grass. Do I have to tie up the main character together? Although for the dragon proud skies don't push face is very upset, but Lang Zhe couldn't say anything, just giving Long Ao Tian a big blank stare. He turned his head and left. Yi Jin followed behind Lang Zhe, and the three of them walked out of the courtyard in large strides. Coming into the downtown area of the old city, Kolzer got into his car. Fortunately, Lang Zhe's car only had 2 seats, so naturally, Long Ao Tian couldn't squeeze in. So, Lang Zhe first asked Yi Jin to sit on the co-pilot in a very gentlemanly manner. Then with a mocking face, he looked at Long Ao Tian and said, Ao Tian, sorry about that, my car is too broken. It can only sit 2 people. Why don't you look at it? When Long Ao Tian heard this, he shook his head with a calm face and said, it doesn't matter. I can follow you guys. Said, Long Ao Tian mounted his small electric donkey. Lang Zhe took a deep breath when he saw this scene. Then an awkward smile. Then a quick start of the engine. How fast can a small donkey be? Can you still catch up with a Mercedes supercar? Thinking of this, Lang Zhe slammed on the gas. Boom! With the roar of the engine, the Mercedes-Benz supercar left Long Ao Tian's little electric donkey behind in an instant. At this moment, Long Ao Tian is still calm and relaxed, but he is still wearing the helmet of the American Group Takeout. Inserted the keys to his motorized car and caught up without slowing down. Somewhat disgustingly, Mercedes walks down the street and gets stuck in traffic, but E-Donkey won't. So, just by turning a corner, Long Ao Tian stopped the little electric donkey by Lang Zhe's side. He also looked at Lang Zhe with a provocative face. However, in the face of Long Ao Tian's provocation, Lang Zhe did not get angry. After all, he is the main character. No shame in getting punched in the face by the main character. I'd be surprised if he didn't punch himself in the face. Yi Jin, who was sitting on the co-pilot, looked a little alarmed. Obviously, she's worried about her sister. Looking towards Lang Zhe, Yi Jin said in a slightly agitated tone, Lang Zhe, what happened to my sister her? Lang Zhe smiled and said, it's not a big deal. It's just, fainting. Fainted? Yi Jin froze for a moment. Then he took out his cell phone and said, but the chip in her watch didn't sound an alarm. He said, and showed the cell phone screen to Lang Zhe. When Lang Zhe looked at it, he immediately said that it was not good. It seemed that Lang Zhe's previous guess was correct. Yi did carry something like a tracker on her. Only, this thing was not only able to locate Yi position, it could also broadcast the wearer's health status from time to time. If a health condition arises, an alarm is sounded. Since Yi Jin's cell phone can see her sister's situation at this time, that means the rest of the Yi family could see it too. The rich loved their lives far more than Lang Zhe could ever imagine. And just then, Yi Jin seemed to notice something else. Looking at the cell phone in her hand, she frowned. Wait a minute. Yi stared at the map on her cell phone screen and said, Siki's location is not in your house. Kolzer's little heart stuttered at the words. Yeah. Lang Zhe probed to look at Yi Jin's cell phone. Crap. Sure enough, the location shows it's actually in the trash bin. Yes, I remember. Lang Zhe had a flash of inspiration and scratched the back of his head. Yi told me this morning when she came to me, saying that she lost her watch. Yi Jin sniffed, but she still looked at Lang Zhe half-heartedly. Just then, Lang Zhe suddenly remembered that Yi had driven a car to find himself, and at this time, Yi car should still be parked at the gate of Lang Zhe's villa. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe immediately spoke. If you don't believe me, see if Siqi's car is also at my house. Rich people, since they can put a locator in their watch, then there must be a locator on the car too, right? Not to mention that slightly better cars nowadays basically have a locator function. Yi Jin sniffed and immediately looked at the positioning of Yi vehicle. Sure enough, at Kolzer's house. Seeing this, Lang Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Si-jin also finally dispelled her suspicions about Lang Zhe at this time, but at this moment, the Long Ao Tian on the side suddenly laughed coldly. Lang Zhe, it seems like you're very good at lying. Your mom's? Lang Zhe looked somewhat helplessly at Long Ao Tian, who was riding an electric donkey and following beside him. Damn it, I knew this Long Ao Tian would be trouble. Please, Long Ao Tian, I'm trying to save your daughter-in-law. If you don't handle the Yi family well, your daughter-in-law and I will die. If you don't think of me, you should think of your daughter-in-law, right? Haven't you always boasted that you're a good man? You can forgive your wife for sleeping with someone else. How come you've started helping the Yi family to screw your daughter-in-law now? Lang Zhe had already greeted Long Ao Tian's family in his heart. Luckily, Yi Si-jin doesn't seem to have much of a brain either, completely failing to see that Lang Zhe was lying, much less understand the meaning of Long Ao Tian's words. She looked at Long Ao Tian with a bewildered expression and said, Ao Tian, what are you saying? Lang Zhe lied? Long Ao Tian sniffed and nodded with a serious face. That's right, I could tell from the very beginning. Coldzer has been lying from the start, and while I don't know what he's up to, he's certainly not holding anything back. Why do you want to be the Dragon King? What kind of miracle doctor are you? You go be a detective. Go steal business from Conan. No way. Yi Si-jin shook her head and said, Ao Tian, please don't add to the chaos. I'm so annoyed right now because of my sister's matter. Besides, Coldzer wouldn't lie to me. He's my little lickspill. After saying that, he didn't forget to look at Lang Zhe with a look of contempt. Lang Zhe didn't care about face at this point. How much is face worth? Is face as important as life? What's the bottom line? I'm a villain. What bottom line does a villain need? Doing whatever it takes to get what you want. That's what a villain should look like. Although Lang Zhe didn't want to live in the first place, the problem was that the system required that he had to be killed by Long Ao Tian for it to count. Being killed by the Yi family doesn't count. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe followed the dog's example and woofed twice, saying, Woof woof, he. Sister Si-jin is right. How dare I lie to Siki and Si-jin? I'd lick their feet if I could just get a laugh out of these sisters. Hearing this, Yi Si-jin winced, blankly glancing at Lang Zhe. He said, Are you evil or not? Roll, in the beat you up ha. Lang Zhe sniffed, folded his hands, bowed to Yi Si-jin and said, I'm sorry, Your Majesty. That's when the green light came on. Lang Zhe immediately stepped on the gas. Boom! Lang Zhe directly scurried out, leaving Long Ao Tian far behind. Soon, Lang Zhe parked the sports car under his villa, but Coldzer didn't rush to open the door and get out of the car. Because, Long Ao Tian the son of a bitch really followed me. At this time is arguing with the security guard in front of the neighborhood. The reason, naturally, is the cliched issue of small security guards looking down on takeaways. It's also a common plot in urban webcomics. But well, that usually only happens to the main characters. Lang Zhe all figured out that the next step was for Long Ao Tian to put on a show in front of the neighborhood security guards, and then the little security guards apologized and the passers-by were shocked blah 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 blah. But how could Lang Zhe give Long Ao Tian a chance to pretend? He was seen turning his head and yelling to the neighborhood security guard, He's my friend. When the security guard heard this, he immediately bowed to Lang Zhe and said, I'm sorry, young Master Lang, I'll let him in. With that, passers-by looked at Lang Zhe with surprised eyes. Young Master Lang has a delivery friend? Worthy of being young Master Lang, making friends never depends on whether others have money or not, because even if others are rich, they are not as rich as young Master Lang. This pussy, in the end, let Lang Zhe pretend. This pussy, in the end, let Lang Zhe pretend. It made Long Ao Tian look embarrassed. Originally, Long Ao Tian wanted to perform a live show of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, but he let Lang Zhe cut him off halfway. This made Long Ao Tian very upset, but what could he do if he was upset? Lang Zhe is the villain. It's his job to upset the protagonist. When Long Ao Tian rode the small electric donkey and slowly and leisurely arrived in front of the villa door, Lang Zhe, however, pushed Long Ao Tian away and laughed. I'm sorry, you are not welcome in my house. Wait outside. Yi Si-jin, who was on the side, immediately glared at Lang Zhe and said, Lang Zhe, what do you mean? He's my brother. He must go in with me. Long Ao Tian is the main character after all. It makes sense that the women are a little better. But this was Lang Zhe's house. How could Lang Zhe let someone he hated into his house? What's more, Lang Zhe didn't want to tie up Long Ao Tian, this smelly man, along with him. So, Lang Zhe waved his hand and said, then you can also wait outside while I go in and carry your sister out? I can't promise to keep my salty hands off during the process, haha. Lang Zhe was sort of figuring out Yi Si-jin's attitude towards himself. In Yi Si-jin's eyes, she was no different from the shit on the side of the road. This high and mighty Miss Divine Greatness would definitely not allow someone as dirty and filthy as herself to touch her sister. Thus, Yi Si-jin sized up Lang Zhe with a look of contempt and said in a disgusted tone, "You're disgusting." After saying that, he turned his head to look at Long Aotian behind him and said, "Aotian, you wait for me outside now. Well, if this asshole dares to do anything to you, feel free to yell at me," Long Aotian said with a righteous face. When Lang Zhe, who was on the side, heard this, he directly hit his face and said, "The soundproofing effect of my house can be good." She shouted that you may not be able to hear. Of course, both Long Aotian and Yi Si-jin only thought that Lang Zhe was deliberately trolling Long Aotian, didn't take Lang Zhe's words seriously, and Coldzer didn't expect either of them to believe it. Just the usual grossing out of the protagonist and being a competent villain. After entering the house, Yi Si-jin remained defenseless. Lang Zhe, on the other hand, followed Yi Si-jin and said, "Turn left. In the basement." Basement? Although Yi Si-jin was curious as to why her sister had to run to the basement of Lang Zhe's house, she still did what Lang Zhe said. Walked down 2 flights of stairs. Finally, we came to the second basement level. When she just arrived at the second basement level, Yi Si-jin was dumbfounded. Just seeing this ambiguous environment around her, and the smell of men and women's hormones all over the room, instantly made Yi Si-jin feel a vicious chill all over her body. Turning his head, he then glared angrily at Lang Zhe and said, "Lang Zhe, good, you actually tricked my sister into this kind of place? Where is she now?" Lang Zhe pointed to the large round sleeping bed not far in front of him, which was covered by a red gauze curtain, and said, "It's on the bed." Yi Si-jin took a look and immediately sensed that something was wrong. "What did you do to my sister?" "I didn't do anything," Lang Zhe replied faintly. "The first order of business was to see how my sister was doing." Thus, Yi Si-jin hurriedly took large steps towards the large round bed, pushing aside the delicate hand-feeling red gauze curtains. Yi Si-jin saw a sight she would never forget in her life. All that could be seen was a lovely woman in a white dress with her arms and legs leaning against the corners of the bed in lust-filled pink handcuffs, and this pink gag ball in his mouth. Yi Si-jin, who saw this scene, was furious. But as soon as she turned around, she saw a black shadow instantly flash in front of her. In the next second, Yi Si-jin's eyes went black and she fell to the ground with a plop. Lang Zhe dropped the baseball bat in his hand and let out a long breath. "Zhou Dalong, bring the metal detector." Zhou Dalong, who was hiding in the corner, rushed over with a metal detector. Lang Zhe took the metal detector and briefly swept around Yi Si-jin's body, and after collecting all the various gold and silver jewelry and electronic products that Yi Si-jin was carrying with her, she handed them to Zhou Dalong and said, "Go throw them in the trash can, and later you go out and take them away." "Yes, young master." After that, Lang Zhe then planned to tie Yi Si-jin to the bed in the same way. But Yi Si-jin was a practiced fighter after all. The strength was extraordinary, and even though he had received a baseball bat, he was only unconscious for a few minutes before he immediately opened his eyes. At this time, Lang Zhe is squatting in the cheap old man's toy box looking for handcuffs, not noticing in the slightest that Yi Si-jin had woken up at some point. Impossible. Old Biden has so many women. It's impossible that he only has one set of handcuffs? Lang Zhe searched for half a day, but didn't find a second handcuff. Instead, he took a rope out of the box. It's really not that hard for the average person to tie a knot, but if you want to tie a proper knot to bind someone, it would be difficult for the average person. Things like knots are technically considered some kind of art. A professional with a rope can make knots that are both beautiful and strong. But Coldzer only knows one kind of knot. And the kind of knots Coldzer knew were only for binding items. The knot that binds people. Coldzer does not know how to do it at all. How do you tie a knot in an island action movie? Just as Lang Zhe was thinking back to the island action movies he had watched, he only heard a bang. Lang Zhe only felt as if his head had been popped in the head. Then, a broken baseball bat fell in front of Lang Zhe. When she turned around, she saw Yi Si-jin holding a broken baseball bat and staring at Lang Zhe with a surprised look on her face. "This? How is that possible?" Yi Si-ki stared at Lang Zhe in disbelief. "Lang Zhe, you!" Lang Zhe rubbed his head and spoke with a helpless face. "I'm sorry, Se-jin, you have to believe me. I didn't think of harming you, but you can't leave for a while." With that, Lang Zhe picked up a bundle of twine in his hand. Yi Si-jin saw this, but did not choose to run away. She had been a martial arts genius since she was a child. Not to mention her peers, even the old martial artists who had practiced for 10 years more than herself she didn't put in her eyes. The accomplishments of her early childhood have made her very arrogant today. The arrogant Miss Yi family would not allow herself to be unable to defeat a martial arts waste. So she clenched her fists in the standard dueling stance, and hooking his finger towards Lang Zhe, he said in a cold voice, "Although I don't know where you practiced Iron Head Kung Fu, if I can defeat you once, I can defeat you 100 times." Lang Zhe was a bit speechless. Just then, Yiseki on the bed also let out a wah 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 messy scream. Sounds like it should be, sis. Beat him to death. Beat this ungrateful bastard to death. Lang Zhe was now on a path to nowhere. It's almost like a combination of Harbin Zhang Qian Dan plus Jinghai Gao Qixing. At this moment, Yi Sijin was confidently assuming a fighting stance, and Kolzer wasn't talking to her about martial virtues. I'm here to kidnap you, not to compete with you. In the next second, he only saw Lang Zhe kick Yi Sijin's ankle with a slide. Yi Sijin obediently fell into Lang Zhe's arms. After all, the Yi family home will be these two granddaughters when like a treasure. To the broken, hung up the color is not good. The moment Yi Sijin collapsed into Lang Zhe's arms, Lang Zhe made another smooth roll over and pressed Yi Sijin hard underneath her. Lungza, you cheated. I haven't even yelled start yet. Shouting my ass off to start. Lang Zhe grabbed Yi Sijin's right and left hands and fixed both of them behind her, then pressed his knees against Yi Sijin's back. Ah, ouch, ouch, ouch. Yi Sijin felt like her arm was about to be twisted off. It hurt so much that her two-toned legs kept swinging up and down. Lang Zhe grabbed the hemp rope on the side and tied Yi Sijin up in 3 tries, but just after tying it up, Yi Sijin gave a slight force to break free. Seeing this, Lang Zhe rushed up and pressed Yi Sijin down again. As expected, the job of kidnapping should be done by a professional. That's right, Chow Tai Lung. It suddenly occurred to Lang Zhe that Zhou Dalong had done a lot of bad things with that cheap old man of his in the past. It should tie people up. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe immediately called for Zhou Dalong. When Zhou Dalong, a 1 meter 9 strong man with a satchel of horizontal meat, walked in, Yi Sijin was so scared that her face turned pale. After all, she didn't know Lang Zhe's true purpose. Thought these two big men were going to do something to themselves. She was so scared that she hurriedly shouted, Long Ao Tian, Long Ao Tian, quickly save me, Long Ao Tian save me. Kolzer wasn't in a hurry to seal her mouth either. After all, the soundproofing of the second basement level was simply to a perverted level. You know, Lengza is a member of this family. It's amazing that Pop had such a place in the house and didn't know about it himself for so many years. Just goes to show how soundproof this basement really is. De Lung, come on. Seeing as you should be quite experienced like this, help me tie her up. Zhou Dalong sniffed and immediately made his move. Although he felt that the young master's words didn't sound like a compliment, he didn't say anything. Young master, let me tell you this tying up a man and tying up a woman, the methods are completely different. You see, because men and women are built differently, tying up a woman requires a bit of fancy work. Cut the crap, hurry up and tie it up. Lang Zhe was too lazy to listen to Zhou Dalong teaching himself how to tie up women. However, it had to be said that Zhou Dalong's kidnapping technique that he didn't know who he learned from was quite chic. This kind of knot, which was only seen in island action movies, emphasized Yi Sijin's already proud figure to perfection. Since Yi Sijin was wearing tight yoga pants today, the 2 ropes also happened to pass through her crotch, strangling it tightly. Now, Yi Sijin was completely tied up. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break free of the knot. See, young master. Saying that, Zhou Dalong also revealed a bad smile and said, in that case, young master can do whatever he wants. Do whatever you want? Yi Sijin's face turned pale with fear as soon as she heard this. Lungza, I'm warning you not to go too far, even though I've refused you many times. But maybe I'll agree to it if it's persistent in persistence? Let go of me. Let's talk this over. Lang Zhe blankly glanced at Yi Sijin and said in a cold voice, I'm sorry, your family wants me to be a watchdog for them, but I don't want to be subjected to others. So, for the time being, I'll leave you two to it. After saying that, Lang Zhe turned his head and was about to leave. After all, there's still a Long Ao Tian out there to deal with. Lungza, good. You just want to be free, don't you? You don't want to work for our family, right? Fine. Let me go. I'll go back and tell my grandfather to let you go. Lang Zhe dug his ears helplessly and looked at Zhou Dalong who was on the side and said, looking around to see if there's a mouth gag up. Give it a plug. Yes, young master. Lungza, you've gone too far. Seeing that Lang Zhe was broken, Yi Sijin yelled at the top of her voice, Long Ao Tian, Long Ao Tian, save me, Long Ao Tian. Zhou Dalong took out another pink balloon from Lung Hongyuan's toy box and laughed evilly as he came to Yi Sijin, saying, oh, shout. No one will come to save you even if you shout your throat out. Let her go. In the next second, Long Ao Tian's angry shout suddenly came from the doorway. Seeing Long Ao Tian break in, Yi Siki was relieved. For some reason, she suddenly felt inwardly that Long Ao Tian was such a secure man. Lang Zhe, on the other hand, thought, Long Ao Tian, this bee is so annoying. Lang Zhe, I knew you weren't following any good intentions. Saying that, Long Aotian looked at Yi Si-jin again and said, "Say Jin, don't worry, with me here, he wouldn't dare to hurt a hair on your head. I'm sick of this kind of pretentious talk." Lang Zhe did not want to hurt Yi Si-jin in the first place, but now he wanted to. Thus, Lang Zhe simply walked towards Yi Si-jin in large strides and stretched out 2 fingers under Lang Zhe's gaze. Crunch! Consumed a hair of Yi Si-jin. A hair of sweat. Coldzer smiled. Then another one was consumed. 2 sweaty hairs. Before Long Aotian could return to his senses, Lang Zhe suddenly noticed that there was actually a small pair of scissors on the bedside table to the side. No need to think. It must be used by cheap old dad to cut people's panties. After all, there was a small piece of lace fabric stuck to it. Although it was hard to imagine exactly what substance could stick the lace fabric to the scissors, it was still Lang Zhe who picked up the scissors and grabbed Yi Si-jin's ponytail, saying, "I can cut off all the sweaty hairs in this handful of hairs." "Lang Zhe, how dare you?" Yi Si-jin's eyes widened in fear. "If you dare to touch my hair, you're dead. Not only you, but everyone around you. Don't even think about living. Long Aotian, kill him and I'll give you whatever you want. No one around me is going to live?" Hearing this, Lang Zhe frowned slightly. Although, one has died 7 times, but the first 7 times, one didn't live for oneself. The first 7 times, he only bounced around for less than 2 hours before Long Aotian broke his leg. Then it was off to a hospital bed with a urinary catheter and a bag of feces in his body, nestled away for the rest of his life. This time, it seems to be different from the past. This time, Lang Zhe felt the coldness and warmth of the earth, Qin Shiyu's adoration, Jiang Yihan's high spirits, and Xue Bingbing's cuteness. And then there's the cheap old man who's hell-bent on making sure the family can continue. The loyal Zhou Daolong, the yellow hair who caused the accident for himself. In the real world, Lang Zhe, like most people, spent his life doing nothing but being an ordinary person. But he also has people who care, and people who care about themselves. Just like what he once said to Long Aotian, being rich is not about how much you have in your bank card, but how much you have in your heart. And the words Jiang Yihan once said to herself, "In your world, you are the main character." In Long Aotian's world, everyone is his sidekick. Women are all his harem and fangirls, and men are all wild monsters or fanboys on his upgrade path. But Coldzer has an independent personality and is not controlled by anyone. Everyone in this world has an independent personality. Why should they be a backdrop for Long Aotian? Everyone's world is different, unique, and uniquely their own. So, this is not Long Aotian's world. It's my Lang Zhe's world. Thinking of this, Coldzer smiled in relief. The next second, there was just a click. A section of ponytail fell to the ground. "Lang Zhe, you bastard! Long Aotian, kill him, kill him!" Long Aotian sniffed and clenched his fists, looking angrily at Lang Zhe. He spoke, "Lang Zhe, you've angered me. What, you can still summon a meteorite to come down and kill me?" Lang Zhe dropped the scissors in his hand and walked towards Long Aotian in large strides. Long Aotian sneered and said in a very pretentious manner, "You won't be able to laugh later." In the next second, Long Aotian punched Lang Zhe. The wind from the punches made Lang Zhe's eyes open a little. Nice guy. Not bad for a protagonist. The speed of strength increase is too perverse, isn't it? Lang Zhe was able to clearly sense that Long Aotian's strength had risen at least another large amount. Now, it had reached the early stage of chi refining. What's wrong with you? It's only been a few days? You've gone from inner strength to chi refining? Internal energy to chi refining is a stage of elevation. Body forging, internal strength, OD, harmonization strength, and chi refining. Inner strength was the threshold of a martial artist. In the Dragon Kingdom in this world, a person practicing martial arts who had reached inner strength meant that they had crossed the threshold of martial arts, also qualified for certification by the Budo Association. The refining of chi, it means that your strength has exceeded the majority of martial artists, has been from an ordinary martial arts practitioners, advanced to the cultivation of people. The biggest difference between practicing martial arts and cultivation is that practicing martial arts is simply strengthening the body. Chi refining, on the other hand, is gradually starting to move towards the metaphysical side of things. For example, Qi Gong. A simple analogy would be the difference between a non-commissioned officer and an officer. During the period of forging the body, it was equivalent to a new recruit. And during the period of internal power to the transformation power, it was equivalent to a sergeant. By the time one reaches Qi refining, one is considered to have officially stepped into the ranks of an officer. Lang Zhe's current cultivation level, on the other hand, was at the innate stage. It was one level higher than Long Aotian, but likewise, each stage after the Qi practicing stage was very difficult to advance. Some talented martial artists cultivated to Qi refinement at the age of 18, but were unable to break through to Qi refinement even at the age of 80. There are plenty of people like that. But with Long Ao Tian's piss-poor strength of this burst of luck, it is estimated that if he wants to promote from chi refining to innate, it won't take long. Snap! Just then, Lang Zhe caught Long Ao Tian's fist. Long Ao Tian immediately widened his eyes when he saw this. What? Long Ao Tian was also thinking in his heart at this moment, now I have reached the chi practicing stage, but why do I still look so powerless in front of Lang Zhe? How strong is this asshole? The next second, there was just a click. Long Ao Tian immediately felt a bone-cracking pain coming from his fist. Lang Zhe has changed his mind now. He doesn't want to die anymore. He wants to live. But he couldn't kill Long Ao Tian directly. After all, killing Long Ao Tian would reset the system time to the day he raped Qin Shiyu in the hotel. Therefore, the simplest and most effective way was to abolish Long Ao Tian. This time, Lang Zhe directly crushed all the bones in Long Ao Tian's hands. Before Long Ao Tian could return to his senses, Lang Zhe grabbed Long Ao Tian's other hand again. Ah! Long Ao Tian immediately screamed miserably. The reason why Lang Zhe wanted to waste Long Ao Tian's other hand was because Long Ao Tian was not only a martial artist, he was also a divine doctor. As long as he had a hand, he could have cured himself with just a silver needle. This is the kind of thing that is completely out of the realm of scientific common sense, and only the protagonist can do it. However, considering that Lang Zhe was able to fall from the 9th floor unharmed, he had no doubt about the efficacy of the acupuncture. At this moment, Yi Sijin, who was bound to the side, was also too shocked to speak when she saw the scene. As a professional martial artist and a platinum member of the Martial Arts Association, she could naturally see that Long Ao Tian's punch just now had reached the chi refining stage. But what she didn't expect was that Lang Zhe was actually able to diffuse it so gently. In just an instant, Lang Zhe wasted both of Long Ao Tian's hands. She watched the scene in disbelief. The entire Yi family? No. I'm afraid there's no one in the whole of Jiangcheng who can deal with Lang Zhe. Someone who could take out a chi refining stage martial artist so easily would be at least at the innate level of strength. There were only less than 100 innate level powerhouses registered in the entire Martial Arts Association. That's the number of registered martial artists in the country who are innate level powerhouses. And these innate level powerhouses were also basically gathered in big cities like the capital and the Magic City. In a small city like Jiangcheng, the chi practicing stage was already considered the pinnacle. But Lang Zhe's strength. How could Jisiki not believe her eyes? She shook her head desperately, telling herself it couldn't be. One's eyes were definitely crossed. Yes, it's just your own eyesight. Long Ao Tian's strength was definitely not at the chi refining stage. At most it was Huan Jin De Chang, and Lang Zhe's strength is at most in refining chi. Yi Siki, who was lying on the bed, couldn't read it. After all, she wasn't a martial arts practitioner, and was just a little surprised by Lang Zhe's strength. At the same time there was some pity for Long Ao Tian who fell to the ground crying and wailing in pain. Young master, Zhou Dalong had a look of disbelief on his face. Now, what now? Kolzer twisted his somewhat sore neck, waving his hand. He said, you send Long Ao Tian to the hospital. Leave this place to me. Oh, good. After saying that, Zhou Dalong carried Long Ao Tian with one hand. Long Ao Tian, still in pain, cursed at Lang Zhe. Lang Zhe, you remember, if you don't kill me, in another day, I will definitely take your dog's head. Read too many martial arts novels, right? Can you speak normally? Lang Zhe gave Long Ao Tian a blank look and said, didn't you have a good time screwing me the last few times? Every time. You made me feel worse than death? This time I'll let you taste the taste of being worse than death as well. Long Ao Tian naturally didn't understand what Lang Zhe was talking about. He'll just be impotent and raging, and vowed to kill Lang Zhe. The main character, it always perks up. That's why Lang Zhe had no worries that Long Ao Tian would end up depressed in the hospital like he did the previous times. When Zhou Dalong carried Long Ao Tian away, Lang Zhe then turned around and looked at Yi Sijin who had turned into a short-haired woman. Yi Sijin was scared silly at the moment. After all, Lang Zhe's strength today was a monster level. A strong person in the chi practicing stage may not be killed by an unusual gun. It sounds like a bit of an exaggeration, but in this world, it's no exaggeration. Generals on the front lines can even carry a machete and single-handedly take on hundreds of terrorists armed with AK-47s. Yi Sijin, who saw Lang Zhe turn around, was so scared that she backed up. A pair of white sneakers kept sliding backward. Shaking his head with a face full of shock, he said, no, Lang Zhe, listen to me, don't be impulsive. You still have a chance. How about this? I'll make it clear to my grandpa about your current strength. My grandpa cherishes talent. He'll definitely like you a lot. As long as you serve our Yi family, he will fulfill all your wishes. The Yi clan only has one strong chi refining stage person right now. If you joined as well, our Yi clan would definitely be like a tiger with wings. Yi Sijin said as she stepped backward, after retreating until there was no way back. She twisted her head to look at the cold wall behind her, and then look at Coldzer, who's stepping up to the plate. It scared her so much that she cried out with a wow. Ooh, Lang Zhe, please, don't hurt me, please, our Yi family will definitely not touch you. I swear. Lang Zhe came to Yi Siki and pulled out the mouthball from his pocket. Without hesitation, he sealed Yi Si-jin's mouth, then tied the other end of the rope to a metal drainpipe on the wall. Shoo, Lang Zhe made another silencing gesture. If your Yi family is willing to cooperate, I guarantee that the two of you sisters will never be harmed. Yi Si-jin sniffed and nodded repeatedly. Good. I'll cooperate. I'm willing to cooperate. Lang Zhe nodded with satisfaction, then took out his cell phone. What's your grandfather's private phone number? Yi Si-jin told Lang Zhe very painfully. A short while later, on the other end of the phone, came an old man's voice. Which one? Ha, Elder Yi. Remember my voice? You are? I'm your family's watchdog. As he said this, Lang Zhe's tone became very fierce. It was as if he was going to go through the phone and tear Elder Yi apart in the next second. Long Hongyuan? No. Long Hongyuan went to Sanya. Are you Lang Zhe? Lang Zhe snapped his fingers. Bingo, Elder Yi. I want to talk business with you. Where did you get my number? Let your father talk to me if you have something to say. You're in no position to talk to me. No big deal. After saying that, Elder Yi immediately hung up the phone. Then he said to the middle-aged female secretary beside him, are all the young people nowadays so ignorant of the rules? The middle-aged female secretary laughed. The son of a vicious dog can only be a vicious dog, so why should his lordship be angry over a dog's pup? That's right. Untrained vicious dogs will guard their food. Elder Yi looked at the middle-aged female secretary and said, give Siki a call and ask her when the pups will be trained? Call Siki and ask her when the doggies will be trained? Good. The middle-aged woman immediately dialed Yi Siki's number, but after a while, the other end of the phone, but cannot be connected voice. The woman frowned, thinking that Yi Siki was now delayed by something. Then another call was made, but after a while, it was still the same emotionless machine female voice. The woman was just about to turn back and say something to Elder Yi. However, he found that Elder Yi, at this moment, was sitting on a chair. Deadpan stared at the folding cell phone in his hand. Master? The woman asked tentatively. Elder Yi's hands shook slightly. Then immediately he looked up and stared at the woman in surprise. Half open mouth, he couldn't speak for a long time. Master, what happened to you? Elder Yi shivered. It was as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. Immediately closing his cell phone, he said, go, call the board of directors, immediately, now. Yes, the woman didn't understand what was happening, but she had to do as she was told. Right, when the woman had just reached the door, Master Yi suddenly shouted, call Lu Hongwu here as well. Lu Hongwu? But he's not a board member. Before the woman could finish speaking, Elder Yi immediately interrupted. Do whatever you're told to do, and ask fewer questions. Yes, Master. The woman lowered her head. Then in a hurry, she stepped on her heels and headed for the front door. When the woman left, Elder Yi hastily opened the folding cell phone again, looked at the text message that had just come in. The text messages were, quite literally, his two granddaughters, Yessie and Yessie Jane, two adorable granddaughters, one handcuffed to a disgusting love bed, the other tied up as if she were a slave girl for someone's pleasure. This was an insult to his Yi family. Naked insults. Elder Yi's fingers that were holding the cell phone were unconsciously starting to exert themselves. Lang Zhe, you dog, dare to insult the women of my Yi family, I want you to die a horrible death. After saying that, Elder Yi threw the cell phone out with one hand. Snapped. It had to be said that Elder Yi was really old and strong. 80 years old and looks like he's in his 60s. The tendons on his little arms were visible when he started the fire. From this, it seems that Master Yi is also a practiced man. On the other side, Yi Si-jin stared at Lang Zhe's back with a face full of panic, while her hands were behind her back, trying to untie the rope. But Dalin Chao's expertise is still good. He tied knots in the rope that ordinary people really couldn't undo. Lang Zhe was, at the moment, staring at the cell phone in his hand with his back to Yi Si-jin. Just then, a call suddenly came in on the cell phone. It's Qin Shiyu's. After Lang Zhe picked up the phone, Qin Shiyu said in a somewhat disappointed tone, you beat up Long Aotian? Yeah, what's up? You. Qin's tone of voice was a bit speechless for a while. She reorganized her words and said, where did you say you were bad at hitting, preferring to hit the hand? Now it's so good that he can't even sign the divorce papers. Lang Zhe thought that Qin Shiyu was remembering her old feelings and had come to scold herself specifically for Long Aotian. Didn't see that coming. It was his own carelessness. Lang Zhe cried and laughed a little for a moment. No, I gave your husband a beating like that, and all you care about is whether or not he can sign the divorce papers? Besides, even if I didn't beat him up, he wouldn't sign it with his ass-like personality. Qin Shiyu sighed as she sniffed, said, but have you ever thought that now that he's become a half-wasted man, if I divorce him at this time, what will outsiders think of me? Stand and watch. Lungza, do you want to marry me or not? Don't want to. You. Qin Shiyu was exasperated by Langze to the point where she was somewhat speechless. She took a deep breath and continued. Lungza, can you stop? Now I'm not married to you, so I can live with you having someone on the outside. But, before Qin Shiyu could finish her sentence, Langze immediately interrupted. Stop, stop, stop. Qin Shiyu, you may have misunderstood something. I didn't say I wanted to take you as my wife from the beginning to the end. Even if I've said it before, the old you clearly rejected me, so you're going to moralize. What the two of us had was a relationship that was consensual and fell into the realm of normal adult venting. After Langze finished speaking, Qin Shiyu immediately fell silent. After a few moments, Coldzer seemed to hear her sobbing over the phone. Still, she forced herself to say in as normal a tone as possible. Okay, count me out. You scum. Toot toot toot. After hanging up the phone, Langze's mood was also a bit complicated. When he was thinking about whether he should make things difficult for himself and simply marry Qin Shiyu, his second marriage, Yi Sijin behind him suddenly spoke. You slept with Long Ao Tian's wife? Langze looked at Yi Sijin behind him with a speechless expression. You just realized? Yi Siki also looked at Langze with a melon-eating face and said, the person you hit just now is Long Ao Tian? Lungza was a little confused for a moment. Wait a minute, I repeatedly Langze scratched the back of his head, suddenly thought of something and immediately pointed at Yi Siki. Right, when you came to me this morning, did you ask me if I recognized Long Ao Tian? Right. Yes, he nodded. As soon as Yi Sijin heard this, she immediately looked at Yi Siki and said, what are you inquiring about Long Ao Tian for? Yi Siki replied, because of you, a guy named Long Ao Tian inexplicably appeared beside you, so I, as a younger sister, am not worried, and I need you to worry? As Grandpa's eyes, of course I have to keep an eye on the personal safety of the family members. You usually don't have any other men around you except for a few old guys from the Martial Arts Association. And suddenly a Long Ao Tian appears, so of course I'm worried. Langze watched the sisters quarrel over this matter, and the net depression cloud mood that had been brewing with great difficulty also followed the dissipation of smoke. Ahem. At that moment, Langze suddenly cleared his throat. The two women shivered in fear and instantly quieted down. Coldzer sat down on the end of the bed and sighed deeply. Said, ugh, I didn't realize that being a bad guy was so tiring. Can't you two be quiet? Yi Siki sniffed and gulped, then immediately lowered her head and stopped speaking. But at that moment, Yi Sijin suddenly noticed the 2 rows of teeth marks on Yi Siji's chest, immediately frowned and said, Yi Siki, okay, can't see it, after 2 years out of the country, so open, playing so fancy? When Yi Siki heard this, she immediately looked at Yi Sijin. After noticing Yi Sijin's eyes, she also subconsciously looked down at the half-breasts exposed by the low-cut dress. The little face immediately turned red. Lowering his head, he said, no, it's not what you think. It's Lungze. When Yi Sijin heard this, she looked at Lungze with a face full of surprise. Seeing this, Lungze came in faintly. What, you want to try it too? Ha, no, I won't have to. It's quite comfortable. Ask her if you don't believe me. Coldzer teased. I don't have that hobby. Really? I thought all of you Yi family members liked the heavy ones. Yi Sijin grinned in fear. Just as he lowered his head, a wave of urine instantly hit him. It caused Yi Sijin to hastily and subconsciously clench her legs. Oh, shit, not this time. If I had known, I wouldn't have drunk so much tea. You know, women are not like men. A man can walk 1,000 miles holding his pee, but a woman can hold her pee and be thankful if she can walk to the bathroom without leaking. But just then, this Lungze guy threw over a tennis ball in a good way. It just smashed into the small of Yi Sijin's abdomen, and with a face as if nothing had happened, he opened his mouth and asked, Hey, Yi Sijin, you said that besides licking Qin Shiyu and Yi Siki before, I've also licked you? Then who else have I licked yet? This ball. It almost gave Yi Sijin a smashing spray. She clamped her legs tighter together. A pair of feet wearing white sporty type also kept rubbing on the ground. The tennis ball fell to the ground, bounced back into Coldzer's hand. Langze received the tennis ball and then threw it towards Yi Sijin's belly. Snap. Asked you. Yi Sijin's legs clenched once again. No. You've done things to yourself that you don't remember? Had a big illness a while back and got a little forgetful. Langze's pissed off lies come very naturally. Don't even have to think. Just open your mouth. Spoken like it's true. Yi Si-jin clenched her teeth and said, You used to be a sea dog. Basically you licked all these rich ladies in Zhengcheng. Crap. I can lick so well. Lungza was a bit incredulous. But the one you licked the most was the one called Qin Shiyu. It's probably because you can't afford to mess with any of those big ladies. Just one Qin Shiyu's family is average. And you're just bullying their family. Lungza sniffed and thought about it. Also, the Yi sisters alone were not something a small Lung family could afford to mess with. The Lung family was notorious for being a dark force in Zhengcheng though. But compared to the four great families of Zhengcheng, the Lung family is just a mad dog that bites people indiscriminately. Without offending the interests of the Yi family, whoever gives a bone will do things for them. On the surface, it was glamorous. But in reality, the Lung family was a parasite that wandered under the feet of the four great families. Most of the many people he had once licked were probably from the four great families. In the end, he realized that there was only one Qin family he could fiddle with at will, and then he went to lick Qin Shiyu. Sure enough, he used to be a total scumbag. Why are you clamping your legs so tightly? Lang Zhe noticed Yi Si-jin's very abnormal movements at this time and said, Afraid of what I'll do to you? Don't worry. This young master, I don't do things that take advantage of people. Even if I did want to do something to you, it would have to be of your own free will. Yi Si-jin was completely unable to hold it in at the moment. With a red face, she gritted her teeth and said, Young Master Lang, can I beg you for something? Say, can I go to the bathroom? Lang Zhe was just about to nod when he heard that, but then something suddenly came to mind. The toilet in this room led to a skylight, and with Yi Si-jin's reach, it wasn't hard to jump out. This little ninny is playing mind games with herself. Anyway, waiting for Elder Yi to reply this period of time was idle. Why don't you just play with this big lady in front of you? Lang Zhe took the tennis ball that bounced back and posed to throw it forward. Miss Yi begged me? Yi Si-jin was so scared that she shivered and curled up in the corner. Her tone of voice was tinged with tears. Please, don't torture me. I'm just going to go to the restroom. I'm not doing anything. Really? Yeah, Coldzer cocked his head. Who knows if you ran to the restroom for help? I won't. Don't worry. The second basement level, although it has a toilet, leads to a skylight in the backyard. In other words, Lengza's suspicions were not unreasonable. With Yi Si-jin's skill, it was still easy to jump out of the skylight. How do you prove you won't run away? Hearing this, Yi Si-jin completely collapsed. She trembled as she spoke. I swear, if I run away, I'll be struck by the heavens. Bullshit. Lang Zhe nonchalantly disliked back. I don't believe that if you run away, the heavens can really chop you to death? Well, then, what do you want me to do? Saying that, Yi Si-jin even started to pout. Her pouting, of course, was unconscious. After all, people have three urgencies, and she didn't dare to speak too loudly. Otherwise, if you're not careful, your light gray yoga pants will have a big dark stain on them. At that point, he would be humiliated. Coldzer looked around and realized that there was also a footwash basin under the bed. So he kicked the footwash basin toward Yi Si-jin and faintly said, Ha! This time, it wasn't just Yi Si-jin. Yi Si-ki, who was lying on the bed, was also shocked. In the room to pee? Yi Si-ki's eyes widened as she looked at Lang Zhe and said, Lang Zhe, don't! My sister's pee smells really bad. How about this? I'll follow her. I'll keep an eye on her. She definitely won't run away. Lang Zhe looked at Yi Si-ki very breathlessly. Do you think I'm an idiot? I really don't know what's in this stupid girl's head. You'll keep an eye on her? You're going to run off with her, aren't you? Young Master Lang, Brother Lang, please. Yi Si-jin folded her hands at this time and looked at Lang Zhe with a pitiful look. I really didn't lie to you. I really can't hold it in any longer. I didn't say I wouldn't let you pee. There's a footbath there. It's okay, go ahead and pee. No one comes to this house anyway. Yi Si-jin sniffed and hurriedly said, No, my sister is right. My pee really smells great. Do you believe I'll kick your bladder out if you keep bullshitting me? Hearing this, Yi Si-jin immediately clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, clenching her legs tightly. She didn't dare move a muscle. Just then, Lang Zhe's phone suddenly rang. After picking up the phone, Elder Ye's voice came from the other end of the line. Where is my granddaughter now? Why should I tell you? Lang Zhe replied calmly. Elder Ye took a deep breath, then continued. You want money? I do. I'll give you $1 billion. Let them go. Sorry, not interested. So what do you want? Elder Yi asked again. Lang Zhe pondered for a moment and replied. In the future, everyone in my Long family, including myself, you can't move anyone, and the cooperation between our two families ends here. And if you need to do the dirty work, you'll figure it out yourself. Without hesitation, Elder Yi agreed. Fine, then you release my granddaughter now. I'll think about it. After saying that, before Elder Yi could answer, Lang Zhe immediately hung up the phone. And by now, Yi Sijin had already suffocated so much that her lips turned white and her legs began to tremble. But Coldzer seems to have missed the point entirely. After hanging up Elder Ye's phone, Lang Zhe lowered his head and began to think seriously. After all, it was the first time I had ever done this kind of thing myself, and I still didn't have a clue. In the end, whether or not to release himself was ultimately just a matter of Master Ye's words. But who knew that after he released his 2 granddaughters, he would turn around and backtrack? It's not like there's any legal effect to this kind of thing, so he can say what he wants. Lingza had a headache. Gotta grab some of Master Ye's handles to make it work. That's right, evidence of a crime. Since the Lang family has been doing shady business for the Yi family for so many years, there must be evidence of a crime. Not so good either. Coldzer shook his head again. Although the mastermind behind this is the Yi family, the Lang family has been the Yi family's black glove all these years. And if the police were called, wouldn't you go in yourself? It's a dead end right now. Lang Zhe and Yi family who do not dare to call the police. The 2 families are wandering in the gray area. Out of the matter can only fight to the death. But how could the Lang family possibly be able to compete with the Yi family? The Yi family was sitting on hundreds of billions of dollars of assets, so I guess it shouldn't be hard to take themselves out. At this moment, Lang Zhe was still blissfully unaware of just how strong he was. With Lang Zhe's current strength, even if the Yi family invited all of their experts, it was estimated that they would not be a match for Lang Zhe. And at this moment, Qin Shiyu drove to the front of Lang Zhe's family villa. After parking the car, he immediately came to Lang Zhe's doorstep, pressed the doorbell and waited for a while, but there was no movement at all in the house. Can't help it. The basement is too soundproof. Coldzer in the basement couldn't even hear the doorbell on the first floor. Qin Shiyu waited outside for a while and shook her head full of disappointment. Then around the front door to the backyard of the villa. Qin Shiyu, who was familiar with Lang Zhe's house, quickly entered inside through the villa's back door. Looking around, Qin Shiyu muttered to herself with some curiosity. Strange, why is it so quiet today? After saying that, Qin Shiyu put down the satchel in her hand and looked around. They have a basement in their house? How have I never noticed that before? Qin Shiyu suddenly noticed the stairwell in the corner, leading to the basement. Driven by curiosity, Qin Shiyu took large strides towards the stairwell. Arriving at the first floor, Qin Shiyu discovered that there was a bedroom on the first floor, which should be where the underlings of the family lived. Further in, there is a utility room and recreation room. Walking around a corner, Qin Shiyu realized that there was actually a stairwell leading downstairs. Getting all mysterious? Qin Shiyu frowned slightly, then walked down the stairwell. After pushing open a heavy wooden room door, Qin Shiyu was stunned. Lungza! Qin Shiyu suddenly had a voice. This voice gave Lang Zhe a shiver of fear. Yi Siki, who was lying on the bed, was also trembling. Neither of them are the worst off. Though, the worst, was Yi Sijin who was holding her urine? By this voice of Qin Shiyu, she was scared to death. Yi Sijin half covered her mouth and stared at Qin Shiyu in the doorway with big eyes in disbelief. The legs were also constantly trembling. The one-life innocence of the great lady of the Yi family is so ruined. Qin Shiyu took an elegant step and strutted towards Lang Zhe. Lang Zhe, hurrah, you dead pervert, actually playing with 2 women here, playing something so perverted? Coldzer sighed, a slight frown. Why don't you lock the door before you go? You idiot Chow Tai Lung? What's that smell? Qin Shiyu immediately sniffed her nose when she arrived in front of Lang Zhe, and when Yi Sijin on the ground saw this, she immediately clamped her legs and lowered her head deeply, pretending that nothing had happened. The light in the room was a dim red color, so you couldn't see the water stains on the floor without looking closely. When Lang Zhe heard Qin Shiyu say this, he followed suit and sniffed his nose. However, Coldzer has a sniffle. As long as the smell wasn't too pungent, he couldn't usually smell it. What brings you here? Lang Zhe looked at Qin Shiyu somewhat helplessly and said. Qin Shiyu sniffed and immediately rolled up her sleeves. You still have the nerve to ask me? Coldzer, what the hell were you thinking? And who are these 2? Lang Zhe helplessly shook his head and said. The 2 of them? I kidnapped them. Introduce them. This is Yi Siki. This is Yi Sijin. They're the first and second misses of the Yi family. Coldzer was blunt. However, Qin Shiyu was directly dumbfounded when she heard this. Miss Yi? Qin Shiyu froze for half a day. Lang Zhe continued again. Now that you're in, come up and sit down. Ha? Qin Shiyu stared at Lang Zhe with a face of disbelief. You kidnapped? Aha. Lungza, are you crazy? They are the Yi family's people. If the Yi family knew, you'd be dead. Qin Shiyu spoke with an anxious face. No way, we have to hurry up and release them. After saying that, Qin Shiyu immediately walked towards Yi Sijin on the ground. intending to untie Yi Si-jin. But how could Yi Si-jin let Qin Shiyu get close to her? After all, she had just peed her pants. It's hard to tell if you're far away, but if Qin Shiyu was close, she could definitely see it. Thus, Yi Si-jin hurriedly shouted at Qin Shiyu. Don't come over. I volunteered. There's no need for you to save me. MS. Yi, what are you talking about? Come any closer and I'll kill you. Hearing this, Qin Shiyu didn't dare to move closer. After all, how could she not dare to do something like offending the Yi family? So, she could only accuse Ling Zai as well. Ling Zai, you're crazy. You're simply crazy. What did you do to MS? Yi? Ling Zai shrugged and looked at Qin Shi. They want me to kill you. Ha? When these words came out, Qin Shiyu was dumbfounded. The Yes say it's a pitch. For the next few minutes, Ling Zai explained everything. Qin Shiyu's face turned pale with fear after she heard the words. Keep backing up. WH. What? Ling Zai? You did all this for me? Not really, Ling Zai replied. Mostly because I don't want to kill another person who has nothing to do with me for a group of people who have nothing to do with me. Ling Zai, so, you love me so much? Ling Zai had a question mark on his face. You actually went against the Yi family for my sake. Qin Shiyu looked at Ling Zai with a touched face. Ling Zai had wanted to continue explaining something, but on second thought, forget it. And just then, there was a sudden, violent rushing sound outside the door. The next second, a group of men in black rushed in. Miss, we've come to rescue you. At that moment, a white-bearded old man who was 1 meter 8 in height and on crutches slowly walked in. Beside him was an old man in white who was less than 1 meter 7 in height. Ling Zai could see that these two old men were both practiced. However, the difference was that the white-clothed old man with a height of 1 meter 7 was absolutely extraordinary in strength. When Yi Si-ki and Yi Si-jin saw this, they immediately revealed a look of surprise. Grandpa, you've come to save us. Ling Zai, you're dead. I want you to die. And Qin Shiyu, you don't want to live either. Grandpa, quickly give the order. Kill them, kill them. In the next second, the old man burst into a rage when he noticed the surroundings of the room. Humph, a wolfish thing. Hit me. Elder Yi wasn't going to talk nonsense with Ling Zai at all. Directly with a big hand, 7 or 8 men in black instantly rushed up. Although these 7 or 8 black-clothed men were of average strength, they were all registered martial artists of the Martial Arts Association. The strength is all in the inner strength stage. If it was an ordinary person, it was estimated that he could be half dead by these 7 or 8 black people in 3 strokes. But Ling Zai's strength at this time had long since reached the innate level. Facing these 7 or 8 black-clothed men was like facing 7 or 8 mole crickets. With one punch, Ling Zai sent the oncoming fighter flying 5 or 6 meters away. The bridge of the nose breaks off instantly. The other black-clothed fighters were not deterred by Ling Zai's strength, but swarmed up to him. One person grabbed Ling Zai's left hand and the other grabbed Ling Zai's right hand. There were also 2 people holding each of Ling Zai's legs. A burly man nearly 2 meters tall punched Ling Zai in the small of his back. Crap! The punch was so good that it didn't give Coldzer his overnight dinner. However, Ling Zai only needed to exert a slight force, and the few fighters around him were instantly sent flying. Elder Yi was a bit surprised to see this scene. In his heart, he said, wasn't this brat defined by the Martial Arts Association as a waste who was unable to practice martial arts? How did he suddenly become so strong? Yi Si-jin was also filled with surprise. I didn't expect that Ling Zai's strength was actually this strong. The clan's experts were like a bunch of dogs in his eyes. However, Yi Si-jin was still confident in the family's strength. The bottom-tier fighters were not Ling Zai's opponents. But if it was Lu Hanwu who made the move, it was estimated that Ling Zai would not be able to resist more than 3 moves and would have to return to the west. As for who Lu Hanwu is, naturally, it was the old man standing beside Elder Yi, the one dressed in white. Thinking of this, a bad smile appeared at the corner of Yi Si-jin's mouth. Humph, Ling Zai, let you be arrogant. If you wait for Grandpa Hanwu to make a move, you won't even have a chance to beg for mercy. Ling Zai is, at this point, beating the crap out of him. Not to mention this life, even the previous 7 lives combined, Ling Zai has not fought so painfully. Now, Ling Zai could be considered to know how good the experts of the high martial world lived. Nowadays, although Ling Zai was very strong, before that, Ling Zai had basically never fought before. After all, those unusual punks out there were scared out of their wits when they heard Ling Zai's name. There's no shot at all. Now, Ling Zai was really cool, and at this moment, Elder Yi was full of seriousness as he watched the scene of Ling Zai beating his own men. Lu Hanwu, who was on the side, slowly stepped forward and looked at Elder Yi. Elder Yi, why don't let's have a quick battle, shall we? I still have a tournament to participate in later. Elder Yi sniffed and slowly nodded, then said, be gentle with your hands, I don't want this little brat to die so painfully. When Lu Hongwu heard this, the corner of his mouth rose slightly as he said, "Don't worry, within 3 strokes, I will definitely make his life worse than death." In the next second, Lu Hongwu flew over with a palm, but Lung Zhe was completely high at this time, and didn't care who was coming. Anyway, whoever dares to get close, it's a kick. Before Lu Hongwu could hit Lung Zhe with this palm, he only saw a soul suddenly appear in front of Lu Hongwu. Snap! Lu Hongwu was directly kicked into the bathroom by Lung Zhe. This scene directly scared Elder Yi and Yi Si-jin and the others silly. What? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yi Si-jin wanted to rub her eyes. She seriously doubted that she must have been blind, but there was nothing to be done. With her hands and feet bound, she could only stare as wide as she could, trying to see exactly who it was that had just been kicked out. Grandpa Hongwu actually got kicked off? And so easy? Honestly, Lung Zhe didn't even realize that he had just kicked away an expert. Less than 2 minutes, 7 or 8 fighters, plus a chi refining stage expert, were all knocked down. Lung Zhe, on the other hand, wiped the sweat from his forehead somewhat wearily. Suddenly, he laughed a few times and said, "Ha ha 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 ha, painful, ouch, what a pain in the ass." But he didn't notice in the slightest that at this moment, Elder Yi and Yi Si-jin were already scared silly. At that moment, a wail came from the restroom. Lu Hongwu struggled to get up from the toilet that he had smashed. Still dripping wet, he staggered out of the restroom, holding onto the doorknob. There was also a deep shoe print on his face. He stared at Lung Zhe and said with slight anger, "Young man, you don't speak of martial virtues. How dare you sneak attack me, a 60-year-old senior? He, since you don't speak of martial virtues, then don't blame the old me for being merciless." That sounds so familiar. Lung Zhe frowned and turned his head to look at the old man in white. Honestly, Lung Zhe didn't even know when he'd misplaced him. It seems that the Yi family's experts are nothing more than that. Lung Zhe gave a bad smile, then hooked his finger at Lu Hongwu. Seeing this, Lu Hongwu immediately flung his arm and said angrily, "Today, I want you to see the power of my Lu family's best skill, the lightning 5 consecutive whips. I'm sorry, Master Yi, I can't keep him alive. This little kid is too arrogant." Elder Yi let out a sigh of relief as he waved his hand and said, "A quick battle, as long as we can finish off this brat." As the words fell, only Lu Hongwu flew up. The hands really started to whip colds like a whip that way, but Lung Zhe shook his head with disappointment. Faintly, he said, "If you're so old, don't imitate Long Aotian and come out to act like a bully, okay?" After saying that, Lung Zhe seized the opportunity and once again kicked Lu Hongwu in the face. With this kick, Lung Zhe directly kicked Lu Hongwu to the ground on his back. "What? This? Impossible, impossible." Lu Hongwu. Elder Yi hurriedly helped Lu Hongwu, but at this time, Lu Hongwu has long rolled his eyes up and fainted. Lung Zhe clapped his hands and pointed at Master Yi. "In the future, our two families will not have any relationship. If you dare to mess with me, or the people around me again, I will go and level the Yi family to the ground." As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw a silhouette suddenly scurry out of the door. He was about 5'7" and looked to be in his early 20s, but this person was strangely fast. In just a moment, he arrived in front of Lung Zhe. Lung Zidu was a bit surprised and was about to say something, only to see the corners of the man's mouth rise in a slight smile, and then a punch knocked Lung Zhe 10 meters away. Boom! Coldser hit the wall behind him hard. Just when Lung Zhe was a bit dizzy, the system's beep once again sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host. Unlocking the second main character, Zhou Liangchen. Character introduction, Zhou Liangchen. From the online article, Masters Go Down the Mountain. Growing up in the mountains since he was a child, he has acquired a supreme power. Before he left the mountain, his master said to him, "Apprentice, you are invincible. Go down the mountain to wreak havoc on others." But due to a marriage contract, he chose to join the Yi family and became the fiancé of the youngest daughter of the Yi family, Yi Siki. Nanny, another flunky? Nanny, another flunky? Lung Zhe frowned slightly. The system at this time once again prompted, "Warning host, the other side is too strong. Has now reached the realm of celestial unity. It is a good time for the host to send Deatho." As soon as Lung Zhe heard this, he immediately became energized. Grass, this is what we call a protagonist. What the hell was that dragon Aotian before? Thinking of this, Lung Zhe was filled with excitement as he climbed up from the ground. At this moment, Zhou Liangchen, who was standing opposite Lung Zhe, was sizing up Lung Zhe with a curious expression. After all, there was such a disparity in strength between the two. But Lung Zhe, this pervert, was actually smiling, and it looks pretty exciting? Isn't that pure insanity? Zhou Liangchen froze for a moment. Then his face froze as he said indifferently, "Originally, I wanted to leave you a dog's life. Humph, it seems that now, I have to use my full strength. Lang Zhe sniffed and nodded repeatedly. With a wide-eyed stare, he said, yeah, come on, quickly beat me to death, Humph, since you want to die so badly, then I will fulfill you. In the next second, Zhou Liangchen clenched his fists and struck with vigor. Boom! Lang Zhe was directly blown away by that punch. It snapped and fell beside Yi Sijin. Holy shit, that's awesome indeed. Lang Zhe wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, it's just that he accidentally bit his tongue just now. Lang Zhe was too excited just now. So much so that when Zhou Liangchen's punch went down, Lang Zhe's tongue was struck on his chin before he had time to retract it. The result was obvious, and Coldzer bit his tongue raw. And at this moment, Zhou Liangchen's expression was clearly a bit surprised. He stared at Coldzer with a frown on his face. How can that be? This kid in front of me is at best an innate level, but I'm in the celestial realm. With a full force blow, that kid actually bit his tongue just by accident? And Yi Siki, who was handcuffed to the bed, was also full of shock. Isn't this my poor fiancé? How come he's so powerful? A few days ago, Yi Siki just returned to China, was pulled by her grandfather to meet the so-called fiancé. Although Yi Siki didn't understand why her grandfather suddenly wanted to introduce a fiancé to her, she reluctantly agreed. But after seeing the person, yes, he was furious. At that time, Zhou Liangchen was dressed in rags, not much different from a little Taoist priest. It's still dirty. 175 not to mention lean. It's like being a left-behind child in a mountain village. So Yi Siki refused on the spot. It hadn't been on her mind. But when she got home she realized that her grandfather had already privately helped himself to a marriage contract. Although Yi Siki was angry, she didn't dare to disobey in the face of her grandfather's order. However, her attitude towards Zhou Liangchen had always been nonchalant, and this Zhou Liangchen didn't seem to have any intention of refusing the marriage contract, and was still pestering himself all day long, not saying that she is his daughter-in-law. Yi Siki was almost exasperated. Originally, Yi Siki thought that this kid named Zhou Liangchen was a little beggar who didn't know the sky, but upon seeing it today, Yi Siki was completely dumbfounded. Ryoga, I can't believe it's so powerful. Lang Zhe, who couldn't even beat Grandpa Hongwu, was actually knocked down by Liang Chen with 2 punches? Humph, although Zhou Liangchen isn't much good besides being able to fight, but the good thing is that he's much better than this dead pervert. Lang Zhe, you didn't expect it, did you? Humph, I still have an expert fiancé. Thinking of this, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Yi Siki's mouth. Then he shouted at Zhou Liangchen. Zhou Liangchen, if you can kill Lang Zhe today, I'll marry you immediately. Zhou Liangchen sniffed, craned his neck, and smiled crookedly. Yes, miss. Just as Zhou Liangchen was about to make his move, Lang Zhe suddenly reached out his hand to stop it. Wait. At that voice, everyone froze. No, you're a dying man. Why are you yelling so loud? If you didn't know, you'd think you had some trick up your sleeve. Zhou Liangchen smiled coldly at his words and said, oh, any last words? Coldzer's nose twitched. Then get down on the ground and sniff carefully. While sniffing, he approached Yi Sijin's thigh, and at this moment, Yi Sijin also immediately realized something. Crap, something's not right. Yi Sijin immediately widened her eyes. Lang Zhe, you don't you stay away from me, don't come near me. Yi Sijin's face turned pale with fear, but don't dare back up. After all, if she stepped back, that puddle under her ass would be exposed. Although the wetness of her ass felt very uncomfortable, she could only grit her teeth and endure it for the sake of her innocence. But in the end, she couldn't stop her community from dying. Lang Zhe was, at the moment, lying on Yi Sijin's lap, eyes staring blankly at Yi Sijin's thighs. From the crotch, it was a dark gray color. It contrasts with the light gray at the calves. It's not so easy to see when you're far away. But at this moment, Lang Zhe could be lying beside Yi Sijin. You wet your pants? Lang Zhe raised his head in some surprise and looked at Yi Sijin's reddened face. Yi Sijin wanted to die at the moment. Why don't you just let Zhou Liangchen kill himself along with him? Woohoo! There's no shame in it. My Yi family's first lady's worldly fame. Splat! A tear that dripped down Coldzer's face. Yi Sijin looked at Lang Zhe on her lap and smiled with relief. Ho ho ho! Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! What are you laughing at? Lang Zhe spoke with some surprise. No, you should have said earlier if you wanted to pee. This is a basement. The smell doesn't dissipate easily. Why are you peeing in your pants, and get pee all over my floor? Hearing Lang Zhe's words, Yi Sijin was directly furious. She suddenly cursed. Lang Zhe, you still have the nerve to say that. If it wasn't for you, could I have peed my pants? The voice was heard throughout the house. What? Missy peed her pants? Missy is 27 this year, right? How can you still wet your pants? I guess I should be scared? Nonsense. How could Missy be frightened? If you ask me, it would be a loose sphincter. Are you nuts? What does a loose sphincter have to do with not being able to hold your pee? Penis is right. Sphincters are for pooping. Fart. The urethra has a sphincter too. Yeah, that's something I really don't know. Read some books. A few of the fighters who had been hit by Coldzer had a detailed discussion on the subject. Elder Yi closed his eyes slightly at this time. The cheeks kept twitching. Ryakan. Do it. Elder Yi said. When Yi Si-jin heard this, she also hurriedly shouted. Zhou Liangchen, if you can dismantle Lang Zhe for me, I'm yours too. Lang Zhe died to the end, but also did not forget to mouth cheap, you loose urine cannot hold. Who still want you ah? Fuck you. Yi Si-jin was so angry that she slammed her head against Lang Zhe's head. There's no way around it. Hands and feet are tied. The only weapon is the head. Don't say it. Lang Zhe really hurt a bit when he was hit like that. Before Lang Zhe could return to his senses, he only felt that his legs were suddenly grabbed by someone. Immediately after that, the entire body was thrown out. There was a loud bang. Lang Zhe's body hit the wall hard. Whoa! The sighting followed suit with some crumbs. Zhou Liangchen saw this but had no intention of stopping. Instead he followed up with another kick. Stomped hard between Coldzer's legs. Oh, shit, what's wrong with martial arts? Why are you still attacking the lower third of the road? However, it's a good thing that Coldzer's cowhorse is also part of the steel body. It is equally as hard as steel tubing. But the pain is real. Ouch. Coldzer covered his crotch and rolled over and over on the ground. Humph, garbage, dare to touch my Zhou Liangchen's woman. This is what you'll get. Now. You're not even a man. Zhou Liangchen stood behind Lang Zhe with a pretentious face. Coldzer, meanwhile, covered his crotch and crawled forward in pain. Seeing this, Zhou Liangchen slowly walked forward and stepped on Lang Zhe's back. Then he looked at Yi Si-jin and Yi Siki with a face full of pretense. In a gentle tone, he said, "Two young ladies, I've given you a fright." After saying that, he twisted his head to look at the fallen thugs on the ground and said, "Why don't you untie Miss?" Yes. Several black-clad men rose from the ground in agony. Limping, he rushed towards Yi Siki and Yi Si-jin, and quickly untied the two women. Yesi was alive and well. After being untied, he immediately ran towards Elder Yi and said, "Grandpa, you have finally come." Kiki was scared to death. Woo-woo. Yi Si-jin, on the other hand, had empty eyes, even after being untied, as well as sitting in place without saying a word. Some are alive but dead. Yesi is social death. She couldn't wait to dig a hole in it now, or live on a different planet. And to say that Zhou Liangchen can be the main character. Seeing Yi Si-jin in this state, he immediately found a blanket and draped it over Yi Si-jin. Then gently said, "Don't worry, Se-jin, nothing happened today, and we didn't see anything." After saying that, he turned his head to look at the beaters behind him and said with slight anger, "Do you all hear me?" The beaters bowed their heads at that. Yi Si-jin sniffed and nodded slightly. With Zhou Liangchen's assistance, he slowly stood up. Only, when he turned his head to look at Lang Zhe, his eyes revealed an unspeakable complexity. "Se-jin, I've already wasted him. If you're still not satisfied, I can take his life as well. Fetch me, fetch me. No, take my life. Quickly, quickly, quickly." Lang Zhe suddenly rolled over, his eyes maniacal. "Oh, you want to die so badly? Good. Then I'll fulfill you." After saying that, Zhou Liangchen was about to make his move, only to see Qin Shiyu suddenly walk forward and slap Zhou Liangchen. Snap! Qin Shiyu said angrily, "If you dare to touch my man you're dead." "Your man?" Zhou Liangchen received a big then pocket, still pretending. "Your man? Woman, you're playing with fire." He still thinks he's pretty classy. "Qin Shiyu, it has nothing to do with you. Get lost, don't keep me from making money." Lang Zhe suddenly yelled. Qin Shiyu was confused by Lang Zhe's words. "Keeping you from making money? No, you're on the verge of getting yourself killed." Lang Zhe didn't care about Qin Shiyu's gaze, but looked playfully at Zhou Liangchen and said, "Little Zhou, if you don't beat me to death today, you're my son." Zhou Liangchen sniffed and was just about to make a move. Yi Siki suddenly pulled Zhou Liangchen's hand again and said, "Liangchen, forget it, this kind of wastrel, killing him will only relieve him." Zhou Liangchen sniffed and laughed. "What Kiki said? Humph, then I'll let you live." After saying that, Zhou Liangchen waved his big hand and turned his head away. "Hey, you're my son if you don't kill me." Lang Zhe still shouted. "No, can't you guys who are the protagonists be a little more decisive in your killings? What a fucking loser. This protagonist makes you." It didn't take long for the Yi family to be gone. Actually, it wasn't that Zhou Liangchen didn't want to kill Lang Zhe. Mainly, he knew very well that he couldn't kill Lang Zhe. In those previous strokes, Zhou Liangchen had already used his full strength. But Coldzer didn't seem to show any trauma other than a little pain. Not even internal injuries, presumably. Zhou Liangchen realized that this person, Lang Zhe, was not easy to deal with. Plus, Zhou Liangchen's master had taught him that in traditional kung fu, you have to be on point. Jiang Hu, not fighting and killing, but the human condition. Being a man is a good thing. Of course, Lunza was blissfully unaware of this, seeing that all the Yi family members have left. With a discouraged look on his face, Coldzer climbed up and sat on the bed. As for Qin Shiyu, when she saw this, she hurriedly came to Leng Zhe's side and examined him with a concerned face. Lengze, are you okay? I'm sorry for making you suffer so much for me, but don't worry, I will never leave you again. I know, you do everything for me. Lengze was a bit speechless. He twisted his head to look at the bird-like Qin Shiyu, before looking at the footprints on his crotch. Strange, Zhou Liangchen just used so vigorously. One's lower body should have been abolished long ago according to reason. Ah, damn it, it's that steel body again. Lang Zhe immediately realized the problem. Evening. Jiang Yihan, Xue Bingbing, Li Lili, Zhou Daolong and the others had heard about Lang Zhe's beating. They have come to Lengze's house with the intention of comforting and consoling Lengze. At the doorway, Zhou Daolong wiped tears from his eyes while sobbing. Oh, it's all my fault. It's all my fault for not taking care of young master. What the hell happened to Coldzer? Jiang Yihan said with a serious face. Zhou Daolong shook his head and continued to sob. Alas, Qin Shiyu said on the phone that young master he was wasted by the Yi family. Wasted? Hearing these words, Jiang Yihan's mind instantly went blank, and the two of them, Bingbing Xue and Lili Li, froze in place. Li Lili didn't have any feelings with Leng Zhe, but Leng Zhe was her boss. Leng Zhe was kind to her, with his knowledge, so naturally Lili Li felt bad about it. As for Xue Bingbing, tears flowed out with a brush. She immediately pulled Zhou Daolong's arm and looked at him miserably. Uncle Zhou, you lied to me, right? Brother Lengze is so powerful, he definitely won't be crippled, right? It's just a flesh wound. It'll heal in a few days of rest, right? Zhou Daolong took out a tissue and handed it to Xue Bingbing. Sighing, he said, Alas, Bingbing uncle doesn't want to lie to you. Young master Lang He, his lower body is wasted. In the future, he may not even be able to be a man. What? No way, absolutely not. Jiang Yihan's eyes were also swirling with hot tears. It seems that the Ling family will be extinct from now on. Chou Tai Lung gathered his emotions. Then insert the key into the door to open it. The group slowly walked into the house, but as soon as he entered, he heard a furious scolding from upstairs. Grass, will not play push the tower. Why do you always stand behind the shooter when you're playing sane? The auxiliary goes to insert the eyes. Shiyu go, come with me to control the big dragon. Ignore them. When Zhou Daolong heard this, he immediately became energized. Yes, is it the young master's voice? Then, Zhou Daolong rushed to the second floor in a hurry. Coming to the second floor, Zhou Daolong realized Lang Zhe was actually playing a game with Qin Shiyu. It's over, the other team is fighting the dragon. Qin Shiyu yelled at the top of her voice. Damn it, fight them, gun in hand, follow me, kill the dragon and grab the buff. Jiang Yihan and the others all rushed up in a rush. After seeing this scene, everyone froze in place. What everyone didn't expect was that Lang Zhe's heart was really big. You just got your ass kicked and you're still in the mood for games? Xue Bingbing popped out a small head, and when she saw Lang Zhe, she immediately pushed away Zhou Daolong who was blocking in front of her, straight into Coldzer's arms, crying out loud, Ooh-hoo, brother Lang, I knew you'd be fine. Ooh-hoo, you scared me, ooh-hoo. Lang Zhe was taken aback by this sudden scene. Hurriedly, he took off his headphones, looking at Xue Bingbing who was lying in her arms, holding her waist with a death grip, and lifted his head and looked at the others. Coldzer froze. You're all here? Qin Shiyu also took off her headphones and looked up at everyone. Everyone's eyes changed from initial concern to later speechlessness. And then the release now. It's good that you're okay. Jiang Yihan was the first to speak. I told you, Lang Zhe's life is hard. How could you be scrapped by the Yi family? Lili Li poked out her ignorant little brain and wondered. Not the lower body? Lengze stood up and looked at everyone with some emotion. Although, none of us have known each other for very long, but Lang Zhe, at this moment, felt an unprecedented concern. Everyone is concerned about themselves. In the evening, Qin Shiyu and Jiang Yihan both took matters into their own hands and made a table full of delicacies. Once again warming up the home, the guys sit around a table, enjoying a moment of peace and quiet while talking about each other's futures. Zhou Daolong, however, looked a little worried during the process. What's wrong, Daolong? Coldzer asked, twisting his head. Zhou Daolong smiled awkwardly at his words and said, Ha ha ha, no, it's fine, it's fine. Lung Ze's brows tightened as he sniffed. Nothing? With that, Lung Ze pulled up Zhou Dalong and said to the others, you guys chat first, I'm going to go out for a smoke with Dalong. So, he pulled Zhou Dalong to the courtyard. What the hell? At night, in the hustle and bustle of the city, to have such a small yard is a dream that most people can hardly reach in their lifetime. It's very quiet here. Lifting my head, I could even see the stars in the sky. Zhou Dalong lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Exhaling a gust of smoke, he said with a worried expression, the Yi family is unlikely to stop. Lung Ze frowned slightly. They think I'm already an invalid, so I can't pose any threat to them all. But your father holds many secrets of the Yi family. Lung Ze's expression immediately became serious when he heard this. That is to say, it doesn't matter if I'm wasted. The problem is that they'll still go after old Biden? Zhou Dalong nodded slightly. With a serious expression, he continued. Moreover, I heard from Qin Shiyu that you beat an old man named Lu Hanwu half to death? Lung Ze nodded at his words. Yeah, what's up? What's wrong? Zhou Dalong frowned. The problem isn't that Lu Hanwu, but the one who beat you half to death. Lu Hanwu is the #1 person in the Martial Arts Association in Zhangcheng. The fact that you were able to easily defeat him shows that you are already very strong. But that guy named Zhou Liangchen was actually able to knock you down more easily. What does that mean? Lung Ze sniffed and thought for a moment, then slowly shook his head in disbelief. Zhou Dalong sighed. This means that Zhang Chang is going to change the sky. I've already informed his lordship to leave the country and get out of the wind, and he should be on a flight to Osaka by now. But the Yi family will definitely come back if they can't find his lordship. Young master, we need to formulate a plan. What plan? Lung Ze frowned slightly. Zhou Dalong shook his head with a confused expression and said, I'm asking you. Lung Ze frowned slightly. Thoughtfully. He also thought of a world where he had not fought back at all during the fight with Zhou Liangchen earlier. And even then, Zhou Liangchen was unable to injure himself. Though he hit kinda hard and it hurt to hit someone. But he himself has not a single scar on his body so far. Perhaps this is a breaking point. Either Zhou Liangchen was merciful, or I'm damn invincible too. Thinking of this, Lung Ze stood up and said, I'll go meet the Yi family tomorrow. Okay, then I'll send you the address later. Lung Ze nodded and said, good, if there's nothing else, let's all rest early tonight. In Lung Ze's mind, he already had a solution. Only, he wasn't sure if his solution, or not, counted as a solution. Nothing happened overnight. Early the next morning, Lung Ze then got up and cleaned up before driving to the Yi family residence. The Yi family's villa was an eye-opener for Lung Ze. If the Lung Ze family's villa was a villa, then the Yi family's villa, it was a castle. The entire villa covers an area that would even have to be counted in hectares. The yard of someone's villa, that's a forest. Compared to the Yi family, the Lung family's villa was a bit small. As soon as Lung Ze stepped out of the car, a prosperous and aristocratic scent entered his nostrils. This villa has a very strong Chinese flavor, completely different from the traditional European villas. The entire villa is designed with a Soviet-style garden. Upon entering the villa, there was a feeling of traveling to Jia's house in the dream of the Red Chamber. Under the butler's guidance, Lung Ze arrived in the middle of a tea room in the backyard of the villa. Elder Yi was sitting on the floor, savoring the expensive and famous tea. And sitting across from Elder Yi was Zhou Liangchen, who had given Lung Ze a good beating yesterday. Seeing Lung Ze alive and well, both Master Yi and Zhou Liangchen were stunned. Elder Yi looked angrily at Lung Ze and said, Dog, you still dare to come and die? Zhou Liangchen cocked his head and laughed. Actually not hospitalized? Looks like you have a pretty strong resistance to blows. Although the words were said, Zhou Liangchen was already on guard. You know, you gave it your all last night, but Lung Ze was still able to come alive. This caused Zhou Liangchen to seriously doubt whether Lung Ze had also reached the realm of heavenly unity. Present, besides Elder Yi and Zhou Liangchen, there was also a white-bearded old man. The old man frowned when he saw Lung Ze and turned his head to Elder Yi. Zhang Gua, didn't you say that young Master Lang was wasted by your family's granddaughter-in-law last night? Why do I see him still alive and well? Yi Zhangwei was also a bit surprised at what he heard. Coldly, he grunted. It's probably a flashback. The white-bearded old man sniffed and didn't reply, but instead looked at Zhou Liangchen again and continued. Liangchen, old me. I'm not doubting your strength, but the reputation of being the #1 in Zhangcheng. I'm afraid. When Zhou Liangchen heard this, he immediately stood up and clapped his hands. Simple. Won't it be fine if I waste him once more in front of you? After saying that, without saying a word, Zhou Liangchen directly kicked at Lung Ze. Crap, this year's protagonist is not easy to lead. Why don't you talk about martial virtues yet? Lung Ze began to miss Long Ao Tian a little. Boom. This kick down Ordinary people would probably have broken all the ribs. But when Lunza steadily took the kick and stood still and indifferent, Zhou Liangchen was instantly dumbfounded. When the white-bearded old man saw this, he immediately stood up and laughed with a face full of surprise. Could it be that two celestial-level experts have appeared in my Jiangqing chapter all of a sudden? At the celestial level, amongst the Dragon Kingdom martial artists, it was definitely a top-tier existence. Perhaps there is a higher level above the celestials, but at least since the beginning of recorded history, the Martial Arts Association had never seen an expert at the level of celestial or above. The Martial Arts Association's assessment of cultivation also stopped at the celestial realm alone. After all, at the top, the Martial Arts Association would not have the ability to conduct assessments and issue identity cards. And the reason why the white-bearded old man was so excited was simple. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, martial artists of the celestial realm could be counted on 10 fingers. And now, 2 actually appeared at once in the small Jiangchen. In normal times, not to mention the 2 celestial realm experts, in a small place like Jiangchang, the white-bearded old man would be thankful if he could come out with an innate realm expert. This young man, old me, is the Martial Arts Association, the branch president of the Jiangcheng branch, Su Changdao. Is there any interest in joining the Martial Arts Association? When Yi Zhenghua heard this, he immediately looked at Su Changdao angrily. Su Changdao, do you know what you're doing? Humph, this bastard, Lang Zhe, is a wolf-hearted piece of trash. How could he possibly be qualified to join the Martial Arts Association? Besides, he doesn't have long to live anymore. What's the point of joining the Martial Arts Association? If the old man's granddaughter-in-law can waste him once, she can waste him 100 times. After saying that, Yi Zhenghua stood up again and accused Lang Zhe. Lang Zhe, old me. I don't know what little trick you've pulled to actually recover temporarily, but it's also ultimately just a move to stall for time. After saying that, Yi Zhenghua looked at Zhou Liangchen too. Liangchen, do it. No problem, Grandpa. As the words fell, Zhou Liangchen looked solemn. This time, he was serious. But before Zhou Liangchen could make a move, Coldzer then starts with a big BB pocket. Snap. It hit Zhou Liangchen's face and said angrily, "Can you stop pretending? It pisses me off to see you acting like a pussy. Can you die without pretending?" Zhou Liangchen was blindsided by Lang Zhe's sudden slap. After freezing for half a day, he stared at his eyes and said in slight anger, "No one has dared to hit me in the face yet. Kid, I, Liang Chen, have always said one thing. Today, your little life is not guaranteed." Snap. As soon as Zhou Liangchen's words fell, Lang Zhe gave another big slap. "No one? Yesterday Qin Shiyu slapped you in the face. Have you forgotten? Being beaten by a woman. I, Zhou Liangchen, am willing to do it, but what kind of thing are you?" Zhou Liangchen still published his pretentious quotes. Lang Zhe sniffed and was about to hit the third Dabi pocket. Only Zhou Liangchen grabbed Lang Zhe's hand. It caused Lang Zhe to not be able to exert any strength at all. In the next second, Zhou Liangchen landed a vicious kick. A kick lands to the chest for Colds. This time, however, Lang Zhe wasn't kicked off. Instead, he stood firmly in place. Only, Lang Zhe discovered a problem at this time. Your own self is really not Zhou Liangchen's opponent. But the problem was that Zhou Liangchen was no match for Lang Zhe either. Not that the two were of equal strength. Lang Zhe's strength was still at the innate level, but he had the system bonus of a body of steel. The only one who could hurt Lang Zhe was Lang Zhe himself. Still not dead? Zhou Liangchen was already a bit flustered at this point. Didn't Master say I was invincible before I left the mountain? But why is it that when I use my full strength, I still can't hurt him a bit? Zhou Liangchen stared at Lang Zhe with some disbelief. Then another kick. He grabbed both of Lang Zhe's hands with both of his hands and surmounted Lang Zhe a dozen feet in a row. But Lang Zhe actually didn't make the slightest move other than not fighting back. Ryakan, have you had enough? Hurry up and do it if you've had enough. Yi Zhenghua was so angry that he slammed the table and said, "Don't let Su Changdao see us laugh." As the saying goes, insiders look at the doorway, while outsiders watch the action. As the local branch president of the Martial Arts Association, Su Changdao, although his own strength was average, only at the Huanjing Mahayana stage. However, his rich experience in the field allowed him to see at a glance that Zhou Liangchen was not fooling around, and that he was truly unable to hurt Lang Zhe. Lang Zhe also realized at the same time that he had no power to fight back at all. It's just a matter of relying on the steel to not get hurt, but that's enough. Lang Zhe pretended to be relaxed and looked at Yi Zhenghua behind Zhou Liangchen, laughing playfully. "Master Yi, why so impulsive? Aren't you going to ask me what I'm here for?" After saying that, Lang Zhe looked at Zhou Liangchen, who had already started panting in front of him, and smiled. "The two of us might even be brothers-in-law in the future. There's no need to be so excessive, right?" Hearing this, Zhou Liangchen frowned slightly. While Yi Zhenghua stared at Lang Zhe with an angry face, You, what did you say, Lian? Aha, Lang Zhe nodded and said, as for me today, I'm here to propose marriage. I've heard that Yi Siki is already engaged to brother Liangchen. The youngest granddaughter is getting married. Shouldn't the eldest granddaughter also consider it? You. Hearing this, Yi Zhangguo was directly dumbfounded, but what he never expected was that Lang Zhe's next sentence almost made him vomit blood in anger. Old Biden, I have to say, your granddaughter is very moist. Old Biden, I have to say, your granddaughter is very moist. This sentence directly exasperated Elder Ye's high blood pressure. His eyes widened in anger as he pointed at Lang Zhe and said angrily, Brat, you, what the hell did you do to my granddaughter? What should have been done shouldn't have been done. Lang Zhe lied, still not blushing, as if it were true. He said, why else do you think she peed her pants? Academically, that's called blowing toward. UTM. Elder Yi was furious and stupid. Zhou Liangchen sniffed and was also furious and stupid. After all, in Zhou Liangchen's eyes, all the beautiful women in the world were his. Can you not be angry about this inexplicable loss of a beautiful woman? According to the traditional harem text, this is a delivery girl. What did Zhou Liangchen come down for? Is it just to come to the Yi family as a flunky? No. He wants money, be beautiful, to power, to everything. Isn't that what the masters come down to the mountains for? This worldly stuff? But it hasn't even been down for a few days yet, and we're giving one away first. Can he not be angry? Angry. Zhou Liangchen's eyes turned red, and with a vicious kick, he kicked between Lang Zhe's legs, but there was nothing to be done. Coldzer was just too hard. That's it, and it's like nothing. In addition to not being able to make the strength to beat Zhou Liangchen, the defense value was pulled full, with the body of steel, made Zhou Liangchen feet numb, as if a kick in the tank armor. And at this moment, Su Changdao, who was eating melon on the side, immediately saw the clues. Just now, with Zhou Liangchen's kick, it was estimated that even if an innate expert was standing on the opposite side of the room, he would probably have been kicked half to death, right? It's estimated that this kick could shatter a person's pelvis. But Lang Zhe remained unharmed and was still able to cheekily taunt Yi Zhanghua. This was enough to illustrate Lang Zhe's strength. This kid, although I can't see his strength, he must be above Zhou Liangchen. But why didn't he fight back? Is it hard to believe? Is it because you're afraid of hurting Zhou Liangchen? Worthy of a master, worthy of a master. In the next moment, Su Changdao immediately shouted, Liangchen, quickly stop it, let go of the little boy. Zhou Liangchen froze for a moment at his words. Yi Zhanghua also froze for a moment. He quickly looked at Su Changdao and spoke. Mr. Changdao, what are you doing? This kid insulted my Yi family's female family members. Killing him 8 times out of 10 would not be too much. When Su Changdao heard this, he immediately spoke. If you don't want the Yi family's entire family to be annihilated, quickly let Liangchen release this kid. What? Yi Zhanghua stared at Su Changdao in disbelief. Su Changdao hurriedly leaned on his crutches at this time and walked over to Yi Zhanghua, pointing at Lang Zhe. Can't you see it? Open your old, bleary eyes and take a good look. Although even I, the old man, can't see this kid's strength, what can be proven is that this kid's strength is definitely above Zhou Liangchen's. Since that's the case, then this Lang Zhe, at least, is at the celestial realm. If he wants to kill you, no one can stop him. Hearing these words, Yi Zhanghua also hastily rubbed his eyes. Take a closer look. And it's true. At this point, Zhou Liangchen had already exerted his full strength, but he was still unable to do anything to Lang Zhe. Zhou Liangchen himself realized that something was wrong. Immediately, he let go of his hand and pulled away from Lang Zhe for a while, and stared sharply at Lang Zhe. Lang Zhe, on the other hand, smiled in a pretense of relief, said, How's it going, old Biden? How have you considered my offer? Yi Zhanghua was still staring at Lang Zhe in disbelief. At this point, his mind had gone blank. The granddaughter-in-law of the celestial realm was helpless. So this Lang Zhe, what realm is it? People just have a foul mouth, but the fact that he hasn't made a move until now speaks volumes about his belly. Su Changdao stroked his beard and spoke to Yi Zhanghua. The 2 top experts of Jiangcheng have come to be your door-to-door son-in-law. Elder Yi, just don't hesitate. Lang Zhe sniffed and gave Su Changdao a thumbs up and said, Thank you for the old thing's compliment. Su Changdao was somewhat speechless. This kid, his mouth really stinks a little too much. But the best of the best. The higher the hand, the more eccentric the temper. Look at the cook in the restaurant. The better the cook, the worse the temper. The same goes for driving. The better the cab driver, the worse the road rage. Think of it that way, and it's right on the money. At this moment, Yi Zhanghua was also softening his feet and slowly sat down on the chair. Not a word. The eyes were very empty. Because, for the life of him, he couldn't figure it out. How did that trashy rich kid who was a bully at first become the #1 expert in Zhangchang? What he couldn't figure out even more was that Zhou Liangchen, whom he had gone to great lengths to find, was actually no match for Leng Zhe. This Leng Zhe, what has he been through these 2 years? Could it be that you've been instructed by someone high up? Available at. What kind of superior person could elevate a waist that would forever remain at the inner strength stage to the celestial realm within a mere 2 years? I guess only the gods can do it, right? But in this world, are there really fairies? At this time, Yi Zhanghua, although in his heart, he was still rejecting Leng Zhe, but at the moment, there was no other way. Plus, Leng Zhe has already said that his eldest granddaughter, Yi Xijin, already had sex with Leng Zhe. The rice is cooked, but, inwardly, though, it was a refusal. But Yi Zhanghua is also clear about one thing. If an expert like Leng Zhe can join the Yi family, then the Yi family will be in Zhangchang. No, even in the whole country, will all have a certain influence. Thinking of this, Yi Zhanghua cleared his throat, said, Ahem, Leng Zhe, regarding your request to propose marriage, old me, agrees. However, there is one requirement. You must join the family. Leng Zhe was very speechless as he sniffed. Going to a family? Are you kidding me? The money my family has is not as rich as yours. Right, but it's not as bad as going into a family, right? Besides, the cheap old man only has this one son. If he joins the family, won't the Leng family really be extinct? I refuse. Leng Zhe immediately refused. I came here today to marry Yi Xijin home. Join the family? No way. A son-in-law? Isn't that exclusive to the main character? What a joke. He or she is the villain. It's still a supervillain. When Yi Zhanghua heard Leng Zhe's words, he immediately gritted his teeth in anger. Leng Zhe, you mustn't go too far. It's your honor to let you join my Yi family. Leng Zhe waved his hand and said, I'm not that much of a wimp. When he said this, Leng Zhe even gave Zhou Liangchen a blank look. A big man has hands and feet. It's not like he can't support a daughter-in-law. Why do you join the family? When Zhou Liangchen, who was on the side, heard this, he also vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Good boy. Is this a point for me? Humph, you can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. Zhou Liangchen was so angry that he immediately rolled up his sleeves and said, What's wrong with me joining the family? Am I proud? Who are you to accuse me? Ha! Leng Zhe looked at Zhou Liangchen and said, No, don't be so glassy-eyed. Where did I mention you? I mean, a man who can support his daughter-in-law doesn't need to be in the family. And obviously, I can support my daughter-in-law. When Zhou Liangchen heard this, he was so angry that smoke was coming out of his head. Are you saying I can't support my daughter-in-law? You said it yourself. I didn't. Leng Zhe shrugged. Zhou Liangchen had never been the only one to be angry with others when he was growing up. The first time he was defeated, it made him feel bad inside. He couldn't wait to cry and go back to the mountain to find his master to avenge him. And at this moment, Su Changdao was still persuading on the side. Yi Lao, don't hesitate. I see that this young Master Ling's family is not bad, although it's not as good as the Yi family, but your eldest granddaughter won't suffer if she marries there, right? Besides, the Lang family and the Yi family have always worked closely together, and marrying Xijin to young Master Lang will also further deepen the cooperation between your two families, won't it? Yi Zhanghua, who heard this, inexplicably had an indescribable anger in his heart. The Long family? The Long family, but it's a dog raised by my Yi family. Now you're actually going to be on par with the Yi family? This little son of a bitch from the Lang family actually wants to marry my Yi family's grand princess? He slowly raised his head and stared angrily at Kolzer. The back of his teeth were clenched. The veins on his neck were exploding. Enough to see how angry he was at this point. If it wasn't for the fact that he practiced martial arts for many years, resulting in this old man's body still being good, it was estimated that this would have already vomited blood and died. But on the contrary, what about Lengza? Still standing playfully in place. Didn't put the Yi family in his eyes in the slightest. Hubris. It's simply too arrogant. But after weighing the pros and cons, Master Yi realized that indeed, by betrothing Yi Xijin to Leng Zhe, to the Yi family, there were only benefits, no harm. In this way, he did not have to offend a Celestial Realm expert, but was also able to keep this Celestial Realm expert to work for him. It also leaves the entire Leng family to work for them. The pros outweigh the cons. But right at this moment, Leng Zhe suddenly spoke again. Oh, right, old Biden. I'll tell you in advance. I can pretend that I don't know about those unseemly deals you've been doing. But don't you expect me to help you. Times are different now. I did used to be an evil young man. But now, I want to be a good man. Put. Once these words came out, Elder Yi could no longer hold his tongue. A mouthful of black blood was spat out directly. When he read the Three Kingdoms when he was young, He couldn't understand that Joyu could be infuriated to death. What kind of small-minded person can get pissed off? But now, he understood. He came to his senses. He could very well understand those who were pissed off now. A female secretary rushed over, wiping the corners of Yi Zhangguo's mouth while saying with concern, Yi Dong, are you alright? Somebody, I'm fine. Elder Yi pushed the female secretary away. Strongly bracing himself, he stood up and angrily looked at Lang Zhe. Good, Lang Zhe, count yourself out. Go. After saying that, Elder Yi was about to leave with a wave of his hand. Lang Zhe, however, shouted again from the back. When will the engagement banquet be held? How about this? I'll pick a date. Tomorrow. How about it? I don't have much to do tomorrow anyway. When Elder Yi walked away, Lang Zhe still didn't forget to taunt Zhou Lianchen. I'll be your brother-in-law from now on. Brother-in-law listen to my brother-in-law advice. When the flunky is no good, in the future out of the door will certainly be looked down upon. Why don't you quit while you're ahead? Either marry Yi Siki back home and find yourself a class, or know better and simply let go. After saying that, Lang Zhe turned around in a very dashing manner, humming a little tune as he heads off. There's a kind of love called letting go, giving up heaven and earth for love. We forgot about it back there. At this time, People's Hospital. Long Aotian was lying on the hospital bed, lifeless. He understands that he has become an invalid. Himself, he couldn't give Qin Shiyu happiness anymore. Looking at the already ruined hands, Long Aotian clenched his teeth. This revenge, I, Long Aotian, have to avenge. Hua Jiangwo stood in front of Long Aotian with a worried face inside. Young master, don't worry. Master has already found the best medical team in the country. Your injuries will definitely be able to heal. Long Aotian sniffed and slowly closed his eyes. Shaking his head, he said, you go back first. Young master, but, I said go home first. Yes. Hua turned away. When Hua Jiangwo had just left, Long Aotian looked towards the door. Mentally count to 3, 2, 1. Sure enough, Qin Shiyu walked in. Long Aotian, if you still love me, let go. You can't give me happiness now, the way you are. Long Aotian looked at Qin Shiyu with tears in his eyes. He didn't expect that Qin Shiyu would be so merciless. Yeah, all this time, one has been in love with someone who doesn't love oneself. Himself, for her, has given so much. Maybe it's time to let go. Thinking of this, Long Aotian nodded and said, I agree to the divorce. At these words, Qin Shiyu froze for a moment. However, the moment she froze was completely because she was not mentally prepared. She thought that Long Aotian would still have to talk a lot about how much he loved himself and so on. But in Long Aotian's eyes, Qin Shiyu froze this time. It was regret. Regret? Humph. You hurt me too deeply. Too deeply. Qin Shiyu, remember, in the future, no one will give up their life to protect you like I did. Get a divorce. A good man like me. You don't deserve it. Remember, it was you who looked down on me in the first place. It was you who filed for divorce. Don't cry if I leave. Qin Shiyu's heart was now happy beyond words. But after all, Long Aotian had suffered such a serious injury. It didn't seem too polite to laugh in his face. So, she forced herself to resist the urge to laugh out loud and said in a sad pretense, Aotian, after I leave, you have to take care of yourself. Tell me if you're short of money. Ah yes, you shouldn't be short of money. After all, your allowance is $10 billion. Hearing this, Long Aotian frowned slightly. She already knows? She already knows about me being a rich kid? And about the $10 billion? Humph. No wonder she's suddenly sad. So it's because she knows I'm a rich kid and regrets filing for divorce? It's only too late to regret it now. Qin Shiyu, in the beginning, it was you who failed me. And now you're acting like you care about me praying for my forgiveness? It's late. Thinking of this, Long Aotian let out a cold snort and said, Humph, Qin Shiyu, now that you regret, it's already too late. You've already broken my heart. Qin Shiyu froze for a moment as she sniffed. Regret? No. When have I ever regretted anything? You really think you're a dish if you care about you? Since you joined the family, I've mentioned divorce 800 times, and you've only agreed to me now. Seeing as you're a sick man, I don't want to get into it with you. Thinking of this, Qin Shi cleared her throat and said awkwardly, don't worry. I won't regret it. I swear I definitely won't pester you anymore. Okay, that's it. After saying that, Qin Shiyu turned her head and left. When Qin Shiyu left, Long Aotian lay on the hospital bed and suddenly smiled with relief. Poetic language. You still like to talk tough. However, when a man makes up his mind to break up, you can't get it back in any way. Do you think I'm going to chase out like I used to? No, not a chance. After that, we're strangers. In the next second, Long Aotian looked at the nurse who came over to change his bottle and said with a slight smile, "Miss Nurse, I'll give you $1 million. Do me a favor." The nurse froze. Psycho. Long Aotian only smiled slightly when he heard this. Then, "I'm not lying. I can really give you $1 million. Saying that, Long Aotian looked at the black gold card that was placed on the table. The little nurse took one look and immediately widened her eyes. Black gold card. The top gold card that you can only get if you have over $10 billion in deposits. This gentleman, what favor do you want me to do? Long Aotian smiled coldly in his heart. Oh, these dog-eyed trash. No, money is a psychopath. And money is the master? Long Aotian, who was worth trillions of dollars, naturally did not understand what $1 million was to an ordinary person. For the little nurse in front of her, to earn $1 million from a tycoon was like winning the lottery. Of course she's happy. Long Aotian's thoughts were like, why not eat minced meat? I have a couple of silver needles in my bag. Take them out. Oh, the little nurse took it out immediately. Do acupuncture for me at the points I told you? Ha? The little nurse froze. I don't know how. That's okay. I'll show you how to insert it. As a divine doctor, how could Long Aotian not be able to cure his injuries? The reason why he purposely didn't heal his injuries was because he wanted to see if Qin Shiyu would care about him. After receiving an affirmative answer, Long Aotian then decided to cure himself. Then, completely cut off relations with Qin Shiyu. He wanted to make Qin Shiyu regret it. He wanted to let Qin Shiyu know that he, himself, was the man he could never have. Getting me engaged to a dead pervert like Lungza? No way. Absolutely impossible. The Yi family's engagement party was held at the Zhonghua Mansion, a property owned by the Yi family. At this moment, inside the main banquet hall of the Zhang State Pavilion, celebrities were gathering and the lights were red. Elegant noble women, gathered with gentlemen, came to congratulate them. Inside the dressing room, Yi Sijin ripped off the gown she was wearing and casually picked up the gym shorts and tank top and put them on. None of you can force me to get engaged to Leng Zhe today. Miss, just stop it. This is Master Ye's order. No one's orders will do. Either Grandpa comes to talk to me personally, or whoever wants to marry today. There's no way I'm getting engaged to Leng Zhe anyway. After saying that, Yi Sijin lowered her head again and put on her little white shoes. Putting on his ducktail hat, he picked up his bag and was about to leave. There was a sudden cough from the doorway. Cough cough. Yi Zhangwei walked in wearing a tuxedo. Looking at Yi Sijin who was dressed in casual sportswear, her face immediately pulled down and said, "Seijin, don't make a scene. Quickly change your dress. The show is going to start later. Aren't you making a joke in front of others?" Grandpa. Yi Sijin frowned and said, "Are you crazy, making me marry that bastard Leng Zhe?" Seijin, you listen. Grandpa has also weighed the pros and cons. Yi Zhengwei advised, "You marrying young Master Lun will be beneficial to our Yi family." Ha? Yi Sijin was directly confused when she heard this. She stared at Yi Zhengwei with glazed eyes. But, Grandpa, Leng Zhe, he is just a dog of our Yi family. What benefit can he bring us? Yi Zhengwei sighed at his words. Shaking his head, he said, "Ugh, that's a long story. Grandpa will make it short. In fact, haven't you ever wondered why Leng Zhe was unharmed despite Zhou Liangchen's heavy hand that day?" Yi Sijin froze at his words. Her brow furrowed and she looked down and thought for a moment before saying, "Him? He's actually been hiding his strength all along. Although I don't know for what purpose he's doing it. But, he's a celestial realm martial artist." What? Yi Sijin froze. No way. Absolutely not. 2 years ago he himself beat him as easily as slaughtering a pig or dog. In just 2 years, it was impossible for a genius among geniuses to reach the celestial realm. What does the celestial realm mean? The celestial realm, literally, was the unification of heaven and man. It is the top honor in the martial arts world of the Dragon Kingdom today. It was a height that countless martial artists could not reach in their entire lives. There were less than 10 registered celestial realm powerhouses in the country. Lengza, is that one of them? Absolutely not. Thinking of this, Yi Sijin desperately shook her head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Grandpa, you must be lying to me, right? Yi Zhengwa shook his head and said, "If you can marry Leng Zhe, then Leng Zhe will be used for our Yi family. By then, not to mention a small Jiang city, even in the whole country, our Yi family will be a famous martial arts family." Grandpa, Yi Sijin frowned. Isn't having a Zhou Liangchen enough? So what if it's the celestial realm? It's not like our family doesn't have one. Isn't Zhou Liangchen already engaged to his sister? Why bother to get a dog into our family? Into the family? When Yi Zhengwa heard this word, he frowned and said, "People aren't into the family. Also, truthfully, Si Jin, Zhou Liangchen is actually not a match for Leng Zhe. Although, Grandpa is still unclear as to why Lang Zhe didn't fight back in the first place. But, just yesterday, Su Changdao told Grandpa that it wasn't that Lang Zhe didn't fight back, but that he was afraid that Zhou Liangchen wouldn't be able to carry Lang Zhe's punch. Boom! These words were like a heavy bomb that exploded in Yi Sijin's heart. Lunza? How? How come it's so strong? Mu strong. A uniquely feminine trait. Especially a martial arts practitioner like Yi Sijin. Her current realm had only just reached the chi refining stage. Although when looking at the whole country, there were only a handful of geniuses who reached the chi refining stage in their 20s. However, geniuses like Lang Zhe and Zhou Liangchen, who reached the celestial realm in their 20s, were simply rare in 1,000 years. There's not even any record of it in history. Two great geniuses, becoming the son-in-law of the Yi family at the same time. If this news were to spread out, then the Yi family's status would leave the other three great families of Jiang City far behind. The Dragon Kingdom was founded on martial arts, and it was honored by martial arts. Money was important, but when it came to fame and reputation, martial artists possessed a reputation that absolutely crushed. This was why, in the Dragon Kingdom, the heirs of wealthy families practiced martial arts. The status of a martial artist in the Dragon Kingdom was at the level of an ancient scholar. And at this time, although Yi Sijin was still very much disgusted with Lang Zhe in her heart, but it was helpless in the face of his grandfather's persecution, and the interests of the Yi family. She lowered her head with a furrowed brow and said, "It's just an engagement, not necessarily a marriage, right, Grandpa?" Yi Zhanghua smiled at his words. Although, he didn't like Lang Zhe either, and even hated to break Lang Zhe into pieces. However, unless a person who was far more powerful than Lang Zhe in terms of both reputation and strength could appear to be willing to marry Yi Sijin, otherwise, the marriage, even if the nail in the coffin. But if we look around the world, where can we find a third genius martial artist like Lang Zhe? Anyway, let's deal with today first. And don't let the guests look at our family as a joke, got it? Yi Sijin sniffed and could only promise Yi Zhanghua for the time being. When Yi Zhanghua left, he changed back into that elegant and sexy evening dress. When Yi Sijin walked out of the dressing room, Lang Zhe froze. This was the first time Lang Zhe had seen Yi Sijin wearing a skirt. In the past, Yi Sijin's daily dress was sporty. The first time I wore an elegant dress, I was also a little shy for a while, previously cut short by Lang Zhe. This short hair, in the hands of the stylist, still plays steadily. The shoulder-length short hair is permed with the slightest imperceptible wave, making the whole person look more elegant and mature. Yi Sijin usually basically didn't wear makeup, but this time, she was wearing heavy makeup. It's a little less youthful and sporty, but a little more mature and sexy. The crystal-like high heels also perfectly complemented Yi Sijin's figure. After all, he was from a martial arts background, and his figure was certainly not to be trifled with. The gown wraps around the hips, perfectly reflecting those playful, tight hips. The hidden muscles in her arms didn't hinder the femininity she exuded. The guests on the scene, too, looked a little out of breath. This is the Yi family's first lady? No way. I heard that the Yi family's eldest miss is a martial arts nerd. How could she be so feminine? That's what you don't understand. It's called a sense of contrast. The guests are talking to each other. Indeed, the strong sense of contrast between the former woman who would only wear sporty sweatpants and suddenly changed into an elegant evening gown with heavy makeup made it feel as if she was a different person. As Yi Sijin walked, she suddenly wrenched, and Lang Zhe rushed forward to help her up. It's my first time in heels and I'm not used to them, Yi Sijin said with a red face. Lang Zhe smiled slightly and replied, "It doesn't matter, it's over when it looks good." Lang Zhe. Yi Sijin raised her head at this time and stared at Lang Zhe. "Don't worry, I'm not going to marry you. Not important." Lang Zhe smiled. "My purpose has been accomplished." After saying that, Lang Zhe turned his head and faced the guests. "Dear guests, on this day of great joy, I have an important matter to announce. Yi Sijin, my fiancé, has already had the fruit of our love. Yi Sijin, my fiancé, has already had the fruit of our love." This statement was made. Blow the house down. What? The Yi family's eldest miss is pregnant? This is an unmarried pregnancy. Do young people nowadays play so fancy? Alas. But it's no wonder. There have long been rumors that the young master of the Lang family had pursued the Yi family's eldest young lady for some years, and it's probably long since been cultivated. At this moment, Zhou Dalong and Zhao Jiang, who were acting as trustees for Lang Zhe off stage, immediately raised their glasses and shouted, "Then we have to congratulate Mr. Lang. Let's raise our glasses together to celebrate Mr. Lang and Miss Yi, 100 years of happiness." The guests present sniffed and raised their glasses to say congratulations, but Yi Sijin was the only one who was completely dumbfounded. Holy shit, it's so despicable, isn't it? I knew Lang Zhe was shameless, but I never thought that he was actually this shameless. When did I have a love child with you? And you've crystallized. Love hasn't even existed yet. You've crystallized? Yi Si-jin stared at Lang Zhe on the side with a shocked face, but in the eyes of the onlookers, this is not a look of shock, it was clearly a look of adoration. At this time, Lang Zhe, wearing a black evening dress, looked human. Elder Yi, on the other hand, leaned on his crutches and stood on the side, holding a handkerchief and coughing continuously. At this time, the master of ceremonies walked onto the stage, picked up the microphone and said, "Dear guests, I, being entrusted by the Lang and Yi families, hereby announce a heavy news. The Lang family's eldest young master, Lang Zhe, and the Yi family's eldest young miss, Yi Si-jin, will hold their wedding on a date to be determined. For the exact date, please wait for further notice." After all, this engagement party came so suddenly, no one was prepared, and the wedding day always had to be chosen properly, so it will have to be set for another day. Let us all be blessed. Before the MC could finish his sentence, a man in a Manhwa takeout suit suddenly appeared in the crowd. "I am against this marriage." The MC looked over and said, "Who ordered takeout? We have plenty of food at this engagement party. So what's the point of ordering takeout?" This statement was met with a roar of laughter from the guests in attendance, and Lang Zhe, who was standing on the stage, fixed his eyes and was speechless. Isn't this Long Aotian? So soon? Not bad for a protagonist. Powder fractures in both hands are fine? Yes, he also has an identity, a divine doctor. You can save a dead man's life, let alone 2 hands. However, what makes Coldzer most speechless is, can't you buy a fucking shirt? Trillions of dollars at home and you're still wearing American takeout clothes? Do you like to show off your thriftiness in front of others so much? While Yi Si-jin, who was standing beside Lang Zhe, was somewhat touched inwardly when she saw this scene. I knew it, someone will come to save me. Only, Long Aotian, weren't you invalidated by Lang Zhe? How did you get well so quickly? And, Long Aotian, run away, you're no match for Lang Zhe. Yi Si-jin, who was standing beside Lang Zhe, kept giving Long Ao angel glances, but Long Aotian was full of disdain. He walked towards Yi Si-jin in large strides and grabbed Yi Si-jin's arm. "Se-jin, please don't worry. I will never let this bastard force himself on you. Your fate should be in your own hands." Long Aotian's heart at this moment was still in a constant mood. "From today onwards, I, Long Aotian, will live for myself. Qin Shiyu, you are no longer the same her in my heart." Se-jin, sorry, I just realized today that the woman who has always cherished me is right in front of me. I'm sorry I'm late, but from today onwards, Se-jin, I want you to become the queen of Jiangcheng. Snap. Lang Zhe didn't hesitate to give Long Aotian a big biker pocket. It directly jerked Long Aotian into a full circle in place. No wonder. Long Aotian was only at the chi refining stage at this point after all. It couldn't be compared to Lang Zhe, a powerhouse of the innate stage. Lang Zhe was merciful if he didn't get smacked to death by Lang Zhe. What kind of bastard is that? How dare you touch my woman? Get lost. Coldzer played steadily. It caused Long Aotian to be a bit confused for a while. However, at this time, Long Aotian, too, had finally thought about it. He no longer hides his identity. Instead, he pointed at Lang Zhe and said with slight anger, "Lang Zhe, you dare to hit me?" Snap. Lang Zhe slapped again and said, "What's wrong with hitting you?" Yes. Long Aotian took 2 steps back and pulled away from Lang Zhe. And just then, Yi Si-jin's mother came over. Looking angrily at Long Aotian, he said, "Where did this kid come from?" "Security guard, security." Although the Yi family didn't like Lang Zhe, but compared to Lang Zhe, this inexplicable appearance of a takeout boy seems to be more annoying. However, Long Aotian spoke with a serious face when he heard this. "I advise you not to look down on people with your dog's eyes, or you will regret it." Se-jin. Long Aotian then looked at Yi Si-jin again and reached out his hand, saying with a face full of tenderness, "Come with me, don't marry this asshole, follow me and I will give you happiness." Yi Si-jin was dumbfounded when she heard this. "Big brother, we've only known each other for a few days, though I do have a bit of a crush on you, handsome boy. It's not like I'm going to run away with you, is it?" Lang Zhe is indeed quite annoying, but I wouldn't be so stupid as to run away with you just so I wouldn't marry Lang Zhe, right? He. Inside, Aotian You first find a place to sit and go. I'll look for you when the engagement banquet is over. Yi Si-jin was filled with embarrassment. She was utterly speechless. It was thought that Long Aotian had come to save her from her misery. However, he did not expect that he would be even more embarrassed once this Long Aotian came. And at this moment, Zhou Liangchen, who had been silent, suddenly stood up, taking slow steps, step by step. He approached Long Aotian. Long Aotian was 1 meter 8. while Zhou Liangchen was only 1.75 meters. But his aura was not comparable to Long Aotian's at all. At this moment, Zhou Liangchen looked at Long Aotian with a provocative face and said in an icy tone, "This is not a place where you can come to spread your wildness. Get lost." Lang Zai's mind was a bit messed up when he saw this scene. What is this? Are the two main characters going to fight? Crap, this is going to be a good one. At this moment, Long Aotian did not panic in the slightest when he saw Zhou Liangchen, who was half shorter than himself, still posting pretentious quotes. In an icy tone, he said, "Kid, you're not qualified to tell me to get lost. Do you know who I am?" When Zhou Liangchen heard this, he directly reached out and pinched Long Aotian's neck. The same tone of voice was icy cold. "I don't care who you are. The Yi family, from now on, is covered by me, Zhou Liangchen. To be wild in the Yi family, is to be wild in my Zhou Liangchen's territory." As the words fell, Zhou Liangchen directly kicked Long Aotian more than 10 meters away. Boom! Smashed a table. At this moment, Long Aotian only felt that his ribs all over his body seemed to have been broken by the kick. In the next second, Long Aotian immediately pulled out a few silver needles from his arms and inserted them into several acupoints on his body. In the blink of an eye, Long Aotian stood up from the ground once more, and glaring angrily at Zhou Liangchen, he said in an icy tone, "Kid, it seems that you still don't know what it means to be outside of people and outside of the sky." Upon hearing this, Zhou Liangchen wanted to strike again, but the system suddenly launched a beep. Warning, the life of the protagonist, Dragon Aotian, is in danger. If the protagonist dies an unnatural death, the system will reset the time and the host will have to start all over again. Warning, the life of the protagonist, Dragon Aotian, is in danger. If the protagonist dies an unnatural death, the system will reset the time and the host will have to start all over again. That means ITM still have to save Long Aotian? Lang Zai was dumbfounded on the spot. This NT system fucks with people's minds, right? I'm doing fine as a villain and suddenly I'm told to save the protagonist? And then what? And then in a very pretentious way, I'm the only one who can kill the protagonist. What middle school drama? Lang Zai was completely speechless by this cerebral palsy system. However, it looked like Zhou Liangchen's punch was about to go out. If he really gave Long Aotian's skull a shattering with one punch, then it was estimated that Long Aotian would be powerless to return to the heavens no matter how divine he was. Thinking of this, Lang Zai immediately rushed up, and quickly came in front of Zhou Liangchen, hardening himself to receive this punch from Zhou Liangchen. Boom! After a loud bang, he only saw that the white shirt on Lang Zai's chest had a hole punched out of it. It was enough to see just how hard Zhou Liangchen's punch was, but Lang Zai was still standing firmly in place. The expression was serious as he stared at Zhou Liangchen. At this moment, the guests present were all dumbfounded. That punch just now? I'm afraid even a cow would have to be killed. Right? Oh, my god, the two sons-in-law of the Yi family are fighting. I heard that these two son-in-laws of the Yi family are both celestial realm powerhouses. Could it be true? Bullshit, how can it be true? There aren't many in the celestial realm in the whole country. And his Yi family has two of them? How can that be? But President Su of the Martial Arts Association personally certified it. The guests were talking to each other. Yi Sijin, who was standing in front of the stage, was also a bit confused at this time. Why did Lang Zai go to save Long Aotian? Why did Zhou Liangchen suddenly fight with Long Aotian? How did Lang Zai take that punch? Could it be that he really was a celestial realm martial artist like Grandpa said? Long Aotian, who was lying behind Lang Zai, was also confused. He stared at Lang Zai's back with a look of disbelief. At this time, Long Aotian could not believe that Lang Zai and actually save his life? Although Long Aotian is narcissistic, he can also see that if he just took that punch from Zhou Liangchen, I am afraid, he himself is now in a ghostly place. But, why did Lang Zai save his life? Lang Zai turned his head back at this time, looked at Long Aotian behind him, and then looked at Zhou Liangchen. Then he smiled in a pretense of lightheartedness and said, "Xiao Zhou, I'm afraid it's not proper to hurt someone with your hands at your brother-in-law's engagement banquet, right?" Zhou Liangchen stared at Lang Zai with a serious face and slowly withdrew his fist. Shaking off his somewhat numb arm, he said, "To give you face? I won't kill anyone today." With that, he turned his head and walked away. Seeing this, Lang Zai looked at Long Aotian behind him and said somewhat speechlessly, "What do you think you're doing coming all the time to pretend to be something you're not? If it wasn't for that damn protagonist aura of yours that drove Lousy all the way, you would have died long ago." Know what? Kolzer thought he was capable of death just enough. But he didn't expect that this King Long Aotian was even more capable of death than himself. The point is that one still has to protect him. Otherwise he dies and has to time reset himself. And with each time reset, Lang Zai's strength would increase greatly. If you keep increasing like this, you will really be invincible. Besides, Lang Zhe was having a pretty good time for once. He didn't want to wait for time to reset and then the beautiful women around him would forget about him. How troublesome to have to go through all the events all over again by then yourself. Get the hell out of here. After saying that, Lang Zhe turned his head and walked towards the front of the stage. As for Long Ao Tian, who fell to the ground, how could he not believe his ears? What did he say? What's the main character's aura? Damn it, I was actually saved by that bastard Lang Zhe. Humph, Lang Zhe, don't think I don't know what you're playing at. You're clearly insulting me. How dare you look down on me? I'll make you regret it. Long Ao Tian gritted his teeth and stared dead at Lang Zhe's back. I had thought that Long Ao Tian would give up on this, but who knew? He suddenly stood behind Lang Zhe and shouted, Lang Zhe, you're not qualified to look down on me. After saying that, Long Ao Tian straightened his waist. Just then, several security guards suddenly rushed in. When he was about to pull Long Ao Tian away, Long Ao Tian suddenly shouted, all of you, back off. Several security guards were really startled by Long Ao Tian's voice. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and after looking at them for a while, Mother Yi suddenly walked over with large strides. A slap, it hit Long Ao Tian's face and said angrily, brat, who do you think you are? Come on people, pull him down for me. Seeing this, Yi Sijin suddenly felt some pity for Long Ao Tian's lonely back, so shouted, Mom, count, forget it, or, he's my friend. Friends? Yi Mother blankly glanced at Yi Sijin, then turned to Long Ao Tian and said, what kind of friends did you make? Nuts, right? Isn't that humiliating enough? After saying that, Mother Yi once again looked at Long Ao Tian and said, get the hell out of here. Long Ao Tian sniffed and clenched his fists. For me, Long Ao Tian, to be able to come to your family's banquet, that would be an honor for your Yi family. Let me roll, you guys still. Snap. Before Long Ao Tian could finish his words, Mother Yi gave another big BB, smoked Long Ao Tian's face red. Tell you what, I'm a dragon. Snap. Yi Mother slapped again, then immediately looked at the security guard and said, security guard, hurry up and pull this psycho away. As soon as the words fell, the door to the banquet hall suddenly opened. Immediately after, dozens of black-clothed bodyguards trotted in and stood very respectfully on both sides of Long Ao Tian, bowing low as one. They said, young dragon, we're late. The 3-year period has arrived. We await the return of the Dragon King. The classic pretend face-punching segment is back. Lang Zhe, who was standing on the stage, cried and laughed a little for a while. This Long Ao Tian, what do you think you're doing coming here all the time? When Long Ao Tian saw this, the corner of his mouth quirked upwards. A tick was struck. Within 3 minutes, exterminate the Yi family for me. Yes, sir. As for that brat, waste away. Yes. The crowd of security guards immediately rushed towards Zhou Liangchen. Hua Jiangwo took a big step towards Long Ao Tian at this time and kneeled on one knee. Young Long, what about Lang Zhe? Hearing this, Long Ao Tian looked towards Lang Zhe who was standing on the stage. His tone was icy cold. Lang Zhe, he saved my life. Humph, I also spared his life. We are too clear. At this moment, Lang Zhe, who was standing on the stage, was a bit confused. What he didn't expect was that this Long Ao Tian was really bullish. The large Yi family was destroyed at the drop of a hat. Then what's the point of marrying Yi Sijin yourself? Sure enough, in the next second, Elder Yi, who was on the side, suddenly received a call. On the other end of the line was a woman's panicked voice. It's no good, master. It's not good, master. The group's shares have suddenly been acquired in large numbers. Before the words were finished, we only heard a kind of man's explosive voice suddenly coming from the other end of the phone. Police, nobody move. We have evidence of the Yi family's crimes. Hearing this, Yi Zhangui was dumbfounded. The cell phone in his hand fell to the ground when he couldn't hold it steady. And at this moment, the dozens of bodyguards brought by Long Ao Tian had already fought with Zhou Liangchen. A good engagement party turned into a big mess. The scene was dismal. Guests coming and going fled in all directions. But this kid, Long Ao Tian, seems to be crazy. Didn't seem intent on letting any of them go. Lang Zhe at this time, quietly stood in front of the stage, looking at the sensational and chaotic scene in front of his eyes. At this moment, Long Ao Tian suddenly took a big step towards Yi Sijin. When he came to Yi Sijin, he stretched out his right hand and said in a gentle tone, Sijin, come with me. I can make you the queen of Jiangcheng, and I can make your Yi family rise again. Hearing this, Yi Sijin frowned slightly. The expression also changed from surprise just now to anger later. She was angry and wanted to slap Long Ao Tian. However, reason told him that if he pissed off Long Ao Tian at this time, it would definitely not be half beneficial to himself or to the Yi family. Thinking of this, Yi Sijin slowly shook her head. Although he didn't dare to hit Long Ao with his hands, he still had no problem scolding him a few times. Long Ao, you bastard. After saying that, Yi Jin grabbed Lang Zai's hand on the side and turned her head to look at Lang Zai and said, Lang Zai, I want to marry you. The words fell out of his mouth, and he kissed straight away. The soft, warm lips, the moment they were pasted on, made Lang Zai's brain go blank. It's a feeling that's honestly kinda amazing. The surroundings fought to a standstill, while he, himself, was embraced and kissed by the beautiful young miss of the Yi family. It was as if they were isolated from the world. It was as if everything around them was nothing more than a companion to Lang Zai and Yi Jin. Long Ao, who was standing in front of Yi Jin, looked at this scene in disbelief. He shook his head. No, Sei Jin, what are you doing? You deliberately pissed me off, didn't you? I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'll let the Yi family recover. Sei Jin, don't, Sei Jin. Saying that, Long Ao returned the favor. A hand grabbed Yi Jin's hand and tried to pull her off Lang Zai's lips, but Lang Zai was having a good time kissing. How could he let Long Ao fool around like this by his side? So Lang Zai pushed Long Ao away with a palm, then simply picked up Yi Jin. The two embraced in a frantic kiss. The soft and sweet flavor indulged Lang Zai. This feeling was something that was not present when he was with Qin Shiyu, Jiangyehan, or Shui Bingbing. But no matter how addicted Lang Zai is, Yi Jin was just trying to get back at Long Ao after all. Besides, it's not really a good time to do anything in this situation. Thus, Yi Jin hurriedly pushed Lang Zai away and turned her head with a red face. And just then, the sounds of fighting around them came to an abrupt end. Lang Zai turned around and realized that the dozens of bodyguards that Long Ao had brought with him were actually all beaten down by Zhou Liangchen. At this moment, Zhou Liangchen was standing in place with a face full of anger, staring angrily at Long Ao in the distance. Pointing at Long Ao, his voice trembled slightly. Kid, you've successfully provoked me. Seeing this, Lang Zai immediately rushed up, grabbing Zhou Liangchen too. Crap, murder is against the law. Calm down, Xiao Zhou. People are just calling in dozens of people to beat you up. Why do you have to kill them? Listen to my brother's advice. Be a man and we'll see each other in the future. Lang Zai is helpless too. But the problem is, Long Ao can't die. If Long Ao died, then he would have worked so long for nothing. Though even now, Coldzer wasn't too obsessed with death. After all, one's life is good enough now. Zhou Zia, listen to my brother. You can't grasp it. Zhou Liangchen stared at Lang Zai with a dumbfounded expression. No, Lang Zai, what's wrong with you? He, Long Ao is here to steal your daughter-in-law from you? So even if you don't beat him up, you won't let me beat him up? Actually, it's not just Zhou Liangchen. So did the others around him. Everyone looked at Lang Zai in disbelief. Although then, Long Ao and I are a little bit of a skirmish, but that doesn't stop me from being a law-abiding good citizen. Xiao Zhou Xiao Long is a bit excessive, but killing is ultimately wrong. Let him off the hook. Give brother face. Zhou Liangchen sniffed and his five senses twisted into a ball. He really couldn't figure out how this Lang Zai's brain circuits had grown. Seeing Zhou Liangchen's indifference, Lang Zai turned his head again to look at Long Ao behind him and shouted angrily. Don't get lost yet? If you don't get lost, people will really kill you. Long Ao also froze for a moment when he heard this. He also knew that he was not Zhou Liangchen's opponent at all. If Lang Zai hadn't been here to stop him, I guess he would have already gone to see Mona. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Humph, Zhou Liangchen, you remember, one day, I, Long Ao will make you prostrate at my feet. After saying that, Long Ao turned his head and left. Seeing this scene, Lang Zai was relieved. This Long Ao you're addicted to pretending, aren't you? If you can't beat them, then you should be a wimp. There's nothing wrong with being a wimp. You'll live longer if you're a wimp. Lang Zai patted Zhou Liangchen's shoulder at this time and said, Xiao Zhou this matter will be over today Give brother face. Zhou Liangchen didn't have a good feeling about Lang Zai either. Not making a move against Lang Zai was simply because Zhou Liangchen thought that he was not Lang Zai's opponent. After all, a few times earlier, he had used all his strength to fail to hurt Lang Zai. This had to make Zhou Liangchen doubt his own strength. However, being the protagonist, being the master down the mountain, even if he knew that he was not the opponent's opponent, he could not lose face. Thus, Zhou Liangchen looked angrily at Lang Zai and said, Lang Zai, I advise you not to be too arrogant. Humph, I'm not afraid of you. Alas, yes. Brother knows, you're not afraid. My little Zhou is the most awesome. Not afraid of the sky or the earth. Coldzer said perfunctorily. This perfunctory sentence could give Zhou Liangchen a lot of anger. His fists clenched and creaked. Gnashing of teeth. Lungza, one day, I'll make you prostrate at my Zhou Liangchen's feet. Having managed to take care of this, Lang Zhe turned back to look behind him, at the stupefied Master Yi. At this time, Elder Yi had not come out of the panic of bankruptcy. Not only is he broke, but the police are already on their way to the door. 2. For Lengza, his mission was far from over. It's a done deal that Ji old man is in jail, but the problem now was how to ensure that Master Yi would not give himself up. Although Lang Zhe did not do anything illegal, but Lang Zhe's hundreds of millions of family assets were illegally obtained. If this old man goes in and confesses all about the Leng family, what's going to happen? Then you'll be back to your old self overnight. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe immediately walked towards Elder Yi in large strides. Before the police arrived, he squatted in front of Master Yi and said in a serious tone, Lao Deng, you don't want your granddaughter to go to KTV to become a princess, do you? Old Deng, you don't want your granddaughter to be a princess in a karaoke bar, do you? Pust. Yi Zhangui immediately sprayed out a mouthful of old blood when he heard this. At this moment, Yi Zhanggui's eyes were covered with blood. He stared at Lingzi dead in the face. His fists clenched. Brat, you! Yi Zhangui immediately stood up, grabbing Lang Zhe's collar. However, the next second, he sat down in a limp. He knew that at this moment, any more anger he could muster would be nothing more than impotent rage. At this moment, he was left with nothing but regret. That Long Ao Tian? Who the hell is that? The Dragon King? Could it be the Long family in the capital? How could he not believe that the huge Yi family, facing Long Ao Tian, actually collapsed in an instant? Now, the entire Yi family had vanished. The guests who were there, too, left and dispersed. These so-called upper-class people of Jiangqing immediately set aside their relationship with the Yi family after hearing that the Yi family had messed with the Long family. Yi Zhangguo raised his head and looked at Ling Zhe in front of him. In looking around the large banquet hall, the only thing left was a mess. He suddenly realized something. Only Lengza remained here. Only Lang Zhe did not completely abandon the Yi family at this time. Perhaps Lengza had his own selfishness. But now, none of that mattered. What mattered was that the Yi family could only rely on Lang Zhe for their resurgence. Hello, old Den? How about this? I think your Yi family is also finished. And I guess Zhou Liangchen won't be able to be a door-to-door son-in-law for your family. As for this young master, he will condescend and help you raise your 2 granddaughters. How about that? Although both of your granddaughters are 27 or 18 this year, it's not like they've ever entered society. So I guess they'll just have to work as XN for rich people when the time comes. With me, I'm not a nice guy, but the bottom line is still there. Well, Lang Zhe reached out his hand and waved it in front of Yi Zhangguo's eyes. Yi Zhangguo sniffed and raised his head, looking at Lang Zhe. Su Changdao might be right. This kid, Lang Zhe, just has a foul mouth. Yi Zhangguo slowly lowered his head as he sniffed. Waving his hand at Lengza, he signaled his agreement. Lang Zhe sniffed and said with a faint smile, Then it's a deal. I'll help you raise your granddaughter. And you can spend your old age in peace inside. Yi Zhangui nodded. But he's getting on in years. At 80 years old, I don't think I'll be able to bounce around for 2 more years. Jailed at this age, Yi Zhangui doesn't have much to show for it. Anyway, given the crimes Yi Zhangui has committed over the years, it's unlikely that he'll walk out of the prison door alive. Even if he gets a lot of credit, might as well sell a favor, or let Lang Zhe take good care of his family. Thinking of this, Yi Zhangui nodded slightly. His voice was a bit hoarse as he said, Lang Zhe, although your mouth stinks a bit, old Miai, please, take care of my 2 granddaughters. At this time, Yi Siki had also just gotten the news and arrived late. She stood behind Lang Zhe, watching the scene with a dumbfounded expression. Lang Zhe, although Long Ao Tian has acquired most of the Yi family's shares, the Yi family still has many more assets. I'll have Secretary Lin call you and transfer the Yi family assets, all of them, to your name. When Lang Zhe heard this, he couldn't help but feel a trace of doubt in his heart. When did this old Deng become so nice? For free? It can't be, can it? Sure enough, Yi Zhangguo continued. Of course, it can't be free. After all, the Yi family still needs to pay off a large amount of debt. Over the years, the Yi family has been ostensibly prosperous, but in reality, it has long been unable to make ends meet. Yi family is in the real estate business. Real estate, this kind of business, to put it bluntly, is empty gloves. First you get a loan from the bank, then you build the house, and finally you sell the house and pay off the bank loan. However, if there is a problem in the middle, for example, the price of the house is too low, the building is rotten and a series of other problems, it will cause the enterprise's capital chain to break. This leads to arrears. The Yi family currently owes the bank at least $10 billion. If Elder Yi transferred all of his assets to Long Zhe's name, it would mean that even the bank loan was taken on by Leng Zhe. UTM? Leng Zhe stared at Yi Zhangguo and said, not only do I have to help you raise your granddaughter, but I also have to help you pay off your debt? $10 billion? Leng Zhe was dumbfounded. Your granddaughter is really expensive. Hoping one is worth $5 billion? I helped you raise your granddaughter and this is how you repay me? Carry a $10 billion debt for me directly? Chow Tai Lung. After saying that, Leng Zhe immediately called out to Zhou Dalong and said, calculate for me how much the Yi family's assets are worth now. If we can't, let's sell them all. Let's pay back the bank first. Hearing this, Yi Xijin, who was on the side, hurriedly grabbed Leng Zhe and said, no way, neither the Yi family mansion nor my tea house can be sold. The Yi family mansion, covering an area by the hectare, and the decor is extremely luxurious. What mahogany furniture is everywhere. Besides, Yi Xijin's tea house, the courtyard that Leng Zhe went to when he first met Yi Xijin, was located in the center of the old city, covering an area that was not to mention. Inside, it's a royal garden level. Those two properties would be worth $1 billion or so on your ass. You say no to selling? Save it for New Year's? Thinking of this, Leng Zhe immediately disliked back. You don't get to say it, Grandpa. Yi Xijin sniffed and looked at Yi Zhangguo again. Grandpa, those two places are the only memories my granddaughter has left, so I can't sell them. After Yi Zhangguo heard this, he looked at Leng Zhe and said, Leng Zhe, those two properties, they can't be sold. If you sell, I'll give you up. Leng Zhe was instantly dumbfounded. After all the work, I ended up being the wrongdoer? As much as Leng Zhe wanted to refuse, when old Biden went in, it wasn't up to him. Thinking of this, Leng Zhe nodded very painfully and said, good. After saying that, Leng Zhe helped Yi Zhangguo pick up his cell phone and said, call your family's secretary Lin now. Yi Zhangguo also very painfully picked up his cell phone, dialed Secretary Lin's phone and said, hello, Xiao Lin. Immediately transfer all the assets of the Yi family that are still in existence to Leng Zhe's name. That's, yes, Chairman. After hanging up the phone, Leng Zhe was all over the place. Now, just wait for the police uncle to take Yi Zhangguo away. But right at this moment, Yi Siki behind her suddenly shouted, no way, I don't agree. After saying that, Yi Siki took a big step towards Leng Zhe and said angrily, by what right should we give our Yi family's things to this asshole? What ability does this bastard Leng Zhe have to lead the Yi family back to the east? Elder Yi didn't want to though, but at this point, Leng Zhe was afraid to be the only hope for the Yi family. After all, Yi Zhangguo had also investigated Leng Zhe. Ever since Leng Zhe's father had gone to Sanya, Leng Zhe had quickly led the Long family to legalize all of their businesses, and it also absorbed some of the assets of the Jiangnan Group in a very short period of time, and also poached the CEO of the Jiangnan Group. What was even more terrifying was that Leng Zhe actually knew how to utilize public opinion to package netizens and enter the media industry. The profits and low risks taken by live banding are definitely not comparable to real estate. This kid, he's got business sense. In the current era of thunderstorms in the real estate industry and the prevalence of the virtual economy in the Dragon Kingdom, perhaps a young man like Leng Zhe will be able to allow the Yi family to completely get rid of the enormous pressure brought about by the leverage of real estate. That's right, the Yi family had a great deal of splendor on the surface, but only Yi Zhangguo understood how much pressure he had to endure every day. This crisis is, perhaps, an opportunity. It was the Yi family's chance, and at the same time, it was Leng Zhe's chance. Thinking of this, Yi Zhangguo looked at Yi Siki and said in a serious tone, Chi, Grandpa is useless. Grandpa is incompetent. Make you suffer. But, there's nothing Grandpa can do about it. Although Leng Zhe is not a good person, but after all, he is also considered to be the one that Grandpa has watched grow up since he was a child. And Grandpa still remembers how well you and Leng Zhe played when you were a child. Okay, you go down. After saying that, Yi Zhangguo looked at the Yi sister's mother, who was also Yi Zhangguo's daughter-in-law. Shall we? My son left early. You've worked hard to bring up 2 children by yourself. Dad, it's not hard, it's all due. The Yi sister's mother, named Zhao Jiawei, although she was almost 50 this year. After all, she was a rich wife with well-maintained skin and a good dresser, though a bit blossomed. The plump body, on the contrary, has more some mature flavor. Today was supposed to be the big day. Zhao Jiawei looked very sexy in a red wraparound dress and black stockings. Leng Zhe, who was standing behind Zhao Jiawei, couldn't stop his eyes from staring a little towards Zhao Jiawei's big, upturned ass. Not that it was that good looking. Mostly, it was hard to get a man to take his eyes off of that chiseled, fat ass. Can't say why either. Yi Zhangguo is out front giving his daughter-in-law an explanation of his afterlife. Leng Zhe stood behind him, while he couldn't stop looking at Zhao Jiawei's ass. Strange, what kind of fetish am I? What kind of fetish am I? People are almost 50 years old, and an undead. Holy shit, what 50 ways to the undead? Come on. Lungza, be normal for me, don't her two daughters smell good? Just as Kolzer was obsessing over what the hell was going on with his XP. Suddenly, he understands. He understood why he could never take his eyes off Jia Jiaowei's ass. She's not wearing any panties. The wraparound skirt is tight. By all rights, it should be possible to see traces of panties, but Kolzer couldn't see the panties for the life of him. All that could be seen were the two round, plump, fat-ass cheeks. Either they're not wearing them or they're wearing thongs. Lungze was not beastly enough to take an interest in the Yi sisters' old mother. Just a sudden flood of curiosity. Kolzer was curious as to why a woman of this age would not wear panties. And at an occasion as important as an engagement party? Is it deliberate? Though Kolzer was well aware that a woman of that age could suck dirt sitting on the floor. But wouldn't it be embarrassing to be poked and prodded on this important occasion? Though no one would be so emotionally dishonest as to poke someone on the spot for not wearing panties. But it's also very embarrassing to be noticed. Thinking of this, Lungza lowered his head with some curiosity and pretended to tie his shoes. Taking advantage of pretending to tie his shoes, Lungza glanced up slightly. This glance, it could scare Lungza enough. Not only is she not wearing panties, even the black silk crotch was torn. What are you doing, Lungza? To the side, Yi Sijin looked down at Lungza. Oh, I'm, tying my shoes. Ha? Yi Sijin froze for a moment, looking at Lungza's leather shoes without laces. He was a little confused for a moment. Lungza also realized at that moment that he had no shoelaces, so he hurriedly stood up, smiling awkwardly at Yi Sijin. He said, the fall pants. The fall pants scurried out of the socks. You're wearing fall pants? Aha. But it's August. Well, I'm afraid of the cold. Lungza simply said perfunctorily. At this time, Yi Zhangwei also finished explaining what should be explained. So he looked at Zhou Liangchen in the corner again. Said, Liangchen, come over here for a moment. Zhou Liangchen strides towards Yi Zhangwei. Liangchen, our Yi family is considered to be down now. If you don't like it, you can cancel the engagement at any time. After all, Zhou Liangchen was originally a member of the family. What's the point of joining a family besides money? But this kid, Zhou Liangchen, didn't seem to have any concept of money, only to see him playfully shake his head and say, it doesn't matter. I've always treated money like dirt. As long as I can be with Siki, I can bear it even in a bitter life. Hearing these words, Yi Siki on the side was very touched. On the side, Lungza sighed. Really? So you're going to support her by working as a security guard? What Lungza never expected was to be shameless enough on his own. I didn't realize that this kid Zhou Liangchen was even more shameless than myself. He only saw him playfully staring at Lungza and said, don't we have you, brother-in-law? You have promised grandpa that you will take care of these two sisters. Lungza sucked in a breath of cold air. This kid, too, isn't fucking simple. No, we have to hurry up and find a way to get rid of this brain-dead Zhou Liangchen. Lungza was calculating in his mind how to get rid of Zhou Liangchen when a group of police officers suddenly broke down the door. In this way, Yi Zhangwei, a generation of lords in Jiangcheng. This is the end of the story. Yi Zhangwei eventually faced indictment on 36 counts of bribery, 15 counts of murder, 28 counts of unfair competition, involvement in blackmail, and several other counts. Counting the crimes together, Master Yi has 20 lives or not enough to die. But fortunately, Master Yi's family is clean, plus Yi Zhengwei's mouth is still quite tight, resulting in only him being arrested. The next few days were spent counting the Yi family's assets. Lungza realized that the Yi family had quite a few assets left. The total value is actually over $5 billion. Lungza's value also doubled instantly. Of course, the $10 billion owed to the bank should still be paid back. Only, the capitalist thing, can that be called owing? The reason banks are willing to lend so much money to capital is because it gives them more profit. Lungza estimated that if he was late in paying back the $10 billion he owed, then the annual interest to the bank alone would be $60 million. To put it bluntly, as long as Lungza pays back the interest on time, the bank can't wait for Lungza not to pay back the money. After all, banks live on interest. Therefore, when Lungza took over a large amount of the Yi family's assets, the first thing he had to do was to find a way to make these assets of the Yi family profitable. At the very least, these assets have to generate enough profit every year to pay off the bank interest, right? Otherwise, you will have to pay back the money yourself, and then you will be a real ingrate. Thus, Lungza handed this important task. It was fully handed over to Jianihan. He himself continues to be a handful. At this time, Lungza had already moved into the middle of the Yi family's mansion. The Long family's villa, on the other hand, was temporarily given to Xue Bingbing's mother and daughter. At this time, Jiangnan Mansion, 37th floor. Li Lily was full of excitement as she grabbed Lang Zay's hand and said, "Boss, you definitely can't guess. The company's water flow today is a full $100 million. $100 million? Lang Zay's eyes immediately widened in fear. Staring at Lily Lee, she said, "How did you do that?" Just sell the goods. Lily Lee's live streaming bandwagon industry is now in full swing. The entire 37th floor was chartered. And under Jang Ehan's guidance, Li Lily not only became the owner of Lang Zay's media company, but also hired a large number of internet celebrities to live stream and bring goods for herself. Boss, now our company, not only do we have live bandwagons, yesterday I just signed a few game anchors. Our company is entering the gaming industry. Lunza sucked in a breath of cold air. That good? Lunza quipped. It's still thanks to Sister Ehan. If it wasn't for her promotion, I wouldn't have known I could be so capable. Do a good job. I believe in you. Lunza patted Lily's shoulder. Live banding is an industry that is not very profitable. Despite the large cash flow, this industry is mostly about volume. With 100 million in runoff, it would be nice to have a few million in net profit. However, a few million had also completely exceeded Lang Zay's imagination. It's a day. A couple million a day. That's tens of millions a year. This one industry alone was enough for Lang Zay to pay back the bank interest. Just as Lang Zay was visiting this media company, he suddenly received a phone call. The caller showed that it was Qin Shiyu. Lang Zay immediately picked up the phone and said, "Hello, is something wrong?" Coldzer. "No, it's not good." Long Out Yen he acquired the Daqin Group. Lang Zay immediately frowned when he heard that. What? Coldzer frowned a little curiously. Anyway, come on over. On the other end of the phone, Qin Shiyu's tone was a bit anxious. Lang Zay immediately hung up the phone and flew away. After arriving at the Qin family's villa, Lang Zay found the Qin family's large family all sitting around in the middle of the living room in a low mood. In front of the villa's front door, there was another moving company that was moving the Qin family's furniture outward. When Lang Zay came, several porters were carrying the statue of the goddess of mercy that Lang Zay had previously given to old Mrs. Qin to the car. After walking into the house, Lang Zay immediately opened his mouth and asked, "What's going on? What happened?" Seeing this, Qin Shiyu immediately won up, and the eyes of Elder Qin, who was sitting in the corner, looked at Lang Zay with great disinterest. He glared angrily at Lang Zay, then muttered, "Humph, if it wasn't for this brat Lang Zay, our Qin family wouldn't have offended the Long family in the capital. Shiyu, you stupid girl, why did you divorce Long Aotian in the first place? Humph, I told you. That Long Aotian kid is definitely not ordinary. I let you marry him for your own good. Now that I've offended people. Ugh, the efforts of 3 generations of my Qin family have all been in vain." When Lang Zay heard this, his face immediately went cold and said, "I just don't believe that Long Aotian can acquire the great Qin group for no reason, and get you guys in debt. The reason why those movers outside the door came to move the furniture in the Qin family's villa was because the Qin family's financial chain broke, resulting in being on the executed list. The bank is here to enforce collection of the money owed to them, and Coldzer's suspicions were not unreasonable. Daqin Group is only a renovation company and has not met the requirements for listing. It's reasonable to think that it's impossible to get yellowed for no reason." Sure enough, the next second, Qin Shiyu spoke up and explained, "It's Long Aotian. He set us up for a set. I didn't expect this Long Aotian to be so petty. I said I didn't love him when we first got married, and I wanted to divorce him 3 times in the beginning, but he wouldn't. Finally agreed to a divorce, but I didn't realize that he was screwing me behind my back." Lang Zay sniffed and immediately opened his mouth to ask, "Then how the hell did he mess with you guys?" Qin Shiyu sighed and shook her head. Ugh. Saying that, Qin Shiyu pulled Lang Zay and went to the backyard. Speaking with a serious face, he said, "I suspect my grandfather is behind this." "Ha, why would your grandfather fuck his own family?" Coldzer somewhat failed to understand. He knew that Master Qin liked Long Aotian, but in liking Long Aotian, he couldn't possibly mess with his own family for Long Aotian, right? The thing is, just a while ago, the group suddenly received a big project and signed a $50 million renovation contract. Originally I refused. After all, we don't know that company and we've never had any cooperation before, but Grandpa had to force us to sign it, and said something about it not being possible past this village. We had no choice but to sign the contract, but by the time we finished applying for a mortgage with the bank and purchased $50 million of building materials, that company suddenly declared bankruptcy. The corporation has fled the country. But what about the $50 million of building materials? It could only be sold off at a low price and used to restore funds. But when we found a buyer and tried to sell all of that $50 million in building materials to pay off the loan we found, the warehouse used to store building materials is on fire. Hearing this, Lunza probably understood. This is more than likely someone deliberately messing with the Qin family, and as for who it is, it's obvious. After that, Long Aotian sent someone over, saying that this is our retribution for looking down on him in the first place. Lung Zhe smiled helplessly at his words. Ah, Long Aotian. Long Aotian. What a small family. Just a divorce? Why do we have to break up the family? It's worthy of being the capital's dragon youngster. Worthy of being the Dragon King's son-in-law. There's really a vendetta. What makes Lang Zhe feel even more disgusted is that old man Qin. It's really stupid. How can anyone be so stupid in reality? There are a lot of old men like this in Netflix who believe in the protagonist to the point of obsession. At that thought, Coldzer shrugged. Didn't say anything either. Then he looked at Qin Shiyu and said, how big a deal? Saying that, Lang Zhe walked into the villa's living room with large strides. In front of the Qin family's crowd, he spoke loudly, everyone, all look to me, I'm announcing something I can give you a grant as an angel investor to help you make a comeback. Before the Qin family could be happy, Elder Qin immediately grunted coldly, how many dollars can you get for us? With your few stinking dollars, it's not enough for Long Outyen to spend his allowance. You can go wherever you came from, our Qin family, we don't need your stinking money. Lang Zhe sniffed and blankly glanced at Elder Qin. Neither did he take any chances, and directly said to Qin Shiyu, the premise is that this old Biden should never be allowed to enter the board of directors, provided, that is, that this old Biden never gets on the board. After saying that, Lang Zhe didn't forget to bare his teeth at Elder Qin. These words could make Elder Qin angry enough. He directly grabbed the ashtray on the side and violently threw it at Lang Zhe. Brat, you get the hell out of here. My Qin family doesn't need your dirty money. But Lang Zhe dodged it very naturally. Qin's father, who had just entered the door, was just hit on the head by the ashtray. Bam! Fell to the ground. Dad! Seeing this, Qin Shiyu rushed up and helped Qin's father up as she said, how are you doing, Dad? With that, she looked at Elder Qin angrily and said, Grandpa, you've gone too far, haven't you? Lang Zhe is helping us. Elder Qin sniffed, but waved his hand and said, no need, Long Aotian said that as long as you agree to remarry him, he will fully fund our Qin family. All of you listen to me, none of you are allowed to accept handouts from the Long family. Lang Zhe sniffed and immediately retorted, how do you talk, old thing? What do you call a handout? I call this an investment, and I won't interfere with how the Qin family does business. I just need to share the dividends. After saying that, Lang Zhe was still playful. Lang Zhe was too good at dealing with this kind of old stuff. In front of him, there was Yi Zhanghua, the oldest member of the Yi family, and after him, there was Qin Shijiang, the oldest member of the Qin family. Told you, no way. Elder Qin pointed directly at Lang Zhe and shouted, but Lang Zhe didn't care about Elder Qin's rejection at all. Instead, he simply looked at Qin Shiyu's family and said, Uncle and Auntie, as well as Shiyu, the angel investment that I'm referring to is simply investing in your family, not the entire Qin family. I can invest $10 million for you guys, just 40% of the shares. I'll take the small end. You guys take the big end. How about it? At these words, Qin Shiyu's parents immediately lowered their heads, but they're not trying to deny it. Instead, he was just avoiding Master Qin's gaze. But when Elder Qin saw this, he directly pointed at Qin Shiyu and cursed, you bitch, have you forgotten how Aotian treated you? You even cheated on him with this bastard Lang Zhe, and he was able to forgive you. Where can you find such a good man? If you dare to accept his offer, I won't have you as my granddaughter. When Qin Shiyu's father heard this, he immediately looked at Elder Qin with a furrowed brow and said, no, Dad, how are you talking? This is your granddaughter. Bah, Master Qin said viciously, I don't have her as a granddaughter. Either Shiyu will remarry Long Aotian immediately, or just get the hell out. At this moment, Qin Shiyu looked at Elder Qin with extreme disappointment. At this moment, Qin Shiyu's tears were welling up in her eyes. It was estimated that at this time, if Long Aotian saw this scene, he would not know how happy he was in his heart. But on the surface, they will still put on the image of being a victim. Isn't this just standard divorce revenge awesome? Lang Zhe immediately shook his head as he thought of this. Can I, a big villain, still stand by and watch your protagonist make it big? Screw him, he's got to be fucked. Lang Zhe looked at Qin Shiryu's parents and spoke. People, when they get old, they are useless, and not contributing to the family and trying to control the family members. This perverted desire to be in control tends to make some of the older stuff insane, even nerve problems. Saying that, Lang Zhe looked at Qin Shiyu again and continued. Shiyu is already almost 30 years old this year. She has a mature and independent mind, with an understanding of modern society that the old things don't have. Psyche, I trust you to make the right choice, right? Lang Zhe's words simply made Elder Qin about to die of anger. He pointed at Lang Zhe and angrily rebuked. Get lost, you are not welcome in the Qin family. Lang Zhe shrugged and said, is this still the Qin family? I guess this villa will be taken away by the bank as well? You, cough cough, cough cough cough. As he said that, Elder Qin began to cough non-stop. Old Mrs. Qin, who was by the side, hastened to help Old Man Qin, saying, old companion, what do you think you're vomiting with a child for? And you, Coldzer, you cut the crap. At this moment, Qin Shiyu could sort of see it clearly. Master Qin didn't care about her as his granddaughter. It seemed that in Master Qin's eyes, Long Aotian was the most important person in the Qin family. She really couldn't figure out what had possessed her grandfather. There was actually only that Long Aotian in his eyes. For the sake of Long Aotian, he even went so far as to destroy the entire De Qin group, even insulting his own granddaughter as a slut. She had a filial heart. Growing up, she listened to her grandfather in everything. She will be close to whomever her grandfather tells her to marry in the future. Actually, it's not just her. The entire Qin family was subservient to Elder Qin. It was as if the old man was not the head of the family, but the emperor. It's good to have filial piety, but is such an old thing, with such a strong desire to control, still worthy of filial piety? Qin Shiyu didn't even doubt that if it were ancient times now, the old man could send her to a brothel. Thinking of this, Qin Shiyu simply threw out her hand and angrily said, Ling Zhe, I accept your investment. Hearing this, Elder Qin was directly angry and stupid. He looked at Qin Shiyu angrily and cursed. You unfilial thing, I'm going to beat you to death. Beat you to death. Qin Guangzheng, what are you still standing there for? Listen to what your daughter is saying. Beat her to death. Beat her to death. I don't have this granddaughter. Qin Guangzheng was the name of Qin Shiyu's father. Qin Guangzheng was also standing in place, staring at Elder Qin with an unbelievable expression. Qin Guangzheng's character is similarly weak. The reason for this is that it is still because he was beaten by the old man since he was a child, and he was afraid. In this family, Elder Qin's words were absolute authority. Right or wrong, you have to listen to him. Honestly speaking, several members of the Qin family had long been disgruntled with Elder Qin. It's the 21st century and you're still engaging in feudalism. As an elder, you don't think of your children's well-being, you only want them to listen to you, and you force them to do it even if they are wrong. So what kind of elder is this? Thinking of this, Qin Guangzheng simply took Qin Mother's hand and said, Daughter-in-law, Shiyu, let's go. Let's not take this home. After saying that, Qin Guangzheng pulled the hands of Qin Mother and Qin Shiyu and headed out. Master Qin took a look and immediately stood up on his crutches, saying angrily, it's still against you. You sons of bitches, these stinking chowderheads. I've given birth to a bunch of losers, a bunch of unfilial children and grandchildren. Before Lang Zhe left, he didn't forget to taunt Master Qin. See, old thing, if you're bent on having your way like this, everyone around you will leave you. After saying that, before Master Qin could rush up, Lang Zhe left the door in a flash. Coming outside, Lang Zhe opened the car door and invited Qin Shiyu to get on the car. Let's go sign a contract first. Seeing this, Qin Guangzheng nodded to Qin Shi, said, Shiyu, from now on, you have full say in business matters. You have our full support. When Qin Shiyu heard this, she also nodded heavily and said, don't worry, Dad, Mom. After saying that, he got into Lang Zhe's car. With the roar of the engine, a Mercedes-Benz supercar took off. After returning to the company, Lang Zhe then directly threw Qin Shiyu to Jiangnihan. Let these women figure it out. I'm still fit to be a shag. Lang Zhe was just about to leave, but he collided head-on with Yi Siki. Following behind Yi Siki, there was also Yi Siki's fiancé, that fracking expert down the mountain, Zhou Liangchen. Seeing this, Lang Zhe frowned slightly and said, what are you guys doing here? Yi Siki clasped up her chest and stared at Lang Zhe with a displeased face. Humph, you still have the nerve to ask? I'm the eldest miss of the Yi family. I can't have no money on me at all, right? Give me $1 million. Saying that, Yi Siki extended her jade hand. Lunza was dumbfounded at the sight. Do you want money like that? Reaching for $1 million? Lang Zhe looked at Yi Siki somewhat incredulously. Looking up again, he looked at Zhou Liangchen behind Yi Siki. My sister-in-law with her husband keeps asking me for money? $1 million out of the blue? Crap, you think I'm a sucker? Lang Zhe took a deep breath and looked at Yi Siki again. If you lack money, ask your boyfriend for it. What does it have to do with me? You. Yi Siki was so angry that she immediately yelled. Grandpa had said in the beginning, to have you take care of us sisters. Lang Zhe shrugged at his words and said, isn't this well taken care of? White and chubby. You, who are you calling fat? Didn't say you. Lang Zhe waved his hand and said, if you want to eat, you have it at home. If you want money, I don't have it here, so you can figure out how to go. Or get your boyfriend to go out and find a class. After saying that, Lengze immediately bypassed Yiseki and pressed the elevator. But how could Yiseki let Lengze go so easily? What a joke! She haul ye family big miss. Weekdays pocket money are tens of thousands of flowers. Now suddenly penniless. The gold card was also frozen by the bank. Now her Aston Martin oil cannot afford to add. How could you possibly let Lengze, the cash cow, go? Thinking of this, Yiseki immediately grabbed Lengze's arm and said, Lengze, you're not allowed to leave. Lengze turned his head and smiled. Lack of money to spend. So sell that Aston Martin of yours. You asshole. My grandfather has transferred all the family assets to your name. Is this how you repay his old man? Lengze was furious when he heard that. What do you mean? The master has transferred all the family assets to his name? Yes, indeed. But there's still a $10 billion debt attached to it. The rest of the Yi family's assets were worth just $5 billion. And that was all at market price. If they can't pay back the $10 billion, the bank will definitely auction off the Yi family's assets at a low price. By then those assets are estimated to be worth $3 billion, and owes the bank $7 billion. Yiseki, you still have the face to say that? Do you know how much money your Yi family owes the bank? 10 billion. The whole 10 billion. And how much can the remaining assets of your Yi family be worth? $5 billion at most. That means that I still have to help your Yi family pay off their debts now. $60 million a year in interest alone. And you're asking me for pocket money? You want $1 million out of the blue? For your information, I don't owe you anything, and I'm already responsible enough to feed you. After saying that, Lengze turned his head and left. But at this time, Zhou Liangchen, who was on the side, grabbed Yiseki, who was about to chase after her, and tenderly said, Wife, why don't you? I'll go find a job. Yiseki is angry right now. Shaking off Zhou Liangchen's hand, he said, Who's your wife? We're not married yet. Yiseki was originally the princess of the Yi family in the limelight, born with a golden spoon in her mouth, and had never experienced life without money. But today, Yiseki was considered to truly understand poor people, sadly in this society. She kept her head down and watched as Kolzer's elevator closed its doors. Pissed off, tears had even begun to swirl in the corners of her eyes, and in looking at Zhou Liangchen beside him, a loser flunky. It's a good fighter, but what's the point of knowing how to fight? You have to be powerful and have a background when you come out. Most importantly, have money. Seki, I'll get a job. Zhou Liangchen continued to speak. Yiseki blankly glanced at Zhou Liangchen and said, What can you do? Work as a fighter for a gangster? Or go work as a security guard in a neighborhood? Whatever. Zhou Liangchen opened his mouth. Yiseki sniffed and shook her head very breathlessly. This fool, he's quite naive. I grew up with a golden spoon in my mouth. How much do you make a month as a security guard? Can you afford me? Thinking of this, Yiseki blankly glanced at Zhou Liangchen, immediately shook off Zhou Liangchen and pressed the elevator. Outside the Gangnam building, Lengze had just gotten into his own copy of the Mercedes supercar. It was only Yiseki who chased after her in big strides, shouting, Lengze, you bastard! Tell you what, if you don't give me $1 million today, you can't leave. After saying that, Yiseki stood directly in front of Lengze's car. Seeing this, Lengze directly made a reverse start and pulled away from Yiseki by a distance. To be honest, Lengze was really quite annoyed with Yiseki. Although Yiseki was pretty, I guess, she was a slimeball compared to her sister. Lengze hadn't given Yiseki any money to spend either. But Yiseki had never asked Lengze for money, staying in that tea house of hers all day long, and making a small fortune by opening it up to the public. Without going into much detail, it's still okay to have a few $1,000s of runoff per day. Kolzer backed the car up a few meters, then made a U-turn and took off. Yiseki, who was following behind, was getting mad. She stood in place and kept stomping her feet. Lengze, you bastard. Oh, rich is terrific. If it wasn't for that F** King Long Aotian, our Yi family would be much richer than you right now. Seeing this, Zhou Liangchen hurriedly jogged and followed, pulling up Yiseki's hand and said, Forget it, Seki. I'll earn money to support you. Yiseki shook off Zhou Liangchen and cried while shouting at Zhou Liangchen. You have to earn a lot of money before you can do that. Aha! Zhou Liangchen nodded vigorously. Ooh, you're going to help me ransom the Yi family. Aha! And you're going to kick that asshole Lengze out of my house. Aha! Seeing this, Zhou Liangchen embraced Yiseki into his arms and stroked her head while comforting her. Don't worry, Seki. I will definitely be able to give you happiness. I will definitely help you make lots and lots of money and then kick Lengze out of the Yi family's villa. Yesi nodded her head vigorously once more. At this moment, Some passers-by around saw this scene and recognized with a glance that Yiseki was the Yi family's eldest young lady. Hey, quickly look at it, isn't that big lady from the Yi family? Yeah, I just saw her spilling her guts with a rich kid in a supercar. Why is she hugging a loser this time? Alas, haven't you heard? The Yi family has collapsed, and the Yi family's old man has gone in. Yeah, ha ha ha, that's not surprising then. A famous woman turns into a famous aide overnight. This kind of discrepancy is not comfortable in anyone's heart, but it's also deserved. This Yiseki used to flaunt her wealth all day long on micro-fight and shake hands, but that loser is bucking the trend. It's an eye-opener. What is there to be jealous of? Rich second generation play enough. Throw to the loser lick dog take over. You still jealous? What is there to be jealous of? Rich second generation play enough. Throw to the loser lick dog take over. You still jealous? When Zhou Liangchen, who was comforting Yi Si-jin, heard this, he immediately stared at the passers-by with glaring eyes and said in a deep voice, "Get lost. Do not delay the loser to take advantage of the opportunity to mooch." With that, the passers-by dispersed. And yes, he heard the conversation of the passers-by, pissed off and red in the face. But at this time, she was no longer the Miss Yi family that graced the entire Jiangqing city back then. There is nothing but impotent rage in the face of this level of insult. At this time, what made Yiseki feel regret was why she had insulted Leng Zhe like that in the first place. If he hadn't provoked Leng Zhe, perhaps none of this would have happened. Although the one who caused the Yi family to become like this was not Leng Zhe, but that guy called Long Aotian. But if Leng Zhe hadn't suddenly wanted to get engaged to his sister, then nothing would have happened after that. Therefore, Yiseki not only regretted insulting Leng Zhe in the first place, but also hated why Leng Zhe got engaged to his sister, thus angering Long Aotian. After Leng Zhe walked away, Yiseki pushed Zhou Liangchen away, took out her cell phone from her pocket, and listed her Aston Martin on the used car platform. It's hard to get around without money. Zhou Liangchen, on the other hand, left Yiseki very consciously, intending to look for a job alone and take his chances. As for Yiseki, she got into the car very wriggly, ready to go home, but having just turned on the engine, I was surprised to find, I can't believe the car ran out of gas so quickly. Looking at the numbers on the dashboard, Yiseki was completely devastated. She slumped over the steering wheel and let out a sob. But in the end, there was nothing that could be done. Had to take the bus home. The first lady of the Yi family has never been on a bus in her life. It took a half-dozen inquiries to find out the bus route home. Once on the bus, Yessie headed inside, but the driver stopped her at the top of his voice and said, "Hey, pay up or get out." Ha! Yiseki froze for a moment. Still, do I still have to pay? Crap. Seeing this, the surrounding people looked at Yiseki as if she was a psychopath. Has this girl never been on a bus before? Doesn't she know she has to pay? I guess it's normal to come from the countryside and not know the rules. But at this point, Yiseki emptied her pockets and couldn't pull out a penny. After looking at the WeChat balance on his phone, he sighed. In fact, after Yi Elder went in, Yiseki still had 100,000 or so in her WeChat change. But having been a spendthrift since childhood, she had no concept of money. More than $100,000 of WeChat change was quickly spent without a penny left. Can I owe it first? Yiseki looked at the bus driver pitifully. Bus drivers are not really unreasonable people. How much can a bus ride cost? It was only $2. And the bus driver simply waved his hand and said, "Go inside and sit down." When Yiseki heard this, she immediately bowed and thanked. "Thank you, uncle. I will definitely repay you twice as much." This was followed by laughter from the busload of people. $2. What's the point of talking about repayment? But Yessie didn't even understand why the people around her were laughing. She thought the people around her were laughing at her. But it's not. In Yiseki's eyes, the smiles of these people were all unkind smiles. That's the way it is in the rich man's world. When you're in profit, everyone is around you. And when you lose, everyone wants to come and step on you. But the world of ordinary people is simple, and they just smile good-naturedly and think the little girl is so cute. In this world, the good people are often those who are ordinary. Unlike those Chinese idol dramas that constantly discredit the poor. In those idol dramas the rich are often symbols of goodness and the poor are all unreasonable and unruly people. In Yessie's mind, it was the same. You guys laugh. One day, my Yi family will rise again. After leaving such an inexplicable sentence, Yiseki immediately found a seat and sat down. Ding! At the next stop, a group of elderly people boarded the bus, and a group of young people saw this and got up, kindly inviting the elderly to sit down. Yiseki immediately frowned when she saw this scene. Humph, these poor guys are really good at pretending to be nice. A grandmother took a slow pace at this time and came to Yiseki's side, just standing still. Yiseki, on the other hand, turned her head out of the window with a disgusted look on her face. Not a care in the world for that leggy old granny. And Granny didn't seem to think much of it. After all, it's not like things like giving up your seat on public transportation are mandatory. Giving up your seat is a kindness of the heart, not a principle. However, looking around at the young people giving up their seats to the old people, Yisiki was also a little frightened in her heart. After all, it's the first time I've ever ridden public transportation. So what if this is the rule of the poor world? Thinking of this, Yisiki finally stood up and said with an indifferent face, You sit down. I'm young. It's fine to stand for a while. Egu, daughter, no need. You young people are so tired from working all day. You should take a break. The grandmother hastily refused. But when Yisiki heard this, she frowned and said, If I tell you to sit, you sit. I'm not tired. I don't need it. Upon hearing this, the old granny looked at Yisiki in a somewhat strange manner, then honestly sat down and said, Aya, you this child. This old lady of mine has nothing to do all day, just wandering around. Yisiki ignored the grandmother, but walked straight to the back door of the bus, waiting to get off. Although she didn't know what was going on, Yisiki's heart inexplicably began to heat up. It was like being touched by someone. Unbeknownst to her, she was actually touched by her own kindness. Soon the bus arrived at the bus stop near his neighborhood. Yisiki jumped off the bus in a hurry, but just after getting off the bus, he found Lengze leaning in front of the bus stop sign, staring at himself with a bad smile on his face. Lengze, you asshole, you came to see me laugh, didn't you? Lengze sniffed and shrugged. First time on a bus? Yisiki said with a red face. Humph, this young lady is kind-hearted and has made many micro-visits before. $2 for a bus ride, I'm well aware of that. And microdosing, said Lengze, giving Yisiki a blank look. This is how most people get around. Yisiki immediately replied, I know. You know shit. Lengze's expression immediately became serious and said, Where's your cell phone? My cell phone. As soon as Yisiki touched her pocket, her expression immediately changed drastically. Holy shit, where's my cell phone? Where's my cell phone? Looking at Yisiki's desperate rummaging, Lengze shook his head with a smile and said, Don't look for it, call the police. Damn it. Which guy who doesn't want to live dares to steal my cell phone? Yisiki gritted her teeth and said, I have to have the police catch you. With that, he immediately walked towards the nearby police station. Lengze, on the other hand, patiently followed behind, and as he walked, he said, That cell phone of yours is only worth $5,000 in the second-hand market. Only $5,000? Stealing for $5,000? This person is really not good. Humph, poor mountains produce unruly people. Lengze sniffed, but shook his head. Do you know what $5,000 is to an ordinary person? That's a month's salary. $5,000 will feed an average person's family of 3 for a month. Yisiki sniffed and frowned slightly. $5,000 to feed a family of 3 for a month? Oh, how can that be possible? I think that thief is just an unruly person who is greedy for small favors. Lengze continued to answer. The average median salary in the Dragon Kingdom is around $3,000. $5,000 is already quite a lot, exceeding the income of more than 50% of the people. Yisiki listened and pondered in her heart. She couldn't imagine what kind of life she'd have to lead with $5,000 a month. Soon the two reached the police station. Yisiki was in the police station making a lot of noise, raging against those hateful thieves. But in the end, the police only gave the answer of, Go back and wait for the notice. It was unbelievable to Yessie. She said with wide eyes, No, there is surveillance in that bus. Wouldn't you guys just pull up the surveillance? When the police heard this, they immediately disliked it back. There are so many buses in the city, and we're going to check them one by one for you? The bus route is not operating? What about checking? We're pulling up the city's surveillance? For that one cell phone of yours? You guys, aren't you serving the people? How come you can't even get this done? We are serving the people but not for you alone Millions of people in the city. Hundreds of thousands of people have to take public transportation every day to get to and from work busily. For you a cell phone, the whole bus route to stop running? The policeman continued. Go back and wait for the notice. After saying that, he rushed Yisiki away. This group of rice buckets, they can't even handle this. Yisiki walked out of the police station while still cursing angrily. Lengze, on the other hand, hemmed and hawed. Your family is no longer a big taxpayer in Jiangcheng. You are, now, an ordinary person. That's often what happens when ordinary people lose something. Got it? Yisiki gave Lengze a big blank stare and said, Then what am I going to do now? The cell phone is all gone. You buy me a cell phone. Lengze shrugged, then pulled a pre-prepared senior citizen phone out of his pocket. Yisiki stared at the elderly phone in her hand with big eyes and said, Can this work? How can it be an Apple 15? What's not to use? It can make phone calls. Lung Zhe smiled. That cell phone you're asking for is 2 months of an ordinary person's salary. I'm not an ordinary person. Yi Siki suddenly pointed at Lung Zhe and shouted. I am. But halfway through her sentence, Yesi paused again. She had wanted to say that she was the first lady of the Yi family. But when you think about it, at this point, you're really no different from an ordinary person. Lung Zhe smilingly reached out his hand and patted Yi Siki's head. If you're good, I can give you $5,000 of pocket money every month. Consider it a paycheck for you. How about that? Only 5,000? Yi Siki hurriedly raised her head and asked with wide eyes. What do you mean by talent? 5,000 is already more than half the country's working population earns. No way. Yi Siki immediately lowered her head and said. 5,000 is too little. At least 50,000. 50,000? I can't even spend $50,000 a month. Have you created any value for me? Just $50,000? Value? Hearing this, Yi Siki immediately raised her head and said, aren't you an angel investor? How about this then? How about you invest $1 million in me and take up 50% of the shares? Lung Zhe immediately smiled at his words. Just you? Then I guess I'll lose the $1 million. You don't believe me? Yi Siki clenched her teeth in anger and clenched her fists. I can definitely make you money. Come on. Lung Zhe waved his hand and continued. 5,000 a month. Love it or leave it. After saying that, Lung Zhe turned his head and was about to leave. Lung Zhe is an angel investor, yes. But Lung Zhe does not give investment to everyone. You think I'm Wan Duoyu? You think I'm Wan Duoyu? It wasn't that Lung Zhe couldn't trust Yi Siki. Well, he really couldn't trust Yesi. The problem was that Yesi had never had a serious job in her life, much less any experience in starting or running a business. She was different from Qin Shiyu, who had at least been the boss of the Great Qin Group for a few years. There's also that Lily Li. Although she's a village girl and doesn't have much experience, but the problem is that she's obedient. She'll do whatever you tell her to do. On the contrary, what about Yesi? Missy's nature is arrogant as hell, not to mention that she doesn't listen to advice. The problem is that this little girl was born with a golden spoon in her mouth and has never suffered a bit. So you let her start her own business? How is that possible? It was estimated that Lung Zhe just gave her $1 million, and in less than a month, she would have to pay her clean. Lung Zhe. Behind her, Yi Siki immediately shouted. You can't do this to me. Ooh, you're bad. You're so bad. How could you do this to me? Ooh-hoo. Saying that, Yi Siki actually directly squatted on the ground and cried out. It's pretty heartbreaking to watch though. But who is Lung Zhe? The villainous villain. With 7 lifetimes of experience in the villain business, he'd seen this kind of scene before. So he started the engine straight away and was about to leave. But when Yi Siki saw that Lung Zhe was going to run, she immediately rushed up, even crying and shouting, grabbing the door of Lung Zhe's car and not leaving. Sitting directly under the wheels of Kolzer's car, he spilled out like a child. Lung Zhe was dumbfounded at the sight. This little girl is so young. How come she's still learning from old men and women to touch porcelain? Lung Zhe took off his sunglasses and looked helplessly at Yi Siki, who was sitting on the ground and splashing around outside the car door. Miss Yi, it's not that I won't give you the money, but the problem is that my money doesn't come from the wind. And your grandfather, do you think he was really that kind to give me all your Yi family's assets? Ha, your grandfather is the one who's an asshole. He got me into a $10 billion debt. Let's put it to you this way. The reason why your grandfather didn't leave all of the Yi family's assets to you guys is because he didn't want you guys to be saddled with huge debts. Instead, they chose to set me up and now I owe $10 billion. In other words, I don't owe you guys anything, and instead you guys want me to help you pay off a $10 billion debt. Get it? I'm the victim here. But no matter how Lung Zhe explained, Yi Siki just wouldn't let go. She couldn't even think that much, nor did she want to think that much. Right now she wants money. At this point, passers-by saw the scene and took out their cell phones to take pictures. Hey, check it out. Check it out. Ha ha ha. Another gold-digging girl thrown away after being played by a rich kid. TSK, the gold-digging women nowadays. Ah, it's really true. For the sake of $2 stinking dollars, dignity is not even given up. That gold digger is leaking her panties. Take a picture. Since Yi Siki was wearing a skirt today. So, as she sprawled out and sat on the floor, the underskirt view was unmistakable. But at this point she didn't care. Just grabbed Kolzer's car door in a death grip and sat down on the floor and let out a sob. While crying, she even poked the air and said to Lung Zhe, if you don't mind being humiliated, we'll just stay like this. I've got nothing left anyway, and I don't care about fame. As soon as Lung Zhe heard this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. What a little leprechaun. Simply, what a bellyful of bad blood. Sure enough, the picture changed as a few female passers-by passed by and saw the scene. Scumbags nowadays. Ha, after playing with them, they just pull up their pants and don't recognize them. Ugh, that girl is so pitiful, abandoned after being played by a rich second-generation scum. A male passerby also retorted, Che, that's just a gold-digging woman. What's there to pity? What's so pathetic about her? The female passerby, on the other hand, disliked back. Do you know what it means that it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance to frugality? That rich second-generation scum pursuing her must be very willing to spend money and finally win the girl's heart, and now play enough and directly throw away. That girl must have a big gap in her heart. Yeah. Usually girls who have been hurt by rich kids can't go back to the life they once had because they've enjoyed the flowery world of the rich and can't fit into the world of ordinary people anymore. Ugh, rich kids nowadays are really scum. Yuck. Lang Zhe naturally noticed the accusations of the people around him. He sighed, looked down at Yi Siki who was sitting on the ground, and spoke. Fine. Up to $10,000 of pocket money per month. Love it or leave it. Just up 5,000? When Yi Siki heard this, she immediately raised her head arrogantly and said, Humph, not enough, not enough, 1 million, just 1 million. When she finished, she cried even louder. Lang Zhe was also speechless when he saw this. Damn, I knew that old Biden, surnamed Yi, couldn't be so kind. Ro, you don't agree. Good, I don't want the car, I'll take a cab home. After saying that, Lang Zhe directly opened the car door, turned his head and stopped a cab. But what Lang Zhe never expected was that Yi Siki was really capable of grinding people. If Lang Zhe can't get this $1 million today, she will not let Lang Zhe go even if she dies. Only Yi Siki immediately crawled to Lang Zhe's side and quickly hugged Lang Zhe's thighs, crying out while shouting at the passers-by. Whoa whoa whoa, Lang Zhe, don't you leave me behind. Whoa whoa, if you don't think about me, you should also think about our child. WTF? Lang Zhe was directly confused by these words. No, big sister, can you have some decency? I haven't even touched you. How did I have a baby? You negative man, did you forget about the time at your house? You, and my sister, the three of us, playing bondage. Have you forgotten? Lang Zhe's eyes widened directly. The passers-by around them saw this and ate a big melon. Holy shit, this scumbag played with the other sisters? Alas, it's a pity. If the younger sister is so superb, surely the older sister must be especially good-looking too? It's really a hot hand that destroys sisters, and fucking play bondage. Ugh, what a pervert. After Yi Siki heard the passers-by's comments, she continued to play to her advantage, directly pointing to the teeth marks still vaguely visible on the upper half of her chest and said, If you like to play with abuse, I'm able to play with you. Look at what you've done to my chest. Now you're flipping out? How am I going to get married in the future? Ooh-hoo. Lang Zhe, you can't treat me like this. After all, it happened in front of the police station. Naturally, it alarmed the police inside. Sure enough, a policeman came striding out and said, What's going on? What happened? Lang Zhe spread his hands very helplessly. Yi Siki, on the other hand, immediately turned back to the police uncle and explained, Police uncle, you have to be my master. This scum, messed up my belly after not responsible. He also, Lang Zhe also really didn't want to mess around with Yi Siki anymore. This is going to be a real problem if the police are involved in this. So, Lang Zhe simply made an okay gesture to Yi Siki and said, $1 million, okay, let's go home and talk. Upon hearing this, Yi Siki immediately climbed up from the ground and hugged Lang Zhe tightly. I knew it, darling, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. After saying that, he immediately looked at the police with a playful smile and said, It's okay, police uncle, he. The police were dumbfounded at the sight. This? What are you doing here with me? The passers-by around them were also dumbfounded. Crap, is this the money power of a rich kid? One word and it's all set? Damn, it's good to be rich. Just after arriving at the doorstep, Yi Siki immediately stretched out her hand. Pay up. Lang Zhe gave Yi Siki a blank look and said, If you want money, you don't have any. If you want a life. You, hearing Lang Zhe's words, Yi Siki was directly dumbfounded. Just now, you promised well. How can you say you've gone back on your promise? Lang Zhe heatedly smiled at Yi Siki at this time and said, When did I say I was going to give you money? When the words fell, he immediately got out of the car. Seeing this scene, Yi Siki wanted to do the same old trick, but when he looked around, he realized that Kolzer was already home. There was no one around. Who else could she be acting for? Only at this point did Yi Siki realize that she had been set up. Shit, I should have let him give it to me on the spot. Seeing that Lang Zhe was about to enter the house, Yi Siki hurriedly chased after him, and with an assisted run, she directly jumped onto Lang Zhe's body. Ugh, what are you doing? Get down, get off. Though yes he isn't heavy, Is she? Still, the sudden jump to Coldzer's body made Coldzer feel insecure. After all, who knew what else this girl could do if she was pushed? Just in case she plopped down behind herself and took advantage of her lack of attention to give herself a straight-up bite. Thinking of this, Langza hastily flung himself from side to side. But Yiseki was like a wombat, directly in old tree coiled roots. Limbs dead coil. Langze said, Langze, you bastard, give me the money. If you don't give it to me, I won't go down today. While saying that, he also grabbed Coldzer's hair. Crap, don't touch my hair. The hair that took half an hour to do this morning just got messed up by this stupid girl. Langze was so angry that he directly grabbed Yiseki's legs that were coiled on his body, took off her shoes, and started to madly scratch the center of her feet again. Wahahaha, ha 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 ha, don't scratch, ha ha ha, you get down there. No going down, not going down, are you? I'll tickle you to death. Coldzer continued to scratch. Yiseki, on the other hand, was shaking her little feet messily while gripping Langze's hair and laughing. And just then, Yiseki was wearing a sports outfit and just happened to walk out of the room. She froze at the sight. Yiseki on Langze's back also froze. Although, Yiseki also knew that her sister did not like Langze, but no matter what, Langze was after all her sister's fiancé. Himself now, riding directly on Langze's body, the two of them were still laughing and blushing, more or less embarrassed. Seeing this, Yiseki hurriedly jumped off Langze's body and said with a face full of embarrassment, Sister, it's okay, you guys go ahead. Yiseki shrugged, then put on her headphones and trotted out the front door. Langze was not embarrassed at all. Anyway, he was a villainous villain himself, and he had no psychological pressure to do what was in the loss of conscience. So, Langze simply twisted his head, and taunted Yiseki, have you ever seen the kind sister-in-law? Ha? Yes, he froze for a moment. What about the friend's mom? What? The kind sister-in-law? What are you talking about? Langze shrugged. Nothing. With that, he headed for the house. Seeing this, Yiseki immediately shouted, Stop! As the words left her mouth, she charged straight up and once again rode on top of Langze. And this time, she went even more overboard than last time, and directly made a move to start tearing Langze's face. Langze's face was torn out of her face, and she was still shouting, Hurry up and give me the money. 1 million. If you don't give it to me, you can't leave today. You fucking ask your sister for it. Doesn't she have money? She doesn't have $1 million either. What do you need $1 million for? It's up to you. Just give it to me. Langze was truly speechless. Granted, he's not that far behind on the million. Right, but he can't just give it away for nothing, can he? But Langze couldn't shake Yiseki off his back no matter what. With no choice, Langze had to make a killer move. Simply, go straight for it, and choke Yesie's ass with one hand. You, let go. If you don't get off my back, I'm going to reach in. Don't you dare, I'll gouge your eyes out if you reach in there. Saying that, Yiseki directly clasped Langze's eyes. Langze was not to be outdone. With both hands behind his back, he extended his 2 middle fingers and dug right in. I have to say, it feels really good in the hand. And right at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind Langze. Seki, you. The labor contract in Zhou Liangchen's hand suddenly dropped and got again. After Yiseki heard Zhou Liangchen's voice coming from behind her, she also jumped down from Langze's body in a hurry. Langze, what are you doing? Zhou Liangchen's eyes instantly became incomparably cold. He glared angrily at Langze. His fists clenched. I saw it all. How dare you touch my fiancé's ass? And reach out and point? I think you don't want to live. When Langze heard Zhou Liangchen's words, he didn't know whether to cry or laugh for a moment. No, Zhou, you have to be reasonable. If you hadn't been unable to support your daughter-in-law, would she have bothered me? If she didn't bother me, could I touch her ass? I don't have time to listen to trash like you explain. After saying that, Zhou Liangchen swung his fist over. If you don't say so, the protagonists in this kind of urban cool article have no brains. If you can't beat them, you have to be able to beat them. This punch, although it knocked the defenseless Langze over a dozen meters away, but through the augmentation of the body of steel, Langze did not feel the slightest bit of pain. Instead, it was Yiseki, who was standing at the side, who was dumbfounded. She rushed forward to stop him. Zhou Liangchen, if you beat him to death, who will give us money to spend in the future? Honey, don't worry, I'm still here, aren't I? What's the use of you? Can you give me $1 million? I can earn it. Yiseki stared at Zhou Liangchen very breathlessly and shook her head. You're simply incorrigible. And, I'm not your wife. I'm a family man, so there's no need for you to come into the family. Get lost. Yiseki didn't like Zhou Liangchen from the beginning. In the beginning, if it wasn't for her grandfather suddenly finding her a superfluous son-in-law, she would not have died to be engaged to someone like Zhou Liangchen. And on the contrary, what about Zhou Liangchen? Just like a slimeball, the Yi family is bankrupt. Why is he still sticking around? It's nothing but money for Koldzer. In Yi Siki's eyes, Zhou Liangchen is a soft rice man for money. This kind of man, she naturally despises. But Zhou Liangchen, like most netizen protagonists, had a pretentious look, thinking that all the beautiful women in the world should like him, should be his harem, and always pretending to be deeply moved. In the end, after completely dying, he said on his lips that it's okay, and then afterward, he took revenge on his ex-wife behind her back, just like Long Aotian did to Qin Shiyu. It's not that you shouldn't get back at your ex-wife, but the problem is that they didn't invite you to do anything, and they said from the beginning that they didn't like it and didn't want to be together. You're the one who has to repay them. What's the matter? Do you think they're grateful to you? Obviously, Zhou Liangchen was nothing more than a strengthened version of Long Aotian. There's no essential difference between the two. Siki, there's no way I'm rolling. I promised your grandfather that I would marry you and protect your Yi family. I, Zhou Liangchen, am true to my word. You lack heart, don't you? Yi Siki blankly glanced at Zhou Liangchen and said, who needs your protection? Beat Lungza to death and my sister and I will have to beg for food. After saying that, Yi Siki hurriedly picked up Leng Zhe and said, is everything alright, Leng Zhe? Do you want to take you to the hospital? Leng Zhe lay in Yi Siki's arms, pretending to be unconscious. After all, this was the only way he could avoid Yi Siki. Yes, hurry up and get me to the hospital, so I don't have to see you again. Lungza, Leng Zhe? Yi Siki placed Leng Zhe on her lap and desperately shook Leng Zhe. Seeing Leng Zhe's indifference, Yi Siki's heart thumped. It's over. If Leng Zhe is gone, then I'll really have to become a beggar. Yi Siki hurriedly looked at Zhou Liangchen and said, Zhou Liangchen, you bastard, who told you to hit so hard? Koldzer had wanted to take the opportunity to glance over and see what he was lying on, but as soon as he opened his eyes, a pair of huge milk suddenly appeared in front of Leng Zhe's eyes. Oh, shit, I can't do it. Yi Siki, who was staring angrily at Zhou Liangchen, didn't see this scene, but Zhou Liangchen, who was standing opposite Yi Siki, saw it clearly. He watched as Leng Zhe lay in Yi Siki's arms and stared wide-eyed at Yi Siki's chest. Moment. Zhou Liangchen's face turned green. Immediately, he rushed up, grabbed Lungza's leg, and stomped down hard. How fucking dare you look at my fiancé's breasts? I think you don't want to live. Seeing this, Yi Siki immediately pushed Zhou Liangchen away. Zhou Liangchen, you're crazy. You get the hell out of here. Get the hell away. Don't touch Leng Zhe. But, Siki, Lungza, he's not fine at all. He's faking it. Just now I saw him staring at your breasts. Look, he looked again. Yi Siki sniffed and immediately lowered her head. But Lungza very quickly closed his eyes again and continued to pretend to be unconscious. Zhou Liangchen, I didn't expect that you would actually go so far as to fabricate such lies in order to achieve your goal. Lungza has fainted. How could he possibly take advantage of me? That's right, I'm passed out. There's no way I can take advantage of you. As he said that, Leng Zhe's hand couldn't stop moving towards the bottom of Yi Siki's skirt. Mostly, it feels really good in the hand. It's hard not to want to touch it again. He's going to touch your ass again. Zhou Liangchen hurriedly pointed at Leng Zhe's hand and said, Zhou Liangchen, you can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. Zhou Liangchen was dumbfounded to hear this. Who's the main character, anyway? In fact, this cliché was something that Leng Zhe was also curious about. Aren't I the villain? But why is it always the protagonist who gets screwed? Even if you have to suppress the protagonist in the early stages and wait for the protagonist to explode later to give the readers a good time. But this is a bit too long to suppress, right? Normal readers can stand it? Koldzer winced. And at this moment, Zhou Liangchen frowned and clenched his fists. After all, he was not the kind of turtle man like Long Aotian, and in the face of this kind of abuse from Yi Siki, he simply could not endure it. Dryly, Zhou Liangchen shook his head and said in an icy tone, Fine, Yi Siki, since this is the case, then don't blame me for being unrighteous. From today on, neither of us knows anyone, and when the time comes, don't regret it. When Yi Siki heard this, she immediately twisted her head and angrily disliked. Zhou Liangchen, are you finished? If you want to leave, then leave quickly. Our Yi family doesn't have the money to support a big Buddha like you right now. When Zhou Liangchen heard this, his heart was like a knife. Why? It's the first time I, Zhou Liangchen, have given so much for a woman since I was a child. But why did I get this kind of return? I'm not happy. I'm not willing to do it. Before I came down from the mountain, my master said that I was already invincible and told me to go down to the mountain to live a fast life. Originally, I thought my good times were coming. Money, beauty, power, desire, all these I could not get in the mountains. But now I can get them. But why do I still have nothing? Is it just because I'm poor? Thinking of this, Zhou Liangchen angrily stared at Yi Siki and viciously squeezed out a sentence. Tell you what, Yi Siki, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't deceive the youth. Who bullied you into being poor? It's me who's poor now. I can't afford you. The Yi family is bankrupt. Why are you still here? Who can afford you? It had to be said that Yi Siki's mouth, when she spoke, really made people want to slap her. But Lang Zhe, who was lying on the ground, was quite cool to listen to. Although Lang Zhe couldn't beat this Zhou Liangchen, Lang Zhe's spiritual attack was strong. Zhou Liangchen couldn't say anything about Yi Siki, so he simply snorted coldly and turned his head away. Looking at Zhou Liangchen's lonely back, Lang Zhe actually felt a bit pitiful for a moment, but he didn't care. It was only when Zhou Liangchen had just stepped out of the gate of the villa that he immediately opened his eyes. Lang Zhe, are you alright? You scared me to death. Saying that, Yi Siki slapped Lang Zhe's forehead. Lang Zhe narrowed his eyes and said, You care about me? Yi Siki's small face instantly turned red. She had wanted to say that she was only concerned about his money. After all, Lang Zhe hadn't left a will, so if he just left, wouldn't he be left without his $1 million? But on second thought, Yi Siki simply willed it to happen. With a caring face, she looked towards Lang Zhe and gently caressed Lang Zhe's head. That's for sure. Of course I care about my dear brother-in-law. Lang Zhe smiled badly at his words and said, So concerned about me? Then you must understand that it's not easy for me to make money. Brother-in-law, right? This. Yi Siki was also a smart person and immediately realized that Lang Zhe was saying something. No, I think it's quite easy for you to make money, brother-in-law. Lang Zhe was still lying on Yi Siki's lap. Looking at Yesi's face from below, you could still see her not so obvious double chin. Even the nostrils are visible. So you still want $1 million? Yi Siki sniffed and nodded her head as if she was pampered. Brother-in-law please, just 1 million. Just $1 million? You couldn't rob a bank for $1 million. Do you know how many people can't even dream of getting $1 million? Ouch. Brother-in-law, please, my sister really needs this $1 million. After grinding for so long, Yi Siki also understands that Lang Zhe, this person, eats soft but not hard. If you ask for it, he'll die before he'll give it to you. So, she was going to come in soft, but she had misjudged Kolzer's persistence. He's not a softie, he's a softie. Lang Zhe simply got up from Yi Siki's lap and sat across from Yi Siki. First, he looked Yi Siki's body up and down. I have to say, superb. 2 words, TM fascinating. You want $1 million. Why should I give it to you? It's not like you're taking it off. Yi Siki was directly dumbfounded when she heard this. What? She thought she'd heard wrong. If it had been in the past, Yi Siki would never have suspected Lang Zhe's purpose. But now, Lang Zhe is already engaged to his sister nominally already considered his brother-in-law Her trippy mind told her that she must have misheard. But Lang Zhe pointed at Yi Siki's body and said, Such a good body, it's a pity not to use it. As you know, I'm a businessman, and I don't do business at a loss. Taking over the Yi family's business is kind of the only money-losing deal I've ever done in my life. You want me to lose another $1 million? No way. Yi Siki sniffed and froze. At this point, even if she was stupid, she understood what Lang Zhe meant. Lang Zhe's meaning is simple. It's okay to ask for money. $1 million would be fine. But you have to give something. It has to be at least an equal exchange. What is equivalence? That's going to be a matter of opinion. In Yi Siki's eyes, her body was by no means worth more than just $1 million. But in Lang Zhe's eyes, Yi Siki's body was only worth the price of a famous model. You'd be doing yourself a favor if you gave her 50,000 a night. Lang Zhe, you. After Yi Siki realized Lang Zhe's purpose, she immediately stood up and covered her chest. What the hell do you want? Do you think I'm the kind of woman who can sell her body for money? Lang Zhe shrugged and said, That depends on how important that $1 million is to you. Yi Siki stood in place, clenching her legs and moving in a very twisted manner. You're nasty. At this moment, Yi Siki's face rolled with it. She kept her head down and her mind kept calculating whether she should pay something for this. Yes, she really has been thinking about it. If it was put in the usual situation, Yi Siki would just die rather than consider such a thing for $1 million. But not now. She really needed the $1 million. It wasn't for herself that she wanted the $1 million. Rather, for the sake of the entire Yi family. After weighing the pros and cons, Yi Siki immediately raised her head, looked at Lang Zhe, and said with a red face, Just once. Go to your room. This time it was Lang Zhe's turn to be confused. The great lady of the Yi family, Even if she lost and went bankrupt now, there's no need to give her life for money so soon, right? Besides, he's still her brother-in-law to be. What's wrong with this little girl? Lang Zhe initially just wanted to simply tease her, but Lang Zhe really didn't expect. He just flat a bit. Yisiki directly big move flash all surrendered. Just this once. And when it's over we'll pretend nothing happened. Yisiki suddenly gathered her courage and took a big step towards Lang Zhe. Grabbing Lang Zhe's hand, he headed for Lang Zhe's room. Scared, Lang Zhe quickly pulled his hand back and said, "No, you're not sick, are you?" Lang Zhe even wondered if this woman had some unspeakable philandering disease to get back at him. And no wonder. It's just like when you go out on a date. A woman who meets for the first time comes up to go to a hotel with you and does not let you bring a condom. It is hard for you not to suspect that this woman is not to revenge society. Even if she's not vindictive, you've got to think about your own loins. This kind of thing has to be done gradually. People aren't teddies who see a member of the opposite sex and move up. What can I be sick of? Yisiki obviously didn't understand the meaning of Lang Zhe's words. Something like that? Lang Zhe said with a frown on his face. You. Hearing this, Yisiki immediately became furious and said, but it's my first time. Love to do it. $1 million, and I'm not shy about asking for it. After saying that, Yisiki turned her head and was about to leave, then expected Coldzer to catch up. It was a pity that Yisiki was still overconfident in her body. Indeed, she had a great body and was a first-class looker. But $1 million? $1 million cold zephyrs could find 100 next-level beauties. It's a deal. Lang Zhe suddenly laughed badly. After saying that, Lang Zhe turned his head and was about to leave. But Yesi wouldn't do it. She immediately pulled Lang Zhe's hand and said, "Wait a minute, Lang Zhe, why are you like this?" Saying that, Yisiki actually started to cry and act pitiful. "Brother-in-law, you can't do this to me. Woo, what did I do to you?" Coldzer hemmed and hawed. You bully me. I bullied you?" Lang Zhe gave Yisiki a blank look and said, "Are you kidding? Your fiancé even punched me just now." "What fiancé? I'm not related to him at all." Yisiki immediately set aside the relationship. She really didn't like Zhou Lianshan. After all, who would like a poor, pretentious, and always pretentious arrogant guy who thinks the whole world is his sidekick? At this moment, Lang Zhe just shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands to indicate, "But I'm related to your sister." Hearing this, Yisiki immediately froze. She didn't know what to say next. Standing in place, thinking for a long time, she weakly opened her mouth. That, you give or not give me $1 million? Well, Lang Zhe really can't understand why she is so obsessed with $1 million. For $1 million, you have to give yourself up? It made Lang Zhe feel very wrong. First of all, Yisiki's request for $1 million was certainly not a mere splurge. That much, Coldzer could be sure of. Yisiki must have something important to spend so much money on if she wants this $1 million. So what the hell does she want with the $1 million? Lang Zhe pondered for a long time, but couldn't get an answer. After the half-loud, Lang Zhe's brows were tightly locked and his tone was serious as he stared at Yisiki and said, "You tell me first, what exactly do you want $1 million for?" Yisiki sniffed and slowly lowered her head. The look also changed from pitiful a moment ago to serious. "I'm going to kill someone." Yisiki suddenly popped out such a sentence, causing Lang Zhe to be a bit puzzled. To kill? Who messed with Yesi? Can you get Yesi to spend $1 million to kill a man? This $1 million, if Lang Zhe hadn't guessed wrongly, should be the money for hiring an assassin, right? The Yi family had never done anything good before, always navigating the gray areas of the law, and naturally had many contacts. It was estimated that Yisiki knew the people from the killer group. This was not a surprise to Lang Zhe at all, but who she wanted to kill was a matter for serious thought. Dragon Ao Tian? After thinking for a few moments, Lang Zhe came up with the name. That's right, I guess it's mostly Long Ao Tian, as of now. From what Lang Zhe had learned, only Long Ao Tian was able to make Yisiki get $1 million to finish off Long Ao Tian without sacrificing her body. After all, Long Ao Tian had an unshirkable responsibility for what the Yi family had become now. Available at Long Ao Tian. Can't die. You want to kill Long Ao Tian? Lang Zhe immediately opened his mouth and asked. Yisiki sniffed and slowly nodded. That's right, it's him, he must die. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be in this situation. Grandpa wouldn't be in jail, and I wouldn't have stooped so low for a measly $1 million. Long Ao Tian, he must die. Saying that, Yisiki clenched her delicate fists. Must die. No. Lang Zhe immediately shook his head and said, I advise you to break this thought. If he dies, neither you nor your sister will want to live. Lang Zhe's words were not meant to scare Yisiki. Even if he didn't kill the sisters, Long Aotion's family would do it. After all, what was Long Aotion's status? Ah, the Dragon King of the capital. A super-duper godly man who can bankrupt the Yi family with a single phone call wants to kill him? The only thing that can kill the protagonist is the protagonist. Moreover, Lang Zhe had no doubt that with Long Aotion's protagonist aura's urbane nature, it was estimated that before Yi Siki's assassin had a chance to strike, Long Aotion would strike first. Why not? Yi Siki immediately raised her head. Her expression suddenly became a little twisted and said, Lang Zhe, don't you also hate Long Aotion? On the day you and my sister got engaged, he was the one who came to mess up the whole Yi family. In the end, he caused you to carry a $10 billion debt. Don't you hate him? Lang Zhe shrugged. Why should I hate him? I've already won. I've already disgraced him. His wife, she's mine now. He recognized his godsister, who is now also my fiancée, and he had a female subordinate before, Jiang Yihan, who is now also mine. He also has a confessed godsister, Xue Bingbing, who is also mine. All the women around him are now mine. So what reason do I have to hate him? That's right. The confrontation between Lang Zhe and Long Aotion was, without a doubt, won by Lang Zhe. As a winner, what reason is there to hate a loser? Besides, Lang Zhe and Long Aotion didn't have any deep hatred. The two were just competitors at best. But when she heard Lang Zhe say this, Yi Siki was staring at Lang Zhe with an unbelievable face. She really couldn't understand Lang Zhe's thoughts. After all, according to her thoughts, whoever dared to provoke her, then they were just too dead to die. But what is Lang Zhe doing? He's saving Long Aotion? Come to think of it, on the day of the engagement banquet, it also seemed that Lang Zhe was the one who alas 2 punches of Zhou Liangchen for Long Aotion. What's wrong with him? He's not a gay, is he? He's in love with Long Aotion? Or, Kolzer is a big righteous guy? No way. How can he be righteous? He's clearly a bully. It's a bully. He doesn't give a shit about anyone else. Then what other purpose could he be protecting Long Aotion for? Is he really gay? Thinking of this, Yi Siki immediately widened her eyes. Right. He must be gay. What else could he be indifferent to when he begged him 3 times for? And he had just touched his own ass, with his hand in his own underwear, and he could still make sure that he wasn't impulsive. Just now he offered himself and he refused. He's bent. Yesi's thoughts, strangely enough, but it also represents most arrogant women like her. Any man who wasn't interested in her would be categorized as a gay. In Yi Siki's eyes, she was so beautiful and attractive, so sexy and charming. No man can deny himself that. But now, what's going on? What's going on with Coldplay? But it never occurred to her that the reason why Lang Zhe wasn't interested in her had nothing to do with her looks and figure. Rather, Lang Zhe was more concerned about what exactly Yi Siki wanted to do with the money than playing with women. Lang Zhe looked at Yi Siki and continued, if you dare to touch Long Aotion, you're dead. After saying that, Lang Zhe turned his head and left. And at this moment, Yi Siki had not yet recovered from what had just happened. She couldn't understand the meaning of Lang Zhe's words. If I dare to touch Long Aotion, I'm dead? What does he mean? When did he care so much about Long Aotion's death? Yi Siki wanted to chase after him, but when she thought of Lang Zhe's expression when he said that just now, she thought better of it. After all, the expression on Lang Zhe's face just now was a bit frightening. Just then, Yi Siki's cell phone suddenly rang. When I opened it, it was a message from a used car platform. It turned out that someone had already made an appointment to see the Aston Martin that he had listed on the used car platform in the morning. Yi Siki's heart crossed. Since you won't give me $1 million, I'll put it together myself. It's just that Yesi's car isn't really worth much. Although the former Yi family, with tens of billions of assets and a market capitalization of hundreds of billions, but the Aston Martin that Yesi had was a few years old, and the price was not high when it was first purchased, just a little over $2 million. And the thing about cars, it's not like real estate. Cars only depreciate. They don't appreciate. And it depreciated incredibly fast, and the car is now worth just over $1 million on the used market. Plus, Yi Siki was in desperate need of money, so she sold it for a whole $1 million. After both sides agreed on a location, Yi Siki immediately returned to her room and smashed open the piggy bank from her childhood. There were also some $100 bills inside totaling several $1,000s. Taking this last few $1,000s with her, Yi Siki immediately called a cab and went to Jiangnan Mansion. After all, one's car was still parked at the Gangnam Mansion, and one didn't have any money for gas. Soon, Yi Siki arrived at Jiangnan Mansion. At that moment, a rich dude wearing a high-end shirt and a pair of dark sunglasses had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Yi Siki walking towards this car, he also immediately greeted him. Excuse me, you are MS Yi, right? Yi Siki nodded and said, this is the car key. The car is now out of gas. but it can barely drive to the nearby gas station. You can test drive it first, and if you think it's okay, go and refuel yourself. Richie sniffed and nodded with a smile. Then get in the car. Yiseki sat in the co-pilot, and after the rich second generation started the engine, she said with a surprised face, "This car is kept very new. How can you sell it so cheap?" Yiseki blankly glanced at the rich second generation and said, "Lack of money." "So short of money?" The rich second generation hemmed and hawed and said, By the way, are you the first lady of the Yi family that recently went bankrupt?" Yiseki wanted to admit it, but after thinking about it, she felt that people are red and there are many rights and wrongs, so she still denied it. "No, it's just the same last name as me." Richie nodded at his words and said half-heartedly, "That's right." With that, he started the car engine. The journey was quite peaceful, and the two didn't have any verbal altercations. Although the rich second generation looked like a dude, he wasn't so roguish as to take advantage of the opportunity to mooch or molest Yiseki. The real world is far more peaceful than the online world. If this were Long Aotian or Zhou Liang Chen's woman, then it is estimated that she would most likely be molested by the rich second generation, and then the protagonist came out and had a heroic rescue on the spot. Along the way, although the rich kid's eyes always glanced unfaithfully towards Yiseki's lower third, it was good that he didn't dare to do anything out of the ordinary. After all, putting Yiseki in a crowd of beautiful women, that was also extremely prominent. It's hard not to get carried away with the idea of masturbation. Soon, the two made a successful transaction. Richie was also very quick to make a payment on the spot. Watching the rich second generation drive away in their own beloved car, an inexplicable sense of loss came over Yiseki's heart. Although, a car of more than $2 million was not expensive for a young lady of Yiseki's level, but after all, it's also a car that has been with you for many years. To say it doesn't hurt would be a lie. I just don't know what the next owner will do with their car. Yiseki surely can't imagine how many men and women's essences will be left behind in the future with this car of hers. 1 million to go. Yesi muttered as she stood on the curb. But where am I going to get the other million? Going to find my sister? No, not to mention whether my sister has $1 million. Even if she does, I guess she won't give herself to hire a murderer to kill. How about chopping it up with the other side? It was also true that Yiseki was desperate. Simply stand on the side of the road and dial an unfamiliar phone number. "Hello, I've only scraped together $1 million. Across the phone, there was first some silence. With that, instead of answering, he simply hung up. A few minutes later, a Land Rover on the side of the road slowly drove by and stopped beside Yiseki. The car window slowly rolled down, and a middle-aged woman with heavy makeup, sitting in the right rear, looked at Yiseki and said in an icy tone, "Get in the car." Yiseki didn't hesitate, so she immediately got into the back seat. There was plenty of room in the car, and in the front, besides the man driving, there was another man sitting on the passenger side. This man, at this moment, was twisting his head, staring at Yiseki with a deadpan stare, not uttering a single word. The middle-aged woman at the right rear also sized up Yiseki for a while, then spoke up. "I've heard it all. $1 million? Not impossible. Seeing as Elder Yu is also a regular customer of ours during his lifetime, I can give you a discount." When Yiseki heard this, she immediately shook her head and said, No, my grandfather isn't dead yet. He's in prison. It's all the same." The woman said nonchalantly, "Once you're inside, you're no different than a dead man. Listen, girl, the man you're about to kill is no ordinary man. Have you thought about the consequences?" Yiseki sniffed and slowly lowered her head. "The consequences? I'll take them myself." "Very well. As you should know, we are an international organization that only takes money for our work, so no amount of trouble can come our way. Injustice has a head. Debt has a head. The Dragon family will make the entire Yi family go up in smoke. They have the power." I have to say, that statement, it really caught the little girl off guard. Only, Yiseki was too emotional. At this moment, she only wanted to take revenge. She only wanted to let Long Aotian, who had destroyed the Yi family, die without a burial place. So, he gritted his teeth, clenched his fists and said, "Sister Sue, don't persuade me, I've already thought about it. Long Aotian must die." The middle-aged woman sniffed and nodded slightly. Then he continued to speak. "But a penny for a penny. 2 million is money for a clean deal. For $1 million, we just take out the target. We don't take care of the rest of the follow-up." As for the follow-up service the middle-aged woman was talking about, it meant faking the target's death as an accident or suicide and making sure that the employer was completely removed from suspicion. In other words, if Yiseki was willing to spend the price of $2 million, then no one would suspect that Long Aotian's death was murder, and no one would investigate into Yiseki's head. But a million. The killer is only responsible for killing them. As for what to use, that is naturally the simpler the better. However, Yiseki was now completely overwhelmed by revenge and didn't care about anything else. She nodded heavily and said, I know. Very well. At the same time tomorrow, you bring the cash and meet me at the Gangnam Mansion parking lot. When he finished, the car slowed to a stop at the side of the road. When Yiseki got out of the car, she walked straight to the nearby bank, intending to withdraw $1 million in cash. Cash is not easy to trace, and people's organizations are professional. Even if the police eventually get to Yiseki's head and use Yiseki to catch the killer group has a way of identifying whether the employer has been used by the police. It's not easy to get millions of cash out immediately, and yes, he needs to go to the main bank. And at this time, inside the Yi family villa, Su Changdao wore a white robe and was immortal. Lang Zhe, on the other hand, arched his hand very respectfully and said, Isn't this the Martial Arts Association's Zhangcheng branch president? When Su Changdao heard this, he also immediately returned the greeting. Young warrior, what about the old man who came today? He wants to ask you to take the examination of the Martial Arts Association. Examination? To be honest, Lang Zhe wasn't very enthusiastic about things like exams. I was telling my cheap old dad earlier that I was going to take the public exam, but also because life has gotten better lately. The family business is on track, and hostile forces have not come to make trouble. So they also gave up the idea of taking the public examination. As for certification from the Budo Association, Lang Zhe wasn't too interested either. It wasn't that it was low-key, but Lang Zhe really didn't want everyone to know his true strength. After all, Lang Zhe is going to rely on the trashy rich second-generation persona to get the protagonists in the future. I'm sorry, old senior Su Changdao. It's not that the late generation looks down on the Martial Arts Association, but the late generation doesn't have much strength either. Ha 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 ha. Lung Xiao is modest. Su Changdao immediately interrupted. The old man has come here as a please. Lang Xiao shouldn't not give me an old man a face, right? Besides, we are all from Zhangcheng. Don't you want to contribute something for Zhangcheng? Lang Zhe sniffed and shook his head decisively. Not really wanting to, and I've already contributed a lot. My annual tax payments amount to tens of millions of dollars. Enough for the Zhangcheng government to build a few schools. When Su Changdao heard this, he immediately froze. He hadn't seen anyone else in the world who wasn't interested in certification from the Martial Arts Association. The Dragon Kingdom promotes martial arts, and in this world, getting certified by the Martial Arts Association is far more tangible and impressive than taking a public examination. If Lang Zhe was willing to show his full strength and let everyone in the Dragon Kingdom see that he, Lang Zhe, was a celestial realm martial artist, then not only would the Zhangcheng Martial Arts Association have face, but even the mayor of Zhangcheng would also have face. After all, there hadn't been a celestial realm martial artist in Zhangcheng for a few hundred years. Thinking for a moment, Su Changdao smiled and nodded, saying, I didn't expect that young Master Lang would be so low-key. Since that's the case, I won't persuade you to do so. Old me, I can't come here for nothing. There's an examination today, and I'd like to invite you to visit. How about it? Visiting the test? Lang Zhe froze for a moment. To be honest, he was really a bit curious about this world's martial artist assessment. After all, Lang Zhe's original world didn't have this. In Lang Zhe's previous life, people who practiced martial arts usually used segments to divide the levels, and the gap between segment and segment isn't really that big. But the martial artists in this world sound like something out of a metaphysical novel, and the gap between the levels can even be described as a descending dimension. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe slowly nodded his head and said, This is something I'm kinda interested in. Then lead the way, old man. Saying that, Lang Zhe made a gesture of invitation. Su Changdao was not being polite, so he took Lang Zhe into his own red flag car. Soon the car stopped in front of a separate house in the old town. In front of the Aliyah, 4 large words were clearly written. Sijin Tea House? Lang Zhe stared at Su Changdao on the side with a curious expression. Where is Sijin Tea House? Isn't it the martial arts school run by Yi Sijin that sells dog meat under a sheep's head? After Su Changdao saw Lang Zhe's strange look, he immediately smiled and then opened his mouth to explain. Zhangcheng's Martial Arts Association has seen an increasing decrease in funding from the top because no decent powerhouses have appeared over the years. The association's martial arts hall is already a building that was built 100 years ago, so the Zhangcheng chapter, currently, has its offices here. Inside the Sijin Tea House, half of the area is leased to the Martial Arts Association. Hearing this, it was as if Lang Zhe came to a realization. No wonder Yi Sijin said she wanted to keep this tea house. However, what made Lang Zhe even more curious was how much money Yiseki had to collect from the Martial Arts Association for rent every year. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe immediately looked at Su Changdao. May I ask how much you pay in rent each year? After all, Lang Zhe is now the actual boss of this tea house. Naturally, to understand the business situation. And Su Changdao obviously didn't intend to hide it. After all, he was also clear that all of the Yi family's assets were now listed under Lang Zhe's name. So, Su Changdao spoke up and replied, "Not much, $50 million of rent per year. Package utilities? Packing the hydroelectric grid. $50 million does sound like a lot, but the area covered by this other courtyard was not much smaller than the imperial garden in the palace, and the internal facilities and equipment, the annual maintenance of which is definitely not a small amount, and the annual tax to be paid is definitely not small. It was roughly estimated that with a rent of $50 million, the net profit that would really reach EC Jean's hands in the end would be good if there was a $10 or $20 million. After all, to maintain a garden of such a huge scale, the annual labor cost alone is certainly not a small amount, with internal ponds, man-made waterfalls and the like. I'm guessing the water bill is quite a bit. And a net package? Lang Zhe has been here. 20 hectares of covered area. Wi-Fi all over. Although this was a small amount of money, Lang Zhe in his previous life was after all an ordinary office worker, and would always subconsciously measure the lavish lives of these big tycoons with a poor man's mindset. After walking into the tea house, the refreshing aroma of tea, and the feeling of being in a paradise came at once. This place, if I were myself, would not be for sale. After all, who wouldn't love to have such a large piece of paradise in the middle of a bustling city center? Standing in the middle of the central gazebo, you can even look out over the city center, the skyscraper-strewn CBD area. The scene seemed magical. The two men curved around and eventually arrived at an unassuming-looking area of the arena. Walking into the area, Lang Zhe realized that Yi Jean was actually here. She was still wearing the same sweatshirt. The difference was that Yi Jean, at this time, took off her ducktail hat. In its place was a short, lean shoulder-length haircut. Upon seeing Lang Zhe, Yi Jean's face instantly turned red, then slightly lowered her head without uttering a word. Seeing this, Lang Zhe cheaply walked forward, stretched out his fingers, and slightly lifted Yi Jean's chin, saying, "Seeing your fiancé, how come you don't have a word to say?" Yi Jean felt like she was being molested and immediately pushed Lang Zhe away. Don't you touch me." When Lang Zhe heard this, he immediately snorted and laughed out. "Still upset about the last time you peed your pants? You shut up." When Yi Jean heard this, she immediately yelled loudly. It messed with a few other old things in the arena. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the younger two. Seeing this, Su Changdao also smiled and nodded. This little couple, ha ha ha. Realizing that the people around her were looking at her, Yi Jean immediately sat down in her original position and said, "This examination is very important. The martial artists from the province have also come to participate. Lang Zhe, I advise you to pay attention to your identity." Lang Zhe sniffed and shrugged. Curiously, he asked, "What kind of person can startle so many bigwigs to come and visit the examination?" Su Changdao, who was sitting in the front row, smiled slightly and turned his head to look at Lang Zhe. "This one is said to be a big shot. Old me, I was only informed yesterday." "Oh," Lang Zhe sniffed and frowned slightly. Su Changdao continued, "It was the general director of the capital, who personally gave the notice. So it is imperative that this examination is perfect. Moreover, I heard that the one who came to participate in the examination this time is also a martial arts prodigy at the age of 27. Lang Zhe sniffed and nodded. "In wizards, can there be that monster wizard Zhou Liangchen? At less than 25 years old, he's a celestial realm powerhouse. It's not bad for a master to come down from the mountain." At this time, Su Changdao continued to turn his head and whispered to Lang Zhe, "Of course, in terms of genius, it's probably not as good as Lung Xiao with that Zhou Liangchen. I heard that the kid who came to take the test this time is directly challenging the innate realm." Innate realm? Lang Zhe was a little surprised. Innate? Wasn't that one's true strength at this time? That's right. Although Lang Zhe's strength only stayed at the innate, he was still able to fight with a strong person of the celestial realm by relying on the augmentation of his body of steel. It's just that there's no fighting back, but the other side can't do anything about it. Therefore, he himself was also a celestial realm powerhouse in the eyes of the onlookers. And right at this moment, in Lang Zhe's mind, a long-lost system beep suddenly rang out. "Congratulations to the host. Obtained SSRI. E. Villainous Great Heroine Yi Siki. Reward, Charming Eyes, 1 billion in cash." Hearing this, Lang Zhe was somewhat speechless. Cash billions. To be honest, Lang Zhe wasn't really short of this billion now. But cash, it's better than nothing. Lang Zhe doesn't really have much cash to spare right now. But this seductive eye? That's a novelty. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe subconsciously looked at Yi Jean on the side, then thought to himself, how is the Eye of Charm used? In fact, This kind of skill that needed to be triggered was also the first time Lengza had obtained it, so he didn't really know how to use it. But it's something that, like when you're newborn, you don't really know how to breathe. It's not known, but it can be done subconsciously. Therefore, the moment Yi Si-jin and Lengza locked eyes, the Eye of Charm instantly took effect. The system sounded another beep at this time. The Eye of Charm can make the opposite sex who looks at the host fascinated by the host. This fascination, however, is subtle, not an instantaneous release. The meaning of the system is well understood. It means that the opposite sex with whom one looks into one's eyes will be attracted to one's own, and will not be the kind of person who looks at you and falls in love with you, as in the mythological stories. This is better. Lengza does not want to have to wear sunglasses when going out in the future to prevent accidentally becoming a love bean and being blocked by millions of teenage girls at the door of their homes for autographs. At this moment, Yi Si-jin's mind, at once, became very confused. She hurriedly lowered her head, no longer meeting Lengza's eyes. Strange, how can Lengza's eyes be so nice? Damn it, how could I get a crush on this asshole? Impossible, no way, no, can't look at him anymore, I must have been set up. Looking at Yi Si-ki's reddened cheeks and restrained movements, Lengza knew that the charming eye had worked. Only, what made Kolzer even more curious was, this system that came with himself actually did have the function of collecting villainous great heroines? Today's villainesses, the big heroines, are Yi Si-ki and Jiang Yihan, and you get a different reward each time. Although Jiang Yihan's reward that time was only 1 billion in cash, Yi Si-ki's reward was actually a seductive eye? Straight to metaphysics. Can it be that you're going to train all those women around you to be villainous big female leads in the future? Although Lengza's obsession with being killed by the protagonist wasn't as deep now, wasn't cultivating the villain's big female lead a form of death in disguise? Yi Si-ki is one of them. She now hated to sell her body for money to buy Long Aotian's life. Long Aotian can't die. Thinking of this, Lengza hurriedly took out his cell phone, and was about to give Yi Si-ki a call, when in the ring, a familiar face suddenly stepped out. Long Aotian. Crap, the one who came to take the test is Long Aotian? Lengza was a little surprised, and even more surprised was Yi Si-jin, who was sitting beside Long Aotian. However, very few of the people present knew Long Aotian's true identity. All they knew was that this kid had a strong background, and even the head of the General Council in the capital had personally introduced him, and he asked the Martial Arts Association of Zhongcheng to never make things difficult for this kid. The Martial Arts Association's test is simple. You want to challenge the innate difficulty, then the Martial Arts Association will send an innate level powerhouse to fight against it. As long as you can take 3 moves at the hands of an innate level powerhouse, then you are considered to have entered the threshold of the innate level. Of course, there will be no shortage of releases. For example, for someone with a strong identity background like Long Aotian, the innate level powerhouses that went forward to challenge him would definitely more or less let go. And since Zhang Cheng did not have an innate level powerhouse, this innate level powerhouse, who was transferred from the provincial association, was specifically in charge of assessing Long Aotian. What made Lengza a little surprised was that half a month ago, Long Aotian was only a chi refining stage martial artist, and so quickly evolved into an innate level powerhouse again? What kind of godly upgrade speed is this? It's so true that the protagonist is so lucky. Initially, Long Aotian was still just an inner strength martial artist. How many days has it been? In less than 2 months, he actually jumped to become an innate level powerhouse. If this wasn't enhanced by the protagonist's aura, Lengza would have said nothing to believe it. Soon, the examination began. An innate level powerhouse sent down from the province started a duel with Long Aotian. Lengza naturally didn't care about the process. After all, since Long Aotian was willing to come and participate, getting the innate documents was the nail in the coffin. What Lengza was more concerned about was Yi Si-jin beside him. He was curious as to what reward the system would give him if Yi Si-jin became the villainous grand heroine. Lengza hadn't quite figured out the system's reward rules until now. The body of steel, a sort of newbie gift package that the system had given itself. This thing was, to put it bluntly, what Lengza had used to strengthen his body in the first place in order to quickly sleep with Qin Shiyu, thus provoking Long Aotian to use it. It was only from Jiang Yihan that he was truly considered to have been rewarded by the system. Jiang Yihan's reward is $1 billion in cash. Yi Si-ki's reward, on the other hand, was a charming eye on top of the 1 billion cash. By analogy, Yi Si-jin's reward should be $1 billion in cash on top of whatever skill is more powerful than charming eyes, right? After all, if one extrapolated according to status, it should be that the higher the status of the woman, the more generous the rewards that could be brought to Lengza. So, one's current mission is to cultivate the villainous great heroine? Have the heroines start to loathe the protagonist and follow their own supervillain against the protagonist? At this time, Long Aotian, who was standing in the ring, had also completed his primary certification. Su Changdao personally walked up to the stage to present Long Outyan with the long-prepared innate realm martial artist badge. This medallion, which is actually a jade pendant, has a beautiful pattern on it. The jade pendant of many registered martial artists was usually hung at the waist like the ancients, though some others wore it around their necks. For example, Yi Sijin's jade pendant is hung around her neck with a red cord. This kind of jade pendant can be said to be a symbol of a martial artist. In the future, no matter where you go, as long as you hold this jade pendant, you can get a free residence in the Martial Arts Association chapters all over the country, and you can also go in and out of the major martial arts associations as you please. However, there was also a threshold for joining the Martial Arts Association, and the biggest reason why the Martial Arts Association was able to stand for 1,000 years without collapsing was still its profit model. The Budo Association adopts a membership system, i.e., you pay money to be recognized by the association. Even if you can't do anything and are a loser when it comes to martial arts, you can pay to get a badge for the most junior. The forging stage martial artist, Lang Zhe had a forged body martial artist badge in his home, and at that moment, the crowd on the stage was praising Long Outyan for his youthfulness. After all, one could not say that there were very few innate martial artists in their 20s in the country. One could only say that there were none. Long Aotian was the first. This naturally drew admiration from the martial artists present. Even Yi Sijin, who was sitting beside Lang Zhe, revealed a touch of envy. This young warrior is really young and talented. Yes, to obtain the badge of an innate martial artist at such a young age. I'm afraid, in our Dragon Kingdom, it's considered a rare talent in 1,000 years, isn't it? Another old martial artist slowly shook his head and said, that's because you guys haven't seen Zhou Liangchen. Zhou Liangchen? Who is that? You all don't know about Zhou Liangchen? He's only 25 this year, and he's already reached the realm of celestial unity. What? The people in the room froze in place when they heard this. After all, what did the realm of the unity of heaven and man mean? This meant that this person had received the highest certification from the Martial Arts Association. At the top, even the Martial Arts Association would not be able to assess them anymore. I guess there is no such talent in the world. Lang Zhe, who was sitting on the sidelines, listened to the old men's conversation. Indifferent. At this moment, he was considering how to turn Yi Sijin into a villainous great heroine as well. After all, Lang Zhe was also really curious about what kind of reward he could get if Yi Sijin became the villainous grand heroine. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe twisted his head to look at Yi Sijin beside him, and at this moment, Yi Sijin had already stood up and put her shoulder bag on her back, obviously intending to leave. But just then, Long Aotian suddenly walked over. At this moment, Long Aotian was very arrogant, as if Lang Zhe was no longer Long Aotian's opponent. It seemed as if, in Long Aotian's eyes, Lang Zhe was just a piece of trash that could be found anywhere on the street. Without even looking at Lang Zhe, he grabbed Yi Sijin's hand and said, Sijin, come with me, I'm doing this all for you. Yi Sijin sniffed and immediately shook off Long Aotian's hand. Although Yi Sijin didn't particularly hate Long Aotian, but after all, the Yi family's decline, grandfather's imprisonment, and Long Aotian have an indistinguishable relationship. If Long Aotian had not acted on impulse, he would not have ended up in such a situation. Yi Sijin blankly glanced at Long Aotian and said, stay away from me, we don't have any relationship, but this kid, Long Aotian, is really pretentious. Pointing directly at Lang Zhe, he said, are you really planning to marry this asshole? Sijin, everything I did was for you. As long as you can give me a word right now, no matter if it's Elder Yi, or the Yi family, all of them can be restored to their former glory, and I can even make the Yi family stand at the top of Jiang City. I have to say, Long Aotian's playing this pretense of hitting his face is really excellent. At this moment, Yi Sijin did have some serious thinking to do. She looked at Long Aotian in front of her, and the thoughts in her mind continued. Indeed, since Long Aotian was able to destroy the Yi family with a single phone call, he could also easily pick up the Yi family. But does it do you any good to follow someone who can't manage his emotions and can't move to use his connections and family to screw over another family? Benefits, indeed, but they must be temporary. After all, you never know if you're going to piss off someone like that again the next second. Lang Zhe was an asshole, but he wasn't an asshole enough to destroy a family just to save face. After all, even though Lang Zhe was a vicious young man, Lang Zhe's emotional control was still very strong. In fact, in Yi Sijin's eyes, it didn't matter how strong a man was. What matters is the control of emotions. Dragon Aotian? Oh, just a pretentious guy, no different from that Zhou Liangchen. People who can't even keep their emotions in check. It's dangerous to be with such people. However, in Lang Zhe's eyes, Yi Si-jin was completely misunderstanding Long Aotian. Long Aotian doesn't have good emotional control? Then I'm afraid there's no one in this world who can control his emotions well, right? Being green could be tolerated, but Coldzer couldn't do it anyway. Se-jin, promise me, you've seen how strong I am. Yi Si-jin was about to reply, but Lang Zhe, who was on the side, suddenly stood up. As an urban villain, at a time like this, it would be too strange for one to sit in place and be humiliated by Long Aotian pointing at his nose, right? Shouldn't the normal situation be that he humiliated Long Aotian, and then Long Aotian acted like a pig and ate a tiger? How can the plot be reversed now? Plus, Lang Zhe didn't want Yi Si-jin to be tricked by Long Aotian's flowery words. She's the big villainess she's decided to cultivate. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe immediately put on a rogue's pose and smiled wickedly as he opened his mouth to Long Aotian. Little dragon. Ah, don't pretend to be a pussy. What about your strength? It's not much, to be honest. What about character? It's even worse. I saved your ass last time and this is how you repay me? Digging for my corner? Lang Zhe gave a beat to the output, and Long Aotian immediately turned his head to look at Lang Zhe. At this time, Long Aotian had long since not been the same trash who had been cuckolded and still endured. At this point, the 3-year period had arrived. He was already the veritable ruler of Zhongchang. It's the dragon youngster of the capital, the heir to the famous Dragon King. Therefore, Long Aotian turned his head to look at Lang Zhe and spoke in an icy tone. Lang Zhe, last time, you saved my life, and I let you off the hook, so we're even. Lang Zhe sniffed and looked at Yi Si-jin on the side and said, honey, you like this type? Lang Zhe's implication is that you like a fool who can act so well? Yi Si-jin looked at Lang Zhe, and all of a sudden, her cheeks turned red. Hastily, he lowered his head without a word. Under the enchantment of the charming eyes, Yi Si-jin was now immediately deer in the headlights whenever she locked eyes with Lang Zhe. Although she didn't want to admit that she liked Lang Zhe, her body didn't lie. As I said before, Lang Zhe's charming eyes wouldn't make the other person love themselves to death with one look though, but it can subtly affect the target's mind, even make the opposite sex desire a certain aspect. At this moment, Yi Si-jin clenched her legs and felt hot all over. Just the feeling of being stared at by Coldzer and about to get wet. Lang Zhe was still a bit curious when he saw this. After all, Lang Zhe wasn't really sure how strong the energy of the charming eye was. This? Lang Zhe looked at Yi Si-jin, who was squirming on the side, and his eyes quietly scanned up and down. Long Aotian's eyes, on the other hand, were even more surprised. At this moment, Long Aotian was staring at Yi Si-jin's delta zone in disbelief. Lang Zhe looked at Long Aotian with eyes that were curious at first. What's this kid looking at? I'm wearing pants. Hey, how can you look so serious through your pants? Looking at Long Aotian, who was like a tinkling cat, Lang Zhe seemed to have thought of something. That's right. Long Aotian was not only bursting with luck and excellent medical skills, the most awesome thing was that he also had perspective eyes. What's the book called? The Dragon Son-in-Law of the Perspective Doctor. Crap. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe subconsciously stretched out 2 fingers and directly inserted them into Long Aotian's eyes. Where the fuck are you looking? Ah. Long Aotian was plunged straight into his eyes by Lang Zhe. Instantly, he covered his eyes in pain and stumbled to the floor. Lang Zhe's thrust just now, he himself didn't control the force. Originally, I just wanted to punish Long Aotian, but I didn't expect. Long Aotian's eyes were actually oozing blood out at the moment. After taking a look at his own fingers, Lang Zhe was instantly dumbfounded. The blood on his fingers, dripping down continuously. Lang Zhe instantly realized that he was in trouble. Done. Impulsive. Lang Zhe immediately pulled Yi Si-jin's hand and said, run. After saying that, the 2 of them frantically rushed out of the gate. Come outside and get in Yi Si-jin's car. Yi Si-jin hadn't come back to her senses for a while, and looked at Lang Zhe in the passenger side and said, you, what are you doing? Run. It's too late if you don't run. I just accidentally poked Long Aotian's eyes out. When Yi Si-jin heard this, although she hadn't figured out the situation yet, she could only start the car and run towards the Yi family's villa first. And at this moment, inside the arena, Su Changdao rushed up and helped up Long Aotian, who was collapsed on the ground and constantly struggling in pain. Young dragon? What's wrong with you? What's going on? Su Changdao hurriedly looked at the people around him and said, what exactly happened just now? The people around them also looked at each other in disbelief. After all, it happened so fast that the big guys didn't have time to react. Lang Zhe, you asshole! Long Aotian lay in Su Changdao's arms, covering his eyes that were covered in blood, and roared angrily. When Su Changdao heard this, he immediately turned his head to look around. It was discovered that Lang Zhe and Yi Si-jin had long since disappeared. At once, Su Changdao's heart went cold. Lunza, what have you done? Inside the arena, there was panic. Not long afterward, the sound of an ambulance rang out from outside. Su Changdao hurriedly carried Long Ao Tian and quickly ran outside. At this moment, inside the Yi family villa, Lunza was more or less flustered. Though, in theory, one was already considered invincible by virtue of his body of steel. But the problem is, his family is so big that he can't die. But what about all these properties under his name? Now it's good. Accidentally poking the eyes of the youngest master of the Long family blind. Saying that you are not afraid. That's a lie. As for Yi Si-jin at this moment, she was also still sitting beside Leng Zhe. With a cautious face, he looked at Leng Zhe and said, I thought you were sensible, but I didn't expect you to be so irrational as well? Leng Zhe shrugged his shoulders and said, there's no way. You may not believe me when I say it. Long Ao Tian. He has perspective eyes. As soon as those words were uttered, Lunza regretted them. After all, who would believe such a thing when it is said? However, based on the experience of being beaten to death by Long Ao Tian on previous occasions, although Long Ao Tian had perspective eyes, he normally wouldn't use them. After all, Long Ao Tian is the main character. As the light of the righteous path, how could he possibly do that kind of nasty thing? Even if he had perspective eyes, he wouldn't just use them and look at someone else's naked body. But, this time, why did Leng Zhe suddenly use his penetrating eyes? The reason why Leng Zhe dared to judge that Long Ao Tian must have been using his perspective eyes just now was also very simple. Because there's no way a normal person would stare at someone's crotch. Unless, of course, it's that he saw something he shouldn't have. But Yi Si-jin's crotch wasn't open. So what was there to see? Then the reason is simple. Long Ao Tian realized that Yi Si-jin was not right. Her face flushed and her legs clenched. So subconsciously, she used her penetrating eyes and looked at the part where she was clamped. That's not a good thing to look at. But it certainly confirms something. That is, Leng Zhe's charming eye effect was truly divine. It made Yi Si-jin wet. Although Lungza didn't want to think so nasty, the problem was that it was the only explanation. Thinking of this, Leng Zhe also looked at Yi Si-jin's crotch. The feeling, I must say, is really shameful. Feeling so nasty and perverted. But Leng Zhe was also genuinely curious about just how strong the effects of the charming eye were. But even if Yi Si-jin was really wet, through a pair of pants, it was impossible for Leng Zhe to see it. Unless she pees. Thinking about it, Leng Zhe had to play up his rogue nature. Simply ask directly, did you just poem? As soon as Yi Si-jin heard this, her face instantly turned red and she hurriedly lowered her head. You, what the hell are you talking about? How can it be? I don't understand what you're talking about. Leng Zhe was also basically able to be sure after seeing Yi Si-jin's reaction. 9 out of 10. That's not surprising. Long Ao Tian is such a decent person. He can simply be called the light of the righteous path. So naturally he can't possibly do nasty things. He must have seen something when he was staring at your crotch to look at it so intensely. Hearing Leng Zhe say that, Yi Si-jin's legs clamped tighter. He even snuck a look at himself while Lungza wasn't looking. Although there was nothing to see, Yi Si-jin was under a lot of mental pressure. With a red face and a lowered head, she gulped and spoke. I'm leaving, not talking to you, rascal. After saying that, Yi Si-jin quickly turned around, took off her jacket, tied it around her waist, and then quickly ran back to her room. Seeing this, Leng Zhe didn't say anything more. And at this moment, the two of them, Yi Siki and Zhou Dalong, also walked over. Xiao Lang, I've already sent people to the hospital to keep an eye on it, and will report back as soon as there's any movement. Leng Zhe nodded and said, very well. The question now is whether Long Ao Tian will use their family's power to mess with me. Lengza thought about it, and he didn't seem to have any weaknesses. Even if Long Ao Tian wanted to mess with the Long family, he could only go and mess with his own cheap old man. Although he himself was a notorious evil young man in Jiangchang, after all, he hadn't done anything illegal. So naturally, he didn't have any handles in the hands of the Long family. The reason why the Long family could destroy the Yi family with the snap of a finger was because the Yi family had too many handles. The Yi family has done too many unconscionable things to hide. And on the contrary, what about yourself? In addition to some of the properties under his name, which were obtained by his cheap old man back in the day through trickery and theft, but a large portion of the remaining properties were all legitimate assets. As for myself, that's even more legit. The only thing Leng Zhe had done that wasn't legal was probably poking Long Ao Tian's eyes out, right? Am I being willfully hurt? Leng Zhe suddenly opened his mouth and asked. On the side, Yi Siki blankly glanced at Leng Zhe and said, nonsense, you've poked someone's eyes out. Sentencing you to attempted murder won't even cut it. Zhou Dalong also nodded slowly, then continued to open his mouth and added, if you, young master, are just poking out the eyes of a random person with no background, then I have 10,000 ways to get you out in one piece. But it is only a pity that Long Aotion's background is too strong. With the strength of Long Aotion's background, it is more than enough to make you eat a lifetime of prison. Lengze admitted that he had been the one who had been impulsive. But Lengze really couldn't figure out why Long Aotion had no defense at all when he poked Long Aotion's eyes when he was the same innate realm powerhouse. Lengze originally just wanted to scare Long Aotion, but he didn't expect that Long Aotion didn't have any defense at all and was directly poked blind by himself. Now Coldzer could still feel it. What about the feeling when 2 fingers were covered in blood? It was a feeling that was really hard to describe. It does get a little uncomfortable. There is a feeling of going to the toilet in the dark in the middle of the night and touching a rotting dead mouse. Disgusting? Must be disgusting. Poking someone's eyes out could be so disgusting. Lengze could even imagine how disgusting it was to kill someone. What kind of feelings those perverts in the murder and mutilation cases were harboring? Coldzer couldn't imagine. Just then, several luxury cars slowly stopped in the middle of the villa's courtyard. Through the window, Lengze saw a group of men in black, walking down from the car. Seeing this scene, Zhou Dalong immediately picked up the phone. Brothers, come alive. Zhou Dalong had long been ready for a firefight. If the Long family's people insisted on taking Lengze away, then Zhou Dalong didn't mind completely tearing his face off with the Long family and fighting them in Jiangchang. After all, the Long family was the Long family of the capital city, and the capital city, which was 100,000 miles away from Jiangchang. Zhou Dalong firmly believed that a strong dragon could not suppress a snake on the ground. But Lengze waved his hand very calmly and said to Zhou Dalong, "Don't be impulsive first, let's see what they're here for." After saying that, Lengze put on his jacket and took a big step towards the door. The person who came face to face was not someone from the Long family, but the Jiangcheng branch president of the Martial Arts Association, Su Changdao. Su Changdao still had the same immortal appearance, only this time, Su Changdao's expression was not as polite as the last time. Instead, he looked at Lengze with a serious expression and said with his hands behind his back, "Young Master Lang, is it convenient to come inside to talk?" Lengze made a gesture of invitation. Su Changdao followed behind Lengze and arrived at the study. Nonchalantly, he sat down on the couch. Lengze, on the other hand, sat across from Su Changdao and crossed his legs. "Young Master Lang has gone too far this time," Su Changdao said in a serious tone. Lengze, on the other hand, still puts on that playboy gentleman pose and replies, "Then, does old senior Su want to capture me to go back to take credit?" This statement made Su Changdao a little embarrassed. To be honest, he kinda wanted to, but unfortunately, Su Changdao was clear that even if everyone from the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association went together, they probably couldn't help Lengze. Thus, he slowly shook his head and replied, "Young Master Lang is joking. The Long family will handle this matter." The old man came just to deal with young Master Lang. "Oh," Lengze smiled slightly. "How do you negotiate?" "Long Yuqua from the capital. Do you recognize him?" "What do I know him for?" Coldzer laughed. "It's good if you don't recognize it. Those who don't know are not guilty." Su Changdao continued. Currently, Long Aotion did not intend to inform the family about this matter, so the Long family does not know about it yet. But the Martial Arts Association knows that the Provincial Association is now ready to impeach me. After all, I injured their VIP. Therefore, in the future, I, Su Changdao, will no longer hold the position of president of the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association, which means that I can't speak for you. Lengze waved his hand and smiled. "No need." Hearing this, Su Changdao looked at Lengze with even colder eyes. This kid, he's so cocky. At this time, Yi Siki, who was on the side, did not know where to take out a piece of paper and a pen, and suddenly rushed over, handing the paper and pen to Lengze, and said with a face full of anxiety, "Lengze, quickly write your will. You also don't want your billions of family fortune to run into Long Aotion's hands, right? You write the will. Give it to me, give it to me. I'll burn paper for you when you die. I'll burn you villas, burn beautiful women. I'll burn you $10 billion a year. You fuck?" Lengze stared at Yisiki, who had suddenly appeared, with a speechless expression. Su Changdao, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, was all taken aback by such a sudden statement from Yisiki. "I have to say, it does seem a little scary to have a girl living in your house all day who expects you to hurry up and write your will every day." "Hey," Yisiki bared her teeth and smiled, saying, "You haven't just messed with a big shot. I'm also saving for a rainy day. Think about our Yi family in the beginning. Most of the assets ran into the hands of the current Long Aotiana. If you don't write a will in advance and transfer the assets to my name, then maybe your end will be the same as our Yi family." Lengze gave Yisiki a blank look. What's going on in this little girl's head? Can he, Lengze, not know? Still not ready for a rainy day. She's clearly trying to take advantage of the fire. Roll on, roll on. Lung Zhe waved his hand. At this moment, he was really not in the mood to joke with Yi Siki. Continuing to look at Su Changdao in front of him, Lung Zhe then spoke. Then, Elder Su, what exactly is it that you're looking for me for? Neither are they going to give me to Long Aotian first, as a pitch, nor are they going to help me put in a good word with the Martial Arts Association. Lungza leaned forward. What the hell do you want? Lungza's meaning was simple. Don't sell out. Fart on it. Su Changdao still smiled at his words. It was as if they were going to continue to sell it, but after seeing Lang Zhe's not-so-friendly eyes, he immediately retracted his smile. Honestly speaking, at this time, Su Changdao was really a bit afraid of Lang Zhe. It was no wonder that Lang Zhe wasn't sure just how strong the strongest people in this world could be. In fact, the first 7 times Lengza, he didn't even know it was a high martial world. Even now, after Lang Zhe knew that he was in a high martial world, he still didn't know where the upper limit was. But Su Changdao was clear. He couldn't have been clearer. After hanging out in the Martial Arts Association for so many years, Su Changdao's knowledge of the Dragon Kingdom's martial artist session could even surpass his knowledge of his old partner. With Lang Zhe's current strength, if he wanted to kill Su Changdao, no one in the entire Jiangcheng could stop him. In Jiangcheng, the only people who could stop Lang Zhe were probably the military. But what does the military do? Their mission is to protect the country, and their guns are pointed at outsiders, not at their own families. Even if Lang Zhe had flipped off Jiangcheng, it was still under the jurisdiction of the police, and was at best a terrorist. Thinking of this, the corners of Su Changdao's mouth twitched slightly. Then he sighed and spoke. Lang Zhe, the old man came just to cooperate with you. Cooperation? Lang Zhe froze slightly when he heard this. What was there to cooperate between himself and the soon-to-be-impeached branch president of the Martial Arts Association? You are a rare talent that will not be encountered in 1,000 years. Su Changdao continued to speak. Honestly, if you can work for the Martial Arts Association, then the association will find a way to protect you. It's also a task given to me from above. You know, the fact that you were able to poke out the eyes of an innate-level martial artist in a split second is sufficient proof that you have extraordinary strength. You should know that among the martial artists registered with the Martial Arts Association, there are only less than 10 whose strength has reached the celestial realm. What's more, you're not even 30 years old. You, for the association, are more important than the association's relationship with the dragon family. At this point, Su Changdao came to an abrupt halt. Not that he finished. Rather, it was the rest of the words that he couldn't say. The order given to Su Changdao by the Martial Arts Association was to train Lang Zhe. Imagine a young man who was less than 30 years old and whose strength had already reached the ceiling of the martial artist class. Then what level would Lang Zhe reach if he continued to cultivate? The Martial Arts Association also wanted to see where the upper limit of martial artists really was. To put it simply, Lang Zhe was now to the Martial Arts Association like the U.S. Army discovering oil. Protecting the oil is not the goal, utilizing the oil is the goal. A top-level powerhouse of the celestial realm was as precious as oil to the Martial Arts Association. By controlling most of the top powerhouses in the country, the Martial Arts Association was able to have a place in politics. At this moment, Lang Zhe frowned slightly. In fact, regarding this question, Lang Zhe was also thinking about it many times in his head at this moment. He was also clear that the Martial Arts Association couldn't possibly bail out a foppish villain for no reason. Himself, he will surely be used by the association. But right now, Lang Zhe didn't seem to have a better way to solve this problem. After thinking about it, Lang Zhe shrugged and said, I agree. Join the Martial Arts Association. Koldzer said it as easily as deciding on a business deal for only a few $1 million at a time. It messed with Su Changdao for a while. He was all set on how to persuade Lang Zhe next. However, after only a moment's pause, Su Changdao immediately smiled joyfully and said, Ha 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 ha, I knew that young Master Lang is a smart person and will definitely. Before Su Changdao could finish, Lang Zhe immediately waved his hand and said, Alright, don't talk about all this nonsense. It's no use complimenting me. We're just getting what we want. The meaning of Lang Zhe's words was quite obvious. It means, you old man is bad. Don't think that I don't know that you treat me like oil. I have no choice now. Otherwise no one can control me. At the same time, Lang Zhe also understood that joining the Martial Arts Association meant that in the future, his behavior would be subject to the Martial Arts Association in every way. And what the Budo Association tells you to do, you still have to go. Occasionally, you might have to represent your country and fight with foreigners or something like that. However, none of this Lang Zhe cared. The only thing he cared about was getting rid of this big trouble of Long Aotian first. Although Su Changdao didn't expect that Lang Zhe, the kid, would actually speak so bluntly, he didn't say anything. Both sides have gotten the word out and know the ropes. Lang Zhe is clear about the other party's purpose. And the other party is also clear about Lang Zhe's purpose, so that both sides are transparent about the business, and do it with less worry. Thinking of this, Su Changdao slowly got up and said, "That's it then. Tomorrow, please also ask young Master Ling to make a trip to the Martial Arts Association to complete the membership procedures." Lang Zhe sniffed and nodded, and nothing more was said. It didn't even say anything about going out to see off guests. Just like this, he watched Su Changdao, alone, on his crutches, move slowly toward the gate. After Su Changdao and the others left, Yi Sijin changed into a new outfit and came to Lang Zhe's study. All talked out? Yi Sijin suddenly opened her mouth and asked. Lang Zhe nodded. A small matter. How about you? Got new underwear? Yi Sijin's small face instantly turned red. She looked angrily at Lang Zhe and said, "Can you stop being so disgusting?" Lang Zhe bared his teeth and laughed. "Is it still me if I'm not disgusting? Ha 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 ha." Saying that, Lang Zhe stood up and hugged Yi Sijin's neck with a big grin and said, "Your fiancé me. I'm awesome. See, the Martial Arts Association has personally come to bail me out. So the matter of poking out Long Ao Tian's eyes is in the past." Yi Sijin tried to shake off Lang Zhe, but who knew that Lang Zhe was too strong. After a few tries, she gave up, so spoke up and replied, "It's definitely not going to be that simple. I know the tricks of the Budo Association all too well. For a martial artist of my level, in Jiangcheng, it's certainly easy to live and enjoy many of the association's benefits and conveniences. But for you, joining the Martial Arts Association will only be a hassle." Lang Zhe frowned slightly at his words. In fact, he could understand Yi Sijin's advice. Yi Sijin, as a Huanjing stage martial artist, belonged to the category of experts in the Martial Arts Association. The difference was that Yi Sijin wasn't that important to the Martial Arts Association. Often, it's positions like Yi Sijin's that aren't important, but can't be less important, that are the easiest. And a very important position like Coldzer is the hardest to get through. Yi Sijin continued to speak at this time and reminded, "Confronting the Dragon family will cause the Martial Arts Association to lose a lot, but the executives of the Martial Arts Association aren't a bunch of fools, and what they lose, they'll get back on you." Lang Zhe sniffed, shrugged his shoulders, and made some remarks that were very apt to his super-villain status. "The person who can take advantage of my Lang Zhe's hands has yet to be born." Lang Zhe's arrogance didn't make Yi Sijin admire it. Instead, it made Yi Sijin feel that Lang Zhe was a milquetoast brat. It was no wonder. After all, the previous Lang Zhe was only a martial artist at the lowest level of the Martial Arts Association. It's just a waste of a body forging stage that barely qualifies as a martial artist. Yi Sijin's knowledge of the Martial Arts Association could far exceed Lang Zhe's imagination. In the Dragon Kingdom, the Martial Arts Association even dared to call the shots of the topmost authority. Lunza? In their eyes, it's just resources. Still, the analogy is that for the US military, oil is indeed important. But it is only a resource. It's consumable. It's a consumable. Since it's a consumable, there's always a day when it runs out. At this time, Yi Siki appeared behind Lang Zhe with a disappointed face. Lang Zhe twisted his head to look, and Yi Siki subconsciously looked at Lang Zhe as well. The two men looked at each other in all directions. Looking at each other, Yi Siki was also affected by the seductive eyes, and her little face flushed red, hastily lowered his head and swallowed. "Cold, brother-in-law. You quickly write a will. Ah." Lang Zhe immediately realized something when he saw this scene. Truth be told, the charming eye was quite annoying. He hastily picked up the sunglasses hanging on his shirt collar and put them on his face and said, "You little girl, why don't you learn? Day after day, you expect your brother-in-law me to die. You want your sister to be widowed." Ah? When Yi Sijin heard this, she hurriedly pushed Lang Zhe away and said in a cold voice, "What are you babbling about? I'm telling you, Lang Zhe, there's no way I'm marrying you." "Not married?" Upon hearing this, Lang Zhe hemmed and hawed and said, "Then I'll sell the tea house? You, how dare you?" Saying that, Yi Sijin immediately clenched her small fists. At this time, a woman's moan suddenly came from upstairs. That voice, a ghostly cry, was heard by all three present. "Ah ha ha ha. Harder, make it harder." "Ah, it's okay, this house is specially soundproofed. They can't hear you. Come on." A woman's roar came from upstairs. "You know, this is a mansion. No matter how bad the soundproofing is, it's impossible to hear the voices upstairs so clearly, right?" The woman's voice was gruff, but what was certain was that it definitely didn't mean pain. Rather, enjoy the sound. "Who lives upstairs?" Lang Zhe frowned. There were only 3 women in the house: Yi Sijin, Yi Siki, and Xue Bingbing, who was preparing for the exam. Xue Bingbing wore headphones all day long to practice English listening. Even if she was doing something up there, the sound was not right. With Lang Zhe's years of experience in viewing adult education movies, This sound is XX sound. The two sisters, Yi Siki and Yi Si-jin, were also confused. At this time, Yi Siki on the side weakly raised her hand and said, "Upstairs. It's Mom's room." Leng Zhe let out a sigh of relief at his words. Only, it could be bitter for the two Yi Si-jin Yi Siki sisters. His own mother did not know what she was doing upstairs, and made such a difficult sound that Leng Zhe could hear clearly, and it would be strange for the sisters not to be embarrassed. The voice shouted, hating the tonsils. "You too, why don't one of you go and remind them?" Leng Zhe looked embarrassed. In fact, regarding the mother of the two Yi sisters, Leng Zhe had known for a long time that bitch was no good. What could be so great about a woman who could wear pantyhose in a vacuum on the day of her daughter's engagement party with her crotch ripped? Only, what Leng Zhe didn't expect was that the woman actually dared to look for wild men at home openly and honestly. It's not even if you look for it at home. The key is still fucking at Leng Zhe's house. Right, the Yi family mansion is now Leng Zhe's. Previously, Master Yi said that he would let himself take care of his two granddaughters, but he didn't say that he would let Leng Zhe take care of his daughter-in-law, who could suck dirt while sitting on the ground. Originally, Leng Zhe did have a soft heart, so he didn't kick the sister's mother out, thinking that since he was going to marry Yi Si-jin's mother was also considered his own family. Plus, everyone is an adult, and Yi Si-jin's father has been gone for so many years that it's only natural for her mother to be looking for a man. But the problem is that you lead a man to my house, and you did that on my head. Do you have any shame? Even though Leng Zhe had a lot of irritation in his heart, he couldn't question people to their faces. Could he? People are at least in their 50s, old enough to be their own mothers, and to go straight up and kick in the door, not to mention the issue of hot eyes. The key is also very embarrassing indeed. So Leng Zhe could only pay tribute to the two sisters, Yi Si-jin and Yi Siki, to go up and remind them. But the sisters were embarrassed. What kind of thing is this? There was no choice but to close the door to the study, and the three of them came to sit in the living room. Not long after, the sultry and flirtatious dressed Yi mother walked down on the arm of a young man wearing a white shirt and suit pants. The reason I say young man is because the man was indeed young, probably about the same age as Leng Zhe. The body is also strong, and I guess it's all tendon flesh with the shirt off. Seeing that her daughters and son-in-law to be were waiting in the living room, Yi mother smiled awkwardly and hurriedly opened her mouth to introduce herself. "Ah, everyone is here? Just in time." Mom introduces. "This one is a friend of Mom's, will come often in the future." The two of them, Yi Siki and Yi Si-jin, looked at each other and did not say anything. "You guys, just call him Chang from now on. He's Mom's tennis coach." Tennis coach? Leng Zhe didn't even know that there was a tennis court in the Yi family's villa. Looks like I'll have to take a stroll around the big villa sometime. The young man called Xiao Zhan was also familiar with himself and waved his hand directly at the two Yi sisters. "Hi, two little beauties." When he looked at Leng Zhe, Xiao Zhan was all high and mighty. "This is the famous Leng Xiao, right?" Leng Zhe smiled and nodded at his words, but still wearing these sunglasses. After all, the charming eye only distinguishes between genders, not ages. If he gave Yi mother a wet look, then he would be in trouble. However, it had to be said that even though Mother Yi was 50 this year, she was still really charming, maintained like a woman in her 30s. The body is even more of a mouthful. More than the kind of girlishness of the Yi sisters, there was more, a buxom mature charm. The somewhat scarlet cheeks after the battle with the tennis coach called Chang just now were even more full of the flavor of a mature woman. Damn it! Leng Zhe hastily withdrew his dirty gaze. Am I addicted? How come I'm always so interested in other people's wives? No. Even if I were that Xiao thief, then the one I like would be Xiao Chao's type. How could I possibly be interested in a 50-way undead? Alas, I'm not the same as Leng Xiao. My dad is a migrant worker. So what I want, I can only rely on my own efforts. I really envy Mr. Leng. Having a good father who earns so much money to leave to his son. Like me, I have to rely on my own hard-working hands. Chang continued. Leng Zhe smiled helplessly at his words. This kid, he's obviously connoting himself. The tone, it sounded weird. However, Leng Zhe didn't care. After all, don't say that. You don't have to feel inferior. Don't you make a lot of money with a good body? Who wouldn't be able to connote? On the subject of yin and yang, Leng Zhe hasn't been afraid of anyone yet. This sentence directly gave Xiao Zhang a dislike. Don't misunderstand me, haha. I'm not looking down on people like you. On the contrary, I admire you. After all, not everyone has the courage to be like you. Leng Zhe. Yi mother immediately interrupted Leng Zhe at this moment. You child, what are you talking about? He's trying so hard to teach auntie. He's already very competent as a tennis coach. Leng Zhe almost laughed out loud at his words. Although he didn't intend to kick Yi mother out just because of this, there was always a warning. Lung Zhe stood up and said with a smile on his face, Auntie to remind you, this is my home. I don't object to you making friends, Auntie, but could you please not bring strangers into my house? There's a hotel across the street if you need it. This statement came out. Yi mother was just about to scold Lung Zhe, but suddenly realized that Lung Zhe was right. She also knew that her entire family, including her 2 daughters, were now relying on Lung Zhe to stay alive. If he angered this little ancestor, he would have nothing left. Thinking of this, Mother Yi hurriedly smiled awkwardly and said, "Ah ha 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 ha, young Master Lang is joking. But don't worry, just this once it won't happen again." After saying that, he hurriedly took Xiao Zhang on his arm and walked out. Xiao Zhang, on the other hand, looked deeply at Lung Zhe before leaving. Although Lung Zhe had never seen this kind of look before, he suddenly had a bad premonition. Elder Yi must have had another layer of reasons for transferring the family fortune to his name, besides keeping his 2 granddaughters. Probably, that old Biden already knew that his daughter-in-law was not a good person. Yi family remaining this huge family property, if handed over to Yi Sijin's hands, with Yi Sijin's character, will certainly not be able to prevent her own mother. But Lung Zhe was different. Lang Zhe, as an outsider, wouldn't care what Yi mother thought. To put it humanly, Mother Yi and that little lover of hers have probably been snooping around the Yi family fortune all along. And the 2 of them still hadn't given up on getting the Yi family's assets in Lang Zhe's hands. At this time, Jiangcheng People's Hospital. Long Ao Tian's face was wrapped in a circle of bandages, completely covering his entire face. Long Ao Tian, who was lying on the bed, did not utter a word. Young dragon, Master said that he must take you back to the capital today. Hua Jiangwo, who was standing on the opposite side of the room, spoke in a humble tone. Long Ao Tian remained silent. Instead, he clenched his fists in death and gritted his teeth. He couldn't believe it. He died not believing it. Himself, he actually became an invalid, become a blind man. Why is it that every time he or she has been true to a woman, he or she has suffered so miserably? Long Ao Tian is angry. Long Ao Tian is puzzled. What about Lengza? I want him dead. He must die. Hua sniffed inside. Shaking his head slowly, he said, someone is bailing him out. Who? Long Ao Tian asked. Martial Arts Association. Hua replied. At those words, Long Ao Tian was silent. Martial Arts Association? That's the same martial arts association that has respect for the Long family? How could they bail out a dude too? Or a punk with no family background? In Long Ao Tian's eyes, Lung Zhe was indeed a punk with little background. This was also something Long Ao Tian could not accept. He, himself, was actually poked and blinded by a punk, and the Long family, who was the richest in the Dragon Kingdom, could do nothing about it. Impossible. How could the district Lang Zhe make the Martial Arts Association go against the Long family for this? After a long time, Long Ao Tian only opened his mouth. Hua Jiangwo sniffed, took a deep breath and said, Young master, don't worry. This breath, the old master won't swallow it willingly. Come back to the capital with me, and leave the matter behind to the old master. As much as Long Ao Tian wanted to refuse, as much as he wanted to finish off Ling Zhe with his own hands, but he knew that with his current abilities, he could do nothing on his own. He also had no choice but to return to the capital. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Long Ao Tian gritted his teeth. Not long after, several nurses walked in and transferred Long Ao Tian to a wheelchair. Hua, on the other hand, pushed his wheelchair and slowly walked towards the outside of the hospital. On the other side, Lang Zhe immediately took off his sunglasses after he watched Mother Yi and her young lover leave. Staring at Yi Siki and Yi Sijin in front of her, she said, Did you see that? That little white boy actually yin-yanged me? The sisters looked at each other and could only lower their heads in embarrassment. This is my house. If she ever dares to step through this door with that little white boy, I really won't be able to resist. Lungza did get a little angry. However, it wasn't really that little white boy's sarcasm that made Ling Zhe angry. To be honest, the little white man spoke in a difficult way, and Lung Zhe disliked it. But the problem was, Lang Zhe couldn't figure out how he, a villainous rich second generation, had been reduced to having to support a large family surnamed Ji, not to mention her mother's young lover. And I have to pay my mother-in-law to be to keep a gigolo? Does that make sense? It doesn't make sense. It would make sense if it happened to the protagonist. But the problem is, he's the villainous villain. A villainous villain has to be a villainous villain. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe immediately opened his mouth. No, bear with it for a while. The more you think about it, the more angry you get. Chow Tai Lung. Lungza immediately yelled at the top of his lungs. Zhou Dalong immediately scurried out from an unknown corner. Young master, what is it? Lang Zhe pointed at Zhou Dalong and said, Did you see that just now? You mean the little white boy? Saying that, Zhou Dalong's face of horizontal meat evilly smiled. Right. As much as I want to be a good law-abiding citizen, I have to warn him. And by the way, the old woman, as for how to warn, feel free, but don't make a scene, okay? When Zhou Dalong heard this, he immediately patted his chest and said, no problem, young master. Saying that, Zhou Dalong walked away with a smile on his face. The eyes that looked at Leng Zhe changed. What started out as respect suddenly turned into some kind of looking forward to the expression. That's right, as a gang cadre Zhou Dalong, since the old man left, has not been doing any serious business. There was no other reason. It was because the young master was determined to be a good law-abiding citizen, resulting in him, the second in command of the gang, only being able to follow Leng Zhe's ass as a bodyguard, completely lost the look of the year when he was so spirited. Zhou Dalong even doubted for a while that if things went on like this, there would still be people in the Jianghu who could remember Zhou Dalong's mighty name. On the other hand, Leng Zhe, after giving the order, had a pain in his heart. All along, Leng Zhe had used the laws of the real world to bind himself. Every day, I desperately tell myself to be a good law-abiding citizen. Unbeknownst to him, he is being morally kidnapped by himself every day. Today suddenly don't want morality. Because of a word from others, you have to give others a half-death. The feeling of being a villainous villain again. It is really painful. But Yi Si-jin and Yi Siki, who were sitting on the opposite side of the table, were not willing to do so. Yi Siki blankly glanced at Leng Zhe and said, sure enough, you're still the same asshole who can't move without hitting someone. Yi Si-jin also added, at least she is my mom. How can you be like this? However, the two were just going through the motions and had no intention of stopping Leng Zhe. After all, they both really looked at that little white boy in a bad light too. Looking at his own mother was also not good, but he couldn't ask Leng Zhe to help him teach his own mother a lesson. Facing the sister's accusations, Leng Zhe was also speechless. I wanted to retort something, but I just opened my mouth and didn't know what to retort. Contemplating for a moment, Leng Zhe immediately got up and said, no more nonsense with you two. I'll go up and see how Shui Bingbing's homework is going. After saying that, Leng Zhe was about to go upstairs, but just a few steps out, a call suddenly came. Hello, Zhao Jiang? On the other side of the phone, Zhao Zhang's anxious voice suddenly appeared. It's not good. Long Xiao, there. Someone has come to smash the venue. All three of our nightclubs in the city center have been swept away. Ha? Leng Zhe was all confused once he heard that. After all, it's 2023. How can there still be such a thing as sweeping the field? Then what the fuck are you calling me for? Call the police. Fuck. Zhao Jiang was also confused when he heard Leng Zhe's words. No? What are we doing here? We're gangsters. It's a triad on the other side. 2. Call the police? Isn't that just to make things worse for yourself? However, this kind of words Zhao Jiang naturally does not dare to say out with Leng Zhe, can only awkwardly smile and said, no, Long Xiao, we are the triad. Black Nyonya money. We are law-abiding businessmen. How many times have I told you? We have to obey the law. If you get in trouble, call the police. Zhao Jiang frowned when he heard this. He knew that since Leng Hongyuan had left, Leng Zhe had begun to lead the Leng family to legitimize their business, thoroughly posing toward the shadow of the dark forces. But what Zhao Jiang didn't expect was for Leng Zhe to move so quickly. Now that the Lang family had no more underground business that could make the police suspicious? Thinking of this, Zhao Jiang suddenly came to a realization. Yeah, if we put it in the past, in the entire Jiangcheng, which gang would dare to lay hands on the Lang family's business? The fact that they now dared to smash the Lang family's venue was enough to illustrate a point. The Long family, completely retired. The Lang family's withdrawal also meant that several other underground forces thought that this newly appointed young master of the Lang family was a softie, and they all wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to bring down the Lang family, and then divide all of the industries of the entire Lang family. Thinking of this, Zhao Jiang immediately spoke. Good, I'll go call the police right now. After saying that, he immediately hung up the phone. Honestly, given Leng Zhe's current strength, he really didn't see the income from those nightclubs in the city center. The nightclubs in the center of the city have a combined annual profit of only a few tens of millions of dollars. After deducting the dividends given to Zhao Jiang, there wasn't much left. But it was different for Zhao Jiang. For Zhao Jiang, the right to operate these nightclubs of the Lang family was all the Zhao family had. Even though Leng Zhe didn't care much for those nightclubs in the city center, Zhao Jiang treated them like treasures. Although they were only a small shareholder, it was only because Leng Zhe wanted to be a shirker that he gave the Zhao family's 30% profit share of those nightclubs. After Leng Zhe hung up the phone, Yi Si-jin immediately stood up and rolled up her sleeves. What happened? I heard that the nightclub was swept? Leng Zhe froze at his words and turned his head to look at Yi Si-jin. How do you know? You're on speakerphone. Oh. Lang Zhe looked at his cell phone and put it into his pants pocket. Well, but it's not a big problem, just let the police uncle handle it. Yi Si-jin sniffed, but laughed coldly. Lang Zhe, you're too naive, aren't you? Since the other party dared to go and smash your nightclub, it means that they are not afraid of the police at all. Lang Zhe sniffed and shrugged. Then let them smash it. I don't rely on those nightclubs to make money anyway. Yi Si-jin's expression immediately changed upon hearing this. She shook her head helplessly and frowned. This has nothing to do with money. This is a matter of face. Seeing Yi Si-jin suddenly get so angry, Lang Zhe was a bit puzzled for a moment. Even if I lose face, it's me, Lang Zhe, who loses face. What does it have to do with you, Miss Yi? No, you're not sick, are you? What's it to you? Lang Zhe asked with a puzzled look on his face. Yi Si-jin smiled helplessly at his words and said, nothing to do with me? Now that the Yi family and the Lang family are tied together, the Long family is the Yi family. It's not just your face that's lost when the nightclub is swept away. Saying that, Yi Si-jin pumped her shoulders. The not-so-subtle muscle in his arm twitched with it. Although Yi Si-jin was beautiful and had a great body, but after all, he was a martial arts practitioner, and he pumped up his bladder. Always gives a King Kong Barbie feel. Right, Chun-Li, right. Lang Zhe immediately remembered the classic character from Street Fighter. Although Yi Si-jin wasn't as strong as Chun-Li, she was definitely considered outstanding among the girls. Some men are called fine dogs before her. Fine dog, here, is not a derogatory term. Rather, many men are really just fine dogs when it comes to her. Lang Zhe froze for a moment and laughed. So what are you going to do? Rush over and beat the crap out of someone? Yi Si-jin nodded and said, what else? Are you just going to put up with it? Lang Zhe sniffed and shrugged. Indeed, it's not in his character to endure. Ah, who is he? Villainous villain. When you're a villain, you have to be a bit of a villain. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe waved his hand and said, go. Kolzer, before that, had been using the law to bind himself. Although, occasionally, he would do something out of the ordinary, but most of the time, as long as no one stopped Lang Zhe from accomplishing his goal, Lang Zhe basically wouldn't cry foul. But there is a first time for everything. Having just ordered Zhou Dalong to teach the little white boy who had taunted him a lesson, to Lang Zhe, it was as if Pandora's box had been opened, becoming uncontrollable. As a matter of fact, Lang Zhe's Pandora's box had been opened the moment he kidnapped the Yi sisters. I have to say, being a villain is so much more enjoyable than the depressing to the point of perversion protagonist in urban webcomics. Ha, what is your status now? In terms of wealth, although we can't call ourselves the richest, we still have tens of billions of assets. In terms of force value, although he could not claim to be number one in the world, he was at the very least immortal. What does one have to be afraid of? Coming into the courtyard and getting into the Mercedes supercar, Lang Zhe killed the nightclub with a single gas pedal. And when Yi Si-jin saw this, she also revealed a smile of satisfaction before getting into her car as well. Yi Si-ki, who was following behind her, saw the situation, even though she couldn't fight. But what was wrong with following to eat a melon? Thus, Yi Si-ki immediately sat on Yi Si-jin's co-pilot and said, sister, I'll go see the fun too. Yi Si-jin smiled at his words and said, yes. After saying that, Yi Si-jin picked up the phone again and called the tea house. Today's Yi family, though, is in decline. But you have to know that Yi Si-jin's tea house, that's a typical hanging sheep's head selling dog meat. Ostensibly a tea house, but actually a martial arts school. Among the military officials, there were many of Yi Si-jin's men. Moreover, all of Yi Si-jin's men were registered members of the Martial Arts Association, and all of them were practitioners. Not long after the entrance to the Jiangnan nightclub, a Mercedes supercar pulled up. Lang Zhe walked out of the car, took off his sunglasses, and looked at all the smashed glass outside the door. Coupled with the fact that there wasn't a single police car around, Lang Zhe immediately realized what Yi Si-jin had just said. Yeah, since people have the guts to come to a nightclub and smash up the place, they must not be afraid of the police coming to arrest them. The triads of 2023 are not as arrogant as they used to be though, and have been suppressed to a very low profile. But the harder the tops crack down, the more cunning these social assholes become. Lang Zhe strides inside the nightclub and finds several security guards, and the service staff inside the nightclub kneeling on the ground in a row. The men were all bruised and battered. The women are all screwed up and ragged. It's 2023. How come the style of doing things is still like TM Bandits? Kolzer said in a lazy voice as he undid the cuffs of his shirt. Dozens of punks stood in front of Lang Zhe, and the bald guy at the head revealed a mouthful of big gold teeth and smiled coldly. Young Master Lang, you can't blame us for this. You should know that the biggest supplier in town has always been your old man. But your old man retired. And you're so good that you just sold all those deals at a low price. The point is you sold it to a bunch of benders. A bunch of benders? Coldzer frowned. That he really didn't know. Lang Zhe only knew that the order he gave to Zhou Dalong was to dispose of all the black industries and completely wash his hands in gold. But as for how Zhou Dalong dealt with it, Lang Zhe hadn't really asked in detail. Now it's good. Those benders now control the whole supply channel. Cutting off people's money is like killing their parents. At one time, your Leng family was indeed the leading wolf of the underground forces in Jiangchang. But now, the one who betrayed the wolves is you. Lang Zhe narrowed his eyes and leaned forward. You say, Zhou Dalong sold all his business to a bunch of benders? Yes, the triad. The bald guy at the head said. We can't afford to mess with the triad. They are doing a big transnational deal. Who can we take it out on? A small local snake like us in Jiangchang? How about this? Since you've washed your hands of the matter, we'll all wash our hands after you. How about it? Looking at the sincere expression of the bald man in front of him, Lang Zhe was a bit puzzled for a moment. No, you're smashing up my place so you can get out of the business with me? Do you guys have to wash your hands of the world like that? Sure enough, before Lang Zhe could ask, the bald guy suddenly cracked his mouth, revealing a mouth full of large gold teeth, and laughed out loud. The other punks around him laughed along with them. The way they looked at Lang Zhe was as if they were looking at a fool. Only then did Lang Zhe realize that, shit, got screwed by a bunch of punks. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Young Master Lang, you're laughing me to death. Ha ha ha. But then, don't be angry. We do intend to wash our hands of the business, or at least the white flower business. We don't want to touch it, but you always need money to do legitimate business. I think this nightclub of yours is just fine. How about this? In order to compensate for our losses, you have the kindness to give us control of all the nightclubs in Jiangchang. How about that? That said, it sounds like you're being consulted. In fact, it's not even negotiable. Lang Zhe also counted on seeing that this group of people were simply playing with themselves. Zhao Jiang. Lang Zhe also ignored the big bald man in front of him, but directly looked at Zhao Jiang and said, you first go next door with the finance lady and count the losses, so that you can discuss the compensation with others later. Zhao Jiang froze for a moment when he heard Lang Zhe's words. At this moment, Zhao Jiang thought to himself, Big brother, look at the situation clearly. There are dozens of people. You still want to discuss compensation with them? They're here to smash the place up. What kind of compensation is that? But when Lang Zhe saw Zhao Jiang's indifference, he suddenly shouted angrily. I'm asking you to count the damages, Zhao Jiang? Zhao Jiang was shocked by Lang Zhe's voice, hurriedly getting up, pulling the finance lady aside and running next door. The bald guy didn't stop him when he saw this. He just thought that Lang Zhe was bluffing. The people looked at each other and waited for half a day. But the finances didn't calculate the damage, and the bald guy in front of him was a bit impatient, directly pulled out a contract from a briefcase, slapped it on the table and said, Long Xiao, we don't take your things for nothing. This nightclub, it's ours. But then, we pay, okay? How much? Coldzer sat his ass down on one of the card tables and cracked open a beer for himself. How about $1 million? When the bald guy said this, Lang Zhe almost spat out a mouthful of wine. $1 million? What are you doing? You said it's not a robbery. Such a big nightclub, located in the center of Jiangchang, and you gave it $1 million? This nightclub makes tens of millions of dollars in profits every year. $1 million to get rid of my store? It's really a triad. Lang Zhe shook his head helplessly and turned his head to the two Zhao Jiang upstairs and shouted, Calculated Noah? There's no need to be meticulous. Just do a rough calculation. It doesn't matter if it's $100,000 or $80,000 short. Ah! When the finance young lady heard it, she immediately pushed her glasses and said, a total of 2,300,000. So how long will it take to redecorate? Coldzer asked again. About 2 or 3 months. Can you give a round number for 2 or 3 months? You said 2 or 3 months. So is it 2 months or 3 months? Make it clearer so I can also calculate the loss during the shutdown. 3 months. It can't be helped. Lang Zhe's aura is too strong, causing a mess. Finance to be under a lot of pressure. 3 months, huh? That rounds up to 5 months. The finance lady was dumbfounded when she heard this. Did you get in like that? It's rounding up, not down. Ah, sorry, misremembered. Rounding should start at 5, right? That's 10 months. How come it's 10 months again? 3 into 5. 5 into 10, huh? Isn't it 3 months? So now that's $2,300,000, plus 10 months of business losses. You figure out roughly how much. Coldzer shouted again. The group of people standing across from Lang Zhe were a bunch of gangster punks though. But they're not stupid. 3 months worth of losses. How come Lang Zhe rounded it up to 10 months? Who taught him math? Did you do the math? Lang Zhe then suddenly shouted again. Calculate. It's about 2,300,000 plus 6,600,000. If you go by the minimum daily net profit. Lung Zhe slowly nodded and said, that's 9 million. Let's round it up and make a whole. Count it as 10 million, okay? Lung Zhe looked at the bald guy in front of him, then continued, you owe me $10 million. Nice guy. What do you mean by triad? That's what you call a gangster, right? The rounding up allowed Coldzer to play through. Whoever invented rounding probably didn't think it would work that way, did they? The bald guy saw this and gritted his teeth in anger, waving his hand directly. He said, brothers, fight for me. The next second, the punks swarmed. When Lung Zhe saw this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Secretly, I said, finally, it's my moment to act tough. In the next second, Lung Zhe also clenched his fists. Honestly, he also wanted to experience the hearty thrill of the novel's protagonist when he was killing big. When I was a kid watching martial arts movies, the fight scenes were very cool when those martial arts masters fought 1 against 100. After all, what boy doesn't have a martial arts dream? But when Lung Zhe was just about to pretend, just behind him, in the direction of the gate, came the sound of a car engine. The group of gangsters standing in front of Lung Zhe also froze for a moment and stopped their hand movements. The bald guy frowned slightly and said to himself, the boss sent someone again? Not so much. Hey! The bald guy looked at Lung Zhe again and said, I advise you to hurry up and sign the transfer contract, otherwise when my big brother comes in, you'll get more than just a beating. Lung Zhe sniffed and shook his head with a cold smile. Honestly, he was really hoping that Baldy's big brother would kill him too. When the time came, he would save himself the trouble of having to go looking for it himself, and he would also be able to enjoy the thrill of actually fighting 1 against 100. After all, there were only about 40 or 50 people in front of them, far less than 100 yet. But just then, the door of the nightclub was suddenly kicked open. Behind him, a familiar voice came. Give me a beating. Dare to touch the Yi family's business. I think you don't want to live. The person who came was none other than Yi Sijin, and following Yi Sijin was a group of muscular men. Without saying a word, the group of muscular men rushed in and fought with the punks, taking full possession of Lung Zhe's great opportunity to act like a pussy. It made Coldzer awkward now. He twisted his head to look at Yi Sijin, who was wearing tight yoga pants and a small sports undershirt, and said, when did this become your Yi family's? Yi Sijin clasped her hands on her chest and blankly glanced at Lung Zhe. The Yi family's things are now the Lung family's. Then the Lung family's things are also the Yi family's. What logic? Lung Zhe rolled his eyes as well. At this moment, the two people, Miss Finance and Zhao Jiang, who were hiding upstairs, were completely dumbfounded. Crap, what's with the sudden rush of muscle men? This group of muscular men were all from Yi Sijin's martial arts school. Among these people, there were old martial artists who were over half 100 years old, and there were also apprentice forging stage martial artists who had just turned 18. In short, none of them are good. All of them are practiced. The most powerful of the people here had already reached the inner strength stage at this point. It was simply more than enough to deal with this group of punks. The finance lady pushed up her glasses at this time and looked at Zhao Jiang. Zhao, Mr. Zhao, do I get a dividend? Zhao Jiang froze for a moment and twisted his head to look at the finance. What dividend? Didn't Mr. Leng just extort $10 million from them? It's really a finance job. It's like a financial junkie. Things that Zhao Jiang had almost forgotten. She actually remembered so clearly. This question was asked, giving Zhao Jiang an embarrassed look. This. Zhao Jiang hesitated and spoke. There. Should be. To be honest, Zhao Jiang wasn't sure either. After all, Leng Zhe's extortion is too sick. The other party may not be able to recognize the account. I don't know who taught young Master Leng this math, to be able to use rounding to such an extreme. At this moment, inside the nightclub hall, the muscular man's combat power was in a state of complete crush against the punks. Within 10 minutes, the 40 to 50 punks present all collapsed to the ground, wailing in pain. Coldzer, on the other hand, sat back down on the card table again, looking at the bald guy in front of him, kneeling on the ground, with a bored expression on his face. At this moment, the bald guy, how can he still have the same arrogant flair just now, only to see him with a bruised nose and swollen face, kneeling on the ground, constantly kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. Long Xiao, I'm wrong. Long Xiao, it's me who has eyes to recognize and Tai, it's me who has eyes without a pearl. Long Xiao, please spare me. Snap. Lung Zhe also really wanted to experience it. So, simply picking up the bottle, he directly smashed it towards the bald guy's head. It feels, how can I put it, very decompressed indeed, but only if it hits the bad guys in the head. The bald guy was a little dizzy from the bottle hitting him like that. Blood was also, at this point, slowly trickling down from his forehead. But that still didn't stop the bald guy from begging for mercy. Didn't we just say, $10 million? Lungza said calmly. Hearing this, the bald guy was dumbfounded. He knew he'd caused a lot of damage to the Gangnam nightclub. But how can it be $10 million? 2 or 3 million tops. But Lungza couldn't care less. He'd just done all the math. And after rounding it up, it was $10 million. Lang, young Master Lang, oh, this is too much? I really can't take this amount of money. Although the bald guy was also a cadre in the gang. His yearly income was just $1 million or so. Where are we going to get $10 million in cash? And at this moment, Yi Si-jin, who was sitting beside Lung Zhe, curiously observed the damage to the nightclub and then made a rough estimate. Looking at Lung Zhe, he said, why is it so expensive? I see that redecorating it all over again would only be over $2 million? Just counting the lost wages during the renovation. 3 million would be about right. Lung Zhe sniffed and gave Yi Si-jin a blank look. Can you do the math? I've rounded it up. It's $10 million. Rounding up? Yi Si-jin froze for a moment as she sniffed. Over $3 million. Rounded up to 10 million? How did he get in? Although, Yi Si-jin was curious as to how Lung Zhe learned this math, but she didn't care how much money Colzer made Baldy pay. To put it bluntly, she didn't even care about the bald guy in front of her. Who is she? Yi Si-jin? The great lady of the Yi family. Although the Yi family is now in decline and was destroyed by a single phone call from Long Aotian. But hasn't the Yi family done enough bad things over the years? As the Yi family's eldest young lady, even though Yi Si-jin never participated in the family's business, under the family's influence, she would more or less become somewhat ruthless. However, Lung Zhe also knew that it was indeed impossible for this bald guy in front of him to come up with $10 million. And Baldy had just heard Yi Si-jin insisting on Lung Zhe's math ability, and thought that Yi Si-jin had gone soft at this point in her woman's heart. Hurriedly crawling over, he hugged Yi Si-jin's thigh and said, young granny, woo, young granny, you are right, help me persuade the young master. I really don't have $10 million. When Yi Si-jin saw this, she frowned with some disgust. Then he slapped the bald guy in a 360-degree Thomas pirouette, and then added a kick that sent him 5 or 6 meters away. The bald guy was kicked on the spot and spit out blood, but Baldy remained strong and climbed up, because, in his eyes, Yi Si-jin was the only person who could save his life. So he crawled over again and said, young granny, ooh, please, young granny, save me, get the hell out of here. The bald guy's dead look had scared Yi Si-jin. Although Yi Si-jin was a practiced fighter, she was a girl after all. Who wouldn't be scared of a bald guy covered in blood, crawling towards you like a chihuahua species, and crying as he does so? Lungza got some goosebumps from watching. So, he sighed and said, okay then, what about the two of us? We'll each take a step back. You give me the real estate, the cash, in your name. What if it's not enough? You can still give me the body parts. You don't have to worry about the sales. I have my own way. At these words, the bald man immediately turned pale with fear. Is this about getting yourself to sell your organs? Isn't that just going to kill itself? The bald guy cried even louder at the thought. Hurriedly, he bumped his head and said, don't, ooh-hoo, young Master Lang, I beg you, please, don't do this. I was wrong, I'm really wrong. Lang Zhe, however, didn't pay any attention to the bald guy, but continued to speak to himself. However, your organs alone are still not estimated to be enough. Tell you what, those 40-odd brothers under you, in each case a pair of loincloths, will be just about right. Hearing this, those punks who were lying on the ground pretending to be dead also climbed up. In a moment, 40 to 50 punks simultaneously knelt and kowtowed, yelling for mercy. Those employees of the nightclub, who had also been untied at this time, were standing behind Lang Zhe. Hearing Lang Zhe say that, everyone's hearts rose to their throats, though the fact that the boss personally came out to help them avenge this was still a relief. But at the same time selling the organs of over 40 people? That's a little crazy, isn't it? Sure enough, young Master Lang is someone you can't mess with. However, Lang Zhe actually didn't really intend to sell all the organs of these 40-odd people. After all, it's not like one is some kind of devil. To put it bluntly, he just wanted to scare these guys who didn't know any better. So he laughed helplessly and said, just teasing you guys. Who wants your crappy loins? I guess one is more than empty. It won't sell for much. Not enough to cover the cost of disposing of the body. After saying that, Lang Zhe stood up and took a sip of beer. There's an enemy in the wrong. Where's your boss? I'll ask him for it. When the bald guy heard this, he immediately raised his head and said, I'll take you there. Long Xiao, I'll take you there. As soon as he heard that Lang Zhe was going to let him live, the bald guy immediately crawled over and hugged Lang Zhe's thigh. Coldzer also expressed a bit of fear at the bald guy's godlike state of being a strange walking species, so before the bald guy could hug his thigh, Lung Zhe kicked him a few meters away. Then he reached out and pointed at the bald guy and said, "Be normal or I'll really cut your waist, ha." The bald guy sniffed and hurriedly got back up, kowtowing his head over and over again. In the next second, Lung Zhe stood up and with a wave of his hand, he led the crowd outside. Under the bald guy's guidance, Lung Zhe drove his car towards the industrial area in the southern part of Zhangcheng. Behind them, a dozen or so cars followed similarly. That's a dozen cars of all kinds. There are cars, motorcycles, SUVs, off-road. Soon, a dozen or so cars were jammed in front of an aquatic warehouse gate. Lung Zhe looked up and saw that it was clearly written Juanli Aquatic Products. It's named after, but it was nice to give cover to the triad's business. Who would have thought that the boss of a certain dark force in Zhangcheng operated an aquaculture company? Although Zhangcheng is not coastal, it is not far from the sea. By car, it's just over 2 hours, so seafood business is not difficult to do in Zhangcheng, coupled with the fact that such gangs, whose main business also includes smuggling, are not far from the sea. Smuggling is also naturally more convenient. After all, it's 2023. It's no longer the era of a few years ago when the streets were full of kooks. Even the dark forces have to keep up with the times, and those gangs that didn't keep up with the times are now 2 meters tall in their gravegrass. Is this it? Yi Sijin got out of the car and came to Lung Ze's side to ask. The bald guy who was like a dog on the side knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. Yes, 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 this is it. This is it. Li Jun Aquatic. This name is taken. Your oldest is named Li Jun? Lung Ze asked curiously. When the bald man heard this, he quickly shook his head and said, no, he likes to listen to Teresa Teng's songs. Lung Ze was a bit speechless. After a moment of silence, Lung Ze waved his hand. Let's go. Go inside. After saying that, Lung Ze led a group of muscular men, then walked inside the warehouse. As soon as you enter the warehouse, a strong smell of fish hits you. Inside the warehouse at this time, a dozen gambling tables were placed, and a group of people were gathering here to gamble. Nice guy. Ostensibly an aquatic company, but in reality, a casino? Seeing a large group of muscular men suddenly pouring in at the door, those middle-aged men in suits at the gambling table immediately looked over. One of the middle-aged men yelled, "Fuck, who let you in?" Apparently, the group hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter and still angrily cursed. "Get out!" The men in suits weren't actually the boys here, but guests from outside. The reason why this group of guests is so domineering is also because the people here are either rich or noble. There are directors, well-known entrepreneurs, etc. After all, it was a high-end gambling game, hundreds of thousands of dollars a game kind of thing, and ordinary people were not qualified to come here. What's more, this was considered the home base of this gang, and anyone who could stay in a certain gang's home base wouldn't have too low a social status. Li Jun, what's going on here? Where did these assholes come from? Damn, what a fucking bummer. The other man in the suit yelled towards the stairs. Not long after, a little fat man who was about 1 meter 6 in height, but dressed in gold and silver and walked with the wind came down from upstairs. Beside him was also the stunning beauty who was 5'8" and wore 10 centimeter heights. In the past, Lung Ze had seen a fashion magazine that said the shorter the man, the more he liked to drive a big car, especially the short, frustrated, but rich social big brothers. Whether you drive on the road or in bed, you like to go large to hide your physical imperfections. To put it bluntly, it's low self-esteem. The more inferior you are, the more you like to conquer big cars. Being 5'8" and wearing 10 centimeters of height, that's 5'9". Standing next to the short guy named Li Jun, he was a few centimeters taller than even Lung Ze. This woman, she's really high. However, the woman was tall, but not at all bad looking. A baby face, but with long straight legs. This leg is longer than my life, Coldzer muttered. In the face of such a stunning beauty, even Yi Sijin, who had always been arrogant, leaned back with some inferiority complex. Lung Ze, however, still didn't forget to mouth off. That little runt is probably just in time to eat abalone. The surrounding group of muscular men burst into laughter. Those in the room were veteran drivers, and they understood such cheap adult jokes in seconds, but those words enraged the dwarf on the spot. Perhaps having been poked and prodded, the short man named Li Jun was so furious that he copied the bench on the spot, violently smashed it towards Lung Ze, and angrily said, "Damn you, looking for death. Hit me." In the next second, dozens of punks also instantly appeared on both sides of the warehouse. Coldzer caught the bench and immediately slammed it back. There was a loud bang. The bench shattered at once. Li Jun was also smashed and wailed, "Ouch, crap, it hurts me to death. Give me a hit, give me a beating, beat me to death." The punks saw this and swarmed. and that long-legged beauty with a height of 1 meter 8 and counting heels of 1 meter 9 hurriedly picked up Lee Jun with a concerned face. Hubby, are you alright? It's okay, it's just where it's at. It's good that you're fine. What are these people doing? How dare they come here to cause trouble? The long-legged beauty frowned. Lee Jun waved his hand and said, a bunch of punks who don't know the sky is just a bunch of punks. Daughter-in-law, don't be afraid, there is a husband in it. Hey. Before Lee Jun could finish his sentence, he only saw a shoe sole suddenly fly over. Snap! Hit Lee Jun's bald spot hard. A head kick to Lee Jun on the spot. When Lee Jun came back to his senses, he was looking at the door, realizing that dozens of his own minions were now, subdued. At once, Lee Jun was then dumbfounded. Crap, this. Lee Jun turned his head again to look at Ling Zhe, who was standing in front of him, and said, you brat, you have the guts to wait. I'm calling someone. Although Ling Zhe wanted to be very pretentious and come up with a sentence, call it, how many people you call, how many people I fight, but Ling Zhe actually didn't have that kind of free time. Directly picking up Lee Jun, he slammed him onto the gambling table. The group of men in suits on the gambling table. At this time, where there is still the same arrogant flair just now, one by one, like frightened kittens, they cowered in the corner without uttering a word. Damn Baldy, you're the one who sent someone to trash my nightclub, aren't you? When Lee Jun heard this, his eyes rolled around and said, so what if it is? Humph, are you from the Long family? Tell you what, bastard, Long Hong Yuan quit, leaving us with no business. Either divide all the nightclubs among us or, what the fuck, do you want your face? Koldzer slapped him on the spot. The draw was so crisp, the entire warehouse echoed with the reverberations that Lee Jun's cheeks made after being smacked. But just then, the long-legged beauty on the side slapped Ling Zhe on the back of his head and said, let go of my husband. Tell you what, my husband is Lee Jun. He's a triad. If you dare to hit him, he can kill your whole family tomorrow. Ling Zhe was slapped by the woman, and then he didn't hold back and slapped the woman with his backhand as well. However, Ling Zhe's slap could be completely different from this woman's slap. A slap from a woman would, at best, make Ling Zhe lose some face. But Ling Zhe's slap directly jerked the long-legged beauty around in place 3 times. The delicate little face instantly swelled to a large size. Daughter-in-law. Seeing this, Lee Jun immediately shouted. Then struggling desperately, he said, brat, you dare to hit my daughter-in-law, I'll fucking kill you. In the next second, Lee Jun suddenly pulled out a dagger from nowhere and stabbed it directly towards Ling Zhe's chest. Yi Si-jin and Yi Si-ki, who were standing a few meters away, saw this and hurriedly shouted, Ling Zhe, be careful. Although Ling Zhe's strength had reached the innate realm, but after all, he didn't have much experience in actual combat, so compared to a real martial artist, Ling Zhe's reaction was always that much slower. By the time Ling Zhe reacted, the dagger was already against his chest. But Lee Jun, at this moment, froze, because he realized that his dagger, how could he not insert it into Ling Zhe's body? Even with all his strength, he only managed to break some skin on Ling Zhe's chest. Although the dagger couldn't hurt Ling Zhe, being stuck by a sharp blade was honestly still a bit painful. Ling Zhe was instantly a little upset in his heart. Of course, fighting, there will always be times when you get hurt. And what Ling Zhe is not happy about is that this little dwarf actually sneak attacked himself. Angry Ling Zhe directly slammed Lee Jun hard to the ground. With a crash, the gambling table was also smashed by Lee Jun's body. Shit! Koldzer looked at his chest with some anger and realized that his newly purchased shirt had a gash in it. Angry, Ling Zhe stretched his leg and kicked Lee Jun a few more times. Lee Jun was beaten to the point of wailing. Aha! You brat! You dare to hit me! You dare to hit me! Your father wouldn't even dare to make a move on me. And you dare to hit me? You wait! What Ling Zhe never expected was that, after all this Lee Jun actually dared to speak out of turn? However, the more he cursed, the harder Ling Zhe kicked. In the end, I don't know where the kick hit, but it directly made Lee Jun pee. It should have kicked the bladder or something, causing Lee Jun to be incontinent at this point. A foul smell immediately hit the ground, and on the ground, on Lee Jun's pants, all of them were urine. It made Ling Zhe embarrassed for a moment. Alright, Koldzer. Yi Si-jin then covered her nose with a disgusted face and said, don't fight. Ling Zhe sniffed and immediately rolled his eyes and said, you're really forgetting the pain after a good injury. When these words came out, Yi Si-jin immediately recalled the scene when she was in the basement of Ling Zhe's house. Engaging Yi Si-jin's small face instantly turned red. She hastily lowered her head and said, if you mention this again, I'll be impolite. Ling Zhe sniffed and shrugged. With one foot on Lee Jun, he grabbed Lee Jun's collar with one hand and said, owe me $10 million. How do you plan to pay it back? Bah! Lee Jun wasn't like the bald guy from before. Although he didn't know that he wasn't Ling Zai's opponent, but after all, he was a big brother of the gang, and didn't give in easily. $10 million? You're thinking about fart eating. Shit, wait here. Crap, how dare you talk tough. When Lingza heard that, he was immediately a big BB pocket, smoking Li Jun's head. Ling Zai continued, hurry up and pay back the money. Just then, the long-legged beauty behind her, who was 1 meter 9 tall, suddenly jumped onto Ling Zai's back and cursed, you dare to hit my husband, I want you to have a good death. Saying that long-legged beauty even directly bit Ling Zai's ear. Crikey crikey. Although Ling Zai had a body of steel to protect him, and with the bite force of a human, it couldn't hurt Ling Zai, but it hurts. It really hurts. 2. Ling Zai wowed in pain. He was not expecting that this woman actually had such strong vigor as well. You little bitch, you don't want to live? Ling Zai was so angry that he backhanded the woman's long legs and dragged them directly off his back. Bumper to bumper. The woman was dropped to the ground. Seeing this, Li Jun immediately climbed over and said, daughter-in-law, daughter-in-law. Seeing this, Ling Zai kicked Li Jun over and pointed at him. You fucking watch. Saying that, Ling Zai looked at the several muscular men beside Yi Jin. These several muscular men also immediately understood and immediately stepped forward, controlling Li Jun. Ling Zai was really angry now. It was clear that he had done nothing. It was these guys who had found themselves in trouble, smashed up their nightclub and caused them to lose millions of dollars. As a result, when he approached himself, not only did this group of people not reflect on the situation, but also scolded himself? And in the end you're the bad guy? Good. You're pushing me, aren't you? Then I'll show you guys today what. Only fucking called villain. Thinking of this, Ling Zai turned his head to the woman on the ground, grabbing one of the woman's long legs and flipping her over. Then, right in front of Li Jun, he lifted the woman's skirt with one hand. Seeing this scene, the woman's face turned pale with fear and she hurriedly shouted, help, help, don't touch me, you asshole. Although Li Jun was controlled, he also shouted, damn you, asshole, don't touch my daughter-in-law. You want money? I've got it. I've got money. You're old man. Late. Ling Zai bellowed. At this moment, Yi Jin also Yi Siki too were also dumbfounded. The two of them never thought that Ling Zai would be able to be so heartless. Is this to forcefully X the woman in front of so many people? Ling Zai is certainly not that deranged. Only Ling Zai lifted the woman's skirt before quickly undoing his belt. Although Ling Zai's thoughts were still pure, it was hard not to arouse suspicion in the eyes of outsiders. Li Jun's voice was muffled from shouting at the moment, hissing and cursing Ling Zai. The woman also cried and struggled, thinking she was about to be forcibly X'd today in front of so many people, and her husband. But the next second, there was only a snap. The belt lashed hard against the woman's white and tender ass. Make you fucking not learn. Snap. You're too young to get a class and come to ghost with a punk? Snap. He could be your father at his age, and you still call him your husband? Aren't you ashamed? Snap. Your father didn't educate you properly. I'll do it for your father. The woman, on the other hand, was beaten and screaming and begging to be spared. Honestly speaking, at this moment, the woman's heart had swelled to the extreme with that shame. Being spanked in front of so many people is damn near as bad as being raped. The problem is, this Ling Zai hit him hard. It really hurts. Although Ling Zai didn't peel off the woman's panties, even through her panties, the woman could feel the pain that tore through her heart. The two long legs kept struggling, but they were never able to get rid of Ling Zai. Colzer's belt whipped the woman's ass over and over again, and the white lace panties, too, gradually oozed with the slightest bit of blood. Ah, ooh-hoo, it hurts so much, ooh-hoo, you asshole, let go of me, get off me. Ling Zai hadn't beaten him yet, so he simply picked up a few more ropes with his hands and tied the woman to the gambling table, taking the belt and continuing to whip the woman's ass. A few minutes later, the woman's ass was skinned, and the gamblers who had been nestled in the corners earlier watched the scene in disbelief. At this moment, Li Jun's heart was even more ashen. He watched this with empty eyes, and his fists, originally clenched, gradually loosened, collapsed in a weakened heap. It had to be said that Ling Zai had really gone a bit overboard this time, spanking someone's wife in front of their husband. That's pretty much what villains can do. After fighting for a while, Ling Zai also felt that he couldn't fight anymore. If we keep fighting, we're going to have to kill someone. After dropping the blood-stained belt, Ling Zai turned his head to look at Li Jun again and took a deep breath. When are you going to pay me back? Li Jun sniffed and pointed to the safe on the side. Seeing this, Colzer strides towards the safe. What's the password? Li Jun sniffed, slowly got up, and stumbled over. As if he were a walking corpse, he opened the safe. It was packed full of cash, but 10 million is definitely not there. $1 million at most. That's all the money? Leng Zhe turned his head to Li Jun. Li Jun sniffed and led Leng Zhe to the office on the second floor again. There was also money stashed everywhere in the offices on the second floor, but it adds up to just over $3 million. You tricked me? Leng Zhe moved closer to Li Jun and looked down at him. $10 million? Not a penny less. Li Jun sniffed and lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "There's more in the box with the seafood." Leng Zhe sniffed and immediately looked downstairs at those muscular men and said, "The box containing seafood. Turn it over." Upon hearing this, several muscular men immediately began rummaging through the box. A muscular man grabbed a crowbar and opened a sealed wooden box, reaching inside and stirring. Sure enough, underneath the seafood, it's all sealed cash. After rummaging through all of them, Leng Zhe realized that this small seafood warehouse actually hid more than $13 million in cash. It's all loaded. Leng Zhe nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Li Jun behind him and patted his cheeks. Be honest in the future. Keep your head down and behave yourself, or the next one to get spanked will be your mom. After saying that, Leng Zhe waved his big hand and turned his head to leave, but just as he descended the stairs, he noticed the long-legged woman still tied to the gambling table. Truth be told, the woman didn't look very old despite being 5 feet 9 inches tall, just early 20s, too. On the contrary, what about that Li Jun? He's at least 40 years old this year, isn't he? LOL. What a shame. When Leng Zhe and his party drove up and left, a junior brother rushed towards Li Jun. Big brother, is it alright? Do you want me to call someone? Shit, the Leng family has gone too far. How dare they do this to sister-in-law? Li Jun sniffed, and it was directly a big BB pocket. I lost $10 million. I've lost all my face today. What do you care about that bitch? The little brother was directly smack dumb, and the other people present, all of them had a surprised look on their faces. The woman tied to the gambling table couldn't believe her ears. Li Jun pointed at the woman again and said viciously, "You made me lose face today. It's nice to be spanked, isn't it? Enjoying being abused, are you?" Saying that, Li Jun also immediately drew his belt and rushed up with great strides. The woman was outright terrified at the sight. He quickly cried out and begged for mercy. Don't, Brother Jun, hubby, I was wrong, ooh, I don't want to hit me. But Li Jun was now mad and wouldn't care about the woman's pleas for mercy. No one else present dared to stand in the way, only to see Li Jun untie the woman's rope, then immediately to the woman a burst of punching and kicking. While beating, he also angrily called the woman a slut. In fact, it was not difficult to understand Li Jun's behavior at this time. A man with low self-esteem like Li Jun will basically take it out on a woman when he is bullied outside. The gentlemanly behavior before was simply because he was so powerful that no one dared to mess with him. And today, after he was beaten up by Leng Zhe, the inferiority complex that was hidden inside him exploded. Bitch, you like being humiliated, don't you? Huh? Like to get beat up, huh? Li Jun pulled down the woman's skirt again and beat the woman hard with the belt in his hand. But no matter how much the woman was kneeling down and begging for mercy, Li Jun wasn't going to stop. Eventually, the woman was beaten and bloodied and fell to the ground dying. Evening, Li Jun sat on the tattered gambling table, smoking a cigarette. Outside the door, a dozen black sedans, and dozens of men in suits, waited silently. Hua suits up and strides into the warehouse. As soon as he entered the door, the man in the suit felt a strong oppressive atmosphere. He looked around, saw the woman huddled in the corner, sighed, and said, "I told you to smash Leng Zhe's place. What are you doing hitting a woman?" Li Jun sniffed and shook his head. "This bitch has disgraced me. So what are you going to do about it?" Hua also shook his head and sighed. "Feed the fish." "As you know," Hua replied, "my master is kind-hearted and can't see this kind of thing happening. You'd better handle it cleanly. If the master knows that uninvolved people are involved, he'll be angry." Li Jun nodded, dropping the cigarette butt in his hand and stepping on it. "Don't worry, I've dealt with this kind of thing no less than 10 times. Hearing this, Hua nodded, then took another stride towards the woman, who was currently wearing only her underwear, and crouched down. When the woman saw this, she immediately turned pale with fear and desperately leaned towards the corner. "Please, don't hit me. I'm wrong, I'm really wrong. Girl, no one will beat you up. Don't worry, I'll have Li Jun send you home later." "Really?" The woman looked at Hua naively. Hua nodded and said, "Really, as long as you're honest." "Aha, I'm good." "That's good." Hua finished and picked up a roll of tape from a side table. When the woman saw this, she immediately cried out in fear. "Oh, you, what are you doing?" I'll be good." Hua tore off a piece of tape and made a silencing gesture. "Shoo, don't make a sound if you're good." With that, he taped the woman's mouth shut, and then with the rope, he tied the woman up. In the end, as he shouldered the woman, he looked at Li Jun. It's better for me to handle it. I can't trust you. After saying that, Hua walked out of the warehouse in large strides. Late at night, on the outskirts of River City, the woman lay in the trunk of the car, her eyes horrified at the several men in suits in front of her. She knew that the only thing that would greet her fate was death. Even though she begged the men in suits with how pathetic she looked, the men in suits remained indifferent. The moment she was thrown into the water, memories flashed through the woman's mind as quickly as a walking light. Originally, she was a supermodel, participated in a beauty pageant, competing as the first Miss Jiangcheng. At only 21 years old, she got the beauty pageant title. Coming from a poor background, she was given achievements and money that her peers would have struggled to obtain in a lifetime, which made her life extravagant. A supermodel's salary is not bad, but it doesn't hold up to the amount of money she spends. The designer bags are changed every month and the sports car is a multi-million-dollar Ferrari bought with a loan. Living in a large flat with a monthly rent of $50,000 soon depleted her savings. In desperation, she chose to rely on the contacts she had made as a model and became a publicist. Relying on the stunning beauty, with a tall figure, every day can have at least $5,000 of income. A month can earn at least $100,000. Until one day, she met Li Jun, a short man at 5 feet 6 inches but extremely generous. The next morning, Lung Zhe woke up early, thinking back to the events of the day yesterday. Lung Zhe sighed. That's a lot of things that happened yesterday. Today, however, Lung Zhe had quite a few things to do. First of all, he had to look into the matter of redecorating the nightclub. And then, it is to determine whether the system's rewards are incremental according to the heroine's ability. Lung Zhe is going to start the villain's big heroines raising program. The first thing he did when he got up was to call Jiang Yihan. Lung Zhe told Jiang Yihan what happened yesterday and told Jiang Yihan to give this bill for the nightclub renovation directly to Qin Shiyu. Then it was time to shuffle downstairs. Just after arriving downstairs, Lung Zhe realized that Xue Bingbing was waiting in the living room downstairs early. Seeing Lung Zhe coming down the stairs, she hurriedly stood up and said with a worried face, "Brother Lung Zhe, I've heard all about what happened yesterday. Are you alright?" Lung Zhe waved his hand and said, "It's fine. Just a little angry. By the way, why are you here so early today?" Lung Zhe looked at the time. The tutor had to come at 9 o'clock in the morning every day, but it was only 7 o'clock now. Xue Bingbing slowly lowered her head and said with some guilt, "I was too involved in learning yesterday, and I completely didn't notice that so many things happened to you yesterday. Brother Lung Zhe, I'm sorry." "Excuse me?" Lung Zhe rolled his eyes and said, "What are you apologizing for?" "Right. Have you eaten yet?" Xue Bingbing shook her head. "Nope. That's just right. Come over for dinner." Lung Zhe waved his hand towards Xue Bingbing. This Yi family's villa is particularly large, and Lung Zhe is a relatively frugal person. After all, he was used to living in poverty in his last life. So, the first day he took over the Yi family villa, he fired all the dozens of servants of the Yi family villa. What kind of family, where dozens of people have to wait on them every day? Lung Zhe really couldn't enjoy it. However, this huge villa, Lung Zhe couldn't clean it himself. So it still leaves an ant in charge of cleaning. An ant is actually not able to. After all, this villa is too big. Lung Zhe recently also intends to recruit a ground-in. Auntie's name was Zhang Chunhua, and Lung Zhe had always addressed her as Auntie Zhang. Zhang Chunhua is an old aunt who is about 50 years old, and her looks are just ordinary ants. The kind that doesn't make people interested in anything. Completely different from Yi Sijin's mother who scratched her head. Zhang Chunhua looked like the kind of person who lived a proper life. The looks are very gentle and close, treating Lung Zhe and Yi Sijin Yi Siki sisters, also as if they were treating their own sons and daughters, not hiding anything at all. At this time, Auntie Zhang had already prepared breakfast and called out with a smile, "Little Lung Ah, it's time to eat." Lung Zhe sniffed and made a gesture of invitation to Xue Bingbing and said, "Let's go. Let's eat." When he came to the restaurant, Lung Zhe realized that there were only himself and Xue Bingbing in the restaurant. As for the two sisters, Yi Siki and Yi Sijin, he didn't know where they had run off to. It was only 7 in the morning, but by all rights, they should both be awake by this time. These two girls, one more disciplined than the other. One goes out for a morning run every day before dawn. Yes, that's you, Yi Sijin. One that runs out the door early every morning and doesn't know what to do. However, Lung Zhe didn't really care. In short, eat first. Lung Zhe and Xue Bingbing both sat down, picked up their chopsticks, and began to enjoy the most important meal of the day. But at this moment, Lung Zhe slightly raised his eyebrows, but he realized that Auntie Zhang was standing at one side, looking at himself with a smile on her face. Inside, Auntie Zhang, you sit down and eat? Auntie Zhang usually ate with Lung Zhe, and every day she followed along with whatever Lung Zhe ate. But today, when Lung Zhe looked at Auntie Zhang, He always felt that something was strange. This old aunt, as if she was deliberately courting herself. Although this little girl, Shue Bingbing, usually didn't look very smart, this piece of emotional intelligence was really quite impressive. She could tell at a glance that Auntie Zhang was up to something. Then she opened her mouth and asked, "Auntie Zhang, are you up to something?" As soon as Lang Zhe heard Shue Bingbing ask this, he also immediately realized something. So he similarly looked at Auntie Zhang and said, "Right, Auntie Zhang, if there's anything you want to say, there's no need to hide it from me." Auntie Zhang sniffed and lowered her head in some shame. He said, "Xiao Lang ah, it's like this, Aunt Zhang has been recently right. A little short-handed?" Lang Zhe directly interrupted. It wasn't that Lang Zhe was impolite. It was mainly because the bad guy was used to being the bad guy, and he could never control this mouth of his. But Auntie Zhang not only doesn't mind this, but thinks that Lang Zhe is a very honest young man. Unlike other rich people, the lad never hides his words. Well, Auntie Zhang also didn't hide, simply opened her mouth and explained. "It's like this, my family's brat bar recently did business and lost money. Lost it all. Alas, Auntie Zhang can't help it, or it would be impossible to open up to you youngsters." Lang Zhe sniffed and nodded. Young people start a business. There are profits and losses. It's normal. So, how much money do you need? Auntie Zhang sniffed and stretched out 5 fingers. 50,000 is fine. You can just deduct it directly from my salary. Lang Zhe sniffed and waved his hand. How can that be? Saying that, Lang Zhe took out his cell phone and simply transferred $100,000 to Aunt Zhang, saying, "I'll take $100,000 for you first. There's no rush to pay it back." Aunt Zhang was very touched by what she heard and immediately spoke. Thank you so much, young man. Alas, that brat of mine, since he said he wanted to start his own business, he's been losing money every day. Auntie lost all the savings she had saved and still asks me for money every day." Lang Zhe sniffed with some curiosity. Although he was curious as to what kind of business this Aunt Zhang's son was in, but after all, it was someone else's family's business, so he didn't ask much. Instead, it was Shue Bingbing on the side who spoke up with great excitement. "Auntie Zhang, what kind of business is your son in?" This, Aunt Zhang doesn't know, just the ones they young people get up to. Auntie Zhang continued to reply, "But Auntie does not ask my brat to be able to have any success, can steadily find a job. Auntie Zhang will be satisfied." Lang Zhe sniffed and asked again, "Then what does your son study?" "Didn't study much, 2 years of college, then dropped out and said he was going to go out and start his own business." When Auntie Zhang mentioned her son, she sighed. "I also advised him, but he said that the richest man in the world didn't finish college, that Steve Jobs, Bill Gates, and so on. At my age, I don't know any better, so I just let him be." Just as a few people were talking, Auntie Zhang's cell phone suddenly rang. Lang Zhe took a look at the cell phone of Aunt Zhang. Good guy, it's still a 4G cell phone. Not only is the network 4G, but the running memory is also 4G. That would qualify as old in 2023, wouldn't it? However, it was at least a smartphone, but the experience of this phone, Lang Zhe did not even dare to imagine. He has a 5 or 6-year-old 6G memory cell phone in reality and it's lagging all over the place now. Auntie Zhang picked up the phone, and a lazy voice immediately came from the opposite side. "Hello? Mom, where's the money? Didn't you say you'd call me today?" "Pong pong inside a what? You wait this side is still chatting with the boss. Later I will call you Wait, can't wait a while." The voice on the other side suddenly became aggressive. "No. Mom, can't you think about your son? Do you have any idea how hard it was for me? Your son, to earn money to pay for your retirement? Good for you. Letting you take $50,000 in grinding. Aren't you working as a maid in a rich man's house? They're so rich. What's wrong with you getting $50,000 or $60,000 from them? No, Pong Pang Aunt Zhang's face instantly became a bit ugly. That rich man's family's money. It's not something that comes from the wind, is it? Mom, this is not also embarrassed to ask for it. You're too embarrassed to ask? You're so old. What more face do you need? Is your face as important as your son's my face? To go to such a big villa for others as a maid, less than $10,000 a month. You say you figure what If you can't find a car on the street, you'll make more money than this. Hurry up, call the money over. I'm going to meet the partners later. Aunt Zhang sniffed, sighed, and said, "Okay, Mom will call you right now." After saying that, before Auntie Zhang finished her sentence, the other party directly hung up the phone. After all, Auntie Zhang is a middle-aged and elderly person. And usually when such middle-aged and elderly people make phone calls, they have a habit that they like to turn on their cell phones very loudly and speak very loudly themselves. Therefore, the two of them, Lang Zhe and Shue Bingbing, who were sitting on the side, heard the conversation between mother and son clearly. Xue Bingbing frowned and looked at Lang Zhe with a serious face without uttering a word. Lang Zhe also looked at Xue Bingbing and similarly did not say anything. Just as Auntie Zhang took her cell phone and transferred money to her son, Mother Yi also walked down, dressed in a pink lace-trimmed silk nightgown. She came downstairs scratching her head. While going downstairs, he also shouted to Auntie Zhang in the dining room. Auntie Zhang, you go up, clean up my room. Yes, the bathroom is also a good sweep. I have a cleanliness fetish. The toilet that has been used once must be cleaned up immediately. Aunt Zhang sniffed and immediately put away her cell phone and said, okay. In fact, Yi Mother and Aunt Zhang is the same age, and even Yi Mother is still a year older than Aunt Zhang. I do not know what this old woman pretends to be tender, tube than their own younger than a year of women called aunt, but it was no wonder. Mother Yi was a rich woman after all. Whether it was her dress or skin care, it was not something that a lowly servant like Aunt Zhang could compare to. The two stood together, and at first glance, Yi Mother really had to call Auntie Zhang an aunt. In addition, Ye's mother was extremely mean to Auntie Zhang at home. On the surface, he called one aunt after another with a mouthful of sweetness, but never let Auntie Zhang idle. She had to find some work for Aunt Zhang to do while she ate. This, coupled with the fact that Lang Zhe had just overheard Auntie Zhang's conversation with her son, caused Lang Zhe to feel a twinge of pity for this little old lady. He simply put down his chopsticks and said, Auntie Zhang, come over here. What's wrong, Lang? I told you, right? In this house, you're only responsible for the common areas, and we'll clean each of our rooms ourselves. These words, which seemed to be addressed to Aunt Zhang, were, in fact, addressed to Ye's mother. Yes, Lang did say that. Lang Zhe sniffed and added, also, we are not master and servant. We are in an employment relationship. Now that it's the 21st century, there's no need for you to stoop so low. I pay money, you pay labor, and the two of us are a partnership. Right. Auntie Zhang nodded again. Auntie Zhang, how can I put it? Too honest as a house slave in feudal times. Lang Zhe looked at Yi Mother again and said, Auntie Yi, if you don't want to clean your own room with your own hands, please hire yourself another person. This house is so big. If we point to Auntie Zhang for everything, it wouldn't be enough for her 24 hours a day. After all, Lang Zhe was now the head of the family, and he himself was able to live here simply because Lang Zhe was Yi Sijin's fiancé. So naturally, Yi Mother did not dare to talk back to Lang Zhe. So, she smiled fawningly and said, hey, son-in-law is right. That makes sense. Although the words were said so, the expression on Yi Mother's face when she looked at Auntie Zhang again was clearly not quite right. By the way, where's Yi Sijin? Lang Zhe suddenly thought of Yi Sijin. After all, the beginning of his villainous great heroine raising plan was underway. Aunt Zhang sniffed and shook her head. I don't know. She went out early in the morning and drove away. Lang Zhe sniffed and nodded. Alright, then sit down and eat first. You'll work after you eat. Good. After eating breakfast, Lang Zhe also packed up and prepared to go out. But Xue Bingbing pulled Lang Zhe's hand and whispered, Brother Lang Zhe, won't you help Auntie Zhang? Auntie Zhang is so pitiful. Lang Zhe sniffed, sighed, and shook his head. There are many pitiful people in this world, and what we can do is very limited. But, saying that, Xue Bingbing pouted with a face full of aggression. In fact, one couldn't blame Xue Bingbing for being a saintly mother. Mainly, seeing Auntie Zhang reminded her of her own mother. Lang Zhe wasn't cold-blooded either, but he really didn't want to meddle in the affairs of other people's homes. What one could do was merely to be friendly to Aunt Zhang. As for what kind of son he had, Lang Zhe didn't care. Alright, Ice, you go up to study first, the tutor should be here later. Saying that, Lang Zhe strides out the door and gets into the car. At this time, inside the Sijin tea house, Yi Sijin pulled Yi Siki's hand and looked at Su Changjong in front of her with a serious face. Elder Su, why did you invite that plague god over again? Inside the Martial Arts Association's arena, in the ring, was standing a familiar face. Liangchen Zhou. Liangchen can also be a celestial realm martial artist, a huge treasure for the association. We naturally need to invite him over. Su Changgao replied. Yi Siki sniffed and frowned. Then why did you call the two of us here? Su Changgao sniffed, looked at Zhou Liangchen who was warming up in the arena, and added, I don't know about that. Anyway, that kid Liangchen said he wanted to see you two for everything, or else he wouldn't come to the association. Alas, I can't help it. After all, it's the Generalissimo's order and I can only carry it out. Hearing this, Yi Siki stared at Zhou Liangchen in the arena with a frown on her face, shook her head, and sighed. Ugh, I guess this Zhou Liangchen is going to start jerking around again. Alright, get in there. Oh yeah, Don't ever say I invited you guys here, haha. Su Changdao made a gesture of invitation. As soon as the two of them, Yi Siki and Yi Sijin, entered the door, they only saw Zhou Liangchen striding over. First, he smiled at Yi Siki, then spoke very confidently. Miss Yi, what wind blew you over? Yi Siki blankly glanced at Zhou Liangchen, and didn't know what kind of wind this second idiot was drawing. Also, what brings you here? Don't you know what you're doing? Yesi's cheeks were twitching. She really couldn't figure out what this Zhou Liangchen was thinking. Turning her head, she looked at Yi Sijin, who was also speechless. However, Zhou Liangchen, being an expert down the mountain, naturally had a pretentious character, only to see that he didn't care about the sisters' disgusted expressions. Instead, he was still very self-absorbed that these two little nieces must have fallen in love with him. Today, I've come to challenge a celestial realm martial artist. The corners of Zhou Liangchen's mouth rose slightly as he typed and then said, the two young ladies, don't misunderstand. I'm not here to find you. Oh, Yi Sijin let out an oh-so-subtle cry before pointing to the ring and saying, go ahead and challenge, while the two of us go get some breakfast. No breakfast yet? Zhou Liangchen smiled faintly and made a gesture of invitation. Just in time. I haven't eaten either. Something like stalking, when it happens to a villain, is called bitching, but for it to happen to the protagonist, it's called bull. Call it handsome. Zhou Liangchen's undisguised expression told the sisters that this kid really thought of himself as a dish. Indeed, Zhou Liangchen did think so. As the protagonist of an urban cool article, how can you not include the sisters in your harem when you see them? Yi Siki, it was indeed my fault for withdrawing from the marriage with you in the first place, but don't feel bad. It's not that you're not good enough, it's that I don't really deserve you. Yi Siki was directly dumbfounded when she heard this. This kid is crazy, isn't he? Are you crazy? What are you talking about? What do you mean? Am I good enough? What's it got to do with you if I'm good enough or not? Besides, I don't like you in the first place. What's it got to do with me if you're good enough for me or not? Sister Sijin. Zhou Liangchen looked at Yi Sijin again and smiled. Do you still remember what you promised me the last time I saved you? Yi Sijin sniffed and frowned. Right. The last time he was kidnapped by Leng Zhe. He said that if he could beat Leng Zhe to death, he would marry him. But, fortunately, Coldzer wasn't killed, or else you'll have to regret it for the rest of your life. All of a sudden, Yi Sijin suddenly felt that Leng Zhe didn't seem so bad anymore. Compared to the narcissistic to the extreme American male and dilettante in front of him, Leng Zhe was really a normal person. Alright, you hurry up and get to the challenge. We're both going to dinner. There's no rush. Yi Sijin was just about to pull Yi Siki away when Zhou Liangchen suddenly stopped the two girls. Smiling, he said, I, Zhou Liangchen, have always been true to my word, and when I say I will marry you, I will definitely marry you. Question mark. Yi Sijin frowned. Yi Siki on the side was also dumbfounded. She looked angrily at Zhou Liangchen and said, Zhou Liangchen, you're fucking sick, aren't you? Zhou Liangchen sniffed, but in his heart, he thought, jealous? Serves you right. You were given a chance and you didn't appreciate it. I can't look at you now. Your sister is much better than you. Nice body again. Yi Siki, on the other hand, as if she could hear Zhou Liangchen's heart, similarly thought, I'm jealous of your mom. You're crazy, aren't you? Seijin. In fact, I won't hide it from you. From the first time I saw you, I knew that you were the woman that I, Zhou Liangchen, wanted. Don't worry, leave Leng Zhe. After I get the Celestial Realm Medal issued by the Martial Arts Association, there will naturally be people who are willing to spend a lot of money to hire me. At that time, I can buy you whatever you want. Saying that, Zhou Liangchen also took out a Ferrari car key from his hand and smiled. See, before, your sister Yi Siki suspected me of being poor. Now, both of you have seen it. This Ferrari is a luxury car worth $8 million, and is limited worldwide. Although he didn't know where this kid got that much money, Yi Siki didn't care in the slightest. $8 million only. In the previous Yi family, they didn't even look at this small amount of money. This is still just the tip of the iceberg. Zhou Liangchen continued. After leaving the Yi family, I returned to my master, who left all the family fortune to me. Now, I'm also a veritable rich kid. Zhou Liangchen continued to brag. Yi Siki turned her head at this time, looking at her sister, Yi Sijin, and said, Sister, why don't we both run? Yi Sijin also expressed her speechlessness, but Zhou Liangchen didn't care in the slightest. He continued to do what he was doing. Turning his head, he put his hands in his pockets and looked at the ring, the examiner who had come from the provincial city. Craning his neck a bit, he sneered, Now, I'll let you two see the true strength of my Zhou Liangchen. As the words fell, Zhou Liangchen immediately rushed towards the ring, hitting it off with the examiner. After all, they're all masters of their craft. Not so much. You fight. I'll fight. Although the martial artists in this world were much more powerful than in the real world, counting it as a high martial world, but it's still a far cry from those metaphysical novels where you can't move without tearing down a building or flattening a mountain. Even if it was a celestial realm martial artist who fought, it actually didn't look much different from an ordinary martial artist at first glance. The biggest difference is nothing more than a physical enhancement. Lang Zhe had carefully studied it before. Whether the martial artists in this world were powerful or not had little to do with your fighting skills. Simply put, Ip Man had come and there was nothing he could do with the high-ranked martial artist. Because a high-ranking martial artist, what was powerful was the physique, the muscle density. Wing Chun can certainly overcome strength with softness, but it can't really punch through steel plates. That is to say, the high-ranking powerhouses of this world could really achieve muscles that were as hard as steel plates. As for the martial artists in this world, each stage was again a descending ascension, and a cross-level challenge was simply impossible. The best you can do with your skills is not to get killed in the face of absolute muscle density and strength. In the ring, the two high-level martial artists of the celestial realm fought, just like in a martial arts novel, even though there was a certain amount of skill on the side, but more than that, they relied on some of the more metaphysical aspects. Secondly, there is speed. The only martial art in the world was fast, and that applied in this world as well. The speed of a high-ranked martial artist was also difficult for the ordinary human eye to capture. This also corroborates what Ip Man said earlier. The power of Wing Chun lies in skill and speed. However, the speed of a martial artist at a higher rank would be superior to a lower rank no matter what. Therefore, no matter how much skill you have, it is like slow motion in front of a high-ranking martial artist, able to be easily cracked. Of course, techniques only came in handy when martial artists of the same level dueled each other. And at this moment, after all, Zhou Liangchen was here for the examination. And no matter if it was the examination officer or Zhou Liangchen, he would not lay his hands on him. Both of them were on point. And soon, the tiebreaker for Zhou Liangchen was decided. Su Changdao, who was the Jiangcheng branch president, walked up to the stage and looked at the examiners present. Then spoke. Passed? Several examiners looked at each other. Without a doubt, Zhou Liangchen's level had completely reached the celestial realm. So a few people nodded. The examination of the Martial Artist Association was still very plain, and did not have that very mysterious and lofty feeling in the metaphysical novels. After getting the identity of the celestial realm, the examiners would, at the same time, record the martial artist on the official website of the Martial Artist Association, fully web accessible. Well, Zhou Liangchen strides towards Yi Sijin and said, Yi Sijin, as long as I want to, I can even be the number one in the world. After all, before going down the mountain, Zhou Liangchen's master had said, apprentice, you are invincible. Go down the mountain and wreak havoc on others. Come on, let's go eat together. After saying that, Zhou Liangchen pulled Yi Sijin's arm unceremoniously, and just then, Lang Zhe had just entered as well. The sight froze instantly. Crap, my villainess, how come she was abducted by this bastard Zhou Liangchen again? Thinking of this, Lang Zhe immediately took a big step up and pulled Yi Sijin into his arms. Are you kidding me? I'm a supervillain and I can still let you protagonist intimidate me? But when Zhou Liangchen saw this, it was clear that he wasn't convinced either. A hand grabbed Yi Sijin's other hand and said, Seijin, you're not really going to go with this asshole, are you? Who the fuck are you calling an asshole? I'm the good guy. Lungza a bald mouth. It made Yi Sijin laugh wholeheartedly. You, po ha ha ha, you're a good guy? If you're a good guy, then there are no bad guys in this world. Ha 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 ha. Lang Zhe rolled his eyes, then stared at Yi Sijin and said, are you coming with me or not? Why should I go with you? When Lang Zhe heard this, his little temper came up on the spot. Wow, I've lived 7 times over, and I've never begged anyone. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe pushed Yi Sijin into Zhou Liangchen's arms and said, fine, you're not going with me, you'll just go with him. I don't want you anymore. Go live outside tonight. There's no place for you at home. After saying that, Lang Zhe looked at Yi Siki on the side again and said with slight anger, what about you? You also want to wander outside with your sister, don't you? When Yi Siki heard this, she immediately stood behind Lang Zhe, then carefully looked at Yi Sijin and said, hey, sis. Yeah, I'm sorry I'm really poor. You. Yi Sijin was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. What is this? Coldzer is a psycho too? As for Zhou Liangchen at this moment, he very gently wrapped Yi Sijin in his arms and said with a bad smile, see, Seijin, I told you that Lang Zhe is an asshole. Come with me, I'll raise you. When Yi Sijin heard this, she immediately broke away from Zhou Liangchen's arms, then pointed at Lang Zhe and said, Lang Zhe, good, you said it. From now on, neither of us will know anyone. Lang Zhe shrugged his shoulders, then pretended to pick up the phone and deliberately said, "Hello, Xiao Jian Ah. Sell this Si Jin tea house. How much?" You. In Yi Si Jin's mind, there was nothing more important than this tea house. Let's put it this way. Her grandfather went in there, and it wasn't even as important as this tea house. Hearing Leng Zhe say that, Yi Si Jin was naturally anxious. Leng Zhe, you asshole, you brought you to play like that. Leng Zhe, however, shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent face and said, "We're both old and dead. Why do I still keep this money, loser?" At this moment, Zhou Liangchen sneered and casually pulled out his gold card. "How much?" "I'll buy it." Leng Zhe froze for a moment at first at his words. After looking at the real gold card, he immediately held out 5 fingers. $50 million? Simple. Zhou Liangchen laughed coldly in his heart. Leng Zhe, compared to me, Zhou Liangchen, you're still a bit young. It's only $50 million. I, Zhou Liangchen, have plenty of money now. From now on, no one has the right to call me poor. However, Leng Zhe's reply was out of everyone's expectation. "You're thinking about fart eating. I said 500 million. Leng Zhe gave Zhou Liangchen a blank look. With these words, Zhou Liangchen's face instantly became uglier than eating shit. 500 million? You're robbing me? But when you think about it, this location, such a large area, and such luxurious decor and garden design, $500 million, it's really not expensive. This site is located in the heart of the old town and covers an area comparable to a large park. It's more than $500 million to sell this land to a real estate company to build a building." Although Zhou Liangchen was a bit of a pain in the flesh, 500 million, he could still afford it. So, Zhou Liangchen clenched his teeth and said angrily, "Fine, 500 million is 500 million. Hearing this, it was Leng Zhe's turn to freeze. What the hell? Where did this kid get so much money? Even if his protagonist Sora is no longer awesome, he can't have made a few $100 million in the past few days. Can he? Is it hard to believe that the masters down the mountain are also hiding rich kids? How come the main character has to be a rich kid? Do you look down on the poor? I changed my mind. Now I want $1 billion. Zhou Liangchen really has 500 million, so there's no way around it." Coldzer continues to play the traditional art skill, going rogue. As expected. Once he heard Leng Zhe's words, Zhou Liangchen immediately became angry. A gentleman's word is his bond. How can you go back on your word? Who said I'm a gentleman? Leng Zhe let out a cold laugh and said, "You said it. I'm an asshole. Ah. What happened to an asshole going back on his word? It's not like I signed a contract with you." "Good." Zhou Liangchen sniffed and could only grit his teeth. 1 billion is 1 billion. After saying that, he looked at Yi Si Jin again and said, "Say Jin, for your sake, not to mention $1 billion, even $10 billion, I will do whatever I want. Not to mention." Yi Si Jin was really a bit touched. Just how could Leng Zhe spoil Zhou Liangchen? He exists to get the protagonist in trouble. Ha? Can you call a protagonist a villain without giving him trouble? Good. For the sake of you being so affectionate. Just $10 billion. I'll fulfill your love for her. Leng Zhe said this. Everyone in the room froze. 10 billion? A Si Jin tea house that can actually sell for a sky-high price of $10 billion? Those old things from the surrounding martial arts association couldn't stop looking this way. Everyone was staring at Zhou Liangchen at the moment. Expect a perfect reversal from Liangchen Zhou. Completely facepalm Leng Zhe, the arrogant villainous villain. But Zhou Liangchen, at this moment, was dumbfounded. 10 billion? Crap. The entire family fortune left to me by my master is just $10 billion. I gave it all to him? Then won't I become poor again? Say, is this tea house worth $10 billion? Watching Zhou Liangchen's cheeks twitch continuously, Yi Si Jin smiled badly in her heart, then hastily added, "Didn't you say that for my sake? It doesn't matter if you spend $10 billion. You're so rich, so help me spend this $10 billion. In fact, Yi Si Jin had also never even thought that Zhou Liangchen would spend $10 billion for her. She simply wanted to disgust Zhou Liangchen. Seeing this, Yi Siki, who was standing behind Leng Zhe, similarly made a face and said, "I think you can't afford to pay $10 billion, right? What you said just now was bragging, right?" Leng Zhe stood in place, staring at Zhou Liangchen with the same cold smile. In his heart, he said, "Fighting me? You're worse than bottomless." Zhou Liangchen stood awkwardly where he was, the anger in his heart already burning to the extreme. But what could he do? The tea house is Leng Zhe's, and how much Leng Zhe wants to sell it for is all up to Leng Zhe himself. And right at this moment, Yi Si Jin looked at Leng Zhe again and said with a slight smile, "Leng Zhe, presumably, no one would spend $10 billion on a tea house, right?" Obviously, the duel between the two men, Leng Zhe and Zhou Liangchen, had given Yi Si Jin a big advantage. Yi Si Jin became the biggest winner. The tea house doesn't have to be sold. However, With Long Zay's urbane nature, there was no way he would let Yi Si-jin feel good. He spoke directly. Sorry, if no one buys it, I'll tear down the tea house and build the neighborhood myself. You! Yi Si-jin's eyes widened in anger when she heard this. At this moment, Yi Si-jin and Zhou Liangchen, both of them, were furious and stupid. Lang Zay, however, remained bouncy and taunted. You two poor bastards. Ah, so don't pretend in front of me. And you, Zhou Liangchen, don't brag if you can't afford it. You're rich, right? If you have money, don't you have to see if I'm selling or not? After saying that, Lang Zay pulled Yi Si-ki and was about to leave. Zhou Liangchen's back teeth were about to be clenched as he directly slammed a black card on the ground and said angrily, "Fine, $10 billion is $10 billion. The corners of Lang Zay's mouth rose wildly when he heard this. Similarly hitting he turned his head to look at Zhou Liangchen and said, $10 billion? Just to buy a tea house? Right. Good. Deal." After saying that, Lang Zay immediately picked up his cell phone. "I'll send you a contract tomorrow. Go to my company to sign it." When the words fell, Lang Zay didn't even give Zhou Liangchen a chance to backtrack and immediately pulled Yi Si-ki away. As for the whole cultivating a villainous great heroine thing, there's no rush. The villainess is not as important as $10 billion in cash. With $10 billion, Lang Zay would be able to pay off the bank immediately. When that happens, you'll be debt-free. However, what Lang Zay never expected was that this session of netbook protagonists were really good at carrying a little bit of agitation and you could easily make tens of billions of dollars. It's no wonder. After all, it's the main character of the web article. The protagonist has a swagger that villainous minions like me can't imagine. After all, nowadays, online authors write books without a brain, and urban gods and goddesses can easily come up with trillions of dollars without blinking an eye, without the slightest consideration of inflation. After returning to Jiangnan Mansion, Lang Zay immediately talked to Jiang Yihan about this matter. Jiang Yihan sniffed, but her brows tightened as she said, "A tea house selling for $10 billion? Is Zhou Liangchen crazy?" Lang Zay sniffed and shrugged. Yi Si-ki, who was on the side, looked at Lang Zay and said, "Lang Zay, you're not really going to admit defeat to that Zhou Liangchen, are you?" "Admit defeat?" Lang Zay sniffed and gave Yi Si-ki a blank look. "Where did you see that I'm going to admit defeat?" Yi Si-ki beamed and said, "Aren't you going to sell my sister's tea house to him? It can't be helped. He's giving too much." Lang Zay shrugged. Then he looked at Jiang Yihan and said, "In short, you first draw up a contract. And what about the content of the contract? You write it like this." After saying that, Lang Zay muttered a few words in Jiang Yihan's ear. After hearing Lang Zay's words, Jiang Yihan immediately stared up with wide eyes. Staring at Lang Zay, he said, It's not legal, is it?" When Lang Zay heard this, he immediately waved his hand and said, "Oops, what's legal about that? You just write the contract properly. When the time comes, the black and white words are right there. He doesn't look at it carefully himself. Who's to blame?" Also, Jiang Yihan nodded and said, "After all, it's a $10 billion contract. If he doesn't look at it carefully himself, even if he goes to court and sues us, he's still at a disadvantage." Lang Zay patted Jiang Yihan's shoulder with great satisfaction and didn't say anything else. Only Yi Si-ki, who was standing on the opposite side of the room, stared at Lang Zay with a confused look on her face. What's this bad guy thinking of again? At this moment, Zhou Liangchen's five senses were squeezing together. He looked at Yi Si-jin in front of him with a helpless face and didn't know what to say for a while. Yi Si-jin was also a bit embarrassed, lowered her head and said, "Neia, thank you, for spending so much money for me." When Zhou Liangchen heard this, he immediately resumed his pretentious traits and laughed, waving his hand and saying, "It's not just 10 billion. Small money, ha 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 ha." Yi Si-jin raised her head, looked at Zhou Liangchen, and said, Liangchen, why don't we forget about it? I will go and apologize to Lang Zay." In fact, Yi Si-jin wasn't worried about Zhou Liangchen's money. It was just that she didn't really want to owe anyone, especially if you owe it to a narcissist like Zhou Liangchen. She didn't like Zhou Liangchen, although Zhou Liangchen had spent $10 billion for her, but she was as clear as a mirror in her heart. Zhou Liangchen is not for her to spend this 10 billion. Zhou Liangchen, this is clearly for their own pretend just. What's more, he was supposed to be his sister's fiancé. After being rejected by his sister, he came back to hook up with himself. Isn't this the behavior of a sea king? No, not sea king. It's what makes all the girls like it that's called a sea king. This behavior of Zhou Liangchen is obviously a sea dog. After licking one and getting punched in the face, he turned his head and went to lick the other one. There's absolutely no shame in it. However, even though Zhou Liangchen's image was that of a sea dog in Yi Si-jin's heart, after all, he was willing to spend $10 billion for himself, so he couldn't say anything about him. and Zhou Liangchen's heart at this moment already had no thoughts of that $10 billion. Oh, this little ninny has finally been touched by me. I told you, Zhou Liangchen, am the #1 expert in the world. How can a master like me not have a beautiful woman as a companion? Even though there's no money now, isn't it easy to make money? Most of these pretentious internet protagonists have one trait. That is, they are actually no different from the villains. The biggest difference between them and the villain is just an added layer of protagonist aura. After all, we're all men. Who doesn't want to be surrounded by beautiful women? Zhou Liangchen continued to speak at this time. Why don't we go for a meal? After working all morning, Yi Sijin was indeed hungry. So they nodded and said, okay, fine. Although Yi Sijin didn't want to, she was too embarrassed to refuse. Who told this kid to really spend $10 billion? That afternoon, Lang Zhe followed Zhang Yihan to the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, for no other reason than to confirm what's going on with Sijin Tea House and Sijin Wushu. Although Lang Zhe knew that the Sijin Tea House was a place that sold dog meat by hanging a sheep's head, saying that it was a tea house, but in reality, it was a martial arts center. But since Master Yi transferred all the assets of the Yi family to Lang Zhe's name, Yi Sijin also lost her income. So in order to maintain the normal operation of the martial arts center, she completely registered a part of the martial arts center as a tea house and opened it to the public. This time to come to the Trade and Industry Bureau, Lang Zhe is to confirm the use part of the tea house. The area in the end is how much. After some confirmation, Zhang Yihan came to Lang Zhe, who was waiting in the hall, and said, I've asked. The tea house's operation is limited to a building near the entrance, which is roughly 200 square feet, and the rest of the location is for the use of the military officials. Hearing this, Lang Zhe snapped his fingers and said, then I'm relieved. In this case, you are running a business. 200 ping is still too much. You go, and narrow down the business scope of Sijin Tea House in a little bit. By the way, isn't there a door market on the outer wall? You changed the business scope of Sijin Tea House to that door market. Zhang Yihan sniffed and also laughed badly, looking at Lang Zhe. Young Master Lang, I didn't expect you to be so bad. Tisk. When Lang Zhe heard this, he immediately sked his tongue and said, what you said? How can I be bad? We're legitimate businessmen. Zhou Liangchen said he wanted to buy a tea house, and I didn't force him to buy it. When the time comes, it's all written in black and white on the contract. Who's to blame if he doesn't read it carefully himself? Zhang Yihan sniffed and didn't say anything more, so she immediately went to check in. Money is still a good thing. In normal times, it is estimated that it will take a month or two to accomplish the matter. After Lang Zhe launched the ability of money, just an afternoon time is done. Only the original operating area of the Sijin Tea House has not been reduced. It is still 200 square feet. Only the business area has been changed from the original garden area to the store area by the outer wall. The reason why Lang Zhe didn't change the operating area of the tea house was solely to look good on the contract when the time came. After all, the original business area of Sijin Tea House was 200 square feet, and at that time, even if Zhou Liangchen went to the court to sue himself, he would still have sufficient reasons to defend himself. After everything was done, Lang Zhe took Hisiki back home. As soon as he entered the doorway of his house, Lang Zhe heard a sudden playful sound of men and women coming from his ears. Turn your head and look at the good guys. So the tennis court is in the yard? It had been said before that there was a tennis court in the Yi family's villa. Only that Lang Zhe hadn't had much time to take a good stroll around the Yi family's villa. So naturally he didn't know where the tennis court was. Only, Lang Zhe suddenly noticed a familiar figure. Only to see, a heavily made-up woman, wearing an extremely flirtatious zippy little skirt, white stockings, and a little tank top that showed half of her breasts. With a dunce cap, he's playing tennis with a freshman in big pants and a big tank top. Isn't this Yi Sijin's mom? And that little white boy? Seeing this scene, Lang Zhe didn't say anything and directly walked into the tennis court with big strides. You here to play tennis at my house again? Yi mother sniffed and immediately put away the playful smile from earlier. With a serious face, he looked at Lang Zhe and said, Lang Zhe, what are you doing here? Lang Zhe smiled helplessly at his words and said, what can I come for? This is my home. Do I need to tell you what I'm doing here? It wasn't the fact that the old woman was harboring a gigolo that upset Kolzer. Honestly, this old woman is just going out to sell, and it has nothing to do with herself. But the thing is, it's in your own home. Plus the way that little white boy was still being rude to himself earlier. In other words, even if that little white boy was slightly more polite to Lang Zhe wouldn't be like this. He turned his head to look at the little white man and noticed that he had a very bad bruise on his eye. Obviously, the damage that Zhou Dalong had caused him last time was still lingering. Why are you hurt? The white boy sniffed, but snorted. What do you care? What's the rush about caring about you? Lang Zhe's expression instantly became serious, then simply opened the door and said, let me get this straight. Old woman, you're not welcome in this house anymore. Auntie Zhang, Ling Zai suddenly shouted, and not long after, Aunt Zhang, wearing an apron, trotted out of the villa. What's wrong, young master? Ling Zai pointed at the two people in front of him and said, Auntie Zhang, don't put everyone in here from now on. This isn't the Yi family anymore. It's my Long family. Got it? Ling Zai did not intend to make things difficult for Aunt Zhang, but patted his shoulder very politely and said, I know, you can't look after such a big house all by yourself. In this case, I'll ask DeLong to call a few of his brothers to guard it tomorrow. What about your task now, which is to send the guests out? Ling Zai really couldn't stand it this time, but those who couldn't stand it as well. There was also Ye's mother. Ye's mother had actually had enough of being lowly in front of Ling Zai for a long time. Lungza, you asshole, I'm your mother-in-law. When Ling Zai heard this, he immediately burst out laughing and said, ha 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 ha, you're thinking about fart eating, right? Just you. Still want to be my mother-in-law? I'm single now. What kind of mother-in-law is that? When Ye's mother heard this, she immediately became furious and stomped her feet, saying angrily, you, if you dare to drive me away, I'll let my daughter repent her marriage with you. Repent? Ling Zai waved his hand and said, do I look like I lack women? Alright, Ling Zai looked at Auntie Zhang again and said, don't bullshit with this kind of person. Send the guests away. Seeing this, Aunt Zhang could only coyly walk over, saying, this, sister you don't make it difficult for me, please. When Ye's mother heard this, she became even more angry in her heart. With one hand, he pushed away Aunt Zhang in front of him and said, even you, a house slave, dare to talk to me like this? Tell you what, Zhang Chunhua, you're just a dog lackey, you're not qualified to talk to me. Zhang Chunhua sniffed and didn't dare to retort. After all, in her eyes, she really was just like a lackey. Although it is the 21st century, we are all here to work and make money. I work, you pay, both sides are just employment relationship. But Zhang Chunhua, a woman, has low self-esteem herself. At this moment, not only Ling Zai, but even Yisiki on the side couldn't look on. She immediately rushed up and grabbed Zhang Chunhua's hand. Mom, what's wrong with you? Why are you talking about Auntie Zhang like that? Upon hearing this, Ye's mother slapped Yisiki's face and said, good you little goblin. Instead of standing on your own mother's side, you talk about your own mother? I gave birth to you for nothing. Your mom and I have never once been the master in this house. And after your dad died, your grandfather was in charge of all the big and small things in the house. Your grandfather went in and then gave everything in our Yi family to this brat Ling Zai. And now, you're on Ling's side again? Do you even have me as a mom in your heart? Yisiki covered her face and stared at Ye's mother with an incredulous face. No, Mom, what's wrong with you? I'm just telling you not to be so mean. I'm mean? Upon hearing this, Ye's mother pushed Yisiki while cursing. Did I fucking give birth to an animal? I'm your mom. I do what's right. Tell you what, my mother is selling you to a brothel. You'll have to put up with it. Hearing this, Yisiki was directly dumbfounded. She stared at her mother with a look of disbelief. Originally, she thought her mother was just too lonely and had bagged a gigolo. After all, she was not surprised to see this kind of thing in the aristocratic circle. Besides, Yisiki was also an adult. Although she hadn't experienced this kind of thing yet, but hadn't she ever seen a pig run without having eaten pork? So she had always tried to understand her mother. But this time, what her mother said hurt her too much. Mom, how could you say such a thing? Ling Zai stood aside and had long since picked up the phone and dialed Zhou Dalong. After all, beating up women was something that Zhou Dalong was the best at. This old boy has a million ways to deal with this unreasonable old slut. To be honest, Ling Zai didn't really have much experience in dealing with this kind of person. And at this moment, Ye's mother pulled the little white boy aside as soon as she could, and pointed at Ling Zai again. I'm telling you, Ling Zai, the old master's words don't count. This house is my Yi family's house. You can't get rid of me today. After saying that, Ye's mother pulled that little white boy and ran towards the villa, while Yisiki stood still and kept sobbing. She had never imagined that her own mother could say such vile things about herself, and Lungza wasn't surprised at all. In fact, from the last time he announced his engagement to Yisi Jean, Ling Zai had noticed that this woman was no good. Otherwise, how could she not show any sign at all when her own daughter was engaged? Even Koldzer had basically never seen the sisters speak to her. If Ling Zai's analysis was correct, Ye's mother was actually able to endure humiliation in the Yi family for so many years for nothing more than one word, money. As for the daughter? Oh, there are plenty of parents in this world who don't care about their children. All that old slut wants is money and a man. However, looking at Yisiki, a little girl, standing in the center of the tennis court, crying and not being able to catch her breath, it was also strange and pitiful. Ling Zai then took a big step over and touched her head to comfort her. Alright, what's there to cry about? If she scolded you, why don't you scold her back? But she's my mom. Woo woo. Girls need comfort the most when they are vulnerable. Lungze slightly consoled, only to see Isiki directly jumped into Lungze's arms and hugged Lungze, bawling her eyes out. Whoa. How could she say that about me? Even though I've never been on good terms with my mom, I'm still her daughter after all. Lungze was a little embarrassed for a moment. Auntie Zhang, who was on the side, immediately came over and persuaded. Alright, girl, don't cry. Let's just get rid of her. When Lungze heard this, he also immediately nodded his head and said, Right. Look how nice Auntie Zhang is. No way you sever the mother-daughter relationship with that old woman. You let Auntie Zhang be your mom. Lungze is also used to being a villain. This mouth has no gate. When these words came out, Auntie Zhang all turned red in her old face and immediately lowered her head and said, Young Master Leng, you don't say that. I'm an old woman. How can I be a mom to miss? What's in it? Lungze gave Aunt Zhang a blank look and said, The grace of nurturing is greater than the grace of procreation. Do the math yourself. How many years have you been working in this villa of the Yi family? What day isn't it that you serve Yisiki and Yisijin? Has that old woman ever done anything for her daughter? Ever done anything? Coldzer didn't know either. But yes, he knew. Auntie Chung knows it too. Ever since Mother Yi gave birth to these two daughters, she has been eating and drinking with that group of noble women all day long. After Ye's father died, Ye's mother did whatever she wanted, all day long. Male models in clubs, all night long. Ye old man went in and went even further, directly led the white boy home to snap. Indeed, it's too much. And at that moment, Zhou Dalong arrived late. What's wrong, young master? Lungze opened the door and pointed at the villa. Get rid of that old thing at home. It's disgusting to look at. Yes, young master. Zhou Dalong was also unambiguous. The big, stupid man of 1.9 meters walked inside the villa and yelled at the top of his voice. Old bitch, where did you go? After saying that, Zhou Dalong started walking upstairs. Just as she arrived upstairs, she saw Ye's mother walk out of the bedroom in a sexy little short dress, staring at Zhou Dalong with an unhappy face. What are you shouting about? Is this your own home? If you're yelling, get the hell out of here. This voice really gave Zhou Dalong a fright. It even made Zhou Dalong a bit confused. This isn't your house either, is it? Zhou Dalong frowned, and in the next second, he immediately walked forward in large strides. I don't know whether Yi mother is really bold or she is used to acting as a bully. Seeing Zhou Dalong's imposing manner, she is not weak at all. He even puffed out his chest and pinched his waist, pointing at Zhou Dalong and cursing. You're just a stinky bodyguard. TM, what are you arrogant about? Also your mouth shut if you keep yelling. Zhou Dalong's mouth was already stupid. After all, in normal times, this guy would have made a move at the drop of a hat. Of course, it's not because he's violent. It's purely because he can't stand talking to people and simply uses his fists to shut them up. Coming in front of Yi mother, Zhou Dalong stared angrily at Yi mother. This scene kinda proves the saying, you're 5 feet 9 inches, aren't you? Don't you have to look down at me even though you're 5 feet 9 inches? Zhou Dalong came to Ye's mother and looked at her angrily. Old bitch, I'm warning you, you talk to me politely. Mother Yi sniffed, but laughed coldly and said, Oh, you're a house slave. Why should I be polite with you? When Zhou Dalong heard this, he was so angry that he directly kicked Ye's mother to the ground. This kick, although Zhou Dalong did not use his full strength, he still kicked Ye's mother to the point that she couldn't breathe and fell to the ground, covering her belly in pain. At this time, that little white man also rushed out and hurriedly helped Ye's mother. Honey, what's wrong with you? Are you alright, dear? Oops, I can't. It hurts so much. Zhou Dalong stood still and snorted coldly. Young master told you to get lost now. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhou Dalong suddenly noticed something. At this time, Yi mother was wearing a zippy little short skirt. That skirt is short as it gets, so short that the slightest breeze will show your panties. And now, Yi mother was kicked over by Zhou Dalong and kept rolling on the ground, causing Yi mother to be completely naked. And after going naked, Yi mother also let Zhou Dalong completely see the bottom of this old woman's skirt. No underwear. Let Zhou Dalong have a clear view. Crap. Seeing this scene, Zhou Dalong became even angrier. What made Zhou Dalong angry was not because of Yi mother's lechery, but he felt that he was being insulted. I can't believe I was sexually seduced by an old bitch. Thinking of this, Zhou Dalong directly rushed up, like lifting a chicken cub, a hand to lift that little white man, and then smoothly threw in a gang. He grabbed Yi mother's collar again, yanked her up, and said angrily, Old thing, tell you, don't let me see you in the future. When he said that, he just picked up its collar and headed downstairs. Seeing this, that little white boy immediately rushed up and tried to hit Zhou Dalong. But this little white guy, he looks like he's covered in muscles, but I guess he's mostly drugged up. Being grabbed by Zhou Dalong's throat, he said angrily, "You too, damn it." With that, he flung the little white boy straight down the stairs, and at that moment, Lang Zhe had just walked through the front door when he saw that little white boy rolling down the stairs. It rolled all the way to his feet. Lang Zhe lowered his head, looked condescendingly at the little white boy, and said in a deep voice, "Get lost." The little white man didn't care about the pain all over his body, and he rolled and crawled out. And when Ye's mother saw this, she panicked. Hurriedly, he opened his mouth towards Lang Zhe and shouted, Ling Zhe, good son-in-law. This bodyguard of yours is crazy, quickly release Auntie." Lang Zhe, it was Auntie's fault just now. Auntie is wrong. Okay? Lang Zhe didn't pay any attention to Mother Yi, but waved his hand at Zhou Dalong and made a way out the door. Zhou Dalong also understood and immediately carried Ye's mother outside. Seeing this, Ye's mother hurriedly shouted, "It's all family, son-in-law, don't be like this, don't be like this." While saying that, Yi mother struggled desperately. Zhou Dalong, on the other hand, simply held Ye's mother on his shoulders before angrily walking out of the villa, got outside and dropped it right at the door. Seeing this, Ye's mother was still going to go inside. Zhou Dalong, on the other hand, was not at all accustomed to this woman and slapped her across the eyes, saying, "I'm warning you, if you come any closer, I'll be rude to you." When Yi mother heard this, she immediately wimped out. The previous arrogance was all gone. After all, she could sort of see now that this Zhou Dalong really dared to hit her. Therefore, it could only beg bitterly, "Dalong, I'm really sorry just now. You let me in, okay?" "No," Zhou Dalong replied. When Yi mother heard this, she even knelt down. "Who's going to feed me after I'm gone? I don't have much money left on me." "Then how about this? You go in and talk to my daughter and ask her to get me some money." Zhou Dalong sniffed and pointed to the sanitation worker across the street. "You can ask that aunt where she got her job." Yi mother sniffed and twisted her head to look, then immediately cried out, This, how can I do that kind of work? Ooh, Dalong, I beg you, let me go in. I won't dare to do it again." A woman like Yi mother who married into a wealthy family chose to marry into the Yi family in the first place for the money. To put it bluntly, she's never had a job in her life. She also worked as a publicist in a hotel when she was young. But now that I'm older, who wants to be a publicist? To become a sanitation worker? With Mother Ye's kind of nature, it's simply impossible. These are the kind of women who will do anything for money, but the only thing they can't do is go to work. Thinking of this, Yi mother simply took Zhou Dalong's hand and desperately yanked it towards the lower part of her group. Zhou Dalong's face turned red with fear, and he quickly drew his hand back and said, "What are you doing? You old man, get the hell out of here, don't force me to beat you up." When Yi mother heard this, she quickly shook her head and said, Don't, Dalong, you see I'm a bit old, but I'm well maintained." "This way," said Yi mother, tugging on Zhou Dalong's hand again, pulling Zhou Dalong to his death. "In this case, Dalong, I'll be your daughter-in-law from now on. You help me talk to Lang Zhe properly. Don't kick me out." Zhou Dalong was so frightened that he quickly pulled his hand back and immediately slapped Ye's mother, angrily saying, "Get out, roll, old immodest, get lost." While saying this, Zhou Dalong also unbuckled his belt and kept hitting his mother. "You've even got your nose in your face. Isn't it disgusting? Get out." The scenes are pretty bombastic, but this old woman didn't know what was going on. As if she was possessed, she was unwilling to leave. Even though he was beaten and bruised, he still clung to Zhou Dalong's thigh and begged bitterly. At the end of the day, he even screamed lustfully twice, trying to seduce Zhou Dalong. It had to be said that Zhou Dalong was really speechless. The passers-by present were also shocked by the image. The big dragon, hit me, why don't you fight? Yi mother begged bitterly. Zhou Dalong, on the other hand, stood still, completely frozen. Oh, shit, this old woman isn't a pervert, is she? Also, vacuum in a short skirt. The average person can't do this. Yi mother had done everything she could to be able to stay in the Yi family's villa. Not only hugging Zhou Dalong's thighs, the hand is also not honest. From time to time to Zhou Dalong crotch touch search. Angry Zhou Dalong simply took out his cell phone and said, "If you continue to be like this, I'll send you to the mental hospital." Faced with this kind of person, Zhou Dalong had no choice. It's no good to fight. The more you fight, the more excited they get. You can't beat them to death. Can you? Where's the scolding? No amount of scolding will help. They don't even want to lose their face. Why should they be afraid of your scolding? Helplessly, Zhou Dalong had to pull out his bank card and said, "There are $100,000 in here. The password is 1 to 6. Take it and get lost. Upon hearing this, Ye's mother immediately took away the bank card in Joe Dalong's hand and then kept bowing. Big Dragon. Thank you, Big Dragon. $100,000 wasn't much, but it was at least enough for Mother Yi to splurge for a while. It doesn't cost much to keep a gigolo, 30 or 50 grand a month tops. For the remaining 50,000, just find a hotel and drive him for a month. When you run out of money, come back for more and it's over. Thinking of this, Yi mother stopped a cab and immediately ran without a trace. Joe Dalong was relieved to see this. After returning inside the villa, he saw Long Zai sitting on the sofa, staring at Joe Dalong, laughing so hard that he couldn't catch his breath. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha, Big Dragon how's it going? Does an old woman taste simple? When Joe Dalong heard this, his thick neck immediately turned red. Subconsciously, he looked at the hand that had just touched the black abalone, then rushed to the restroom. Just then, there was a sudden sound of a car engine at the gate. A short while later, a police car slowly pulled up to the door. Mr. Policeman, that's him, he just hit me. 2 policemen in police uniforms, and the little white boy who had just walked in. When Lang Zai saw this, he immediately frowned. And this brat went to the police? However, when Lang Zai saw the policeman's face, he immediately laughed. Oops, ha ha ha, isn't that Officer Lee? Seeing this, the policeman surnamed Lee also immediately laughed. Lang Xiao, ha ha ha, it's been a long time. Long Xiao, I didn't realize you moved here? You've gotten rich lately, getting such a big house? Lang Zai smiled and waved his hand and said, oops, also didn't earn any money. It's not Yi old man that thing. The fact that the Yi family had collapsed overnight could be said to be unknown in the entire Jiang city. Everyone knew that the Yi family had offended the Long family in the capital, but no one knew to whose hands the remaining property of the Yi family had run. As for Officer Lee's relationship with Lang Zai, it's a long story. Before the Long family, after all, are doing some unseemly things, a little bit of connections on the top is normal. As for this Officer Lee, to be honest, Lang Zai didn't have much to do with him, but rather had a deep back and forth with his superiors. Of course, this kind of back and forth also disappeared from Lang Zai after he cleansed the Long family. However, although Lang Zai wouldn't need this group of police officers to cover him in the future, the relationship he had made before was still there. Some small, harmless matters, they would still help Lang Zai deal with them. What's going on? Long Xiao, this kid said he got beaten up at your house. Is that right? Officer Lee opened his mouth and asked. When Lang Zai heard this, he didn't have the intention to hide it and directly nodded his head. That's right, but it's this kid who's looking for trouble. Oh, Officer Lee craned his head to look at the white boy beside him. At the moment, the little white man was dumbfounded, looking at Lang Zai and Officer Lee chatting so enthusiastically. These two are obviously old acquaintances. However, the little white boy remained unconvinced and puffed out his chest. Right, he hit me, Mr. Officer, you've got to arrest him, and pay for it. You have to pay for it. $1 million less and I'll get a lawyer to sue you to death. Lang Zai sniffed, shrugged his shoulders, and looked at Officer Lee. Officer Lee, why don't you ask him where I hit him first? Officer Lee sniffed and twisted his head to look at the little white man. The white boy didn't hide anything and spoke directly. It's upstairs. Lang Zai sniffed, spread his hands and shrugged. You heard it too, Officer Lee. He's upstairs in my house. I don't know what he's doing. I thought he was a thief. Just let my bodyguard go up and subdue him. And then he ran away. As soon as Officer Lee heard this, his face immediately became serious. Turning to look at the little white man, he then took the handcuffs out of his waistband and said, should I put them on you, or do you want to put them on yourself? Burglary, huh? Were any belongings lost? Officer Lee looked at Lang Zai again at this point. Lang Zai smiled at his words and said, I don't know about that. My house is so big that I honestly don't know what valuable things I have at home. At these words, the little white man's face turned red with anger. Hastily pointing at Lang Zai, he said, You lie. Officer Lee, I'm not a thief. I'm here to find his mother-in-law. When Officer Lee heard this, he became even more curious. You, a young man in his early 20s, why are you looking for his mother-in-law? Officer Lee, you have to believe me. I'm not a thief. I'm really here for his mother-in-law. Officer Lee sniffed, shook his head helplessly, and looked at Lang Zai. Then, Long Xiao, where is your mother-in-law? Where do I have a mother-in-law? I've never even gotten married. Officer Lee, if I got married, could I not call you? Lang Zai looked innocent. You. When the little white man heard this, he simply said, I'm here to find ye mother. After saying that, he looked at Officer Lee again. Officer Lee, the 2 sisters of the Yi family, and their mother, are still living here. I'm here to look for the mother of the Yi sisters. When Officer Lee heard this, He scratched the back of his head and said, "Then what is your relationship with the Yi sister's mother? Why are you looking for someone else?" Hearing this, the little white man was speechless. Yi mother is an old slut, naturally shameless, but this little white boy is still too young to be shameless. In other words, this little white boy, when he's a bitch, he still wants to make a name for himself, immediately opened his mouth to explain, I have nothing to do with her, it's just that, I'm her coach, teaching him tennis. Lang Zhe sniffed and immediately interrupted, and then took the opportunity of playing tennis with the other old lady to come to my villa and steal things, right? Teaching tennis to the bed, right? Me. The little white man gritted his teeth in anger and said, Ling Zhe, you don't spit blood. Officer Lee at the moment also lazy to listen to this white boy sophistry. Simply a tackle. Instantly handcuffs to the white boy on, let's go. What words with me to the office to say? After saying that, Officer Lee pressed the white boy into the police car. In the police car, the white boy was still staring at Lungza and cursing. Lungza, on the other hand, stood at the edge of the bed, looking at the little white man with a smile on his face, waving his hand and saying, not seen. Meanwhile, inside a restaurant in the city center, Zhou Liangchen looked at Yi Sijin with a gentle face and smiled. Say Jin, don't worry, after I acquire your tea house, I'll be able to get rid of that bastard Lang Zhe. As for your sister, don't worry, I have plenty of money. Isn't your sister away from Lang Zhe with no money to spend? Wait for the acquisition of the tea house. Relying on the tea house, cannot also earn a few million a year. Yi Sijin was a bit helpless, but it was not good to hit Zhou Liangchen in the face. After all, he was also helping himself. However, she still felt from the bottom of her heart that this was inappropriate, so she spoke. Zhou Liangchen, forget it, Lang Zhe, he's actually just bluffing me. He won't tear down the tea house. After eating, Yi Sijin then stood up and bowed to Zhou Liangchen. Thank you for your kindness, but let's forget about it. Originally, Yi Sijin was only quarreling with Lang Zhe, and it was indeed not good for her to quarrel with Lang Zhe and let Zhou Liangchen hitch a ride on $10 billion. So, after dinner, it was out the door in a flash. No matter how much Zhou Liangchen called out to her, she didn't turn around. After all, when it comes to this kind of thing, you have to show some determination and not let the other side feel that there is a single chance to take advantage of it. But the protagonists in urban cool texts all have one thing in common. Extremely narcissistic, always thinking that he is the best in the world. He is the protagonist. He is handsome, and all women should give him a harem. So, in Zhou Liangchen's eyes, Yi Sijin was shy. Thinking of this, Zhou Liangchen helplessly shook his head and laughed. Oh, this little ninny, she's still shy. After saying that, Zhou Liangchen also settled the bill and then walked out of the restaurant's door. At this time, it was also nearing dusk, and Zhou Liangchen had just walked to an alley, when he saw a girl wearing a student uniform and carrying a small school bag, walking in front of her. After walking around a corner, a scream suddenly came from the girls. I only saw an older man in a security uniform cover the girl's mouth and sneered. Ding bing ah, I'm sorry, uncle didn't want this, but who let you fool around with those hooligans? Uncle is doing this for your own good. Instead of fooling around with those rascals, why don't you marry into our family and become my daughter-in-law? Don't worry, my son is definitely better than that hooligan with the luxury car. Although my family doesn't have a luxury car or a villa, my son is kind. Woo woo. Xue Bingbing was unable to scream even though her mouth was covered, and she could only make whimpering noises. All the while, he kept dancing around with his hands, trying to break away from the security uncle. This security uncle is the same security guard from the school. At this time, Xue Bingbing was already scared silly. Just came back from Lang Zhe's house. This is looking to be home. Suddenly encountered this kind of thing. Put on any girl. Will be scared out of their wits. The security guard dragged Xue Bingbing and kept approaching the van behind him. But just then, Zhou Liangchen's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Let go of the girl. The security guard looked up to see a young man, 1.7 meters tall, standing in front of him. The security uncle was not a repeat offender after all, and this was the first time he had done this kind of thing. In order to kidnap Xue Bingbing, the security uncle had done his homework and had also summoned up a great deal of courage. But when he met this kind of thing, the security uncle was still scared in his heart. If you get arrested, think of your punk son. That son won't have to beg for food? Thinking of this, the security uncle hurriedly pushed Xue Bingbing away, turned his head and ran towards the van. But after all, Zhou Liangchen is the protagonist, and being the light of the righteous path does not allow him to do things regardless, much less watch the security uncle escape. Thus, Zhou Liangchen casually picked up the stone on the ground and viciously threw it. Snap! The stone hit the security uncle right on the calf. A flutter. The security uncle was unsteady and fell directly onto a pile of garbage. Seeing this, Zhou Liangchen hurriedly rushed up, shielding Xue Bingbing behind him as he angrily stared at the security uncle. Humph, you old rascal, how dare you do such a thing in broad daylight? Seeing this, the security uncle could only drag his broken leg and walk slowly in the direction of the van. Seeing this, Zhou Liangchen was about to chase after him, but Xue Bingbing behind him grabbed Zhou Liangchen, then shook his head and said, "This little brother, why don't we just let the police handle it?" Xue Bingbing's move was not because she was worried about Zhou Liangchen beating the security uncle to death, but she didn't want to owe anyone a favor, especially men's favors. Although Xue Bingbing was simple, she was not a fool. Although she didn't know Zhou Liangchen, she also understood that it was hard to pay back the ground after owing someone a favor. Especially, at this time, Xue Bingbing has already identified Leng Zhe. In Xue Bingbing's heart, she will be Leng Zhe's sooner or later. Oh, a strange man a favor for no reason. What if the man is up to no good? When Zhou Liangchen heard this, he didn't say anything more and nodded. Little sister, is everything alright? After all, it's the main character. It's normal for something like a hero saving the day to happen to the protagonist. And when Zhou Liangchen saw Xue Bingbing's looks, his heart was even more satisfied. Not bad, actually saved the beauty queen. Oh, it seems that my Zhou Liangchen's harem will have one more. Zhou Liangchen thought in his mind. At this time, Xue Bingbing immediately bowed and said, "Thank you, I don't know how to thank you. Or, do you lack money?" It couldn't be helped. Xue Bingbing really didn't want to owe a favor to any other man besides Leng Zhe. But Zhou Liangchen waved his hand and laughed. "Do I look like someone who lacks money? Little sister, like this, where is your home? I'll send you back." When Xue Bingbing heard this, she was about to refuse. But when she thought of the security uncle just now, she didn't dare to go home alone. So he nodded and said, "Well, thank you then." On the way, Zhou Liangchen was constantly observing Xue Bingbing's figure behind him, and the mind kept rambling. Master was right. There are beautiful women everywhere under the mountain. Ha 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 ha. Humph, from now on, I, Zhou Liangchen, will stand on top of the world. Honor, beauty, money, all belong to me. Zhou Liangchen, thinking of the shy Yi Jin just now, and then looking at the lovely and docile Xue Bingbing in front of him, Zhou Liangchen was simply delighted to the extreme. Soon, the duo arrived in front of Xue Bingbing's house. It's a very rundown neighborhood, located in the center of town, but it's an old, rundown building after all. Outside, the siding has fallen off a large area, and the neighborhood is like half a garbage dump. "I'm home." Xue Bingbing turned her head and said to Zhou Liangchen, "Nei. Thank you, go back." Zhou Liangchen sniffed, slightly disappointed in his heart. "Come on, I saved your ass, don't you want to invite me in? Even leave me your contact info." Well, after all, a little girl, I guess it is too shy. As a man I have to take the initiative. Thinking of this, Zhou Liangchen smiled faintly and said, "Don't you want to invite me in for a seat? I haven't eaten yet." Actually, Zhou Liangchen just finished eating. However, Xue Bingbing was too embarrassed to refuse, and just then, the door suddenly opened. Xue Bingbing's mother looked at Xue Bingbing with a curious face and said, "Bingbing, why don't you come back inside? What are you talking about outside? This kind of old neighborhood, the house is not soundproof." So Xue Bingbing's mother naturally heard the conversation the two just had. "This one is?" Xue Bingbing's mother looked towards Zhou Liangchen. However, in the next second, she seemed to have thought of something, so she immediately revealed a gentle smile and said, "Oh, I see, you are Leng Zhe, right? Quickly, come inside and have a seat. It just so happens that Auntie has stewed ribs today." Coldzer? Zhou Liangchen froze in place as soon as he heard this name. What's going on? Their family is related to Leng Zhe? No, it's supposed to be a rename. It can't be that coincidental. Thinking of this, Zhou Liangchen hastily shook his head, then looked at Xue's mother who opened the door and laughed. "Auntie, have you misunderstood?" Seeing this, Xue Bingbing also hurriedly opened her mouth to explain. "Right, Mom, don't call him blindly, he's not Leng Zhe." The implication of this statement is that Coldzer is not that frustrated. Of course, a pretentious guy like Zhou Liangchen couldn't hear the good and bad words at all. He thought that Xue Bingbing was complimenting himself. "Oh, it's not Leng Zhe, then this one, is he your classmate?" Once Mother Xue heard that it wasn't Leng Zhe, her eyes towards Zhou Liangchen instantly became less enthusiastic. But still, out of politeness, with a smile on his face, Xue Bingbing twisted her head to look at Zhou Liangchen beside her inside. In fact, she didn't know how to explain it. Originally, Zhou Liangchen did save himself, and he deserved to be thanked, so this was too hasty, right? This Zhou Liangchen, surprisingly, directly followed himself home. In the past, Xue Bingbing would not think much about it and would only think that the other party was really a good person. But after fooling around with Lang Zhe for a long time, even though Xue Bingbing is a silly white sweet, she has honed some hard eyes in front of Lang Zhe. She looked at Zhou Liangchen beside her, then smiled awkwardly, then looked at her mother and said, "Mom, the thing is, just now I was almost kidnapped. He saved me." Xue Bingbing explained what happened. Xue mother heard, immediately scared. Xue Bingbing in her arms said, "Egu, baby daughter, what's going on here? How did you get kidnapped? Did you call the police?" "Not yet. I thought I'd call when I got back. This can't be delayed." Mother Xue immediately picked up her cell phone and prepared to call the police. But at this moment, Zhou Liangchen, who was on the side, shook his head and opened his mouth with a feigned face of good behavior and understanding. "Auntie, there's actually no need. That dead pervert has been scared away by me now. Besides, there's no surveillance in this neighborhood, and all you're doing by calling the police is making a statement, and it's still weirdly troublesome." Hearing this, Mother Xue thought for a moment, put down her cell phone, and then said, "I'll be making a trip to the police station tomorrow, so let's not toss it today." "Didn't eat, did you, Bing Bing? Go to the kitchen and bring the food over. It's not easy for the family to have a guest for once, so be diligent." "All right, Mom." Xue Bingbing hurriedly put down her book bag, then brought up the meal prepared in the kitchen. At the dinner table, Zhou Liangchen still pretended to be very polite and said to Xue's mother, "Auntie, you're so good at cooking." Putting it in any other web article, Zhou Liangchen would definitely gain Xue's mother's favor with this flurry of pretense. Thus, he completely pinned down Xue Bingbing and incorporated her into his harem. But this isn't any other web article. This webcomic has Coldzer. Mother Xue only smiled lightly in the face of Zhou Liangchen's praise, didn't say much about it. That said, Zhou Liangchen did save his daughter, but in the eyes of Xue's mother, this Zhou Liangchen's purpose was a bit too obvious, wasn't it? It seems like everyone in this world is pretty smart except for the main character. Only the group of protagonists, one by one, are so pretentious that they feel welcome everywhere they go. Xue's mother is obviously not very welcome Zhou Liangchen, but in the way of his daughter's life-saving benefactor, it is not good to say anything. "Hey, Bing Bing, that Lang Zhe you always talk about, when is he coming to our house to sit down? If it weren't for this Lang Zhe, both of us would be homeless right now." Mother Xue naturally knew exactly who paid for her medical bills. Although Mother Xue had always wanted to repay her benefactor, she had also never been able to meet her so-called benefactor. The one who paid was Lang Zhe's cheap old man, and Lang Zhe's cheap old man, after the incident, also flew directly to Sanya, and now ran to Osaka, so it is estimated that he can't come back for a while. As for Lang Zhe didn't seem to be interested in this drama of saving someone's mother, although Xue Bingbing had mentioned it to Lang Zhe before, saying that her mother wanted to meet Lang Zhe and thank him in person. Lang Zhe had refused them all. Lang Zhe's refusal was, "Why thank me? I didn't save your mom for nothing. You'll have to pay your mom's debt for her later." Of course, regarding such things as selling herself to the Long family in order to save her mother, Xue Bingbing did not dare to mention it to her mother. He could only laugh awkwardly and said, He's a businessman. He's busy all day long. How can he have time to come to our house for dinner?" Zhou Liangchen, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, heard this and immediately opened his mouth and asked, "Auntie, this Lang Zhe, what kind of person is he? Do you guys know each other well?" Xue's mother sniffed, shook her head and said, "Auntie has not seen it either. Auntie only knows that when Auntie was hospitalized and needed $2 million in medical bills, it was all advanced by this young man surnamed Lang, and after paying, he never showed up again, and Auntie wanted to thank him in person, but never got the chance." Zhou Liangchen sniffed and frowned, then looked at Xue Bingbing and said, "Bingbing, is this Lang Zhe family rich?" After all, Xue Bingbing didn't know that Zhou Liangchen knew Lang Zhe, so she nodded her head and replied very obediently, "Well, and brother Lang Zhe has recently negotiated a $10 billion business." $10 billion? Hearing this, Zhou Liangchen froze. Jiang Chang, who else can come up with $10 billion in cash? Long Outyan went back to the capital. Several other big families, although worth tens of billions, but really let them take out tens of billions of cash out. Ma Yun cannot do it, right? How many rich people in Jiangcheng named Lang Zhe can there be? Just that one. 2. Thinking of this, Zhou Liangchen spoke further. "Oh, this Lang Zhe you're talking about. Isn't he the one who acquired a portion of the Yi family's assets some time ago?" When Xue Bingbing heard this, she first froze for a moment. Then he looked at Zhou Liangchen with a face full of curiosity. His brows furrowed as he said, How do you know?" "Brother Lang Zhe seems to say that not many people in the entire Jiangcheng city know about this." Zhou Liangchen sniffed and snorted. "Oops, I'm not going to hide it from you. I'm also a businessman. and I'm more or less clear about the affairs of these few tycoons in Jiangcheng. Xue Bingbing sniffed and nodded half-heartedly, and not much more. On the contrary, Zhou Liangchen, at this moment, had already determined that the Langzhe in Xue Bingbing's mouth was the same Langzhe he knew. It's really a narrow road. Ha, Langzhe, what you took from me, I will take back, including this Xue Bingbing. Thinking of this, Zhou Liangchen suddenly became very enthusiastic. Hastily chucking up a piece of ribs, he put it into Xue Bingbing's bowl. Bingbing ah, I've just given you a fright. You eat more ha. Auntie, you've recovered from a big illness. You eat more too. By this point, all individuals can see that Zhou Liangchen's kid is not right at heart. However, Mother Xue is really embarrassed to say what people, but also can only pray that the boy in front of him to eat quickly, eat well and hurry to go. It is not that Xue's mother does not see this Zhou Liangchen, but in her eyes, her own daughter is now in the stage of the college entrance examination. It is really not the time to fall in love. Half an hour later, Zhou Liangchen also put down his chopsticks and sat on the sofa and chatted with the mother and daughter about one thing or another. Mother Xue looked at the sky outside, so she laughed and said, "Inside, Liangchen ah, you see that it's not early, why don't we do it some other day? Some other day auntie is making a good meal for you." When Zhou Liangchen heard this, he waved his hand with a disinterested face and said, "It's okay, auntie, there's nothing wrong with me. Besides, just now Bingbing got such a big shock, and there's no man in your house. In case that pervert comes back." Xue Bingbing sniffed and was instantly speechless. She stole a glance at Zhou Liangchen with a skeptical face, then hurriedly took out her cell phone from under the table and quietly sent a message to Langzhe, "Brother Langzhe, it seems like I'm being pestered by a narcissist." A short while later, Langzhe returned a message. It only says 2 words, "Call the police." Seeing this, Xue Bingbing shook her head with a disappointed expression. "I thought that Brother Langzhe would come to save himself without stopping, but it seems that I was overthinking it." It was also true that in Xue Bingbing's eyes, although Langzhe was a big brother with a knife's mouth and a tofu heart, he was surrounded by beautiful women. Yi Siki, Yi Sijin, Qin Shiyu, Jiang Yihan, which one is not a first-class beauty? On the contrary, what about yourself? Thinking of this, Xue Bingbing secretly opened the front camera of the cell phone. Xue Bingbing is actually a first-class beauty. She just doesn't know how to dress up. Compared to the sexy beauties with heavy makeup and wearing black silk professional dresses, Xue Bingbing certainly had less flavor. But teenage girls, just dressing immaturely doesn't mean it doesn't look good. On the contrary, the beauty of a young girl and the beauty of a mature woman are 2 different things. It's all beautiful, just not at the same point of beauty. But apparently, Xue Bingbing didn't realize this. And just then, Zhou Liangchen suddenly stood up again. This narcissist could be considered to have realized that he wasn't too popular, so he gave a faint smile to Xue's mother, and then looked at Xue Bingbing. "Bingbing, auntie, Nei. It's getting late, so I'll go back first." Xue Bingbing, who had been in the midst of embarrassment, immediately nodded. Mother Xue was polite, but she also hurriedly sent Zhou Liangchen away. After sending Zhou Liangchen away, Mother Xue looked at Xue Bingbing and said in a slightly chastising tone, "You're not allowed to bring strangers home in the future huh, especially men. It's not like I wanted to bring him back." Xue Bingbing said with an aggrieved face. Mother Xue sniffed and realized that she had been a bit aggressive. It's not the daughter's fault, after all. So, striding forward, he touched Xue Bingbing's head and comforted. "Alright, Mom knows, but we both have to go to the police station tomorrow." It wasn't that Mother Xue was making a fuss, but the family, after all, didn't have a man. That perverted security guard uncle failed to kidnap Xue Bingbing today. What if he directly breaks into the house next time? Regardless of whether that old security guard would approach Xue Bingbing in the future, calling the police was a must. Nothing for a day. The next morning, Langzhe got up early. After all, there was a big deal for him to talk about today. Langze's heart had even begun to look forward to it. Just stepping out of the room, Langzhe brushed his teeth while seeing Yi Sijin changing her shoes at the door. Today, she actually broke into professional attire? Seeing this scene, Langzhe walked over with some disbelief and said with a cheap mouth, "Yo, are you planning to interview for telephone customer service?" Yi Sijin sniffed and gave Langzhe a blank look before putting down the high heels she was just about to put on. Pinching his waist, he said, "Langzhe, now that I'm back, do you still want to sell the tea house to Zhou Liangchen?" Langzhe sniffed and shrugged. "Why not? $10 billion money, with $10 billion, we could build 10 tea houses like that." Yi Sijin sniffed and shook her head with a disappointed expression. "Then, you're that eager to give me away?" In Yi Sijin's eyes, Zhou Liangchen didn't look like someone who would care about that 10 billion. 10 billion is a lot though. Much more. But Langzhe isn't poor now. Besides, With Lung Ze's character, would he really bear to give up such a big beauty like himself? At this moment, Lung Ze looked at Yi Si-jin's expression and was a little curious in his heart. In the next second, Yi Si-jin happened to meet Lung Ze's eyes, so she immediately lowered her head and said with a red face, "You, don't stare at me." Lung Ze immediately realized something when he saw Yi Si-jin clench her legs once again. Ugh, suddenly I realized that this charming eye is really troublesome. Thinking of this, Lung Ze immediately put on his sunglasses and said in a serious tone, "People are offering $10 billion. I definitely have no reason to refuse. But it's you. What do you say? I'm going to send you out? Because of a tea house? If you can run away with Zhou Liangchen just because of a tea house, then I don't want it." After saying that, Lung Ze swaggered out of the room. Shoes weren't even changed, just a pair of slippers. After all, he's a billionaire himself now. How humiliating to go out and drive your own car. So, on this day, it was Zhou Dalong who drove himself to the tea house to sign the contract. Soon, a Bentley slowly stopped in front of the Si-jin tea house. After Lung Ze got out of the car, he strutted into the tea house. And just then, Yi Si-jin's car, too, pulled up behind. Soon, Lung Ze was led by the staff inside the tea house to a tea room. I must say, this tea house is really luxurious. Lung Ze wore sunglasses, looked around and sighed, alas, what a pity. Such a good tea house. Now it's going to be surrendered. Zhou Liangchen, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, sniffed and coldly hummed, "Humph, you don't have to pretend. Today, after signing the contract, this tea house is mine." "Ah yes, yes, yes." Lung Ze hurriedly nodded, then pulled out the contract from the briefcase on the side and placed it in front of Zhou Liangchen. What had to be said was that this Zhou Liangchen was really stupid, pretended to read it halfway through and finally signed it immediately. "Brother, a $10 billion contract. You didn't even bring a lawyer or an accountant? You just signed the papers all by yourself?" But, good thing too, Lung Ze didn't want Zhou Liangchen to actually bring a lawyer to help look over the contract anyway. After all, given Zhou Liangchen's IQ, he definitely couldn't read this contract. But if a professional were to come along, he or she would probably be able to see the difference at a glance. "As for the money, I've notified the bank this morning, and it will be credited to you in a week." Zhou Liangchen stood up with a loaded face. "Then you can move in a week later." Lung Ze stood up and looked at the contract in his hand with a satisfied face and said. Zhou Liangchen sniffed and didn't say anything. "After all, it's your own. Sooner or later." Besides, Zhou Liangchen still had a bit of money in his pocket to stay in a hotel even though he had spent out $10 billion now. The thought of holding a beauty after acquiring the tea house, Zhou Liangchen was a burst of dark pleasure. And just then, Yi Si-jin suddenly barged in. She stared at Lung Ze with a sweaty head and said, "Lung Ze, you sold out?" Lung Ze nodded and pointed at Zhou Liangchen. "He has to. You gave it to him when he had to?" Yi Si-jin asked again. Lung Ze shrugged and looked at Zhou Liangchen. "I told him I'd give it in a week." "It didn't sell?" "It's sold. The money hasn't come in yet." Hearing this, Yi Si-jin was disappointed to the core. How could she have never imagined that Lung Ze would actually really sell the tea house that she had always cherished immensely to Zhou Liangchen for the sake of money? However, at this moment, Zhou Liangchen was ecstatic. As soon as he took Yi Si-jin's hand, he said, "Se-jin, don't worry. From now on, no one can take away your tea house. As long as I, Zhou Liangchen, am around, this tea house will definitely be yours. As long as I, Zhou Liangchen, am around, this tea house will definitely be yours." Yi Si-jin was a bit speechless, but she didn't know what to say. One can only laugh awkwardly and say, ha ha ha, good, good." After saying that, Yi Si-jin looked at Lung Ze again and said, "Lung Ze, are you sure? If you really dare to sell the tea house, then you'll never see me again." Lung Ze sniffed and shrugged. "If you can't see it, you can't see it." With that, he strutted away. Seeing this, Zhou Liangchen wasn't talking nonsense with Lung Ze, but stared at Yi Si-jin with a pretentious face. "Se-jin, as you can see, Lung Ze is a villain with only money in his eyes. Unlike me, in my eyes, there is only you." Yi Si-jin stretched her neck and almost threw up. But right now, Yi Si-jin was still in a bit of disbelief, so he hurriedly shook off Zhou Liangchen and chased after him with great strides. Coming to the entrance of the tea house, Yi Si-jin shouted at Lung Ze, "Lung Ze, are you really that heartless?" There was no way around it. Because of the influence of the charming eye, Yi Si-jin had fallen in love with Lung Ze. Just for the sake of face, Yi Si-jin was not in a good position to be obedient to Lung Ze. What's more, this tea house, for Yi Si-jin, was really important. Lung Ze got into the back seat of the Bentley, opened the window, and hooked his finger at Yi Si-jin. Seeing this, Yi Si-jin immediately walked over. If it was in normal times, Yi Si-jin would not have been able to come over to a man just because he hooked his hand to him. But right now, Yi Si-jin didn't even think about that much either. When he reached the window of the car, Lengza patted the seat beside himself again and said, "Get in. I'll take you home." There's no way around it. The villainous older female lead still needs to be nurtured. Since he wanted to cultivate the villainous great heroine, he had to give Yi Si-jin some sweetness to taste. What's it called? It's called, slap and give a candy. And she'll be grateful to you. A dog-licking, warm-hearted pursuit like Zhou Liangchen's could never get a woman like Yi Si-jin on board. After all, what kind of person is Yi Si-jin? The daughter of the Yi family. Since she was a child, the men who had pursued her could line up from Jiangqing to the moon. What kind of pursuit has she not seen before? Long ago, I became accustomed to it. Simply put, Zhou Liangchen's method had numbed Yi Si-jin. But on the contrary, what about Leng Zai's method? Yi Si-jin was seeing it for the first time. Without saying anything, Yi Si-jin immediately got into Leng Zai's car. And at that moment, Zhou Liangchen had also just walked out of the tea house. Zhou Liangchen, who saw this scene, was not surprised. Of course, he didn't go up and provoke Lengza like a villainous minion. After all, Zhou Liangchen is not a villain. He is a protagonist. So, Zhou Liangchen got on his own bike and left very dashingly. I thought Yi Si-jin would look at Zhou Liangchen's dashing back and secretly regret it. But Yi Si-jin never noticed Zhou Liangchen at all. Zhou Liangchen was still riding his bike, walking in front of him, his heart secretly happy. Oh, Yi Si-jin, Yi Si-jin, my Zhou Liangchen's charm is unrivaled. Watch, in less than 10 seconds, you'll definitely have to yell for me to come back. When the time comes, you'll be sitting on the back of the bike and I'll be pulling you along, passing by that bastard Lengza. I wonder what Lengza will think. What's so great about being rich? You're just a second-generation rich guy, aren't you? But 10 seconds passed, and Yi Si-jin's voice of retention still didn't come. Zhou Liangchen stopped his bike and twisted his head, only to find, on the back seat of that Bentley, Yi Si-jin and Leng Zai were both hugging each other tightly. What? Seeing this scene, Zhou Liangchen was directly dumbfounded. This? How is this possible? I suppose it's goodbye? It must be a farewell. Doesn't that happen a lot in TV shows? Before a man and a woman break up, they all have to hug, and then the woman gets out of the car and walks away without looking back. Yes, that's it. But after Leng Zai and Yi Si-jin finished hugging, the two of them started talking and laughing again. Inside the car, Leng Zai spread his hands and said, "Do I, Leng Zai, look like the kind of person who would admit defeat? I do like money, but it's more important to make things difficult for Zhou Liangchen than money." While Yi Si-jin was happy, she also felt a bit overwhelmed in her heart. So, slowly lowering his head, he said, "Leng Zai, then, would it be too unfair to Zhou Liangchen for you to do this? After all, people spend $10 billion, and you give him a 200 square foot storefront?" Leng Zai sniffed and waved his hand very casually. His kind of idiot, that is, if I don't lie to him, he won't be able to keep that $10 billion. Instead of being tricked by someone else, I'd rather be tricked by me. Hearing this, Yi Si-jin nodded. It seemed to make a bit of sense to think what Lengza said. Yi Si-jin was upset when she remembered that she had been cheated by Leng Zai for 2 days. Clutching his chest, he said, "You scared me to death. I thought you were really going to give me to that American guy, Zhou Liangchen." Leng Zai laughed and said, "How can that be? Who would dislike the number of beautiful women around them?" The implication of these words is that, beside Leng Zai, there are indeed many beautiful women. But after Yi Si-jin heard it, she was not too comfortable in her heart no matter how she thought about it. At that moment, Lengza suddenly noticed a figure on a bicycle in front of him. The man seemed to be looking back at himself. Aha! Act like it, otherwise people will think that the two of us are working together to fool him. Leng Zai quickly poked Yi Si-jin. Yi Si-jin sniffed and immediately cleared her throat before showing a sad face. "You get out of the car, pretend to wipe your tears, and act like it," Leng Zai added. "Oh." Yi Si-jin sniffed and immediately opened the car door, then pretended to wipe her tears. Zhou Liangchen, who was in front, took a look and immediately breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Phew, scared the hell out of me. It seems like Yi Si-jin should hate Leng Zai. Ha. But don't worry, Yi Si-jin, from now on, no one will dare to bully my Zhou Liangchen's woman. After saying that, Zhou Liangchen rode a bicycle and crossed the street corner. Lengza also sent home front rower Daryl Chow. On the road, Zhou Dalong was still staring in disbelief at Leng Zai in the reverse mirror in front of him. "Young master, you're too good." Zhou Dalong gave a thumbs up. "Drive properly." Leng Zai gave Zhou Dalong a blank look and said, "Besides, it's not that I'm a cow. It's mainly because that Zhou Liangchen is too stupid." Ha. Yes, But young master, I never thought that Zhou Liangchen would actually be so stupid. Ha ha ha. Lang Zhe sniffed and shrugged. Protagonists generally don't have high IQs. It's just that the villain's IQ is too low. Nothing. Just then, Lang Zhe's cell phone suddenly rang. Looking down, it was actually his cheap old man who had sent him a message. Good lord, this old Biden. He's finally remembered he has a son. The message was a photo of a group of, wearing a variety of swimsuits. Ass. Yeah, it's a bunch of ass. And then the face of old Biden, squeezed in the center of a pile of arseholes, with a cigar in his mouth. Son, Dad's in Rio right now. The girls here are so welcoming. Ha 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 ha. That body, it's incredible. One by one, front and back. Big asses bigger than Dad's head. Coldzer sent a. I was just about to turn off my phone when I saw another message on WeChat. When he opened it, it was a picture sent by Qin Shiyu. Lang Zhe opened the picture and instantly changed his face. That picture. It was actually a picture of black silk legs, and those legs were more than familiar to Coldzer. Although the legs of beautiful women were all very different, the anklet on Qin Shiyu's ankle was incredibly familiar to Lang Zhe. After all, her first time was broken by Lang Zhe, and at that time, before Lang Zhe was done, Long Ao Tian barged in. It just ends up being thrown off the building itself. Although he had simply poked through a layer of window paper and had done nothing beyond that, he had, after all, taken away someone's first time. Just thinking about it made Lang Zhe a little too much. Question mark. Lang Zhe sent a question mark over at this point. Not long after, Qin Shiyu sent another message. This time, another picture. In the picture, it's a Crown Hotel room card. Ninth floor again? Lang Zhe frowned at the sight. By this point, what exactly Qin Shiyu wanted? Lang Zhe was already too clear to be clear. We were all adults. And Coldzer didn't hide it. After putting down his cell phone, he said to Zhou Dalong in front of him, "Go to the Crown Hotel." Zhou Dalong sniffed and frowned, but he didn't ask much. Soon the car was parked downstairs at the Crown Hotel. After Lang Zhe got out of the car, he went straight to the 9th floor. Upon arriving at the door of the room, Lang Zhe then immediately knocked on the door. Although Lang Zhe wasn't really that horny. Right. Qin Shiyu was already considered his woman after all. If you don't satisfy your own woman, do you wait for the old king next door to help you? Just knocking on the door of the room. The next second, Lang Zhe suddenly heard a rush of footsteps coming from the room. Due to Lang Zhe's strength at this time, he had already reached the innate level. Although it was still too far from the celestial realm, the innate realm was still the upper tier of martial artists in this world. In this world, practicing martial arts would not only build up the physical body, but at the same time, the sense of sight and hearing would also exceed that of normal people by many times. There's someone else in the room? Lang Zhe roughly estimated that there were at least 10 people in the room. Although Lang Zhe knew that Qin Shiyu was actually a jitterbug, it wasn't as bad as finding 10 people to play in a group, right? That's a little too much perversion. Besides, although Qin Shiyu was a jitterbug, she was still relatively traditional in that aspect. Not such a casual woman, or Long Ao Tian would not have been married to her for 3 years, all sleeping on the floor. With that thought in mind, Coldzer continued to listen. A short while later, the door to the room clicked open a crack. Inside the house, Qin Shiyu's voice came out. Lang Zhe, you come in. The voice was slightly trembling, and Lang Zhe immediately noticed that something was wrong. Though through the doorway, nothing could be seen, but it's the fact that you can't see anything that makes it strange. However, with Lang Zhe's current strength, the unusual punks couldn't do anything about Lang Zhe at all. But you can't be too careful. Lang Zhe is still cautious. He stood in the doorway and pushed it open completely. Then looking at the empty room in front of him, he opened his mouth and shouted, "Won't you come out and get me?" This room was a suite, and Qin Shiyu's voice was coming from some of the rooms inside. "Inner one, you come right in. They're no match for you," Qin Shiyu suddenly shouted. At this moment, she wasn't pretending. However, in the next second, there was only a snap. Then came a man's angry shout. "Shit, stinking bitch. Little ones, no need to hide. Pull the men in." As the words fell, 2 burly men with katana knives suddenly rushed out of the restroom at the entrance. A hand pulled at Coldzer's collar, attempting to yank him in, and then a slash. But the 2 burly men couldn't drag Lang Zhe. At that moment, Lang Zhe stood in place. Thundering, there is surveillance outside the guest room, and these people don't dare to rush out and cut Lang Zhe. Bunch of idiots. Lang Zhe just spoke faintly. In the next second, only Lang Zhe kicked a punk 5 or 6 meters away. Seeing this, the other punk couldn't care less and was directly about to cut Lang Zhe. But as soon as the knife went down, I only heard a clang, a sound. Lang Zhe's shoulder, actually unharmed. Instead, The machete in the punk's hand curled its edge. When the punks saw this, their eyes immediately widened. A face of unbelief stared at Lung Zhe. Coldzer, at that moment, walked into the house. Very calmly, he closed the door to his room and put a lock on it. Then the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he said, "Today, no one will walk out. I thought they were the hunters, but I didn't realize that Coldzer was. It's true that good hunters tend to appear as prey." The few punks at the door were all knocked down by Lang Zhe in 3 strikes. Coming inside to the bedroom, Coldzer realized that there were a few more punks in the bedroom. One of them was a bald dwarf that Lang Zhe immediately recognized. Wasn't this the husband of the woman whose ass he had spanked to his face the other day? What was it called? Coldzer couldn't remember either. Irrelevant anyway. Instead, it was Qin Shiyu, whose hands and feet were handcuffed to the bed. "Lung Zhe, help me!" Qin Shiyu suddenly shouted. But just as Lang Zhe was about to make a move, that little dwarf suddenly slashed across Qin Shiyu's neck. Staring at Lang Zhe, he said angrily, "Lang Zhe, oh, you made me lose face in front of my brothers. Remember me? You pulled down my wife's pants and spanked her in front of me. Today, I'm going to make you watch, too, and I want you to watch with your eyes as I abuse your woman. By the way, the shorty's name is Li Jun. It's Li Jun, right?" Lang Zhe frowned slightly and said, "Ahem, inner one, Li Jun, it's Li Jun, right? I don't have a good memory. Sorry, that's what I'm saying. What makes you think she's my girl?" Shorty sniffed and froze on the spot. "Didn't you ask around before you did it? I'm engaged. My fiancé is Yi Si Jin Ah, the one from the Yi family." Hearing this, Shorty craned his head to look at one of his men and said, "Is that so?" When that henchman heard that, he immediately shook his head and said, "Big brother, don't you listen to this brat's nonsense. We've checked. Lang Zhe has been pursuing this little ninny called Qin Shiyu for several years. This little ninny also just got divorced a while ago, so I guess she got divorced just to be with Lang Zhe." Hearing this, the dwarf nodded in satisfaction. Then with a cold smile, he stretched out his hand and groped towards Qin Shiyu's black silk legs while sneering. "Ha ha ha, Lang Zhe, you still want to cheat me? Am I a good liar? Today, I'm going to make you watch. I'm going to make you feel my pain. Before Li Jun could finish his sentence, he only saw a flash of sword light. Blood spurted out instantly. Frightened, Qin Shiyu kept struggling and yelling, "Ouch! Lung Zhe, what are you doing? Blood! Blood! It's splattered all over me! All over my legs! All over my legs! Crimson blood! Staining the hotel sheets!" At the same time, it also fused with the black silk on Qin Shiyu's legs. On the contrary, Li Jun could only stare at his broken hand and wail in pain. Old man's hand! Old man's hand! Turning his eyes, in Lung Zhe's hand, a sharp machete had appeared at some point. In the other hand, he held Li Jun's broken arm. "Sorry, hitting is fine, but not touching." Lung Zhe smiled slightly. An expert of the innate realm could similarly achieve speed as fast as lightning, which was difficult to be captured by the ordinary human eye. These punks in front of him, the strongest strength was only at the outer strength Mahayana stage. In Lung Zhe's eyes, there was no difference with an 8-year-old child. Ben Zhen couldn't pose any threat to him. Li Jun was in pain and couldn't care less about Qin Shiyu. Lying on the ground was a tumble, and when Qin Shiyu, who was handcuffed to the bed, saw this, she hurriedly cursed towards Lang Zhe. "Lang Zhe, what are you talking about? What is it okay to hit, but not okay to touch?" Lung Zhe sniffed, shrugged, and didn't answer. "Don't you know what I'm talking about? I could tell you had a bit of a fetish for that." Lung Zhe smiled faintly, then striding towards Li Jun, who had fallen to the ground, he said, "I'm sorry, it's my first time too, so I might not have done it right." Hearing this, Li Jun had been furious and stupid. "What do you mean it's your first time too? What's the first time?" "Lung Zhe, you king asshole, today, either you kill me or I'll fucking kill you." Yeah, what is the basis for such people to be where they are today in the word? Nothing more than 2 points. First, smart. Second, ruthless. This Li Jun, tall 6 meters above the head. If it is not ruthless, it is estimated that it cannot go to this position today. So, Lang Zhe also realized this problem. Either that, or kill him, or this guy is not going to stop. Doesn't this kind of bridge come up a lot in webcomics? The protagonist has a good heart and lets the villain go after he wastes him, only to have him screw you over 3 times. "If I can't screw you, I'll screw your woman and your parents." Thinking of this, Lang Zhe nodded and said, "Fine, then I'll kill you." As the words fell, Lang Zhe also had an impulse, not thinking about the aftermath, and directly punched over. The punch, which didn't look like it was made with much force, clicked. Li Jun's eyes rolled back in his head, and he was instantly motionless. Unsurprisingly, Li Jun's skull has been shattered. The two juniors on the side saw this and were so scared that their legs went weak. One of them is soaking wet in his pants. Turning his head, he was about to run out the door. Lang Zhe also knew that this kind of thing, he definitely couldn't let anyone else know about it. Himself, but he killed a man. Although he was a billionaire himself, I guess, but killing someone like that was no small matter in the Dragon Kingdom. Although, the Martial Arts Association could protect himself, but Lang Zhe didn't want to owe the Martial Arts Association too much. What kind of virtue the Martial Arts Association had, Lang Zhe had also guessed it long ago. The more you owed them, the harder it would be to pull out. Not to mention owing them a life. When the time comes, you'll be one of their dogs. Lang Zhe's choice to join the Martial Arts Association in the beginning was only to get rid of Long Aotian, that pervert-level rich second generation. Therefore, Lang Zhe immediately picked up the machete on the ground, rushed up and wiped the neck of the two. This scene dumbfounded Qin Shiyu, who was handcuffed to the bed. She knew that Lang Zhe was bad, but she didn't expect Lang Zhe to actually dare to kill someone with his hands off. Watching Lang Zhe turn around covered in blood, Qin Shiyu struggled desperately in fear. While struggling, he begged, Lang Zhe, it's not my fault they kidnapped me and said that if you didn't come, they would have to treat me. And I called you because I knew they were no match for you. After all, a man who had just killed 3 people was covered in blood with a knife in his hand. Anyone would be scared. Of course, Lang Zhe wouldn't hurt Qin Shiyu. After all, he came here to save Qin Shiyu. If you kill him, will you have worked for nothing? After wasting so much effort in carrying 3 murders, the final rescue target was hacked to death by himself. What do you want? Thinking of this, Lang Zhe hurriedly dropped the machete in his hand and went to the restroom very calmly. Just like that, he left Qin Shiyu on the bed. Qin Shiyu, who was lying on the bed, kept twisting her body in an attempt to break free, but the ropes on his hands and feet were tied too tightly. A short while later, Lang Zhe washed his hands and walked in. Looking at Qin Shiyu, who was lying on the bed and constantly twisting her body, Lang Zhe suddenly smiled. But, are you hitting on me? Ha, no, I. Qin Shiyu was so scared that her face turned pale, and huge beads of sweat kept sliding down her cheeks. Those black silk legs were still twisting back and forth, trying to break free of the ropes, as Qin Shiyu was tied up in a big position. Therefore, Lang Zhe, who was standing at the end of the bed, was even able to clearly see the bottom of Qin Shiyu's skirt. I remember seeing such a scene when I first traveled to this world. It was just that at that time, Qin Shiyu was in a comatose state. Now, in looking at it, Qin Shiyu's fully awake state was instead even more alluring. Sex and violence are indistinguishable, both are off limits to human exploration and at the same time stimulants to human bestiality. However, the beastly behavior in Lang Zhe's heart was still suppressed by him. After all, it's not a good idea to do that with this room full of corpses. A bit of desecration of the dead. Although the several people lying on the ground are not good people, but deeply poisoned by traditional education, Lang Zhe still feel, the dead are great. So he took out his cell phone and dialed Zhou Dalong's number and said, Hello, Dalong ask you something. Young master, you say, NEI, is it possible that you happen to have experience in handling dead bodies? At these words, Zhou Dalong on the other side of the phone immediately tensed up. The tone on the phone changed. Young master, are you saying that the cat you kept died? When did I raise a cat? Lang Zhe was dumbfounded and was just about to ask Zhou Dalong what he was talking about. But in the next second, Lang Zhe also immediately realized something. After all, it was over the phone, and who could guarantee that the phone of a billionaire like Lang Zhe wasn't tapped? Thinking of this, Lang Zhe immediately cleared his throat and said, cough cough cough. When did I get a cat? Inner one, Qin Shiyu's cat. Qin Shiyu, who was tied to the bed, immediately stared wide-eyed. I don't have a cat either? Zhou Dalong on the phone hummed. Then young master, send me the address and I'll take care of it. Okay. After sending the address, Lang Zhe took another big step towards Qin Shiyu, untied her hands and feet, and then carried her through the room full of corpses to the living room. After placing it on the sofa, he pointed at Qin Shiyu and said, You sit here and don't move. Oh, good. At this moment, Qin Shiyu, on the contrary, looked like a frightened kitten. Immediately after placing it on the couch, it shrunk into a ball and hugged a pillow. Lang Zhe, on the other hand, first picked up Qin Shiyu's bloodstained high-heeled shoes and went to the restroom to wash them properly before placing them on the windowsill to dry. Another bloodstained hotel sheet was lifted to cover several of the bodies. Then, he also walked to the living room and sat down on the sofa, facing Qin Shiyu in all directions. After about 20 minutes, there was a knock on the door. Young master, it's me. Zhou Dalong's voice came through. Lang Zhe opened the door to the room. only to see that Zhou Dalong was followed by 3 other people in black tracksuits. Only, all 3 were wearing masks, and each also wore colorful contacts and dyed yellow hair. However, a closer look reveals that the men's yellow hair, obviously a wig, professional enough. When a couple of yellow boys entered the house, without saying a word, they each put on disposable shoe covers and gloves. After that, Zhou Dalong came to Long Zai's side and spoke. Young master, these people said that they need a bit of time, so you should go to the front desk to pay for the room first. Need to pay for a room? Coldzer frowned curiously. Pay for how many days? Zhou Dalong thought about it and said, 3 days, at least 3 days, but for insurance purposes, it's best to pay for a week. Long Zai sniffed and nodded, then he glanced sideways into the room inside. It was fine if he didn't look, but when he did, Long Zai instantly didn't hold back. Just a few yellow hairs, surprisingly, shaving meat. Yes, it really is shaving meat. They had pulled one of those bone scrapers out of nowhere and were not only shaving down the flesh, but also catching the blood in a plastic tub at the same time. Long Zai had already roughly guessed what the group was up to. Presumably the meat was to be shaved and chopped up and taken out. No wonder it takes so many days. Just by sweeping a glance, Long Zai couldn't help but cover his mouth before pulling Qin Shiyu out. Coming downstairs, Long Zai first prepaid for the 7-day room, and then he pulled Qin Shiyu and rushed out of the hotel. When she came outside, Qin Shiyu still had some palpitations, but the good news is, it's out of danger now. Looking at Qin Shiyu's white little face, Long Zai originally wanted to go home, but after thinking about it, he'd better accompany this girl. Guess that just freaked the girl out. So that night, Long Zai didn't go home either and simply drove Qin Shiyu to other nearby hotels. For the next few days, nothing much happened. The professional team also managed to dispose of all the bodies on the evening of the 3rd day. This made Long Zai still feel a little emotional about the lawlessness in this world. It's awesome. A room full of dead people. 3 days, clean disposal. The bill was pretty awesome though. A full $1 million. But for Long Zai today, $1 million wasn't a lot of money. Because, Zhou Liangchen's $10 billion has arrived. Meanwhile, Sijin Tea House. Zhou Liangchen rode a bicycle and ran along the road very quickly. As he walked, he hummed a little song. I also wonder how happy he is at this point. Is it good? I'll even sing it if you like it. Zhou Liangchen suddenly came up with this sentence. If you look closely, you'll see that he's wearing a wireless headset. On the other end of the phone, Yi Sijin laughed a little awkwardly and said, pretty good. Good, then I'll sing you one more. No. Yi Sijin hastily refused. Zhou Liangchen sniffed, but continued to giggle. Sijin, don't worry, nothing will happen. I'll transfer it to your name as soon as the tea house is acquired. How about that? By then, the tea house will be yours alone. Regarding the income from the tea house, I don't want a penny. Yi Sijin smiled at his words and said, really? Then what if you don't have any money? Zhou Liangchen waved his hand. What are you afraid of? Can't a great man break his back for a bucket of rice? Besides, little master, I'm a registered member of the Martial Arts Association now. Su Changdao from the Martial Arts Association told me that the high-ranking martial artists of the Martial Arts Association, especially those in the celestial realm like me, are given a subsidy of $50,000 every month. There's no way I'm short of money. Yi Sijin was relieved when she heard this. Honestly, she's worried about Zhou Liangchen starving to death. Okay, then I'm relieved, Yi Sijin said perfunctorily. Hearing Yi Sijin's perfunctory words, Zhou Liangchen was still full of pride and said with a spring in his step, I knew you cared about me. Ha ha ha, but, don't need you to care, but it's that Long Zai. I guess he's going to regret it to death at this moment, right? Suddenly losing such a great beauty like you. I guess he'd hate to find a crack in the ground right now. Yi Sijin sniffed and looked at Long Zai, who was sitting across the room staring at his cell phone and giggling, and awkwardly said, hopefully. What do you mean you wish? Just watch. If Long Zai dares to mess with you, Zhou Liangchen, will make him regret it. Remember, Yi Sijin, be my Zhou Liangchen's woman and no one will dare to bully you. As for that Long Zai, sooner or later, I'll make him spit out whatever he took from the Yi family. Yi Sijin nodded. So there's nothing else, so I'll hang up now? Zhou Liangchen, the retard, and Yi Sijin had been chatting all morning. To be honest, Yi Sijin was really annoyed, but for the sake of Long Zai's $10 billion, she had to accompany Zhou Liangchen to pretend. And just then, Long Zai, who was sitting across from him and swiping his cell phone, suddenly looked at Yi Sijin and laughed. Who are you calling? I see you've been calling all morning, and you've been smiling skin deep all morning. Indeed, this morning, Yi Sijin had been acting with Zhou Liangchen, too embarrassed to hang up. However, as Long Zai's voice suddenly came out, Zhou Liangchen on the other end of the phone immediately frowned. There's a man's voice? Is it Colzer? Yes. Yi Sijin nodded. When Zhou Liangchen heard this, he immediately sneered twice and said, Yi Sijin, haven't you moved out of Lang Zhe's house yet? Listen to me. You move out now, and we'll both live in the tea house from now on. Yi Sijin really didn't know how to perform now. She looked at Colzer with a pleading face, and when Colzer saw this, he wasn't going to pretend anymore. Anyway, the money he got, and the contract was written in black and white. After confirming that Yi Sijin was on the phone with Zhou Liangchen, she immediately grabbed Yi Sijin's cell phone and said into it, Yo, Liangchen Lunza, you bastard. I advise you to return your phone to Yi Sijin. Zhou Liangchen, on the other side of the phone, spoke in a serious tone. Apparently, he's trying to play hard to get again. But how could Lingze give him that chance? Only to see Lang Zhe sitting on his butt beside Yi Sijin. Then with an arm around Yi Sijin, he handed the cell phone microphone to Yi Sijin's mouth and said, My dear, are you still not going to tell him the truth? Actually, this typical movie image of dogs and men is still repulsive to Yi Sijin. Although she knew that Lang Zhe was fooling Zhou Liangchen, she didn't intend to join the gang in the first place. It's just that halfway through, he knows and is too embarrassed to poke holes in Colzer's little plot. Now, Lang Zhe was forcing her to be a dog man and woman, so naturally she was full of embarrassment. With one hand, he pushed Lang Zhe away and said, Oops, Lang Zhe, okay, you're a bit too much. Yeah, Colzer hemmed and hawed. Actually, Lang Zhe also felt that he had gone a bit overboard. It's just not human to cheat people out of $10 billion in the first place, and now you have to kill people to kill them. But it can't be helped. Who asked me to be the villain? So, Lang Zhe continued to say into the phone, Ugh, Yi Sijin is soft-hearted and is too embarrassed to tell you. So I'll tell you then. The tea house is yours. I'm not asking for it back. But Yi Sijin is still mine. Ha 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 ha. When Zhou Liangchen on the other end of the phone heard this, he immediately cursed into the phone. Impossible, Lang Zhe. I'm telling you, if you dare to touch Yi Sijin, you're dead. Say Jin, I know he must have forced you, right? You wait. When I'm done with the tea house, I'll go pick you up. Lang Zhe didn't bother to talk nonsense with Zhou Liangchen and directly hung up the phone. On the other hand, Zhou Liangchen had just arrived at the entrance of the tea house and left his bike behind to rush inside, but was stopped by the security guards at the door. Said, what are you doing? Why do you just walk in? Who are you? Zhou Liangchen sniffed and let out a cold laugh. Open your doggy eyes and see. I'm your boss. The security guard sniffed and smiled crookedly. You're you Malgoblin, the one who bought the tea house, right? The tea house you bought. It's over there, said the security guard, pointing to a small doorway off to the side. In the door market, you can still vaguely see a few old men and women playing mahjong over there. The house smoky. Seeing this, Zhou Liangchen immediately turned his head to look angrily at the security guard and said, Your boss tricked me? The security guard sniffed and shrugged. Then go find our boss. What does it have to do with me? Zhou Liangchen sniffed and immediately clenched his fists, pointing at the little security guard. He said in a deep voice, You wait for me. I'll settle the score with you later. After saying that, Zhou Liangchen immediately mounted his bicycle and hoofed it over towards the Yi family villa. On this journey, Zhou Liangchen had already thought of 10,000 ways to deal with Lang Zhe. But thinking about it, although he was already invincible, Lang Zhe was not easy to deal with. It's not so good to do it instead of doing it. After all, let's not talk about whether or not he could beat him. And even if he could beat him, what then? It is now, after all, a society governed by the rule of law. Yes, even in urban webcomics, there are laws. Who asked them to be the main character? The protagonist. It has to be the light of righteousness. Thinking about it, Zhou Liangchen couldn't figure out exactly how to deal with this bastard Lang Zhe. Soon, Zhou Liangchen arrived at the Yi family's villa. Just arrived at the villa, Zhou Liangchen didn't say anything and directly kicked open the door. Although the gate of the Yi family villa was sturdy, it couldn't hold up to this kick from the urban expert. A kick, straight to the front door. And at this moment, Lang Zhe was brainwashing Yi Sijin. After all, taking care of a villainous great heroine, the system would have relatively generous rewards. The 1 billion rewarded by the system was not important. After all, Lang Zhe was already rich now. What he cared more about now was the superpower rewarded by the system. Lang Zhe. As soon as Zhou Liangchen kicked open the door, he immediately took big strides towards Lang Zhe, who was sitting on the sofa, and said, Are you fucking kidding me? Lang Zhe very calmly looked at Yi Sijin and then at Zhou Liangchen. Finally, he cocked his head and looked behind Zhou Liangchen, at the 2 doors lying on the ground. Those 2 doors are quite expensive. About $10,000. Lang Zhe opened his mouth. Only $10,000? Yi Si-jin, who was on the side, gave Lang Zhe a blank look and said, my grandfather spent $200,000 on it in the first place. It's made of mahogany. It's also gold-plated. Lang Zhe sniffed and shrugged, then looked at Zhou Liangchen and said, I'll give you a discount then, 400,000. UTM. On an impulse, Zhou Liangchen directly went up and grabbed Lang Zhe's collar angrily. You dare to trick me? I cheated you out of $10 billion just like that? Lang Zhe sniffed and immediately shrugged his shoulders. What do you call this? What do you mean by cheating? It's written in black and white. You don't read the contract yourself. Besides, didn't you say you wanted Si-jin Tea House? If you don't believe me, go to the Commerce and Industry Bureau and check. The tea house you want is the store across the street. When Zhou Liangchen heard this, he immediately looked at Yi Si-jin and said, Say Jin, you tell him, which tea house I want exactly. Yi Si-jin was also a bit embarrassed when she heard this, so he immediately spoke. Si-jin Tea House. Ah, hear that? Zhou Liangchen looked angrily at Lang Zhe and said, what I want is the Si-jin Tea House, not the little shitty store across the street. When Lang Zhe heard this, he immediately broke away from Zhou Liangchen's hand, then patted his flowery shirt and said, Zhou Liangchen, can you be reasonable? First of all, I've sold you the tea house you wanted. I don't even know what you're talking about. How in the world can there be someone as unreasonable as you? Is there any spirit of contract? Hearing Lang Zhe spreading panic, his face not red or white, Zhou Liangchen became even more angry. He then balked at the idea that Lang Zhe was lying to him. But in fact, Zhou Liangchen had really wronged Lang Zhe. That's right, Lang Zhe hadn't really lied to him. Although Lang Zhe had intended to fool him, the fact was that Lang Zhe hadn't fooled him at all. Because Zhou Liangchen said at the beginning that he wanted to buy the Si-jin Tea House, and the registered address of the Si-jin Tea House is the small market across the street. As for the one that Zhou Liangchen really wanted, it was not a tea house. The registered trademark of the Commerce and Industry Bureau was clearly a martial arts school. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe blankly glanced at Zhou Liangchen, then wrapped his arms around Yi Si-jin and said, if you don't want to serve, go call the police. Anyway, the contract, it's written in black and white. Zhou Liangchen was already furious and stupid, but when he saw that Lang Zhe had wrapped his arms around Yi Si-jin, and Yi Si-jin didn't have the slightest intention of refusing, instantly, Zhou Liangchen understood it all. Nice guy. The original. The pair of dogs have been lying to themselves from the start. Thinking of this, Zhou Liangchen immediately pointed at Yi Si-jin and said, Yi Si-jin, I didn't expect you. You're actually a bitch. Dare to lie to me. Yi Si-jin was quite embarrassed at first, but to hear Zhou Liangchen actually call herself a bitch? Furious, Yi Si-jin immediately retorted, who are you cursing? You're the bitch. Your whole family is a slut. Good scolding. Hit him, Lang Zhe shouted from the sidelines. Yi Si-jin was also a bit uptight and went up to give Zhou Liangchen a slap. But Yi Si-jin was not her sister Yi Si-ji after all. As a person who practiced martial arts, Yi Si-jin was still very cautious in her actions. She knew very well that she was no match for Zhou Liangchen. If he really gave him a hard time, he could probably kick himself half to death. But doesn't Lanza understand this group of righteous light? These guys, they don't hit women. So, Yi Si-jin, who was just about to withdraw her palm, suddenly saw a big hand, grabbing her wrist, snapping, of a bit. Although it wasn't hard, it was a solid hit on Zhou Liangchen's face. You dare to hit me in the face? Zhou Liangchen stared at Lang Zhe in disbelief. Lang Zhe sniffed and immediately pointed at Yi Si-jin and said, she hit him. You, me, no. Lang Zhe, why are you like this? Yi Si-jin was dumbfounded. Zhou Liangchen was also a bit confused for a while. However, from a young age, his master had taught him not to hit women. That's right, how can the protagonist, being the light of righteousness, hit a woman? At this moment, Zhou Liangchen, a big man, was furious and stomped his feet. As the protagonist, this was the first time he had been so aggrieved, but it was impossible to fight. After all, when he thought about it, Lang Zhe didn't seem to have lied to him. It's the fact that you didn't check the contract properly. At this time, Zhou Liangchen only wanted to say in his heart, the city is terrible. Master, I want to go back to the mountain. Lang Zhe at this time but continued to rub salt into Zhou Liangchen's wounds and said, you said that you, in the mountains with the good, have to come down and us city people to make a scene? It's just a little yakuza. Are you good at fighting? What's the point of being able to fight? It's all about power and background when you come out. Be a good boy and go back to the mountain. What Lanza said wasn't exactly all mocking words. Zhou Liangchen had grown up in the mountains since he was young, practicing kung fu with his master for more than 20 years, and had never come into contact with outsiders. This kind of person, when placed in a web article or movie, is naturally a downhill master. But in the real world, that's just silly. He hasn't been down the mountain for over 20 years. This kind of person, if you give him $10 billion, he'll be cheated out of it the next day. Leng Zhe is quite kind. At least he gave him a store. That store, located in the center of the old town, is worth a few $1,000,000, which is good compensation. At this moment, Zhou Liangchen couldn't wait to let out a loud cry. The last of his dignity, however, was preserved. Clenching his fists, he stared angrily at Yi Sijin. At this moment, Yi Siki also ran down because she heard the commotion. Zhou Liangchen twisted his head to look at Yi Siki again. Then from his arms, he slowly pulled out a piece of marriage contract and angrily tore it into pieces. Angrily, he said, "Fine, since you're all playing me and looking down on me, I'll just leave. However, you remember, Yi Siki, Yi Sijin, from now on, we don't owe each other anything." Yi Siki and Yi Sijin both froze for a moment. I don't know what this Zhou Liangchen is smoking again. Saying a bunch of what? What the hell is this? Leng Zhe was thinking to himself, calm down, calm down. Aren't all netizen protagonists like this? Moving around and saying a bunch of middle-aged words. I guess I've read too many novels. It's good that I didn't say 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself. Zhou Liangchen dropped the marriage contract that his master had given him when he first came down from the mountain, then turned his head and left. Don't stay here. Have your own place. Zhou Liangchen walked to the front door of the villa and pulled out another marriage contract from his arms before shaking his head. Sighing, he said, alas, luckily, before I left the mountain, master gave me 3 marriage contracts. I just don't know. How did the old man do it? Get 3 rich old men to betroth him? Coming outside the villa, Zhou Liangchen laid the 2 marriage contracts on the ground and pondered where to go next. After thinking for half a day, Zhou Liangchen intends to little red flower. Point 2. Whoever I will pick. Whoever. Well, it's just you. When I picked up the marriage contract, there was a big thank you written on it. Humph. Zhou Liangchen wiped away his tears and tucked the marriage contract into his arms, then twisted his head to look at the Yi family villa behind him and muttered to himself, Yi Sijin, I'll make you regret it. After driving away Zhou Liangchen, Leng Zhe quietly listened. He was listening to the system beep. According to reason, Zhou Liangchen should hate Yi Sijin now, and Yi Sijin should also put down her body, completely with herself as the female and the dog man and woman, right? But why hasn't the system prompted me yet? Could it be that Yi Sijin the bitch is still pretending? Thinking of this, Leng Zhe curiously surveyed Yi Sijin in front of him and said to himself, it's really being and standing. You, who are you talking about? When Yi Sijin heard this, she immediately frowned. Ah, sorry to say it. Leng Zhe bared his teeth. Koldzer was actually right. Yi Sijin did have this in mind. Though, she and Leng Zhe teamed up to snub Zhou Liangchen for pennies, but she still felt guilty inside. Therefore, towards Zhou Liangchen, Yi Sijin really couldn't hate him. At this time, Yi Siki took her cell phone and quietly hid in the restroom. Hello, sis, is it done? On the other end of the phone, the woman's voice was very calm, saying, it's not convenient to make a move right now. Since Long Outian was sent back to the capital, he's been strictly guarded by the Yi family. Our people can't get in. We have to wait until Long Outian's situation improves. When Yi Siki heard this, she nodded and said, then how long will it take? Well, probably, for a month. So long? Aha. Well, it's okay, I'll wait. The next day, early in the morning, Zhou Dalong hurried to the villa. In Long Zhe's office, Zhou Dalong carried a suitcase and said, young master, something happened on the master's side. I have to go to Osaka this afternoon. Leng Zhe frowned curiously. Didn't old Biden go to South America? Why is he back in Osaka? What's going on? Isn't that old Biden in South America? Koldzer asked. Young master, you can't say that. That's your father. It's not like it's your dad. Zhou Dalong sniffed and scratched the back of his head, then immediately nodded and said, yes. The thing is, the inner, I don't know what to call it. You, stepmother? When Leng Zhe heard this, he immediately glared angrily at Zhou Dalong. Stepmom? Crap. That old Biden was surrounded by women younger than himself. And there's more than one. To call themselves stepmothers? Are you kidding me? Ah, no. That's, little mom? You just say things, Leng Zhe said with some impatience. Oh, it's like this. His lordship is in South America right now. And when he went, he left your little moms in Osaka. And then, I don't know if I should say. If you're told to say it, then say it painfully. What's the point of inking? Leng Zhe gave Zhou Dalong a blank look. At that, Zhou Dalong had to nod and continued. But one of your little moms gave the old master a cuckold, said Koldzer, not surprised. You're an old man of 50 or 60, your lower body is out of control, and you have several young wives in their early 20s. It would be strange if they don't go out and steal while you're away. This is the kind of thing that his lordship just can't stand. So let's go over and teach that pair of dogs a lesson. Lungza sniffed and nodded slowly. So what's the lesson you're going to teach? Osaka is abroad, after all. And what's Osaka? It's Yamaguchi Gumi headquarters. In that kind of place, those who dared to steal the black boss's woman would probably not be any good. Hey, Zhou Dalong scratched the back of his head and said, over there away from the sea into loaded barrels, filled with cement, clean. Hearing this, Lungze's mood was a bit complicated. After all, having received 9 years of compulsory education in his previous life, it still gave Lungze a bit of the basic morals of being a human being. But what goes around comes around. A woman is with her old man for nothing more than money. A man's, to be able to get involved with the woman of a black boss, he must not be a good person. So he didn't need to think about it so much. So he nodded and said, go ahead. Are you alone? I'll be able to do it alone. But don't worry, his lordship has others in Osaka, and has already had a little brother go over there first. Okay, be safe then. After saying that, Lungze waved his hand, signaling that Zhou Dalong could get lost. Zhou Dalong didn't make a fuss and took a plane that night and flew to Osaka. Lungze, on the other hand, had been sitting in his office thinking all day. He's thinking, should we expand into the island market? However, with the influence of Chinese gangs, it's hard to go to the island to develop, right? After all, the island side of the society is legal, so the scale is naturally not comparable to the Chinese side of the society. This, coupled with the fact that the fight against gangs has been so strong in the past few years, has led to the near extinction of the gangs in Huaxia. Those who still survived were either like the Leng family, who were careful and had no leverage, or Chinese immigrants from overseas. However, a society like the Leng family that did things carefully and had no handle was not destined to be too large. There are only a dozen or so core members, and most of the peripheral juniors are punks paid to simply look at the scene and occasionally act as fighters. When it comes to the real business side of things, it's not even their turn. Such associations are not even considered to be associations. They are just commonly known as black forces. However, it's a good thing that Lungze has completely cleaned up the family business. If you want to plug into the island market, you always have to find someone who knows that side of the world. Thinking of this, Lungze looked at the time, estimating that by this time, Zhou Dalong should have gotten off the plane. Thus, Lungze immediately called Zhou Dalong. Hello, young master, you said, does our family have any partners in the island, or someone we know would be fine? Koldzer opened the door. When Zhou Dalong heard this, he frowned slightly and shook his head. Sorry, young master, this really doesn't work. Our Lung family, we're just a small businessman. How would we know people from the island? Right, their family is in the import-export business, dealing with islanders all the time. And they're all big businesses. What with Suzuki and Toyota and all that? Fogweed, who the hell else have I been a lickspittle for? Say's family. After hanging up the phone, Lungze thought for half a day and couldn't figure out who it was. LOL. It couldn't be helped. Who asked that he hadn't inherited the original owner's memories? Now, Lungze only knew that the original owner of this body was not only a dog licker, but also a sea dog. The one who has played with countless women. That's called the Sea King. Those who have licked countless women, like yourself, are called sea dogs. Who the hell else have I licked? Lungze held his head in one hand, took out his cell phone and searched for the Xie family on Baidu. After all, it is a famous big family in Jiangcheng. General billionaires, Baidu should be searched. Sure enough, within a few minutes, Koldzer searched for a message. Xia Manhwa, or an old lady? No, it would be her granddaughter I'm licking. The predecessor was horny, but not so much that she would lick a 70-something-year-old woman, right? Thinking of this, Lungze continued to scroll down. Finally, I suddenly saw a short video on Shakeology. The video is titled Jiangcheng Celebrity Xia Weiniing's Mansion in Tokyo. Click through to see the video, which was shot from a tower block. On the top floor of the tower, there is a helipad and a swimming pool. A swimsuit beauty takes a selfie while showing off the interior of her mansion. This mansion. Lungze's eyes were all agog at the sight of this. Where is this $10 million mansion? For this lot, this area, it must be at least a few $100 million straight, right? Tokyo is an expensive place, not to mention, surrounded by this high-rise dense land. Not far away, you can still clearly see the Tokyo Tower, and it's no surprise that this would be the area around Tokyo's Minato Ward, where the rich gather. Lungze briefly went online again to check the price of the top floor of such a tower. Look no further. Similar towers are priced in the hundreds of millions of dollars, and that's the equivalent. On top of that, The tower's property taxes, miscellaneous taxes, utilities and such add up to millions a year. That's a lot of money. However, Lung Zhe was still curious as to what kind of business the Xie family was in. Since he intends to cooperate with the Xie family to expand the island market and earn some money from the small baga, he must first understand the Xie family. Once I checked, I realized that the Xie family's business is really something. It covers a wide range of areas, from semiconductors, to all kinds of electronics, to game software, almost everywhere. You could say that the Xie family counts as half a tech company. Unlike the Yi family, which started as a tycoon by speculating on real estate and land, the Xie family is actually engaged in scientific research and production. Well, not bad. Lunza slowly nodded. To be honest, Lung Zhe also knew that the windfall of wealth was all in technology now. As the country ages, houses are not selling, causing the housing market to collapse sooner or later. At that point, you'll have to spit out all the money you've made on the property. Plus, speculation in real estate is a mistake. Technology and industry is the only way to prosper the country. Although Xie's products are basically imported, the family is also taking advantage of this advantage to actively cooperate with Japanese companies to develop scientific research projects. Thinking of this, Lung Zhe immediately flipped through his cell phone address book. To be honest, Lung Zhe had never scrutinized his cell phone address book. After all, the predecessor stored too many numbers. What's Sissy Lucy Amanda Qian Jing Jing and so on. Lung Zhe had been too lazy to look at it as well. But this time around, Lung Zhe realized that the predecessor had actually stored so many women's phone numbers. It took a full 30 seconds for Lung Zhe to find a phone number with Goddess Xia in the memo line. Well, it should be her alright. Thinking of this, Lung Zhe immediately made the call. Hello, who is it? Obviously, Xia Wanning didn't store the phone number of Lung Zhe, the big licking dog. You actually didn't save my phone number? Lung Zhe frowned. Me you don't recognize? As soon as these words came out, Xia Waning's tone immediately became impatient and said, Lung Zhe, why are you still calling me? I told you I'm not interested in you. Don't you understand? If you're calling me, I'm going to have my lawyer come after you. I'm not ashamed to say that I'm in the tech world, and I'm a tough talker. When things are not decided, the criminal law will be served. Unlike those thugs, each one of them is like the triads. They can't move without getting someone to beat you up. But it's no wonder. As the saying goes, even the best martial arts skill is afraid of a chopper. Although the martial artists in this world are not really afraid of choppers, they are still nothing in front of technology. Like the Xie family, this kind of pounding semiconductor industry, the country is estimated to be a treasure for it. Naturally not afraid of Lung Zhe, this kind of mob madman. No, I'm not licking you anymore. No, I'm not chasing you. Neither. Tisk. Lung Zhe shook his head somewhat helplessly. I'm not trying to pester you. Then what are you doing? Before Lung Zhe could finish his sentence, Xia Wanning immediately interrupted. Tell you what, I'm getting engaged. Grandma said that person is also a martial artist, and he's the #1 in Zhengcheng. If you keep pestering me, I'll have my fiancé beat you up. When Lung Zhe heard this, his brain immediately went down for a moment. No, one in Zhengcheng? How many firsts does River City TM have? Zhou Liangchen is #1. Himself. Is this another invincible stream of flunky writing protagonists? No way, no way, no way. Ahem. As for me, I'm starting to do legitimate business now, and I'm thinking about whether or not I want to collaborate with your Xie family in the technology industry. Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning sneered and said, Just you? Oh, forget it, trash who hasn't even gone to school for a few days. Are you worthy of entering the tech circle? For someone like you, toasting and humanizing is fine, but technology? Not for someone like you. When Lung Zhe heard this, he immediately retorted, No, Xia Wanning, what do you mean? What's wrong with people like me? I at least have a bachelor's degree after never going to school. Your dad spent money to buy it for you. Think I don't know? Xia Wanning continued to taunt. Besides, in our line of work, it can burn money. With your family's little assets, it's not enough to stuff your teeth. That's not a bad thing to say. It's the most expensive to do research, but it's also a profitable business. And when it's done, you can live off the patents for the rest of your life. It doesn't work, and you can actually make a name for yourself in the tech world with experience. After all, this is the age of the internet, the age of the technological explosion. Engaging in real estate is just too boring to get out of the loop. But when it comes to technology, you can't get overnight fame and fire up the internet. But as for the money, Lung Zhe had also thought about it, and there was no hurry to pay back the $10 billion owed to the bank first. After all, if you owe 100, you're a grandson. Owe $1 million, then you're a grandpa. as long as you pay the interest on time every year. The bank can't wait for you to pay them back for the rest of your life. Thinking of this, Lung Zhe spoke. Who said I don't have any money? I have 10 billion here. Liquidity. Is that enough? 10 billion? Xia Weining froze for a moment when she heard this. Blow it, you really can tell any lie to chase me. Hang up, blacked out. Toot toot. Before Leng Zhe had a chance to speak, Xia Weining immediately hung up the phone. However, Leng Zhe didn't care about that. What he cared more about was the no. One expert in Jiangcheng that Xia Weining had mentioned. What the hell is going on? Another invincible streaming Destiny's Child? How come the system didn't warn you then? And right at this moment, Yi Siki wore the slippers and just happened to pass by the entrance of the study. This little ninny is still in a daze, probably just waking up. Hey, Yi Siki, come here. Leng Zhe saw this and yelled at the top of his lungs. When Yi Siki heard this, her eyes were confused as she looked over in the direction of the study and said, "What's wrong? You come in." Leng Zhe waved his hand. Yi Siki rubbed her stomach and said, "But, I've been holding my pee." "Then you go ahead and pee." When Yi Siki finished draining the water, she sat on her butt on the small sofa in front of Leng Zhe. A pair of long white legs were coiled up, and while picking nail polish from her toes, she spoke up and asked, "What's wrong?" Leng Zhe looked at the stingy girl in front of him and said, "Do you know Xia Wanning?" "Xia Wanning?" Yi Siki nodded, while frowning. "What are you doing?" This expression is clearly saying, do you still think you don't have enough women around you? You're engaged to my sister, you can't go on like this. Just asking, do you recognize it? Aha. Yes, he nodded. Leng Zhe sniffed and immediately opened the door. How is your relationship with her? The circle of tycoons in Jiangcheng was that big, and Leng Zhe had reason to suspect that the Yi sisters and Xia Weining might know each other. After all, a rich girl always has to have a few girlfriends of the same level. Generally, she's not very peaceful that way, always running around playing everywhere, so I don't have much contact with her. Yes, he continued to speak. It's just that when I was in New York, I was in contact for a while in my fellow countrymen's association. Oh, Leng Zhe slowly nodded, then asked, then do you know who her fiancé is? She's married? Yi Siki was dumbfounded. Saying that, Yi Siki hurriedly opened her cell phone and scanned it, saying, oh, her friend's circle made an official announcement, and also ate me, saying that she let me go to drink the wedding wine. An engagement party? Leng Zhe frowned slightly. Aha. Yi Siki immediately nodded. It's at the Jiangnan Hotel. Starting tomorrow. Perfect. The corners of Leng Zhe's mouth rose slightly. For one thing, he wanted to see which other world's best there was in Jiangcheng. Secondly, Leng Zhe also wanted to take the opportunity to contact the Xie family to see if he could find a chance to talk about a cooperation down the road. Leng Zhe is really not trying to be in the business of stealing other people's wives. After all, I'm not that chow thief. Am I? Why are you always staring at other people's daughters-in-law? Yi Siki suddenly frowned at this time, then immediately pointed her cell phone screen at Leng Zhe and said, Leng Zhe, look who this is. On the screen, there was a chat between Yi Siki and Xia Weining. Yes, he sent you're engaged? Xia Weining, aha, come and drink the wedding wine tomorrow, ha. Yesy, how does the other person look like? Handsome, colorful expression. Xia Weining, pretty good looking, just a little shorter. But I heard that he is a certified celestial human realm martial artist from the Martial Arts Association. Although I don't know much about it. But Grandma said, don't say Jiangcheng, even the whole Jiang province, I'm afraid there is no one more powerful than him. Yesy, so, you don't know your fiancé? Xia Wanning, alas, we this status of people. You are not unaware of the marriage object which can come by their own Xia Weining was thoughtful. However, this kind of polytechnic women, character is more rational. Know what is more important. And will not therefore appear in the drama novels of the kind of withdrawal from the marriage to escape the bridge. Yes, Siki, what does it look like? Do you have a picture? Send it to me. Colorful expression. Xia Weining, wait a moment. Then, there was the photo that had just been sent 10 seconds earlier. Crap, it's really a narrow road. Leng Zhe instantly tensed up as soon as he looked at the photo. Isn't this Zhou Liangchen? This old boy, after being cheated by himself to the point where he couldn't afford to wear pants, actually found another family to join? Where did he get that? Not bad for a protagonist. There's just no shortage of women. You're all screwed up like that, and you can still find a rich white girl. It's unbelievable. This Zhou Liangchen is too scummy, isn't he? Yi Siki couldn't even look at it anymore. Immediately frowning, he said, first, he was engaged to me, and after being dumped by me he turned his head to chase after my sister, and it's only been a couple days, and then he ran off to get engaged to Xia Weining again? Even Yi Siki was dumbfounded. What kind of speed is that? What character? What charm? This, then, is the charm of the protagonist's aura. Lang Zhe looked at the WeChat avatar, Xia Wanying's sweet photo, and hated his teeth. The protagonist's aura is too nifty, isn't it? It's also true that everything about the protagonist falls from the sky. Want to see inspirational? It's the villain stories that are fucking inspiring, because villains earn everything they get. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe angrily slammed his cell phone. Pointing at Yi Siki, she said, "Call your sister, tomorrow, let's go rob the bride." My cell phone. Yi Siki stared at her cell phone with a surprised look on her face. Lang Zhe then realized that he had accidentally dropped Yesi's cell phone. Sorry, I'll pay you. After saying that, Lang Zhe immediately got up and returned to the room. Meanwhile, inside the Xia family villa, Liangchen, what about coming to our home? You don't have to be polite. Just treat it as your own home. Your master. And our old man. Our old friends, the two of them played together when they were young. If it weren't for your master, that old man in our family back then, there's no way he could have gotten there today. Old Mrs. Xia Manhwa held Zhou Liangchen's hand tightly and said, "As for my granddaughter, although she's a bit wild in nature and likes to run around when there's nothing else to do, she's been very obedient since she was a child." Look, she didn't object to the engagement this time, did she? When Zhou Liangchen heard this, he nodded very politely and said, "Grandma, don't worry, I will definitely treat Wan Ying well. Grandma believes in you." At this time, Xia Weiying walked over, sitting on the opposite side of the sofa with a godly face, crossing her legs and saying, "Zhou Liangchen, since it was grandfather's dying wish to marry you, I, for one, have no objections, but listen to one thing, after marriage don't tell me what to do. I'll do what I want and go where I want." Xia Weiying is indeed wild in nature and has never been at peace in her life, but she's got that going for her. 2. Today I'm off to Tokyo, tomorrow I'm flying to the Maldives, and the day after that I'm on a trip to Paris. There are as many as half a dozen mansions around the world. However, Zhou Liangchen, who was the protagonist, was naturally not willing to show weakness. Although they are poor, they are justified in being poor, and they are proud of being poor. He didn't hide those eyes of his as he scanned Xia Wanying's body up and down. It had to be said that this Xia Wanying, no matter if it was software or hardware, was not inferior to Yi Si Jin in the slightest. Just a little shorter. But my master told me that when you look for a daughter-in-law, you have to look for the kind that is peaceful. Zhou Liangchen directly took out his master's teachings and said. He also said that a woman's lack of talent is a virtue. But that's something you're okay with, seeing as you don't look like a smart person either. When Xia Weiying heard this, she immediately turned red with anger. However, he is the main character of the invincible stream of heavenly destiny, speaks with a machismo that abounds on the one hand and always comes across as nerdy on the other. Forget it, I won't bother with you. Grandma, I have a few friends coming to the engagement banquet tomorrow as well, so tell the hotel. Early the next morning, Lang Zhe dressed up meticulously, then drove the Mercedes-Benz supercar and took Isiki all the way to the hotel. And at this point, inside the lobby of the hotel, celebrities from all walks of life in Zhangcheng were here. The hotel was richly decorated, and the noble women each wore gold and silver. Xia Wanning was wearing a gorgeous evening gown, holding a champagne glass, and was sitting in the dressing room. Zhou Liangchen, don't disgrace me later. There's a lot of respectable people here today. You know? Xia Weiying gave Zhou Liangchen a somewhat worried look and said. To be honest, at this time, Xia Weiying had already developed a great interest in Zhou Liangchen. No wonder, after all, Zhou Liangchen is the protagonist. Even if he doesn't do anything, there will be heroines who like him. A head and a face? Zhou Liangchen sneered. Don't worry, wife, it's just a bunch of mortals, Zhou Liangchen said in a very pretentious manner. Xia Weiying sighed as she sniffed. I wanted to retort to Zhou Liangchen, but thought better of it. This Zhou Liangchen, talking has always been like this. Make it seem like he's some kind of worldly man. However, Zhou Liangchen did call himself a worldly man. As for Xia Weiying, although she was considered a big shot in the tech circle, a highly educated high school student, and a female student at MIT, she was indeed called a mundane in the eyes of someone like Zhou Liangchen. By the way, Ryakan, you can talk to me like that at home, but when you're outside, don't say that haha. Xia Weiying continued to exhort. Compared to Isiki or Qin Shiyu, Xia Weiying appeared to be very sensible, and there are no requirements for marriage, or for relationships, which can even be described as uninteresting. She cared more about whether the semiconductor industry in Longwei could flourish than having a sweet relationship. Not to say that we should surpass the United States and Japan, but at least we should be able to stand on our own. That's why she's been traveling to and from Tokyo all this time to seek cooperation. and has even gone to great lengths to set up a research institute to specialize in this type of industry. The regrets of her father's generation will be fulfilled by her generation. Aha! Zhou Liangchen nodded, then said, "Don't worry, although I haven't had much contact with these so-called upper-class people, but when I was in the mountains, Master always taught me." "What did your master teach you?" Xia Weining blankly glanced at Zhou Liangchen and said, "Master said that even though I'm already invincible, I still have to remain humble when I come down from the mountain, because in this world, it's not about fists anymore, it's about connections, it's about power, it's about influence." Xia Wanning always felt that this sentence is so familiar. Did Hikari say the same thing? Soon, the engagement ceremony began in earnest. The MC took the microphone and spoke eloquently from the stage. From time to time, he flirted with Zhou Liangchen. "I would like to invite our groomsmen to place the engagement ring on the bride." According to the normal plot, Lingze should have rushed up at this point and shouted, "I don't agree with this marriage." But who is Lingze? How can you be a supervillain and not have a card? Only the door to the hotel's conference room suddenly swung wide open. Immediately afterward, a dozen bodyguards in suits rushed in. Lingze, also dressed in a suit, strutted in. Meanwhile, there were two bodyguards around. These two bodyguards beside Lingze, each holding a safe in their hands. When it comes to how to be a villain, Lingze is experienced and very good at his business. Lingze, who walked with the wind, instantly became the center of attention in the room. The Long family, after all, had been in the mob trade before, so naturally, in Jiangcheng, they were considered to have a reputation. Most of the people present have had business dealings with the Lang family. Either it is a bill or a business skirmish that needs to be dealt with by the Lang family. In short, as far as they could remember, the Lang family had never done any legitimate business. And at this time, the MC standing on the stage froze for a moment, but as a professional MC, he still pretended to be calm and rounded off. "It seems that some people don't agree with this marriage." Ha ha ha. This little joke, however, did not cause those present to roar with laughter. Koldzer, Zhou Liangchen, who was also standing on the stage, immediately looked serious when he saw this. Looking angrily at Lingze, he said, "Lingze, what are you doing here?" Lingze completely ignored Zhou Liangchen and instead walked towards Xia Wanning in large strides. As soon as he came to Xia Weining, he immediately showed his money power. The two bodyguards beside him opened the safe, which was full of cash, a full 2 million. Lingze would like to take more, but the problem is that in reality, cash is really not light. It's not like it's money from the Bank of Heaven and Earth. RMB 1 million. It's 23 pounds, and counting the weight of the safe, it's about 35 pounds. It doesn't sound like 35 pounds is too heavy, but realize that you'll have to carry it all the way with one hand. And when you get to the place you'll have to open it up and lay it flat in your hand to show it to someone. Plus the weight of the money is only 23 pounds. But it's not small. So, Lingze also only took 2 million in cash. Wanning, we spoke on the phone yesterday. Lingze playfully took off his sunglasses and stared at Xia Wanning as he spoke. "You forgot?" The sunglasses were removed and the seductive eye worked immediately. The two looked at each other for a split second. Xia Wanning immediately fell. In fact, compared to the battle-hardened veteran, Xia Wanning, a sexually frigid player like her, is more likely to fall into Lingze's seductive eyes, because she hadn't experienced the affairs of men and women. It caused Xia Wanning to actually have some fantasies about it. Lingze Yu. However, Xia Weining was still quite sensible. Even so, she still did not choose to avoid Lingze's eyes. Staring at Lingze, he said, "What are you doing?" However, the tone was much calmer as she continued. "Lingze, I'm all engaged. What are you doing?" Lingze pointed to the money on both sides and said, "Here is $2 million, and here is another card." Saying that, Lingze took out another bank card from his pocket and said, "There's $100 million in there, and there's more money in the future if our two families can work together." After saying that, Lingze also experienced the thrill of pretending. Looking to the side, Xia Weining's grandmother said, "Grandma, what about me coming here today? I'm here to talk about cooperation with the Xia family." Xia Weining's grandmother obviously couldn't see this amount of money in Lingze, so he snorted coldly and said, "Humph, with such a small amount of money, you want to cooperate with my Xia family? Security." Saying that, old Mrs. Xia was about to call out for security, but Lingze continued, "This door-to-door son-in-law of your family claims to be the #1 expert in Jiangcheng, right?" "I know, and I understand Mrs. Shay, although the Xia family is equally famous in Jiangcheng, whether it's their connections or capital, they all rank in the ceiling of Jiangcheng, but the family really doesn't have many martial artists, so that's why they want to recruit a house son-in-law, right?" Lingze's analysis was not unreasonable. The Xie family had asked Zhou Liangchen to come and be a flunky for their family for this very reason. You know, here, it's a high martial arts world. While technology is important, force is not at all lacking. In this world, any big family would more or less keep some experts in their family. And a top expert like Zhou Liangchen was an expert that countless clans dreamed of obtaining. However, there weren't many celestial realm countries, so the guests present were envious of the Xie family. In addition, a celestial realm expert who wanted to be a door-to-door son-in-law was really something that countless clans would grab for. In other words, the kind of person Long Ao Tian went to be a door-to-door son-in-law for someone else. Naturally, he had to suffer from cold eyes. However, celestial realm powerhouses were completely different. And who told you guys that he is the #1 expert in Zhangchang? Lang Zhe pointed at Zhou Liangchen and said, as a registered martial artist of the Martial Arts Association, I didn't even know that there were two #1 experts in Zhangchang. Is this Zhangchang's #1 expert so lousy? How is it that any cow or horse dares to claim to be the first master? After saying that, Lang Zhe also took out the Celestial Human Realm Martial Artist badge issued by the Zhangchang Martial Arts Association from his bosom. Although Lang Zhe hadn't experienced any examinations, Lang Zhe's strength was already there for all to see. Although, Lang Zhe's true strength, too, only stayed at the innate level. The turtle armor given by the system was really bullish. A body of steel. I don't think a bullet could penetrate it. In the eyes of outsiders, Lang Zhe's true strength was even a notch higher than Zhou Liangchen. After all, Zhou Liangchen couldn't hurt Lang Zhe even if he used his full strength. But the Xie family didn't know about it. Only old Mrs. Xie sneered and said, Lang family's brat, today is the auspicious day of my daughter's engagement. I'm afraid it's not good for you to make such a mess, right? Saying that, old Mrs. Xie picked up the phone and said, do you want me to call your dad? A threat. A naked threat. However, if this had been in the past, Lang Zhe would have been afraid. After all, in the past, when Lang Zhe hadn't crossed over yet, the original owner often ugged Dad's 7 wolves, especially for a top-tier powerhouse like the Xie family. Even the Yi family at the time had to give the Xie family 3 points. Old Mrs. Xie was also very confident, and when she saw that Lang Zhe was indifferent, she immediately called Long Hongyuan. Hello, Mrs. Xie? I'm sorry, Mrs. Xie. I'm quitting now. If you have any business matters, you can ask my son. If he says he can do it, he can do it. On the other side of the phone, Long Hongyuan was still surrounded by women's giggles from time to time. Apparently, this old Biden is playing pretty fancy. Long Hongyuan, your son came to cause trouble on the big day of my granddaughter's engagement. Don't you care? Mrs. Xie opened the door. The Long family, in the eyes of top magnates like the Xie family, were the ones who did the dirty work and wiped the asses of these bigwigs in Zhangchang. So Mrs. Xie's tone towards Lang Hongyuan was obviously not very respectful. In the past, Lang Hongyuan would definitely have to give the Xie family an apology, and then immediately chastise Lang Zhe and tell Lang Zhe to hurry home and kneel. But now, when Lang Hongyuan heard old Mrs. Xie's words, he just laughed coldly and then said, is that so? So my son has a crush on your granddaughter? That's a good thing. When old Mrs. Xie heard this, she thought she had heard wrong and immediately cleared her throat. Long Hongyuan, I say, your son came to my granddaughter's engagement banquet to make a scene. If you don't care to take care of it, then I won't be blamed for being impolite. You're welcome? What? You still want to find someone to beat up my son? Lang Hongyuan's tone immediately became serious and said, then you can try and see if my son beats you up or not and be done with it. Question mark. Old Mrs. Xia was directly dumbfounded when she heard this. Is this the same Lang Hongyuan who was subservient to the Jiangqing gentry? Xia Weining, who was standing on the stage, was also frowning. After all, what kind of character Lang Hongyuan had? The people present couldn't be clearer. If it was placed in the past, Lang Hongyuan must have bowed his head to these top magnates of Zhangchang, making him stand he dared not sit. But now, what's with the father and son? At this time, Zhou Liangchen, who was on the side, couldn't bear it anymore and directly spoke. Lang Zhe, I advise you not to mess around. Or don't blame me for not being polite. What's the point of being nonchalant? On the contrary, it's you, Zhou Liangchen. I really can't imagine you can actually be so calm? Saying that, Lang Zhe pointed to Yi Siki on the side and said, have you forgotten about your predecessor? Have you forgotten the promise you made to Elder Yi back then? Yi Siki, who was on the side, sniffed and looked at Lang Zhe with a dumbfounded face. No, what does it have to do with me? I'm just here for the fun. Xia Wanning, and how sensible she was. Zhou Liangchen was after all her marriage partner. This is great to hear that your fiancé, in fact, was engaged to your best friend? Xia Weining immediately frowned and stared at Zhou Liangchen with a serious face. What's going on? Zhou Liangchen heard this, but he spread his hands very calmly and said, it's just the past. It's not worth mentioning. Worth it? Very worth it. Xia Weining said seriously, but Zhou Liangchen, who was the protagonist, showed a face of melancholy, as if he had been hurt as deeply as he had been in the past, as if he was a man with a very good story. Indeed, Zhou Liangchen's story was indeed too rich, so rich that it was hard to understand. At this moment, Zhou Liangchen was still blissfully unaware of the seriousness of the problem. Isn't it normal to think that as the protagonist, you have a few harem beauties? Seeing this, Leng Zhe continued to add fuel to the fire. Ugh, I really didn't expect this. Zhou Liangchen, you're actually so philandering. After saying that, Leng Zhe looked at Xia Wanning again and told him all about Zhou Liangchen's engagement to Yi Siki, and later pursuing Yi Sijin, throwing tens of billions of dollars for Yi Sijin. This was good. Xia Wanning couldn't hold back no matter how rational she was. She immediately ripped the engagement ring off her finger and casually tossed it into her wineglass before turning her head and walking away. Zhou Liangchen saw this, but remained calm. Turning her head, she looked at old Mrs. Xia and said, Grandma, Leng Zhe is right. Seeing that Zhou Liangchen had admitted it, the scene was in an uproar. The Xia family's son-in-law actually courted the Yi family's sisters? This news instantly caused the guests in the room to suck in a breath of cold air. Kinda contributes to global warming. What? Old Mrs. Xia was also considered a decent person, different from the kind of real estate developers like the Yi family who started out by hacking. Xia's family was founded on technology in real life, and Xia's old man was a Hokkien. As we all know, Fujianese are visa-free worldwide. Don't be offended. Hokkien brothers, just playing with the stigma. When he was young, old man Xia smuggled to the beautiful country and saved the first bucket of money in the beautiful country. In addition to saving his first bucket of money, he also learned a few skills and came back to build a factory. Started from a small workshop, selling some second-hand electronic products. In the end, it became the leader of the semiconductor industry in Jiangchang, and only the Xia family knew how much the family had suffered. Unlike the traditional big families, the Xia family, as a latecomer, had little heritage in the first place. Even with money, as in most traditional families, things like marriage are still valued. Like the rest of the rich and powerful in Jiangchang, they play with that flower. If they knew that their own door-to-door son-in-law was a celestial realm powerhouse, not to mention that Zhou Liangchen had pursued other people, he was just taking a few concubines, and that group of people could tolerate it. Zhou Liangchen, old Mrs. Xia angrily got up at this time and angrily said, you are not welcome in the Xia family. After saying that, she looked at the guests again and said, friends and family, I'm sorry for making you all look at the joke. At this point, Zhou Liangchen realized the seriousness of the problem. That's right, Zhou Liangchen just realized. Previously, the reason why Zhou Liangchen didn't realize the severity of the problem was because he still thought he was the son of heaven's destiny. Colds are all but seriously doubted that he knew he was the main character. In Zhou Liangchen's eyes, all the beautiful women in the whole world should be obedient to him, and all the parents and grandparents in the whole world should be impressed by him. But really? Zhou Liangchen is such a fool. Leng Zhe touched his nose and somewhat awkwardly patted Zhou Liangchen's shoulder and said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to steal your fiancée. Mostly, I really kinda need her help. After saying that, Leng Zhe also ignored Zhou Liangchen and walked towards Xia Weining in large strides. At this moment, Zhou Liangchen truly interpreted what is called sea dog. Having just been dumped by the Xia family, this old kid actually looked at Yi Siki again. He took a big step towards Yi Siki and smiled very greasily. Siki, do you know why I didn't retort just now? I don't know. Yessie shook her head. I don't want to know either. Zhou Liangchen still said to himself, because I still have you in my heart. I got engaged to Xia Weining just to piss you off. I can see that you're already angry. And the fact that you're angry means that you still love me, right? Yessie was dumbfounded. He was indeed angry, but he was angry, and it had absolutely nothing to do with whether he loved Zhou Liangchen or not. He was angry at himself because Zhou Liangchen was actually able to be so self-absorbed. Oh, I know. A strong man like me can't help but have women grieve for me. But don't worry, Siki. In the future, I won't make you sad again. Saying that, Zhou Liangchen grabbed Yi Siki's hand. Come with me. Let's go back to the mountains and live the life of a man farming and a woman weaving. I'll make you happy. Yi Siki gulped and slowly took half a step back. Are you serious with the half step back? Zhou Liangchen froze for a moment. Actually, I can't believe you turned me down. For the first time in my life, I, Zhou Liangchen, am so deeply in love. How dare you reject me? Yi Siki looked around for a moment and rushed over when she spotted Leng Zhe's figure, and shouted, Leng Zhe, quickly take me to the restroom. It's not working, I'm going to throw up. When Zhou Liangchen heard this, he pulled Yi Siki back again and said, Siki, are you nauseous? It's not pregnancy vomiting, is it? Damn, Lung Zhe actually gave you two? You're a friggin' asshole, aren't you? It's not Coldzer's. It's me, but I didn't even touch you. Could it be that It's gotten to the point where it's a mountain apart. No, I'm disgusted by you. After saying that, Yi Siki forcefully broke away from Zhou Liangchen's hand, and then rushed towards Lung Zhe with great strides. Here and now, Lung Zhe, you've already embarrassed me. Please don't look for me anymore. Can you? Xia Weining shook her head with a helpless face and said. Lung Zhe sniffed, but shook his head very seriously. You've misunderstood. I'm really not here to lick you. Lung Zhe's words, said a little too directly, causing Xia Weining to be a little embarrassed for a moment. So, what the hell are you doing here then? How many times have I told you? I'm here to talk business. Lung Zhe continued. I think our two families can engage in a little cooperation. Although I don't understand the tech world, I understand making money. I don't think you know yet, do you? In the past few months, I've lifted the Lung family's business onto the right track, and now I'm running a legitimate industry. Although Lang's holding is not yet listed, a conservative estimate is that Lang's holding has a market capitalization of at least $30 to $50 billion. Colzer was right. The industries under Lung Zhe's name are all in full swing now. The assets left behind by the Yi family only had a market value of a few $1 billion. But that newly registered media company's market value soared, relying on live streaming to bring goods, has now operated more than $1 billion in revenue. But to Lung Zhe, these were still small change after all. After all, if you want to get a foothold in a world where the protagonist walks horizontally across the street, you're embarrassed to say you're a rich second generation if your family doesn't have a few $100 billion. As for what's the fastest way to get money? As a traveler, Lung Zhe naturally knew that no matter in any world, technology is the first productive force. If you master the windfall of technology, it's only a matter of time before you get rich. The traditional industry Lung Zhe is not to think about. In this kind of world where the protagonist of the net article is rampant, real estate, medicine, retail, basically the protagonists have been dominated by the protagonists. I don't know why the main characters of the online article are only engaged in traditional industries. Maybe the author's level is just like that. Cooperation is fine. After thinking for a moment, Xia Weining said in an icy tone, however, our family is only acting as an agent for the big foreign tech factories even now. The technology is not mature enough yet, but I'm going to get into communications a little bit. Just making cell phones. Hearing this, Lung Zhe immediately frowned. Although Lung Zhe does not have much business acumen, but Lung Zhe also knows that in the Dragon Country to do cell phones, it's the hardest. After all, globally, the Dragon Kingdom has the greatest competition in the cell phone industry. The pretty country is none other than Apple, Google, and Microsoft. There's only one Sony in the island nation, and only one Samsung in the cosmic nation. But on the contrary, what about the Dragon Kingdom? It's almost like 100 flowers. If the software doesn't work, pile on the hardware. And if the price doesn't work, press the price to death. So, making cell phones in Dragonland? No way. Lung Zhe immediately shook his head and said, are you sure? Xia Weining, we don't have any technological heritage. And the competition in the cell phone market in Longhua is so big. Unless you can come up with some patents, you can only do assembly machines after all. Lung Zhe pondered for a while, and without waiting for Xia Weining to open her mouth, he added, besides, making a cell phone is costly and risky. I suggest that we can start with chips and get patents. When Xia Weining heard this, she immediately became interested. Before, she had always thought that Lung Zhe was a socialite who could only serve tea and wine and engage in human affairs. But I didn't realize that this kid was actually a bit of a researcher on the tech side of the market. Unexpected. Xia Weining revealed a smile. Done your homework? Lung Zhe shrugged. Not really. Common sense. And at that moment, Zhou Liangchen, who had been eavesdropping at the door, stepped forward. Very pretentiously, he spoke. Wanning, what Lung Zhe said is very wrong. What's the most profitable business in the Dragon Kingdom? It's real estate speculation. Researching chips, building cell phones. It's all a fantasy. There are so many cell phone brands on the market now. Who cares about a cell phone? Speculation is king. This statement was made. Xia Weining and old Mrs. Xia both froze. What's wrong with him? Why hasn't he left yet? Fried Nima Xia Weining couldn't help but burst out. Get the hell out of here. It can't be helped that Zhou Liangchen's mind is stuck at this stage of speculation. It's not that speculation isn't profitable, but it's that speculation doesn't make it to the top after all. And there is so much more involved. Building chips and patents is fine as long as you have the money and the technology. But to speculate on real estate and land, you also have to have connections. And you have to know how to do things in the world. And you have to know how to flatter the city leaders. The scene was actually quite awkward. Imagine Steve Jobs and Musk are working on how to give robots the ability to think. And then out of the blue comes Su Jiayin, telling you how about building a real estate agent robot to speculate on real estate for him. Zhou Liangchen heard, smiled and said, "Oh, really do not understand you guys. Speculation on the great prospects. You do not go to get. Have to build what chip? Been reading too much science fiction?" Zhou Liangchen strides towards old Mrs. Xia and says, "Grandma, you're so old. You can't possibly not see it, right? Seriously." Lang Zhe was now seriously wondering if Zhou Liangchen knew that he himself was the protagonist. That's a little too reckless, isn't it? If he doesn't know he's the main character, then where does he get the confidence? It's 2023. How does investing tens of billions of dollars to build a chip make it a science fiction movie? It's still true. It's scary to be uneducated. At this moment, old Mrs. Xia also looked at Zhou Liangchen as if she was looking at a fool, and spoke, "Zhou Liangchen, are you not sick? You get out of here now. Right now." Old Mrs. Xia did not want to see this Zhou Liangchen for a moment longer. However, Zhou Liangchen's bewildering confidence had really bluffed some of the people present, especially Yi Siki on the side. After all, the Yi family used to be in the real estate business, so naturally they were clear about the windfall profits in real estate. But when you think about it, real estate is profitable. But ultimately, you can't take it on the chin. It is true that real estate drives a lot of employment problems for people, but equally, there are potentially a lot of risks. Once the real estate market is thundering, it's not just the workers who will lose their jobs. The millions of migrant workers in the country will become a massive burden on the government in a matter of moments. Apart from that, the rotten buildings that can be seen everywhere in the streets will also become an important factor hindering the development of the city. That's why technology is the first productive force. The title of infrastructure fiend is certainly honorable, but building houses and speculating on them is ultimately more parochial than high-end technology. It's just a shame that there are some thugs that can't understand it for the rest of their lives. All they know is to speculate the property prices to the point where the people cannot afford it and then make a huge profit and sit back and wait to get rich. The bubble comes when, at the end of the day, the people at the bottom don't have kids, buy houses, or spend money. The island's housing bubble is the biggest lesson of all. Lingzhe reality is, after all, an ordinary office worker. Dry 30 years do not eat and drink, only barely able to buy a house in the big city. Naturally, there is a great deal of resistance to such things as speculation. Thus, Lang Zhe looked at Zhou Liangchen and said, "Speculating in real estate is just turning a piece of reinforced concrete that everyone could have afforded into a gold and silver brick that everyone can't afford. It's created jobs, but also a huge gap between rich and poor, and high per capita debt. Emptying the savings of 3 generations of ordinary people's families makes you feel superior? In the future, isn't it true that you'll have to say the same thing about young people who can't afford to buy a house? What's so expensive about the house? It's been the same price for so many years. Don't talk nonsense with your eyes open, okay? Have you gotten a raise in your paycheck over the years? Have you worked seriously?" Lang Zhe's words looked like they weren't simply meant to dislike Zhou Liangchen, but rather, they were sentiments from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, Lang Zhe's words made both old Mrs. Xia and Xia Weining very respectful. Yeah, these real estate bigwigs nowadays only have money in their eyes. Hate to empty generations of wealth on a house. The widening gap between the rich and the poor in the Dragon Kingdom is there for all to see. Some people have a house in their family for hundreds or millions of dollars, and some still live in a basement in the center of the city. Big city natives get tens of millions of dollars for nothing when their homes are demolished, while small city natives can't see a future with a monthly salary of $3,000. Well said. Old Mrs. Xia suddenly stood up at this time and clapped her hands. I never imagined that not only does young Master Lang have a unique vision, but he is also able to think about the common people at the bottom of the ladder. This is what a people's entrepreneur should be like. I'm flattered. Lungza smiled slightly. At this moment, Zhou Liangchen, on the other hand, was completely frozen in place. To be honest, Zhou Liangchen had a much stronger sense of justice than Lang Zhe after all. Actually, there's nothing bad about this kid except that he's a bit of a narcissist. When he heard Lang Zhe say this, his heart was like a knife. This kid, actually blaming himself. Yeah, that bastard Lungza is right. How could I think that? What's the difference between me and an asshole like him if I think so? Damn, I can't believe I'm. Woohoo. In the next second, Zhou Liangchen actually wiped up his tears. This scene truly stunned Lang Zhe. No, what are you crying about? Lang Zhe stared at Zhou Liangchen with a stunned expression. Xiao Zhou. No, you bastard. Zhou Liangchen looked at Lang Zhe angrily. How could you be so kind? How could you say such a thing? I should be the one to say such things. You're supposed to be the 10 evil gangster villain. How can you think for the common man? Zhou Liangchen didn't know which of his tendons was wrong and suddenly accused Ling Zai. Siki, Wan-ing, you have to believe me. I really don't think that way. I was simply thinking that speculating on real estate is more profitable. I didn't think that much at all. If I had known that speculating in real estate would put so much pressure on ordinary people, then I would have jumped from here even if I had starved to death. There's no way I would have speculated in real estate. Oh, sorry. Yi Siki and Xia Weining both looked at each other, both confused. A room full of people, watching Zhou Liangchen stand in place and keep sobbing, while crying. He also blamed Kolzer. However, the good news was that Zhou Liangchen cried for a while and then turned his head away. I guess it should be too much pressure on the heart to be ashamed. This kid. Ling Zai shook his head very breathlessly. Although this child is a bit annoying, his heart is quite kind. Come on. Xia Wanning rolled her eyes at Zhou Liangchen's back and said, he's just stupid, something without a brain. It's a good thing I didn't marry him, or my life would have been ruined. After saying that, Xia Weining looked at Ling Zai again. Let's both continue to talk about business matters. Old Mrs. Xia also slowly got up at this time and said, Wan-ing you talk with young Master Ling first. Grandma will go out to see off the guests. With such a big mess at a good engagement party, it was impossible for old Mrs. Xia, who was the head of the family, to hide in the house and talk business in peace. After old Mrs. Xia went out, Xia Weining smiled and said, Ling Zai, you really impressed me a bit today. I remember when you were chasing me 2 years ago, you didn't think so much of it. People change. Ling Zai smiled slightly and took off his sunglasses. After all, charming eyes is a passive skill. Ling Zai doesn't need to release it. Just a glance with the opposite sex can make the other party wed into a river. So, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Ling Zai was now usually wearing sunglasses. Only after watching old Mrs. Xia leave did Ling Zai take off his sunglasses. But when Ling Zai just took off his sunglasses and met Xia Weining's eyes for a split second, that little face of Xia Wanying's brushed into a large red color. At the same time, an internal warmth flowed from top to bottom. It erupted instantly. Small scene. Ling Zai was used to it, and that's what he's all about. Of course, Ling Zai wasn't that lewd, and didn't have the intention of wanting to see a beautiful cake make a fool of herself after facing backwards. Rather, the easiest way to take down the Xia Wanning in front of him was to make the other party fall in love with him. Thinking about it? Ling Zai asked again at this time. Xia Wanning lowered her head, her eyes watching her nose and mouth. Obviously, that warmth just now made Xia Wanning very embarrassed. However, we were all adults, and although Xia Wanning had not been exposed to that aspect of things, who had not seen island movies, when it's late at night, it's human to be empty and lonely. Even someone like Xia Weining can't help but open the P station for a tense and exciting being landlord. Okay, good. Xia Weining nodded in a hurry, then clamped her legs together and was about to head out with small broken steps. Ling Zai also did not stop. The purpose is achieved is good. One does not need to be bitchy and have to stop people to not let people go. At this moment, Yi Siki, who was on the side, seemed to have discovered something and stared at Ling Zai with a surprised face. When Ling Zai turned back, Yi Siki immediately covered her mouth. Closing her eyes, she said, Oh my god, Ling Zai, you, what have you done? I didn't do anything. Kolzer shrugged. How is that possible? You must have done something. After all, Yi Siki was also a former victim, so when she just saw Xia Weining's behavior, she immediately remembered something. Right, that's right, it was the same way in the beginning itself. Inexplicably. And it was in front of Kolzer. I'm sure I have a sensitive constitution, but it's not like I'm going to look at it and let out a flood, right? It's not right. Something's very wrong. Something is definitely not right with Kolzer. Ling Zai, what the hell did you do? Yi Siki obviously didn't quite believe Ling Zai's explanation. However, even if she was skeptical, it was impossible for Yi Siki to get Ling Zai's seductive eyes. This is something that is so metaphysical that only Ling Zai, who is a traveler, can accept it. Ling Zai was telling Yi Siki about the charming eye now, and Yi Siki would most likely not believe it. Unless, of course, she's crazy. Thinking of this, Ling Zai sighed and continued to put on his sunglasses. Perhaps, it's because I'm too attractive. Fart. Still covering her eyes, Yi Siki said, You must have done something. Did you learn hypnosis from someone? Right, hypnosis. It must be hypnosis. To be honest, this explanation was the first time Ling Zai had heard of it. And that explanation sounds pretty far-fetched, but when you think about it, it kinda makes sense. The eye of charm can make the target opposite sex fall in love with themselves in a short period of time. If we don't use metaphysics to explain it, isn't that hypnosis? And the thing about hypnosis is that it's psychological suggestion, to put it bluntly. However, hypnotizing someone to the point of on-the-spot cake pilgrimage does seem a bit excessive. Alright, Lang Zhe was also too lazy to pull the wool over Yisiki's eyes, and simply patted Yisiki's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I won't hypnotize you." Really? Really? Really really? Hurry up. After saying that, Lang Zhe turned his head and left. Seeing this, Yisiki tentatively opened her eyes and looked at Lang Zhe's back before hurriedly chasing after him. Now Yisiki felt that she could be smart and actually saw that Lang Zhe could hypnotize. While sitting in the car, both said with a haughty face, "Lang Zhe, am I good? Humph, I could tell you weren't right a long time ago. I said why do you have so many beautiful women around you, scum? Even this beauty is mesmerized by you." Cold Zer. After arriving home, Lang Zhe sent a message to Xia Waning at the first opportunity. Xia Waning also replied right away, saying, "Come to my company tomorrow." Good. Both of them did not talk nonsense. And after they finished, Lang Zhe put down his cell phone and suddenly thought of something. So another call was made to Chow Tai Lung. "Hello, young master, what is it?" Zhou Dalong's voice immediately came over. Lang Zhe opened the door and said, "How did things go?" "Hey, thanks for your concern, young master. It's already done. I've booked a ticket to go back tomorrow afternoon." Lang Zhe nodded and said, "In that case, don't come back yet. Do something for me, young master, you say. Well, you rent an apartment in Osaka and don't come back for a while. What exactly do? I honestly haven't thought of. Just wander around and see if there are any lucrative deals, preferably internet or tech related." Zhou Dalong first froze for a moment when he heard this, and then replied in an awkward tone, "Hey, young master, aren't you kidding me? How would I know about those? Then you'll learn. It doesn't cost you anything." After saying that, Lang Zhe immediately hung up the phone. At this time, the capital. Long's group. Li Jun is a waste of space. I knew he couldn't be relied upon. Hua Jiangwo sat on the sofa and said to the four-eyed female secretary in front of him, "How is young master now?" The four-eyed female secretary sniffed and immediately spoke. "The young master is still recuperating now. But what? However, the young master doesn't allow anyone else to go near him." Hua Jiangwo took a deep breath and shook his head. "Alas, actually, what I'm most worried about is the old man's side. The dragon family now has only one Aotian left, but Aotian is now still a half invalid. So I guess the old man hasn't been on fire for a while." The four-eyed female secretary nodded. "The Martial Arts Association is desperately trying to protect that brat surnamed Lang, and his lordship has no choice." "Yeah, when has master ever been so aggrieved?" "But," said Hua Jiangwo with a cold smile, "Lang Zhe is afraid that he won't be able to get rid of the Martial Arts Association. There's no free lunch in the world. That stupid kid Lang Zhe thinks he's hugging his thighs, but he doesn't realize that the Martial Arts Association is the toughest. Owed them a favor that will take a lifetime to pay back. The Budo Association is only a non-profit organization in the eyes of the average person, but in the eyes of the upper echelons, everyone knows what virtues the Martial Arts Association has. Those old guys are no different than loan sharks. The difference is that loan sharks want money, while martial arts associations want life. Owe them something and have to work for them for the rest of my life." "Right." The four-eyed female secretary suddenly remembered something and hurriedly spoke. "Yesterday, the Dark Guards captured a woman." "Woman? What for?" Hua frowned slightly. "Assassin." The four-eyed female secretary replied. "I contacted Sister Su. The person was sent by her." Upon hearing this, Hua immediately frowned. Did she say who the employer was? No. The female secretary shook her head. "They can't disclose the names of their clients." "Check for me," Hua said with a serious expression. Daring to hire an assassin to kill someone from the Long family. "Ha, really tired of living." Leaf Mansion. Yisiki sat on the toilet and panicked into her cell phone. "Sister Su, didn't you say that you could definitely finish off Long Aotian?" "I did say that, but I didn't say how to take it out. And now that one of my men has folded and I've been contacted by the dragons, I'm just being nice and reminding you to be careful these days. Although we won't disclose any information about our clients, sooner or later the dragon family will be able to find out about you. People we kill. Risks. I told you so. Nothing to hang up." Wait. Toot toot. Before Yisiki could finish her sentence, the other party hung up the phone. Seeing this, Yisiki was very discouraged and sat down on the toilet, staring at the ceiling, muttering to herself, "I'm not going to die in front of Long Aotian, am I? No. Isn't there still Lang Zhe here?" Just after walking out of the restroom, Yisiki collided with Lang Zhe. The moment Yisiki saw Lang Zhe, an inexplicable panic instantly surged through her heart, because Lang Zhe didn't want Long Aotian to die. If Lang Zhe knew that he hired a killer to assassinate Long Aotian, he would be very angry. Although Yisiki hadn't been in contact with Lang Zhe for a long time, she also knew Lang Zhe's temper. Honestly, in Yisiki's eyes, Lang Zhe's temper seemed strange. Call him a good guy. He's bad. Call him bad. He's not bad enough. In short, it should be a bad guys with humanity. Well, that's it. Since Lang Zhe still has humanity, he must not see death and save lives, right? Honestly, at this moment, Yisiki was really scared. On the one hand, she was worried that Lang Zhe would blame herself, and on the other hand, she was afraid that the Long family would investigate her. What's wrong? When Lang Zhe saw Yisiki's flustered expression, he quickly opened his mouth and asked, "Got your period?" After all, having just come out of the toilet and not looking too good, Lang Zhe subconsciously thought that this little ninny was probably having her period. But Yisiki hastily shook her head and said, "No, so you look so bad. You ate shit? Smelly mouth as always. You?" Once Yisiki heard this, her mood instantly improved as well. "Nei, are you going to look for Xia Wanning tomorrow?" Yisiki suddenly opened her mouth and asked. Lang Zhe sniffed and nodded with an open face. "Yeah, you got something? Can I come with you?" Yisiki immediately opened her mouth. Right now, the safest place to be is actually next to Lang Zhe. If the Long family wanted to move themselves, then following Lang Zhe was undoubtedly the safest option. Yisiki also went out on a limb and simply took Lang Zhe's hand and said, I'll go with you. What are you going with me for? What's it to you? Lang Zhe shook off Yisiki's hand and said, "You're not falling in love with me, are you? I didn't hypnotize you, haha." "No." Yisiki reddened her face and gritted her teeth. "Me, is it okay for me to be your assistant? You're such a big boss. How can you not even have an assistant by your side? I'm kind of a high achiever, so I might be able to help out with business, too." Lang Zhe was instantly happy when he heard that. Come on. You're better off pampering yourself at home." Lang Zhe waved his hand. "I don't believe you can be so kind as to give me an assistant." Koldzer's reasons for his suspicions were also very good. It wasn't that Yisiki wasn't capable enough. Rather, what this girl had in mind. Lang Zhe couldn't be clearer. Doesn't she just want money? "I'm rich, but I don't get my money from the wind. Not letting you starve to death is the greatest goodwill I have. I don't want money." Obviously, Yisiki also knew what Lang Zhe was thinking. She immediately shook her head and said, "Just let me follow you." As the saying goes, when things go wrong, they go wrong. Seeing how enthusiastic Yisiki was, Lang Zhe was immediately on the defensive. "What the hell do you want?" Lang Zhe said in an icy tone. Yisiki hemmed and hawed. "Just learning something from you. As you know, I'm in a family situation and don't have my own business like my sister. Even if my sister loses the tea house, she'll still be able to find a good job with her status as a registered martial artist with the Martial Arts Association. On the contrary, what about me? If I leave this house, I'll have to sell my body. So, I decided that I'm going to learn a good deal from you about student ideas, and then I'm going to get a job later on when I've got some experience." Lang Zhe heard, although the heart is still a little skeptical. "But think carefully," Yisiki said, "also seems to be for good reason." Lang Zhe couldn't find much reason to refuse, so he nodded and said, "Okay, but you have to listen to me, okay?" "Aha, got it." Early the next morning, Lang Zhe packed up and took Yisiki with him to the Xia family's company. Since he was without Long Aotian and Zholiangchen, Lang Zhe's life wasn't as exciting. The business negotiations afterward were also very smooth, and Xia Weining didn't have the slightest bit of dissatisfaction regarding Lang Zhe's cooperation with the Xia family. But since we're going to work together, there has to be a goal, right? Lang Zhe didn't know what to do, and Xia Wanning likewise didn't know what to do. "I'm not going to hide it from you, young Master Lang," Xia Weining sighed. "I am now also encountering a bottleneck in my career. Although the Xia family is ostensibly considered to be on the level of bigwigs in Zhongqing's technology circle, but in reality, our family is also just an agent for big foreign companies as an OEM or something like that. There aren't a lot of patents or technologies per se." Lang Zhe sniffed and slowly nodded, saying, "So, do you have any plans?" Xia Weining took a deep breath and said, "I plan to set up a research department, right here in Zhongqing. With you on board, money is naturally not a problem. But the problem is that technology cannot be generated out of thin air. Research technology, it's a bottomless pit. If you can buy it with money, it's naturally good." Lang Zhe seemed to have guessed something and immediately spoke. "You're planning to do business with that group of foreigners?" "Aha." Xia Weining didn't hesitate. "Materials, Longwood doesn't lack, but talent and technology, we're too short." After saying that, Xia Weining threw a bunch of papers onto the table. Lang Zhe subconsciously scanned the document and realized that it was all about resumes. "Foreigner's resume. My Keiko? Aha." Xia Weining nodded and continued to speak. The person I'm going to poach is a researcher from the Toshiba group in the island nation. So how are the talks going? Lungza asked again. Xia Weining shook her head. I don't know what conditions Toshiba group gave her. She refused to come even though I offered her an annual salary of $5 million. Lingze immediately laughed when he heard this. The good news is that the other person is a woman. Even better news. His own charming eye specifically targets women. Isn't this just pie in the sky good business? Thinking of this, Lingze immediately patted his chest and said, I'll take care of it. You want money? I'll pay for it. You want people? I'll get them for you. Just take care of making me money. After saying that, Lingze immediately took out his cell phone and took a picture of that resume. But Xia Weining let out a cold laugh and waved her hand. You want to deal with her the same way you dealt with me? Xia Weining remembered her ugly behavior yesterday and immediately associated it with something. She was a smart person and guessed that Lingze had probably used some underhanded tactics. But she guessed that she would never die thinking that Lingze only needed to look at women. First of all, their daughters are in high school. How can you do that? Secondly, people are covered by the Yakuza, so coming on hard is definitely not an option. Who said I was going to come on hard? So what if my daughter is in high school? I've watched all of 50 Road on a regular basis. Lingze raised his eyebrows, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he said, Don't worry, there's no problem leaving it to me. Xia Wanning sneered and didn't say anything. Anyway, she had nothing better to do now. Let's just let Lingze give it a try, just in case it works out. Even if it didn't work out, it would still be Lingze being sealed in a concrete barrel and thrown into the sea by the Yakuza. And he wouldn't be able to cause any trouble anyway. Thinking of this, Xia Weining nodded. Good luck then. How about this little baka? Pretty good. Is it watery? Water spirit. Who's more buff than you or her? That must be me. Yisiki blankly glanced at Lingze. Kansai International Airport. Lingze wore a big sunglasses and walked in front, while Yisiki walked on the side. The two commented recklessly on the JK girls around them, relying on the fact that they were surrounded by foreigners who couldn't understand Chinese. If you ask me, you're nothing. Lingze opened his mouth and said, She's still a high school student. You're already 3 years old, and you're still saying that you're more hydrated than her? Do you want some face? Yisiki hummed. You're just deliberately belittling me. Humph. I've seen a lot of downtrodden men like you who know they don't deserve me. So they belittle me and try to bring me down to the same level as you. You think that makes me stay with you? Humph. Lingze gave Yisiki a blank look. Okay, you're right. That's when and also came outside the airport. As soon as he left the house, he saw Zhou Dalong standing across the street holding up a sign with the words Young Master Lang and shouting, Young Master, he's here. Lingze immediately pulled Yisiki over. Young Master, why have you suddenly come to Osaka? Driving towards the city, Zhou Dalong opened his mouth and asked, Business matters, right? Before I let you find to see if there is a profitable business. How is the search? Lungza opened his mouth and asked. Zhou Dalong sniffed. He giggled a bit and said, Looking is looking, but hey, you also know that I am a rough man. Business matters. You let me loan sharks and so on is okay. The serious business, how can I do it? So what have you been doing all this time? Traveling at public expense? Lingze gave Zhou Dalong a blank look and said, You're not really doing nothing, are you? Oops, how can that be? Zhou Dalong quickly waved his hand and said, Young Master, I won't hide it from you. I did study it. You said. Zhou Dalong mysteriously looked at Lingze on the reverse mirror, then said, How about we make video games? Coldzer froze for a moment. Granted, he's cleansed his family of black industry, but making a game? This is too much, isn't it? Gangster family turns to video games. It's ridiculous to think about. No, we don't do it ourselves. We invest. Zhou Dalong continued. Young Master, don't you also want to be a shirker? And you didn't play many island games when you were a kid, did you? Lungza nodded. Zhou Dalong's idea was actually very good. The island's video game industry is extremely well developed. Although the country is also very developed in the past few years. Those few big domestic factories, what Netsuke, Penguin and so on, casually market capitalization can crush the Japanese factory. But the thing is, to make a video game in this country, you first have to get around the suppression of those big studios. Simply put, although the domestic market is large, but for some reasons, resulting in the domestic game market now, a very serious situation of dominance. Either make kryptonite games and rake in the cash with the majors, or get bought out by the majors and continue to make kryptonite games. So it seems that in terms of the laxity of the gaming market, it's better to be abroad. Thinking of this, Lungze looked at Zhou Dalong and said, You have an idea? Zhou Dalong nodded. Not really. Mainly, I recently heard from one of the kids that a very famous island video game producer got out of a big company and started a bit of a studio of his own. And now he's pulling in investments all over the place. Lang Zhe sniffed and immediately frowned. Called what? It's like it's called 3 on something or other. Oops, I can't figure out the name of these little baka. Anyway, it's supposedly the father of some horror game. Make horror games? Coldzer froze. Honestly, if it was a horror game, it would be generically unnecessary. After all, the audience for horror-themed video games is too small to invest tens of millions of dollars themselves. And in the end, it's easy to lose money. Even if you make it, you won't make much money in the end. Not enough to go back and forth. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe waved his hand and said, forget it then. Horror theme? No luck. Audience is too small. Oh, I told you. Young masters shouldn't be interested. Cho Tai Lung hemmed and hawed. But I've also seen you play that guy's game. As soon as Lang Zhe heard this, he immediately lit up. And played it yourself? Lang Zhe remembered that he did often play games at home. But horror games? Lang Zhe didn't really remember. I played? What a game. Lang Zhe opened his mouth and asked. It's that what's, called Resident Evil? What? Lang Zhe sniffed and immediately widened his eyes. That game producer you were talking about. His name is Shinji Mikami? Right. Zhou Dalong nodded repeatedly. Do you have their contact information? Lang Zhe immediately opened his mouth and asked. That's not true, but I know their corporate address. Send it. The name Shinji Mikami was all too familiar to Lang Zhe. Even in reality, Lang Zhe remembered the name vividly. That's the famous father of Resident Evil. If I can poach this guy and make games for myself, I might be able to make a killing too. Taking a step back, even if the games he made later on weren't great, he could still make a killing on the name alone. However, Lang Zhe was clear about his mission to the island. Expanding the business is secondary. The main thing is to help Xia Weining dig people. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe could only put aside the matter of Shinji Mikami for the time being and called it Mayeta Keiko first. Musi? Soon. A gentle female voice came from the other side of the phone. Lang Zhe spoke in not-so-standard English. Is this MS? Mayeta? I'm Xia Wanying's partner. Oh, Wanning sa. Oops. I'm really sorry. I really can't go to the Dragon Kingdom with you. The other party replied. Is it convenient to ask why? Lang Zhe frowned slightly. What I have to say is that this Mayeta Keiko is quite polite. There's no particular reason for this. It's just that. I think Wanning Jia told you about it, right? Because of Toshiba's side? Lang Zhe asked, opening his mouth. Not really, I guess. There's one more thing. Although Wan Ying and I are good friends in private, we can't joke about career matters, and it involves a lot of things on a national level. In short, there's no way I'm going to go to the Dragon Kingdom with you guys. After all that talk, it didn't come out right. Lang Zhe sniffed and only understood the last sentence. National level. Lang Zhe immediately had a bad feeling. He is here to do business, but he does not want to provoke the island country official awe. In that case, where are you? Let's meet face to face. Coldzer opened the door. Regardless of Mayeta Keiko's reasons, Lang Zhe had to meet with the other party first. Right at this moment, Lang Zhe suddenly heard a man's voice coming over the phone. Although Lang Zhe didn't know Japanese, he used to watch island anime when he was a kid, so naturally he could understand some of it. Presumably, it's saying, Dragon Nation, idiot, asshole, tell him to go back to Dragon Nation. Something like that. Mayeta Keiko, on the other hand, smiled sarcastically and said, don't say that. He's just here to talk about business. If he wants to talk, we'll just talk to him. It's his own time he ends up delaying anyway. The other party sniffed and added, when we meet, you'll humiliate him to your heart's content. Make him know what to do. Make him never have the face to come back. Okay then. Soon, Lang Zhe and his group arrived at the agreed upon location. This is a luxury hotel located in the center of Osaka with a lavish interior. As soon as you enter, a strong whiff of capitalism hits you. The mix of European and Japanese style is also unique. Inside the hotel's penthouse suite, a small private bar, stood a man and a woman dressed in black and white bartender attire. On one side of the bar, there is a huge grand piano. The whole room has a dark color palette and just the right amount of ambience that doesn't feel overwhelming and cheerful at the same time. Keiko Mayeta looked charming in a burgundy evening gown with fishmouth heels and black stockings. The moment she saw Lang Zhe, Mayeta Keiko greeted her very politely. Hello, Mr. Lung. You know Chinese? Lang Zhe took a deep breath. Didn't say so earlier. I'm embarrassed of myself for speaking this half-assed English. It's not that Lang Zhe's English is that bad. It's just that, a level that is barely intelligible to foreigners. And the accent is heavy, like the stereotypes of Chinese in European and American movies. It couldn't be helped that Lung Zhe hadn't used much English after graduation, and what he could speak was basically what he had learned in movies, especially the European and American gangster movies of the last century. That black accent, as in, yo, my NI brother, thief McBitch, M3, ha. Mayetta Keiko smiled very gently and said, slightly, Mr. Lang, please take a seat. It's no longer a matter of slight understanding. Lengza even suspected for a moment that this Mayetta Keiko's Mandarin was more standard than even his own. But then again, this Mayetta Keiko doesn't look anything like the age of having a 17 or 18-year-old daughter. The resume said 40 years old, but in reality, the viewer was about the same age as Yessie beside her. However, the charm of a mature woman emanating from her body was not comparable to that of Yisiki. That kind of elegance and gentleness that was unique to mature women. For a moment, Maid the Zhou Daolong on the side couldn't help but gulp his saliva. Just as he sat down across from Mayetta Keiko, Lengza noticed two bald, burly men in black suits standing at the front door of the room. At the same time, a man in a gray suit came over and sat beside Mayetta Keiko, introducing, "This is my bodyguard. You can just call him Arakawa-san." Lengza nodded and didn't engage the man in conversation. A bodyguard? Oh, Lengza wasn't a fool. That man was obviously not a bodyguard. Should be some sort of personnel who can play a monitoring role. This is Osaka, the headquarters of the famous Yakuza. It's also the island's gangster town. As the islanders now have little goodwill towards the gangs, it has also long since passed the era when everyone wanted to mix with the kooks to play it cool, resulting in the island's gangs also basically do not do illegal business. That's why it's most common for gangsters to give rich tech companies a run for their money on the island. After all, to the island's officials, ordinary violent gangs would only jeopardize social stability. It's the violent core that give tech giants a beating that creates substantial benefits. So, by putting a skin of a tech company on yourself, you can also avoid being searched by the island's police. As soon as Arakawa sat down, he crossed his legs in a very assholish manner, lit a cigarette, and somewhat deliberately blew it in Lengza's face. Lengza frowned slightly and glanced at Zhou Daolong who was on the side. Zhou Daolong was obviously not a good person either, and immediately stood up. At 1.9 meters, he was a giant in the eyes of the little baka in front of him. Wow! Moment! The smell of gunpowder filled the room. Little kid, are you looking for death? Zhou Daolong angrily stared at Arakawa and said, if you have the guts, let's fight one-on-one. Who's fighting you one-on-one? Arakawa spoke in a thick Kansai hooligan accent. I have hundreds of men under me, and I'm going to fight you one-on-one? Think I'm an idiot? It is not that Zhou Daolong is stupid. Mainly, Zhou Daolong also knows that the other party has many people, so he proposed to fight alone. However, Mayetta Keiko, who was on the opposite side of the table, hurriedly stood up, pulled Arakawa with one hand, and pressed one hand on Zhou Daolong's chest. Both of you, please don't be impulsive. Arakawa-san, please put out your cigarette. Arakawa sniffed, the corners of his mouth turning up, narrowing his small eyes as he dropped his cigarette in Colzer's glass. Then with a provocative face, he looked at Lengza and said, foreign dogs, you should go back to your country. Although Lengza didn't understand Japanese, his years of experience in chasing fans allowed him to more or less guess a little bit of the other party's words. The island's gangs, basically extreme right-wingers, are very xenophobic. Mr. Lang, Mayetta Keiko spoke up. Regarding our cooperation, I think I've already made it clear on the phone before. It's not that I don't want to, but as you can see, Toshiba's offer is just too generous. This hotel, this entire floor is mine and is guarded by bodyguards 24 hours a day, around the clock. Even my daughter has a bodyguard following her to and from school every day. As you know, the personal safety of a researcher in my position often cannot be guaranteed. With your strength, there is no way to protect my personal safety. You can't even keep yourself safe. I'm afraid. With that, Mayetta Keiko snorted and continued her offense. And don't forget, this is in the East, my country. I'll be blunt. You want to come at me hard. Sorry, Arakawa-san might make you stay here forever. Come on soft. I'm sorry, you don't have it. Of course, the fact that I am willing to see you means that I have no animosity towards you. I just want to advise you not to be hitting on me. It was kind. Colzer sniffed, picked up the glass of wine that had just had a cigarette but thrown at it, and shook it slightly. Seeing this, Arakawa on the opposite side continued to sneer. Drink it and you can all get lost. This statement was lost on Lengza, so he looked at Keiko Mayetta and pointed at Arakawa. What did he say? He said. Mayetta Keiko smiled awkwardly. You guys can go back. Not right. Lengza shook his head, still frowning. You translate his original words. Mayetta Keiko sniffed and twisted her head to look at Arakawa beside her. Arakawa also frowned and asked in Japanese. What did he say? He said he wanted me to translate what you just said to him. Aha. Arakawa nodded and sneered. With the addition of, crawl out. Mayeta Keiko sniffed inside. Obviously, she didn't want to get into trouble, but she didn't dare disobey Arakawa. So, she took a deep breath and looked at Lungza. Mr. Arakawa said that he wants you to drink this and leave. Preferably, when you leave, press your body down and walk with your head down. Mayeta Keiko still said it differently. After all, she was a scientist, not a rogue. But when this statement came out, Zhou Dalong immediately became angry, directly reached out and grabbed Arakawa's collar, carried him over and said, "You're fucking looking for death." Arakawa was about 1.7 meters in height. However, although he was carried by Zhou Dalong, a 1.9 meters strong man, he was still staring at Zhou Dalong with a bitchy expression, just like a little teddy, small and not too tall. He can bark at anyone he meets, without the slightest bit of fear. The corners of his mouth still rose slightly as he said, "Dare to touch me? None of you will be able to return today." Lungza didn't pay any attention to Arakawa, but instead picked up the glass containing the cigarette butt for himself, and then with his other hand, took off his sunglasses. At this moment, Yisiki on the side was even more excited than Lungza. She stared at the sight of Koldzer's face with a look of horror and inwardly said, "Is it coming? Is it coming? I told you Lungza would definitely know hypnotism. Guess he's going to use hypnotism on this woman." However, what made Lungza feel a bit surprised was that Mayeta Keiko was actually indifferent. I only saw Mayeta Keiko just faintly smile before she turned her head and made a gesture of invitation. "Please return, Mr. Lung." Lungza was still in a bit of disbelief. He looked at Yisiki on the side, only to see Yisiki's cheeks immediately turn red, and she lowered her head without uttering a word. Apparently, the eye of charm works. Yisiki was so shy just by looking at herself. How come you don't react to this little baka in front of you? Does the system even recognize races? Arakawa, who was on the side, sneered at this time and said, "Kid, do you want to make a move? After all, usually people who wear glasses and take them off are planning to do something big." So Arakawa subconsciously assumed that Lungza was planning to make a move. But Lungza calmly put his sunglasses back on again, then looked at Zhou Dalong, who was at the side, and said, "Can you bear it?" Zhou Dalong was first stunned at his words. Lungza spoke again. "If you can't stand it, grab it. What are you waiting for? Ha!" Upon hearing this, Zhou Dalong immediately put down Arakawa and extended his big hand towards Mayeta Keiko again. But Lungza knocked Zhou Dalong's hand away and said, "What are you grabbing people for? You grabbing people? That's kidnapping. Arrest him." Lungza pointed at Arakawa and said, "Arrest him? That's contributing to the security of the island." Zhou Dalong didn't understand for a moment, but he still grabbed Arakawa. Then, in front of the stunned gazes of both Mayeta Keiko and Arakawa, Lungza quickly turned around. 2 slaps knocked the 2 punks guarding the doorway straight out. Then strutting up the elevator. After arriving at the underground parking lot, Zhou Dalong very skillfully dropped Arakawa in the trunk. "Baga Yalu, you bunch of lunatics, dare to grab me? Don't you want to live? I will kill you all. My men will not let you leave Osaka alive." Little Teddy was still yelling and struggling. "Shut up," Lungza shouted somewhat helplessly. Zhou Dalong sniffed and immediately swung his fist. Bang! Moment! Little Teddy doubled over and fainted. After closing the trunk, Lungza immediately sat in the back seat, and Yisiki hurriedly followed. Then she stared at Lungza with a nervous face and said, "Are you for real, Lungza? Crap." After saying that, Lungza waved his hand at Zhou Dalong and said, "Go." "Where to?" Zhou Tai Lung asked, twisting his head. "Go wherever you feel safe." After all, Lungza wasn't familiar with this place either. When Zhou Dalong heard this, he scratched the back of his head and hemmed and hawed. "This, young master, to be honest, his lordship doesn't have any properties in Osaka, and he doesn't have any safe hiding places. There's just one apartment, and it's not very big." Lungza sniffed and sighed. This kind of thing is, indeed, tricky. In a moment of impulse, kidnapped a kid gang member. Completely did not think about where to go after kidnapping people. Osaka is not like Zhongchang. We don't know the place well and we don't understand what people are saying. It's really easy to break down here. At this time, Yisiki, who was on the side, suddenly spoke. "Lungza, doesn't Xia Weining have a tower here?" "Yao." Lungza immediately thought about it, then called Xia Waning. "Well, failed, didn't it?" Just after connecting the phone, a mocking voice came from Xia Weining. "Lungza, I advise you to stop. In the island country, you have no power and no influence. Pissing off that group of people won't do you any half good." When Lungza heard this, he immediately shook his head and said, "If I say it's okay, it must be okay. So what? You tell me the location of your villa in Osaka first. I'll be useful. For what? Hide. Lungza spoke. Hurry up. Xiao Weiniang was curious though as to what Ling Zai had done that he actually needed to hide, but she could also hear Ling Zai's tone at this time and knew that this matter was rather urgent, so she still told Ling Zai the address first. Soon, Ling Zai and his group arrived in front of a tower building located in the center of the city. These upscale towers are all one-story, coupled with the fact that Arakawa had also been knocked out by Zhou Dalong at this point. Zhou Dalong was also very professional and directly spilled some beer on Arakawa, disguising himself as if he was drunk. Then he carried Arakawa on his back and entered the interior of the tower. The island's upscale towers are a symbol of the rich. These upscale towers are nothing like the condominiums in the country, and with the island's towers, the property service can be one of the best. It really is a 5-star hotel-level property service. Outsiders who come in are sure to be questioned. However, Xiao Weiniang was smart and knew the lesser of the two, and also immediately sent her housekeeper down to meet her. Xiao Wanying's housekeeper was a middle-aged uncle who was 1 meter 8 in height. And this middle-aged man is meticulously dressed and is fluent in 3 languages, Japanese, Chinese and English. Seeing the butler inside the tower, the property below the tower didn't make things difficult for Lung Zai and his group, and the group then quickly went up to the top floor inside the luxury suite. The butler's name is Yamada, and he's also a local. Upon entering the suite, Yamada very politely bowed to Lang Zai and the others before curiously pointing at Arakawa, who was being carried by Zhou Dalong. Mr. Lang, forgive me for my rudeness, but as a butler, I'm still obligated to inquire. What happened to this man? What's the status? Zhou Dalong stared cautiously at the housekeeper in front of him and said, "What's it to you? Just do your job. Don't ask what you shouldn't." Yamada sniffed, but smiled helplessly and said, "I'm sorry, sir, but that's what I do." Lang Zai waved his hand and replied, "It's just a friend who drank too much. There's nothing going on, you go back first." Yamada sniffed, and indeed wasn't saying anything. After dismissing Yamada, Lungza immediately rummaged around. Eventually a handful of rope was found and Arakawa was tied up in 5 places. At night, standing in front of the balcony on the top floor, Lungza smoked a wazoo while looking at the unobstructed view of the city in front of him. Now the problem seems to be getting complicated. Instead of digging in, Keiko Maeda offends the Yakuza. Actually, it wasn't that Lung Zai had acted on impulse, but that little Teddy was just too bitchy. Totally has a face that needs to be punched in the face. It doesn't matter what happens to Maeda Keiko, she's a woman anyway, she can grab her whenever she wants. But this brat Arakawa, he had to teach him a lesson himself. Let him learn Chinese in 3 days, torture him to death if he can't learn. Young Master Lang, Zhou Dalong came over with his cell phone at this time. It's clear, this kid isn't from the Yakuza. Lungza frowned slightly. Zhou Dalong continued, this kid is the boss of the Arakawa group, affiliated with the Dragon Wild Society. The gangs on the island are completely different from our side, and the legalization of associations over here has led to better organized gangs. On our side, since associations aren't legal, all gangs are actually in the form of families and don't have a specific name. At best they're a local black force, but the island side is completely different, with a very strict organizational structure. Lung Zai sniffed and slowly nodded. Then the Arakawa group, the Dragon Wild Society, and the Yamaguchi group. What's the relationship? Never mind. Zhou Dalong shook his head. To be exact, the Yakuza was active in the last century, and nowadays, they mostly appear in movies and television, and have practically disappeared. The Ryuno Kai is sort of a nirvana rebirth of the Yakuza, with over a dozen violent organizations under their jurisdiction, of which the Arakawa group is just one. The Dragon Wild Society was equivalent to a holding group, while the dozen or so organizations under it, such as the Arakawa group, were equivalent to subsidiaries under it. A simpler analogy would be that the Ryuno Kai is the equivalent of a gang, while the Arakawa group is the equivalent of a sub-district under the gang. Bagayalu. Inside the house, suddenly came Arakawa's hoarse tirade. I'm going to kill you, Baka, you're dead. Lungza, you have no idea who I am. I'm the big brother of the Arakawa group. Hurry up and let me go, or I'll seal you into a concrete barrel and sink you into Osaka Bay. What did he say? Lung Zai asked with a serious face. I don't know. Zhou Dalong shook his head with a confused expression. Now here's the problem. This little Teddy doesn't know Chinese, and Lungza and his party don't know Japanese either. The two sides can only stare at each other. You say your words and I say mine. It wasn't anything good anyway. Lungza was certain through Arakawa's watchful expression that the kid definitely didn't have anything good to say. So immediately, he gave a wink to Zhou Dalong. Zhou Dalong was not ambiguous and rushed up to punch and kick. Hit Arakawa. Aoao screamed miserably. Ah, Baka, Baka. You dare to hit me, you're dead. Are you moving me? I'll make you all die. Zhou Dalong was sweating profusely from the fight and wiped his sweat while violently beating Arakawa. Still talking tough? You're still tough. I'm going to beat you to death today. How dare you scold me? I don't know how long the fight went on, but finally Arakawa couldn't take it anymore and started begging for mercy. Smi Marseille, Smimasai. Don't fight. Don't fight. I'll give you whatever you want. You guys want money? I have it there. I'll have my little brother bring it to you. Please, stop fighting. Oh Nagaichi. Lengza walked over at that moment with a cigarette in his mouth and spoke into his cell phone. Do you know where Mayeta Keiko's daughter goes to school? Koldzer had just thought of a way to do the same. Don't cell phones have a translation function? And it's also voice translation in real time. As expected, Arakawa immediately nodded his head after hearing the AI intelligent translation coming from his cell phone and said, I know. It's right here in Felici High. Arakawa is really beat up now. After all, now his face was a bloody mess. Thrown on the street for fear that the police wouldn't be able to tell it was a person. It was also the fault of Zhou Dalong that he had hit too hard. A 6'9", 200-pound strongman had to take a beating from a 6'7" little teddy. It was all fists the whole time, but that was enough to take a beating. Even a puddle of orange liquid appeared on the floor. People do become incontinent when they have been beaten too hard. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe covered his nose and looked at Zhou Dalong who was at the side and said, tomorrow morning you go and grab that girl for me. Zhou Dalong immediately nodded. No problem. At this time, Yisiki suddenly rushed over and said with an excited face, Ling Zhe, guess what I found? What? There's surveillance in this house. Yisiki said with a look of excitement. And it's especially hidden. Lang Zhe also wondered where this Yisiki had run off to. Once he entered the house, he couldn't see anyone. So you went to look for surveillance? What's wrong? Lengza was speechless. I don't know what this little girl is doing looking for surveillance. Don't you want to see Xia Wanying's private life? What's there to see? Oops, if we can catch Xia Wanying's handle on this, then the matter of cooperation is not? Hearing this, Lengza paused for a moment. I can't imagine that this Yisiki is quite dark, so with a bad smile, he said, go, take a look. Several people immediately hooked up the surveillance hard drive to the TV. Then the three of them sat on the couch and just watched the surveillance footage. October 23rd, nothing. The housekeeper came in and cleaned up the dust and pulled out. On October 13th, the property came up to check the circuits. October 5th, Langze's three men sat in front of the TV and were completely dumbfounded. Just see the room. A dozen fierce men are having an orgy in the room. That scene can't even be described as juvenile. This is clearly QJ. At this moment, not only was Lang Zhe looking at him in a cold sweat, but Yisiki on the side was completely dumbfounded. Chow Tai Lung has gone to the restroom to throw up. In the surveillance video, right where Lang Zhe and Yisiki were sitting, there were two other fierce men fencing madly. One of them was the butler. Crap. Seeing this scene, it scared both Lang Zhe and Yisiki so much that they both jumped up. Call Xia Weining. Oh. Yisiki directly opened the video for Xia Weining. Then the screen is aimed at the TV. Xia Wanning also instantly threw up. Crap. Nima. Who did it? Which one of you did it? Naya. I haven't even lived in this house for a couple days. Lang Zhe looked at the cell phone. Xia Wanying's face that ate shit like a shit. Sorry. I just want to casually look. Who knows on? Cut the crap. Xia Weining glared and roared furiously. Get me Yamada. I want to question him personally. At this moment, even the tied-up Arakawa was in disbelief. After all, Arakawa was a gangster. What kind of scene hadn't he seen before? But it was the first time he had ever seen a dozen muscle-bound men fencing together. The young mind was shaken to its core. It was worse than having Zhou Dalong beaten up. That night, Yamada was called inside the mansion. As soon as he entered, Yamada, still uncertain, bowed politely to Lengza and his party. Mr. Lang, what is the matter with calling me so late? Previously, Yisiki had thought that the male butler in front of her was quite handsome. After all, Yamada could really be called handsome and dressed to the nines. It was also very gentle and polite when spoken to, but as soon as her brain remembered the video footage she had just seen, Yisiki was sick to her stomach. How the fuck is this a person? A handsome guy in a suit playing fencing with a dozen fierce men. Still in someone else's house. It was also caught on surveillance. Koldzer yanked Yamada in at that point as soon as he could. As soon as he entered the door, Yamada saw the cell phone sitting in the middle of the living room. On the cell phone, it was Xia Weining. Looks like a posthumous photo. Miss. As soon as Yamada saw Xia Wanning, he immediately bowed 90 degrees. Don't tell me, this scene is really no different from a funeral scene. Yamada, what were you doing in my house? Xia Weining opened her mouth to question. At that, Yamada started to act like he didn't understand. Even Arakawa, who was tied up in 5 pieces on the side, couldn't look away. Speaking in Japanese, And, you male ketones are disgusting. I've never experienced a scene like that in all my life. At these words, Yamada immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. His secret, discovered. At that thought, Yamada immediately bowed 90 degrees. Smimasai, thank you. Miss, I was wrong, I'm sorry. You punish me at will. Xia Weining sniffed, but smiled coldly and waved her hand. Punish you? That's not my job. Lungza. After saying that, Xia Weining then looked at Lungze behind Yamada and said, please, help me cut this video down separately and send it to me. I'll send it to the housekeeping company. As soon as Yamada heard that, he immediately blanched in fear. Housekeepers like them are actually sent out by housekeeping companies. Once this kind of thing is known to the housekeeping company, then one can be greeted with more than just unemployment. If this gets out, then Yamada's career will be over. Just then, Langze's phone suddenly rang. Hello, who is it? On the phone, a gentle female voice came. Mr. Lang, what is your current location? It's Keiko Maeda. Lungza frowned slightly. What for? You captured Mr. Arakawa, and now the entire Osaka Yakuza are looking for you. Oh, Lungza replied simply. Oh, when Maeda Keiko heard this, her tone seemed a bit anxious, and she immediately spoke. I advise you to hurry up and release Arakawa. You've gotten into big trouble. Mr. Lung, you'll really die here if you keep this up. Coldzer, oh. After saying that, he immediately hung up the phone. Seeing this, Yisiki on the side stared at Lungze with great confusion. Lungze, you're not going to have a good talk with Maeda Keiko? Talk about what? Negotiation. And you know it's a negotiation? Lungze sneered. What's the most important thing about negotiations? Yisiki froze for a moment as she sniffed. I've had one experience with this kind of kidnapping. Remember? When Yisiki heard this, she immediately turned red and lowered her head. How could I forget, said, while also covering her breasts. When she recalled the last time Lungze kidnapped her, Yisiki's little face burned. The 2 teeth marks on his chest bitten by Coldzer are still there to this day. The most important thing in a negotiation is the initiative. Now, what does it mean when people take the initiative to call me? It means the initiative is mine. They are very passive. But it's like a stir-fry. It's all about mastering the fire. Right now, well, there's not enough fire yet, so let's hang them for now. After saying that, Lungze smiled slightly, then looked at Xia Wanning on the other cell phone screen and said, say, what about Yamada? Now before Lungze, there was another important issue, and that was the housekeeper in front of him. Yamada's problems have gone beyond nepotism in Xia Wanying's mansion. A more important issue than skirts was that he already knew what Lingza and his party were doing, so this person had to be dealt with properly. At this point, Xia Weining was also well aware of the seriousness of the matter. She stared at Lungze with a serious face and said, Lungze, I don't care what you did in my house, but please take care of it as soon as possible and leave me out of it. Don't worry. Lungze waved his hand, then looked to the side at Zhou Dalong. Dalong, what do you think? Zhou Dalong sniffed and scratched the back of his head somewhat awkwardly. How about tying up a piece? Tied up in one piece? Not exactly a good idea, but at least, it's the only way to go. Thinking of this, Lungza took a deep breath. Okay, just do what you said. Thus, Yamada was also tied up and then had a ball of old clothing rummaged through the closet stuffed in his mouth. Yamada struggles desperately, as if to say something to Coldzer. Zhou Dalong, who was standing on one side, then shivered and said with a wicked look on his face, Young master, he said, it's disgusting. Don't stuff women's clothes in my mouth. Stuff some men's clothes. Underpants will do. Lungza immediately covered Zhou Dalong's mouth. No need to translate. Nothing happened overnight. The next morning, Zhou Dalong drove his car as if nothing had happened and went to the nearby Felici High School. Sometimes one has to admire the efficiency of this group of suspects. And that night, a young island girl in a JK sailor suit was lured inside the mansion. The point was, the young girl looked quite happy, not the slightest bit of fear at all. As soon as I walked in the door, I was still bouncing around. Not bad for a Yakuza to actually live in such a big house. It's bigger than my house. The young girl looked around, and the moment she saw Lungze, she even mischievously walked over and pointed at Lungze. This is your big brother? It looks very young. It should be the young master, right? Zhou Dalong nodded a little awkwardly and said, sort of. Seeing this, both Lungze and Yisiki were a bit shocked. I don't know what method this Zhou Dalong used. Zhou Tai Lung. This? Lungza had thought that Zhou Dalong would send Maeda Keiko's daughter over 5 times, but he didn't think. The old boy actually just walked up with the young girl. Zhou Dalong sniffed, hemmed and hawed, scratched the back of his head and said, I didn't do anything. I just drove a luxury car and casually chatted with her, and she followed me here. Ha! Coldzer froze completely. Actually, that's not an exaggeration on the island. The rebelliousness of women on the island is actually quite serious, as evidenced by the growing number of AV practitioners, especially this kind of female high school students, for whom it is really normal to go home with random strange men. Most schoolgirls spend the night with strange men, not for money, but simply to make things difficult for their parents. This has led to a lot of societal problems on the island now. For example, an old man wants to find a young girl standing on the street to go home and satisfy his desire, but he dares not do so because he does not know the age of the other person, especially in an extremely busy city like Tokyo. There are countless young girls waiting on the street every day, but very few of them end up being taken home by a man. And the young girls who aren't taken home by men aren't that they're unattractive. It's that the island's laws are too biased in favor of women. It's fine if you're an adult, but if you're a minor, you can easily be convicted. Those teenage girls are looking for excitement, and they are not just sleeping with you for one night. More likely, they are playing fairy tale. When you're done sleeping around, she backhandedly goes to the police and says she's a minor, and you'll be greeted by more than just the law then. Similarly, it is not necessarily true that you are short of money to play fairy tale, but simply looking for a thrill. It's naturally hard to understand this kind of thing as a dragon nation. If you don't say that people live a depressing life in the small days, they can only seek pleasure with such things. Men are even more depressing. Even if their wives are cheating on them, they still have to be wary of whether or not they are underage when they ask a beautiful girl out. However, Lang Zhe had his exclusive methods of dealing with such beautiful girls. Just take off your sunglasses. Nope. His own seductive eyes don't seem to work on island women. That put Lunza in a difficult position. Looking at the lively, cute, and somewhat badass JK girl in front of him, Lang Zhe was also a bit excited for a moment. I have to say, island women really do. This young girl in front of her, always intentionally or unintentionally seduced Lang Zhe. Although she didn't do anything out of the ordinary, the way she always unintentionally lifted up her skirt tickled people's hearts. Sunglasses this late? The young girl came in front of Lang Zhe and stared at him with a smile on her face. What made Lang Zhe a little surprised was that this little girl actually knew Chinese as well. Before Lang Zhe could answer, the young girl reached out her hand again and removed the sunglasses from Lang Zhe's face. The demeanor is very casual, a total social terrorist. But when the young girl took off Coldzer's sunglasses, instantly, cheeks reddened. After taking 2 slow steps back, the young girl rushed to the restroom. Effective? Lang Zhe frowned. Obviously, the young girl's behavior had proved that Lang Zhe's charming eye was effective on island women. But why didn't it work on Mayetta Keiko? Or is it? It actually works. It's just that Keiko Mayetta is experienced, mature in her thinking and more. Can you stand it? Just then, a system beep suddenly sounded in Lang's head. Congratulations to the host. The third protagonist has been discovered. From The Strongest Delinquent, The Delinquent High School, Sarazawa Genji. Warning, Mayetta Maki is Sarazawa Genji's girlfriend, and Sarazawa Genji is already on his way here. Hearing this, Lang Zhe was instantly dumbfounded. All the guys from Hot Blooded High are here? However, this Mayetta Maki actually had a boyfriend, which was something that Lang Zhe still never expected. But if he thought about it carefully, Lang Zhe felt that something was wrong. She's got a boyfriend. Why did she come back with Chow Tai Lung? It's hard not to. Are they both playing femme fatale? First Mayetta Maki comes out to hook up with a rich uncle. Then after arriving at the rich uncle's house, she's messaging her boyfriend, waiting for the boyfriend to arrive. The two of them together violently beat up the rich uncle and ransacked the rich uncle's house in the process? Coldzer's brain circuits were different from normal after all. A quick analysis leads to an immediate conclusion. Yes, this little couple, they are definitely playing fairy tale. You're only in high school, and you're already so good at it? Lunza was a bit incredulous. At that moment, Mayetta Maki also came out of the restroom. What made her also never expected was that the uncle in front of her, who looked less than 30 years old, was actually a little bit handsome. The moment he had just locked eyes with him, he had almost fallen himself. So close, almost fell. But Genji, come on, if you don't come, your girlfriend will really fall. Mayetta Maki thought this in her mind. Just then, Lengza arrived in front of Mayetta Maki in one swift step and stared at her with a smile on his face. Don't these two youngsters like to play fairy tale? It looks like the two of them should have never flipped. But today, I'll let you two roll over once. Humph, when your boyfriend comes, I'll have to punish you youngsters. In the meantime, I'm going to teach that so-called strongest delinquent a lesson so that he can see the evils of society. As expected, the moment Mayetta Maki turned around, she once again locked eyes with Lengza. This time, Mayetta Maki didn't hold back. You, what are you doing? Mayetta Maki blushed and lowered her head. I am warning you, I'm still in high school. In fact, this little trick of Mayeta Maki's couldn't scare Lingza. Coldzer couldn't be clearer about the age of sexual consent. Island law sets the age of sexual consent at 13 years of age. Not to mention that Mayeta Maki is already 18 years old. So, words like about being underage don't threaten Coldzer at all. Still putting on that bratty look, Lungza took Mayeta Maki's hand and smiled. Didn't you come to my place just to look for excitement? Ha ha ha. Today Big Brother will let you see the evils of society. After saying that, Langze turned his head to look at Zhou Dalong and said, I'm going to go upstairs for a while. You and Yi Siki will stand guard downstairs. Zhou Dalong sniffed and immediately nodded. Alright, young master, you can go at ease. Saying that, Zhou Dalong even revealed a wicked smile. He also secretly took out his cell phone in passing and took a picture of Langze and Mayeta Maki's back and sent it to Long Hongyuan. After all, Long Hongyuan, as Langze's father, what he wanted to see most in his life was for Langze to be able to see women as playthings like himself. Previously, when Langze was working as a licking dog for Qin Shiyu, Long Hongyuan was very angry about it. He couldn't understand very well how a rich second generation like Langze could be a licking dog for a woman. It is estimated that when Long Hongyuan sees this photo, his heart will feel proud from the bottom of his heart. It can't be helped. Who called Long Hongyuan's setting, the villainous rich second generation his father? It's all too normal to have three different views. Just, Yi Siki, who had watched Langze take that island girl to the upstairs bedroom, suddenly felt a little bad in her heart. All this time, she was adamant that she didn't care about Lingza. After all, it was true that he and Langze did not have much to do with each other, and besides, Langze was his sister's fiancé, available at this time, Yi Siki's heart was all tangled up. Damn it, what's happening to me? Yi Siki's brows tightened and her expression became incredibly serious. It seemed, she had never been so serious. No way, how could I be jealous of that woman? It's not like Langze is a hot commodity. There are more handsome guys than Langze. Besides, Langze is an asshole. How could I? Thought of that with a thud. The door to the room on the second floor suddenly closed. Yi Siki's heart kept beating wildly, and her person became as if she had lost her soul, sitting paralyzed on the sofa. Do I really like him? No way. How could I like him? He's an asshole. A complete asshole. I follow him for nothing more than a sense of security. But he's even chased me before, and been my lickspittle, too. Yes, he's just the lickspittle I used to be. Thinking of this, Yessie cleared her throat. It's tempting to calm down, but I can't. And at the same time, Lengza pressed Mayeta Maki onto the bed with one hand, and his right hand recklessly reached under Mayeta Maki's skirt. At this moment, although Mayeta Maki wanted to resist, as soon as she saw those eyes of Lengza, she couldn't help but be so limp and weak that she couldn't resist at all. Lang, Mr. Lung, please don't. At this time, Mayeta Maki had also long since lost the brashness she had just shown. Instead, she became like a young girl, red-faced and wanting to resist. Lengza ignored Mayeta Maki's pleas for mercy and instead became even more reckless. When Lengza's cold hand slowly touched something, Mayeta Maki violently clenched her legs. Out of the corner of his eye, he also instantly left a tear and shook his head. Don't, Mr. Lung, please, don't. I don't want my first time to be gone. First time? Lengza froze at first. Could this delinquent girl be a fledgling? Lengza laughed and shook his head. Your first time? Guess I believe it or not. To be honest, although Langze played a villainous rich kid, he was still a normal person at heart after all. If the young girl in front of him was a battle-hardened woman of lust, then he himself would not matter. But if the other party was really a fledgling, then there was still quite a bit of pressure in Lengze's heart. In the next second, Lengza directly ripped off Mayeta Maki's clothes. A large hand, too, touched it violently. Scared Mayeta Maki's body was as if she had been electrocuted. I have to say, this chick is acting like a real fledgling. But women, the best thing you can do is act. Coldzer still remembered his first experience in reality. The other party said that he was a fledgling, and at that time, Lengze really believed it. After all, it was acting too much like a fledgling. However, when Lengze touched the location without the clothing barrier, the incomparably moist touch made Lengze a little strange again. If the other woman was a battle-hardened woman of lust, how could the water flow so easily? Only an untouched young girl would do that, right? After all, he hadn't even done anything yet, and the foreplay hadn't even started yet. At the same time, Mayeta Maki's tears, too, flowed wildly. She cried and sobbed. Please, Mr. Lung, I was wrong. I'll leave now. Let me go. I'll never dare again. Don't dare what? Lengza asked with a smile on his face. I don't dare to play the fairy dance. You're playing fairy jump with me? Lung Zhe still laughed coldly. With you? With that little boyfriend of yours? The punishment hasn't even begun yet. Make a mistake, and you'll be punished. Coldzer wasn't exactly horny. Mostly, adults have to have needs. Also on top of that, this JK girl in front of me is really attractive. Besides, it had indeed been a long time since Lang Zhe had vented the emotions in his heart. At this time, Zhou Dalong and Yi Siki, who were sitting downstairs quietly waiting, were very embarrassed. Zhou Dalong was fine. After all, he had experienced similar things quite a few times. However, Yi Siki always had a feeling of being green in her heart. What does it feel like for a woman to be green? Yes, he was also experiencing it for the first time. Even though he and Lang Zhe didn't have much to do with each other, he just couldn't help but think in that direction. What am I? Am I being green? My man is up there having sex with another woman, and I have to be down there holding the door for him? Crap, am I crazy? No, 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 no. How could I like Lung Zhe? Well, that's why I'm not being green. It's my sister who's being green. Thinking of this, Yi Siki's heart was somewhat comforted. However, it is not tolerable for the oldest sister to be green. Yi Siki stood up violently, frightening Zhou Dalong, who was on the side, with a jolt. What are you doing? Zhou Dalong gave Yi Siki a blank look and said, Zhou Dalong, Lung Zhe is engaged to my sister. Is this bad? Yi Siki opened her mouth to question. Well, Zhou Dalong thought for a moment and nodded. Indeed, it is not good. So should we go up and stop him? Yi Siki's face was expressionless, and it was obvious that she was getting very upset. That's not good, is it? Zhou Dalong quickly shook his head. In case young master is in the middle of something, won't it spoil the fun if we suddenly go up? Spoil sport? He's a married man and he's still screwing around. What will my sister do? Now that my sister has become a boiling goat, we're just going to watch? Or else? Zhou Dalong slowly stood up and looked down at Yi Siki. I can't let you go up and disturb the young master's good deed. Can I? When Yi Siki took a look at Zhou Dalong's posture, she was immediately scared and didn't move. Settling back down again, she beamed. You stinking men will only help each other and hide from each other. When he said this, Zhou Dalong clearly felt a hint of jealousy. Help your sister? It's not right, is it? Zhou Dalong looked at Yi Siki with a curious expression. Then thrusting his arms, he frowned and said, You, 1T fall in love with my young master too, right? How can that be? Yi Siki hastily retorted. But Zhou Dalong suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect my young master to be so charming. The sisters have hooked up. Ha 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 ha, worthy of being the young master. You shut up. With a red face, Yi Siki immediately stood up and said, Don't think that because I can't beat you that I don't dare to beat you. Ha 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 ha, looks like I really got it right. Zhou Dalong was still laughing. It seems like young master has finally grown up. Finally a bit of the old master's demeanor back then. Ha ha ha, to be honest, at this moment, Zhou Dalong was happy for Lang Zhe from the bottom of his heart. And I don't know what kind of tripe he is. Just then, the doorbell was suddenly rung. Zhou Dalong and Yi Siki both looked towards the direction of the doorway in unison. What man? Zhou Dalong frowned. After all, it's an upscale mansion with a visual doorbell inside. Zhou Dalong strides towards the door and looks at the screen of the visual doorbell to find a delinquent teenager wearing a black Japanese school uniform and a big back hair. Hey, I heard my girlfriend was tricked by you guys? Open the door quickly, or I'll call the police. After all, there was still a tied-up Arakawa in the house, and alerting the police at a time like this would certainly not end well for Lingza. Zhou Dalong then immediately opened the door to the room. Anyway, the other party was just a brat, so Zhou Dalong wasn't afraid. But as soon as he opened the door to the room, he only saw the delinquent boy fly up and kick. Boom! It directly kicked Zhou Dalong a dozen meters away. Zhou Dalong slammed heavily on the screen behind him, his face tangled in pain. Crap! Zhou Dalong immediately got up and said, Brat, dare to sneak up on me. As the words fell, Zhou Dalong also immediately copied the vase on the side and violently smashed it. But the other party obviously had extraordinary hands, and this vase was instantly dodged by the delinquent boy with a light touch. Seeing this, Zhou Dalong casually copied another chair and smashed it once again. But again, the delinquent boy dodged it lightly. Then with a healthy step he rushed up and kicked again, a hard kick to the small of Zhou Dalong's abdomen. The whole time Zhou Dalong was almost powerless to fight back. Seeing this, Zhou Dalong's expression immediately became serious. Zhou Dalong's strength was at least at the inner strength Dishang stage. But this kid on the opposite side dealt with Zhou Dalong very easily. Obviously, the strength of this delinquent boy was at least at the harmonization stage. Only cross-class strength would be crushing to the enemy. Ahem! Zhou Dalong immediately coughed up a puddle of blood. Just as the delinquent teenager was planning to rush up and give Zhou Dalong a kick in the ass, there was a sudden sound of water running in the room. The voice instantly froze a few people in place. Yi Siki, who had been standing at the side, was dumbfounded. Even though this house is soundproofed, it's not like Lungze can't hear anything, right? He's fighting downstairs, and he's fighting upstairs? As soon as the delinquent boy who was preparing to violently beat up Zhou Dalong heard this voice, his face immediately turned green. Not caring about Zhou Dalong, he rushed up to the second floor and kicked open the door of Lengze's room and roared, "Baka, what have you done?" After opening the door to the second floor room, Zhou Dalong immediately froze in place. Inside the room, Maki was the only one, lying on the bed, her face swooning and her clothes in rags. As for what just happened, it's clear as day. Shit! The delinquent boy instantly felt a green grassy field above his head. Where's the brat? Maki then came back to her senses slightly, and hurriedly grabbed the quilt at the side to cover her body. Genji, you, how did you get in here? The delinquent boy was even more angry when he heard that. He was just about to retort to Maki when suddenly, there was a sound of a door opening in his ear, only to see that Lengze, clad in a bathrobe, walked out from the restroom on one side. Lengze immediately frowned as soon as he stepped out. I just went in to take a shower and you're here? So soon? Bagaya Road, I'll kill you. The delinquent immediately clenched his fists. What are you doing? I didn't do anything to your girlfriend, haha. I haven't gotten around to it yet. Lengze waved his hand with a look of innocence. In fact, Lengze really didn't do anything. Mainly, when I was just about to do something, I suddenly felt sticky and uncomfortable, and thought that I hadn't taken a shower for a few days. It goes without saying that the bathroom is soundproofed, except for a layer of insulation plus waterproofing and a glass door to keep it out. This, coupled with the sound of the shower as it ran, caused Lengze to have no idea what was going on outside. But those outside could clearly hear the sound of running water from the shower as Lengze bathed. As for Maki, there was no telling what this chick had done while Lengze was in the shower, causing everyone to mistake Lengze for an animal. Although, Lengze was originally a beast, but Serizawa Genji didn't realize that in Serizawa Genji's eyes, it was clearly his girlfriend who was being toyed with by this rich bastard in front of him. An angry Genji Serizawa throws a jab. Lengze didn't hide or dodge when he saw this. Bang! In the next second, before Lengze could say anything, he could only see Serizawa Genji's right hand trembling, and the expression on his face became very ugly. That punch just now didn't do anything to Lengze, but instead caused Serizawa Genji to have his hand swollen like a bun. No surprise, it's probably broken. However, as the protagonist of a bad manga, how could Genji Serizawa give up? In the next second, he was seen slamming his foot again. Bang on it. Lengze was still standing still, steady as a mountain. Instead, Genji Serizawa stumbled backward a few steps, then stared at Coldsnap with a stunned look on his face. How is that possible? Since Genji Serizawa doesn't speak Chinese, Lengze doesn't speak Japanese either. So the two were basically talking about each other and neither could understand what the other was saying. Young man, don't be so impulsive. I see that you are also a practiced man. Why do you want to do bad things? Koldzer said as he took small steps forward. Lengze did not intend to make a move against Serizawa Genji. After all, with Lengze's strength, it was estimated that with one punch, Serizawa Genji would have to return to the West. After all, people are protagonists, and the rule set by the system is that once the protagonist dies, then their time resets, and with each time reset, Koldzer gets stronger and becomes harder to kill. Now a body of steel is estimated to be the level of armor-piercing bullets, and after being reborn once, then it is estimated to be the level of body strength of large-caliber anti-aircraft guns. If you die 3 or 5 times, it's going to be a nuclear bomb. Even though Koldzer didn't want to beg for death now, the time reset was really hard. It's like when you're playing a game and every time you're about to pass the level, suddenly you die, but you only have one life, and if you die you have to start all over again. Therefore, it was impossible for Lengze to choose to take out the protagonist as a last resort. Aside from not being able to take out the protagonist, Koldzer actually had an option, a way to keep the protagonist honest and out of trouble while also keeping them alive and well. Tame them, make them available to you, make them your own. Domestic Net article protagonist is not easy to tame. After all, the protagonist of the Domestic Net article is basically the dragon Aotion. One by one, no one is not convinced, or all have a grudge to repay the Lord. But a bad Japanese manga protagonist is relatively much easier to tame. After all, the little life is not Xing Long Aotion that way. such as those Japanese-style Yakuza games that Lengza had played in his last life, or those related manga and anime that he had read, and so on. Japanese-style protagonists are all characterized by a loyalty, and outrageously loyal and unthinkable, such as the main character of the Dragon series, commonly known as the Backstabber, all day long for the boss squatting number, out of the still loyal to the boss, as long as the boss does not betray him, do not mess with him, he cannot wait to give his mom to the boss. Yes, it's such a morbid loyalty, and the point of moving to kneel and kowtow is a poke at Coldzer. Thinking of this, Lengza cleared his throat, pretending to make a picture of a gangster's righteous father in a Japanese gangster movie, and cleared his throat. Ahem, boy, you have to understand, Jianghu, it's not about fighting and killing, it's about people. Regarding your feeling that I slept with your girlfriend, you should think differently. If she doesn't want to be slept with by me, do you think I can? I'm not harming you, I'm saving you. Such a woman is not worthy of such dedication. If you remain obstinate, sooner or later, she will get you killed. Forget that Genji couldn't understand it. Lengza finished, a little embarrassed. Sarazawa Genji was also a bit embarrassed after hearing that. After all, although he couldn't understand what Lengza was saying, he could see Lengza's expression. Strange, although I can't understand what this asshole is saying, how do I always feel like he cares about me? Lengza then looked at Mayeta Maki, who was lying on the bed, and said, have some eyes and translate for me. Mayeta Maki sniffed and translated all of Lengza's words word for word to Sarazawa Genji, but at the same time, she added herself, and, Genji, he didn't do anything to me, I just did it myself? As soon as Genji heard that, he immediately realized, at the end of the day, Japanese hot-blooded middlebrow is indeed a bit of a triple whammy. Lengza himself didn't believe it himself when he said those words, but to my surprise, Genji actually flopped, kneeled down. Seeing this, Lengza proceeded to unleash the ultimate must-have technique, the PUA. Young man, if I'm not mistaken, you should be confused about the future, right? In order to prove to his father that he's capable enough to take over the organization, he's risked his entire youth, fighting and brawling in school, trying to become the boss on campus, but in the end, it was still knocked back by the old father's words. You're not fit. Study hard. Didn't it ever occur to you that you could make a name for yourself? Why did you have to take over your father's organization? Mayeta Maki continues to translate truthfully. After hearing Lengza's words, Sarazawa Genji immediately raised his head and stared at Lengza with a stunned expression. How do you know so much? After Mayeta Maki finished translating, Lengza smiled and waved his hand. Can he not know? Isn't this the plot of the first Hot Fuzz movie? Even the name is an amalgamated version of the two main characters. It doesn't matter how I know. What matters is what you should do. Kid, I see that you're also a moldable talent with clear bones. Why don't you follow me and I'll let you prove in front of your father that you have the strength to become a party overlord. This statement was made. Genji's expression changed. Immediately lying on the ground, he kowtowed and said, Big brother, I will never forget your teachings for the rest of my life. From now on, I, Sarazawa Genji, am your man in life. In death, I am your ghost. After saying that, Lengza pretended to smile, then patted Genji's shoulder and turned his head away. It was a scene that dumbfounded a few people downstairs. Cold Snap had brought Sarazawa Genji, a little baka, to his knees after only a few words, and kowtowing? What happened to the hair? Yessie rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Joe Delon swallowed his saliva and shook his head. I don't know but it always feels like the young master's aura is so strong. At this moment, looking at Lengza's departing back, Sarazawa Genji almost cried out. Although Genji Sarazawa has a gangster father, he has, in fact, never felt any care from his family since he was a child. His mother had died when he was very young, and he said that his father alone had brought him up, but he had been as much of a stranger as a stranger, except for providing him with shelter and food. This is quite similar to the original Lengza owner, but the difference was that Lengza wasn't as middle-aged as Genji Sarazawa. At this moment, Sarazawa Genji hated to see Lengza as his old father, but, then again, Lengza is just under 30 this year. Sarazawa Genji was only 17 this year, but wasn't it a bit much to call Lengza his righteous father? Just then, Mayeta Keiko's phone called once more. Hello, Mr. Lang, what is your current location? Lengza sniffed and frowned slightly. What? Something's wrong with you? Let's talk about cooperation. It could be heard that Mayeta Keiko's tone seemed a bit nervous. What's your current location? Lang, after all, is not a fool, although he has a system gift of turtle armor. Theoretically considered invincible, right? But you can't just reveal your position at will. After all, it's on an island and life is not familiar. In case people really move against them, how invincible they are. They are still afraid of guns, aren't they? What's more, he had kidnapped 2 people. If he alerted the police, it would be an ugly end. It's naturally unlikely that the gangs would rush in with 1 semi-automatic rifle per person, but it's highly unlikely that the police would. Therefore, Lungza didn't tell Maeda Keiko her location. Instead, he asked Maeda Keiko's location rhetorically. As expected, Maeda Keiko didn't seem to be hiding anything either. I'm at the coffee shop downtown. I'll send you the location. Not long after, Maeda Keiko's location was sent to Lungza's cell phone. Lungza fixed his eyes and looked at it. It was not far away from himself. It was only 5 minutes away by car. Thinking of this, Lungza looked at Zhou Dalong who was at the side and said, "You go pick up the people." Zhou Dalong sniffed and immediately nodded. This kind of thing, Zhou Dalong is a professional. Even if the other party was ambushed first, Zhou Dalong had a strong sense of counter-surveillance. When Zhou Dalong left, Sarazawa Genji rushed down and looked at Lungza with the same nervous expression. What happened? Righteous father? Genji Sarazawa probably just learned such a Chinese phrase from Maki Maeda. Righteous? As soon as Lungza heard this name, he was instantly speechless. He played with his woman, and he called himself his righteous father. So wouldn't he? Dong Jia? It's actually a very common thing in island gangs. Usually, the big brother of a violent organization is referred to by his little brothers as the righteous father, or pops, or some such term of endearment. And the Chinese side of the translation in order to facilitate understanding, always translated as the boss or big brother. In the island gangs, the title of righteous father is similar to that of godfather in the West. Inner one, just call me big brother from now on. Lungza looked at Sarazawa Genji somewhat breathlessly. Maiden Maki, who was beside him, heard the words and translated them. Sarazawa Genji sniffed and immediately bowed 90 degrees. Yes, big brother. At those words, Lungza looked at Maeda Maki again. After all, it was her mom who was coming later. As the daughter of the person in question, she still needed to know. So Lungza spoke. Your mom will be here later. My mom? Maeda Maki froze for a moment and said, what's that old woman doing here? I can tell this chick is quite the rebel. I didn't ask her to save me. Rescue you? Lungza gave Maeda Maki a blank look and said, she's afraid she doesn't even know you're here with me. I have a business deal with your mom and you. You're my handle. After saying that, Lungza smiled faintly. Hearing that, Maeda Maki froze momentarily. Handle? Put the handle? Or else, Lungza continued. Otherwise, why do you think that I would send someone specifically to trick you over? Listen, girl, if your mother can't promise me that, then you're coming with me. Got it? Maeda Maki actually slowly lowered her head at those words and stopped speaking. Obviously, in her mind, she was also hesitant at this moment. For one thing, at this point, Maeda Maki had been completely taken by Lungza. This kind of untouched teenage girl simply couldn't hold up to the attack of Lungza's seductive eyes. And in just one round, she was completely transformed into a love brain. Secondly, what about the fact that she's bound by so-called family ties? Although she was a bit of a rebel now, I guess, and didn't want anything to do with her mother, the other person was her mother after all. She did like Lungza, but she didn't want to involve her mother for Lungza's sake. Thinking of this, Maeda Maki suddenly raised her head and looked at Lungza with a serious face. Mr. Lang, can I ask, you and my mother, what kind of business do you have to talk about? Lungza didn't intend to hide it and got straight to the point. I want her to work for me. Money is not an issue. Maeda Maki finally breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. It just works just fine. What she was worried about was Koldzer trying to harm her mother. Lungza also guessed this, so he patted Maeda Maki's shoulder and said, don't worry, as long as you give me a job, I can guarantee the safety of you mother and daughter. A short while later, there was a sharp knock at the door. Lungza glanced at Genji Sarazawa, who immediately understood and went forward to open the door to the room. Mr. Lung. A gentle female voice came instantly. I saw Maeda Keiko standing in front of the door in a professional outfit with great elegance. Compared to her daughter Maki, Maeda Keiko seems to have more flavor. Unlike Maeda Maki's white, young and thin body, Maeda Keiko's body could be described as bloodthirsty. The voluptuous figure looked very seductive with the wraparound skirt and black stockings and the elegant high heels. Under the white shirt, the hidden lace, as well as the bottomless gap, enough to prove that her H-cup is not mixed with any water. What's the concept of an H-cup? The concept is that you may not be able to catch someone with one of your two hands combined. The visual impact is also spectacular. When we first met before, Maeda Keiko was wearing a dress that wasn't that tight, so it looked like she was giving off the impression that she was fat. After all, girls with big boobs really look fat. But now, after she had changed into a professional outfit, it was completely obvious that she wasn't actually fat. It just looks fat with big boobs and a big ass. Whether you are thin or not, it mainly depends on your waist and stomach. I came alone. Don't worry. Mayeta Keiko spoke up again at that moment. Then stepping on her heels, she strides inside the house. Zhou Dalong also followed closely behind. And as soon as he entered, he nodded slightly at Lung Zhe. I've looked, young master. No one is following. Lung Zhe sniffed, then made a gesture of invitation. Mayeta Keiko didn't have the courtesy to sit directly on the sofa in front of Lung Zhe. At this moment, since Lung Zhe was standing while Mayeta Keiko was sitting, Lung Zhe, who was towering over her, saw that huge pair of milk at a glance. I have to say, the visual impact of the front is nowhere near as strong as the top. The buttons of her shirt were all tightly stretched, and Lung Zhe was afraid that she would take a deep breath and directly collapse the buttons of her shirt. What are you looking at? Mayeta Keiko also noticed Lung Zhe's eyes at that moment, so she hurriedly covered her chest, cleared her throat, and said with an embarrassed expression, "Nei. You sit first." Oh. Lung Zhe very calmly sat down in front of Mayeta Keiko, taking the initiative to look for me. What's the matter? Just then, Arakawa, who was tied up in 5 different ways, suddenly shouted at Mayeta Keiko, "Woman, when are my men coming?" "They can't come," Mayeta Keiko replied. Since the entire exchange between the two was in Japanese, Lung Zhe couldn't understand it either. "What do you mean they can't come? Bagaya Road, didn't you tell my people?" Arakawa cursed angrily. Mayeta Keiko shook her head with a serious face. "I won't be able to see Mr. Lang if I tell your people." "Asshole," Arakawa cursed angrily once more. "You stupid woman, do you have any idea what you're doing? You busted slut, they're going to kill us." "Please don't say that, Mr. Arakawa. I'm not here to save you." Although Mayeta Keiko looked angry, her tone of voice still felt gentle. "And, don't worry Mr. Arakawa. Your people are looking for you, and I'm sure Mr. Lung Zhe won't kill you for a little thing." The implication of this statement is that you are not yet worthy of Lung Zhe's murder. That was actually true. Lung Zhe did have no intention of killing Arakawa. After all, this is a society governed by the rule of law. It's not like it's primitive times, where a word can kill you. If this was a post-apocalyptic webcomic, then Lung Zhe would most likely dismember Arakawa. But in peacetime, killing people at random is not called killing indecisive. It's called inhumanity. What are you talking about? Lung Zhe suddenly opened his mouth at this time and asked. Mayeta Keiko shook her head. Not important. After saying that, Mayeta Keiko looked at Lung Zhe. I'm here to talk about cooperation with you. I've been watched before, so I can't tell you plainly. I can go with you to the Dragon Kingdom, but I have demands. Lung Zhe sniffed and sized up Mayeta Keiko with interest. Looks like you've gone to all this trouble to kidnap Mayeta Maki, and now you're just being redundant? Coldzer looked around and realized that Mayeta Maki wasn't there. Obviously, she had gone into hiding. After all, she was a rebellious delinquent girl, and it was understandable that she didn't want to see her mother. What's the request? Protect me and my daughter. Mayeta Keiko spoke. They won't leave me alone, so you have to protect me. No problem. Lung Zhe opened his mouth. And I can't take an airplane. Mayeta Keiko demanded once more. As for how to get me to the Dragon Kingdom, that's your problem, but no airplanes. At least you can't just walk into an airport with your passport. Hearing this, Lung Zhe probably understood. With a top semiconductor talent like Keiko Mayeta, there was no way the island would let her go easily. Even if the island's officials were too lazy to care about such things, there was no way those plutocrats would let her go. Letting her go would mean another competitor for the plutocrats of that archipelago in the future. And those rich assholes would do anything. If Keiko Mayeta had been allowed to walk into the airport with her passport right in front of her, it would probably have been broadcast on the news the next day that such and such a flight had crashed. Thinking of this, Lung Zhe slowly nodded and said, "That's no problem." After saying that, Lung Zhe then looked at Zhou Dalong who was on the side. "Do you have any good ideas?" Zhou Dalong nodded. "I have someone over in Fujian." Zhou Dalong's meaning was also obvious. There are people in Fujian. What kind of people? Naturally, there are people who drive boats. My every move is under surveillance. Mr. Lang, are you sure? Are you sure that I'll arrive safely in the Dragon Kingdom? Mayeta Keiko was apparently a little leery of stowaway boats. However, it was true that Lung Zhe did not have full certainty. However, in order to put Mayeta Keiko's mind at ease, Lung Zhe still nodded and spoke. Don't worry, I'll follow you guys. With Lung Zhe on board the stowaway ship, Mayeta Keiko was able to feel a lot more at ease. Thinking of this, Mayeta Keiko nodded and pointed at the bound Arakawa again. What about him? He is indeed a nuisance. Why don't you take them all together? You're taking him to the Dragon Kingdom? No. Lung Zhe shook his head and sneered. Wouldn't it be fine to take him to the ship in the Dragon Kingdom and leave him on the side of the road? You're going to throw him in the ocean? Mayeda Keiko was shocked. Lang Zhe, on the other hand, nodded very calmly. Or else, you expect me to release him? Killing him will not do you any good. Mayeda Keiko immediately spoke up at that moment. Even if you really want to kill him, at least don't use this method. Oh, Lungza frowned slightly. Mayeda Keiko's meaning was obvious. She was trying to say that having the boss of the Arakawa group evaporate would only cause trouble for Lungza. So, is there a better way? Indeed there is. Coldzer also has actually already thought about it. A better way is to recover the entire Arakawa clan. Make the entire Arakawa clan your own. Killing Arakawa would only throw the Arakawa group into disarray. And then in a short period of time, the Arakawa group would elect a new boss. Now then, there is another way to have the best of both worlds. And that is, take Arakawa. Go to the headquarters of the Arakawa group. And even if you want to kill Arakawa, do it in front of the entire Arakawa group. Let them know that your boss is untouchable. Completely demoralize the Arakawa group. Then, take the opportunity to recapture it. Only, after recovering the Arakawa group, who will be left to manage the Arakawa group? With that thought, Lungza looked again at Serizawa Genji, who was standing to the side. Genji, come here. Coldzer waved his hand. When Serizawa Genji heard that, he immediately came over and stood in front of Lungza. Big brother, you say, any interest in managing a group? Serizawa Genji immediately froze in place upon hearing that. What? Instead of answering, Lungza looked faintly at Serizawa Genji, who was in complete disbelief of what he had just said. A moment later, Serizawa Genji immediately bowed 90 degrees. Thank you, big brother, I will definitely manage the Arakawa group well. Since the entire conversation between Lungza and Serizawa Genji was translated by Mayeda Keiko who was beside him, Arakawa, who was tied up in 5 pieces, could understand what the two were saying, so Arakawa was furious, hastily struggling to get up from the ground and cursing, asshole, bastard thing, you want that brat to replace me? No way, told you, no way, my men will surely tear him apart. You won't be able to take down the Arakawa group. Lungza, you idiot, I'm going to make you die. I'm going to make you die a horrible death. Lungza took a deep breath, then just waited quietly. Zhou Delong wanted to go up and teach Arakawa a lesson, but he was also called back by Lang Zhe. Lungza wants Genji Serizawa to do it himself. As expected, Serizawa Genji wasn't a fool, and after just a moment of thinking, he immediately strides forward and grabs Arakawa's collar for a fat punch, while Genji Serizawa's side keeps beating up Arakawa. Lungza's side is talking to Keiko Maeda about their future ambitions. Ms. Maeda, welcome to join us. With that, Lungza took off his sunglasses once more. In that instant, Maeda Keiko's heart was beating wildly. When she was just at the hotel, Maeda Keiko had wasted a lot of effort to forcefully restrain her inner longing, but now, she couldn't hold back any longer. After swallowing, he revealed a gentle smile, and then actually kissed him directly. Crap! Yi Siki, who was standing at the back, was directly dumbfounded at the sight, staring at the scene with big round eyes in disbelief. Mother and daughter not spared? Ling Zhe, you bastard! No way, I can't let my sister marry someone like you. There's more, you didn't spare them mother and daughter. How come you spared me? I'm not as charming as this old woman. Thinking of this, Yi Siki also rushed over with one strong step, hurriedly pulling Lung Zhe and Maeda Keiko away. She angrily said, what are you guys doing? You think I'm heir? And you, old woman, do you know that Lang Zhe is already engaged? And he just had sex with your daughter. Ha! At those words, Maeda Keiko froze in place. Then he hurriedly looked at Lang Zhe to the side and spoke with a serious face. Ling Zhe, is what she said true? Before Lang Zhe could reply, Yi Siki immediately opened her mouth and shouted, it's true, I heard it all. Fake. Maeda Maki immediately rushed out at that moment. Break the awkwardness. Mom, nothing happened with Mr. Lung. The room was surprisingly quiet at this point. The people around them, whether they could understand Chinese or not, were dumbfounded. After all, the scene, it's just too much of a dogfight. Mother and daughter fall in love and nearly have sex with the same man. You wouldn't even dare to make a TV show like this, would you? Only an island action movie could do that. Does this count? When in Rome, do you do as the Romans do? Lung Zhe was, at the moment, the most embarrassed. He sat on the couch for a moment, not knowing what to say. Seeing this, Maeda Maki quickly spoke up and explained. Really, nothing happened to us. Ask Lungza if you don't believe me. When Maeda Keiko heard that, she immediately looked at Ling Zhe and said, Ling Zhe, is what she said true? Lungza is looking to break the clinch in a hurry too. After all, one didn't come to the island to make an adult action movie. Thus, Lang Zhe immediately nodded and said, "Of course it's true. How could I possibly have something with your daughter?" When Zhou Dalong heard this, he also hurriedly came over, nodded, and opened his mouth to explain. "Young master is right. The reason your daughter is here is because the young master wanted to threaten you through your daughter at first, but now it seems as if that won't be necessary." Mayeta Keiko breathed a sigh of relief at that. The two huge pure milks on her chest went up and down a bit with it. "Scared me to death." Mayeta Keiko patted her chest and said, "I thought that my daughter and I, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha." Saying that, Mayeta Keiko suddenly laughed out loud. "It's okay then, it's okay." Mayeta Keiko smiled and took Lung's hand. "I thought you really did something to my daughter." Lang Zhe sniffed and laughed awkwardly. Ha ha. How can that be? I'm not some kind of beast." Yi Siki, who was standing on the side, was furious when she saw this. Immediately pointing at Lang Zhe, he cursed, "Lang Zhe, you're shameless, you're nasty, TSK, how do you talk?" Lang Zhe gave Yi Siki a blank look and said, "What, are you jealous of others?" I'm jealous of her? Ugh, I'm not jealous. Lungza, I must make my sister break her engagement with you. A scum like you doesn't deserve a woman as kind as my sister. Lang Zhe also didn't bother with Yi Siki. Simply ignoring Yi Siki, he directly looked at Keiko Mayeta and said, "Ms. Mayeta, since we've all talked, let's have a good cooperation. I'll send someone to pick you up tomorrow." "Good, then thank you Mr. Lung." After saying that, Mayeta Keiko, however, continued to sit where she was without the slightest intention of leaving. Seeing this, Lang Zhe looked at Zhou Dalong who was on the side. Zhou Dalong hurriedly walked forward and made a gesture of invitation. "What for, Ms. Mayeta? Aren't you going home?" Mayeta Keiko sniffed and immediately waved her hand. "Where would I have a home? I won't be able to get out when I go back." Without waiting for Zhou Dalong to reply, Lang Zhe immediately waved his hand at Zhou Dalong, signaling him to go down. Then Lunza came to Mayeta Keiko. "What do you mean, you'll stay at my place tonight?" "Aha!" Mayeta Keiko smiled and nodded, still blushing, clenching her legs. "Don't you want to?" I'm fine with that," Lang Zhe said with a slight smile. Meanwhile, in the capital, the Long family. Long Aotian wore a pair of black sunglasses and sat on the sofa. In an icy tone, he spoke. "Lung Zhe is in the island?" "Aha." The beautiful secretary in front of her nodded. "Where exactly?" "Kansai, Osaka Prefecture." The beautiful secretary spoke up. Hearing this, Long Aotian clenched his fists in death. Gritting his teeth viciously, he said, "Cold Sir, I will kill you, young master." The beautiful secretary suddenly spoke at this time. "Qin Shiyu, what do you intend to do with it? After all, it is the woman that this young master has loved." Long Aotian waved his hand and said, "Don't move her. Everything she did must have been forced by that Lang Zhe. When I get rid of Lang Zhe, Shiyu will return to my embrace." Hearing this, the beautiful secretary had a wicked chill. "I really don't know what's wrong with my young master. Boiling Goat is so competent as a goat. Qin Shiyu has treated him so well, and he actually still thinks Qin Shiyu loves him? In the beginning, Shiyu left me in order to save me. She already knew about Lengza's reach. She left me because she was worried that Lengza would turn against me. She was trying to protect me, and how could I let her down?" The pretty secretary didn't pick up on it. After all, this kind of person, the beautiful secretary is also the first time to see. This can't even be described as fucking bizarre. It's a total douchebag. Sure enough, love brain. It's scary. However, right at this moment, the beautiful secretary suddenly thought of something and hurriedly spoke. "By the way, young master, someone came to propose marriage to Miss again today." The young lady that the beautiful secretary was talking about was the eldest lady of the Long family. At the same time, it was also Long Ao Tian's younger sister. Long Shitting, in the capital city, could well be called the first lady. After all, what status of the Long family in the capital, the entire Dragon Kingdom, was well known. Long Shitting was not only sweet looking, her body was even more superb. Every year, countless people come to propose marriage, and their suitors are, without exaggeration, more than enough to line up from the capital to London. Although Long Shitting was not the heir of the Long family, she was favored by all up and down the Long family, including Long Ao Tian. When Long Ao Tian and his mother were driven out of the Long family, the most important tie that Long Ao Tian could not let go of was his younger sister, Long Shirting. However, regarding the matter of someone proposing marriage to Long Shirting, Long Ao Tian had also long since seen it. Let her be. Long Ao Tian waved his hand and didn't bother. The beautiful secretary sniffed, but immediately shook her head and said with a grave expression, "Young master, This time a dozen T's seemed to be quite the same. What's different? Long Aotian opened his mouth and asked. His lordship seems to think highly of this proposer, and it is already intended that Missy should be betrothed to the man. What? As soon as Long Aotian heard this, he immediately stood up. Who is it that dares to look at my dragon family's woman? The beautiful secretary sniffed and immediately spoke. I heard that it is an expert from the Martial Arts Association. Martial Arts Association's expert? Had ha. Long Aotian coldly laughed. Martial Arts Association's expert. This young master has seen more. What kind of expert can let into the eyes of Grandpa? The beautiful secretary swallowed her saliva and immediately answered. I heard. That person is called Zhou Liangchen. Zhou Liangchen? Long Aotian froze for a moment. This name was still familiar to Long Aotian. After all, when he was in Zhangchang, Long Aotian had heard this name quite a few times. Right. Long Aotian suddenly thought of something. Zhou Liangchen, the one who was at the Yi family's engagement party? The beautiful secretary in front of her sniffed and immediately nodded her head. Yes, I still remember when the young master made the Yi family completely bankrupt with just one phone call. Don't mention how handsome you were at that time. Young master, that's a horse's ass right on the money. The corner of Long Aotian's mouth rose slightly. Although he, right now, couldn't see anything, the ego of being the protagonist and the chosen one was still there. Of course Long Aotian knew how handsome he was in the beginning. But, a good man is not a good man, even if you were in how handsome you are now. Just a blind man. Long Aotian took a deep breath, then waved his hand towards the beautiful secretary and said, Go, follow me to meet that Zhou Liangchen. On the other side, Zhou Liangchen was oblivious to his situation. Ever since he had lost in both the Yi and Xie families, he had pulled out the last marriage contract that his master had given him before he left. There are 3 marriage contracts in total, and the first one is the Yi family, the second copy, the Xie family, the third copy, the master said, was the grand finale, so that he would take it out when he really had no way out. And now Zhou Liangchen, too, is really at the end of the road. The $10 billion family fortune left behind by the master has been swindled by Lung Zhe. The Yi family was bankrupt, and the Xia family didn't treat themselves well now. Just thinking about this, Zhou Liangchen hated the name Lung Zhe with a passion. Fuck, I've been hitting walls everywhere since I got off the mountain. Old me is already invincible. How can I still be targeted by that brat Lung Zhe? But, the good thing is, there's a dragon family now. Sitting in the lobby of the Long family mansion, Zhou Liangchen looked at the marriage contract in his hand and continuously sneered in his heart. I heard that the Long family is the richest family in the Dragon Kingdom, the most powerful and influential family in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Well, joining such a family, I guess this time Lung Zhe shouldn't do anything to me, right? Maybe we can even find a chance to get some good revenge on that Lung Zhe later. No matter how powerful Lung Zhe is, he definitely can't fight the powerful Long family. After all, Grandpa once said that the Dragon family controls half of the Dragon Kingdom, and as long as the Dragon family gives the order, anyone in the Dragon Kingdom will have to kneel. Thinking of this, the corners of Zhou Liangchen's mouth grew higher and higher, and his heart grew more and more excited. At this time, old Master Long, who had been sitting in silence across the table, smiled and opened his mouth. Inside, Liangchen, how has your master been doing recently? I don't know what kind of person the master really was, and what kind of amazing things he had done in his younger days. Even the Dragon family, which walked horizontally throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom, had to back off from master. This was something Zhou Liangchen was curious about. In fact, if Lung Zhe was present, Lung Zhe would probably be even more curious than him. After all, the protagonist in this kind of web article where the master comes down from the mountain is nigh invincible. So what kind of monster must the protagonist's master be, to be able to make so many powerful families in the country give way? I guess the master of the protagonist is afraid to be a yawning old man, right? But the good thing is, this isn't the metaphysical world. The highest level at which ordinary people practiced martial arts was the celestial realm, and the so-called celestial realm, also far from reaching the kind of metaphysical novels, moving to destroy the sky and earth, casually flying with a sword. Since that was the case, then Lung Zhe actually had nothing to fear. Even the most awesome martial artist is still flesh and blood and will die. Grandpa, am I really going to get engaged to him? At this moment, Long Shitting, who was sitting opposite Zhou Liangchen, also suddenly opened her mouth and asked. Elder Long sniffed and patted Long Shitting's shoulder. Shitting, don't worry, there's no way Grandpa would lie to you. Besides, the disciples taught by Elder Sun are very trustworthy. Elder Sun, Taoist named Shangren, is known in the Jianghu as Sun Shangren. It's a Taoist. You know my master? Zhou Liangchen immediately spoke at this time. Elder Long sniffed and slowly nodded. My relationship with your master is not ordinary. The two of us, we are senior brothers. Your master is my eldest brother. I remember that time. The country was only reforming and opening up, and at that time, the mountain couldn't afford to support so many disciples, and everyone was busy doing business and making a lot of money. No one even cares about a little shitty Taoist temple on a deep mountain. So our master, your master, asked the disciples to hold a tournament. To begin with, we thought that it was whoever lost who would have to go down the mountain and beg for food. Eldest senior brother deliberately lost to me in order to make me stay on the mountain, and as a result, guess what? Oh ho ho! Master said I was the most capable, and that I couldn't go down the mountain without starving, so he kicked me down. Eldest brother felt guilty about this for a long time and came down from time to time to relieve me. But well, the sky is the limit. Although I left the Taoist temple, I accurately grasped the wind, and now, I became the most powerful person in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Hearing this, Zhou Liangchen came to a realization. It turned out that the elder Long in front of him was actually his own senior uncle? Late senior Zhou Liangchen, greetings to senior uncle. Zhou Liangchen hurriedly wanted to kneel down, but when elder Long saw this, he hurriedly picked up Zhou Liangchen and said, Don't worship me. I'm no longer your senior uncle. The moment I came down from the mountain, I was expelled from the division. Over the years, I have also deserted my skills because of business matters, and the skills I learned in the mountains in the beginning have long been forgotten. Ha 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 ha. After saying that, Elder Long took another deep breath. It's in the middle of a deep reminiscence. When I was young, I made a deal with your master that in the future, your master and I would be in-laws. It's just a pity that my daughters have since grown up and your master hasn't gotten a wife. In the end there is no way. Your master simply accepted a disciple. Told me, when the disciple grows up, let him come down the mountain to find me. Our two families, but also as in-laws. Hearing this, Zhou Liangchen expressed his deep admiration. Haven't seen it in decades, can't believe it. Master and Elder Long still haven't forgotten the promise they made. It's still true. A gentleman's word is his bond. Grandpa, you're being too hasty, aren't you? You didn't consider whether I was willing or not when you first set up the doll's marriage with Sun Lao? Long Shitting opened her mouth with a puffy face. Upon hearing this, Elder Long immediately gave Long Shitting a brain crash and said with slight anger, the man you are willing to marry. What kind of good thing can that be? Can it be as reliable as the man Grandpa found for you? Look at the other Zhou Liangchen. He's so talented. He's also a celestial realm powerhouse. The two of you together, that's the perfect couple. Just then, behind the crowd, suddenly came the arrogant voice of Long Ao Tian. Humph, old master. It's the 21st century. Why are you still engaging in such a senseless thing as a doll's marriage? And you, Zhou Liangchen, remember who I am? Zhou Liangchen looked at it, then frowned slightly and said, honestly, I really don't remember. No wonder. After all, the difference between the current Long Ao Tian and the one from back then was just too great. At this time, Long Ao Tian, wearing a pair of sunglasses, and his temperament was completely different from the one who was in Jiangcheng. At this moment, Long Ao Tian was simply a blind, very unconfident loser. Long Ao Tian sniffed and didn't get angry, just casually waved his hand and said, it's okay if you don't recognize it. You'll recognize me. After saying that, Long Ao Tian looked at the female secretary at the side. The female secretary sniffed and immediately opened her mouth to introduce. Standing in front of you is the eldest young master of the Long family, Long Ao Tian. At the same time, it's also the first heir of the Dragon family. Oh, Zhou Liangchen nodded. Honestly, Zhou Liangchen really didn't care about Long Ao Tian. Long Ao Tian is the one who was almost beaten by me last time? If it wasn't for Lang Zai's desperate attempt to stop me at that time, you wouldn't have been able to stand in front of me and talk to me. Long Ao Tian immediately clenched his fists when he heard this. However, Elder Long immediately stood up at this time and walked over to Long Aotian and said, Aotian let bygones be bygones. And this one, he'll be your brother-in-law from now on. As soon as Long Ao Tian heard this, he immediately frowned and said, Grandpa, how can you let my sister marry this kind of person? He's simply a poor man. Elder Long sniffed, sighed, and said, poor? No, he's not poor. Ao Tian, Grandpa honestly tell you, Liang Chen is Grandpa's nephew, and many years ago, I and my senior brother have already set up this marriage. When Long Ao Tian heard this, he was just about to retort something, but on second thought, after all, it was grandfather's early years and his senior brother who set up the marriage, and he himself was not in a position to stop this marriage. After all, what kind of person is Long Ao Tian? He himself firmly believed in this kind of marriage contract given by the elders yet. Naturally, he would not encourage his sister to fall in love freely. Thinking of this, Long Aotian's ears twitched slightly. After all, blind well, although he could not see Zhou Liangchen, but because of the lack of eyes, resulting in Zhou Liangchen is also very difficult to speculate on Long Aotian's mind. Long Aotian slowly turned around and faced Zhou Liangchen, stretching out his right hand. Then, I will no longer pursue the past. But, I must remind you that if you dare to neglect my sister, I will definitely not spare you. Zhou Liangchen had wanted to strike Long Aotian. After all, so what if Long Aotian couldn't spare himself? Long Aotian wasn't even his own opponent if he wasn't blind, let alone now that he was still blind. But Zhou Liangchen wasn't a fool. Having been severely beaten by the socialite, Lang Zhe, so many times, Zhou Liangchen was also long gone from the rash person he was when he first came down from the mountain. Since the other party had given himself a step down, he would just go along with it. It's not in everyone's best interest to keep it up. Thinking of this, Zhou Liangchen also smiled slightly and extended his right hand. The two shook hands. Seeing this, Elder Long very happily came over and patted the two on the shoulder, saying, "Good, ha 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 ha, good, from now on, Liang Chen will be a member of our dragon family. Aotian you need to get along with your brother-in-law too. In the future, you should also take care of each other and help each other, okay?" Long Aotian smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, Grandpa." Zhou Liangchen also nodded. "Grandpa, you can rest assured, as long as this family has a place for me, Zhou Liangchen, then you are all my Zhou Liangchen's relatives. Anyone can hurt me, Zhou Liangchen, but never my Zhou Liangchen's loved ones." A few people kept saying nice things. At this time, Long Shitting suddenly stood up and stared at the three of them with a displeased expression. "You guys, didn't any of you ask for my opinion?" Late at night, Osaka Prefecture, in the penthouse suite of a tower. It was indeed a bit of a sleepless night. This house has quite a few rooms. Zhou Dalong sleeps on the sofa, Maieda's mother and daughter have one, Yi Siki has one, and Lang Zhe has one. At this time, Lang Zhe tossed and turned, unable to sleep. As for why, after all, one does offend a bit too many people now. I have to go back to Jiangqing tomorrow, and I'm in too much of a hurry. If you do the math, you've only arrived in Osaka today. You haven't had a chance to have a good look around, and you're going back tomorrow. On top of that, when we go back tomorrow, we can't fly yet. We have to take a boat, and a fucking stowaway boat. Honestly, it was the first time Kolzer had ever done a stowaway boat. I don't know what the environment is like on a stowaway ship. Odds are that the environment is not going to be good enough for one to either hide in a shipping container for days and nights and eat and drink in it, or, being confined to a lower cabin. It was damp and humid and could not see the sun for days. Damn. I'm at least a gangster villain. Why should I be locked up in a container with stowaways? At that thought, Lungza sat up violently. No, something has to be done. I can't spend 3 days and nights in a container. But other than containers, what other way is there to safely reach the Dragon Kingdom? How about getting a private jet? A private jet shouldn't be very expensive, should it? Thinking of this, Lang Zhe immediately picked up his cell phone and called Jiangnihan. Although there is a time difference between Osaka and Kagoshima, it's not by more than a few hours. Besides, that Jiangnihan is a workaholic, and is probably working overtime at this hour. Hello, Lang Zhe, why are you suddenly calling so late at night? There seemed to be something wrong with Jiangnihan's tone, but Lang Zhe didn't care too much and got straight to the point. Do you know anything about private airplanes? Jiangnihan sniffed and immediately nodded. What's wrong? Understand? I'm thinking of buying a private jet. What do you think? Jiangnihan was an all-round white-collar worker after all, and she could know so much more than she did about business matters. Well, it's not that expensive for you to buy a private jet. Even some of the better-performing private jets are just a little over 100 million. But the problem is that routes are expensive. What course? Kolzer froze. Buying an airplane isn't expensive. Keeping an airplane is very costly. Jiangnihan spoke. In addition to the routes, there are also hangars, crews, etc., all of which are money. As a rough estimate, if you want to buy a private airplane, then you'll need at least $10 million a year just to keep an airplane. In Jiangcheng, when these words came out, Lang Zhe immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. 10 million, or at least. What does at least mean? It means that you don't use it yourself. It's just sitting there, all burning up all the time. That is fine. Not bad. Get me one. Lang Zhe is going out of his way. The point is, he really doesn't want to go back on the stowaway boat. You haven't committed any crime. Why do you have to be so mysterious? If it wasn't for the fear of those consortiums in the island nation screwing themselves behind their backs, they wouldn't have needed to go to such great lengths. In the end, it's all about safety. What are you doing? Lang Zhe suddenly remembered that there seemed to be something not quite right about Zhang Yihan's voice just now. I didn't do anything. Are you in love? Nope, no, there's no one who would even make my heart flutter but you. Ha? Lunza froze. I'm just asking, why did you confess? Lang Zhe had a puzzled look on his face, but he didn't think much about it, and after hanging up the phone, he planned to go back to sleep. But as soon as he hung up the phone, he realized that in the doorway, there seemed to be someone standing. By the light of the moon, Lang Zhe saw the figure of the visitor clearly. Front and back, hourglass figure, huge tits and meaty legs. Apparently, it's a woman, or a voluptuous mature woman. Mr. Lang, can you sleep? Can't sleep. Me too. So, do something? Do what? You come up first. Early the next morning, Lang Zhe sat on his bed with a pair of dark circles under his eyes and a tired face. Although he has a body of steel, he's stuck. As expected, it was really true that 30 was like a wolf and 40 like a tiger. Compared to Qin Shiyu, Mayeda Keiko's ruthless work was really ruthless. However, it was imperative that it was not the time to think about these things, and Lang Zhe was also very clear that he had more important things to do now. Anyway, it would take some time to wait for Zhang Yihan to take the private jet for herself, so she might as well take advantage of this time to be thinking of ways to get some business. So, as soon as Lang Zhe came downstairs, he realized that everyone was awake. Zhou Tai Lung has already bought breakfast. It's not easy to eat soybean milk donuts and millet porridge xiaolong bao in Osaka. However, Zhou Dalong is still very virtuous to walk a few blocks to the Chinese street to buy some Chinese breakfast. I can't help it. I'm really not used to Japanese breakfast. I feel like I didn't eat it. Chinese breakfasts are known to be heavy. You can smell the wafting aroma through a wall. The Arakawa group leader who was tied up in 5 different ways, and the dead gay guy who was playing with his skirt in someone's house smelled the meat buns and could fly off the handle. Non-stop gulping. The dead gay man's attitude was quite good. Staring at Lang Zhe with a pleading face. Mr. Lang, give me something to eat. I'm starving. But Arakawa was different, and directly cursed in Japanese. Bagayalu, do you want to starve me to death? Hurry up and get me some food. Tell you what, Lang Zhe, if you dare to starve me, you'll be dead when my men find you. Lang Zhe sniffed, frowned slightly, and looked to the side at Zhou Dalong and said, Dalong, get that dead gay man something to eat. Oh, after saying that, Zhou Dalong chucked up a few xiaolong bao and threw them in front of the gay butler. Since both of them were tied up, the gay butler had to crawl and eat like a dog. Shame. Naked humiliation. But, gay butler looks like he's enjoying himself. Messing with colds or a pervert feels perverted. As for Arakawa, after seeing this scene, he directly broke his defense. Bagayalu, why should it be given only to him, not for me? Lungza, you idiot, hurry up and give me a copy. Although Lang Zhe did not understand Japanese, but under the cultivation of anti-Japanese dramas, he still understands the meaning of Bagayalu. After all, swearing is the most impressive in any language. Although Lang Zhe only knows Chinese as a language and English is a half-assed one, but if he wants to say dirty words, then Lang Zhe can know quite a few languages. Before both Keiko Mayeda and Maki Mayeda eat, they have to put their chopsticks between their 2 thumbs, then put their hands together and come up with, I'm going to start. And only then did you start eating. Lang Zhe realized that this woman, Mayeda Keiko, was actually still in such good spirits after tossing and turning with her all night last night, worthy of being a female doctor. This energy was simply not comparable to a mortal like Lang Zhe. After having breakfast, Lang Zhe chatted with Zhou Dalong again about what happened earlier about the game company. Shinji Mikami, young master, this is the business card of that studio of Shinji Mikami. Zhou Dalong handed his business card to Lang Zhe. Lang Zhe actually didn't give a damn about this kind of small matter. After all, compared to what Lang Zhe was about to do, this small amount of money in the video game industry, Lang Zhe couldn't even look at it. Although the game market is now very large, a small studio, even with Shinji Mikami's reputation, is not as profitable as it could be. If you can make $300 to $500 million a year, you're tops. After all, it's not like people make kryptonite games. Therefore, Lang Zhe simply left this matter entirely in the hands of Zhou Dalong. Zhou Dalong was not ambiguous, and after receiving the mission, he immediately drove to Tokyo. Even though it's in 2 cities, the island is not that big after all, so you can go today and come back tomorrow. If the other party is efficient, they are expected to return the same day. For the rest of the day, Lang Zhe stayed in the mansion with 3 women and 2 tied-up men. I have nothing to do but occasionally tease Arakawa, a gangster who's in a constant state of rage, either by watching a movie or something like that. After traveling for so long, it was the first time Lang Zhe felt so bored. Perhaps, now that's his normal life. Staying at home every day, eating and drinking with a few beautiful women. Wouldn't it be nice to play the occasional game, watch a movie, and not have to hook up with that group of chosen ones? The next day, Zhou Dalong brought back the good news. Shinji Mikami's side had already agreed to take a stake in the company, and Lang's Holdings would acquire 70% of Shinji Mikami's studio at a price of 5 billion yen, becoming the largest shareholder of Shinji Mikami's studio. 5 billion yen sounds like a lot, but it's not really that much. Converted to dollars, it's only 35 million. That translates to $250 million. It's pretty small change for Lengza right now. After all, Lengza had swindled a whole $10 billion from Zhou Liangshan alone. In the afternoon, news also came from Jiang Yihan's side that the private jet had been bought. The crew is staffed with a captain and a flight attendant, who alone make over $100,000 a month. It's really like what Jiang Yihan said. Buying an airplane is not expensive, but raising an airplane is really fucking expensive. Based on that, it would cost more than $1 million a year just to keep these two. There's no way around it. Flight attendants make a small fortune, around $10,000 or $20,000 a month. The rest, all the captain's salary. As for other costs, the routes are calculated per kilometer and are charged per trip. That means you have to pay a fee for each flight, at least $100,000 a time. There is also a parking fee when the plane stops at Osaka Kansai Airport, which is also tens of thousands of dollars. Hangar rental prices at River City Airport are several $100,000 per year, with a maintenance fee of 10% of the price of the aircraft. That is, Lengza's plane is worth 100 million and he still has to take out 10 million a year for maintenance. Naya. Lengza held his head with a pained look on his face. It's too damn expensive. There. After the grieving, it's time to get down to business. Lengza stood up and said to everyone, the plane will stop at Kansai Airport tonight. Bring your IDs and we'll leave at night and go home. Yes. Yi Siki stood up in a hurry. To be honest, Yi Siki was going crazy after being held in the mansion for the past few days. The door cannot go out. It is not easy to go out of the country once. Can only be locked up in the mansion? And a group of small baga crowded together. The point is, there's a perverted gay man in here. Maybe the gay guy has AIDS. That night, Kansai International Airport. Private jets naturally have different gates than regular civilian airliners. When the group had just arrived at the boarding gate of the private jet, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, middle-aged, old, white man, dressed in a captain's uniform, and the young, beautiful Chinese stewardess had already been waiting for a long time. Hello, Mr. Lung, welcome to this flight. The old white man immediately extended his right hand. You can just call me Alexander. This is the flight attendant for this voyage. You can just call her Lucy. That Chinese flight attendant smiled faintly and extended her right hand very elegantly. If you're not used to it, the boss can also call me by my real name. Su Qing. Lengza shook hands with each of the two men and then immediately boarded the plane. After all, it is the first time to take a private airplane. Lengza's performance is still a bit rustic. However, the entire time, the two of them, Maeda Keiko and Yi Siki, were following them, so Lengza didn't make much of a fool of himself. Yi Siki had been the daughter of a billionaire before, after all, and had been on private jets quite a few times. As for Maeda Keiko, she belonged to the high-level talents. Any big company would offer them as treasures. Although she couldn't afford a private jet herself, but she didn't travel with her boss on a private jet too often. Soon, the modest little plane slowly pulled away from the gate and was directed by the tower to the airstrip. A few minutes later, as the plane gradually smoothed out, flight attendant Su Qing pushed a small food cart over. What would Mr. Lang like to drink? Coke. Yes. I want a beer. Maeda Maki raised her hand in a hurry. No beer. Maeda Keiko immediately interrupted Maeda Maki, then looked at Su Qing and said, she wants a Coke too. This gentleman. What about you? Su Qing looked at Zhou Dalong. Vodka it. Zhou Dalong replied. I'll have a glass of champagne. On the side, Yi Siki also spoke. At this very moment, in a penthouse mansion in the center of Osaka, Arakawa yelled out with a torn face. Baka Yalu, you bastards. Where are you going? Why don't you let go of me before you go? After shouting for I don't know how long, there was a sudden noise of footsteps outside the door at that moment. Within moments, all that could be heard was a tick from the electronic lock on the room's door. Then, several of the building's property officers immediately walked in. I told you someone in the room kept yelling. It's still true. Sir, you are? Do you need our help to call the police? A property security guard immediately grabbed his cell phone. Arakawa was immediately relieved to see the property owner, took a deep breath and laughed. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. You idiots are finally here. Untie me now. Oh. A property owner rushed forward and untied Arakawa. After being untied, Arakawa immediately grabbed the cell phone of that security guard who was ready to call the police and said, No police. If you dare to call the police, you're dead. It's also more trouble than it's worth for property security. Since the other party wasn't going to call the police, there was no point in rushing this big head himself, so they put away their cell phones. Immediately after Arakawa left the tower, he took a taxi and headed to the headquarters of the Arakawa Group, in Hita Shinchi, a red light district in Osaka. The name of the neighborhood, Fei Tian Xind, is quite realistic. Directly translated, it means Flower Street. The headquarters of many of the island's violent gangs are clustered around the Hita Shinden area. Arakawa got out of the car and hoofed it to the location of his office. But just after arriving at the downstairs of the office, Arakawa looked up and realized that the signage has actually changed. Originally, the sign on the door said Arakawa Office, but now, the doorway reads, Sarazawa Office. Where's the bum? Drag him away. At that moment, Sarazawa Genji, dangling a half-empty cigarette butt and with his hands in his pockets, walked out with a couple of thugs also wearing suits and flowery shirts. Thanks to Lungze, Genji Sarazawa is now a bona fide gangster. The entire Arakawa group was swallowed by Genji Sarazawa. As for Arakawa, he's a passerby now. On the other hand, Kansai International Airport, wearing a pair of sunglasses and leaning on his crutches, Long Aotian walked out of the airport with the support of his beautiful secretary. Koldzer is in this little city, isn't he? Long Aotian tilted his head at a 45-degree angle with a loaded face and a pronounced lower jaw. It's the main character after all, so it's kinda cool to look at. On the side, Zhou Lianshan took a deep breath, looked up at the moon in the sky, and said, the moon in foreign countries is quite full. Long Aotian slowly shook his head and said, 1/10 of it was already left yesterday, so of course it's round today. After saying that, Long Aotian looked at the beautiful secretary at the side and said, have you found out Lang Zhe's location? Got it. It's in a tower in the center of town. The beautiful secretary was unambiguous. Long Aotian sniffed and slowly nodded his head. Very well. Now, let's go. Let's go meet him. Saying that, Long Aotian opened the car door in front of him very easily. The group soon arrived at the tower building where Lang Zhe had previously resided. Penthouse in a luxury home. Zhou Lianshan came to the door and took a deep breath. Immediately afterward, a foot kicked open the door to the room. Worthy of being a celestial realm powerhouse, terrifying as it was, the security door of the top floor mansion was actually kicked open by him, flanked by several bodyguards. Long Aotian walked into the middle of the mansion in large strides. As soon as he entered the door, Long Aotian sensed that something was wrong. Compared to Zhou Lianshan, Long Aotian, a blind man, was more sensitive to the winds and grasses around him. Just as soon as he entered, he sensed something. Something's wrong. There are people in this room, lots of people. Long Aotian's words just fell. It was just a matter of seeing countless green laser rays then pointing at everyone in the room. In the next second, countless officers in SWAT uniforms rushed out, without waiting for the bodyguards around Long Aotian to react. The butt of an 416 Hong Kong dollars hit the back of a bodyguard's head hard. Freeze, hands up. Freeze, we are the Special Emergency Attack Unit. You are suspected of kidnapping. Now put your hands above your head. The Special Emergency Response Unit, SERU, which is part of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, is one of the most elite units in the island. Even though it's a police department, with the current virtues of the self-defense force, it's really not as good a fighting force as the average SWAT team. After all, SWAT often has to deal with tough criminals. And what about self-defense? There's really not much to be wary of, other than attracting some otaku into the military by relying on secondary neighborhoods. But the Special Rush Unit is different. In the island nation, the Special Police is the most elite fighting force in the country, and the most experienced in combat. Those who have watched Detective Conan are generally no strangers to this unit. We're being played by Koldzer? Zhou Lianshan turned to look at Long Aotian behind him with an angry face at this time. Long Aotian, on the other hand, nodded with a calm face and said, I didn't expect that this kid Lingze really has a hand, playing a good game of planting evidence to frame him. Actually, Lingze didn't know about this. He'd just been in such a hurry to get going that he'd completely forgotten about the two people tied up in the house. After Arakawa was previously released by the building's property, the gay butler didn't stop there, but instead even called the police, claiming he had been kidnapped. In order to be able to get the police officers in his homeland to help him get justice, he even labeled Lungze and his party as terrorists. That's what alerted the Special Emergency Response Unit. Snap! Just then, a SWAT officer hit Zhou Lianshan hard on the back of his head with the butt of his rifle, trying to make Zhou Lianshan immediately kneel down and raise his hands above his head. But this time, Zhou Lianshan was actually indifferent. Bagayalu, get on your knees for me, hands above your head. When this SWAT officer saw this, he was only slightly stunned. then immediately raised the MP5 in his hand and pointed at Zhou Liangchen. At the same time, countless green laser dots all illuminated Zhou Liangchen's entire body. Although Zhou Liangchen was very rigid, but after all, he was also a mortal flesh, and he couldn't be rigid when he was pointed at by so many guns. So Odd raised his hands above his head, then smiled. Guys, this must be a misunderstanding. On the other hand, Leng Zhe and his party were sitting on a private jet, drinking happy water and watching Wolf Warrior 2, with his left arm around flight attendant Su Qing and his right arm around Maeda Keiko. In the early hours of the next morning, the airplane arrived at Jiangcheng International Airport. Leng Zhe and his group strutted out of the terminal. It can't be helped. Who told Leng Zhe to be rich? This man. Once he has money, he is somehow confident. With a private jet, can you still call yourself a villain if you're not arrogant? It was just that. On this journey, Yi Siki and Maeda Maki had been following behind Leng Zhe and the others, looking at Leng Zhe with a strange look in their eyes. Maeda Maki was fine. After all, she showed plenty of love for Cold Snap right from the start. However, Yi Siki was in the way of her face. How she didn't want to admit the fact that she liked Leng Zhe. She kept telling herself in her mind that she didn't like Leng Zhe. How could she like this bastard Leng Zhe? Besides, Leng Zhe used to be his own little licking dog, and now my sister's fiancé. He was angry with himself solely because Leng Zhe was his sister's fiancé. Right, he himself was angry because he was holding out on his sister. Thinking of this, Yi Siki clenched her fists. Just coming out of the terminal building, he only saw Jiang Yihan and Qin Shiyu, both of whom had been waiting at the door for a long time. These two women, one more arrogant than the other, not being able to look at each other. The moment she saw Leng Zhe, Qin Shiyu hurriedly won up. She was still in that professional outfit, with her proud figure and a seductive black silk wraparound skirt. Several beautiful women surrounded Leng Zhe, causing a wave of envy from the pedestrians at the entrance of the airport. Misty grass, this rich second generation is so happy, surrounded by so many beautiful women. Yeah, this rich second generation. It's really enviable. Meanwhile, River City Prison. Lin Ting's eyes snapped open. Fog weed. I crossed over? Lin Ting, male, 27 years old. The first half of my life was a blur. I didn't do any serious work. After dropping out of junior high school, he spent 3 years in an internet cafe, and went to work in a KTV for 2 years. From a low-level waitress to a floor supervisor. Then he meets a nobleman, the son of the KTV owner, Leng Zhe. So, on the path of black power, every day, he followed Leng Zhe around, hanging out in bars and kills. Anyway, it just didn't do any good. Live and let live as a street skater. But at this point, the forced torture. It wasn't the same Lin Ting anymore. A few months ago, Lin Ting helped his big brother, Leng Zhe, hit a female teacher with his car and then was sentenced to 1 year in prison. To put it bluntly, he's helping his big brother go to jail. Thinking back to the first half of his life, in addition to helping his big brother in jail, he also watched the door for his big brother when he was forcibly basing someone else's daughter-in-law. Later on, he was thrown down from the upper floor by a guy named Long Ao Tian, and if it wasn't for his big brother, he would have fallen to his death. That's right, this Lin Ting, is the yellow hair from before? Crap, I'm traveling to the world of Dragon Ao Tian, and a villainous minion? Lin Ting looked at the barred window and muttered, "No, I can't spend a year in prison. Establishment, merit should reduce the sentence, right? I'll be sentenced to a year. Make a merit, maybe I'll get out now." Thinking of this, Lin Ting immediately called out to the prison guards, Lord Warden, I want credit. What's all the noise, not sleeping in the middle of the night?" A prison guard on duty suddenly shouted. It was 2:30 in the morning after all, and naturally the prison guards wouldn't be happy with Lin Ting yelling so much. However, considering that Lin Ting was a member of the city's famous Black Power gang, the prison guards still gave the officer in charge of the case a clarification. By 8 o'clock in the morning, the officer came, in a dimly lit interrogation room. "You say, Coldzer ordered you?" The policeman frowned slightly. Lin Ting immediately nodded and said, Right. It was Leng Zhe who instructed me. There's nothing I can do about it. Mr. Policeman, I'm just a minion. How dare I do something like driving over people? The cop sniffed and took a deep breath, lighting a cigarette, while also handing one to Lin Ting to light it for him. "And, would you like to appear as a witness?" Lin Ting sniffed and immediately asked. "Then do you have any actions like a witness protection program or something like that?" Lin Ting was really scared. After all, in his previous life, Lin Ting was still just an otaku who spent all day in bed chasing fans, and suddenly became the follower of an urban villain. Which is really a bit, LOL. It's hard to say. Of course there is. The policeman nodded and said, As long as you are willing to testify for us and identify Lung Ze's crimes, then we will definitely protect the witness. When Lin Ting heard this, he immediately said excitedly, "Good, I'm willing." After saying that, Lin Ting still has a little bit of guilt in his heart. After all, as a big brother, Lung Ze was actually quite good to his little brother. But, Lung Ze, you are followed by so many beautiful women. Qin Shiyu, Xue Bingbing, Jiang Yihan, so many sister-in-laws. I'm sorry, big brother, it's not that I betrayed you, but I don't want to go to jail either. When you go in, don't worry, I'll take care of the sisters-in-law. On the other hand, in Lung Ze's mind, a system beep suddenly sounded. Congratulations to the host, discovering the protagonist, Lin Ting. Lin penalty, from villainous follower. Don't worry, big brother, I'll take care of my sister-in-law. Warm tips, this time the protagonist is special. It's not going to kill you, but if the host is forced to go to jail, you can also return to reality and get $1 billion prize. Oh, Nima? Lung Ze was just halfway across the room when he instantly froze. Linchpin? Lung Ze remembered the name. Wasn't this the yellow-haired follower from back then? Isn't he in jail helping himself to jail? Thinking of this, Lung Ze instantly came to a realization. Not good anymore. The system screwed me. I'm afraid that Lin Ting is now not the Lin Ting he knew. I guess that kid will definitely have to identify himself as a criminal. When that happens, I'm sure I'll go to jail. Although I'm in jail for nothing, at best, is to return to reality to receive the $1 billion jackpot, belonging to the is easy to complete the task given by the system. But, I don't want to go back now. $1 billion is nothing. I've got tens of billions now, and surrounded by so many beautiful women. Why go back to reality? Thinking of this, Lung Ze immediately called Zhou Dalong and said, "Dalong, go to Jiangcheng prison." What's the point of going to prison? Zhou Dalong was flabbergasted. Go check out the forest torture. When Zhou Dalong heard this, he frowned slightly and said, "What's the point of looking at that kid? Don't worry, young master. I've been visiting him every month, and I've given his parents a large sum of money. So don't worry, I can't be relieved." Lung Ze was really a bit nervous now, compared to some Long Ao Tian or Zhou Liangchen kind of protagonist who was limber and simple-minded. Lin Ting, the villain's little follower, was the one who posed the greatest threat to Lung Ze. Thinking of this, Lung Ze couldn't care about anything else. Immediately opened the car door and sat in the back seat. Hurry up, go to the prison. Oh, although Zhou Dalong was curious, he didn't say anything. Immediately, he drove his car and headed towards the Jiangcheng prison. 1 hour later, on the outskirts of Jiangcheng, inside the prison, through a layer of bulletproof glass, Coldzer picked up the phone. On the opposite side, the yellow-haired Lin Ting, who had shaved his head into an inch, picked up the phone with an innocent face. "What's wrong, Long Xiao? How are you doing now?" Coldzer asked tentatively. "Quite well, don't worry, big brother, I'm doing quite well in there." "And have you been approached by the police for questioning?" Coldzer asked again. Hearing this, Lin Ting's expression was stunned. Strange, how can Lung Ze be so sensitive? He just finished talking to the police himself and he came to ask? Lin Ting stared at Lung Ze with a serious face, and the two of them stared at each other for a long time. For a moment, Lin Ting laughed first. At this point in time, Lin Ting didn't intend to pretend anymore. After all, he wasn't a fool. How could a character like Lung Ze not have some eyes in the prison? Though, he guessed wrong. Lin Ting really doesn't have any eyes. Thinking of this, Lin Ting shook his head and laughed. Young Master Lang really does know everything. Then in that case, there's no need for me to hide it, is there? Well, you guessed right. I did betray you, but what can you do with me? I've got a witness protection agreement with the police, and they can keep me safe as long as I testify in court. But young Master Lang, don't be discouraged. Don't worry, when I go out, I'll take care of those sister-in-laws around you. After saying that, Lin Ting also slowly stood up and looked at Lung Ze with a provocative face. I will take care of them, without fail. Hearing this, Lung Ze was not as angry as Lin Xing expected. Instead, he had a bemused look on his face. After all, Lung Ze just didn't expect Lin Ting to make so many things, but he just flat a bit. This kid put the flash move all over the surrender. On the other hand, what about Lin Ting, who actually froze for a moment when he saw that Lung Ze was unresponsive? In the next second, Lin Ting continued his verbal attack. Long Xiao. No, little Lung don't worry. It won't take more than a few days for those sister-in-laws to lie in my bed and serve me. Lung Ze sniffed and froze, because he suddenly realized that the boy Lin Ting, it seemed to be a deliberate attempt to aggravate himself, deliberately attack yourself with words. Only, the more he did, the more calm Lung Ze became. After all, Lung Ze, who had been a villain for 7 lifetimes, understood one thing very well. If you want to make it hard for the protagonist, then you should never be angry with the protagonist. The angrier you get, the better the protagonist gets. How can you make the protagonist feel good? Thinking of this, the corners of Lang Zay's mouth rose slightly as he spoke. Then shouldn't Big Brother congratulate you in advance for zapping your job? Lin Ting froze for a moment as he sniffed. Holy shit, this villainous Big Brother is a bit of a bully. How can he hold it in? Well, estimated to take a woman to start. This kid does not care. After all, this level of black boss, do not care about the women around. Thinking of this, Lin Ting added, by the way, your father, it's probably hard to escape the net of justice. Your whole family, you're going to jail. Since women aren't a weakness, then a real father is always a weakness, right? But Lang Zay smiled and shook his head, turning his head to sniff Zhou Dalong beside him and said, is there an extradition treaty between North America and the Dragon Kingdom? No. Zhou Dalong was the most expert in this area and immediately opened his mouth. Lang Zay sniffed and nodded in satisfaction. Let the old man fly to North America. He's right there. Zhou Dalong looked at Lang Zay and said, he just took your stepmothers to Miami 2 days ago. Coldzer was speechless. Stepmoms. Treadmill. One by one. They are smaller than they are. Lang Zay continued to look at Lin Ting in front of him, seemingly a little sad. Lin Ting, I treated you well. Why did you betray me? Betray you? Lin Ting shook his head. No, I'm not sentencing you. This is me washing my hands in gold. In the future, I want to be a good citizen who abides by the law. You such a black force, must be eradicated. Lang Zay sniffed and spread his hands. Then, let the horses come. After saying that, Lang Zay smiled badly, then hung up the phone very calmly and turned away in a dashing manner. What Lin Ting didn't know was that the reason why Lang Zay was so calm was also very simple. That is, yellow hair, also known as Lin Ting, had only served as a bottom feeder before, and couldn't even make it to the top. Being able to hang out with Lang Zay was solely because the previous Lang Zay was a rich second generation who had nothing to do and wasn't involved in the family business at all. Therefore, Lin Ting didn't even know that at this time, the Long family had long been whitewashed by Lang Zay. All illegal assets are sold out. The police can't find any criminal records on the Lang family. Even if you find it, you'll be able to get out in one piece, because one has never meddled in any family business at all. Even if the police found evidence of the Lang family's crimes, it would still be a wanted notice against his own old man. That's why Lang Zay was so calm. But Lin Ting didn't know that. At this time, Lin Ting was still lying in the single room of his cell, fantasizing about the bright future after his release. On the way back, Zhou Dalong sat in the main driver's seat and drove back to the city while curiously looking at Lang Zay in the reverse mirror. A moment later, he cleared his throat and opened his mouth to ask, young master, do you need me to have my brothers in prison seal his mouth? Lang Zay sniffed and gave Zhou Dalong a blank look. What's wrong with you? Now that people don't have any leverage on us, if you find someone to send him away, won't the police have leverage on us? Zhou Dalong thought about it. Anyway, Lang Zay has nothing to do with the family business. Even if the police found out, Lang Zay has nothing to do. As for Long Hongyuan, I guess I won't be able to return to the Dragon Kingdom in this lifetime. Anyway, let's get old Biden ready for the immigration process. It's a lot harder for ordinary people to immigrate, but for the Lang family, it is simply not too easy to emigrate. Immigration by investment is just about the easiest and most efficient way for the rich. It's a win-win situation when you can develop and grow your business abroad while escaping legal sanctions at home. Win twice. Young master, what are we going to do now? Zhou Dalong suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Lang Zay thought for a moment and said, go to Xia Wanying's side first. Lang Zay suddenly remembered the previous cooperation with Xia Wanying. Now that Mayetta Keiko had been brought back by herself, it was time to talk about business. Although a lot has been happening lately, there is always business to be done. The car had just driven into the city on the highway when a phone call suddenly interrupted Lang Zay's rhythm. Hello, who is it? Lang Zay picked up the phone and immediately opened his mouth to ask. Lungza, you asshole. Humph, do you think you can fool me? Long Ao Tian. With your little tricks? Where are you now? Be a man and tell me your location. Lang Zay froze at the words. Dragon Ao Tian? Why did Long Ao Tian suddenly look for himself? It still sounds so angry. What trick? What did you do? Lang Zay looked at the cell phone, then opened his mouth again and asked. No, big brother, you've got the wrong number, right? Still pretending with me? Humph, do you think that those police officers in the island country can control my Long family? Tell you what, the status of the Long family is something you can't even imagine in your lifetime. Even the prime minister of the island country would have to yield to me. Island? Coldzer was even more confused. What's with the island all of a sudden? The Prime Minister of the island nation even let him. What does it have to do with him? It's not like he's an islander. And besides, he's not in an island right now. So what are you trying to say? Lang Zhe was also too lazy to engage in all that bending and twisting with Long Aotian, and directly opened the door to ask, "And you ask me what I want to say? You planted evidence against me in an attempt to get rid of me by the hands of the island police, didn't you?" Kolzer was getting confused. "Are you crazy? You're really good at imagining things. I want to get rid of you and I still need to plant evidence? You're afraid you're thinking about fart eating. Obviously you are the one who was brain dead and went to me without inquiring, and now instead I'm mean and shameless? Bastard." After saying that, Lang Zhe then quickly hung up the phone gala black a dragon. As things stood, Lang Zhe basically had a rough judgment. Most likely this Long Aotian does not know where to inquire about his visit to the island country, and then go to the island country to find himself. Shu Wen-yi. Right, Arakawa and the gay butler. Lang Zhe instantly will be the ins and outs of the matter to analyze clearly. It is estimated that this Long Aotian went just after the island police captured. The island police mistakenly thought it was Long Aotian to the gay housekeeper and the head of the Arakawa group to carry out the kidnapping, and he was arrested. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe snorted and almost laughed out loud. But at this moment, in front of the Osaka police station, Long Aoe was so angry that he directly slammed his cell phone to pieces. Fuck, this asshole dares to pull the plug on me. He's really tired of living. I, Long Aotian, have never suffered such an offense in my entire life. Zhou Liangchen, who was on the side, took a deep breath and looked at Long Aotian, shaking his head helplessly. The two of them spent the whole night in the detention center last night, and in the end, it was all because of this idiot, Long Aotian. Zhou Liangchen now even began to regret. Why did he agree with Long Aotian in the first place, and cooperate with this idiot to kill Lang Zhe? However, for Zhou Liangchen to think so, it was only a 50-step laugh. He wasn't much better himself. So what now? Zhou Liangchen looked at Long Aotian. Long Aotian sniffed, lit a cigarette and took a deep breath before saying, "Go back to your country. A wasted trip, and a day in jail at the detention center?" Zhou Liangchen was completely speechless. Aha! Long Aotian nodded calmly, and then immediately intended to call the female secretary to come and pick himself up, but a touch of the pocket reveals that the phone is by his own fall. Seeing this, Zhou Liangchen was even more speechless, simply took out his own cell phone and said, "What's her phone number?" "I don't know." Long Aotian was embarrassed. "Your mom's." Zhou Liangchen no longer knew what to say. Zhou Liangchen was truly speechless towards Long Aotian, the big fool who would only be impotent and furious. At the same time, Lang Zhe arrived downstairs at Xia Wanying's company. Xia Wanying's newly established company called Wanying Technology. The location is quite remote, half an hour's drive from the city center. The location is a huge low-rise office building in the high-tech district of Zhangcheng. The building was only 3 stories high, but it covered a large area, and in addition to the office building, there was a huge factory. Apparently, this was the base where Xia Wanying intended to develop the chip manufacturing industry. Only the plant is currently under renovation, and there are not many employees in the office building. Upon entering the office building, Xia Wanying had already been waiting here for a long time. In addition to Xia Wanying, Mayetta Keiko and the others were also there, and when she saw Lang Zhe, Xia Wanying hurriedly greeted her. "Lang Zhe, I didn't expect you to have some skills. It seems that I wasn't wrong about you." Lang Zhe blankly glanced at Xia Wanying and said, "Che, do you think I was joking with you in the first place? If I say I can bring you back someone, I can. Only." Xia Wanying was a bit helpless again at this time. She twisted her head to look at Mayetta Keiko behind her, and then at Lang Zhe, and then spoke. "Since you intend to invest in the semiconductor industry, then it should be clear that having people alone isn't enough. We don't have the technology for photolithography." Hearing this, Lang Zhe shrugged. "That's your problem. The money I invested, the people I also brought you back. Your purpose is to make the money out for me." Upon hearing this, Mayetta Keiko couldn't help but open her mouth and say, "Letting me clear the air to build a photolithography machine? That's impossible. You don't even talk about investing $5 billion. If you just invested $50 billion, I might not be able to build it. However, after my exchange with Mr. Xia, there is now a perfect plan." Oh, Lang Zhe looked at Keiko Mayetta with interest. "Tell me about it." Mayetta Keiko immediately spoke up. "Assemble." "Assemble? Mayetta Keiko nodded. "We can't make chips, but we can make circuit boards. And regarding the chips, we can get them by importing them." "Import?" Lang Zhe said with some disappointment. "So what did I dig you up for?" "In addition to technology, I have connections." Mayetta Keiko smiled slightly. "TSMC connections?" "TSMC? Coldzer froze slightly. TSMC. A company on Treasure Island. A company specializing in semiconductors. However, why would a tech powerhouse like Northern Semiconductor want to work with a small company like itself? It's a bit of a pipe dream. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe shook his head helplessly, then looked at Xia Weining and said, "So, what makes them want to cooperate with us?" Xia Weining smiled at his words. Since Long Xiao can poach Toshiba's people, why can't he persuade Northern Semiconductor to cooperate with us? Nice guy. Lang Zhe finally thought of something now. Isn't he or she the player who saves the world in an MMO? Other people see them and call them big heroes with every breath, only to have them catch a rabbit today and pick a few flowers tomorrow. Or maybe it's the player in GTAOL, who is clearly the CEO, but has to do everything himself, and the people under him sit in the office all day, say hello when they see him, and then give him assignments. Who the hell is the boss? Thinking of this, Lang Zhe was directly speechless. No, I'm a shareholder. Lang Zhe stared at Xia Weining and spoke with an incredulous face. Are you organizing tasks for the shareholders? Shouldn't you be in charge of something like negotiating a partnership? We had a deal in the beginning. I'll put in the money and be the shill, and you'll be in charge of running the company. How come I'm an errand boy now, scouting people for you and helping you negotiate cooperation? It wasn't that Lang Zhe didn't want to help Xia Wanning. The problem was, she was really lazy. And Lang Zhe's idea is also very normal. I invested money. I am a shareholder. For what? For the sake of worrying less? What's the result? Now it's good that you've become the marketing director and personnel director? Figure it out yourself. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe's expression instantly became serious, staring at Xia Weining with a slight anger. Money. I invested $5 billion. And people. I also brought you back. If you don't develop a product and make money, none of you, one of you, will feel good. After saying that, Lang Zhe then looked at Keiko Maeda and said, I don't think you know what I do, right? You can ask Xia Wanning. I'm not a serious businessman. Doing our line of work, the money invested. There is no such thing as a bleed. Dare to let me lose money. You guys, ready to sell kidneys and corneas. Upon hearing these words, both Maeda Keiko and Xia Wanning were stunned. Especially Xia Wanning. This little ninny hadn't been threatened since she was a child. And this was the first time she had ever seen Lang Zhe get angry. And although Lang Zhe was not overly angry, merely slightly angry, but the Lang Zhe, who was usually playful and smiling, suddenly said such scary words in such a serious manner. It was hard not to let Xia Wanning feel incredible. And as for whether or not Xia Weining believed that Lang Zhe could really do it, of course, she had no doubt. After all, Lang Zhe could do such a thing as cross-country kidnapping. Was there anything else he wouldn't dare to do? As for Maeda Keiko, she had experienced much more than Xia Wanning, a rich white woman who came from a golden spoon. When she was in the island country, she didn't have much contact with the gangs, so she naturally knew exactly what people like Lang Zhe could do. This kind of triad nature of guys really can do anything. Maeda Keiko had seen a lot of ridiculous things over the years. What with the severed fingers and cut kidneys? It's a minor scene. That violent group of islanders kills people with a casual remark. Therefore, Maeda Keiko's expression was obviously even more exaggerated than Xia Wanying's. She was only half open-mouthed, frozen in place, unable to speak for a long time. Looking at Lang Zhe's ice-cold face, she couldn't believe that this was the same man who was still flirting with her in bed the night before. But well, Maeda Keiko is more or less SM inclined. And even though she knows that Lang Zhe is a ruthless person, physically it seems to make Maeda Keiko even more excited. At this moment, although Maeda Keiko was scared, there was an inexplicable feeling of excitement in her heart. This feeling of danger and fear, on the contrary, made Maeda Keiko a little uptight. At the moment, her cheeks were flushed and she stood still, her heart beating wildly. The eyes that looked at Lang Zhe were mixed with a hint of ambiguity in addition to fear. Although Lang Zhe can also be called a countless number of women, I guess, but I have to say that the island's mature women are really superb. Sometimes a woman can't just be judged by her looks and age to be superb. The ones like Maeda Keiko who can do the whole job are really comforting to play with. Lang Zhe looked at Maeda Keiko's voluptuous figure, coupled with a hint of ambiguity in her fearful eyes. Instantly prime. In fact, placed in the past, Lang Zhe was not a horny person. He almost never volunteered to ask for anything with a particular heroine. It was just a matter of necessity every time. But this time, Coldzer actually wanted it. Mostly, that one time the night before was really addictive. The old saying that old bee defeats the fire is, it seems, true. However, in the next second, Lang Zhe regained his senses and hastily shook his head, pointing at Maeda Keiko and Xia Weining in front of him. Listen to me. You too. I don't care what methods you use. I don't care what products you plan to develop. Don't let me down. After saying that, Lang Zhe turned his head and left. Only after Lang Zhe left did Xia Weining let out a sigh of relief. Immediately after that, she looked at Mayeta Keiko, who was on the side, and shook her head. Ugh, it's the first time I've done something I regret. Mayeta Keiko froze for a moment at her words and immediately turned her head to look at Xia Weining. What does Miss Xia mean? Cold sir. Xia Weining spoke without hiding anything. I knew that I shouldn't work with this kind of person. This isn't cooperation at all. This is falling for someone else's trap. After all, Xia Weining was a highly talented student who had returned from studying abroad, and the family business had never had much contact with such dark forces. All along, Xia Weining believed in law and morality. All along, Xia Weining had believed that colluding with such dark forces would only end up as a slave to them. Now it seems that one's judgment was not wrong. Yourself, bowing down to the forces of evil after all. Ha, Lungza you're still a real asshole. Xia Weining slightly closed her eyes, but Mayeta Keiko, who was on the side, slowly shook her head when she heard that. That may not be the case. Miss Xie, after all, Mr. Lang has invested $5 billion. If we can't get some results then it's justifiable for him to be angry. However, Mr. Lang is supposed to have a nice mouth and a tofu heart. Even if we fail, he won't really do anything to us. Xia Weining sniffed, but smiled. She looked at Keiko Mayeta with the same disappointment in her eyes. Shaking her head, she said, Keiko, how could you be so naive? You probably don't know Lang Zhe. In Zhangchang, Lang Zhe is a notorious villain. He really is capable of anything. Don't let his facade fool you. After this incident, Xia Weining thought she had seen through Lang Zhe. In Xia Wenying's eyes, Lang Zhe was a person who would be playful when he needed you. And when your behavior touches his interests, then he flips his face faster than a book. But Mayeta Keiko, after that night's fling the night before, still had immense trust in her heart for Lingza. Although, Lingza was a guy who was both dangerous and cruel. At the same time, Mayeta Keiko couldn't help but want to get closer to this man. The two women arrived at the office on the third floor, and the more Mayeta Keiko thought about it, the more agitated she became. So she simply made an excuse and went to the restroom. As for what she did in the restroom, no one knows. Xia Weining only knows that she went for a long time, came out all red-faced. On the other side, the car. Young master, are you really planning to guard the waist of those two little bitches? What am I doing with their loins? Lang Zhe blankly glanced at Zhou Dalong. Zhou Dalong hemmed and hawed and said, didn't you just say that if they dare to make you lose money, you will? In business, there's profit and loss, especially in the tech world. Engaging in science and technology is no different from speculating in stocks. Big investment, big risk, but once successful, you can get rich overnight. It's certainly a bit riskier to be in technology than in traditional industries. After all, you're evolving and so are others. And there's this patent thing in the middle. Lingza was right in his analysis. Traditional industries, as long as you are willing to work and suffer, even if you lose money, you will not lose much. For example, in the real estate industry, there are not many speculators who lose money. Most speculators make money. Even if you lose money, it's nothing in the face of high-tech R&D costs. But there's a cap on speculation. Tech, there's no cap. Once you succeed, it's simply not too easy to get rich overnight. Not to mention those companies engaged in semiconductors, research and development. Just take Taobao Poundland as an example of an industry that has little technical content and relies solely on marketing. It's easy to make money if you catch the wind, but once you miss the boat, you can also be doomed. Musk and Jack Ma, the two richest men in the world, are a living example. One relied on Taobao and Alibaba pseudo-tech companies, and the other relied on real tech companies like aerospace and automobiles. And the result was that both pried the levers and made a name for themselves. After all, this is the age of the technological explosion, the age of the internet. Speculation, the ceiling is just so high, and you can't mess with it any more than you can mess with playing with technology. Moreover, the real estate industry is too watery and involves people's livelihood, which is closely related to everyone's interests. If they are not careful, they will involve the interests of many, many people. When the time comes, the top will only need to make a slight move, and that will be the winter of the real estate industry, which is why Lingza is eager to engage in research and development, science and technology, and completely get rid of real estate. After returning to the villa, Lingza immediately discovered that at the entrance of his own villa, there was actually a JK girl squatting. The young girl, with her backpack, crouched under the base of the wall, holding a cell phone. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was a truant girl who was rubbing Wi-Fi. Upon closer inspection, it's Maki Nada. By all rights, she should be at school by this time. Mayeta Keiko after all is a female doctor, so the education of her daughter can be said to be the first place. Just arrived in Zhangchang, Mayeta Keiko the first time will give Mayeta Zenki to find a local key high school, but Mayeta Maki was, at the moment, squatting in front of her house, with absolutely no intention of going to school. Lengze saw this and opened the car door. Seeing Lengze get off the bus, Mayeta Maki immediately stood up and looked at Lengze with an innocent face. How come you didn't go to school? Lengze opened his mouth and asked. Mayeta Maki was still looking at Lengze with an innocent face for a moment before shaking her head. What do you mean you're shaking your head when I ask you why you're not going? There has to be a reason, right? When Mayeta Maki heard that, she bowed her head and contemplated for a moment before immediately speaking. I don't want to go to school. For what? Just don't want to. Mayeta Maki shook her head. I don't get along with those guys. Which guys? Classmates. Hearing this, Lengze wasn't the least bit surprised. After all, this little ninny was a problem girl back in the island, and it was normal for her not to want to go to school. But what else is a kid her age to do if not go to school? To be a princess in a karaoke bar? Thinking of this, Lengze then spoke. So what do you want? If you don't study now, what will you do later? Do you want to stand on the side of the street for the rest of your life, waiting for some ingrate to lead you home? Now that you're young and pretty, naturally someone will want to take you home. But haven't you thought about what you'll do when you're old? Old? Mayeta Maki shook her head. If you're old, find an honest man to marry. Can't imagine. This little baka actually thinks that way. Honest people owe you? Lengze gave Mayeta Maki a blank look before grabbing her wrist and heading for the villa. Seeing this, Mayeta Maki hurriedly began to struggle. You don't you grab me. I'm not going anywhere. Go home. Can't we just not go to school? That line. Lengze suddenly thought that Xue Bingbing was still at home. Xue Bingbing and Mayeta Maki were considered to be the same age, except that one of the two was a good girl and the other was a rebellious delinquent girl. Moreover, Lengze had also hired a tutor for Bingbing Xue, so it was a good idea to have Mayeta Maki follow Bingbing Xue around and study at home. The rebellious period, as it were, would always pass, and Mayeta Maki would be better off when she was over it. Thus, Lengze's big hand, grasping Mayeta Maki's small hand, went to the second floor of the villa. At this moment, the conversation between Xue Bingbing and the tutor came out. Truth be told, Lengze hadn't even recognized that tutor after all this time, and the tutor had initially been entrusted by Jian Yihan. I heard it was a college girl preparing for grad school. Only, just after walking to the door, Lengze heard the conversation between the female college student and Xue Bingbing. Sister told you you this age of the young girl, should focus on learning, cannot always think of marrying into a rich family. We women, have to rely on their own. Tell me about you. You're average looking, average body, bad brain. You don't work hard. Why should people look at you? Teacher, I wasn't thinking about talking back again. How do you solve this problem? You tell me first. Look at you. You can't do it again. Can you? You're nothing but a dresser. Look at what you're wearing. Young Master Lang is so busy all day long. He gives his love and money for you, a poor girl, to study. You don't study well, even if you don't. But you still think of hooking up with others all day long? Do you want some face? Teacher, I didn't. It's just a normal school uniform. School uniforms? How come I don't know any school that has this kind of uniform? Isn't this the Whatsit JK system that youngsters like to wear nowadays? What? You still want to seduce people with a uniform? Teacher doesn't want to say anything too serious. But how can you possibly learn when you're like this? All you can think about is seducing men? And your hair. I told you to cut it short and this is how you cut it. What kind of short hair is this? When the teacher went to school, her hairstyle was no different from the boys. And look at you now. Your hair is all the way up to your shoulders. And no more skirts. Where are those sweatpants your teacher brought you? Wait, you're wearing lipstick? How can you still wear makeup? Remember, you're a student, not a street stander. Snap. In the next second, before Lengze could return to his senses, he only saw Mayeta Maki kicking the door of the room open. Without saying a word, after entering the house, the first thing he did was to grab a bench and violently smashed it towards the college girl. Bang! Mayeta Maki took another big step forward and kicked the college girl in the small of the back. Who the hell are you? What's it to you how our students dress? Teach your books properly. Mind your own business. Xue Bingbing was dumbfounded by this scene, since Mayeta Maki, despite knowing Chinese, had a very strong Osamu flavor to her accent. These words sounded strange to outsiders. Only the last sentence, Mayeta Maki simply said in his native tongue. Baka. Lengze at this moment, was also merely standing at the door, without the slightest intention of stopping it. After all, that talk just now was clearly PUA. I don't know what Xue Bingbing thinks. For that matter, she still doesn't tell on herself. This little ninny is too good to be bullied, isn't she? No wonder Lang Zhe had noticed that Xue Bingbing was always moping around and rarely spoke to himself during this period of time. Guess it's mostly because this homeschooler won't let it. Ouch. Ah, how can you hit someone? You little brat. Young Master Lang, call the police. This little baka actually dares to sow his wild oats in our Dragon Nation's territory. The police must be called. Let her go to jail. The female tutor saw that Lang Zhe was indifferent and just stood in the doorway quietly watching, and she understood what was going on. Rolling and crawling, he got up from the ground, pointed at Lang Zhe and Mai Maki, and said angrily, "Good, you two turned out to be a gang. Lang Zhe, I knew you were no good. You dog traitor, you actually hooked up with an island female secret agent to brutalize the people of Dragon Country. You two wait for me." Saying that, the female tutor immediately picked up her cell phone and dialed the police, saying, "Hello, police? Come quickly, there are island female agents here. There are also traitors 500,000. They're beating people in the street. You guys come quickly. Send in the special forces, shoot them." After hanging up the phone, the bruised and swollen female tutor stared at Lang Zhe and sneered, "Humph, you dog traitor, wait to go to jail. And you, little devil, you don't want to be good either. Our police in the Dragon Kingdom are not vegetarians. Wait for jail time. After doing labor, you'll also be deported. You won't be able to come to Dragon Kingdom to make money for the rest of your life." Shortly afterward, 2 police cars arrived. The plainclothes policeman at the head of the group immediately walked in with several civilian police officers. "Who just called the police?" Me. The female tutor hastily raised her hand and cried, "Uncle policeman, you can help me out. This pair of dogs, a traitor and a female ghost, they ganged up on me, and this female ghost hit me. Look what it did to me." The police officer sniffed and immediately looked at Lang Zhe and said, "Is there such a thing?" "No, I don't." Kolzer shrugged. Seeing Lang Zhe's stance, Xue Bingbing also immediately nodded her head before the police could ask, "We didn't even see it." The officer sniffed and turned his head back to the female tutor. The female tutor was also anxious at this moment, and immediately pointed at Lang Zhe and his party and said angrily, You guys are lying. Mr. Policeman, you don't believe it. They're all in on it together. They're lying." Lang Zhe sniffed and immediately spoke, "You can sue me." The policeman also looked at the female tutor and said, "Yes, you have the option of pressing charges if you really can't find any definitive evidence. You guys, great. What a bunch of snakes and rats. Okay, I'm going to die here today. Good, you guys wait for me." After saying that, the female tutor looked at the policeman again and said, "What's your police number? I'm going to file a complaint against you." "What are you complaining about me for?" The police officer looked confused and said, "I've clearly told you that we don't have any evidence. If you're not satisfied, you can sue Mr. Lang, and we, the police, will fully cooperate with you." The female tutor got even more angry when she heard that. Prosecution? Nice guy. The female tutor wasn't a fool. She knew very well that she couldn't play law with such a rich man. People can spend hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars on lawyers, but what about themselves? After the trial, I guess I'll have to rely on a court-appointed lawyer. I can't afford a lawyer myself. At that thought, the governess began to act pitiful again, simply spilling the beans, sitting on his butt and crying, "Whoa, you guys are too bullying. I'm a commoner. Do you guys have a guilty conscience for bullying a commoner like this? Aren't you serving the people? I didn't realize that you were actually in league with this guy." When Lang Zhe heard this, he immediately retorted, "Just you are a commoner, and I'm not?" The policeman nodded as well. "That's right, we serve the people, but if you're the people, they're the people too." "What? I don't count as a people because I'm rich? Because I'm rich, I'm asking the police to treat me differently?" Lang Zhe also backtracked. "You still want to hang me from a streetlight?" The female tutor was at least an intellectual. After all, a college student preparing for graduate school. As soon as he heard this, he immediately retorted, You, and you're wicked. You're just a capitalist, relying on your wealth and power. You bully us commoners. Your words are wrong." Lang Zhe spoke with a calm face. "What do you mean by capitalist? How am I a capitalist? Look at the employees under my hand. Which one of them is not living well? I pay you $10,000 a month, and you work 8 hours a day, 4 of which are spent on your cell phone, and you have the nerve to call me a capitalist?" This was true. Before Xue Bingbing and Lang Zhe had said that they spent most of their time studying. Every day this female tutor would only give her 4 hours of lessons, leaving the rest of the day for self-study. In fact, it was no wonder. First, Xue Bingbing was already smart, and her academic performance was very good when she was in school. Second, at the level of Xue Bingbing, the teacher actually has nothing to teach, which is to prepare for the college entrance examination and memorize the knowledge points every day. What should be learned has also been learned, and the purpose of hiring a tutor is just to let Xue Bingbing deepen her knowledge a bit. As expected, once Leng Zhe said this, the female tutor also immediately realized that something was wrong. Yeah, he himself did not do anything every day. In addition to PUA Xue Bingbing, is to let her self-study, occasionally give her a few questions for her to do, nothing to let her memorize the key knowledge and so on. That's it. 1 month. Easily 10,000 bucks. Her college classmates, at this time, either at home to nibble on the old, or internship salary less than 3,000, themselves and their comparison, has been considered very good. Last month he also took his salary and just bought an Apple 15, attracting a burst of envy from the students around him. But thinking about it now, I guess I don't want this job. No way. Thinking of this, the female tutor shook her head in a hurry. Can't lose such a good job. I just bought a car in installments, so if I don't have that income, how will I pay off my loan? How else can you pretend with your classmates? Thinking of this, the female tutor hurriedly looked at Leng Zhe and said, Mr. Leng, I can pretend that nothing happened, but you can't fire me. Upon hearing this, the surrounding police officers were amused. Leng Zhe is also somewhat speechless. This college girl, why is she so shameless? You're like this, and you expect me to keep you? I was kind enough to keep you alive, and you're asking me to keep you a job? Thus, Leng Zhe immediately refused. Impossible. What? You can't. You must continue to employ me, or I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you into bankruptcy. The female tutor sniffed and immediately became furious. This kind of thing, the police actually do not bother. Simply as a civil case, let the two find ways to settle privately. One of the police officers spoke up. You two find a way to reconcile privately on your own. Mr. Leng, take a look. The person hasn't made any excessive demands, or you can just keep hiring them? Leng Zhe sniffed and immediately waved his hand and said, No, this is a matter of principle. Mr. Leng, if you're like this, then you're in trouble. Another police officer also spoke up. Yeah, Mr. Leng, look, it's not a big deal. No, don't all of you talk me down? She's the one who was at my house, falsely accusing me and PUAing my friends. After saying that, Leng Zhe looked at Xue Bingbing again. Although Xue Bingbing was timid and cowardly, as long as Leng Zhe was by her side, she also immediately summoned up her courage and nodded heavily. Aha! Police Uncle Dan. Brother Leng Zhe is right. She always PUA me, all day long, say I am not this and that, and also scold me, say I am a stand-up guy, say I am. Look, Leng Zhe then looked at the police officer and said, What's all this? I can't even say it. You say, with this quality, do I dare continue to use her? Don't teach my friend a bad lesson. A few of the police officers sniffed and blushed a bit. To be honest, if his daughter had been in the hands of such a teacher, he would not have said anything to continue to let his daughter study with such a person. Seeing this, a plainclothes policeman looked at the female tutor and said, Maisie, you're going too far. For a teacher, how can you talk about your own students like that? Besides, I don't think this little girl is anything. Girls, which one doesn't love beauty? All people have the desire to love beauty. People are seniors, but still do not let them dress up beautifully? The female tutor sniffed and wanted to retort something, but the policeman added, Alright, you deal with it yourselves. Sue if you want to, complain if you want to. My police number is written here. I am lazy. Several of the policemen were not young. The youngest was in his 30s, and all of them had sons and daughters. None of them were willing to take the female tutor's side either after learning that she was so tongue-tied. The female tutor was furious at the sight, picked up his bag and turned his head. Just as he reached the door, he collided with Jiang Yihan. The female tutor was found by Jiang Yihan after all, so the two of them knew each other. As soon as she saw Jiang Yihan, the female tutor immediately burst into tears and said, Sister Xiaohan, whoa, you finally come. Whoops, look at this. What kind of person did you find for me? As soon as I entered the house, without saying a word, I started beating me, and even joined forces with an island brat to beat me. Isn't this bullying? Whoa, what? When Jiang Yihan heard this, she immediately frowned. Although she knew that Leng Zhe was not a good person, she also knew that it was impossible for Leng Zhe to hit a woman for no reason. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yihan immediately spoke again. And an island brat? Aha! The female tutor hurriedly nodded. Sister Xiaohan, you have to do it for me. Xiaoli, are you misunderstanding something? Although Leng Zhe isn't a good person, as far as I know, he wouldn't hit someone for no reason, and it's still a woman. The female tutor's name was Wang Li, and she was the sister of Jiang Yihan's college classmate, so Jiang Yihan was also quite polite to Wang Li. He didn't fight, but that little kid next to him did. Look at what it did to me. Saying that, Wang Li also pointed to his bruised cheek. Zhang Yihan sniffed and frowned. And right at that moment, Lang Zhe and his group also happened to come out. 2 other policemen followed along, and a few of them chatted politely about something as they walked. Toughen up a few comrades. There's nothing going on inside. I'll just send it here, ha. Several police officers also smiled and nodded. This is nothing. Serving the people. Ha 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 ha. Okay, don't send them away. Go home now. One of the policemen frowned slightly when he saw Wang Li. Why haven't you left yet? Girl, let me tell you, you did go overboard on this one. For a teacher, how can you physically attack a student? Hearing this, Zhang Yihan immediately understood what was going on. Most likely this Wang Li had cursed Xue Bingbing and was overheard by Lang Zhe. Wang Li, this person. How can I say it? Zhang Yihan does not really know this person very well, but listen to Wang Li's sister. That is, Zhang Yihan's college classmate said. His own sister, all good, is straight talking, and everything is said to the outside. And she is so jealous that when she sees others prettier than herself, she will say behind her back that they are for sale. At first, Zhang Yihan actually did not believe it. After all, they are all college students. How can they not talk like this? But now it seems that one is naive. This Wang Li, really, as her sister said that, the mouth did not have a door. What words to offend people words are to say. Thinking of this, Zhang Yihan immediately pulled Wang Li and said, You scolded someone? Wang Li wanted to deny it, but the police officer on the side added, Yes, the scolding can be unpleasant. If my daughter was scolded like that, I can't help but want to hit someone too. Hearing this, Zhang Yihan shook her head helplessly, her hand shaking. The reason why she shook so much was because Zhang Yihan was also angry and wanted to hit someone a little bit, but still restrained herself. She took a deep breath and pointed at the front door. Shao Li, then in that case, don't force me to say anything too serious, just go yourself. Wang Li was furious when she heard this. Angrily, he said, Fine, you guys, you're all in cahoots, you're all ganging up on me. I'm going to tell my sister. I'm going to get my brother-in-law to kill you all. Humph, Ling Zhe, don't think you can buy everyone just because you have $2 stinking. Let me tell you, my brother-in-law is much richer than you. My brother-in-law has power and influence. You guys wait. After saying that, Wang Li turned her head and left. When Wang Li left, several police officers also got into their cars and left. Only then did Lang Zhe stride towards Zhang Yihan and opened his mouth to ask, What's wrong? Zhang Yihan normally wouldn't come to the villa to look for herself. Usually, Zhang Yihan would call herself. So seeing Zhang Yihan come to the villa to look for herself, Lang Zhe's expression also immediately became serious. Zhang Yihan cleared her throat and came to Lang Zhe, whispering, Long Xiao, it's Qin Shiyu's side. Qin Shiyu? Lang Zhe immediately frowned. What happened to Qin Shiyu? That tech company you've newly invested in. The renovation is fully entrusted to Qin Shiyu's renovation company. And on Qin Shiyu's side, there's a bit of a problem right now. What's the problem? Lang Zhe immediately spoke up. It is really afraid of what will come. Lang Zhe but Tuaning Technology invested 5 billion at such a time. If something goes wrong with Tuaning Technology, then all of his $5 billion will have to go down the drain. $5 billion is not a small amount of money for Lang Zhe. The problem of equipment patents. Zhang Yihan immediately spoke. There is a new company, registered a batch of new patents, about semiconductor equipment patents, and also bought out many equipment suppliers. And now there is no one to provide equipment to Qin Shiyu, and there is no way to continue with the renovation of the factory. What? Lang Zhe immediately froze at his words. Patent issues, and buying out equipment suppliers? What kind of person has that kind of money? Thinking of this, Lang Zhe immediately opened his mouth and asked, What is the other party? So rich? Zhang Yihan sighed when she heard this, then spoke in a small voice. Long Ao Tian. I'll rub it in. Lang Zhe's head was now spinning at the sound of that name. Dragon Pride. Dragon Pride. Why is Ao Tian everywhere? Ao Tian is everywhere? This little pussy is really shady. Lang Zhe was now really motivated to kill. But the problem was that the damn system was still messing with itself. And if he took out the protagonist, then time would reset. Everything one has now will be gone. It's the same as saying that you had a hard time saving up for an epic gear set, only to have your number deleted. The problem now is that the protagonist can't kill himself, and he can't kill the protagonist. The only way, then, is to fight wisely. It certainly won't work by force. And the bad news followed as if they had greeted each other. Zhou Dalong also rushed over at this time, panting and speaking, It's not good. Long Xiao, Xiao Lang, it's not good. What's wrong? The brother of the prison has just entrusted someone to send the news. Lin criminal that boy behind the scenes, and the police reached a witness protection agreement. It is rumored that in 3 days, he will identify you in court as the buyer of the murder. Boom. At these words, Lang Zhe didn't have much of a reaction, but the people around him were dumbfounded, especially Jiang Yihan and Xue Bingbing. The two of them froze in place, with their mouths half open. Not a single word could be said. For these two women, the sky is really falling if Lang Zhe is gone. Xue Bingbing immediately grabbed Lang Zhe's arm and looked at Lang Zhe miserably. Brother Lang Zhe, what to do? Will you go to jail? Either that, or you run. I'll give you cover. You go abroad. Jiang Yihan also frowned at the same time and stared at Lang Zhe. What kind of person is Lin Ting? Why did he identify you? Lang Zhe, what's going on? Tell us, we'll all figure it out together. If you can't, I'll take the fall for you. Jiang Yihan and Xue Bingbing spoke to each other, making Zhou Dalong look dumbfounded. What a great guy. What kind of charm does the young master have? 2 women. One to cover for him, one to go to jail for him. Zhou Dalong came back to his senses and immediately shook his head and said, No, Miss Jiang, you still have to help the young master take care of the business. If you must go to jail, let me Zhou Dalong go. No way. Xue Bingbing shook her head again and said, Don't you still have a daughter to raise? Uncle Dalong? I'll go. I'm the most useless. Neither can I protect Brother Lang Zhe nor can I help Brother Lang Zhe take care of his business. Zhou Dalong was a bit speechless for a while. Coldzer is even more speechless. Good lord. These 2 girls are determined to go to jail, aren't they? Lang Zhe then patted Xue Bingbing's shoulder with one hand and Jiang Yihan's shoulder with the other, saying, Both of you, do you have so little confidence in me? What confidence? Xue Bingbing looked at Lang Zhe with a dumbfounded expression. Jiang Yihan, on the other hand, said bluntly, Long Xiao, not that I'm saying, what bad things you've done. You should be clear in your own heart. This time, I guess you can't escape. Lang Zhe sniffed and took a deep breath. With that, he immediately spoke. Who said that? What bad things have I done? Kidnapping, extortion, fraud, murder, what haven't you done? Jiang Yihan asked rhetorically. You saw it? Coldzer asked back. With your own eyes? That's not true. Jiang Yihan blushed slightly and immediately lowered her head. Who are you to say I did it without seeing it? This is slander. I'll sue you for slander. Then again, Coldzer was well aware that he really wasn't very clean. It seems like we have to think of a foolproof plan to get rid of that two-faced kid. Lin Ting. Then, Lang Zhe looked to the side of Zhou Dalong and said, Dalong, is Lin criminal? Out now? Aha. Zhou Dalong nodded. According to reliable sources, Lin Ting has already come out and should now be in a safe house arranged by the police. The Long family was considered one of the top crime families in Jiangcheng. Although compared to Long Hongyuan, Lang Zhe is still clean, but Zhou Dalong is not clean. And the Long family, except for Lang Zhe, everyone cannot escape the law. Therefore, getting rid of Lin Ting became the top priority at the moment. But how to get rid of Lin Ting was another big problem. You know, Lin Ting is the protagonist, and Lang Zhe, as the villain, can't kill the protagonist, and killing the protagonist means the story can't continue. If the story can't continue, then the time will be reset to the time when I first traveled. Then all my efforts during this period will be in vain. Thinking about this, Lang Zhe had a bit of a headache. In this case, Zhou Dalong, you go and check where Lin Ting is currently, and we'll discuss what to do afterward. Lang Zhe opened his mouth. Any system, there would be bugs, including the system on his own body. As long as he found out the system bugs, he would always be able to find a way to deal with Lin Ting, this two-faced boy. However, at this time, Lang Zhe was also really a bit angry. Although Lin Ting couldn't threaten Lang Zhe, threatening the people around Lang Zhe would lead to Lang Zhe being in a situation where he had no one to use. So, there had to be a way to get rid of Lin Ting first. After Zhou Dalong left, Jiang Yihan didn't chat for a few moments before returning to the company. And just then, Lang Zhe suddenly thought of Qin Shiyu. Honestly speaking, with so many women around Lang Zhe, the one that made Lang Zhe's heart flutter the most was still Qin Shiyu. After all, from the very beginning, Lang Zhe's purpose was to get Qin Shiyu into his hands. Thinking back to his first 7 experiences of being crippled by Long Aotian, each time he was crippled by Long Aotian because he kidnapped Qin Shiyu. This tying up and 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 tying up. Together with Qin Shiyu and Lang Zhe, the original owner of this body was originally a childhood friend. Qin Shiyu to Lang Zhe also originally have deep feelings. Ugh. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe shook his head again very helplessly and muttered to himself. It seems like we need to pay attention to Qin Shi. After all, Qin Shiyu was his first woman. At the same time, Lang Zhe also felt that he was somewhat sorry for Qin Shiyu. In the beginning, Lang Zhe had overpowered Qin Shiyu in order to provoke Long Aotian, and now that he himself had directly dumped the person, his heart was indeed overjoyed. So, Taking advantage of the fact that there wasn't much going on today, Lang Zhe simply drove his little sports car and went to Qin Shiyu's company. Just after arriving at the downstairs of Qin Shiyu's company, Lang Zhe was stopped by a small security guard. The little security guard dogfights for power and looks down on the takeaway protagonist, which is a common trope in Netflix novels. But the problem is that you're not a delivery person. His own TM drove a supercar, wearing a famous brand. This proper villain rich young man's dress. This security guard is blind? Shouldn't the normal routine be for a security guard to see a rich man and want to go up and lick his shoes? Hello, can the delivery guy come in? That's when a delivery guy really fucking came. Seeing this, the security guard immediately let go. Go on. When Lang Zhe saw this, he was directly dumbfounded. Pointing to his nose, he said, "No, if he can get in, why can't I? People go in there to deliver food. What do you go in there to deliver? A sports car?" The security guard gave Lang Zhe a blank look and said, Go, stay wherever you are. No, I want to see your boss, Qin Shiyua. Lang Zhe is really speechless. How does what happens to the protagonist happen to you one after another? Is he or she going against the odds, becoming a protagonist himself? No. What's your name? Lang Zhe pulled out his cell phone, intending to ask Qin Shiyu to fire the fracking security guard. But the security guard sniffed and spoke with a fearless face. Humph, so what if I tell you, Grandpa, I don't change my name in my line of work, and I don't change my name in my seat. Yi Fan. Yi Fan? As soon as Lang Zhe heard the name, he froze. This name, that doesn't sound like a name for a small-time security guard, does it? Yi Fan. Are you married? Just left. Does it matter to you? That's not true. Lang Zhe asked again. What does your wife do? My wife? My ex-wife. Yeah. What did your ex-wife do? My ex-wife. She is a bitch. At first, for him, I spent 3 years in jail. After I got out of jail, the company's business improved, and that bitch just kicked me out of the company, saying I wasn't good enough for her. Ha! Saying that, Yi Fan's eyes gradually moistened. Lang Zhe instantly understood when he saw this scene. This body, this name, this character, this is the right protagonist of a certain internet article. But the strange thing is, why didn't the system prompt, meet the main character? Hello? System? Lang Zhe's brows tightened, and a sense of foreboding arose in his heart. It's a system that comes and goes suddenly. Is it hard to believe that the system is gone? Wouldn't it mean that the system is gone? You can do whatever you want? System? Lang Zhe subconsciously opened his mouth. At this time, a system beep suddenly sounded in his head. After such a long time of companionship, this system is well aware that the host has already become a qualified supervillain, and no protagonist will be able to hurt the host in the slightest. The host is no longer in need of this system. The system also understands that the host wants to change his destiny against the heavens. Since this is the case, then this system is not providing any restrictions. It's time to say bye-bye. Separation is unavoidable. Farewell. The sentiment remains the same. I wish you take care. Let's never see each other again. Coldzer? The system ran away? Holy shit. Lang Zhe was a bit overwhelmed for a moment. It wasn't because he didn't know what he should do without the system, but this was the first time Lang Zhe had encountered this kind of thing. Not to mention there were no honorable deeds of his predecessors to use as reference. After reading so many years of online literature, the system ran away from this thing. Lang Zhe has not really seen. More importantly, if the system ran away, wouldn't his own plan to raise a villainous great heroine go down the drain? So far, I've only just gotten a superpower myself. Just one charming eye. And it can still only charm women. What's the fucking point? However, there is good and bad in everything. Lang Zhe thought carefully and realized that apart from the fact that the plan to raise a big female lead had fizzled out, wouldn't he be able to just make a move on the protagonist? No. To be precise, right now, in Lang Zhe's worldview, there was no longer a protagonist. Himself. The protagonist. That, probably, is the only good thing that came out of the system's run. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe also stopped being coy to the protagonist. Who cares if you're Yi Fan or Long Ao Tian or Zhou Liangchens? So what if Xia Wendong is here? This isn't metaphysical fiction after all. We're all human beings with a head on our shoulders. It's human to die. So, Lang Zhe simply pushed Yi Fan in front of him away and said, "Get lost, bastard." I have to say that having the system before caused Lang Zhe to always do things in a coy manner, afraid of hurting the protagonist. But now it could be completely different. Although Lang Zhe's strength hadn't reached that perverted level of the celestial realm, but the body of steel is perfectly capable of making Lang Zhe invulnerable to knives and guns. Death is impossible to die. Can't fight? It doesn't matter if you can't fight. You're invulnerable to knives and guns anyway, and you're just tired of exhausting the protagonist. Kid, how dare you touch me? Yi Fan was pushed by Leng Zhe, and immediately his face fell. With a serious face, he stared at Leng Zhe and said with slight anger, "Don't think that just because you're a rich second generation, I won't dare to touch you. Brat, I advise you not to be dog-eyed. Although I'm just a small security guard, I'm not something you can mess with." Leng Zhe's expression instantly twitched a bit when he sniffed. After all, it was true that Kolzer had never seen few people who loved to pretend, but it was really the first time Leng Zhe had seen one like Yi Fan. "What's wrong with you? You're proud to be a security guard? It's not that I look down on security guards, but you're a security guard. You don't have to look down on others, do you?" Leng Zhe was just about to dislike Yi Fan when Qin Shiyu suddenly walked down the stairs. She's still as good as ever, with black silk legs and a tight wraparound skirt. Stepping on her high heels, she came to Leng Zhe in a very imposing manner and said, "Leng Zhe, why didn't you say something in advance when you came?" Seeing this, Yi Fan, who was on the side, gave a very confident crooked smile, then nodded to Qin Shiyu and said, "Mr. Qin, why did you personally come down? Isn't it enough to make a phone call if there's anything?" "Oh yeah, we haven't left our phone numbers yet. Why don't we add a V? If there are any work arrangements in the future, you can directly notify me by WeChat." Yi Fan this little heart, but anyone with a normal brain can see that. However, Leng Zhe didn't dismantle him, and Qin Shiyu ignored him. "Just a feint, there's no need." Then he took Leng Zhe's arm and said, "Leng Zhe, I just heard that someone is going to identify you in court?" Leng Zhe nodded and replied with a serious face, "Well, it's that yellow hair that was with me back then." "That yellow hair? It's called Lin Ting, right? How come he's like this? Isn't he your brother?" Qin Shiyu opened her mouth with a serious face and asked. Leng Zhe sniffed and took a deep breath. He couldn't say that it was the system that messed with itself and directly turned Lin Ting into the protagonist. Could he? This guy, Lin Ting, is now the villain's little brother and is trying to take care of his sister-in-law after sending himself to jail. It couldn't be said that Lin Ting was a dilettante, could it? After all, the current Lin Ting had long since stopped being the same Lin Ting. Like himself, this current Lin Ting was also a traveler, and not surprisingly, this current Lin Ting might also have a system. The protagonist. It's not strange to have a system. It's only strange that the villain himself has a system. But the question is, what does one do with someone who has a system? Right at this moment, Yi Fan behind him, however, grabbed Leng Zhe's arm and said, "I'm sorry, sir, outsiders need to fill out a bit of information to enter the company." When Leng Zhe heard this, he was directly confused. "No, just now you stopped me, so forget it. Let's just say you work hard. But now that your boss has come down and is having such a hot conversation with me, and you're stopping me, that's too much of an eyesore, isn't it? Big bro, you're not sick, are you?" Leng Zhe stared at Yi Fan with a speechless face. Yi Fan, however, smiled cheaply and looked at Qin Shiyu beside Leng Zhe. "Mr. Qin, you set the rules. I'm just abiding by them." Saying that, this brat even threw a wink at Qin Shiyu. Although Leng Zhe did not have the system, naturally he did not know which novel this Yi Fan in front of him was from. But Leng Zhe, who had read countless books, was still able to guess a general idea. This Yi Fan must have just got out of prison, divorced his wife and worked as a security guard in a big company, then hooked up with the beautiful president, who pursued him madly, and his ex-wife was very jealous and regretful when she learned about it, then came crying to beg for remarriage. That's probably the plot, isn't it? The so-called beautiful president who was madly pursuing Yi Fan was naturally Qin Shiyu. Another cool article about pretending to be a rich kid and punching him in the face. According to the normal plot logic development, it should be Qin Shiyu admired Yi Fan, and then hit the face of Leng Zhe, a rich second generation, and finally Leng Zhe was furious and wanted to beat Yi Fan, and in turn was taught a lesson by Yi Fan. Thinking of this, Leng Zhe immediately shook his head. These pretentious idiots. Each and every one of you really think you're the main character of a web article? Now, in this world, I'm the protagonist. Leng Zhe calmly sized up Yi Fan. It was impossible to see that this person, Yi Fan, was actually at the innate level of strength. Honestly speaking, Leng Zhe's current strength was actually of the innate realm as well. But he himself had a body of steel after all, so with the added strength of his body of steel, he was able to fight the celestial realm powerhouses to a draw. However, in front of the innate level, Leng Zhe was still so strong that he had no weaknesses. In other words, so what if Yi Fan is at the innate level? As long as one wanted to, one could still beat this kid half to death. Thinking of this, Leng Zhe wanted to make a move, but after thinking about it, people hadn't done anything to him after all. It would be in poor taste to hit someone just because of a few provocative words. So, Leng Zhe intended to be polite before he spoke. Yi Fan, as a person who has come before, what about giving you an advice? When doing things, don't be a deadhead. Be flexible. If you were in your right mind, maybe your ex-wife would come back begging to get back together with you. After saying that, Lang Zhe was about to turn his head and lead Qin Shiyu away. However, Yi Fan completely ignored Lang Zhe, but while pulling Qin Shiyu's hand, he said, Mr. Qin, I suggest that you don't have any dealings with this gentleman. I see that this gentleman's seal is black, and in the near future, there might be a bloodbath. I'm afraid, it would involve you. When Qin Shiyu heard this, she shook off Yi Fan's hand and said with slight anger, Are you nuts? Don't bother coming to work tomorrow. Go to finance in the afternoon to get your paycheck and leave. Oh, then I'll come the day after tomorrow. Don't come the day after tomorrow either. So I'll come the day after tomorrow? Qin Shiyu was just about to continue her rebuttal when Lang Zhe directly kicked Yi Fan 5 or 6 meters away. This kick directly broke 3 of Yi Fan's ribs. Qin Shiyu was dumbfounded when she saw this, and Yi Fan, who had fallen to the ground, was filled with disbelief. What? How is this possible? How could I, Yi Fan, be beaten so badly by a punk-rich second generation? In fact, in his previous life, when he was reading the netizens, Lang Zhe had discovered a problem. Netflix protagonists, for the most part, are a bit lacking in heart. Some of them are too decent, and the positive ones are a bit stupid. Some, on the other hand, are overconfident, and confident and a little stupid. Long Aot unkind, belongs to too decent. Positive has reached the point of the Virgin Mary. Zhou Liangchen, on the other hand, belonged to the category of overconfident. The kind of guy who was obsessively confident and was actually quite annoying. In his previous life, Lang Zhe had encountered the kind of overconfident people, who felt that the other party was inferior to himself when he saw them, and he was obviously nothing, but he liked to go around belittling others, and especially familiar with themselves. Walking on the road by the girl more than a glance will show off with friends that the girl like Howie Hao. Zhou Liangchen, on the other hand, belongs to this kind of person. As for the Yi Fan in front of him, this kid has a little bit of both. Decent is a little lacking in heart, plus a little overconfident. Big brother, your wife has dumped you. Not that it makes you feel inferior, but you don't have to be confident enough to seduce a beautiful president, right? At this moment, Yi Fan slowly climbed up from the ground and spat out a streak of blood. In the next second, he only saw Yi Fan take out another silver needle from his pocket and inserted it twice on his acupoints, and his originally pale face instantly recovered. Seeing this scene, Lang Zhe was completely speechless. How is it that nowadays, the protagonist of an urban web article has to know some medical skills, and it's all fucking Chinese medicine? It's acupuncture. Is it really true that a silver needle can cure all cancers? Can't say dead people they can bring back to life. On the contrary, at this moment, although, just now, Yi Fan had 3 ribs broken by Lang Zhe's kick. However, Yi Fan didn't seem to have the intention of getting angry, but instead stared at Lang Zhe with a cold smile and said, Kid, good hands, but compared to me, Yi Fan, it's still a bit worse, said Yi Fan, recalling his own encounter 3 years ago. 3 years ago, his wife's company had problems, and he, as the legal person, was naturally responsible. Once inside the prison, he meets a crazy old man. Strange to say, an old man in jail is actually an old miracle doctor, and he claimed to be a descendant of Hua Tuo and taught Yi Fan many skills. During those 3 years in prison, Yi Fan's medical skills were so superior that many prison guards came to Yi Fan specifically to see him for themselves. So much for spreading the word. The news that there was a miracle doctor in the Jiangcheng prison also then reached the ears of the major tycoons. A rich man offered $100 million just to beg Yi Fan to do acupuncture for him. In other words, in Yi Fan's eyes at this time, Lang Zhe was not considered a rich man at all, because the money that Yi Fan had saved over the years was over $10 billion. Of course, although Lang Zhe didn't know how much money Yi Fan had, there was one thing that Lang Zhe was very clear about. That's, the main characters are all hidden tycoons. I don't know what kind of hobbies the main character of a web article has, but he likes to pretend to be poor and play the role of a tiger. But the premise of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger is that the others is a tiger. Unfortunately, Lang Zhe is not a tiger. It's TM Tyrannosaurus Rex. Seeing Yi Fan showing off in front of himself with a broken needle, Lang Zhe directly picked up a brick and violently threw it over. Snap. I have to say, Coldzer's accuracy is still good. This brick directly smashed on that silver needle in Yi Fan's hand. The silver needle was immediately smashed into 2 sections. When Yi Fan saw this scene, he instantly lost his temper. Angrily, he said, Kid, you're honoring your drink and refusing to eat it. Saying that, Yi Fan was about to make his move. Qin Shiyu also bellowed, Yi Fan, what the hell is wrong with you? In front of my company and you want to beat up my people? I'm going to call the police if you keep this up. The protagonist is a bully, but he is also a good law-abiding young man. Therefore, Yi Fan immediately subsided when he heard Qin Shiyu say that she wanted to call the police. Lang Zhe was also too lazy to bother with Yi Fan. This big fool. Anyway, he didn't suffer any losses. Not only did the kick break 3 of his ribs, but he also broke his silver needle with a brick. So, Coldzer started out happy when he left. Yi Fan was different. He clenched his fists and stood still, his eyes cold as he looked at Lang Zhe's back and muttered to himself, "Bastard! Dare to spoil my good deed? Humph, I, Yi Fan, have sworn that from today onwards, no one will be able to bully me. Yi Fan, what I, Yi Fan, want to get, no one can take it away from me." On the other hand, Lang Zhe had just walked into the office with Qin Shiyu, and before he had time to react, he only saw Qin Shiyu's gentle lips immediately kissing him. The scene was intense. The lingering between the two lasted about 10 minutes or so before Qin Shiyu let go of Lang Zhe, staring at him with an excited face, her heart beating wildly. "Lang Zhe, why did you just come to me? I've missed you to death. You can't be leaving today. No matter what, just stay with me for the night, okay?" Coldzer is a little embarrassed. He was trying to decline. After all, he had business to attend to now. But looking at Qin Shiyu's hungry and thirsty appearance, Lang Zhe was a bit reluctant to give up for a while. After all, he himself was aroused by the passionate kiss Qin Shiyu had just given him. So, Coldzer looked around and went to the door again, knocking on the wall and the office room door, then striding toward the windowsill. He pulled the blinds closed and said, "You're pretty soundproof in this room." "What do you mean?" Qin Shiyu hadn't come back to her senses for a while. Then Lang Zhe suddenly wrapped his arm around Qin Shiyu's small waist. One hand rubbed the huge pair of pure milk through the white shirt. One hand held Qin Shiyu's waist and embraced her into her arms. Smiling badly, "Overnight is not an option. I still have things to do. So let's make it quick." "Ha!" When Qin Shiyu heard this, she immediately turned red and trembled. Lowering his head, he said with a face full of overwhelm, "Lang Zhe, this is an office. You don't. It's not good to let the employees hear it." "It's okay. I checked. Your office is soundproofed. So as long as you don't scream too loud it's okay." After saying that, Lang Zhe hugged Qin Shiyu's 2 black silk legs and held her on the desk. "Oops, don't. Wait a minute, I'll take off my stockings." "No need." Lang Zhe shook his head. The next second, there was only a stabbing sound. "Ah, don't you tear my stockings, it's the only one I have. How can I go out later? Just change into a long dress next time." Coldzer replied with a simple sentence. Then, only Qin Shi's pupils instantly dilated, eyebrows tightened. Hastily covering his mouth with both hands, he let out a trembling voice. Don't, I can't. If the people outside hear it, it'll be a disaster. Get out of here." "Where to?" Lang Zhe opened his mouth cheaply, twisting his strong waist as he did so. I don't know how long it took, but Qin Shiyu only felt that she couldn't bear it any longer. At the moment, she was sweating profusely and couldn't stop shaking. The moment he finally waited for Coldzer to go out, he just pissed himself. You, why are you so bad?" Qin Shiyu covered her belly and sat on the sofa, saying with her head down with a shy face, "Like it?" Coldzer smiled, then went to the restroom and briefly tidied up. On the contrary, at this moment, Qin Shiyu was instantly paralyzed, and her entire body directly collapsed on the sofa. Through the augmentation of the body of steel, Lang Zhe's bull was amazing in both hardness and size. Even though Qin Shiyu wanted it very much, she was still filled with pain when it was over. As she collapsed on the couch, her legs still couldn't stop shaking and a strong pain came from her belly. Thinking back to that scene just now, Qin Shiyu only felt her mind go blank. Of course, Lang Zhe is not a person who plucks carvings and is heartless. And after organizing his clothes, he returned to the office, and as soon as he embraced Qin Shiyu into his arms, and comforted, "Sorry, just now, heard you, right?" "Nope." Upon hearing this, Qin Shiyu hurriedly denied, "No." However, even though she said so on her lips, only Qin Shiyu herself knew whether it hurt or not. Pain and pleasure. But then again, it's not really the size that matters. It's also the fit. Obviously, Lang Zhe and Qin Shiyu were not so suitable. I guess it's more or less the same for Lang Zhe to find a foreign horse. The domestic horse is still too delicate, and it's easy to play with it if you're not careful. After comforting Qin Shiyu for a few moments, Lang Zhe received a call from Zhou Dalong. "Hello, Long Xiao. I've found out." On the phone, Zhou Dalong spoke in a serious tone. "Lin Ting is now inside a police safe house in the old city." "Okay, go ahead and send me the address." After saying that, Lang Zhe hung up the phone, then turned his head to Qin Shiyu and said, "I'm in a bit of a hurry, so I'll leave first." Aha! Qin Shiyu didn't ask anything more. After all, She knew very well that Lingze wasn't someone who had nothing to do either. Now that Lingze is in trouble, he's probably busy too. However, Lingze had just walked to the office door when he suddenly thought of something, so he immediately turned his head and said, "By the way, before, Zhang Yihan told me that you're having a bit of trouble with Waning Technology's factory decoration business? After all, Lingze's purpose for coming to Qin Shiyu today was to discuss this matter. You can't just leave without doing the right thing and fuck the other guy's boss." Qin Shi nodded and said, "Well, it's Long Ao Tian. I've had contact with the Long family, and Long Ao Tian's people told me that unless I can stay far away from you, they will definitely not let my business get done." Lungza sniffed and nodded. Dragon pride again. It seemed that he had to find a way to deal with this Long Ao Tian properly. Anyway, now without the constraints of the system, if Lang Zhe really wanted to finish off Long Ao Tian, I guess no one could stop him. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe waved his hand very casually and said, "Leave this matter to me. I'll leave first." After saying that, Lang Zhe turned his head and left. Just as he walked to the company's main entrance, he collided head-on with Yi Fan. At this moment, Yi Fan was holding a certificate of separation and was wearing a casual outfit. The moment he saw Lang Zhe, Yi Fan immediately laughed coldly. "Lang Zhe, don't think that you're great just because you're rich. Remember, in this world, there are a lot of rich people. You have to know that there are people outside of people, and there's a sky outside of the sky." After saying that, the guy smiled again very pretentiously, turned his head and walked out. Lingza didn't retort, and the reason was simple. He's stupid. Yeah, right. He was indeed dumbfounded. After all, a person who doesn't know you well, suddenly came to you and said you are rich and great, and also said what people outside the world words. Who wouldn't be surprised? Isn't that nuts? However, right at this moment, Qin Shiyu also suddenly walked over in large strides. Yi Fan saw the situation, immediately revealed a mouthful of large white teeth, smiled very pretentious. How to put it, Koldzer didn't know how to describe it. Like what's the name of the male anchor that was particularly popular among the middle-aged and older demographic a while back? Showmanship? Right. The smile was pretentious, greasy, and gentle. Lang Zhe was really short of words and really didn't know how to describe it. Only Yi Fan smiled very greasily, then looked at Qin Shi and said, "Mr. Qin, do you have anything else to say to me?" "Huh?" Qin Shiyu gave Yi Fan a blank look. "Are you nuts?" After saying that, Qin Shiyu looked at Lang Zhe while her brows tightened. "Do you need me to accompany you?" Lang Zhe naturally knew exactly where Qin Shiyu was referring to, so he shook his head and refused. "No, I'll just go by myself." "Then you have to be more careful," Qin Shiyu said in a somewhat worried tone. Yi Fan spoke from the sidelines at this time. "Mr. Qin, this Lang Zhe is not a good person. Looking at his facing, I guess a bit of bloodshed will have to happen today. I think you'd better not go with him." When Qin Shiyu heard this, she was furious and her face was full of tangles. She stared at Yi Fan and frowned. "You're insane, right? Get lost." "Oh, yes, my queen." Qin Shiyu and Lang Zhe were both dumbfounded. This Yefan, I'm afraid I feel like the main character too, although he really is the main character in one of the novels. Yi Fan was still complacent even after he left. "Come into the underground parking lot and pull out your BMW keys." That's right, Yi Fan is driving a BMW to be a security guard. After getting into the BMW, Yi Fan thought back to Qin Shiyu just now, and he noticed a detail. That is, Qin Shiyu didn't seem to be normal when she walked, and her legs were a bit weak, and when he looked at himself, his cheeks were flushed, like a ripe peach, so I guess he was looking at himself shyly. "I'll give you plenty of chances, this kind of strong woman. Just love face. But, I'll give you ample opportunity. I'm single now anyway. Qin Shiyu, if you want to pursue me, please be more proactive. You can't be so arrogant all the time, right?" Yi Fan thought to himself. At this time, Qin Shiyu and Lang Zhe also came to the underground parking lot, and Yi Fan also heard the sound of their conversation. "Koldzer, I'll drive you there just as I'm going back to the house." "Home for what? What did you say for? You're a bad man." "Of course I'm going to change my stockings." "Oh, have to wear stockings? You don't like it?" "No, I mean just don't wear it today. I'll just go by myself." "So, that underwear needs to be changed too." "Well, stockings can be left out, but panties are always required." And after Yi Fan, who was sitting in the BMW, heard the conversation between the two, he immediately frowned and said to himself, "Why are these two people so close?" "Well, I guess it's because Qin always this little nymph knows that I'm in the neighborhood and purposely said it to me. What a bad woman, really using anything to get my attention. But I like it, little master." After saying that, Yi Fan slowly opened the car window, sat on the main driver, turned his head to look at the same BMW car on the side, and laughed. What a fate! I can't imagine that Mr. Shin even has the same car as mine. Shin Shiyu was dumbfounded when she heard this. Coldzer froze for a moment as well. This guy? How can you run into this asshole anywhere? Besides, what's karma? BMW. There are at least 5 identical BMWs in this underground parking lot. The choices for the average small business owner in the Dragon Kingdom are also basically just a few. Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Tesla, Audi, Toyota, Passat. Rich kids like Lang Zhe like to drive some supercars. And lower-profile tycoons like to drive some newly emerging domestic trams. You drive a BMW, and someone else drives a BMW, and you call it fate? Then if I buy a battery-operated car, will all the delivery boys on the street be related to me? Lang Zhe blankly glanced at Ji-fan, then immediately fastened his seatbelt. Let's go. No need to take care of that fool. Oh, when Shin Shiyu heard this, she also immediately fastened her seatbelt before starting the car's engine. Watching Shin Shiyu's car slowly leave the basement, Yi-fan was a bit angry. Shit, Lang Zhe, what kind of thing are you? How dare you snatch a woman from me? Yi-fan? Humph. General Manager Chin. Mr. Shin, you, obviously an iceberg beauty, but why did you bend your knee to the son of a bitch Lang Zhe? However, don't worry, I will definitely protect you well. There aren't many women who can arouse my Yi-fan's protectiveness. Mr. Shin, you are the second one. By the way, the first is his ex-wife. Yi-fan also started the car engine and slowly followed behind Lang Zhe and Shin Shiyu. On the road, Shin Shiyu glanced into the rearview mirror from time to time, then frowned and said, that psycho is following us? Holy shit, it's never ending. Lang Zhe is also really speechless. Why are all protagonists so clingy these days? Thus, Lang Zhe immediately picked up his cell phone and called Zhou Dalong and said, Dalong, come here. What is it, Mr. Lung? Drive here. Yes, just drive that Land Rover. I'll send you the location. When you see the car with the license plate number Jiang B56878 later, you just ram it hard for me. This kind of thing, Zhou Dalong is a professional. Immediately, he sneered, it's wrapped up in me. Long Xiao. Shin Shiyu on the side looked at Lang Zhe with a surprised face and said, Long Xiao, what are you going to do? There's no need to kill someone, right? Who said I was going to kill anyone? Didn't you want Zhou Dalong to hit Yi-fan with his car? Right. Lang Zhe shrugged his shoulders and sneered. It's not like I'm letting Zhou Dalong run people over. Besides, everyone's driving. Soon. Coming to the next intersection and seeing that there were only 10 seconds left in the traffic light, Lang Zhe immediately reminded Qin Shi. Accelerate, don't stop. But, Qin Shiyu said in a bit of a panic. In time, don't worry. At this point, by an intersection, to the side, in the Honey Snow Ice City, Xue Bingbing was holding Mayetta Maki's hand, handing her a cup of milk tea and saying, I'll buy you a drink. This is not good. What's wrong with that? Come on, drink. That, Aligardo. Another 90-degree bow from Maki Mayetta. Seeing this, Xue Bingbing was filled with embarrassment and hurriedly helped Mayetta Maki up. You don't bow without moving. Make it seem like I'm going to the west. Oh, that. Boom. Before Mayetta Maki could finish her sentence, a loud bang was heard from the intersection. Immediately afterward, all that could be seen was a BMW SUV being knocked right over. The front of a Land Rover was also smashed to pieces. The windshield was shattered all over the place. Immediately, there were screams from the scene. Someone yelled, go to the police, call the police. Call the police for what? Call 120. At that moment, a traffic cop patrolling nearby rushed at a trot to the overturned BMW SUV, calling into his walkie-talkie while checking the situation inside. Chow Tai Lung, on the other hand, punched the airbag in front of him and then twisted his nose, which seemed to be broken. Only at last did he open the car door and waddle off. While walking, he also cursed at the BMW. Shit, you're blind. Can't you see that the light is green on my side? Mr. Traffic Police. You saw it too, haha. He ran the red light first. As soon as Zhou Dalong stepped out of the car, he came to a wicked end. In fact, Yi-fan did run the red light. After all, Lang Zhe had less than 10 seconds of green light left when he crossed the road. And this was another big intersection. So it caused the traffic light to not even have enough time for Yi-fan to rush across the road when he crossed the road. But then again, legally speaking, Zhou Dalong naturally has a responsibility. The onus is on Dallas Chow to cross the intersection and not slow down, but instead speed up. Not only did it accelerate, but the surveillance camera captured it clearly. This Zhou Dalong was crashing straight towards Yi-fan's car. However, this was all trivial. With Lang Zhe's strength, it was enough to set things right. The question is, how is Yi-fan now? As an innate realm martial artist, Yi Fan naturally wouldn't be sent away by a car accident, but even the strongest martial artist, after all, was still a mortal flesh, and after being hit like that, it was inevitable that he would be injured. When Yi Fan crawled out from under the car, his face was covered in glass slag, making him a bloody mess. There also appeared to be multiple broken bones in the body. But, Yi Fan not only is he a bullish protagonist, he is also a genius divine doctor. Using only a silver needle, he inserted it into one of his acupoints, and in an instant, Yi Fan was restored as before. This gentleman, how do you feel now? Although Yi Fan violated the traffic rules, but after all, suffered such serious injuries, the traffic police are very kind-hearted, did not mention the punishment of the matter. Always have to heal the person first before saying the punishment of the matter. At this point, several police cars and fire trucks, etc., also arrived and immediately blocked off this section of the intersection. On the other side, Qin Shiyu drove the car while carefully looking in the rearview mirror, half open-mouthed. He didn't know what to say anymore. Coldzer the man. That's a bit harsh, isn't it? No, compared to Leng Zhe, Zhou Dalong is even more ruthless, and this efficiency, one phone call, and immediately create a car accident out of it. What's wrong? Leng Zhe noticed that Qin Shiyu's face was a bit ugly, so he immediately opened his mouth and asked. When Qin Shiyu heard this, she hastily shook her head and said, Nope, nothing. It's, Leng Zhe, Yi Fan won't die, right? That kid is a bit stupid, but it's not so bad that he'd kill someone, right? Leng Zhe laughed and said, kill him? For such a fool? I'm going to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to hire professionals to dispose of the body? Not so much. Again, Leng Zhe recalled his ploy to fool Zhou Lianchen and thought that this Yi Fan was estimated to have quite a lot of money as well. How about fooling Yi Fan yourself? After all, the main character of the net article. Usually this kind of cool article protagonist's IQ is not too high. The reason why it looks and feels to the reader like the cool protagonist has a high IQ is solely because the people around the protagonist have low IQs. Plus the webcomic protagonist has too much luck. Plus the author gives the protagonist a strange brain circuit. If a normal person's thinking to contact with the cool article protagonist, then the cool article protagonist is undoubtedly a middle-aged young man without a brain. Only love to pretend to hit the face. As long as they can pretend, they can do anything. It's not a crime. It's not a crime. And it doesn't threaten their interests. So Lengza let them pretend as much as they want. The more the protagonists play pretend, the more they become immersed in their own world and can't get out of it. Do I look like the kind of demon that takes lives at the drop of a hat? Leng Zhe gave Qin Shiyu a blank look and said. When Qin Shiyu heard this, her face was a little embarrassed. When it came to killing people, Qin Shiyu was very clear about whether Leng Zhe was the kind of guy who would kill people at the drop of a hat or not. Until now, it was still fresh in her mind. When she was kidnapped, Leng Zhe had killed a room full of people. For an ordinary woman like Qin Shiyu, that scene could be much more frightening than European and American plasma movies. Also since then, Qin Shiyu couldn't even see meat. Cooked meat was fine. Raw meat she was horrified at the sight of. Dizzy, nauseous and sick to her stomach. So what are you going to do with Lin Ting in a while? Qin Shi asked again. Leng Zhe took a deep breath, then shook his head somewhat helplessly and said, honestly, I haven't thought about how to deal with it. Mostly, though, I can't let him live. Killing again are we? Qin Shiyu opened her mouth and asked. Leng Zhe nodded, looking very flat. Although Qin Shiyu was a bit speechless, she didn't say anything. After all, she also knew that for Leng Zhe, handling a human life seemed to have been a breeze. And Lin Ting, that two-faced boy, did deserve to die in Qin Shiyu's eyes. Leng Zhe was so good to him in the beginning, but now he actually wants to betray Leng Zhe. However, Qin Shiyu was still worried about one thing. That's whether people like Leng Zhe will be punished by the law. As the saying goes, if you're always on the river, you can't help but wet your shoes. Although Leng Zhe can be decisive, but after all, Leng Zhe's network is not very powerful, at least compared to those top tycoons. Leng Zhe is also even a black power. Once the police wanted to go after Leng Zhe, then the few government officials that Leng Zhe knew couldn't protect him at all. In fact, Leng Zhe is also very clear about this problem. Before, when the Leng family did some unseemly business, the upper umbrella could still provide some convenience to the Leng family. After all, for that group of dark forces of the umbrella, the Leng family to do a little bit of the unseen business harmless. But once it comes to the matter of human life and death, those guys will put their own clean. So, from the beginning, Leng Zhe didn't count on the family's connections. To say what connections the family has, well, remember that their cheap old man Ling Hongyuan had said that the director of the east of the city police station A, there are a few police officers in the program, and some relations with the Trade and Industry Bureau. In general, The Lang family's connections are not strong. They are all small people, so naturally they don't dare to protect the Lang family in terms of human life. Soon, the car slowed to a stop in front of a neighborhood in the old city. The neighborhood is very dilapidated, with badly peeling exterior walls, very narrow roads, and basically no parking spaces in the neighborhood. Cars are parked on both sides of the street. The neighborhood is also populated by older men and women, or young people working in the city. This is it, Lengza said in a serious tone. Unit 3, 603. Here and now, in room 603, a plainclothesman was eating instant noodles, while Lin Ting, who was sitting across from him, was holding a portion of boiled rice, and grumbled as he ate. How long do we have to stay here? I've said all I need to say. When are we going to arrest Lengza? The plainclothesman sniffed, slowly put down the fork in his hand, took a sip of the bubble noodle soup and said, none of the things you said have anything to do with Lengza. The mastermind behind all of this is Long Hongyuan. And at the moment, Long Hongyuan is abroad, and the higher-ups need some time to decide whether or not Long Hongyuan is wanted. As for Koldzer, hasn't he ever done anything illegal? The plainclothesman's name is Zhang Lu. As far as I know, Koldzer seems to have done it. After Lin Ting recalled something, he suddenly thought of something. Immediately speaking, he said, does sodomy count? Sodomize? Sodomize who? Zhang Lu sniffed and immediately took out the small notebook in his pocket, holding a ballpoint pen, ready to record. Qin Shiyu, Long Ao Tian's wife. Ah no, ex-wife. When Zhang Lu heard this, he immediately smiled. After all this time checking, we finally found a breakthrough. Zhang Lu is not yet 30 years old this year, not long to do criminal police. For the past few years, he's wanted to make a mark, a big one, and free himself. But it's hard to take on a big case and realize there's no breakthrough. Lengza this case, is the entire Jiangcheng Criminal Police Department are reluctant to touch the tricky goods. After all, want to bring Lengza to justice, is very difficult. This kid since the first time since the beginning of the crime, has never left any traces. Now, however, it's a whole different story. Rape, Qin Shiyu. In other words, Qin Shiyu was the breakthrough in this case. As long as one could convince Qin Shiyu, then one could get Lengza in. Although, mesmerizing doesn't get Koldzer many years, and catching a rapist isn't much of a first-class feat. But the thing is, as long as one can get Koldzer in there, then, there were 100 ways to make Lengza all accounted for himself. Although it is not legal to force a confession through torture, the public will support the treatment of a villain like Lengza as long as he is not beaten to death, even if he is exposed. Modern society was different from the past, and people nowadays had almost zero tolerance for villains like Lengza. Those extreme netizens on the internet, and even suggested that all the police in the Dragon State with guns see criminals like the beautiful country to empty magazines it. Just as Zhang Lu rubbed his hands happily, he planned to make a call to the bureau to check Qin Shiyu's company address. There was a sudden knock at the door. Knock, knock, you ordering takeout again? Zhang Lu immediately felt for the pistol in his arms. After all, Zhang Lu's current purpose was to protect Lin Xing, a key witness. Zhang Lu didn't know what Lengza could do. What if this Lengza found an assassin who planned to take out Lin Ting? An important witness? Nope. Lin Ting shook his head with a confused expression and pointed to the bowl of boiled rice. I can't even finish this. Hearing this, Zhang Lu immediately walked towards the door and looked out along the cat's eye. Only the cat's eye seemed to be blocked by something, and it was pitch black. Seeing this, Zhang Lu also shouted at the door. Who? It's me, Qin Shiyu. Qin Shiyu? Speak of the devil. Zhang Lu and Lin Ting both looked at each other. Although Zhang Lu had originally wanted to go find Qin Shiyu as well. But the problem was that going to Qin Shi by oneself and Qin Shi taking the initiative to come over were two different things. Qin Shiyu, how did you find the police safe house? Also, why did Qin Shiyu come here of her own accord? All these doubts rushed into Zhang Lu's mind. However, instead of trying to figure out what was going on, it would be far more convenient to simply pull Qin Shiyu inside and ask. Anyway, he's a police officer, and he's not doing anything unseemly. Zhang Lu knew that Lengza was an evil man, but Zhang Lu also knew that Lengza would never dare to take action against a criminal police officer. If he died here, then Lengza would definitely not survive until tomorrow. Thus, Zhang Lu immediately opened the door to the room. Sure enough, Qin Shiyu stood at the door in a professional outfit with a calm face. Due to the fact that 2 hours ago, Qin Shiyu had just finished doing it with Lengza, and Lengza had also torn Qin Shiyu's stockings, resulting in Qin Shiyu not wearing a seductive black silk right now. A pair of long and slender legs, standing in the doorway like this, together with the beautiful face and proud figure, instantly caused both Zhang Lu and Lin Ting to be a bit stunned, especially Lin Ting, who was sitting on the sofa and eating, had his eyes on Qin Shiyu. Holy shit, worthy of being the woman of the villainous rich young man. Sister-in-law is really an extremely beautiful woman. But, hey, it won't be long before the sister-in-laws are my Lin Ting's harem. Wouldn't it be a joke if a traveler didn't start a harem? Big brother, you go well. Sister-in-laws will be in my hands from now on. Lin Xing. Lin Ting was still constantly fantasizing in his head at this point. Just by looking up at Qin Shiyu, he even thought about what position he would use in the future. Ms. Qin. Zhang Lu was still quite normal, and after stabilizing his emotions, he immediately made a gesture of invitation. How did Ms. Qin find this place? This is a secret safe house placed by the police for witness protection. Qin Shiyu sniffed and waved her hand with a helpless face before sitting across from Lin Ting and crossing her legs. This action caused the eyes of Lin Ting, who was sitting across from him, to widen. I can't wait to stick my head under the skirt and find out what's going on. But Qin Shiyu shook her head with a speechless face, thinking, just such a thing. Is it worthy of being Lang Zhe's enemy? Vomit. What a downer. You're going to arrest Lang Zhe, aren't you? Qin Shiyu looked at Zhang Lu first and said, I can provide more evidence of Lang Zhe's offense. This statement was made. Zhang Lu was immediately ecstatic. If I could take down Lang Zhe, or even the entire Lang group in one fell swoop, I'll be the first to get the credit. When the time comes, a direct promotion to vice captain of the criminal police force is possible. Really? Then thank you so much, Ms. Qin. So, then you say, I'll take notes. Saying that, Zhang Lu immediately pulled out the small book in his pocket. I can't say it. Qin Shiyu shook her head, but I know where he buried his body, and I need you to come with me. This? As soon as Zhang Lu heard this, he immediately shook his head. Excuse me, Ms. Qin, what do you mean? Meaning, I'll take you to where Lang Zhe disposed of the bodies, at least a dozen lives, all in Lang Zhe's hands, since Qin Shiyu's acting is just a bit too bad. And it always gave a feeling of being delivered to the door. Zhang Lu was not only not happy at the moment, but he began to be skeptical. It's no wonder. It's like when you fancy a pretty girl on the street and you're about to go up to her and ask for a WeChat, only to have her pull you straight towards the hotel. What do you do at a time like this? Even an old color batch knows the lesser of two evils. If you don't go, it's mostly just less grass for a batch. If you go, it's more likely to be less of a waste. When he saw Qin Shiyu take the initiative to come to his door, saying that she wanted to bring herself to Lang Zhe's criminal evidence, Zhang Lu immediately became suspicious. Ms. Qin, what are you trying to do? Figure what? Qin Shiyu also seemed to realize that she was a bit hasty, so she adjusted her state and immediately spoke. I had a good marriage. It's all because of that Lang Zhe. He caused my family to fall apart, made my beloved Long Ao Tian blind and a cripple, and also raped me many times. I can't stand it anymore. Oh, me, please, Mr. Policeman, you must bring Lang Zhe to justice. I have to say, the prettier the woman, the better she lies. Qin Shiyu looked quite a nice girl on the surface, but what people didn't expect was that she could be so natural when she lied. I can't believe they're all crying. Outside the cell, Lang Zhe, who was sitting in the passenger side, stared at the cell phone in front of him with a shocked face. Qin Shiyu was carrying her cell phone in her pocket, and her cell phone was always on the line with Lang Zhe. That's why Lang Zhe heard everything. This was the plan of the two, to first use Qin Shiyu to trick Zhang Lu into leaving, and then they themselves would go in and dispose of Lin Ting. Of course, Zhang Lu is a criminal police officer after all, and Lin Ting is also involved in the police's witness protection program. Therefore, Lang Zhe also guessed that even if Zhang Lu had left with Qin Shiyu, there must be other plainclothes policemen around here secretly protecting Lin Xing. However, Lang Zhe also had a plan. Lang Zhe was barely half a celestial realm powerhouse after all, so it wasn't difficult to kill someone without a sound. Although, the Dragon Kingdom is respected for its martial arts, and there is certainly no shortage of masters in the criminal police force, but the masters of the celestial realm. Lang Zhe is probably the only one in the entire Jiangcheng. After all, Zhou Liangchen is still on the island. In other words, if Lang Zhe wanted a person's life, no one in the entire Jiangcheng could stop Lang Zhe. Sure enough, within a few moments, Lang Zhe noticed the two of them, Qin Shiyu and Zhang Lu, exiting the gate of the neighborhood. Zhang Lu pointed at his BYD and said, "Take my car." Yeah. Qin Shiyu wiped her tears. Gotta say, this pussy, the acting is divine. When the duo's car drove away, Lang Zhe immediately put on his mask and sunglasses. Immediately afterward, it took a deep breath. To be honest, although Lang Zhe's strength was considered half of the celestial realm, he hadn't systematically learned martial arts after all. That's why the way Lang Zhe fights is completely no different from a street punk. It's like you have an IQ comparable to Einstein, but after all, you haven't gone to school, so I'm afraid your theoretical knowledge is not as good as that of an average college student. However, due to the high IQ, many things are also easy to read. The theoretical knowledge is not as good as tertiary students, but in practice, by virtue of the IQ crush, can also easily exceed the tertiary students. Lungza opened the car door and then quickly entered the neighborhood building. The plainclothesmen hiding around them were oblivious, and at the moment, inside the room of the Lin criminal just finished eating boiled rice, ready to take out his cell phone, search his own memory of the small yellow network to take a look, and by the way, masturbate to the future sister-in-law Qin Shiyu. Suddenly felt a coolness coming from his back. Lin Ting frowned and immediately turned his head. At this look, Lin Ting was instantly stunned. Crap, Lung Xiao, how did you get here? Can't I come? Lung Zhe sat down on the sofa in front of Lin Ting with a serious face and sighed. How is your mom doing now? My mom? Although Lin Ting was also a traveler, Lin Ting had completely inherited the memories of the body's original owner, so he still had deep emotions for his mother. As soon as he heard Ling Zhe inquire about his mother, he immediately clenched his fists, slightly angered. Coldzer, or less than family, don't you hit on my mom. I mean, your mom should be living pretty well with my money, right? Last time, because Lin Ting mentioned Ling Zhe's imprisonment, Ling Zhe gave Lin Ting's mother a stuffed $500,000, and it is estimated that at this moment, Lin Ting's old mother should be at home enjoying her life. And the premise that woe is not as bad as family is that favor is not as good as family either. On top of that, who is Lingza? Ling Zhe is a supervillain. An evil supervillain like Ling Zhe has to kill people before he kills them, right? Thus, Ling Zhe let out a cold smile and added, don't worry, as long as your mom is willing to pay me back $500,000, I will definitely let her go. As for you, sorry, traitor, gotta die. What? Hearing this, Lin Ting was instantly dumbfounded. As for you, sorry, traitor, gotta die. What? Hearing this, Lin Ting was instantly dumbfounded. At this moment, Lin Ting also thought of an important question. Just now, Qin Shiyu's sudden visit was obviously arranged by Ling Zhe. That is to say, Ling Zhe had long anticipated that he would give up the information that Ling Zhe had sodomized Qin Shiyu, and then the criminal police officer Zhang Lu thought that Qin Shiyu was an important breakthrough. Finally, Ling Zhe released the bait, which is Qin Shiyu, to lure Zhang Lu away. Thinking of this, Lin Ting immediately tapped his head. Crap, I got careless, I can't believe I didn't flash. Lin Ting, who was also a traveler, should have been smarter than the natives of this world. However, since Lingza is aware that Lin Ting is a traveler, but Lin Ting does not know that Lingza is a traveler. In other words, Lin Ting could underestimate everyone in this world. After all, it was a netbook world. Everyone's IQ shouldn't be too high. But Ling Zhe didn't underestimate Lin Ting, because Ling Zhe knew that Lin Ting wasn't from this world. Ling Zhe laughed coldly as he pulled out his cell phone and dialed Zhou Dalong's number. Soon, it was connected. Hello, Long Xiao. I'm in the hospital now. What's wrong? Do you have someone with you? Ling Zhe opened his mouth with a serious face and asked. No, just two of the PTB, both outside. Well, you get out of the traffic police's way as quickly as you can, and then go find Lin Ting's mother. Lin Ting's mother? Zhou Dalong frowned slightly. Long Xiao, do you intend to take action against his family? Ling Zhe smiled and shook his head. How could I be that despicable? It's just a matter of repaying a debt. Before I gave Lin Ting's mother $500,000, it was only for the sake of her precious son who sold his life to me. But now, her precious son is already our enemy, so that $500,000 naturally has to be returned. What if she doesn't? Shuderi asked. She'll always have it. A house, a car, a kidney, corneas. I don't believe I can't come up with $500,000. Right, counting the interest. Let's charge her $800,000. After all, we are not a loan shark, right? Zhou Dalong was somewhat speechless. It's only 2 months. Just charge people 300,000 more interest, and say it's not usury. And at this moment, Lin Ting, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, was directly exasperated to the point of trembling. You, Ling Zhe, how could you be so bad? You dare to touch my mother. Aren't you afraid that I'll fight you? Ling Zhe shrugged. Of course I'm not afraid. First, you can't beat me. Second, you're not as rich as I am. So why should I be afraid of you? If you want to live, it's also very simple. Come with me and I'll let you live. Lin Ting froze in place when he heard this. Go with Lingza. What it meant, he couldn't have been clearer. Meaning, one will have no protection. Staying here now, Coldzer would categorically not dare to finish himself off with all the plainclothes around him. but going with Colzer would be a different story. But now that things had come to this, Lin Ting also had to think a bit more. Lang Zhe's move to kill Lin Ting now would certainly take a great risk, but if he didn't go with him, then sooner or later he would have to identify Lang Zhe in court as well. Therefore, Lin Ting judged that if he didn't go with Lang Zhe would kill himself just the same. Although Lin Ting had just crossed over to this world not long ago, he was also clear that although this was not a high martial arts world, compared to reality, the martial artists in this world were also very perverse. Let's put it this way, Bruce Lee Ip Man came to this world, but also at most a cheap practicing stage martial artist. As for Lang Zhe, he couldn't even die from falling from the 9th floor. His strength was at least at the innate level. It's over. Thinking about this, Lin Ting wanted to cry. I'm probably the saddest traveler in history, right? Ugh. Anyway, it's a death either way. Why don't you just die with some dignity? Thinking of this, Lin Ting was just about to reject Lang Zhe, but then he thought, it's not right. Murphy, this is one of those traditional pretentious face-punching internet articles? Repressing the protagonist. Repressing him again. Repressing him again. Laying out the protagonist. Repressing him again. And driving him to the brink of extinction. At the end, the big reversal is realized. Face the villain. Although I personally don't like this kind of crazy suppression of the protagonist's online article, there is no way out. As the saying goes, it's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Come on. Thus, Lin Ting sneered in his heart, oh, I'm a traveler. A protagonist. Lang Zhe, let you have a good time first. When you are pressed to the extreme, it's the time for me to pretend to be the little master. When the time comes, I'm going to make sure you don't even have a chance to kneel down. Lang Zhe naturally couldn't hear Lin Ting's mental activities, but one look at Lin Ting's little expression. Lang Zhe was able to guess that this kid must be mimicking something again. LOL. The protagonist usually likes to mentally masturbate to something. However, Lang Zhe didn't care and directly opened his mouth and asked, are you coming with me or not? There's still a chance to live if you go with me. Just go. Lin Ting still didn't quite believe in his heart that Lang Zhe would kill him. After all, Lin Ting firmly believed from the heart that he was the protagonist. What's more, he still had the system. When the critical moment came, the system would definitely come out to save his life as well. So Lang Zhe put on his mask and ducktail hat, while also handing one to Lin Ting. Lin Ting didn't hesitate, and after putting on his mask and duck hat, he immediately followed Lang Zhe out of the safe house. Coming to the street, the two of them got into Qin Shiyu's BMW SUV, and Lang Zhe stepped on the gas pedal, and the car engine started violently. Lang Zhe didn't really want to let Lin Ting live, but Lang Zhe didn't want to ask for trouble. In the police safe house, taking out the police witnesses, that Lang Zhe, even if he had the strength of the celestial realm, it would be difficult to completely get rid of that group of police officers. Just let that group of cops get a little hold of him, and then they'll be glued to the back of their asses like a tail. Although Lang Zhe has ways to get out of it. Right. Plus the Martial Arts Association, which can only cover the sky even in the capital, will also try its best to protect itself. However, even so, that group of plainclothes will certainly be all day to take care of their own business. Something to come home to search. Every day in front of the villa will be parked in a van full of plainclothes. Just thinking about it makes these days uncomfortable. That's why Lang Zhe chose to lull Lin Ting, the big fool, out first, and figure out how to get rid of Lin Ting when he got outside. At this moment, Lang Zhe's purpose had completely changed. From begging for death in the beginning to begging for the protagonists to die. Since there was no longer a system to bind them, taking out the protagonist groups became Lang Zhe's primary goal. On the other hand, an open-air food market. The smell of rotting meat and vegetables was everywhere, as well as the smell of fish, etc. Honestly, this kind of open-air food market is rare nowadays, and there seems to be only one such open-air food market in the whole Jiangcheng. Colzer hid the body here? Qin Shiyu nodded her head with an innocent face. It seems like it. It should be in some butcher store, being made into pork and sold to customers. Go ask yourself. And I have to ask myself? Or what? Qin Shiyu shrugged. I straight up said I'd give you clues. I didn't say I'd help you find the body. After saying that, Qin Shiyu turned her head and stopped a cab. There's nothing to do then, I'll leave first, haha. Hey, you wait. Zhang Lu was so angry that he immediately grabbed Qin Shiyu's wrist and said, are you playing me? You can't leave. Come back to the bureau with me. Now. I believe that you have already constituted obstructing the police's law enforcement. Providing false clues constitutes obstruction of judicial order. And knowing that Lang Zhe is a vicious young man who has killed countless people, you still harbor him, which constitutes the crime of harboring. Now I'm going to take you back. After saying that, Zhang Lu immediately took out handcuffs and backhanded Qin Shiyu. Wait, you You? How could you do this to me? How could I have given false clues? I just saw that Lung Zhe often comes to this open-air food market. You have the right to remain silent or every word you say will be presented to the court. Then I'm going to call. I want a lawyer. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lu immediately grunted coldly. Humph, looking for a lawyer? When we return to the bureau, I'll let you find one, but don't worry. Before that, I will definitely find a way to make you confess everything you know. Qin Shi's face turned red as she desperately struggled. It drew a crowd of passers-by in the food market. Let go of me, you bad cop. Somebody, help, someone's robbing people's girls here. Everyone, come and take a look. I obviously didn't break the law, and he's going to arrest me without any evidence. It must be said that Qin Shiyu was also a social cow. This voice shouted, causing Zhang Lu to blush. He wanted to retort, but he didn't know how to do so. And at this moment, the grandparents in the vegetable market also came to watch, constantly accusing Zhang Lu. Good, you wait. Having said that, Zhang Lu had no choice but to release Qin Shiyu first. After all, they were criminal police officers, and if they really wanted to arrest Qin Shiyu, even if they released her now, they would be able to take her away if they went back to the bureau to go through the procedures. Thus, Zhang Lu got into the car, opened the window, and after giving Qin Shiyu a blank look, said, "Do you like that bad guy that much? Humph, I see you're kind of a good girl. Why do you want to follow that evil man Lung Zhe? You know, he's killed people, and he also raped you, causing you and your ex-husband to both divorce, and you don't care about any of that?" Zhang Lu intends to commit moral abduction against Qin Shiyu. However, Qin Shiyu frowned and stared at Zhang Lu with a disdainful face. Bad egg? Yeah, from your point of view, of course he's the bad guy, holding you back from getting credit, right? Yes, it's true that Koldzer isn't a good person from a legal standpoint, but you don't know Koldzer, much less understand the world. After saying that, Qin Shiyu turned her head and left. In fact, in Qin Shiyu's mind, Lung Zhe was more like a villainous hero character in a superhero comic. Despite being a villain, he never turned on the good guys. Lung Zhe did kill people, but what kind of people did Lung Zhe kill? The gangster who kidnapped himself? A social tumor that bullies poor students? Or a violent gang from an island country? It was also true that Qin Shiyu trusted Lung Zhe more than the police. Police? Oh, of course, Qin Shiyu didn't rule out that there were good cops in this world. But what was the reality? There are so many evil people in Jiangchang. Evil people who bully the commoners at the bottom, corrupt officials who scavenge the people's fat and wealth, and capitalists who monopolize commodities and then madly slaughter consumers, realtors who jacked up prices to empty generations of people. These people have become law-abiding citizens. And that ex-husband of yours, Long Ao Tian? Oh, isn't Long Ao Tian's family? The Long family of the capital, the representative of monopoly capital? The Long family has had a lot of lives on their hands over the years, right? On the road, the more Qin Shiyu thought about it, the angrier she became. Damn Zhang Lu, how dare you say Lung Zhe is a bad guy? I poo, if he's a bad guy, then there are no good guys in this world. On the other hand, Zhang Lu looked at Qin Shiyu's back and his heart was a little tickled. In all his years on the force, this is the first time he's seen a beautiful woman who has no feelings for him. He himself is one of the most handsome guys in the criminal police force. How could anyone not like a tall, handsome, and all-around righteous police brother like himself? That's right, Zhang Lu had kind of liked Qin Shiyu from the very beginning. After all, Qin Shiyu was a white-skinned, long-legged female president. Who wouldn't like that? Plus, Qin Shiyu was an important witness plus a victim in Lung Zhe's case, so he could also take the opportunity to get in touch with Qin Shiyu while investigating Lung Zhe. I wanted to show my domineering side in front of Qin Shiyu, and handcuffed Qin Shiyu and brought her to the bureau for a good interrogation. But just now Qin Shiyu actually struggled so violently. Did I mess up my hair? Thinking of this, Zhang Lu immediately adjusted his reverse mirror and took a good look at his magnificent face. No, the vegan outfit didn't flower. You can't even tell I'm wearing makeup. Did I just not act bossy enough? Or not righteous enough? Well, should be the reason for not wearing a uniform? Next time to wear a police uniform to go. I don't believe that little master this body. This looks, with a police uniform still can't charm that woman. Just then, Zhang Lu's phone suddenly rang. When he picked up the phone, he heard the other party giving a bad name. Shit, Zhang Lu, what are you thinking? The witnesses have all run away. See a pretty girl and get weak in the knees? You're a cop, not a duck. Get your ass back here. What? Wang team, you said the witness ran away? Crap, daff? Boom. Hearing this, Zhang Lu was dumbfounded, to the mouth of the first-class merit. So, gone? Humph, I already knew that you little white boy can't be relied on. If it wasn't for the fact that your uncle is a deputy bureau chief, I would have kicked your ass long ago. At this moment, Zhang was not in the mood to think about his own beautiful face. Quickly fasten the seatbelt, go back to apologize. And on the other side, on the outskirts of Jiangcheng, Wangjia town. Although Wangjia town was a small town, its scale was not small at all. This is a famous heavy industrial town in Jiangcheng, and most of the industrial parks in the entire Jiangcheng are established around Wangjia town. This also led to Wangjia town being very prosperous. Both sides of the main road were equally lined with tall buildings, and various entertainment clubs were popping up. Even such a small town actually has a dozen villa areas. But then again, the villas in Wangjia town are quite cheap, and the average selling price of a single house is basically around $2 million. Lin Ting's mom, too, owns a villa here. Of course, it's a demolition share. This is your house, right? Koldzer laughed coldly, then got out of the car. Lin Ting, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, was pale and obviously a little frightened. Reality is not a network novel. Although Lin Ting is a traveler, it is estimated that this kid was also an ordinary person in his previous life, and has never seen this scene at all. At this moment, only 2 or 3 black-clothed men stood in the courtyard of the villa, and were on guard all around. Coming into the courtyard, Lin Ting vaguely saw that in the house, a woman was kneeling on the ground with her hands folded. On the opposite side, there stood a tall figure. It's none other than Chow Tai Lung. Just as he reached the front door, he only saw Lin Ting flop down and kneel on the ground. Then he tightly grabbed Leng Zai's pants leg and said, Lung Xiao, I was wrong, I know I'm wrong. Let me go, I'm still young, let me go. Saying that, Lin Ting actually cried out directly. Compared to Zhou Liangchen, Long Outyen, or even that Sarazawa Genji from the island, Lin Ting, as the protagonist, was really harboring some uncharacteristic feelings. However, Lengza is actually the most able to understand Lin Ting. After all, Lengza is also a traveler. After living for a long time in the society of law and order in his previous life, he suddenly came to this world where martial arts is respected. And at first he was a bit excited, thinking that he was a traveler and could definitely make a name for himself. But when the real threat arrived, Lengza was a little too frightened to speak at first. But well, Leng Zai had died 7 times in this world after all, so he had long since gotten used to it. But this was the first time for Lin Ting. At this time, Lin Ting had long lost the excitement and arrogance that he had felt when he first crossed over, and replaced it with only fear. Fear of death. That's the true reaction and ending of the average person traveling into this kind of world. Get up. Leng Zai's tone was cold, but Lin Ting still shook his head and sobbed. No, I'm not getting up. Leng Xiao, please, let me go. You promise me that if you let me go, I will get up. I say again, stand up. This voice immediately sent a shiver down Lin Ting's spine. Hurriedly standing up, with his head lowered, he stood behind Leng Zai and kept wiping his tears. Go kneel next to your mom. Leng Zai pointed to Lin mother's side. At those words, Lin Ting also had no choice but to tremblingly come to his mother's side and kneel down. When he knelt beside his mother, he realized that his mother was actually just as blue and swollen at the moment. The gold necklace, gold earrings, gold bracelet, and gold ring that he had given her were also long gone. Looking around the house, all the valuable stuff in the house seemed to be gone. By this time, Lin Ting realized that these guys are playing for real. At this time, Lin's mother was not as bright and shiny as she used to be. At one time, Lin's mother still relied on the fact that her son had made a name for himself in the city, and she had heard that he was playing under the hand of a certain big brother, so she was also spirited in Wangjiazhen. It's highly respected everywhere you go. The Long family, even in this small town on the outskirts of Jiangcheng, was still a crime family that made the black and white fearful. As the saying goes, good things don't go unnoticed, but bad things spread 1,000 miles. Although there were countless big shots in Jiangcheng, the Lang family had previously been nothing more than a small family that served as a punching bag for the Yi family. But what the Lang family had done was, after all, something that many people would never dare to think about in their lifetime. Therefore, in the eyes of the people in such a small place, the Long family was the boss of the entire Jiangcheng. As for the Long family's upper family Yi family, after all, they are legitimate businessmen. Naturally will not compete with the Long family for the title of Jiangcheng's No. 1 Yakuza. The so-called black forces are in fact nothing more than the thugs of the upper capital, but the people at the bottom don't realize it. And at this moment, Lin's mother was trembling, and her high-grade dress was dirty and covered with stains. The moment he saw Lin Ting, he immediately burst into tears and said, Son, son, you finally come. You quickly explain to them. You tell them who your big brother is. By the way, you call your big brother. Your big brother is so good to you. Surely he wouldn't see you die, right? With that, Lin's mother looked at Zhou Dalong and said, This big brother, we're all on the road. Do us a favor. My son is hanging out with the Long family. Have you heard of Lang Zhe? In this case, you let us go. And in the future, let's make friends. And if there's any trouble in society in the future, my son will definitely help out. Lin Ting, who was beside him, looked at his mother with a guilty face and sighed. Mom, don't say anything. Don't say what? Xiaolin, there are people at the top. Explain it to these big brothers. Maybe they all know each other personally. After saying that, Lin mother once again looked at Zhou Dalong and said, this big brother, do you know about Lang Zhe? Lang Zhe is my son's brother. Consider it a favor to Long Xiao. Let us go. Lang Zhe also finished his cigarette outside at this time, then walked in. After looking around, he spoke, take it away first. Find a place where no one is around. The police will probably find this place soon. Lang Zhe's judgment was correct. Zhang Lu's first thing after returning to the bureau was definitely to contact the police stations around the country to send out police forces to look for Lin Ting. And if Lin Ting ran away, then the most likely place for him to go would definitely be home. So, Lin criminal's house. I guess it won't take long before it's surrounded by the police. But well, Lang Zhe seemed to always be one step ahead of Zhang Lu. A black business car and a black sedan slowly drove out of the villa area and sped all the way towards the mountains in the south. Late afternoon, South Mountain, by a certain river. The two of them, Lin Ting and Lin mother, both knelt by the river. Lin's mother still kept begging bitterly, and as for Lin Ting, he didn't seem to be too scared by this point. Instead, it was full of calm. Well, repressed to the extreme. It's time for me, the protagonist, to hit the villain in the face to come, right? That's not necessarily true. There are also many novels that open with the protagonist's nearest and dearest being killed, and then he or she survives, and eventually finds a way to get revenge or something? Ugh. Thinking of this, Lin Ting shook his head. Mama, I'm sorry, I guess. You're afraid you won't survive. But don't worry, I'll definitely survive. Maybe we'll even meet old grandpa under the river and learn divine kung fu. Lin criminal this kid, dead in the water and still fantasizing. At this time, Zhou Dalong pulled out a dirt-colored paper bag from his pocket and handed it to Lang Zhe. Young master, do you want to come in person? In person? Lang Zhe blankly glanced at Zhou Dalong and waved his hand. Do I look like the kind of bad guy who kills and sets fire without blinking? I'm a law-abiding citizen and a law-abiding businessman. You figure it out. Lang Zhe pushed himself out of the way and ran straight to the car to go smoke. As for Zhou Dalong, he hadn't done this kind of thing before when he was hanging out with Long Hongyuan, so naturally he was familiar with it. He was seen immediately turning the paper bag upside down and catching it with his other hand. Snap! A pitch-black colored 54 pistol just appeared in front of Zhou Dalong's eyes, and Zhou Dalong was wearing gloves the whole time, which was also to prevent fingerprints from being left behind. Immediately after that, Zhou Dalong checked the pistol and then pressed it against Lin's mother's head. The back of her head was suddenly pressed against something cold, and Lin's mother was so frightened that her heart was in her throat. Wow! This instant, Lin's mother instantly collapsed, started bawling his eyes out, and aside, Lin Ting is still brewing. It wasn't because he couldn't cry, but the Lin Ting at this moment was just too excited. Although he was still scared when he was just in the villa, now, he was not afraid at all, because he felt sure that he wouldn't die, and that he would definitely meet the mysterious old grandpa when he got to the bottom of the river, then delight in the newbie package and become the best in the world. When the time comes, it won't be too late to slowly take revenge on Lang Zhe. Just a shame. It's reality. Snap! A muffled sound. The back of Lin's mother's head was instantly opened up. The whole thing collapsed into the river with it. Wow! Kneeling at the river's edge, Lin Ting watched his mother's body slowly sink to the bottom of the river, and there was an indescribable pain in his heart. After all, Lin Ting had inherited the original owner's memories, so he still had deep feelings for his mother. Thus, Lin Ting clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Lang Zhe, today, if you can't kill me, in the future, I will make your life worse than death. Snap! As soon as the words fell, Zhou Dalong immediately pulled the trigger. The skull at the back of the head, interspersed with a few pieces of shredded brain flesh, white brain matter was mixed with red blood. The whole person, too, was instantly motionless. Immediately afterward, Zhou Dalong kicked Lin Ting into the river. To prevent floating corpses, Zhou Dalong expertly tied a large rock to both of them. Therefore, as soon as the bodies of the two entered the river, they immediately sank to the bottom. Finished? Coulter poked his head out and said with a disinterested look on his face. Zhou Dalong nodded, and then dropped his pistol into the river as well. Such pistols used for executions are disposable items. After all, it is impossible for a professional killer to keep the tools of the trade on his person. On the way back, Lang Zhe was also relieved. I didn't realize it would be so easy to dispose of a protagonist. Since he could easily dispose of Lin Ting, then Long Ao Tian and Zhou Liangchen should be able to do the same, right? Nope. Zhou Liangchen's hands are very good. I guess I can't deal with Zhou Liangchen for a while. If you want to deal with Zhou Liangchen, you'll have to use your brain. As for Dragon Pride, if he finished off Long Ao Tian, I guess the Long family in the capital couldn't spare him. Therefore, the matter of taking out Long Ao Tian would have to be delayed for a while, at least until the day when his power could rival that of the Long family. Before making a move on Long Ao Tian, by the time I got home, it was late at night. Zhou Dalong brought a few of his juniors to say goodbye to Leng Zhe and then returned home as well. And on the other side, Zhang Lu with a team of police came to Wangjia Town, Lin criminal family villa, but found that the villa is empty, and any valuable objects have disappeared. Although Zhang Lu seriously suspected that it must be Leng Zhe's doing, but all the evidence points to home invasion. Leng Zhe was so rich, naturally he couldn't have sent someone to rob the Lin family specifically for that amount of money. In other words, ransacking the Lin family's valuables is not just about recovering assets, but more about creating the illusion of a burglary to further extricate oneself from the relationship. Zhang Lu clenched his fists at the moment, staring at everything in front of him with an angry face, gritting his teeth. Leng Zhe, you don't want to escape from me. I will bring you to justice. For the next whole night, Zhang Lu led a group of policemen to look for Lin Ting's whereabouts everywhere, but they all came up empty-handed. It wasn't until early the next morning that a Kingstown angler called the police claiming to have caught an arm while fishing. When police arrived at the scene, it took some time to salvage the Lin criminal mother and son has long been killed. The Qin family. Qin Shiyu was eating her dinner and watching the TV news. Today, the city under the jurisdiction of the town of Wangjia near the river found a man and a woman, 2 bodies. Forensics after identification confirmed that the deceased for Lin, male, Su, female, the relationship between the two for the mother and child. Forensics removed a bullet from both men's skulls, in addition to a 5.4 pistol police found in the river. Hello, Officer Zhang. I heard that the deceased accepted the police's witness protection program before his death, and that the person in charge of protecting him is you. Do you have anything to say about that? On the screen, Zhang Lu wore a mask and waved his hand. The matter has not been investigated clearly. No comment. Qin Shiyu, who was eating her meal, recognized at a glance that this Officer Zhang was the brat who had cuffed himself at the vegetable market yesterday. On the side, Qin's mother shook her head as she ate her meal. Alas, now this world a good person dies when he says he's dead. Still shot. Qin's father nodded and said, but this kind of person usually deserves to die. You say you're an honest person, who has nothing to do with killing you with a gun. It's estimated that the deceased, surnamed Lin, wasn't a good person in life either. Yes, Qin Shiyu also nodded. Come out to mix. Always have to return. Lin criminal before under Leng Zhe spirited. Go wherever rely on Leng Zhe's reputation flying. Now, halfway through his sentence, Qin's father suddenly frowned. You knew about this? When Qin Shiyu heard this, she immediately froze in place. Not good. Spoke out. However, Qin Shiyu was also straightforwardly tricked into saying, it's not a big deal. It's just that Lin criminal, when he was under Leng Zhe's hand before, he had offended too many people, and Leng Zhe didn't protect him this time. Oh, Qin's father sniffed and nodded half-heartedly. However, Mother Qin didn't care about these things, but when she heard Qin Shiyu mention Leng Zhe, she immediately spoke. Right, Shiyu, when is Leng Zhe coming to propose marriage? When Qin Shiyu heard this, her small face instantly turned red. Hastily lowering his head, he said, Oops, Mom, why are you suddenly asking about this? No, didn't you divorce Long Ao Tian so you could be with Leng Zhe? Now that you're single and Leng Zhe is also single, why hasn't he come to propose? Qin Shiyu sniffed and shook her head somewhat awkwardly. This marriage is not a child's game. You have to give people a little time to think about it. Qin's father sniffed and nodded. Yes, our daughter is now a second marriage. Our daughter is now is considered a second marriage. People Leng Zhe consider consideration is normal. Upon hearing this, Qin's mother immediately blanked Qin's father and said with slight anger, a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. What do you mean by second marriage? What's wrong with a second marriage? Our Shiyu is so pretty, and Leng Zhe is the perfect couple. Besides, Leng Zhe has slept with so many girls. Shiyu is still a virgin. Hearing the last few words, Qin Shiyu's face turned even redder. Actually, she's long gone. But then again, her first time, she did give it to Leng Zhe, and she never had sex with a second man after that. So, other than being nominally a second marriage, one's other conditions were no worse than Leng Zhe's only. Qin Shiyu's heart was like a knife when she thought that Leng Zhe was now engaged to Yi Sijin. However, Qin Shiyu's parents didn't know about this. After dinner, Qin Shiyu was really bored, so she planned to go out for a night run. Qin Shiyu had the habit of running at night before, which was an important factor in keeping her in shape. After changing into a pair of tight gray yoga pants, and a small black tank top, as well as a pair of sneakers and long white socks, she walked into the elevator with a ponytail. When she arrived downstairs, Qin Shiyu retied her shoelaces, put on her sports headphones, and was about to start running when she heard a familiar voice suddenly coming from behind her. Ms. Qin. Qin Shiyu twisted her head and immediately frowned. It's Detective Zhang Lu. Officer Chang? Qin Shiyu gave Zhang Lu a blank look and said, how do you know where I live? I'm a cop. Isn't it easy to find out your address? Zhang Lu smiled faintly. Today, he was wearing a police uniform, and it had to be said that with Zhang Lu's righteous look, plus his perfect body, and a police uniform, the average teenage girl would have been charmed long ago. But what kind of person was Qin Shiyu? How can Qin Shiyu be considered a person who has seen the world? Naturally, it is impossible to be charmed by this outfit. Oh, you really have nothing better to do than check my address? What? You want to use your position to pick me up? With these words, Zhang Lu was immediately embarrassed. What embarrassed Zhang Lu was that Qin Shiyu had guessed correctly. However, Zhang Lu did not want to admit it, so after being embarrassed, he turned to become a bit annoyed. Still with a righteous face, Humph, what are you babbling about? I'm a police officer. I'm here on a case. Yes. Know that you are a police officer. You don't need to emphasize it again and again. Qin Shiyu blankly glanced at Zhang Lu again. But why are you looking for me when you're working on a case? Looking for you for what? Zhang Lu said in a serious tone. Poof, you told me to go out, saying that you knew where Ling Zai buried the body. But it turned out that just as I left with you on the front foot, Lin Ting disappeared on the back foot. Have you seen the news? Lin Ting is dead. His mother is dead. It's obvious who did it. Do you still want to take sides with Lanza, that ruthless villain? As soon as Zhang Lu's words fell, he heard a familiar voice coming from his side. Am I that bad? He only saw Ling Zai with his hands in his pockets, striding to Zhang Lu's side and said with a hefty smile, Mr. Policeman, please don't slander me, okay? I am a legitimate businessman. Mr. Policeman, would you please not slander me? I'm a legitimate businessman. Zhang Lu sniffed and immediately looked at Ling Zai who was at the side. Seeing this, Qin Shiyu also hurriedly ran to Ling Zai's side, then took Ling Zai's arm and said, Ling Zai, why are you here? I passed by. Ling Zai's answer was very short. At this moment, Zhang Lu somewhat displeasedly sized up Ling Zai, then spoke, Ling Zai, I didn't expect you, this stinking rascal, to be quite charismatic. Actually being able to charm such a beautiful woman is Qin Shiyu. However, Zhang Lu looked at Qin Shiyu again. Shiyu, following Ling Zai, you won't have a good ending. Lin Ting's mother and son are a typical example. If one day, you piss off Ling Zai, I'm afraid you'll end up like that. I don't really want to fish your body out of some river sometime in the future. When Qin Shiyu heard this, she was immediately a bit confused. No, big brother, we don't even know each other. Don't act like we've known each other for a long time. Qin Shiyu gave Zhang Lu a blank look and said, Psyche, how many times do I have to say it? I'm a cop and I treat everyone the same. I'll protect you, and I'll protect anyone else. You need to remember my advice. Stay away from Lanza. He's not a good person. I'm doing this for your own good. Zhang Lu was still full of righteousness, and he didn't know if he was faking it or if he was born that way. Honestly, men know best. Qin Shiyu might not know what was in Zhang Lu's mind, but Ling Zai could tell at a glance. Zhang Lu did want to arrest himself, but it would be better to pick up such a beautiful president like Qin Shiyu in the meantime than to arrest himself. His righteousness was also clearly feigned, and this Zhang Lu, both in and out of his words, was belittling Ling Zai and elevating himself. How am I not a good person? Ling Zai pulled Qin Shiyu's hand and walked forward while turning his back to Zhang Lu, saying, if it's something related to the case, please show the warrant. If not, then this is harassment on your part. After saying that, Ling Zai pulled Qin Shiyu and left without looking back. Leaving Zhang Lu alone, he stood in place, clenching his fists tightly and gritting his teeth. Ling Zai, I will definitely bring you to justice. As soon as the words left his mouth, he only heard a dog barking suddenly in his ears. Woof woof, woof woof woof, scared Zhang Lu with a jolt. Looking down, it turned out to be a small, palm-sized teddy. Exasperated, Zhang Lu raised his leg and was about to kick this little teddy to death, but the old lady on the side held the little teddy in her arms and said, what are you doing? If you dare kick my dog, I'll kill you. After saying that, the old lady hurriedly left with quick steps. No, your dog bit first, Zhang Lu hastily retorted. Upon hearing this, The old lady also immediately retorted. Humph, my Doudou never bites people. The fact that it bites you means that you are not human. When Zhang Lu heard this, his face darkened like the bottom of a pot. While showing his teeth and screaming, he bounced in place with his hands in the air. That's a lot of anger. After Lang Zhe brought Qin Shiyu to the side of the road, he looked around and spoke after realizing that no one was around. Shiyu, what I came here to do is to tell you to keep quiet about what happened yesterday. And if anyone asks you anything, just say that you don't know. Aha, don't worry about it. Lungza. Okay, then go back soon. I have other things to take care of. What else? Qin Shiyu hurriedly grabbed Lang Ze's wrist, then looked at Lang Ze with an innocent face and said, 1. You accompany me tonight? Lang Ze sniffed and looked at his cell phone with some embarrassment. It's true that Lungza has something to take care of, but do you think it's important? Well, depends on the person. Everyone has different standards of what is important. On his cell phone, it was a text message from Jianihan. The text message reads, I bought a very offense-boosting outfit and will wait for you at my house. Oh, actually, Lengza is torn too. Qin Shiyu was wearing a cool sportswear at the moment, and her body was outlined even more perfectly by her tight yoga pants. Could Jianihan? Jianihan had just bought an epic-level equipment that added attack speed. Although he himself was considered to have read countless women, he hadn't seen equipment that added attack speed. After all, I'm usually not really good at asking people to dress like that. And at this moment, Qin Shiyu saw that Lang Ze's face was full of difficulties, so she had no choice but to lower her head in disappointment and said, I know that you're busy. Then, you go quickly. After saying that, Qin Shiyu turned her head and was about to leave. Looking at Qin Shiyu's lonely back, Lang Ze was really overjoyed in his heart. How about bringing her together? No sooner had this thought popped up than Lang Ze quickly shook his head. It's a bit much, although he is not a good person. But he is not perverted enough to take the initiative to invite the two women to play together. Thinking of this, Lang Ze could only take a deep breath and turn his head to get into the car. But Lang Ze just got on the car, and not far behind him, Qin Shiyu also immediately stopped a cab and said, follow that car in front. The cab driver was obviously an old driver as well, and immediately stepped on the gas. A bad smile also appeared at the corner of his mouth and said, going to catch adultery? Catch you. Qin Shiyu gave the cab driver a blank look. Upon hearing this, the driver shrugged his shoulders and sighed. Alas, young people nowadays. Qin Shiyu actually did not want to believe that Lang Ze would mess around with other women behind his back, but a woman's sixth sense told her that this kind of thing happened to Lang Ze, and it was not strange at all. After all, Qin Shiyu had long understood Lang Ze. After all, she and Lang Ze were childhood sweethearts. What character Lang Ze had, Qin Shiyu was still very clear. Soon, Lang Ze arrived at the apartment where Jiang Yihan was. And just after knocking on the door, he only saw the door open by itself. The room was very dim, with only a few table lamps on. On top of that, a strong aura of hormones came with it. Just this fresh scent in the house made Lang Ze a little unable to hold on to it. I have to say, this Jiang Yihan on the surface, she seemed cold, but every time she did it with her, she managed to surprise Lang Ze. Sure enough, as usual, the ones with glasses are the sluttiest. Walking into the house, Lengza immediately closed the door to the room. Turning his head, he saw a beautiful lady sitting on the living room couch in front of him. Jianihan was wearing a black one-piece stocking with an internal vacuum. With a high ponytail, she wore a pair of glasses and heavy makeup. The moment she saw Lang Ze, she still somewhat shyly went down and slowly opened her mouth. Why did you just come? Being overly nervous, Jianihan hastily picked up her tall wine glass again and took a sip of red wine. Lang Ze was stunned, then opened his mouth and replied, taking care of something. Finished with it? Aha. That. Saying that, Jianihan shook the high heels on her toes, and with a snap, the high heels fell off and got again. So, do you like it? Not bad. Colds or gulped. Jianihan sniffed, but she couldn't really help it either. Under the influence of Lang Ze's seductive eyes, Jianihan simply couldn't hold her inner urges. At this moment, her cat had long been wet beyond recognition, and she hurriedly took a big step over, pulled Lengza's hand, and went underneath herself. But just then, instead, there was a sudden knock at the door behind them. Knock knock. Lengza, I know you're in there. Qin Shiyu? Hearing the familiar voice outside, both Lang Ze and Jiang Yihan were stunned. Lang Ze was fine, while Jiang Yihan was so scared that she hurriedly hid behind Lang Ze, making it sound like she's a mistress. Coldzer opened the door to the room, though he was embarrassed. Sure enough, Qin Shiyu was, at this moment, standing in front of the door in an aggressive manner. The black tank top that encased a pair of large white rabbits also clung to her skin from sweat. Her hair was a little messy and her body smelled of sweat. After seeing this scene in the room, Qin Shiyu first looked at Jiangnihan, who was hiding behind Leng Zhe, and then looked at Leng Zhe. Suffered, the eye of charm. Leng Zhe then remembered that he wasn't wearing sunglasses. If this was in normal times, it was estimated that Qin Shiyu would just turn her head and run away, and then never contact Leng Zhe again. But now, Leng Zhe's charming eye once again played its proper role. Qin Shiyu was also unable to resist the throbbing in her heart and directly rushed up. When she took Leng Zhe's neck, she immediately kissed him. Jiangnihan behind her was a bit anxious when she saw this, but there was nothing to be done about the rush. Who told Leng Zhe to just grow a mouth? Watching the two of them, Leng Zhe and Qin Shiyu, kissing passionately, Jiangnihan simply hugged Leng Zhe behind him. Then her hands began to undo Leng Zhe's belt. In this scene, even though Leng Zhe was quite battle-hardened, he was still a bit confused. The double stimulation of body and mind made Leng Zhe also somewhat unable to hold back, and simply also put his hand into Qin Shiyu's tight yoga pants in front of him. From the foyer to the couch in the living room, 2 women and 1 man were constantly entwined. Body fluids were secreting like crazy and the whole room was filled with hormones. Qin Shiyu's pants were a bit tight, and Leng Zhe really couldn't help himself, recalling the yoga pants beauties that he often saw in small movies in Europe and America in his previous life. Leng Zhe simply ripped them open. Just a stabbing sound. My pants. Qin Shiyu trembled in fear, although she was a little distressed about her pants. This unprecedented feeling still made Qin Shiyu's heart beat wildly. This little ninny was originally a jittery M. Instead, she got excited in the face of Leng Zhe's rough behavior. Jiangnihan behind her was not far behind when she saw this. Qin Shiyu was not willing to show weakness when she saw this. 2 women going back and forth over a man. Change it in a minute. At the moment, Leng Zhe was a little too busy to do anything. Eventually Coldzer simply got on all fours. That's not too much. After all, Jiangnihan belongs to as the type of extreme strong woman. That aspect is also stronger. The dim lighting set off the 2 women's fabulous bodies in crumbling facial expressions. Qin Shiyu was furious when she saw Jiangnihan dominating Leng Zhe alone. Good, since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. This feels, Wajnama. Leng Zhe's eyes widened at once. This is such a first. The first time I've enjoyed this feeling. Coldzer was completely stunned, but Coldzer had no way to speak up for himself at all. In the end, it was all that was left to try. It was a sweaty night for the trio. It wasn't until the first rays of morning light broke through the sky and illuminated the entire room that the trio went to sleep. Noon. Yi Fan drove a BMW and came downstairs to Qin Shiyu's company. On this day, he was sitting very confidently in his car wearing a very dapper suit and holding a bouquet of flowers. A security guard at the door was a bit surprised to see this. Yi Fan, didn't Mr. Qin fire you? And do you know why? Yi Fan blankly glanced at that security guard and said. The security guard froze for a moment as he sniffed, secretly saying, why, you still have the face to ask? If you have a bit of insight, you won't be fired. But where did this kid get a BMW? So rich to be a security guard? He's not another rich kid here to experience life, is he? Yi Fan saw that the security guard did not open his mouth, so he laughed coldly and said, oh, tell you the truth, Mr. Qin likes me. Ha! The security guard was dumbfounded. And where did you get that from? The security guard opened his mouth and asked. Yi Fan smiled crookedly as he said, if she doesn't like me, it's impossible for her to target me like this. And also, General Manager Qin has recently been pestered by that evil young man Leng Zhe, and she fired me because she wanted me to use other people's identity to help her out. After all, if I'm a security guard for her company, and I beat up such a vicious young man as Leng Zhe will definitely look for trouble with Qin. But if I'm not a security guard for Qin's head office, and I'm just a passerby, then beating up Leng Zhe will have nothing to do with Qin. The security guard was completely stunned by Yi Fan's counterintuitive reasoning. No, bro, you're not sick, are you? Yi Fan sniffed and coldly hummed. Humph. What, you look down on me? Saying that, Yi Fan's heart also recalled back to the beginning. No one looked down on him in the beginning, and when he married his ex-wife's family looked down on him just as much. But clearly, his ex-wife's company is on the upswing because of himself. In the end, he even volunteered to go to jail for 3 years for his ex-wife. 3 whole years. In these 3 years, one has endured humiliation and finally succeeded. He has acquired a skill and also made over $1 billion in prison by the way. But now, there are still people who despise themselves. However, the self-appointed Yi Fan does not care about the contempt of a small security guard. In Yi Fan's eyes, he has become the top of society. Standing on the pyramid of society. He is more concerned about how to make his ex-wife regret. That's right, he's going to make his ex-wife regret it. When Qin Shiyu, the iceberg female president, held her hand and went in and out of various upscale places, was seen by her ex-wife. Oh, I guess the ex-wife will come and beg herself bitterly. Thinking of this, Yi-fan was just a burst of dark pleasure. Sure enough, a few moments later, only Qin Shiyu's car arrived at the company's entrance. The security guard saw this and opened the gate. From the beginning to the end, Qin Shiyu simply did not look at Yi-fan, and it is extremely likely that Qin Shiyu simply forgot who Yi-fan is. Just think of it as the boyfriend of one of the female employees of the company. Besides, the little security guard is really struggling at the moment. How did he somehow start looking down on Yi-fan? That's right, he didn't look down on Yi-fan at all. He just thought that there was something wrong with Yi-fan's heart. Why did he believe that Mr. Qin would fall in love with him? Besides, Qin has a boyfriend, that Lung Zhe is. However, after looking at how persistent Yi-fan was, and with an expression as if he was being looked down upon, the security guard was also a bit speechless, and simply didn't squeak. But when Yi-fan saw this, he sneered at the little security guard and said, "Humph, just watch. Mr. Qin will be very happy to see me." With that, Yi-fan stopped Qin Shiyu's car with a slight smile and said, "Mr. Qin, why are you coming to work so late today?" It was now noon, and Qin Shiyu was sitting inside the BMW, staring at Yi-fan in front of her with a curious face. "Who are you?" This statement was made. The guard in the security booth snorted out a laugh, but instead of feeling embarrassed, Yi-fan even smiled with a doting face and said, "Mr. Qin is really a nobleman who has forgotten a lot. Have you forgotten what happened yesterday?" The moment these words came out, Qin Shiyu's little face reddened into a peach with a brush. Just thinking about last night, Qin Shiyu was so shy. After all, what she did with Lang Zhe last night was just too intense, causing her to be in pain right now. After taking 2 ibuprofen and then realizing that the yoga pants I wore yesterday had become open pants, I had no choice but to borrow another set of Jiang Yihan's clothes to come to work, and the two of them had completely different figures. Qin Shiyu was a bit shorter than Jiang Yihan, so she looked fat in Jiang Yihan's clothes. As he watched Qin Shiyu lower her head with a shy face, seemingly fantasizing about something beautiful, the corner of Yi-fan's mouth suddenly rose as he stood by the car window. Oh, has Mr. Qin even begun to fantasize about a bright future with himself? Woman, you've managed to make me fall in love with you. Yi-fan thought to himself. I have to say, the protagonists now, each pretentious, but any one woman more than a glance at him, he can be the 2 future children of what to call it all figured out. Qin Shiyu also came back to her senses at this moment and blankly glanced at Yi-fan. Oh, I remember. You're the security guard who had no eyes yesterday. Yi-fan smiled very dashingly at his words, revealing a mouthful of large white plate teeth and said, "That's right, exactly." Saying that, Yi-fan also thought to himself, "Humph, woman, still quite good at pretending. Okay, since you want to play, then I will play with you." Qin Shiyu only wanted to hurry to the company now and didn't have time to pay attention to Yi-fan. She just looked at the security guard at the post and said, "Hurry up and get rid of the people. I still have things to do." After saying that, Qin Shiyu did not hesitate to drive into the basement. On the other hand, Lang Zhe had just opened his eyes when he realized that the house was empty. Apparently, the two of them, Qin Shiyu and Jiang Yihan, had already gone to work. These 2 women are really spirited. Although Coldzer had a body of steel to add to his strength, one still needed to get enough sleep. I didn't go to bed until dawn this morning, and it's only noon, and I've slept less than 6 hours inside and out by myself. Lang Zhe, who was naturally a bit sleepy, was about to roll over and take another nap when the phone suddenly rang. Hello? Lang Zhe picked up the phone and lazily opened his mouth to ask, "Who is it?" On the other side of the phone, Yi Si-jin's slightly hurried voice came out. "Lang Zhe, you quickly come over here. Something's wrong." Yi Si-jin? Lang Zhe frowned slightly. This woman, she thinks of herself when something happens. As his fiancé, he hadn't taken the initiative to contact him for so many days, and when he called, something was wrong. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe was about to hang up the phone, but he heard a male voice coming from the opposite side of the phone. "Girl, if your man doesn't come again, the signboard of this martial arts center will not be able to keep it." When Lang Zhe heard this, he immediately opened his mouth and asked, "Who?" Although Lang Zhe doesn't really like Yi Si-jin's sexually frigid woman, but after all, she is nominally his fiancée, and he also promised old man Yi to take good care of his granddaughters. Out of responsibility, Lang Zhe couldn't exactly sit back and do nothing. Besides, that so-called martial arts hall is actually the Si-jin Tea House, but it is an asset under his own name. Although Si-jin Tea House was not profitable, but being smashed the signboard, wearing it out and losing face was also Lang Zhe's face. So Lang Zhe immediately sat up from the bed and while wearing his pants, he turned his phone on speakerphone mode and asked, "What the hell happened? Yi Si-jin, say something." On the opposite side of the phone, Yi Si-jin's voice was urgent. Someone is kicking. I'm no match for him. Lang Zhe, come quickly. Kick the bucket? Just wait. I'll be right there. After hurriedly putting on his pants and shoes, Lang Zhe immediately grabbed his flowery shirt and then rushed out of the room. At this moment, inside the Si-jin tea house, several muscular men were beaten up and fell to the ground. Even Yi Si-jin was covered in injuries and had a partial bruise on her face. Apparently, the people who came to kick the hall had beaten Yi Si-jin up in passing. Who the hell are you? I haven't offended you, have I? Yi Si-jin covered her belly and spoke with a pained expression. Standing on the opposite side of the room was a strong man who was 2 meters tall and weighed at least 120 kilograms. At this moment, the burly man was smoking a cigarette, sitting on a chair, looking angrily at Yi Si-jin. Chick, remember Long Aotian? Long Aotian? Yi Si-jin froze for a moment. What happened to Aotian? Humph. The strong man slapped Yi Si-jin's face, which directly made Yi Si-jin dizzy, and a mouthful of blood also sprayed out from his mouth. You still have the nerve to ask? Long Aotian is my nephew. Let me tell you, I don't change my name in my line of work, Dragon Justice. If it weren't for you, my nephew wouldn't have been able to go blind in one eye. Today, I'm going to make all of you, bury my nephew's eyes with me. Long Aotian, as the sole heir of the Long family, was now an invalid. As an uncle, Long Justice was very angry, but since Long Zhenghua had been in the garrison before, he didn't know what was happening at home. That's right, Long Aotian's uncle, Long Zhengzi, is a garrison soldier of the Dragon Kingdom. He holds the rank of colonel, and is the captain of a mysterious special force in the army. He had been on a mission in the Western region, Central Asia, for the previous few months, assisting an allied country in the Western region in eradicating rebels, and had only just returned to the Dragon Kingdom in the past few days. As soon as he arrived home, he heard about the incident, and was so angry that Long Zhengyi immediately gathered his old men and came to kick the bucket. But it's obvious that Lang Zhe did it. So why did you come and trash my martial arts school? Yi Si-jin also knew that she was definitely no match for the group in front of her. In front of him, 7 or 8 strong men, all of them with extraordinary skills, especially that Dragon Justice, whose strength was at least at the innate level. Beating himself was like beating a child. When he had just fought him himself, the other party had just slapped him and knocked him out of his head. A dozen or so strong men from the entire martial arts center were all taken care of by this Long Zhenghua alone, in only 5 seconds, and kills with every move, worthy of being a member of the Dragon Kingdom's top special forces. People who had gone to war were not at all in the same category as rich white women like Yi Si-jin who came from a golden spoon. At this time, the tall and thin man on the side laughed coldly and spoke. Little girl, our colonel has not 100 but 80 human lives in his hands. If he wanted to kill you, you would have died long ago. There's a right to be wronged, and as soon as Lang Zhe arrives, you can all get the hell out of here. But well, this martial arts center looks good. We can leave it for us to use as a base in the future. Yi Si-jin sniffed and stared at the few people in front of her with a face full of anger. You do not want to give? Long Justice sneered. Good you can stay in this martial arts officer. But well, little ninja looks really good. Or so, you win my woman. I can allow you to continue to stay in the martial arts hall. Saying that, Long Zhenghua slowly got up and came in front of Yi Si-jin, slowly squatted down, then stretched out his fingers and slightly lifted Yi Si-jin's chin and said, just now, he hit a little hard, but I don't suppose you care, do you? After all, aren't women meant to be beaten? Ha 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 ha, Colonel Long, you're going a bit overboard with that. Women are supposed to be used for pain. A tall, thin man with a pothead laughed. I see she's in quite a bit of pain. Another burly man spoke up as well, said the man, and the people around him burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Brothers, Long Zhenghua suddenly cocked his head, staring at Yi Si-jin's marvelous body, and also gently crossed Yi Si-jin's buttocks with his fingertips. Having been out in the garrison for a few months, you're all craving for it, aren't you? Yes. Crap, boss, what do you mean? We can be together too? Long Zhenghua sniffed and nodded slightly. In ancient times when the garrison generals came back, the emperor was able to reward them with a few beauties. But now, the group of old families sitting at the peak of power actually only gave us a few broken medals. Still have to do it myself. That's right, if you do it yourself, you'll have plenty to eat. Long Zhenghua continued. We are working for our country abroad, living with our heads on our pants belts all day long, so we might die for our country one day. Little beauties, your safety is based on our group, so it's okay to treat us, right? Bah! When Yi Si-jin heard this, she immediately opened Long Zhenghung's salty piggy hand and said, same are all Long family members. How come the gap is so big? Indeed, compared to Long Aotian, Long Zhengwei was simply a beast. It was no wonder that there were 1.4 billion people in the Dragon Kingdom, and the army was even more than 2 million strong. It's not unusual for a few scumbags to come out. What's more, Long Zhenghua and his group had been carrying out various dangerous missions abroad for many years, and the strong pressure would make people more or less perverted. Shit. Snap. Another big pocket. Long Zhenghua angrily grabbed Yi Sijin's hair and was about to violently beat Yi Sijin when he did so. A female voice suddenly sounded outside the door. Uncle too. Only to see a white-skinned young girl striding in with a frown on her face. How can you hit a girl? What did Grandpa tell you? Told you not to make a big deal out of it. You're good. What? You're going to take your comrades and rob the people again? This is the 21st century. You've read too many martial arts novels, haven't you? Still think a soldier can do whatever he wants? When Long Justice heard this, he immediately heatedly smiled and patted the young girl's small brain. Shitting ah. Isn't this what Uncle Air is used to? I'm telling you, the pussies in the West like me. They're still tickled when I don't slap them a few times. Bah! Long Shitting rolled her eyes and said, if you're like this, I'm not going to be nice to second uncle. Okay, second uncle was wrong. Second uncle is wrong, haha. I won't hit women anymore. After saying that, Long Zhenghua spat at Yi Sijin at his feet and said, little slut, if it wasn't for the fact that I love my niece, I would have to turn you over with my brothers today. The little daisies are fucked over for you. Uncle too, what nonsense are you talking about? When Long Shitting heard this, she was immediately furious. I'm still here. Hey, you also know, the second uncle I do not have much culture. From a young age do not study well, and often go abroad to carry out missions and so on. Especially those foreign pussies who just love getting fucked in the ass. You. Long Shitting was directly angry and stupid. This second uncle of his, who was exceptionally kind to both himself and Long Aotian, was just a little bit irritating. This old Biden has no control over his mouth, and his speech is as disgusting as it gets. He's a dirty talker. He specializes in the lower 3 roads. It's as if he can't speak without the lower 3. You. Long Shitting turned her head to Yi Sijin, who had fallen to the ground, and gently kicked Yi Sijin's ass. When is your man coming? Yi Sijin no longer had the strength to speak. At this moment, she only wanted to lie quietly on the ground, hating the fact that she could not wait to roll her eyes now and directly pass out. In the face of Long Shitting's question, he could only open his weak eyes and look at Long Shitting before slowly closing them again. Lungza. You. Come on. Before fainting, Yi Sijin's last thought was to expect Lung Zhe to come over quickly. Sure enough, just after Yi Sijin fainted, Lang Zhe walked in with large strides, followed by dozens of minions. One of them, Chao Tai Lung, was also in the team. After seeing the tragic situation in front of him, Zhou Dalong immediately clenched his fists and said, damn, dare to make a move on young granny. Brothers, give it to me. Without saying a word, Zhou Dalong immediately rolled up his sleeves and rushed up with dozens of minions. While Long Justice saw this, the corners of his mouth only rose slightly, and he also waved his hand at the 7 or 8 brothers under him, and the two sides immediately fought to a standstill. However, there was no doubt about Long Jinyi's strength. Just these dozens of people in front of him were not enough for Long Jinyi to stuff his teeth. At this moment, Lang Zhe couldn't care about anything else. He hurriedly rushed up first and hugged Yi Sijin out of the door. The first order of business was to send Yi Sijin to the hospital first. After leaving the house, Lang Zhe immediately stuffed Yi Sijin into the car and then slammed on the gas. By the time Lang Zhe had just left, the battle inside the martial arts center had already ended. Long Shitting looked around for a moment, then looked at the snotty Zhou Dalong and said, which one of you is Lang Zhe? Although Zhou Dalong was beaten half to death, he still kept his mouth shut. Humph, little bitch, my young master's face. You don't deserve to see it yet. Long Shitting got a direct kick out of it. He stomped hard on Zhou Dalong's face, then turned his head to look at Long Zhengwei and said, second uncle, Lang Zhe ran away. It's all your fault. You just know how to fight. Lang Zhe must be the kid who just hugged that woman and ran away. Long Zhenghua sniffed, shrugged his shoulders, and spread his hands and said, the monk can't run away from the temple. Besides, we beat his woman like that. If he's a man, he'll definitely still have to come back. Why don't we just wait here? Long Shitting sniffed and thought the same, so she simply found a coffee table and sat down, and even made herself a cup of tea. On the other hand, inside the Jiangcheng People's Hospital, Lang Zhe held Yi Sijin and came to the emergency room with a calm face. Coincidentally, the doctor who treated Yi Sijin this time was the same doctor he had bribed last time. It's the same doctor that he gave $100,000 to stuff and helped himself lie to fool Shui Bingbing's homeroom teacher's family. The doctor was also stunned when he saw Lang Zhe and said, young Master Lang? What's going on here? There's no time to explain. Take care of her for me first. I have things to do. So I'll leave. After saying that, Long Zhe put Yi Jin on the hospital bed, then hoofed it out of the hospital and drove back to the tea house. As soon as he entered the tea house, Lang Zhe realized the mess inside the tea house. Zhou Dalong was currently leaning by the door covered in injuries, and after seeing Lang Zhe, he spoke very guiltily. Young master, this group of guys is too damn bullish. You hurry to go. Just now I heard that they won't let you go. Lang Zhe's face was expressionless as he patted Zhou Dalong's shoulder and said, Don't worry, they can still kill me? Young master, you listen to me and hurry up. You are no match for this group of people. Just now, more than 40 of our brothers were all crippled by 7 or 8 of them. I'm afraid that you will go in alone. Before Zhou Dalong could finish his words, he only saw a hand suddenly reach out, grabbing Lang Zhe's collar and directly carrying it in for Lang Zhe. Crap! Before Lang Zhe could return to his senses, he only saw that 7 or 8 strong men had already surrounded him, and the hand that had just grabbed himself in was very white and delicate, obviously a woman's hand. In looking at the middle of these 7 or 8 strong men, there was a long-legged young girl with a height of 1 meter 7. The young girl was wearing a pink and gray plaid skirt with pure white pantyhose and a white shirt, as well as a pair of small white shoes. It looked very second nature. Age well, estimated not more than 20 years old. Also combed double ponytail, as if in cause of a certain anime character general. Since Lang Zhe had arrived in a hurry and wasn't wearing sunglasses, he just stared at the young girl in front of him with his eyes glazed over, constantly visually raping her. Luckily, Lang Zhe didn't look the young girl straight in the eye, but was only surveying her body. With this look in her eyes, looking at Long Shitting, she was hairy and hurriedly took 2 steps back, pointing at Lang Zhe. Second uncle, he played a hooligan. He looked at my legs. Hit him for me. Hit him. When Long Zhenghua heard this, he immediately clenched his fists and said, Brat, you really aren't afraid of death. How dare you look at my niece's thighs when you're dying? I'll remove your 3rd leg today. With that, only Long Zhenghua fiercely kicked, a hard kick to Long Zhe's crotch. Bam! This kick, the few strong men around him looked at it with a chill in their pants. Guess both of the kids' balls had to be broken. Fogweed, what's with the eggs and the broken ham? TSK, 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 really deserved it. I could have kept a whole body, but now I have to stare at our niece. 3 seconds later, Lang Zhe was still standing in place, staring at Long Zhenghua with a face full of disdain. You're too despicable, aren't you? Attacking someone's lower 3 paths as soon as you come up? Seeing that Lang Zhe didn't react at all, the few burly men around him were stunned. Long Zhenghua even almost dropped his jaw in shock. Long Shitting, on the other hand, was red-faced, staring at Lang Zhe's crotch, muttering to herself, What's going on? It's not a eunuch, is it? Lang Zhe stroked his precious bull disdainfully, then hemmed and hawed. It's my turn now, isn't it? Before Long Zhenghua could react, he only saw Lang Zhe kick over. Again, it was the lower 3rd. Snap. In this instant, Long Zhenghua was simply too late to react. Only the sound of eggshells breaking was heard. Lang Zhe's strength was comparable to that of Long Zhang, or even slightly lower, but both of them belonged to the innate Mahayana level. The difference, however, was that Lang Zhe was blessed with a body of steel. A body of steel alone was enough to make Dragon Justice helpless against it. In other words, Long Justice's damage to Lang Zhe was basically equal to 0, while Lang Zhe's damage to Long Justice was equal to Long Justice's own strength. You know that Lang Zhe's steel body is armor-piercing bullet level. Normal bullets can't grab him. To kill him, you have to use armor-piercing bullets. Lang Zhe's kick was equivalent to a steel pipe ruthlessly hitting Long Zhizhang's crotch, so it could be imagined what kind of state Long Zhizhang's bull would be in at this moment, let alone an innate level powerhouse. Even a top powerhouse of the celestial realm wouldn't be able to stand this. In just a few moments, Long Zhenghua fell to the ground covering his crotch and hissing in pain. Holy shit, damn you, old man's cow and horse, my cow and my horse. Give me a fight, kill him, kill him. Seeing this, the other few burly men also immediately rushed up, started punching and kicking Lang Zhe. Each and every one of these people was a member of the special forces, and had been on the battlefield for many years, and even though all of these people's strength was far inferior to Lang Zhe's, their rich battlefield experience had led to this group of people laying their hands on a deadly move. Beats Lang Zhe senseless. Among this group, 1 person had just entered the innate realm, 3 were Huanjing Mahayana, and 3 were in the early stages of Huanjing. Those who were able to enter this kind of top-tier special forces had a strength of at least the inner strength Mahayana stage, so the strength of this group of people was extraordinary. It was just that in front of Lang Zhe, a monster who was in the middle between celestial and innate, it was a bit less impressive. Coupled with the steel body enhancement, the group hit Lang Zhe like an itch. Although Lang Zhe was in a very passive position due to the fact that he had not received systematic training, which resulted in Lang Zhe always reacting a beat slower. The crushing of absolute strength still made it difficult for these 6 or 7 burly men to fight. Soon, a few burly men were a bit exhausted from the fight, but Lang Zhe only searched the bruises on his face. Although he had a steel body, the 6 or 7 strong men with internal strength of Hua Jin surrounded Lang Zhe with a bunch of punches and kicks, which still caused Lang Zhe to have some superficial wounds. But for Lang Zhe, the bruise on his face was nothing more than a superficial wound. But for these burly men, even if they were the ones doing the hitting, they were similarly screwed up with a broken fist. Each punch from this group of Special Forces members was almost at full strength, and hitting Lang Zhe was like hitting a steel plate. Imagine a top boxer wildly beating a steel plate. Even if the plate is dented, that boxer's fist is basically ruined. Everyone covered their fists and stared at the monster that was Lang Zhe with a sweaty head, and Long Justice, who fell to the ground, immediately realized at this moment that Lang Zhe's strength was afraid to have reached the celestial realm. Otherwise, these few brothers of theirs shouldn't have been unable to injure Lang Zhe even with their full strength. Only, what made Long Zhenghua curious was why Lang Zhe didn't fight back since he was in the celestial realm. If Lang Zhe was really in the celestial realm, he should be able to take out those few brothers of his without much effort. Of course, Lang Zhe's strength was actually a mystery in the entire martial arts association. The celestial realm's Zhou Liangchen was unable to injure Lang Zhe in the slightest. And now, the innate realm's garrison war god was similarly unable to injure Lang Zhe in the slightest. The biggest difference between ordinary martial artists and soldiers is that ordinary martial artists practice martial arts just to strengthen the body, while soldiers practice martial arts is to kill the enemy. That's why for the same level of martial artists, soldiers are also a whole lot stronger than ordinary martial artists. At this moment, Long Zhenghua rose from the ground with a face full of pain, and then pulled out a sharp dagger from his military boots, and gritting his teeth, he said, "Originally, I didn't want your life, but now, I'm going to let you die without a burial place." As the words fell, Long Zhenghua rushed towards Lang Zhe with his teeth and claws open. It had to be said that Lang Zhe was still a bit weak in this moment. After all, Lang Zhe knew that his strength was actually inferior to Long Zhengyi's, and if it wasn't for the augmentation of his steel body, he probably would have GA. Even the moment Long Zhenghua rushed towards Lang Zhe couldn't react in time. The dagger was instantly against Lang Zhe's chest. Just a choking sound. Lang Zhe also instantly felt a cold and piercing sensation, and a vague stabbing pain came between his chest. Suffered. This knife won't kill me, will it? Damn, the system is still running away at a time like this. No chance to be reborn? Since the system ran away. So if Lang Zhe was killed, then most likely he would go straight back to reality and continue to be a normal miserable office worker. Not even a chance to start over. Everything that you have worked hard for will be in vain. It's all just like a dream you've been having. But it's not that simple. Only Long Zhenghua grasped the dagger fiercely with both hands and stabbed it hard into Lang Zhe's chest, but it only broke a layer of skin. It's stabbing in, but it's not going in. What's going on? Long Zhenghua subconsciously thought that Lang Zhe must be wearing some sort of armor, so he quickly drew his dagger and stabbed towards Lang Zhe's neck again. Choke. There was another clash of metal, only to see Lang Zhe's neck, which was actually equally hard. If Kolzer was wearing some sort of high-grade composite armor under his shirt that made the dagger impenetrable, what about the neck? There's obviously nothing on Kolzer's neck. How could the stab not go in? Impossible, impossible. Long Shitting, who was standing in the distance, was also dumbfounded at the moment. Since she was a child, it was the first time she had seen her second uncle suffer. In her eyes, second uncle was invincible. But what is it now? This was the first time she had seen her second uncle so miserable. The point was that Lang Zhe actually hadn't even made a move yet. It was just a kick to Uncle 2. And after that it was all about Uncle 2 making a move on Lang Zhe. And at this moment, Lang Zhe was relieved after touching his chest and realizing that it was only a little bit of skin that was broken. Holy shit, scared the shit out of me. Lang Zhe was really angry this time. After all, just now Long Zhenghua's set of moves really scared Lang Zhe, and he thought he was going to GA? Angry, Lang Zhe reached out and then grabbed Long Justice's collar, and then ruthlessly punched. It hit Long Zhenghua's face. Although Lang Zhe had used his full strength in this punch, Long Zhenghua's strength was not covered after all. The punch merely knocked Long Justice a little bit off his feet, but Lang Zhe didn't stop. Instead he continued to grab Long Zhizhang's collar and viciously beat Long Zhizhang's old face. Bang! 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 Damn you! This punch is for Yi Si Jin. This punch is for the signboard of the martial arts school. This punch is for... I don't recognize it. Anyway, it's a staff member of the martial arts school. That punch was also thrown for the staff of the martial arts center. This punch is for Zhou Dalong. Kolzer didn't know how long he had been fighting. Anyway, when Lang Zhe's anger subsided, he found that Long Zhenghua was already completely disfigured, and his entire face was a bloody mess. The person had also long been delirious. Long Shitting, who was standing on the opposite side of the room, turned pale with fear when she came back to her senses. Sitting on her knees, she looked at this scene in disbelief. Lang Zhe very calmly went to the restroom and washed the blood on his hands first, then came back to the martial arts arena, only to see that at this moment, Long Shitting, still sitting on her knees and with a bloodless face, was suddenly stunned the moment she saw Lang Zhe. You dare to hit my second uncle? You're dead. Do you know the strength of our dragon family? I'll tell you, in less than 3 days, the dragon family will definitely leave you in pieces. This little ninny was still talking tough when she came back to her senses. Lang Zhe didn't spoil him either, and walked straight up with big strides. Seeing this scene, Long Shitting was so scared that she retreated back and forth, until she was forced into a corner, staring at a big eyeball and said, What are you going to do? I'm warning you, if you dare to touch me, my grandfather won't let you go. Yeah, then let him come. Lang Zhe is now also barefoot, not afraid to wear shoes. Out of the mix, especially their own kind of big villain. This kind of seed are not, then they still deserve to be a villain? So without saying a word, Lang Zhe carried Long Shitting. Long Shitting was so scared that she struggled desperately, but Lang Zhe nonchalantly put him on his shoulders, grabbed Long Shitting's buttocks with one hand, and Long Shitting's white silk calves that kept stomping back and forth with the other hand, and walked out of the martial arts center in big strides. Just as he walked out of the martial arts center, he only saw Su Changdao arrive late with a group of people from the Martial Arts Association. Long Xiao, you have to calm down. The association can help you to suppress the matter of poking out Long Ao Tian's eyes, but you injured the second son of the Long family and kidnapped the young granddaughter of the Long family. There's nothing we can do to protect you. Get out. Lang Zhe disliked it nonchalantly. This voice frightened the several bigwigs of the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association. After all, looking at the entire Jiangcheng, if Lang Zhe wanted to grab a young girl, no one could stop him. Seeing this, Su Changdao could only soften his words. Long Xiao, you're still young. There's still a great future waiting for you. The Long family in the capital city has a relationship with the military, and the matter of you injuring Long Jingyi, the military might turn a blind eye for the sake of the general manager's face. But you've even captured the Long family's little granddaughter. No one can protect you. Lang Zhe threw Long Shitting into the trunk, and after closing the trunk door, he turned his head to look at Su Xiaodong. If I let Long Shitting go, the Long family will be able to spare me? At these words, Su Changdao froze slightly, but in the next second, he immediately nodded his head again in affirmation. Right, young Long, you are a genius that will not be encountered for 1,000 years. The general president will protect you at all costs. Don't worry. As long as you can stop in time, the sky will fall and the Martial Arts Association will protect you. I, Su Changdao, swear in my capacity as the branch president of the Martial Arts Association. Long Xiao, think twice. Lang Zhe sniffed, but he shook his head with a cold smile and said, My guess is that your general president should not be able to afford to mess with the military, and intends to send me out and use it to make amends to the military. Although Lang Zhe did not understand just how powerful the so-called Martial Arts Association was, it was impossible for a non-profit organization with even greater power to overpower the military. The Long family is a big family with the same surname as the country, and its family's second son is a top special forces captain. Plus I heard before that the Long family and the Martial Arts Association don't deal with each other. So, this Long family, more than likely, was a family dependent on the military. How can the country's war machine be comparable to a mere martial arts association? As expected, Lang Zhe's speculation instantly caused Su Changdao's old face to darken. If the only remaining son and a pair of grandchildren of the Long family were to be planted in Jiangcheng, then not to mention himself as the Jiangcheng branch president, it would be difficult for the general president of the capital to escape his fate. At this moment, Su Changdao didn't say how much he regretted. Ever since he got this Lang Zhe into the Martial Arts Association, this kid has been causing trouble all day long. Not only did the Martial Arts Association not rely on Lang Zhe to get a little bit of light, but instead, they had repeatedly angered the Dragon family for the trouble Lang Zhe had caused. And this time, they had angered the military behind the Dragon family. It was imperative to hurry up and pacify Lang Zhe, and save the Long family's little granddaughter in the meantime. As for how to deal with Lang Zhe, it was expected that the Martial Arts Association would send out experts, and then, it would not be something that he, as a small branch president, could solve. Thinking of this, Su Changdao looked at a few of his men at the side and gave a wink. A few henchmen immediately walked towards Lang Zhe's car, but when Lang Zhe saw this, he stopped a few people from the Martial Arts Association and laughed coldly. Elder Su, I don't need you to worry about how I'm going to live. If you're afraid of taking the blame, just remove me from the Martial Arts Association. I don't have any good feelings towards the Martial Arts Association anyway. As for Longstein, I need her. What do you need her for? It's simple. She's a major bargaining chip. Kidnapping is also considered something that Lung Zhe is better at. Before dealing with the Yi family, Lung Zhe also used this method. Obviously, Su Changdao was also clear about Lung Zhe's plan, but the Yi family and the Long family, they were not a concept at all. If you mess with the Yi family, at most you will have a hard time in Jiangchang, but if you mess with the Long family, the entire Dragon Kingdom will not be able to tolerate Lung Zhe. Thinking of this, Su Changdao hurriedly persuaded. Long Xiao, you have to think clearly. The Yi family and the Long family are not the same. You can't use the same method you used to deal with the Yi family to deal with the Long family. What can't? Lung Zhe blankly glanced at Su Changdao, then got into the car, opened the window, and looked at Su Changdao and the others. In the upper-class society, the comparison is who is more bad. The Long family is bad? Then I'll be worse than them. After saying that, Lung Zhe slammed on the gas and took off, leaving Su Changdao and his group, frozen in place in a lifeless state. And right at that moment, Long Jiangyi also walked out slowly with the support of a few comrades. Where the fuck is Lungza? Lungza? Su Changdao twisted his head to look at Long Jingjie, then helplessly shook his head inside. Second young master, I'm sorry, the Martial Arts Association has already removed Lung Zhe's name, so you can deal with Lung Zhe as you wish. After saying that, Su Changdao left the tea house with a disappointed look on his face. On the other hand, when Lung Zhe returned home, he immediately asked Yi Siki to go to the hospital to fetch her sister back. After all, the situation is different now, and I'm afraid it's not safe for Yi Sijin to stay in the hospital. After Yi Siki went to the hospital, Lung Zhe carried Long Shitting to the basement again. As I said before, the Yi family's villa was very large, with a tennis court in the front yard and a large Soviet-style garden in the backyard. To be honest, it was similar to a labyrinth, and Lung Zhe hadn't even familiarized himself with it until now. Led by the nanny, Lung Zhe carried Long Shitting to a side hall in the backyard. Yes, one of the rooms in the manor house could even be described as a temple. It wasn't as big as the palace, but it definitely wasn't small. After arriving at the side hall, Lung Zhe threw Long Shitting onto the floor as soon as he did. Bam! Long Shitting huddled in the corner with a face full of horror and said, "You've gone too far, Lung Zhe. You let me go. Let me go and I can pretend that nothing has happened. Otherwise, or else my grandfather will definitely not let you go. You, and everyone around you, will die." Lung Zhe didn't pay any attention to Long Shitting, but picked up the mop on the side for himself, then removed the head of the mop, leaving only a mop stick, and pointed at Long Shitting. "Take it off." Ha! When these words came out, Long Shitting immediately stared with wide eyes. Unbelievably, she stared at Lung Zhe and said, What are you doing? I'll let you take it off." It was the same reason as when he kidnapped Yi Siki last time. This kind of rich young lady would have more or less something like a locator on her body, and Lung Zhe had to scrutinize it. "I'll count to 3 seconds. 3. After saying that, Lung Zhe directly hit Long Shitting's ass with a stick. Ruthlessly. This stick directly broke the mop bar. It hurt so much that Long Shitting immediately screamed. "Aha! You asshole! You! How dare you hit a woman! You're finished! You're finished!" Long Shitting didn't even have time to react. After all, Lung Zhe said to count to 3. But he directly shouted a 3, completely skipping 1 and 2. At this moment, Lung Zhe saw that the mop bar was so unforgiving, so he simply unbuckled his belt. Long Shiting has never been beaten up since she was a child. After being hit a few times by Lung Zhe, he instantly couldn't hold back and begged for forgiveness as he rolled and crawled. I was wrong. Lung Xiao, don't hit. I'll take off. Ooh-hoo, I'll take it off. Can I take it off? Woo-woo. Saying that, Long Shitting cried out in pain while slowly unbuttoning her shirt. After taking off his white shirt, little white shoes, and plaid skirt, Lung Zhe grabbed these clothes and then stuffed them into the pre-prepared garbage bag. At the moment, Long Shitting was only wearing a white bustier, white panties, and those white pantyhose, and she was dead set on taking them off. Lung Zhe is not a devil after all, and when he saw this, he just personally searched his hands. After all, you can't let people be naked, right? Besides, if she is really naked, what if you have an impulse to pull it out? Now was not the time to pull the carrot, so Lung Zhe yanked away Long Shitting's necklace, earrings, ring, bracelet, anklet, and finally touched her private parts a few times, and turned his head away after realizing that there were no hard objects. After locking the door, Lung Zhe carrying a black garbage bag to the outside, just to see an old lady is turning over the garbage cans. Lung Zhe hand over the hand of the garbage bag to the old lady said, "Sent to you. There are necklaces, bracelets and so on. It should be worth a few dollars." The old lady smiled at that. When she finished dealing with Long shitting, Yi Siki also brought back Yi Sijin. At this time, Yi Sijin had already woken up, but she was still weak and needed someone to help her walk. Seeing that Yi Sijin was limping and Yi Siki, the little nymph, couldn't help Yi Sijin, Lung Zhe was not in a good position to stand aside and eat his melon. After all, the whole incident was because of herself, and Yi Sijin was beaten because of herself. Thinking about it, Coldzer still felt a little guilty. He was indeed a villain, but he was always a human being. Before being a villain, he was also an ordinary office worker. In this kind of world, being a villain certainly allows you to do whatever you want. But human beings are called superior animals precisely because they can control their desires and freely choose whether to be a bad guy or a good guy. You get soft when you see a cow being killed. You get happy when you eat beef. You get high when you beat up your enemies. And you get angry when you are beaten up as an enemy yourself. It's not hypocrisy. It's human nature. Lang Zhe hurriedly walked forward in big strides and picked up Yi Sijin in a princess hug. This action caused Yi Sijin's small face to blush and immediately buried her head in Lang Zhe's arms. I'm sorry. Lang Zhe apologized to Yi Sijin as he walked towards the villa. Yi Sijin sniffed, first froze for a moment, then quickly shook her head. No, it's okay. Don't go anywhere these days, just bring it with you at home, and when I've settled the Long family, you'll return to the tea house. I'll have Zhou Dalong go to the tea house later when he returns to arrange for the closure. Yi Sijin nodded. This time, she didn't sing against Lang Zhe. After all, Yi Sijin was still quite sensible. She was also clear that it was not suitable for her to go out right now. Staying at home would instead make it easier for Lang Zhe. If she went out and ran around, she would instead cause trouble for Lang Zhe. Now there aren't many sensible heroines like that. Lang Zhe was satisfied. After placing Yi Sijin on the bed, Lang Zhe was about to leave. But Yi Sijin suddenly reached out and grabbed Lang Zhe's wrist. What's wrong? Lang Zhe frowned slightly. You're hurt. Yi Sijin noticed that there were wounds on Lang Zhe's chest, as well as on his neck. It wasn't deep, a wound that a band-aid could handle, but it still made Yi Sijin a little worried. After all, this was the first time Yi Sijin had seen Lang Zhe injured. It's just broken skin. Lang Zhe waved his hand. It's no big deal. That dragon Justice is the one who is miserable. He was sterilized by me. Ha! Hearing this, Yi Sijin immediately widened her eyes. Yi Siki, who had been lying in the doorway and eavesdropping, was also stunned. Long Justice? That's the second son of the Long family. Long Aotion's second uncle? What a great guy. Lang Zhe actually sterilized Long Aotion, his second uncle? Yi Siki's little brain CPU was burning. She really couldn't figure out how in the world Lang Zhe fought with the other side. How did he still specialize in attacking the lower three roads? You kicked the bowl and the balls to pieces? That's too despicable, isn't it? You, what did you say? Yi Sijin, who was lying on the bed, hastily propped up her body and stared at Lang Zhe with a shocked face. Lang Zhe, what? About that? I'm afraid the Long family won't let you go. Lang Zhe nodded. I know, but you don't have to worry. The Long family won't dare to do anything to me for now. After all, Lang Zhe had kidnapped the little granddaughter of the Long family and was still locked up in the backyard. Yi Sijin didn't ask more questions, and didn't blame Lang Zhe for scrapping the matter of Long Zhejiang. After all, Lang Zhe did it all for her. Thinking of this, Yi Sijin's favor towards Lang Zhe went up a notch. Looking up, by chance, the two of them locked eyes. Instantly, Yi Sijin's face then turned as red as a ripe peach, and her body couldn't help but start to heat up. The lower third of the body was even secreting bodily fluids like crazy. Sticky and wet. Very uncomfortable. However, as usual, Yi Sijin immediately got up and said with a red face, Then you go ahead and get busy. I'll go to the restroom. Aha! Lang Zhe was just about to leave. Yi Sijin suddenly clenched her teeth and immediately pulled Lang Zhe's hand. And before Lang Zhe could react, her warm and soft lips immediately pressed up. Yi Siki, who was hiding in the doorway, also froze in place when she saw the scene. Ha, sis, you. Watching the two embracing and kissing, Yi Siki gulped and stared with round eyes. In his heart, it was also a million times more complicated. Sis, I thought you didn't like Lang Zhe? How come? Damn it, why can't I be more proactive, so that Lang Zhe won't be snatched away by his sister? Oh, no, what was I thinking? She's my sister. Lang Zhe is my brother-in-law. No, I have to go calm down. Thinking of this, Yi Siki turned her head and ran, but just as he turned his head, he ran headlong into Zhou Dalong's chest. Ouch crikey, Zhou Dalong had already been beaten up by Long Zhangyi, and it took him 9 oxen and 2 tigers to stumble back. This just entered the door, was planning to look for Lang Zhe, suddenly was hit by a small brain under the chest, almost did not breath to hold over. Ah, Uncle Big Dragon, Sorry about that, haha. Hey! After saying that, Yi Siki covered her little brain and hurriedly ran back to her room. Long Xiao. Zhou Dalong is not at all eye-catching. Seeing Lang Zhe and Yi Si Jin embracing it, or knocking on the door panel. But Lang Zhe didn't get angry. After all, the situation was urgent now, and it really wasn't the time to pull the carrot. Plus Yi Si Jin's leg is in a cast, and her belly is still wrapped in a bandage. Pulling a carrot with Yi Si Jin at a time like this would be too beastly for himself. What's wrong? Lang Zhe turned his head. Yi Si Jin also immediately turned red when she saw this, hurriedly bypassing Zhou Dalong and limping to the restroom. Long Xiao, we have to pack up and leave. I just called with the master, and the master told us to fly directly to New York. New York? Lungza froze for a moment. Going for what? Of course it's a refuge. I've inquired about that Long Zhang. This person is an important figure in the military. Although he is only a colonel on the surface, he is attached to the 749th Special Service Brigade, which is described as one of the most elite special forces in the Dragon Kingdom, perennial in the western region to carry out a variety of tasks. Move him, the military bigwigs will not rest. We messed with the people who cannot afford to mess with. Master said, has arranged a hotel for us in New York. You now give Jiang Yihan a call. Let her hurry to transfer the assets. The money is cleaned and deposited in your dollar account. Zhou Dalong's mind is still very meticulous. After all, it is also considered to be experienced in this line. It is estimated that this old boy has long planned how to retreat at that time. But Lang Zhe does not want to leave here. Not that there is any emotion for the Dragon Kingdom. Mainly, how humiliating would it be to run away like that? He himself is the big villain. The protagonist hasn't even made a move yet. And just hearing about the protagonist's family's origin scares them into fleeing the country. That's too embarrassing, isn't it? Thinking of this, Lang Zhe shook his head and said, no, we're not going anywhere. Young master, but, Zhou Dalong wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Lang Zhe. Dalong, let me ask you, do you want to leave? When Zhou Dalong heard these words, he scratched the back of his head with a puzzled expression. Young master, you're saying this? Of course I don't want to leave. This is my home. Lang Zhe nodded slowly at his words, then continued, if you don't want to go, why do you want to go? Because if we don't go, we're dead, Zhou Dalong replied. But you said we messed with the military. So is there a possibility, I mean maybe, that we won't be able to leave when we get to the airport? After all, now that the whole country is connected, if people really want to mess with us, how can we possibly leave? Zhou Dalong sniffed and slowly nodded. Yeah, given the strength of the Long family, if the Long family really didn't want them to leave, they wouldn't be able to leave at all. Instead of fleeing in a mess, it was better to fight the other side head-on. But Zhou Dalong is still uneasy. After all, if you escape, there is still a chance. But if you don't leave, then there is no chance at all. But Lang Zhe's next sentence seemed to give Zhou Dalong a peace of mind. Lang Zhe spoke. First, I didn't kill anyone. No matter how bullish the military is, it's impossible for them to go through all the trouble of exterminating all of us for a little thing. Besides, with my strength, how much do you think the military would have to use to get rid of me? This was a truth. With Lang Zhe's strength, an unusual person would not be a match for Lang Zhe. Although the military could have blown Lang Zhe to dust with missiles and tanks and such, was it possible? This was the 21st century. How could the Dragon Kingdom send mechanized armored troops to capture someone like Lang Zhe? Lang Zhe didn't create a terrorist attack or assassinate the leader of a country, so I'm afraid it's a bit outrageous to send out an armored unit, isn't it? Coupled with the fact that Long Shitting was still in his hands, the military shouldn't make a move for a while. Besides, the military might not even know that they had moved their people. Lang Zhe was clear that the first ones to come looking for himself were most likely people from the Long family. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe waved his hand at Zhou Dalong again and said, you come with me. Soon, the two of them arrived at the place in the backyard where Long Shitting was being held. Just as they reached the front door, the duo was stunned, only to see the white-skinned Long Shitting, who was currently wearing only her underwear and white pantyhose, was sitting on the window, intending to jump down. When she saw Lang Zhe and Zhou Dalong, Long Shitting froze for a moment. Lang Zhe and Zhou Dalong both froze for a moment as well. The air suddenly became incredibly quiet. After an unknown period of time, Long Shitting suddenly smiled awkwardly and said, it's too stuffy inside. I came out to get some air. Lang Zhe cleared his throat and poked Zhou Dalong. You go, bring the chain for the dog in the front yard. A mansion of this size must have a few watchdogs. Before Master Laozi raised a few Dobermans, and although Lang Zhe didn't see much of those dogs after taking over the mansion, Yi Siki often went to feed and walk the dogs. Within half a moment, Zhou Dalong returned with the dog chain that had previously bolted Durban. Long Shitting, who was curled up in the corner, was directly dumbfounded when she saw this scene. She stared at Lung Zhe in shock. No, Long Xiao, you're here for real? Or what? Lung Zhe very naturally attached the dog chain to Long Shitting's neck. Although Long Shitting thought about resisting, she was dumbfounded by a single look from Lung Zhe. Thinking back to the scene just now when Lung Zhe took the belt and whipped himself, Long Shitting got chills down her spine. There was still bruises on her thighs now. Young master, aren't we going a bit overboard? Zhou Dalong all felt a little weird. The little granddaughter of the Long family, actually like a bitch is chained up by a dog. This scene, Zhou Dalong a pervert feels perverted. Long Shitting was even more, curled up in the corner, wearing a dog chain, with a face full of lifelessness, looking at Lung Zhe's eyes, in addition to fear. Lung Zhe, however, waved his hand with a disinterested expression and said, have you forgotten? I'm a villain. In a novel, I'm a supervillain. Long Ao Tian's sister. How could I be soft? Speaking of which, Lung Zhe hemmed and hawed. It's good that I didn't strip her naked and force her to eat dog food. Zhou Dalong sniffed and added. But, your behavior, young master, might anger the Long family. So what? Lung Zhe turned around and looked at Zhou Dalong with strange eyes. If they're bad, we have to be worse than them. That's how it is in the upper class. As the saying goes, for the sake of the rich, there aren't many good people in that group of rich people in the first place. And to negotiate with them, you have to be worse than they are in order for them to be afraid of you. The simple fact is that upper class group of people are harder eaters than the poor. And indeed it does. Let's take the pretty country in the North Rod for example. The pretty country is so rich, but they don't show mercy. They will only be nice to you if you are more bullish and rogue than they are. On the contrary, what about the penniless Northern Rods? They're not afraid of the barefooted ones. If they don't serve, they'll die together. There's no point for me to live anyway. You're a hooligan? Then I'll be even more of a hooligan than you. Lung Zhe is compared to the Long family. That's kind of barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes. If you insist on screwing me, then I will die with you. Zhou Dalong looked at Lung Zhe with a face of admiration. Long Xiao, I didn't expect that. You look harmless, but your heart is more ruthless than even master. His lordship didn't even do that. Ha 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 ha. Kolzer was a bit speechless. I'll take that as a compliment. At this moment, huddled in the corner of the Long Shitting heard the conversation between Lung Zhe and Zhou Dalong, but also immediately opened his mouth. Long Xiao, inside me, I know you are very bad and evil. I beg you, can you give me a piece of clothing? I can't wear this all the time, can I? And, there are mosquitoes in this house. Lung Zhe sniffed and smoothly pulled out a lighter and lit the mosquito coils on the windowsill. No mosquitoes now. Lung Zhe took a deep breath, then turned his head to look at Zhou Dalong and said, you go first, I'll tease her. Zhou Dalong sniffed and smiled wickedly at Lung Zhe before turning his head away, leaving the two of them, Lung Zhe and Long Shitting, to stay in the room. Lung Zhe was nonchalant, and when Zhou Dalong left, he immediately walked forward and dragged Long Shitting over. Long Shitting could only crawl to Lung Zhe like a puppy as well, bitterly begged, Long Xiao, oh, please, don't be like this. Do you want money? I have money. You can have as much as you want. Let me go. I'm still young. Ooh, I'm still young. Has she ever been so humiliated in her life? But at the moment, there was nothing else she could do but be afraid and beg for mercy. But helplessly. It wasn't like she had the ability to resist, much less the guts to do so. Long Shitting was also considered someone who had seen the world, but this was the first time she had seen a guy like Lung Zhe who was bad to the bone. The waiting is boring. The Long family members were probably still discussing strategies at this moment, and Lung Zhe was also bored, so he simply teased Long Shitting. By the way, let Long Shitting know how dangerous the society is. So Lung Zhe took off his sunglasses. Under the influence of the seductive eye, it was only a matter of time before Long Shitting fell, wearing only her underwear, and with a tear-stained face. She was weak and helpless. On the contrary, what about Lung Zhe? To say that he didn't have a physiological reaction was bragging. A normal man would have some physiological reaction when he saw this scene, but the physical reaction referred to here is not a downward spiral, but a psychological pity. After all, the other girl was a girl, and now that she was being treated like a dog, it did make the heart grow fonder. But Lung Zhe knew that against this group of so-called plutocrats, he had to be as bad as he could be, and after removing his sunglasses, Lung Zhe also met Long Shitting on all fours. Only at this moment, Long Shitting's face suddenly turned red. The heart was beating wildly along with it. As much as she didn't want to admit it, she did have a physical reaction. It seems like it's kinda cool to be dressed like this and be visually raped by Kolzer. There was a thrill of being abused, but I'm not a jitterbug. I don't have a taste for it. How? Lung Zhe sat on the chair, holding the dog leash in one hand. and took out his cell phone and turned on the video function. After all, the Long family hadn't heard anything for so long, so he had to be a bit more proactive himself. However, rashly sending the video of himself kidnapping Long Shirting to the Long family, wouldn't he really become the kidnapper? Even if the Long family didn't pursue themselves at that time, but when the time came for the video to be released, wouldn't the police be able to get hold of evidence of their own crimes? Lang Zhe is planning to use the Eye of Charm to make Long Shitting voluntarily do something for himself, as a way to blackmail the people of the Long family not to act rashly. Anyway, Long Shitting is also an adult. As long as the other party is acting voluntarily, then he is not a criminal, is he? At best, it's dissemination of obscene material. Like it? Lang Zhe stared at Long Shirting with a smile, sitting in his boss chair, gripping the dog's leash while staring at the video on his cell phone. Long Shitting was lying on the ground, a pair of large Kazran eyes innocently looking at Lang Zhe. At this moment, her face was flushed, and her expression had changed from the fear she had just felt to the enjoyment she was feeling now. Even some of the faces are crumbling. Hormonal secretion at the same time leads to a high production of body fluids. Couldn't stop the saliva from running down the corners of my mouth. This scene, just like a female character in a ribbon manga, looked like Lang Zhe was a bit unable to hold back. Long Shitting is even more completely unable to control her body at this moment. After all, although Long Shitting has seen a lot of handsome men, and the number of people who pursue her is too many to count, however, she was still a fledgling and hadn't experienced any big waves, and after being messed with by charming eyes and being treated so well by Lang Zhe, she simply couldn't hold on. Kolzer's seductive eye has a property that the more sexually repressed a woman is, the more likely she is to be unable to help herself. Apparently, Long Shitting usually suppressed her desires. In fact, this could only be blamed on Long Shitting herself. After all, the reason why Long Shitting was still a fledgling in her 20s was because she always deliberately suppressed herself. It wasn't that she was a keeper, it was mostly that she was so proud, having been at the top of the pyramid since birth, that she thought no man was worthy of her body. Otherwise this kind of rich white girl would have slept with many handsome guys long ago. A long period of self-repression had gradually made her begin to enjoy the pleasure of being abused in this way. Long Shitting slowly crawled in front of Lang Zhe. Since Lang Zhe was staring at his cell phone the entire time, he was not paying attention, and Lang Zhe suddenly felt a coldness in his crotch. Crap, what are you doing? Lang Zhe's intention was to tease her, and in the meantime, send the video of her face crumbling to the people of the Long family to make them nervous. But I didn't expect Long Shitting to be so direct. Unashamedly, he locked eyes with Kolzer. However, it has to be said that Long Shitting's kung fu was terrible and he had no experience whatsoever. But that face is truly superb. Just looking at that crumbling little face is unbearable. Lang Zhe could feel that this little nymphette had tried her best to please herself, and of course, she herself enjoyed it. Omit 10,000 words here. Lang Zhe looked at Long Shitting in the cell phone camera and gradually unlocked the S attribute in his heart. I do not know how long. Lang Zhe feels the hour is almost up. Simply one step. It took about 2 minutes for this to slow down and turn to the ground, breathing in the air greedily. After Lang Zhe got the video done, he continued to sit on the chair, thinking about whether or not he should send it to the Long family now when this little ninny actually got up from the ground again. This time it was Lang Zhe's turn to be dumbfounded. His own skills were still on cooldown, but this little ninny was directly handing over Flash to kill? However, Long Shitting had also completely forgotten what segment she was in due to her overexcitement. After all, the first level of Adore and Sword of Cold Ice encounter a full level of fully loaded Minotaur Chief. Even if the other side of the skills are all on cooldown, but also a residual blood, you Cold Ice is not likely to be the opponent of the Minotaur Chief. Thus, a scream suddenly came from the backyard. Inside the villa, Yi Si-jin, who had just finished going to the toilet, seemed to have heard something and looked toward the backyard. What's that sound? After a big battle, Lang Zhe returned to the villa, leaving Long Shitting alone in the backyard. As for Long Shitting's crumbling video, Lang Zhe ultimately didn't send it out. It wasn't that Lang Zhe had a soft heart, but after all, there were still his own body parts in the video. Being looked at yourself is a top priority. Besides, at this time, Long Shitting had already been completely tamed by Lang Zhe. After fighting for so long, coupled with the Eye of Charm, with Long Shitting's kind of youngster with clear eyes that revealed stupidity in their clarity could not hold on at all. The current Long Shitting was full of Lang Zhe's body, completely becoming a RBQ. As long as Lang Zhe gave a word, she could immediately roll over and lick Lang Zhe's shoes. In fact, Lang Zhe's taming of Long Shirting did not rely solely on the Eye of Charm. A single Eye of Charm alone was not that effective. The main thing is that Long Shitting herself is very repressed herself, coupled with Lang Zhe's previous threats and violence against Long Shitting, so that Long Shitting has produced some kind of Stockholm Syndrome type of mentality. Both to the abuser to produce strong emotions. Love the abuser of a complex. Of course, as to what was going on, Lungza didn't go into detail. If you go into detail, you won't pass the trial. Just after entering the house, Yi Si-jin came downstairs on her crutches. Seeing this, Lungza hurriedly said with concern, "Why did you come down? You should be resting right now." Yi Si-jin shook her head and said, "No need." After saying that, Yi Si-jin walked down the stairs with great difficulty alone and came in front of Lungza, gasping for breath while speaking. "Lungza, let me ask you, what did you do just now?" As for what Lungza had just gone for, Yi Si-jin was already suspicious. Although Yi Si-jin knew what kind of person Lungza was, she herself had often told herself that she didn't like Lungza. Kagome would not deceive herself, and although she hated to admit it, Yi Si-jin was also clear that she was afraid that she was really in love with this bastard Lungza. You're not falling in love with me, are you? Lungza narrowed his eyes. Truth be told, Lungza is not a cold-blooded and heartless pile driver, and although there are beautiful women around, Lungza's heart still has a person he likes more. Of course, that person wasn't Yi Si-jin, and Lungza cared about Yi Si-jin purely out of guilt. The person Lungza really liked was actually Qin Shiyu. Are you kidding me? Lungza has relived 7 times. Each time, he was crippled by Long Aotian because he knelt down to lick Qin Shiyu, and after licking him for so long, it would be false to say that he didn't have any feelings. As for the other women Lungza has slept with, honestly speaking, Lungza did not put on the heart. It is more out of physiological needs and a kind of responsibility as a villainous young man. We're the villain. Wouldn't it be normal for us to play with a few more women? But the problem is, Lungza is a flesh and blood person. Human nature is so complicated. Yi Si-jin just wanted to retort, but when the words reached her mouth, she suddenly couldn't say anything. For a long time, when Lungza was almost out of patience, Yi Si-jin shook her head with a helpless face and gently closed her eyes, opened his mouth and said, "So what if it is?" Lungza also noticed that a crystal clear tear seemed to flow from the corner of Yi Si-jin's eye. Lungza was still a little heartbroken at the sight. Thus, Lungza smiled faintly and patted Yi Si-jin's shoulder as if nothing had happened. "It's not worth it for an asshole like me, big sister. How about this? If you're okay with being small, then I can think about it." Lungza still had that dude attitude. "You fuck?" Yi Si-jin's brows tightened as she angrily looked at Lungza and said, "Do you really have no feelings for me at all? We're already engaged." Though, Lungza sniffed and shrugged. "So what? Our engagement was a complete accident. And at the time, I was trying to preserve the Lang family, in order for your grandfather to stop targeting me. But now that your grandfather is in, and the Yi family is down, the engagement can be broken at any time." After saying that, Lungza turned his head and was about to leave, but Yi Si-jin pulled Lungza's wrist and said with a serious expression, "Lungza, I'm okay with you screwing around, but you have to marry me." Ha! As soon as Lungza heard this, he was directly dumbfounded. "Big sister, are you alright? I don't care how many wives you take, but I must make it big." Yi Si-jin had started to get a little hysterical as she continued. "Didn't all the ancients have 3 wives and 4 concubines? So I don't care. I love you. I've been holding that in for months. I've liked you from the moment you first asked Grandpa to get engaged to me. I, Yi Si-jin, have never liked anyone in my life. Lungza, you are the first, and I hope to be the last." As soon as the words left his mouth, he only heard a sudden sound of a car engine from the yard. Listen carefully. It's not even one car, at least a dozen cars. The Yi family villa was big enough, and a dozen cars, in turn, parked in front of the Yi family mansion. Immediately after that, a dozen car doors opened at the same time, and more than 30 men in suits got out at the same time. The scene, shall we say, does seem a bit blustery. Immediately afterward, a Rolls-Royce slowly drove into the courtyard. Although Lungza didn't really know much about cars, this Rolls-Royce was not the kind of style that's sucked in Netflix videos. In fact, it is true, this Rolls-Royce is a special model limited to 100 million worldwide. Those who could ride in this kind of luxury car were not ordinary tycoons. Even if Lungza was so rich now, he wouldn't spend $100 million on a car. Have this money to directly buy an airplane. Soon, several black-clothed bodyguards trotted to the Rolls-Royce. One opened the door, and an elderly man slowly walked down. Unsurprisingly, this person is the head of the Long family, right? Of course, Koldzer wasn't sure. After all, the capital is not close to Jiangcheng, and it's probably not easy for an old man of this age to toss around so far. The old man leaned on his crutches and arrived in front of Lungza, surrounded by several men in black. Lungza noticed that the old man was surrounded by several bodyguards, all of whom had extraordinary skills. It was highly likely that they were all around the innate level. As for Lang Zhe, although Lang Zhe was confident that he wouldn't be killed by this group of people, but if this group of people really wanted to make a move, then none of the people in the villa could be protected by himself. In front of this group of guys, all Lang Zhe was able to do was merely defend himself. At this time, Lang Zhe also realized a problem, and that is, carefully perhaps there is a need to systematically practice martial arts. After all, no matter how high the realm was, he himself was a punk who didn't know any kung fu and relied on brute force in his fights. When he encountered someone with similar strength to himself, Lang Zhe could still rely on his body of steel to steel himself against his opponent. But meet Zhou Liangchen, the kind of monster. Lang Zhe only passive part, although the other side cannot beat himself to death. Ahem. Lang Zhe cleared his throat, striding forward and said, "And this is?" The old man looked old, but his words were unambiguous, only to see him quickly reply, "Kid, you should be able to guess my identity, right? Dragon family head?" Lang Zhe frowned slightly. The old man nodded. "Exactly." Lang Zhe sniffed and smiled in a pretense of relief and said, "I was just thinking about how I was going to contact you, and I sent myself to your door?" Elder Long in front of him sniffed and stared at Lang Zhe with a serious expression without speaking. Honestly speaking, this old man of the Long family didn't really look like the #1 richest man in the Dragon Kingdom. This old man, dressed very plain, wearing a Tang suit, similar to the Manchu dress kind, not Tang dynasty dress, a pair of old Beijing cloth shoes, at first glance as an authentic old Beijing Hudong people, commonly referred to as the Jingles. The speaking accent also has a very strong childish sound. A moment later, the old man suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Kid, our men don't talk nonsense. Let's talk directly to you. Let go of my granddaughter. So what's in it for me?" Lang Zhe had no negotiating skills and opened his mouth to ask for favors. Benefits? Elder Long obviously didn't care too much, and directly shook his head and smiled. The good thing is that the Long family won't hold you responsible. Talking the talk? Lang Zhe did not expect Elder Long to let himself off the hook so easily. "A gentleman's word is a team of horses," Elder Long solemnly said. "I can turn a blind eye even if you poke my grandson's eyes blind and waste our family's second son's lifeblood, but you must release my granddaughter." Long shitting. To be honest, Lang Zhe was a little hesitant. After all, he really couldn't believe that a grandfather, a father, or this kind of ruthless person who could just cover the sky in the entire Dragon Kingdom would let himself go so easily. There must be a demon when things go wrong. After Lang Zhe scratched the back of his head, he shook his head again and said, "I don't believe it." Elder Long looked as if he had guessed that Lang Zhe would say this, only to see him smile slightly and shake his head. "I knew you would say this. In this way, you recognize me as your godfather, and I, from now on, will take you as my godson, and in the future, when you go out of the door, you will be a member of the Long family. How about this? You still trying to take advantage of me, old Biden?" Lang Zhe instantly frowned and said, "I'm telling you, it's impossible." When these words came out, it was Elder Long's turn to freeze. The surrounding several bodyguards were even looking at Lang Zhe with a face like they were looking at a fool. Who is Master Long? How many of the people present dreamed of being a son to Elder Long? What does it mean to be a son to Master Long? It means that in the future, you are a member of the Dragon family. Not only will you be able to eat and wear clothes without worrying, you'll be able to get your hands on a lot of money. And to put it more seriously, in the Dragon Kingdom, you'll be able to kill someone. The Dragon family can take care of you. This is equivalent to the reality. Ma Yun suddenly told you to recognize you as a godson general. Ask how many people will refuse. Of course, it doesn't exclude the kind of people who are tough-talking if nothing else says, "I'm not going to be a son to someone else." Most people, at least 90% of them, wouldn't refuse to call Jack Ma daddy, would they? What's more, in this world, the Long family's status and financial power was far from what Ma Yun could match in reality. Let's put it this way, in this parallel world of the Dragon Kingdom, the status of the Dragon family is equivalent to the status of Samsung in Southpaw in reality. Boy, are you serious? Elder Long cocked his head and stared at Lang Zhe with a face of disbelief. There are more brats out there who want to be a son to old me than you have hair on your head. And you actually don't care? Why should I care? Lang Zhe spread his hands and said, "You see, I'm rich now, and I'm not afraid of offending people. Otherwise I wouldn't have kidnapped your granddaughter, right? If I'm so awesome, why do I need to recognize a godfather? If I were a poor man with a low IQ, I would have joined your family, not to mention being your godson." This phrase specifically refers to Zhou Liangchen. Elder Long sniffed, as if he suddenly realized, nodded and said, "Well, it makes sense. It makes sense. Then in that case, I have another idea." "What way?" Lang Zhe sniffed and frowned slightly. "Let's bond. If we become brothers, naturally no one will touch you, right?" Lang Zhe was even more speechless once he heard this. You're a bad old Biden. I don't want to be born in the same year and month, but I want to die in the same year and month and day. Your age spots are about to turn into corpse spots. You don't have many years left to live. And now you're my buddy. Don't you want me to die young? No. Old man, aren't you a little bit sick of something big? Me? So young? Under 30? Worshipping you? Do I have to die with you if you die? The moment these words came out, the bodyguard beside Elder Long was about to make a move. But Elder Long hurriedly stopped the bodyguard beside him, then stared at Lung Zhe and laughed. Kid, not bad. You have guts. Today, this old man of mine will leave his words here. Believe it or not. As long as you release my granddaughter, I won't pursue other things. But if you don't release them, you'll kidnap them and so will we. Saying that, Elder Long looked at Yi Sijin beside Lung Zhe. The bodyguard beside him immediately understood and hurriedly walked forward in large strides. Seeing this, Lung Zhe didn't say a word and went straight for the jugular. A bodyguard's nose was instantly broken. It hurt so much that he wailed. The other bodyguards saw this and immediately swarmed up. Lung Zhe hadn't systematically learned kung fu after all, so he could only rely on brute force in a fight. And the group of bodyguards beside Elder Long was obviously not idle either. They relied on their flexible physical skills and rich combat experience to beat Lung Zhe without the ability to fight back. As with the scene in the martial arts hall during the day, when he was surrounded by that group of special forces, Lung Zhe was in a completely passive and beaten position. But as the saying goes, even the best kung fu is afraid of a chopper. Although Lung Zhe's kung fu wasn't as good as this group of people, but in front of absolute strength, any kung fu was just flowery fists. As long as Lung Zhe seized the opportunity, it would be a brutal beating. After a dozen or so men in suits, 3 or 5 fell to the ground one after another. Elder Long also seemed to realize something. After all, the Long family is a martial arts practicing family, and although Elder Long is a businessman now, he also learned kung fu in the mountains when he was young. A single glance revealed Lung Zhe's strength. Thus, Elder Long immediately waved his hand, signaling his men to stop. When Elder Long's men stopped, all of them subconsciously covered their fists. Some of them even had blood dripping out of their fists and their legs were limping. It couldn't be helped. Who asked Lung Zhe's body strength to be a fucking steel plate? Kid, your cultivation realm is very high, but you have no skills to speak of in a fight. If you meet a real expert, you're afraid that you'll only get beaten, Elder Long said in an icy tone. He'd already thought of the best person who could dispose of Colzer. That's right, it's that new door-to-door son-in-law he recruited, Zhou Liangchen. When looking at the world, Zhou Liangchen was basically equivalent to an invincible existence. Although it could not be ruled out that there must be people in the Jianghu who were more powerful than Zhou Liangchen. After all, there were people outside of people, but at least for the time being, in Elder Long's eyes, there was no one who was Zhou Liangchen's opponent. Is that so? Then you can send all the best of your men here. Lung Zhe wiped the sweat from his forehead and sneered. Or is it that you don't have anyone more powerful than me under you? Elder Long sniffed, looked at Hua Jiangwo on the side, and whispered, Go, call Liang Chen. Yes, master. Zhou Liangchen didn't know about this yet, and Elder Long didn't know about Lung Zhe's relationship with Zhou Liangchen. As for Lung Zhe, who was standing at the door, at this moment, he completely didn't hear what Elder Long was just saying, and just casually waved his hand and said, I won't see him off if there's nothing else. It's a big night, so all of you should go back to rest soon as well. After saying that, Lung Zhe turned his head and was about to leave, but Elder Long followed behind Lung Zhe very naturally and followed him all the way to the interior of the villa. And before Lung Zhe could get back to his senses, he sat down on the sofa with his butt. Seeing this, Lung Zhe twisted his head and frowned, staring at this old Biden with a surprised face. What are you doing? Don't you have a home of your own? Elder Long shook his head and sighed. My granddaughter has been kidnapped. What home is there for an old man like me to return to? At this moment, Elder Long was not at all like the famous Long family head who was famous in the capital, but rather like an ordinary little old man who had lost his granddaughter and was anxious. At this moment, Elder Long also took out a tobacco pouch from his bosom, and after sprinkling some tobacco, he took out a match and lit the pouch. A sharp intake was followed by a constant coughing fit. Ego, I'm a poor old man. A grandson was poked in the eye. A second son was kicked in the lifeblood. And the whereabouts of the youngest granddaughter are still unknown. Pity, pity. Lung Zhe stood aside with a very speechless expression. This old man. Seriously, it's really going. Now that he was like this, it made Lung Zhe a little embarrassed. Simply came to Elder Long with big strides, sat on the coffee table in front of Elder Long and said, How many sons do you have? Just 2. Elder Long smiled bitterly. The eldest son, that is, Ao Tian's father, passed away a few years ago due to an accident. The oldest 2, also known as Dragon Justice, was wasted by your kick. Lung Zhe sniffed, then spoke again and asked, Does the second in your family have any children? No. Elder Long shook his head, but then nodded and smiled bitterly. Who knows? Maybe there is. The second and the oldest have completely different temperaments. This oldest too in our family. Ah, born to be slutty. Don't know how many women he slept with. And the illegitimate children outside probably wouldn't fit in a bus. After Lang Zhe heard this, he reached out and patted Master Long's shoulder. That won't do? Don't worry. Your Long family is not extinct. Isn't there still a busload of Long family heirs? Elder Long sniffed and blankly glanced at Lang Zhe. Lang Zhe didn't care and simply sat in front of Elder Long, the two of them staring wide-eyed. At this time, Zhou Dalong walked in and muttered a few words in Lang Zhe's ear. Lang Zhe sniffed and his brows tightened as he said, "Then you watch them here now. I'll go and return." Aha! After saying that, Lang Zhe immediately left the villa and walked towards the backyard. Seeing this, Elder Long still wanted to follow, but Zhou Dalong stopped Elder Long with a hand and said, "Elder, rest here. The young master will be back in a while. What has your young master been up to?" Elder Long stared at Zhou Dalong with a skeptical expression. When Zhou Dalong heard this, the corner of his mouth rose slightly as he sneered. What else can he go for? Of course he's going to feed the dogs. Feed the dogs? Shouldn't an underling do that sort of thing? That dog, can only be fed by the young master? If others go, she bites. Inside a room in the backyard, Lang Zhe carried a meal and placed it in front of Long Shitting. At this time, Long Shitting also came back to her senses, and the moment she saw Lang Zhe, although she was a little excited, her fear did not dissipate. Instead, he clutched the leash around his neck and kept cowering into the corner. What for? After Lang Zhe blankly glanced at Long Shitting, he spoke. You took the initiative before. You can't blame me, huh? I just came to bring you your food, and I heard you wanted to see me if you weren't eating or drinking? Saying that, Lang Zhe placed the meal on the floor in front of Long Shitting, then continued to sit on that boss chair, staring at Long Shitting with a bad smile on his face. Say, what is it? Long Shitting wiped the somewhat dry tears from the corners of her eyes before speaking. Can I go take a shower? A bath? Why? Lang Zhe looked at Long Shitting with a playful expression. Long Shitting sniffed, but she lowered her head with a flushed face. This afternoon, the two of them were in the wind and the rain, and Coldzer was good enough to pick up his pants and leave. But Long Shitting was covered in filth and didn't know what to do. The white pantyhose are a little yellowed now, especially in the private areas. She looked at Lang Zhe with a pleading face and said, "Please, Long Xiao, just let me take a shower." Lang Zhe sniffed and slowly got up. "Follow me." After saying that, Lang Zhe led Long Shitting out of the room. Yi family's villa is so big that there is a private soup spring in the backyard, which not only has a sauna, but also a pool that is big enough to accommodate a dozen or more people to share a bath. As it happened, Lang Zhe also felt sticky all over, so after coming to the pool, Lang Zhe also simply stripped off his clothes and jumped in. But Long Shitting, who followed behind Lang Zhe, was dumbfounded. She stood at the edge of the pool with a dumbfounded face, scowling as she stared at Lang Zhe's broad back muscles and said, We washed together? Or what? It's such a big pool, and you want to keep it all to yourself? Come in." Lang Zhe didn't return his head, lying in the hot spring by himself. I have to say, the Yi family's old pussy Deng really knows how to enjoy himself. This big hot spring is really comfortable to soak in. Long Shitting simply didn't take it off since she was too shy, and walked straight into the hot spring in her underwear, then kept her head down the entire time, cleaning herself with a face full of panic, still underwater and constantly cleaning their private parts. After all, the two of them had done too much during the daytime, and Long Shitting was truly afraid that she would get pregnant. But until now, Long Shitting couldn't believe that she had actually lost her mind during the daytime. The two went at it at least 3 times, and except for the first time, which was swallowed, the other times were built in. Don't you ever undress in the shower? Lang Zhe stared at Long Shitting with a serious face and said. Long Shitting sniffed and hastily shook her head. I am sorry, Looking at Long Shitting's innocent look as she wanted to say something, but couldn't get it out. Lang Zhe was again tingling all over. Can't help it. Too young. Plus the steel body given by the system is just too good to be true. So, Lang Zhe simply pulled Long Shitting into his arms. The duo had another lovebirds game in the water. Inside the villa, Elder Long waited with some impatience, so he immediately stood up and stared at Zhou Dalong with a serious face. Young Master Lang fed the dog for so long? How many dogs do you have in your house? Zhou Dalong sniffed and stared at Elder Long with a cold smile. Just one, but that one dog is very edible. It was a lot of food this afternoon, so I should be hungry again right now. Just a little longer. Elder Long completely failed to understand Zhou Dalong's words. Zhou Dalong was also a smart man and knew that the young master had been gone for so long and must have done something with Long Shitting again. However, right at this moment, a Ferrari slowly drove into the Yi family mansion. Immediately after that, Long Aotian and Zhou Liangchen both stepped out of the car. Zhou Liangchen stared at the courtyard with a curious face, always feeling that something was strange. On the side, Long Aotian poked Zhou Liangchen and said, "What's wrong? It always feels so familiar here." Zhou Liangchen scratched the back of his head and said, "Since it is now late at night." Zhou Liangchen did not notice that this villa is actually the Yi family mansion. As for Long Aotian, he knows everything, and he thought that Zhou Liangchen knew the same everything. But in fact, Zhou Liangchen, this kid's brain is really not very good. Go. Long Aotian shook his head helplessly and without much thought, he led Zhou Liangchen into the villa. Upon entering the villa, Zhou Liangchen immediately recognized the mahogany door. Isn't this the Yi family's villa? Taking another look at Zhou Dalong, who was sitting in front of Elder Yi in the parlor, Zhou Liangchen immediately realized that something was not right. So Zhou Liangchen immediately clenched his fists and rushed up with one strong step. With one hand, he grabbed Zhou Dalong's collar and viciously said, "You, Zhou Dalong? Zhou Liangchen?" Zhou Dalong was also a bit surprised. At this moment, the two sisters, Yi Sijin and Yi Siki, who were standing in the corner, also recognized Zhou Liangchen. Yi Siki immediately pointed at Zhou Liangchen and said, "You, why are you? This brat, here as well? Holy shit, you're a fucking asshole." Zhou Liangchen turned his head to Yi Siki again and said, "Where's Leng Zhe? Did Leng Zhe kidnap my fiancé? Fiancé?" Yi Siki was immediately confused when she heard this. "You, where did you snag another fiancé from?" Yi Siki really couldn't figure out what was wrong. What's going on here? In the beginning, he was his fiancé. Then this kid didn't know what method he used to turn the Xie family's Missy into his fiancé. And now he's saying that the Long family's little granddaughter, Long Shitting, is also his fiancé? What the fuck is going on here? Again? Hearing this, Elder Long was also surprised. Then he turned his head to Zhou Liangchen and said, "Liangchen, what's going on?" When Zhou Liangchen heard this, he also did not have the slightest intention of concealing it, and directly replied, "Grandpa, it's not a big deal. It's just that before this Yi Siki and I also had a marriage contract. But don't worry, right now, in my heart, I only have Long Shirting. As for this Yi Siki, it's just a gold-digging girl. I can't even look at her. Who are you calling a gold worshipper?" Yi Siki stared at Zhou Liangchen with an angry face. "I think you're the gold-digging man, right? Going into someone else's family 3 times. First me, then the Xie family's eldest Miss Xie Weining, and now Long Shitting? How can you be so unproductive?" After saying that, Yi Siki simply looked at Elder Long again, and shook out all those disgraceful deeds of Zhou Liangchen saying, "This kid, at the beginning, said that he wanted to come to our family to join the family and marry me, and he also mouthed something about how much he loves me. But in the end, he was dumped by me. As a result, the next day he ran off to become a door-to-door son-in-law to Xie's family. And again in Xie's family, he said how much he loved Xie Weining. Then because of Leng Zhe's few words, the Xie family couldn't see this kid anymore either. So this kid ran to your family as a door-to-door son-in-law again." Once these words came out, both Elder Long and Long Aotian couldn't tense up. The bodyguards in the room looked at each other in disbelief. "Nice guy, the dragon family's son-in-law is actually a second-hand man? It changed hands twice and no one wanted it before it finally ran to the Long family to join the family?" But Zhou Liangchen obviously didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. But it was no wonder. With Zhou Liangchen's IQ, it was normal that he couldn't understand. After all, Zhou Liangchen was really too narcissistic, always feeling that he was doing everything right, as if he knew that he was the protagonist of the internet article in general. He also playfully looked at Elder Long and said, "Grandpa, what about things? That's just the way it is. But you shouldn't think too much. No matter if it's Yi Siki, or Xie Weining, they're all just dog-eyed gold-digging women. I, Zhou Liangchen, can't even look at them. Only Long Shirting is my favorite." After saying that, Zhou Liangchen looked at Zhou Dalong in front of him again and said, "Where is your family's young master? It was your family's young master who kidnapped my fiancé, right? I advise you to hurry up and hand over your young master. Otherwise, I will raze this entire villa to the ground." Zhou Dalong gave a cut and pointed to the sofa beside Elder Long and said, "Sit and wait. When my young master finishes feeding the dog, he will naturally come." "Feed the dogs?" Zhou Liangchen frowned and said, "What time is it? Your young master is still in the mood to feed the dog? Isn't it just a dog? One less meal won't kill you." Zhou Dalong almost laughed out loud when he heard this. He shook his head and while wearing a smile on his face, he spoke. "This dog is different. This dog can eat more than you can even imagine. Young master has been feeding all afternoon today, and now he's still eager to eat." Zhou Liangchen sniffed and didn't continue to pursue the matter. but instead sat on his butt beside Elder Long. However, Elder Long moved to the side with a disgusted look on his face. Zhou Liangchen wasn't a fool either. Seeing this, he looked at Elder Long with a curious expression and said, "Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Is there some kind of smell on me?" When Elder Long heard this, he immediately waved his hand and said, "Don't call me Grandpa. This old man of mine doesn't deserve you." Zhou Liangchen's emotional intelligence was really not high, and when he heard Elder Long say this, he still didn't take it to heart, and laughed out loud. Grandpa, you're saying this the wrong way. You are considered my senior uncle. How can you not be worthy of me? Yes, you are both my senior uncle and my grandfather, and besides, Shitting and I are about to get married, so there is no excuse for me to call you grandfather." With these words, the scene became incredibly awkward. Elder Long blankly glanced at Zhou Liangchen, and at this moment, he was also somewhat speechless, not knowing what to say. Thinking back then, I have been in the shopping mall for many years. What kind of people have I not seen? However, it was really the first time he had seen such a bogeyman like Zhou Liangchen. Even Long Ao Tian, who was standing on the opposite side of the room, was a bit surprised by Zhou Liangchen's emotional intelligence, and was just about to open his mouth to remind him of something when a female moan suddenly came from the backyard. The sound of screaming was loud and clear. It drew the people in the villa to look into the backyard. It wasn't that the house wasn't soundproof. It was mainly because the Yi family's villas were all wooden structures, plus the doors and windows of the first-floor living room were all open, so the crowd could hear very clearly. What the hell? The Long family members stood up and hurriedly walked towards the outside of the villa. Although Zhou Liangchen reacted a bit slower, he immediately realized what was going on. "Shurden? Shurden, hold on, I'm coming to save you." After saying that, Zhou Liangchen hurriedly ran in big strides in the direction of the hot spring in the backyard. At this moment, Lang Zhe was sweating profusely as he lay in the hot spring pool, while Long Shirting on the side was flushed with redness as she clung to Lang Zhe's arms in a bird-like manner. Lang Zhe wiped the sweat from his forehead and slowly slid one hand on Long Shitting's fragrant shoulder. "Does it still hurt this time?" Long Shitting reddened her face, lowered her head, and said in a voice as small as a mosquito, "No, it doesn't hurt anymore. Is that comfortable?" "Well." Long Shitting nodded again. "Want more?" Lang Zhe lowered his head and looked at Long Shirting in his arms with a bad smile. Long Shitting sniffed, first shook her head, then hurriedly nodded again and said, "I want to any time as long as it's my master. So can you be on call from now on?" Coldzer asked again. Long Shitting nodded and said, "Okay, I won't leave. I'll stay by your side." "Very good." Lang Zhe smiled slightly at his words. In the next second, Lang Zhe immediately stood up, casually picked up the bathrobe hanging to the side, and put it on. When Long Shitting saw this, then she immediately turned her head and looked at Lang Zhe and said, "Will it be over tonight?" "Well, I've got business to attend to, and the guests are probably getting impatient." "Guests?" Long Shitting looked at Lang Zhe with a puzzled face. Lang Zhe was just about to reply when he saw Zhou Liangchen kick open the door of the spa and barge in with an angry face. At the same time, Elder Long and the others followed behind, standing outside the door staring inside with a dumbfounded look on their faces. Seeing this, Long Shitting was so frightened that she hurriedly squatted in the hot spring, only revealing a small brain outside. "Oh, I forgot to tell you." Lang Zhe bared his teeth and turned his head to Long Shitting behind him. "Your grandfather is here. As for this, Zhou Liangchen, you do it." Before Lang Zhe could finish his sentence, he only felt a hard punch to the jaw. I have to say, Zhou Liangchen's strength is really not covered. This punch directly Lang Zhe was confused. Before he could come back to his senses, Zhou Liangchen was another kick. A vicious kick lands to the small of Cold's back. Bang! Coldzer then collapsed into the pool. Seeing this, Long Shitting hurriedly swam over and grabbed Lang Zhe with a panicked expression. Master, are you alright?" After saying that, she stared at Zhou Liangchen with an angry face and said, "Zhou Liangchen, what are you doing? You dare to hit my master?" Hearing this, everyone in the room was dumbfounded. Zhou Liangchen's eyes were even more glazed over. Elder Long and the others standing outside the door. On the other hand, their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot, and Long Outyen even gritted his back teeth. "Shit, Sistine, what are you babbling about?" Long Ao Tian walked in with large strides, and with an angry face, he faced the direction where Long Shitting made the sound and said, "What did you call him?" Zhou Dalong also poked his head out at this time, then gave Lang Zhe a thumbs up with a relieved expression. The Yi sisters, on the other hand, were completely dumbfounded. Not half a sentence could pop out at all. Long Shitting covered her breasts and squatted in the pool, only revealing a small brain and said, Brother, Grandpa, how are you guys too?" "Sure Den, you." Long Ao Tian closed his eyes and pointed at Long Shitting. half unable to say half a word. It had to be said that Long Ao Tian's blind man's sense of direction was quite good. At this time, Lang Zhe also climbed up from the pool, then wrung the waterway on his bathrobe with a relaxed face. I say Liang Chen forget what I told you before? Young man, don't be impulsive. Besides, I wasn't looking for or messing with you, so why the sudden punch? With that, Lang Zhe waved his hand at Zhou Dalong who was at the door and said, come with Huazi. Having just finished his workout, Kolzer was longing for an afterthought cigarette. Zhou Dalong was not ambiguous, and hurriedly took out a packet of Huazi and a lighter from his pocket and threw it to Lang Zhe. Lang Zhe, in front of everyone, lit Huazi before striding towards Zhou Liangchen, blowing a mouthful of smoke at Zhou Liangchen before saying, how do you intend to compensate for the punch you just threw at me? Compensation? When Zhou Liangchen heard this, he was so angry that he wanted to rip Lang Zhe's head off on the spot. You fucking slept with my fiancé and you want me to pay for it? Naya Lengza, you screwed my woman 3 times. I was engaged to Yi Siki. You screwed Yi Siki. I was engaged to Xia Weiniang. You screwed Xia Weiniang, and now you're still taking baths with my woman without clothes? Don't get me wrong, don't misunderstand. When Lang Zhe heard this, he quickly waved his hand and said, I really didn't do anything in the first 2, but this time, I didn't just soak in the hot springs, I also broke that layer of her window paper, counting this time just now, 4 times. The moment these words came out, Zhou Liangchen was directly angry until his eyes were green, staring at the tent in Lang Zhe's crotch. He came up with a kick. Bang! The men in the room subconsciously covered their vitals, but Lang Zhe just stood in place as if he was nothing, and also scratched his crotch, inhaled a mouthful of smoke fiercely, epic over the lungs, and then coughed twice and said, cough cough, this cigarette doesn't work, it chokes the throat. Well, Lang Zhe frowned again, pinching his waist and holding a cigarette. I see. So, you ran to the Long family as a door-to-door son-in-law again? When Zhou Liangchen heard this, he stared at Lang Zhe with an arrogant face and said, yes, so what? Hey, you still proud of yourself? What's there to be proud of? After saying that, Lang Zhe also looked at the old Master Long standing in the doorway, his face black as Zhang Fei and said, Old Master Long, this won't be the door-to-door son-in-law of your Long family, right? Elder Long was truly on the verge of breaking down at this moment. First, he learned that the door-to-door son-in-law that he treated as a treasure was a second-hand product that no one wanted, and now he learned that his precious granddaughter had been sunk by the Lang Zhe in front of him who had kicked his second son's lifeblood into oblivion. And this is really fucking true? It's bad luck for the family. Aha. Elder Long nodded. Just a simple, because he really didn't know what to say anymore. Right now he just wanted to hurry up and finish this and get home. Then smothered headlong in the tea room. Closed for 3 days. It's no wonder. People are old. Suddenly lost such a big person. If word of this got out, the Long family would be the biggest joke in the capital. TSK, tisk. Lang Zhe scat his tongue while shaking his head and pinched his cigarette. The old man's vision is really unique. This kind of dumbass that no one wants can actually marry your family's eldest granddaughter. What a pity. Such a moist little girl to marry such an idiot. I guess the child born is not smart either. Lungza, are you fucking saying that again? This sentence Zhou Liangchen actually understood unexpectedly, to which Lang Zhe was still very pleased. He smiled and nodded at Zhou Liangchen. Not bad. You heard me scolding you? But don't worry. I've done my best to make sure the Long family's genes can improve a little. Hearing this, Zhou Liangchen hadn't reacted yet, but Long Ao Tian couldn't help himself first. The kid came right up and snapped a big BB pocket, hitting Kolzer in the face. What made Lang Zhe a little surprised was that Long Ao Tian, the blind man, had recovered quite quickly, and although his eyes were still not open, he was actually able to keenly perceive his own location. However, it was all in vain. Lang Zhe couldn't kill Zhou Liangchen. After all, Zhou Liangchen was all fucking invincible. But you can't kill you, Dragon Ao Tian? So Lung's face froze and he snapped his foot. Snap, rumble. There was a loud crash, only to see a wooden wall come crashing down. Long Ao Tian had at least 3 ribs broken by Lang Zhe's kick. Long Ao Tian also fell to the ground at once, a mouthful of bruised blood gushing out. As the saying goes, you don't punch someone in the face. How dare you fucking punch me in the face? Seeing this, Zhou Liangchen did not intend to hold back, and as soon as he heard that Lang Zhe hated it when people hit him in the face, he directly took another big BD. Lang Zhe was stunned on the spot. What a wind and water. However, although Lang Zhe was not Zhou Liangchen's opponent, Lang Zhe still had the power to fight Zhou Liangchen by relying on his body of steel. And given Zhou Liangchen's pride, he wouldn't put Lang Zhe in his eyes. Therefore, Lang Zhe seized the opportunity and grabbed Zhou Liangchen's shoulder before slamming headlong into it. On this end, Lang Zhe almost exerted his full strength. Bam! Zhou Liangchen was knocked off his feet on the spot. However, after all, Zhou Liangchen was the son of heaven's destiny, and under the effect of the protagonist's aura, Zhou Liangchen still stabilized his position, touched the large bag on his forehead, and grimaced. Luckily, I've practiced Iron Head Kung Fu, but this is Steelhead Kung Fu for the old man. The words fell, and then bam! This time, blood flowed directly from Zhou Liangchen's forehead. Although everyone present was an expert, none of them dared to go forward. Although the battle between Lang Zhe and Zhou Liangchen looked plain and unassuming, in the eyes of an expert, the plainer and unassuming the battle, the more insidious the strike. Flamboyant punches are used against those who are not as good as they are, but against an evenly matched opponent, the simpler the moves are the more they can pummel the opponent, especially since Lang Zhe had deadlocked Zhou Liangchen at this time. Zhou Liangchen could not even exert his fancy kung fu even though he had it. In the next second, Lang Zhe struck head-on again. There was a thud. This time, Zhou Liangchen was starting to feel dizzy, and the blood on his forehead was already flowing to the tip of his nose. Fuck you, Lang Zhe, you're wasted, Zhou Liangchen said angrily. Then he began to struggle. Zhou Liangchen also realized this problem at this time, and Lang Zhe then brute force. He himself is not compared to Lang Zhe. After all, Lang Zhe this guy can be said to be a defense pole full, but he couldn't break free from Lang Zhe, so he couldn't use his real kung fu, but he couldn't break free from Lang Zhe. The experts present watched with their hearts in their throats. Elder Long couldn't care less about his precious granddaughter being toyed with by Lang Zhe at this moment, and was concentrating on observing this duel between the experts. According to reason, with Zhou Liangchen's strength, he shouldn't be so passive. Elder Long opened his mouth with a surprised expression. Hua Jiangwo, who was on the side, also nodded with a serious expression and then spoke. What Master said is true. Although Lang Zhe's strength is at least at the innate Mahayana stage, Lang Zhe's way of fighting is very amateurish, with no skill to speak of at all. But the problem is, Zhou Liangchen can't get out of it now. But as long as Zhou Liangchen gets out of it, Lang Zhe won't have another chance to hurt Zhou Liangchen in the slightest. Yi Sijin, who was standing at the back, also noticed this. Lang Zhe's strength was certainly not to be underestimated, but just now when she was beaten up by the group outside the villa, she noticed that Lang Zhe's reaction was always a beat slower, and that he fought like an ordinary hooligan gangster, with no skill at all to speak of. Sis, Lang Zhe is so awesome. As the saying goes, outsiders look at what's going on, but insiders look at what's going on. Yi Siki couldn't see the difference in strength between Lang Zhe and Zhou Liangchen at all. In Yi Siki's eyes, Lang Zhe was completely crushing Zhou Liangchen unilaterally, but in Yi Sijin's eyes, Lang Zhe was merely taking advantage of Zhou Liangchen's lack of defense, and once Zhou Liangchen was allowed to get away, then Lang Zhe would quickly fall into a disadvantage. Even if Lang Zhe's defense was fully tapped, at most it would only last a little longer. The short answer was that Zhou Liangchen could miss countless times, but Lang Zhe could only miss once. Unless Lang Zhe could use this one chance to beat Zhou Liangchen into submission, or even to death. Otherwise, the next time in short fight, Lang Zhe would be powerless. Of course, outsiders understood this, and Lang Zhe naturally understood it as well. That's why Lang Zhe had a death grip on Zhou Liangchen from beginning to end. That pair of iron hands were like pincers. No matter how Zhou Liangchen struggled to get free, it was useless. Lang Zhe headbutts and kicks Zhou Liangchen. In just under 3 minutes, Zhou Liangchen was beaten to the point where he was covered in blood and panting. Lang Zhe, if you have the guts, let go of me. Let's fight fair and square. Lang Zhe sniffed and let out a cold laugh. With that, he immediately choked Zhou Liangchen's neck and spoke with a sinister face. I'm sorry for your death. Who told you to always go against me? After saying that, Lang Zhe fiercely exerted his strength. His hands deadlocked Zhou Liangchen's neck, for a moment, making it difficult for Zhou Liangchen to breathe, and his eyes continuously rolled outward. His tongue also spat out halfway. Lang Xiaoplade killed Zhou Liangchen? Zhou Dalanbao's mouth was half open, staring at Lang Zhe with a face of disbelief. Lang Zhe, this kind of identity, kill a person is not a big deal. But, Lang Zhe killed. If it is a celestial human realm powerhouse, not to mention the Dragon Kingdom, is the whole world's martial arts session is estimated to be a shock. The entire Dragon Country also to 10 celestial realm powerhouses. The death in Lang Zhe's hands, although only one, was enough to make the entire martial arts session tremble 3 times. Just as Zhou Liangchen was about to suffocate, he only heard a sound of helicopter propellers coming solidly from the sky. Immediately afterward, a rope fell from the sky. Immediately afterward, it was a dozen heavily armed soldiers rushing in. Before Lang Zhe had time to react, all he heard was a muffled snap. Immediately afterward, Lang Zhe only felt a burning sensation coming from his back. Snap! Another muffled sound. Lang Zhe subconsciously touched the back of his head and realized that the back of his head was bald. At the same time his brain was buzzing. And although there were no obvious traumatic injuries, Kolzer let go of his hands somewhat weakly. The moment Lang Zhe let go of his hand, Zhou Liangchen immediately fell to his knees and kept dry heaving and coughing. The others present at the moment raised their hands high in the air without uttering a word. Even Elder Long is no exception. Shit, Lang Zhe, I'm going to let you die without a body today. With that, a man in tactical clothing came to Lang Zhe with a 64 pistol, and when the two of them were less than 5 meters apart, the man violently pulled the trigger. Snap! There was a loud bang. A bullet also violently embedded itself in Lang Zhe's brow. The shell casings also fell to the ground with a crisp thud. With a final flop, the latter collapsed into the pool. At this point, everyone present was dumbfounded. Even Elder Long froze in place. I don't know how long it took for Elder Long to come back to his senses, and hurriedly took a big step towards the man. And then snapped. It was a hard slap. Rebel son, who told you to kill him? The man was none other than the second son of the Long family, Long Justice. At this moment, Long Zhenghua was still full of weakness, but the anger in his heart had long overshadowed the physical injuries, and at this moment, he couldn't care less about that. He only wanted to kill this bastard Lang Zhe. Father, if I don't kill him, son, I am a man in vain. Kill him, you can't even be human. Here, after all, is the Dragon Kingdom. Although there is no law to speak of in the world of net writing, right, but you as a soldier, privately carrying a gun out of the barracks, but also broke into someone else's home to give someone else a sieve. This kind of thing, if it is spread out, Dragon Justice as the son of the boss of the Dragon Kingdom can hardly escape death. You, Elder Long pointed at Long Zhang, and at this moment, he was already so angry that he couldn't speak. And right at this moment, Yi Siki also Yi Si Jin, two people came back to their senses, rushed to the hot spring pool. Yi Si Jin hugged Lang Zhe, while Yi Siki stood aside. Tears in the corners of her eyes couldn't stop flowing down. Lang Zhe, you wake up, woo, Lang Zhe, don't you die. Long Shitting also had a lifeless look on her face, slowly swimming towards Lang Zhe. While swimming, she also sobbed, don't you die, master, don't you die. I like you so hard. You can't die just like that. What if you die? Me. What if I'm pregnant with your baby? I don't want to abort him. Just as Long Shitting had just swam to Lang Zhe's side, he only saw one of Lang Zhe's hands suddenly lift up from the water and snap at his own brow. Shortly afterward, he snapped out a battered and flattened slug and casually tossed it into the water, then touched the wound on his brow and said, "It's really opened up the eyes of heaven." Everyone was too scared to speak at this scene. It was no wonder. After all, a person who had been shot 3 times, 2 of which were still headshots, one on the back of the head, and one in the center of the eyebrow. No one would think that Lang Zhe would still be able to survive. However, compared to the surprise of the people in the real world, the people in this world were surprised, but not so much that they thought it was bullshit. After all, this wasn't a high martial world, but it wasn't a low martial world either. What exactly was going on? Lang Zhe wasn't very clear. In short, it was between high and low martial arts. The martial arts system is also relatively standardized, and even stronger than that. It is not strong enough to be able to destroy a country by one person, but it is not unheard of that the strength of the flesh is so strong that it can block bullets. Some years ago when the World War, whether it is the Eastern or Western battlefield, more or less have been rumored that a certain strong person against the Maxim heavy machine gun charge deeds. But in modern times, when the international situation has calmed down and there aren't so many big wars, naturally there is much less of this kind of news. But it's not entirely unheard of. News of this often comes out of the small, war-torn countries over in the West. The US military, which often feeds on war, will also have more or less news of this kind coming out from within the US military. Therefore, Elder Long and his group were first surprised for a moment, and then they stared at Lang Zhe with a face of fear. Although the 6.4 is a pistol, the caliber is also 7.62 pistol rounds. You were shot in the head twice in a row, and it was only a flesh wound? What does that mean? This indicated that Lang Zhe's strength was at least at the Mahayana stage of the celestial realm. With the ability of the Martial Arts Association, or, with the official ability, at most, it can test the level of the celestial realm, and on the way up. 1 is that there is no precedent, and 2 is that the Martial Arts Association does not have anyone who has the ability to give the strongest person above the celestial realm to do the assessment test. Of course, what the people present didn't realize was that Lang Zhe's true strength was just the innate realm. The fact that he was able to resist the fight so well was entirely due to the system-rewarded body of steel coming into play. Had enough? Lang Zhe slowly walked out of the pool and came in front of Long Justice. At this moment, Long Zhenghua, on the other hand, was completely stunned, with his mouth half open. He stared at Lung Zhe with round eyes in disbelief, and while shaking his head, "No, no, impossible, no way, absolutely not." Not only Long Justice, even the several members of the special forces behind Long Justice were dumbfounded. If they were on the battlefield and encountered a strong person like Lang Zhe, the well-trained ones would naturally not hesitate to take out large-caliber armor-piercing bullets to deal with such a strong person. But it's in the folklore. It's in the metropolis. Who could have imagined that in a not-so-big second-tier city like Zhangchang, there was actually a celestial realm great achiever powerhouse who could block bullets? However, Long Zhangyi only collapsed for less than 3 seconds, and then immediately came back to his senses, and hurriedly lifted up the Type 05 microcharger hanging on his body, and was about to pull the trigger at Lang Zhe. Only one of Lang Zhe's fingers slammed into the trigger, and before Long Zhenghua had time to react, Lang Zhe wrenched it with force. There was a click. Ah! Long Zhangyi immediately let out a miserable scream. The finger he used to pull the trigger was completely broken at the moment. A few other members of the team saw this and didn't dare to shoot. It wasn't because they were afraid of not being able to beat Lang Zhe. On the contrary, what they were worried about now was the consequences after beating Lang Zhe to death. Because Lang Zhe was simply too strong. So strong that this group of battle-hardened special forces soldiers were all a bit intimidated. At this time, a member of the team cautiously spoke to Long Zhangyi. "Colonel, why don't we withdraw? Withdraw your fucking ass." Long Justice was so angry that his eyes were red and he still wanted to lay hands on Lang Zhe when he did, only to see Elder Long hit Long Zhenghua's skull hard with a cane. With a snap, Elder Long angrily stared at Long Zhangyi and said, "Brat, why did I send you to the army back then? It's just to exercise your stinking temper. Do things without thinking?" "But, Dad." Long Justice was just about to say something when he saw a crutch that directly hit Long Justice's kneecap. Long Justice also softened his legs and directly knelt down. Elder Long was actually saving Long Zhangyi by asking him to endure. Although Long Zhenghua had a lot of influence in the Dragon Kingdom army, he was only a big-headed soldier after all. Although he had been promoted to the rank of colonel due to his outstanding war achievements, in essence, Long Zhangyi was still a big-headed soldier. There was a fundamental difference between him and the generals in the upper echelons of the military. Moreover, Lang Zhe's strength is too strong now. If Long Zhenghua's group can kill Lang Zhe tonight, it's okay, but if they can't kill him, then Long Zhenghua will get more than just a disciplinary action. Privately armed, led the team to break into the house, but also used his position to mobilize the military helicopter. This matter is spread out. Then the old master of the dragon, no matter how only hand to cover the sky, will not be able to protect the dragon justice. Get the hell out of here. Elder Long hit Long Zhenghua's ass with a cane. Long Zhenghua wanted to say something else, but in the end, the words reached his mouth, but he couldn't say anything, only to limp out the door with a gray head. But just when Elder Long's heart was easily put down, Lang Zhe's ice-cold voice scared the people present with a jolt. Wait a minute. Lang Zhe's gaze was cold as he stared at the backs of Long Zhenghui's group. Did I let you guys go? Think I'm in a KTV, coming and going as I say? Long Zhenghua sniffed and instantly became enraged. However, before Long Justice could open his mouth to retort, Elder Long directly turned around and bowed deeply to Lang Zhe. Those present were even more surprised when they saw this scene. The Long family of the capital, the richest man in the entire Dragon Kingdom, actually bowed to Lang Zhe. Both Hua Jiangwo and Long Aotian's jaws dropped. Grandpa, what are you doing? Dragging his heavy body, Long Aotian slowly walked over and said, Lang Zhe is an asshole. He is a scum, just a lowly rich second generation. What virtue can make our Long family bow down for him? Grandpa, all you need to do is say one word, and all the assassins in the country will kill Lang Zhe to please you. Elder Long sniffed and directly backhanded a large forced pocket. Snap. This slap. The slap was so loud, it made Long Aotian dizzy. Assholes, you're the same, get out. After saying that, Elder Long looked at Lang Zhe again, then arched his hand and said, Young Master Lang, regarding today's incident, I admit that it is the old man, my children and grandchildren who have caused you trouble. If it wasn't for my family's elder going to your martial arts school to cause trouble and injuring the Yi family's eldest miss, you wouldn't have taken action against our family's elder. I, an old man, say sorry in advance. This instantly made Lunza a little surprised as well. This capital city Long family, also not like the legends so bullish this how suddenly to their own apologies. Young Master Lang, for the sake of me as an old man, let's forget about this matter today. Forget it? Lang Zhe gave Elder Long a blank look and said, What are you? You say forget it and forget it? When these words came out, the people present were again frightened and turned pale. Looking at the entire Dragon Kingdom, no one had dared to speak to Elder Long like this. Lang Zhe's words truly made the people present dumbfounded. Even Elder Long himself was stunned. I asked you a question. What are you? seeing that Elder Long didn't say anything for half a day. So Lang Zhe opened his mouth to ask again. The first question, Elder Long was just stunned. This second question directly made Elder Long's cheeks twitch. However, after holding his breath for a long time, Elder Long still took a deep breath, then shook his head and said, "Alas, young Master Lang, I advise you, young man, not to be too angry. What's a young man if he's not exuberant?" Lang Zhe directly disliked him back, not giving the other party the slightest bit of breathing room, then added, "I'm asking you, count as a what thing?" This sentence was said in such a way that it was like rubbing Elder Long's face on the ground. Most sparks are splattering kind of thing. You're like a what? A fucking thing. Lang Zhe aggressively walked directly to Elder Long in large strides, looking down on Elder Long and said with slight anger, "Where's the imposing appearance just now? And call someone to beat me up? Look at all the people you've called in." Saying that, Lang Zhe stepped on the chest of Zhou Lianchen, who hadn't yet recovered from the suffocation he had just suffocated, and said, "A cerebellar underdeveloped retard." Lang Zhe also pointed at Long Aotian and Long Zhang, who were at the door, a blind man and a human demon. Lang Zhe's finger slowly slid back to the few bodyguards behind Elder Long, and a bunch of rabble. "This is the person called by the #1 richest man in the Dragon Kingdom? Bunch of trash. I'm not targeting anyone. With all due respect to everyone present, they're all fucking trash." At this moment, everyone present was nothing but angry and ashamed. Even Elder Long himself was all red as a monkey's butt. He was so disliked by Lang Zhe that he couldn't say a word. At this time, Lang Zhe, again very naturally, put his hand on Elder Long's shoulder and squeezed it hard. This time, all that was heard was a cackle. Elder Long's face immediately changed. A sharp pain then came from his shoulder. However, Elder Long held back. He clenched his back teeth with a deadly grip and forced himself to endure the severe pain. "Young Master Lang, I say, let's forget about it today. If you agree, then in the future, the Lang family's affairs will be the affairs of my Long family. Do you think I need you if I want to fix something?" The corners of Lang Zhe's mouth rose slightly. Indeed, if Lang Zhe had encountered any trouble, he would most likely have solved it privately by himself. Lang Zhe could even solve this trouble of the Long family. What else did he need the Long family for? Elder Long was completely dumbfounded at this moment. "I thought I had been in the mall for so many years. What kind of negotiation hadn't I experienced? But this kind of rogue like Lang Zhe." It was really the first time that Elder Long had seen it. He had seen a lot of evil people, but he really hadn't come into contact with an evil person like Lang Zhe. The evil people that Elder Long had come into contact with were either the kind that were so evil that they couldn't wait to eat a child, or they weren't evil enough to be completely evil and still retain some of their humanity. But Lang Zhe's kind, Elder Long really couldn't understand. You say Lang Zhe is unforgivable? But he doesn't do things to the extreme. He leaves room for maneuver a lot of the time. Or else Long Aotian would have died a long time ago. But you say he's not evil enough? But he is simply desperate to achieve his goals. Simply put, Lang Zhe is an evil man in the skin of a good man. It is this kind of evil person that is often the most difficult to deal with. He will always give you hope, but is also aggressive. On the surface he looks harmless, but once his interests are touched, then he will be like a beast. After a long time, Lang Zhe took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. "Give me a reason not to kill you. Present at least 3. After saying that, Lang Zhe lit another wazoo for himself and sat by the hot spring pool. Still, angry old man. Lang Zeke is too professional. Lang Zhe, you're a bully. Long Aotian shouted again at the door at this time. Yi Sijin also rushed to Lang Zhe's side, looked at Lang Zhe with a worried face and said, "Lang Zhe, or, let's just take it as it comes." Yi Siki nodded her head as well, staring with big, innocent eyes. "Yeah, Lang Zhe, it won't do any good to either of us if this matter becomes a big deal." Lang Zhe sniffed, but waved his hand with a disinterested expression and said, "Don't worry, if they dared to move me, they would have moved me long ago." As expected, once these words came out, Elder Long's face became even more ugly. The harder his face looked, the more it meant that Lang Zhe was right. Elder Long blackened his face and stared at Lang Zhe. His body began to tremble as he opened his mouth and said, "Long Xiao, if you've made enough of a scene, take a break. Old man, I really don't have the energy to play with you either. Just say the word. Will this ever be over?" "Can't." Lang Zhe didn't give Elder Long the slightest bit of face, but instead stretched out 3 fingers to himself and said, "Name 3 reasons, or none of you will be able to leave today." The few special forces soldiers outside the door were also a bit tense at the moment, and some of them had even begun to load their weapons. "Shit, I don't believe this barrage of rifles can kill you?" Long Jiangyi immediately grabbed a semi-automatic rifle and walked forward with great strides, but Lang Zhe pinched Elder Long's throat. This action caused the hearts of those present to rise to their throats. Long Zhenghua also stopped immediately and stared at Leng Zhe with a shocked expression. Ling Zhe, don't be impulsive. Let's discuss what we have to say. You want reasons, don't you? I do. Number 1, killing my father won't do you any good. There will be no place for you in the entire dragon family, or even the entire dragon kingdom. Leng Zhe sniffed and nodded with a calm face. What about the second reason? Second, let my father go. And consider my dragon family to owe you a favor. When you go out in the future, your business is the business of the dragon family. And the third? Leng Zhe teasingly stared at Long Zhenghua. Long Justice was sweating furiously at this point, but he couldn't think of a third point. Hua Jiangwo even scratched his heart and stared at Leng Zhe with a nervous face. Enough, Leng Zhe, you're so impulsive. Haven't you thought about the people around you? When Elder Long heard this, he also immediately nodded and said, this third point is that even if you are able to retreat in one piece, then how are you going to protect the people around you, unless you can guard them 24 hours a day? Leng Zhe immediately laughed when he heard this. He shook his head slowly and said, threatening me, right? Fine. Let's see which one of us is quicker. You kill them and I'll kill all of you. Long Zhenghua and his group were completely dumbfounded. Leng Zhe, this guy wasn't reasonable at all. The third. At this time, Long Shitting, who was hiding in the pool, suddenly and timidly opened her mouth. The dragon family and the Lang family are joined in marriage, and I'll marry you, Ling Zhe. With these words, Zhou Liangchen, who was lying on the ground, couldn't wait to bite his tongue on the spot. Your mom, didn't anyone ask my opinion? I let you Leng Zhe steal my fiancé again? Is there any law? You've robbed me of 3 women. Zhou Liangchen wants to cry. At this moment, Elder Long's face was expressionless, and he didn't say whether it was okay or not. He just looked at Leng Zhe and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Leng Zhe smiled and opened his mouth to ask, Elder Long, what do you think? When Elder Long heard this, his eyes turned back to Long Shitting in the pool, then he lowered his head with a reddened face and took a deep breath. If young Master Lang feels that there is no problem, then there is no problem. Very good. Leng Zhe smiled and nodded. Then you can all get lost. With that, Leng Zhe waved his hand, signaling that they could leave. Elder Long was not ambiguous and turned his head away. Although the people of the Long family, including Hua Jiangwo, were still unwilling to leave, and their eyes were filled with hatred as they looked at Leng Zhe, they had to obey Elder Long's orders and follow him. After all of the Long family members left, Yi Sijin rushed over and said, Leng Zhe, is it really alright? Leng Zhe seemed to be a bit tense at the moment. His legs softened and he almost fell. Seeing this, Yi Siki and Yi Sijin both hurriedly supported Leng Zhe and said, Leng Zhe, what's wrong with you? Are you alright, Leng Zhe? It was impossible to say that there was nothing at all. After all, Leng Zhe had just been shot 3 times, and one of the shots had hit his eyebrow, with the bullet trapped halfway in. That sharp pain coming from his skull made Koldzer's head spin a little. That's right, Koldzer is hurt. It seems that the steel body is nothing more than that, and you can still get a few superficial wounds from a 7.62mm bullet. At this time, Zhou Dalong also came late with his medical kit Sugi, and hurriedly bandaged Leng Zhe in place. Is this going to work? Should we go to the hospital? Yi Sijin said with a face full of worry. Leng Zhe waved his hand and spoke with a disinterested expression. There's no need. That night, inside Leng Zhe's study, Leng Zhe's head was wrapped in gauze, and he himself was leaning back in his boss chair, smoking a cigar that he didn't know who had left in the drawer while speaking to Zhou Dalong in front of him. The Long family won't stop. But, young master, isn't Long Shitting still with you? Long Shitting? Leng Zhe gave Zhou Dalong a blank look and continued. Do you think she's a hostage from the Warring States period? She's nothing. What kind of person is Elder Long? The richest man in the Dragon Kingdom. People have been in the shopping mall for so many years, and they are comfortable in and out of the mall. Let's just say, the way things were, he wouldn't have hesitated even if I'd asked him to kneel. But it's the people with no bottom line like that are more dangerous. And it's the people with no bottom line like that are more likely to achieve success. Elder Long was able to become the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom. Where do you think his bottom line would be? This kind of person has no bottom line. When it doesn't threaten the family's interests, the female members of the family are his big treasures, the 1,000 golds of their family. But once the interests of the family are touched, then the women of the family are nothing more than sacrifices. Saying that, Leng Zhe took out another typical example and said, didn't a large portion of those daughters of the emperors in ancient times become political victims? Hearing this, Zhou Dalong suddenly realized, hurriedly staring at his eyes. He said, then, if that's the case, why did young master still let them go? Leng Zhe took a deep breath and said, because if we kill them, we won't be able to go anywhere. If we don't kill them, we still have a chance to live. That's right. Lang Zhe didn't intend to kill Elder Long from the start, because Lang Zhe knew very well that it was impossible for someone like Elder Long to not have a backup plan. If, at that time, Lang Zhe had killed Elder Long on an impulse, then it was estimated that in the next second, he would be surrounded by several hundred heavily armed SWAT officers, who would beat him into a sieve in minutes. What's wrong with a body of steel? Armor-piercing bullets are standard for SWAT in this world. In front of the powerful firepower, even the most powerful martial artist could only be a living target. Although Lang Zhe had no bottom line in his actions, he was not so impulsive as to confront the entire country's violent institutions, and Zhou Dalong, who was standing in front of him, understood Lang Zhe very well, and after nodding his head, he continued to speak. Young Long, then what now? Lang Zhe covered his somewhat itchy wound and shook his head helplessly. Wait and see what happens. It looked as if Lang Zhe was winning, but in reality, Lang Zhe was also a bit panicked. After all, he had just messed with the richest man in the country, so it would be a lie to say that he wasn't panicking, not to mention that he had taken a few shots himself. But right now, Lang Zhe really didn't have any better solutions. Just now, when he saw the expression on Elder Long's face, Lang Zhe knew that Elder Long would definitely not let this go. The other side, on the way to the airport, Hua Jiangwo on the co-pilot twisted his head and looked at Elder Long in the right rear of the car and said, Elder, this matter is just going to be forgotten? Elder Long frowned slightly and said with an icy face, Forget it? How can you possibly forget it? Humph. Then, Hua spoke up again and asked, Then what do we do next? Next, Elder Long pondered for a moment, tapping his fingers on the car window. It was only after a long time that the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he spoke with an evil expression. We can't move him squarely. At the very least, we have to make him have no reason to make a move against us. You call justice later. Hearing this, Hua immediately understood. The old master is to borrow the hand of the military to get rid of Lang Zhe. The Long family can be threatened, but the military? Oh, looking at the entire Dragon Kingdom, who dares to threaten the military? Besides, the military isn't alone. So what if you, Lang Zhe, are powerful enough to kill a general? Killing a general doesn't make the military any less intimidated by you. It makes them angrier. Soon the car slowed to a stop in front of one of the airport's private hangar doors. Several black-clothed bodyguards stood in 2 rows and saluted Elder Long. Long Outyen also came over on his crutches and said, Grandpa, do you really intend to marry your sister to that scum Lang Zhe? Elder Long blankly glanced at Long Aotian and coldly hummed, Humph, that girl asked for it. Today, Grandpa, my face has been disgraced by that dead girl. I didn't expect that the female members of my Long family would be so worthless. Just thinking about just now, his precious eldest granddaughter actually called Lang Zhe master, and also being naked and soaking in the hot spring with Lang Zhe, he was so angry that he was trembling all over. The cabbage that he had worked so hard to raise was just given away by a pig. And the point is that the cabbage was happy to be given away by the pig. Shameless thing, what a disgrace to my Long family. After saying that, Elder Long fiercely pestled the ground with the walking stick in his hand before striding onto the airplane. Long Aotian shook his head with a bitter smile. Aotian, aren't you going back to the capital? Elder Long had just gotten on the airplane. Then he turned his head to look at Long Aotian who was planning to leave. Long Aotian sniffed and nodded. Well, Grandpa, you go back first. I have to think of a way to save my sister. Stupid, Elder Long suddenly cursed and said. That dead girl has given that bastard Lang Zhe as a bitch. Why do you still care about her? Early the next morning, Lang Zhe had just opened his eyes when he realized that there were 3 beautiful women lying all around him. Yi Sijin, the boss of the Yi family, was hugging Lang Zhe's head, holding it tightly to her chest. Soft and sweet. The second one, Yi Siki, collapsed into her arms, sleeping like a kitten and snoring faintly. The third woman, on the other hand, was Long Shitting. At this moment, Long Shitting was curled up at the foot of the bed, similarly sound asleep. Aside from Long Shitting wearing this bathrobe, Yi Sijin and Yi Siki were both wearing clothes, and it was obvious that nothing had happened to the 4 of them last night. As for what exactly happened last night, frankly, Lang Zhe didn't know. He only remembered that after talking to Zhou Dalong last night, he was so sleepy that he couldn't open his eyes a bit, plus he was dizzy. Although he was not killed by those 2 shots yesterday with his body of steel, but being shot in the head on, there was definitely a slight concussion. Right now, Lang Zhe still felt a little dizzy. Lang Zhe only remembers that he fell asleep, and he doesn't remember anything after that. Lang Zhe was somewhat embarrassed when he was sandwiched between the 2 Yi sisters one after the other. With her head pushed back, Yi Sijin also felt her chest being pressed twice, so she slowly opened her eyes as well. Lang Zhe, you're awake? Yi Sijin asked, looking down at Lang Zhe. Yi Siki in her arms was also woken up by the sound, so she opened her big eyes and raised her head with a worried face, looking at Lung Zhe. Brother-in-law, are you alright? Feeling better? Not really. Lung Zhe shook his head. Waking up in the morning with a prime is a phenomenon that occurs in every physiologically healthy male. Not to mention the fact that he was now surrounded by 3 beautiful women, one with her breasts pressed against her head and one with her head pressed against her breasts. There was another one who didn't have much physical contact with himself, but underneath the bathrobe, that white skin was also evocative. At this time, Yi Siki also felt a hard and hot sensation coming from her belly, so she immediately blushed and fluttered and sat up from the bed and said, "That, last night, the 3 of us were worried about you, afraid that you would suddenly die violently in the middle of the night, so we all came to your room to watch over you. You don't get me wrong, haha, I was just so sleepy last night that I fell asleep and I don't know why I slept in your arms." Lung Zhe smiled softly. "I didn't misunderstand." Yi Si-jin also climbed up from the bed and stretched. Under the sunlight, Yi Si-jin's wonderful body was visible. Although she was wearing clothes, Yi Si-jin's clothes were all very tight. A hint of mermaid line was also revealed under her slim brute waist. After standing up, Yi Si-jin searched her small stomach and said, "I'm a bit hungry. I'll go make breakfast first." After saying that, Yi Si-jin tied up her short hair with a headband while walking towards the door. And at this time, Long Shitting also woke up with a red face, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she didn't pay attention to everyone, but ran to the restroom on her own. Thinking back to what happened last night, Long Shitting couldn't believe it until now. I didn't expect myself to actually do it so many times with Lung Zhe yesterday. What made her feel even more ashamed was that she had actually completely lost her mind yesterday, even calling Lung Zhe master. You know, you just met Lung Zhe yesterday, and Lung Zhe is also the kidnapper who kidnapped himself. He also blinded his brother's eyes and beat his second uncle half to death. At this moment, Long Shitting's mind was blank. Sitting on the toilet, he kept remembering last night's events. Damn, what the hell is wrong with me? Lung Zhe is an enemy. Now that Long Shitting had regained her senses, she wanted to go out and yell at Lung Zhe, then hurry back to apologize to her grandfather. As for the matter of her first time being given to Lung Zhe, it didn't seem that important anymore. After all, she is the eldest granddaughter of the Long family. Not to mention that she is not a virgin, or divorced. There are a large number of rich daughters lined up to confess their love to her. However, then again, Long Shitting didn't really care much about who she actually gave her first time to. After all, she was born with a golden spoon in her mouth. So what kind of scenes had she not seen before? What kind of parties had she not attended? What kind of parties hadn't she attended? Truth be told, she's been to both Silver Stake, but when she thought about how she felt last night with Colzer, she couldn't help but gently move her hand down to her lower body again. Nope, no. Long Shitting shook her head again in a hurry and muttered to herself, "What's wrong with me? I don't have a sex addiction, do I? Impossible, impossible." However, in the next second, Long Shitting realized that her fingertips were actually stained with a trace of blood. With that, she hurriedly looked down. Sure enough, it's the great aunt. Many girls have strong cravings when they are on their period. There is a scientific basis for this. When she thought that she was only filled with that kind of image because she had her period, Long Shitting finally breathed a sigh of relief. So, Long Shitting looked around and found that there was no Fei Zi in the restroom either. So she weakly shouted at the door, "Inur, Sister Siki, can you come for a moment?" When Yi Siki outside the door heard this, she immediately walked to the restroom door and plopped down in the doorway and asked, "What's wrong? Do you have any fizzy? A slice?" When Yi Siki heard this, she almost laughed out loud, so she hurriedly went back to her room and brought a piece over. Lung Zhe, who was lying on the bed, smiled bitterly. No wonder, this Long Shitting was so fierce yesterday. Just then, several military Humvees suddenly broke into the Yi family mansion. Lung Zhe immediately looked towards the window when he heard the sound of the car's engine. Only 3 Dongfeng Mastiffs were seen slowly parked in the front yard of the mansion. Then several men in uniform stepped out of the car. The man at the head of the group, on the shoulders of his uniform, was a star and a spike of wheat. Seeing this, Lung Zhe's eyes narrowed into slits. "Major General?" The doorbell rang, and Yi Si-jin, who was busy in the kitchen, hurriedly walked to the door, opened the door to the room, and instantly froze when she saw this scene. "You are?" The middle-aged man in the Major General's uniform spoke expressionlessly. "Is Mr. Lung Zhe at home? What are you looking for Colzer for?" Yi Si-jin spoke with a serious face. The middle-aged man sniffed and spoke with a still expressionless face. "Looking for him for something, about Colonel Long Justice." Yi Si-jin was just about to lie and say that Lung Zhe was not at home when Lung Zhe's voice came out behind Yi Si-jin. "I am." As if Lung Zhe had expected it, he walked towards the door in large strides, and after supporting Yi Si-jin, He made the gesture of please again. The officer saw this and strutted into the mansion. A few soldiers behind him followed. As soon as he entered, the officer opened the door and said, "You injured my men. Give me a reason not to screw you." The officer remained expressionless as he spoke. Lang Zhe could feel that the officer's strength was not strong. He should only be at the Huanjin stage. And the other few soldiers were also between inner strength and Huanjin. One could take out these guys with a casual movement of one's fingers. But Lang Zhe knew that since people dared to come, it meant that they had the backbone. If he kills a major general in his house, the God of heaven won't be able to protect him. That's why Lang Zhe hadn't been impulsive enough to make a direct move on the officer in front of him. Just a slight smile, spreading his hands with a disinterested face. "I helped you waste an idiot who does things without thinking. You should be thanking me for that." At these words, the officer froze for a moment. Then the corners of his mouth suddenly rose. A moment later, the officer extended his right hand and said, "My name is Zhang Wenwu. Get acquainted." Lang Zhe also extended his right hand very politely and shook the officer's hand. "I don't need to introduce myself, do I? After all, if you guys wanted to, you could probably find out what underwear I was wearing this morning." Zhang Wenwu sniffed and let out a light laugh. Although the name of the officer in front of him was Zhang Wenwu, but looking at this face, it always gave people a feeling of a weak scholar, not at all the kind of domineering of a general. Major General, also considered General. "I'm sure young Master Lang should have guessed the purpose of my visit, right?" At this time, Zhang Wenwu very naturally sat on the sofa. Seeing this, Lang Zhe also waved his hand to Yi Sijin, who was on the side. Although Yi Sijin had been pampered since childhood, her emotional intelligence was still not low. After all, she had once been a celebrity who had been in contact with many socialites. Naturally, she understood what Lang Zhe meant, so she quickly brewed a pot of tea and poured it for Zhang Wenwu. Lang Zhe picked up a cup of tea at this time and took a sip before opening his mouth. "To give your men a head start?" Zhang Wenwu's eyes flickered, and in the next second, he nodded. "That's right. You injured my men. You're right about one thing though. Dragon justice is indeed a pain in the ass. With the dragon family at my back, and me, it's not like I can just go back without doing anything. You figure out what to do about this." What to do about it? When Lang Zhe heard this, he first lowered his head and smiled, then raised his head again and looked at Zhang Wenwu in front of him and said, "Since you said this, it means that you have more or less a plan in mind, right?" Zhang Wenwu sniffed and immediately spoke. "I'm just a major general. I'm not that capable of protecting you. However, I can match you up." Matchmaking? Coldzor froze for a moment. He looked at Zhang Wenwu with a frown on his face. For a long time, Zhang Wenwu also took a sip of tea, then slowly put down the teacup and spoke. "Do you know what department I'm from?" "I don't know." Lang Zhe shook his head. "Military Intelligence Department 3. Zhang Wenwu continued without hiding anything. "It's a newly established department that was originally responsible for intelligence. Not the military, but the military set up a brand new intelligence organization internally in order to increase the efficiency of intelligence sharing. Our mission isn't complicated enough to send a special agent to an enemy country or anything like that. It's not in our purview. Our area of responsibility is really small. Domestic only." Coldzor laughed again at that. "Counterintelligence?" Coldzor asked tentatively. "Not really." Zhang Wenwu shook his head and continued. "Our scope of duties is small, but extensive, ranging from small kidnappings for ransom to large terrorist attacks. Long Justice is the man under me, and the reason why he came back to the country from the western region is because this newly established department is in dire need of manpower. It was hard for me to ask the higher-ups for an ace special forces unit to serve me as a fighter, but it turns out that your appearance has turned my ace fighter into a eunuch. Isn't that just right?" Lang Zhe laughed evilly and said, "It's just as well that you guys changed your name to East Factory. Aren't all eunuchs in the Ming Dynasty secret agents?" Zhang Wenwu sniffed and gave Lang Zhe a blank look. "You read too many martial arts novels, don't you? Let's put it this way. I can give you a chance to redeem yourself, a chance to get rid of the Long family, and even the Martial Arts Association. You can turn your back on the military, something small and harmless, and we can take care of it for you. But if you make a mess and go out there and go around saying you're in the military, then I'm sorry, the military doesn't have your number." Before Zhang Wenwu could finish his sentence, Lang Zhe immediately interrupted. "Stop, stop, stop. Are you asking me to become a spy? Impossible. Why would I risk my life on a thieving business when I want money and women?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenwu immediately pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his arms, and after lighting himself up, he crossed his legs. "Who said anything about wanting you to be a spy? I just made it very clear that we are not responsible for espionage against enemy countries or counter-espionage internally. What we're responsible for is this aspect of homeland security. Let's put it this way. Although our country is quite a bit more stable than those Western countries on the surface, You should know that the Dragon Kingdom was founded on martial arts, and everyone is martial. Ordinary cops, they can't deal with those masters. And it's not like we can always send tanks to patrol the streets or equip every cop with shotguns and armor-piercing bullets. Let's say for example, if a martial artist of the same level as you appeared in Jiangcheng and he was a sociopathic personality, no one would be able to stop him. Hearing this, Lang Zhe immediately realized a problem. When he used to read this kind of urban novels, Lang Zhe was very curious. In this kind of world of the Dragon King's flunky, there would always be that kind of perverted level of masters. Could the ordinary police really cope with it? And now the doubt has apparently been answered. Perhaps. In this worldview, the state has long since secretly set up some sort of department specializing in dealing with martial artists. After all, civil servants are treated no better than that. When you make 10,000 a month, you think it's good to take the exam. But when you have the innate realm, or even stronger, then there will be tons of rich people who will spend a lot of money to hire you. And then the exam isn't that important to you. Martial artists who truly wanted to serve their country were a minority after all. Most are still selfish. This was also the reason why there were even more registered martial artists in the Martial Arts Association than in the military. It is impossible for the state to spend hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars to raise a martial artist. After all, on the battlefield, even the highest martial arts skills are no match for tanks, armed forces directives, ballistic missiles and the like. Domestic high-armed criminals can't be caught with tank missiles either. So a department specializing in catching high-armed criminals is necessary. Just as Lang Zhe was pondering whether or not to sell out to the military, Zhang Wenwu added, the Martial Arts Association, a civil organization, is not under the management of the state. And now, the registered martial artists of the Martial Arts Association have reached as many as 1 million. Among them, there are 5 celestial realm powerhouses, and a dozen or so innate realm powerhouses. And even though there isn't a single innate realm martial artist in the entire Jiangcheng, once these people want to do something about it, who can stop them? Once the Martial Arts Association tries to seize power, it will be a civil war on a massive scale. Hearing this, Lang Zhe froze for a moment first. Immediately afterward, he immediately moved forward and spoke with a serious face. So, your main task is to defend against the Martial Arts Association? When Zhang Wenwu heard this, he slowly shook his head and spoke with the same serious face. No, it's to bring down the Martial Arts Association. The Dragon Kingdom does not need a civil force like the Martial Arts Association. When Lang Zhe heard this, he first looked stunned, and then he suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. General Zhang really knows how to joke. Bringing down the Martial Arts Association? Rely on me? Ha 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 ha. Zhang Wenwu watched as Lang Zhe was laughing, and suddenly laughed out loud himself. Two big men, just laughing uproariously in the living room. But a moment later, Zhang Wenwu suddenly changed his words and looked at Lang Zhe with a smile on his face. I know it sounds a bit pie in the sky, but the higher-ups have already made preparations. With the downfall of the Martial Arts Association, a large number of martial artists will inevitably lose their homes, and these displaced martial artists will become a potential hidden danger to society. Of course, the officials will absorb some of the martial artists and provide them with suitable positions, but there will still be a large number of martial artists who will lose their ability to survive. And the odds are that these martial artists who have lost their ability to survive will do something illegal. This Coldzer knew well. Just think that in the past, when social welfare and security were not sound, many of those who served in the army came back and either followed their big brothers in society as hooligans or went to nightclubs to work for other people as thugs. The same goes for martial artists. All these guys do is fight. You can't expect a bunch of martial artists to leave a martial arts association and run off to work as security guards in front of a neighborhood and live in peace. After all, these guys used to be in the Dragon Kingdom where martial arts were respected. They were all human beings. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe suddenly thought of why many dynasties in history, after pacifying the world, would emphasize the civilization over the military. It's no wonder, though, that emphasizing the military over the civilized sounds good, and can show great combat power when facing foreign enemies. But for peaceful times, martial artists, in society, are a huge hidden danger. The top can't afford to feed the millions of martial artists in the country. And even if they could, they may not want to be fed by you. After all, how much money can you make as a soldier? Although most people don't join the military for money, it's not like they can do without it. You don't talk about these big words. Lang Zhe suddenly shook his head and looked at Zhang Wenwu in front of him. I'm just a commoner, so just tell me what's in it for me. Money is definitely not there. Zhang Wenwu shook his head and said, even if there is, I guess you can't look at it. Can you? How do you know I can't see it? You say a number. Money. Who would mind having too much money if you don't earn it? Lang Zhe immediately disliked it back. When Zhang Wenwu heard this, he smiled helplessly. then made a gesture of 6 and said, "A fixed salary of $6,000 per month. But if you are on a special mission, the higher-ups will allocate funds to you, and it's up to you how you use it. If you have the ability, you can also complete the mission without spending a penny, and the funds given by the higher-ups will be all extra income. On top of that, there are travel grants, accident insurance, etc. But nominally you don't have anything to do with the military, and in the event of an accident the military will be the first to clear the air, and you'll have to figure out how to deal with it on your own." Lengza felt as if he had been set up. But right now, honestly, there's nothing else one can do except work with the military. Think carefully. In fact, he did do something impulsive. People are now originally short of people, the result of their own people to the death, and now no one is available. They can only let their own top bag. Well, Lengza pretended to think. Just at this moment, Yi Si-jin, who was on the side, suddenly spoke. "Lengza, why Don? We promise him." When Lengza heard this, he immediately blanked Yi Si-jin, but didn't say anything. Give her a look and let her experience it for herself. You see, even Mrs. Leng thinks the deal is a good deal. Zhang Wenwu smiled slightly, looking at Yi Si-jin's eyes with a little teasing, as if to say, "Thank you, but it's the kind of thank you that is eerie. First of all, she is not my wife." Lengza waved his hand, then blanked Yi Si-jin and said, "Secondly, what does a woman know? You can take all of her advice as a whisper. Besides, I need to think about it." Zhang Wenwu's face became a bit ugly when he heard this. However, he quickly recovered and then spoke. "Young Master Lang, you have to know that I'm not talking business with you. Strictly speaking, this is a conscription order. Mandatory. As long as you are a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, you have that responsibility and obligation. What's more, you injured my men." And Long Zhenghua suddenly hemorrhaged from his lower body and ruptured his wounds after he returned to the barracks last night, and he's still in the hospital in a coma. And, let me tell you a secret, the matter of dragon justice. Originally, the military does not want to care. After all, honestly, this matter has nothing to do with us. You broke the law. That is the duty of the police. But last night we received a call from the Long family's housekeeper. And since the Long family doesn't sue, we were planning to stay out of this mess. But since the Long family's lawsuit has already been filed, the military can't just sit back and do nothing, can they? If you work for us, you will be considered to have redeemed yourself. If you don't work for us, then we will have to enforce the law impartially. Lengza sniffed and laughed coldly. Honestly, not being afraid is a lie. After all, although Lengza has now crossed over into a supervillain, originally he was just an ordinary office worker. In fact, compared to those of the Long family, Lengza could really be considered an ordinary person, but an ordinary person with a higher force value. Although Lengza had a relatively high force value and was protected by a body of steel, the martial artists in this world could not reach the level of destroying the sky and the earth. After all, cultivation of the category, even in this world, only exists in novels or online games. Thinking of this, Lengza nodded and made a gesture of invitation. "I'll think about it, even if it's a mandatory conscription. I don't think you're in a hurry, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have talked to me calmly for so long." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenwu took a deep breath, then slowly stood up and took a sip of tea before placing the teacup on the coffee table and said, "I'll give you 3 days to think about it, and once the 3 days are up, if I don't receive your submission, then don't blame us for taking the side of the Long family." After saying that, Zhang Wenwu put on his military cap and turned his head away. A few gendarmes also followed behind, got into the car, and left the Yi family mansion. After the group of soldiers left, Lengza looked at Yi Si-jin beside him with a helpless face, and said in a somewhat indifferent tone, "Next time, pay attention. Similar things are happening, no matter what conditions the other party gives. Don't sing against me." Yi Si-jin was also a smart woman, and at this point she had already realized her mistake. It's like business negotiations. You can't just persuade your own people to submit to the other side when the other side gives you some favors. Even if the other person is offering a really high price, you should wait for them to leave before speaking your innermost thoughts with one of your own. Yeah, sorry, Coldzer, I didn't think through my words just now. Never mind. Lengza waved his hand. Just don't make an exception. Zhang Wenwu had just left when he only saw a police car slowly drive into the Yi family mansion. Lengza glanced towards the window and realized that it was the criminal police officer who had bitten him the other day. Zhang Lu. I only saw Zhang Lu die wearing a uniform today. And after putting on the police cap, he walked towards the gate of the villa in a very pretentious manner. Seeing this, Lengza immediately unlocked the door to the room. Seeing this, Yi Si-jin on the side looked at Lengza with a serious face and said, "What's wrong, Lengza?" Lengza shook his head with a straight face. "Nothing, I hate that guy. To be honest, Lung Zhe could have killed Zhang Lu, but there was no way. He was a criminal police officer, and he had come to find himself. Someone must have known about it. Not to mention that he had come in a police car. If it's not in your house, then you're probably going to have your house surrounded by the police the next day. Besides, Lung Zhe wasn't so heartless that he couldn't move to kill someone. Killing Lin Ting was because there was no other way. After all, Lin Ting knew too much. Then I'll help you get rid of that guy. Yi Si-jin smiled faintly, then came to the door. That's when the doorbell rang. Yi Si-jin immediately opened the door to her room. This scene made Zhang Lu freeze for a moment. There was no other reason. But, Yi Si-jin's looks, in no way inferior to Qin Shiyu, and even this tight sportswear looked very sexy, compared to Qin Shiyu's kind of woman who exudes female hormones, the kind of feeling that Yi Si-jin exudes from her body. How should I put it? It is like the female characters that I saw when I was a child playing the arcade. The musculature is pronounced and the waist-to-hip ratio is exaggerated, giving a very healthy aesthetic. Anything? Yi Si-jin stared at Zhang Lu with a serious face, and saw Zhang Lu staring at himself a bit blankly, and smiled badly in her heart. She was probably a little virgin. Oh, hello beautiful, I'm looking for Lung Zhe. Lung Zhe lives in so? Aha. Yi Si-jin didn't lie. After all, this matter couldn't be hidden from a criminal police officer. Then please call him for me. Saying that, Zhang Lu flashed his police officer's ID. Yi Si-jin took a look. This kid is still young, age 26, 2 years younger than even himself. Little brother. Lung Zhe was injured last night and it's not convenient for him to see anyone. If you don't have a search warrant, it's better to please go back. After saying that, Yi Si-jin was just about to close the door of the room, when Zhang Lu pressed his foot against the door again, then revealed a very greasy, but he thought he was very charismatic smile and said, "May I trouble you to ask, what kind of person are you, Mr. Lying?" Yi Si-jin thought for a moment, rolled her eyes, and then laughed. "I'm his fiancé." Fiancé? Hearing this, Zhang Lu froze. Shit, on what grounds? That ugly bastard Lung Zhe can have such a superb fiancé? Is it because he's rich? First that Qin Shiyu, and now this absolutely beautiful goddess in front of me. Crap, this kid must have used some kind of coercion. Otherwise, an asshole like him couldn't have such a beautiful fiancé. Well, but it doesn't matter. I'm handsome, and the people's police, today also specially dressed in a uniform. I don't believe that I can't seduce this young woman in front of me. Thinking of this, Zhang Lu took off his police cap and slightly straightened his hairstyle, revealing a mouthful of big white teeth, and smiled very greasily. This young lady, I just want to come and meet Mr. Lang. There's no need to be like this, right? In this way, said Zhang Lu. He took out another business card from his pocket and handed it to Yi Si-jin. My name is Zhang Lu. There is my contact information below. If there is anything you want to tell me, you can talk to me at any time. By the way, WeChat is the same number as the phone. Although Yi Si-jin couldn't be considered to be battle-hardened. After all, she was still a fledgling until now. But there were countless men who had pursued her. She could tell at a glance what kind of heart a man had for her. So Yi Si-jin took the business card, pretended to look at it seriously, and then pretended to tuck it into her tight yoga pants in a flirtatious manner. Ruffling that short hair, she leaned against the door and said, "Yes, I'll be in touch." When Zhang Lu heard this, he laughed coldly in his heart. Oh, no woman can escape the temptation of my uniform. Now then, can I see Mr. Lang? Zhang Lu's plan was to use his contact information in exchange for a meeting with Lung Zhe. He's not overconfident in himself, but it was no wonder. Of course, one couldn't rule out the fact that most cops were really good cops. In fact, strictly speaking, Zhang Lu is also a good cop, and narcissism and being a good cop don't conflict. Plus that's just the way dragon society is, and while there will be a lot of pushback, you have to admit that for most young people, it's a matter of great pride to be a police officer, or even a criminal police officer. To what extent are they proud? Proud to the extent that they begin to look down on the people they serve. So proud that although they do not say so explicitly, subconsciously they always think that they are civil servants and civil servants are superior. Although it is also true that public servants are superior due to certain social issues. Although people are not divided into high and low, they are divided into occupations. Many people say that all people are equal and that they serve the people. But in reality, this is not what the subconscious mind of this group of people thinks. The subconscious mind of this group of people is thinking that the people serve him, that he is a public servant, that he is inherently superior, and that he has a natural advantage even when he goes on a blind date. Those public servants on dating apps hate to put the label of the word civil servant on their heads, and they hate to let the whole world know that they have landed in the public service examination. What an iron rice bowl system in the Dragon Kingdom. It's really hard to say. Yi Si-jin shook her head at this time with a cold face and said, I'm sorry, my fiancé doesn't want to see anyone right now, so please go back. Hearing these words, Zhang Lu's face was a bit ugly. Just now he was flirting with his sexual charms. Why is he suddenly so cold now? Oh, I know. Nasan is playing a game of lust with me. Is it convenient to ask Missy's name? Zhang Lu was still smiling at this time. It had to be said that his teeth were really white. Yi Si-jin. Yi Si-jin? Zhang Lu was still familiar with the name. After all, that case of the Yi family some time ago, although he was not in charge of it, he had more or less heard about it. The fall of the Yi family, which had a family fortune of $100 billion, could be said to have stirred up the entire Jiangcheng. You are the eldest granddaughter of the Yi family? Zhang Lu asked with a frown on his face. Right. Yi Si-jin nodded. Hearing this, Zhang Lu smiled and nodded. That's not surprising. Yi family collapsed. Yi family's two granddaughters have nowhere to go. The critical moment Leng Zhe accepted part of the Yi family's bad assets. It is estimated that Leng Zhe must have taken this opportunity to engage in coercion and force the Yi sisters to serve himself. Humph, such a villain. I must bring you to justice, and then save the Yi sisters. In time, Zhang Lu began to fantasizing about how the Yi sisters would thank and repay themselves after learning that it was he who had saved them. I have to say, this kid can really fantasize. At this point, he had even thought about the married life of the three of them, even what to name their future children. Well, Zhang Lu nodded and spoke after a moment of contemplation. Miss Yi is also having a hard time, having to endure the humiliation and guard the only remaining assets of the Yi family all by herself. Saying that, Zhang Lu looked around and after realizing that no one was there, he quietly approached Yi Si-jin and muttered in a low voice. Don't worry, I will definitely bring Leng Zhe to justice. At that time, everything that belongs to your Yi family will return to your hands. Don't worry with me. Hearing this, Yi Si-jin was stunned on the spot. Originally, she just wanted to tease Zhang Lu and get rid of him in the process. But now, this Zhang Lu actually really took himself seriously? Yi Si-jin immediately put on a disgusted expression and took half a step back. I was afraid that this Zhang Lu in front of me would directly kiss over with a deep look on his face. However, Zhang Lu put on his police cap with a calm face, then stared inside the villa's hall with a righteous face and suddenly shouted, Leng Zhe, I didn't expect you to be such an asshole, to actually hide behind a woman. But don't worry, I will definitely bring you to justice. As the words fell, Zhang Lu turned his head and left. And at this moment, Leng Zhe, who was sitting in the room, really couldn't hold it together. In his mind, he had already fantasized 100 ways to kill Zhang Lu. This Zhang Lu, what a hateful man. You say he's a good guy? He really hasn't done anything bad, but you say he's a bad guy, right? Leng Zhe had seen through this kid's tricks and purposes long ago. So, Leng Zhe suddenly noticed an Apple 15 laying on the coffee table, picked up the phone and walked out. Walking to the door, he again took Yi Si-jin's hand, the business card that Zhang Lu had just given her by the way, all the way to the yard. At this time, Zhang Lu just sat in the car, ready to start it. Leng Zhe then knocked on the car window. Zhang Lu took a look and immediately opened the window, looking at Leng Zhe with a smile on his face. What's wrong? In a hurry? What's my hurry? I just came to give you a piece of advice. Be careful when you drive. Are you threatening me? Zhang Lu smiled even more happily when he saw Leng Zhe's face look a little hard. He just wanted to see Leng Zhe lose control, because Leng Zhe lost control so that he could grab Leng Zhe's handle. Threats? Are you deaf? It's advice. After saying that, Leng Zhe pointed to the tennis court on the other side of the police car. Zhang Lu curiously twisted his head to look, and Leng Zhe took this opportunity to immediately throw the Apple 15 in his hand into Zhang Lu's police car. What's wrong? Zhang Lu looked and realized that there was nothing in the tennis court, so he looked at Leng Zedao with a curious face. Koldzer saw this, but smiled badly. UFOs, trisomes, come to get you. With that, he turned his head and walked away. Zhang Lu looked at Leng Zhe's back with a face like he was looking at a fool, then shook his head helplessly and drove away from the Yi family mansion. In the afternoon, Yi Siki was rummaging around the villa with an anxious face, and while rummaging, she also told her sister, Yi Si-jin, sis, you give my cell phone a call, my cell phone is missing. Oh, Yi Si-jin was just about to make a call, but Leng Zhe grabbed Yi Si-jin's cell phone and said, you can't make a call. Ha, for what? Yi Siki stared at Leng Zhe with a curious face and said, I can't find my cell phone, I need to use it. I'm getting you one later. After saying that, Leng Zhe took Yi Si-jin's cell phone and began to locate it. After all, Yi Si-jin used an Apple as well, and the sisters' phones were linked, so locating the other Apple phone was still easy. Soon, Leng Zhe noticed that the location of the cell phone showed that it was at the Jiangcheng police station. Seeing this, Leng Zhe smiled badly and said to himself, very good, Perfect. After all, Lung Zhe is not a hacker, nor is he a fully equipped secret agent. So naturally, he will not install a locator or the like on people's cars, much less hack into each other's cell phones to find each other's locations. The easiest way he could think of to track the other guy was to drop an Apple cell phone in his car and track him through that method. What do you want? Both sisters, Yi Si-jin and Yi Si-ki, stared at Lung Zhe with a curious look on their faces. Lung Zhe smiled badly and said, "Don't care, it's none of your business." Saying that, Lung Zhe handed Yi Si-jin his cell phone again and said, "The payment password is my birthday. Go buy yourself a new cell phone." After that, he drove out the door as well, leaving behind the two sisters, Yi Si-ki and Yi Si-jin, standing in place with a dumbfounded look on their faces. In the evening, Lung Zhe drove his car and followed the location of the locator to the front of a seafood stall. The stall was very busy and crowded. From time to time, a few luxury cars drove by and a few cars were parked in front of the gate. On top of that, there are many chauffeurs on battery-operated bikes and wearing pony vests soliciting work in the neighborhood. Inside the big stall, inside a box on the second floor, Team Wang. This case, Lung Zhe, is really tricky. Please be accommodating and help me apply for a search warrant. Alas, Xiao Zhang, it's not that I won't help you, but don't you know what kind of power the Leng family has in Zhongcheng? To suspect people without any evidence and to search their homes. This is something I really can't do. But we can't just stand by and watch that bastard Lung Zhe ignore the law. Can we? Little Zheng. Team Wang took a sip of soy sauce technology and poured another cup for Zhan Lu. Then said, "Your father specifically instructed me before he left that I must not let you follow his old path. Just listen to your Uncle Wang. Don't get involved in this matter. Where is the Lung Zhe case? I will send other people to take charge of it. Besides, didn't Lung Zhe do nothing to destabilize society? And regarding the deaths of Lin Ting's mother and son, in fact, to be honest, people do what they do, and the heavens see the retribution. That group of dark forces are just dog-eat-dog. Let them bite themselves. As long as they don't hurt the common folk, we'll turn a blind eye if we can. Besides, there is no impermeable wall in the world. We don't need to do anything. One day, they will reveal themselves. When the time comes, the higher-ups will naturally make a move to arrest Lung Zhe." Hearing this, Zhang Lu shook his head with slight disappointment and also took a sip of soy sauce technology. This night, the two of them drank a lot. Zhang Lu was also in a depressed mood because of Lung Zhe's case, and he used alcohol to drown his sorrows. It was not until midnight that Zhang Lu staggered out of the stall. First, from his pocket, he pulled out an Apple 15 wearing a pink cell phone case, and after taking a look at it, he helplessly shook his head and said, "Who? So effeminate, actually uses a pink cell phone case. Also, left my cell phone in the police car. Ha, why hasn't the owner of this cell phone called yet? Never mind. First, take it back." After saying that, Zhang Lu took out another cell phone and called for a valet. And in the distance, Lung Zhe, dressed in an outfit he just bought from a valet for $1,000 heavy, immediately stepped forward. Scanning the business card that Zhang Lu had given Yi Si-jin earlier, he noted down the end number of the phone number. "Hello, is this the customer with tail number 8687? Well, Zhang Lu nodded in a daze, then walked to the back door of the car on his own, opened it, and immediately got in. At the same time a Toyota key was handed to Lung Zhe. During the day, Zhang Lu drives a police car, and at night, after work, he drives a black Toyota Camry. For his part, Lung Zhe wore a helmet and sunglasses the entire time, as well as a pair of black masks. Since Zhang Lu was already drunk to the point of unconsciousness, he naturally didn't get a good look at Lung Zhe's costume. Otherwise he would have been suspicious. After all, who wears sunglasses in the middle of the night? Moreover, he had covered himself so tightly, afraid of being recognized. After Lung Zhe got into the car, he immediately drove and headed towards the highway. In the modern world, especially in the Dragon Kingdom, there are cameras almost everywhere, so you can't be too careful in defense. While waiting for the traffic light, Lung Zhe took out the pre-prepared cephalosporin from his pocket again and woke up Zhang Lu, who was sitting in the back seat, and said, "Hello, sir, we have antidote to alcohol here. Would you like to take one?" Zhang Lu stretched out his hand in a daze, took the pill, and directly swallowed it, and then proceeded to fall back to sleep. Lung Zhe's smile became even more evil when he saw this. When the green light came on, he simply throttled up and drove towards the countryside. It had been traveling on the state highway for many hours when it came to a fork in the road and turned directly. Drove for about another half hour and came to a dirt road in the middle of nowhere. It's kinda creepy at night in the suburbs, I have to say. The sea breeze that blew over from time to time in front of them added a touch of the dark moon and high winds of a murderous night. Lung Zhe stopped the car, stretched out two fingers, and gently placed them on Zhang Lu's neck. Well, has lost his pulse. It's safer to prevent Zhang Lu from coming back to life. Immediately after that, Lang Zhe took out the Apple 15 wearing a pink phone case from Zhang Lu's pocket and slipped it into his pocket. After getting out of the car, Lang Zhe then pushed it into the sea with his own strength. With a clatter, only the black Toyota Camry was seen, slowly sinking into the water. Then Coldzer headed toward the west on foot. The first time I've done this. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared. Besides, it's dark and windy. Even if you're not afraid of the police, you're still afraid of ghosts. Although Lungza didn't believe in ghosts. This scene, it was creepy. As you walk along this muddy path, you can still see a few lonely graves and occasionally come across one with a wreath on it. Since the national highways were all monitored, Lang Zhe didn't take the national highway either, but used the compass function on his cell phone to navigate through the forest. It was a sweaty walk for Lengza. It always felt like there was someone staring around you, and it was dark and scary all around you. It was nearing dawn and the forest was foggy, like a nifty horror movie. Running and crawling, Lang Zhe finally broke out of the forest and arrived at a nearby town. Finally, we're seeing some popularity. After coming to a breakfast store, Lang Zhe simply ate a breakfast. Then he found a black taxi and spent $200 to send Lang Zhe to the downtown area of Zhangcheng. It was already 7 o'clock in the morning when they got home, and Coldzer was exhausted. Pushing open the door to his room, he found Long Shitting lying on all fours on his own bed. Although she was wearing Yi Siki's pajamas, Long Shitting's body was much hotter than Yi Siki's, and Yi Siki's pajamas were more than one size too small on Long Shitting. It was tightly wrapped around Long Shitting's body, emphasizing Long Shitting's figure to the fullest. Men, when you're under a lot of pressure, you always want to let off some steam. Seeing Long Shitting's white and tender body, and the hot figure that the pajamas could not even cover, Lang Zhe did not hold on for a moment and directly pounced on her. Well, Long Shitting's brows tightened at the pressure, but the girl's sleep quality was really good, and she didn't even wake up from this. Lang Zhe was also not polite and directly put his hand into Long Shitting's crotch. With this stretch, Lungza immediately realized something. Fogweed, there's fizzy in there. After realizing that Long Shitting had her period, Lang Zhe was filled with disappointment as he laid down on the side of the blood baths and all that. Forget it. First of all, it's not hygienic. Secondly, it's not good for other girls' health. And at that moment, Long Shitting suddenly rolled over, her ass right against Lang Zhe, and from time to time, the top of the back. Originally, Lang Zhe was straddling Long Shitting, and when Long Shitting rolled over like this and her ass kept pushing back, it instantly made Lang Zhe's blood run cold. The hands are starting to get restless too. And on the other side, Long Shitting's eyelids twitched. Yes, she was actually awake. Coldzer had just plopped down on top of her. Just never had the heart to open my eyes. Plus, when some girls are on their period, the desire in that area is stronger, so their bodies are a bit involuntary. While it's clear that I'm not really in a position to pull a carrot right now, a little friction is still fine. Lang Zhe also seemed to realize something at this moment, because he clearly felt that when he was stroking Long Shitting, she seemed to be cooperating with him, and the breathing became heavy. Awake? Coldzer smiled. After determining that Long Shitting was awake and still cooperating with him, Lang Zhe had no qualms about it. After all, he was a young man with too much fire, and the effectiveness of the body of steel caused Lungza to be a bit raw indeed. With a dry push, all that was heard was a stabbing sound. Seeing this, Long Shitting hurriedly reached her hand behind her and pushed Lang Zhe, her voice as small as a mosquito. Don't, not now. No, I'll just rub it in, not go in. When this was said, I don't know if Long Shitting believed it or not, but anyway, Lang Zhe himself believed it. I don't know how long it took, but Coldzer was really suffocating. It always felt like the cowhorse was less pressurized, so he exerted himself, only to see Long Shitting's eyes immediately widen, and the pupils were dilated. The intense swelling and pain made her nearly scream, so she could only cover her mouth and stare at the curtains in front of her with a horrified look on her face. Then trembling, where have you been? Ron, what a mistake, where is not? Before the words were out of his mouth, Coldzer began to mimic Mike Jackson's signature dance moves. Long Shitting wanted to push Lang Zhe away, but she couldn't use any force. I don't know how long it had been, but Long Shitting was also sweating profusely, from the pain at the beginning to a gradual urge to urinate at the end. Until the end, it even produced a thrill of subjugation. About 2 hours later, Mount Fuji erupted. The sea also boiled rapidly. A tsunami instantly flooded the small day. Inside the River City police station, Team Lang took the cell phone and smoked a cigarette while saying into the phone, Zhang Lu didn't come home last night? What's this kid up to? It's 10 o'clock. Why isn't he here yet? Can't get through on the phone and won't reply on WeChat. After hanging up the phone, Team Wang sat down in his chair with great disappointment. He couldn't figure out how Jean Lu, that know-it-all kid, could be late and stay out all night. Is this kid in love? Did he go to a room with his girlfriend? Wait a minute. Lungza. When he thought that Jean Lu had been biting on that Lingze guy, Team Wang immediately developed a sense of foreboding. But soon, Team Wang shook his head again in a hurry and said to himself, impossible. Absolutely impossible. No matter how bold Lingze is, there's no way he would dare to make a move against a criminal police officer. However, although Team Wang didn't want to admit it, that ominous feeling grew stronger. So, he simply stood up and waved his hand at the uniformed policewoman in front of him and said, Shaoli, come with me to Desheng Seafood Barbecue. What's wrong? Go pull up the surveillance over there. Okay. In the afternoon, Lingze was asleep when he suddenly received a call from his cheap old dad. It's been a little while. In this half a year, the cheap old man almost didn't give Lingze much of a call, and Lingze didn't feel good about the cheap old man, so naturally he didn't take the initiative to make a call. On the phone, it was noisy on Cheap Pop's end, with all sorts of electric noises interspersed with the giggling of men and women. Listening to the people over there, they should be speaking English. Hello? Lunza spoke lazily. Cheap old dad hammed and hawed and immediately shouted, son of a bitch, ha ha ha, Pops has heard all about it. You're doing well over there. Dallin all told Pops that he heard you brought 7 or 8 chicks into the house in the last 6 months? Koldzer stated breathlessly. You called me just to talk about this? That's not true. Long Hong Yuan laughed, then took a sharp drag on his cigar and said, moreover, in these half a year's time, you even turned the Yi family into our Lang family? Ha 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 ha. Bull, son of a bitch, what your old man and I couldn't do, you've done, ha ha ha, great job. Just now I also googled, that Ling's Holdings of yours, when will it be listed? Lang's Holdings now controls several companies, right? I see there's also a Japanese company, and there's also a company whose legal person is Xia Weining. You've taken over the Xia family as well? It could be heard on the phone that Long Hongyuan was now very excited. From time to time, Long Hongyuan could be heard saying to the people around him, my son is smashing, but it's awesome, ha ha, after I left, this kid doubled our Lang family's assets several times, and it's all been cleared. Now our old Lang family is also a legitimate businessman, ha ha ha. Someone next to me replied, is that so? Then Brother Lang is blessed. His son has made a fortune. A few years ago you were still so angry with your son every day that you couldn't move without getting high blood pressure. Long Hongyuan sniffed and immediately disliked him back. Don't you damn well mention which pot is which. My son is a potential stock. I've long seen that my son has potential. By the way, how are you doing with those Italians? Lang, those Italians aren't on board. This old Biden, calling myself on the phone, and all of a sudden I start talking to someone about business. Seeing this, Lang Zhe simply hung up the phone. This old Biden didn't talk to himself anyway. It's showing off in front of outsiders. Lang Zhe hung up the phone and rolled over, intending to go back to sleep, but just as he closed his eyes, Long Hongyuan's phone call came again. Son of a bitch, how dare you hang up on me? You're not fucking talking to me again. Why don't I hang up? Listen to you bragging to someone else? Ah, ha 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 ha, sorry a child smash, got a little excited just now. Son of a bitch, I'm just calling you to ask you when your Ling's Holdings will go public. Dad has someone on Wall Street who will definitely make our company's stock soar by then. Lang Zhe sighed helplessly and shook his head. Why must it be listed if it's not? Isn't it good to make a fortune in silence? TSK, you kid, that's a meaningless thing to say, haha. It's only when you're on the market that you can get rich, you know? When it goes public, we'll make a fortune selling shares. Well, but others want to short us will also be much easier. Our masters in the Dragon Kingdom so many years offended a lot of people, especially that Long family. If we dare to go public, the Long family really dare to screw us. When Long Hongyuan heard this, he immediately retorted, son, this is what you don't understand. Right, the Long family is certainly bullish, but the hands of the Long family can still reach Wall Street? If his Long family's claws dare to reach out to Wall Street, we don't even need to take action. The Jews on Wall Street will be able to kill him. Who on earth doesn't understand? Lang Zhe took a deep breath, then continued, those bigwigs on Wall Street can rule over the Long family. Can't they rule over our Lang family? Long Hongyuan immediately froze at the words. Come to think of it, yes. What's more, Lang's Holdings is now getting its hands on the semiconductor industry again, and going public in a pretty country isn't really a good idea. Thinking of this, Long Hongyuan hemmed and hawed and said, ha ha ha, Dad was careless and didn't flash. Ha 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 ha, my son is right, right. Lang Zhe always felt as if his cheap old man had something to say to himself, so he simply opened the door and said, old Biden, what exactly do you want to say when you call me? Sure enough, Long Hongyuan heard. First a stunned, then immediately awkwardly laughed twice, then opened his mouth and asked, "Nothing, is there any strange people looking for you recently?" "Strange people? What strange people?" "That's someone who claims to be your sibling or something like that." "The fuck you?" Lung Ze's reaction is also fast, and immediately realized what this old Biden wanted to say. Speaking directly, he questioned, "I told you, you couldn't have had only one son for me when you were young and playing around so much." No, son of a bitch, don't be angry, haha, father was wrong, father didn't mean it. Don't worry, father has only one son for you. If anyone comes to find you to recognize your family, they will directly break their legs and throw them out. You're the only real son I have. Once Lang Ze heard this, his heart was more than likely in the right place. It is estimated that there is someone who has contacted Long Hongyuan during this period of time, and that person is more than likely to have some blood relations with himself. However, Lung Ze was not so heartless as to hunt down and kill his own brother. The Long family is indeed a bit of a decline. As far as I can remember, it seems that in addition to the cheap old man, and an aunt, there are no relatives in the family. As for that aunt of his, Lang Ze actually didn't have much of an impression. Supposedly married an Englishman and got naturalized. If he really did have a few siblings, Lung Ze wouldn't be alone. Of course, the premise is that they're so-called brothers and sisters. Normal point. Do not play with their own heart. However, hearing old Biden say this, Lang Ze always had no bottom in his heart. I'm sure my so-called brothers and sisters are no slouches either. Okay, it's okay to hang up. After Ling Ze hung up the phone, he had planned to take a nap in, but Jiang Yihan's phone call also suddenly came in. There's no end to it, is there? Lang Ze picked up the phone and was just about to break out in curses, only to hear a sudden burst of a woman's mournful tirade on the other side of the phone. "This Ling family has a share of my son, too. You little slut, who do you think you are? You're nothing but a dog of the Long family. Son, this company is yours from now on, too. This lady, please don't speak with your mouth full of shit." Jiang Yihan's voice also came through, but compared to the woman's hysteria, Jiang Yihan's voice was much more rational. She continued, "Later our boss will come over." "Exactly what is going on? You talk to our boss. I am just a part-time worker. Whether or not there is a share of the Lang family's fortune for you or not, it has nothing to do with me." After saying that, Jiang Yihan immediately shouted into the phone, "Ling Ze, you quickly come over. There's a crazy woman who keeps saying that her son is your brother." Lang Ze was completely speechless. Dare I say that I do have siblings? After hanging up the phone, Lang Ze immediately put on his clothes, and as soon as he went out the door, he collided head-on with Long Shitting. At this time, Long Shitting was already considered to have been completely conquered by Lang Ze, although the two had only known each other for 2 days. In these 2 days, Lang Ze had lectured Long Shitting harder than Qin Shiyu and Jiang Yihan combined. Even the back garden was contaminated by Lang Ze, and the place where the body can enter was given into. The moment she saw Lang Ze, Long Shitting immediately lowered her head and stood in place, her toes in internal eights, and said with a shy face, "Lang Ze, you woke up awake." Lang Ze nodded, then very casually touched Long Shitting's head and said, "I'm a bit sorry about the morning. I didn't hold back before." "Aha." Before Lang Ze even finished speaking, Long Shitting immediately nodded and said, "No, it's okay, I don't mind." When Lang Ze heard this, his expression was instantly a little hard to strain. But then again, the backyard is really quite a special experience. It's pretty tight. However, the psychological pleasure is greater than the physiological pleasure. Specifically, Lang Ze can't describe it more. Thinking too much is easy to be perverted. So Lang Ze immediately waved away the images in his mind and walked out of the gate of the villa with big strides. Getting into his convertible supercar, he immediately headed towards the office. Soon, Lang Ze arrived at the downstairs of Jiangnan Mansion. He had just parked his car, but Lang Ze suddenly realized that the cars in the parking lot of this Jiangnan Mansion were more awesome than one another. His own car was considered a luxury car, but in the parking lot of the Jiangnan Mansion, it was only moderate. However, when you think about it, it's no wonder that Lang Ze's car is just a couple of $1 million, or a few years ago, and now it's just $1 million on the second-hand market. Although it was already a luxury car for ordinary people, to be honest, it didn't match Lang Ze's current worth. Given Lang Ze's current status, how could he drive a $10 million luxury car? Well, got to get a better car. Lang Ze stood in the underground parking lot, looking at the luxury cars on both sides of his sports car, a Rolls-Royce Phantom and a 7 or 8 million level Ferrari. His heart was more or less inferior. However, the first order of business was to deal with his own brother. So, Lang Ze immediately pressed the elevator. Ding! Inside Lang's holding group, a middle-aged woman dressed in fancy dress pointed at the safe in front of her and said, You hurry up and open the safe for me. My son needs money. Sorry, it's not something I can decide, Jang Han said with a serious face. At that moment, the woman's son took a big step over and pushed Jang Han. What's so arrogant about you? You stinking part-timer? Do whatever my mom tells you to do. For your information, my last name is Long. This company is mine too. Jang Han shook her head, still pretending to be calm. If you feel that the company is yours and we have encroached on your property, you can sue us or call the police to arrest us. But please don't do it. Little bitch, what's the big deal about having a few years of schooling? What? Bullying us for being uneducated? No legal awareness? Jang Han was also really speechless to death at the moment. These two bitches don't make any sense at all. Just then, the elevator rang. The crowd looked in the direction of the elevator, only to see Lang Zhe wearing sunglasses, a flowered shirt and flowered pants, striding over. What are you yelling about? You think this is a food market? In fact, before, Lang Zhe did not quite dare to believe it, but now Lang Zhe believed it. People who had killed people were indeed different when they started a fire. Lang Zhe's very common reprimand immediately made the middle-aged woman and the so-called brother freeze in place. The woman froze for a long moment before speaking, and her tone lightened considerably. Hey, you're Lang, right? That, you can just call me Auntie Lu. I'm sorry about just now. I'm a bit emotional, mainly because this employee of ours is too big and small. Who told you we're home? This old woman was quite familiar with herself and directly climbed up with Lang Zhe. Lang Zhe also disliked back nonchalantly. My employees, do they need you to lecture them? Yes, Lang is right. Saying that, the old woman stretched out her hand again, wanting to slap Lang Zhe. Lang Zhe opened the woman's hand and said with slight anger, Little Nima, who are you talking to? Do I know you? When the old woman heard this, her face became incredibly ugly. But looking at Lang Zhe's angry, sinewy appearance, he didn't dare to get angry. After all, this old woman knew too well what the Lang family did. When she was young, she had a relationship with Lang Zhe's father, Long Hongyuan, and naturally knew exactly what Lang Zhe's father did. Originally, she heard that Long Hongyuan was wanted by the police and ran abroad, and was able to come and bully his son, and then she could also share some of the family property and so on. But I didn't expect that the father of a tiger would not have a son. From the moment Lang Zhe entered the door, this aura completely overwhelmed both mother and son. But the woman's son didn't know whether he was rash or young, and he wasn't the least bit afraid of Lang Zhe. With an arrogant face, he came in front of Lang Zhe and spoke with a ferocious face. Older brother, please be polite to my mom. Otherwise, I, as an older brother, will have to teach you a lesson as a younger brother. Before the man could finish his sentence, he heard a snap. Lang Zhe, a big than the pocket, to the man pumped dizziness, turned around twice in place, directly sitting on the sofa. Ouch! The old woman was just about to lose her temper when she saw her son being beaten, but when he saw the blue veins rippling on Lang Zhe's neck, he also immediately lowered his head and said with a red face, Inner one, young Master Lang, look at you. Why are you so angry? Inner, I introduce. He called Lang Shen, is your brother? Back then your father specially finds someone to calculate, said your generation of Lang family members, life lack of water. Look, said the old woman and pulled out a piece of paper from her pocket, spread out and continued. Look, this is your brother's birth certificate. This is the DNA test results. If you do not believe we can now go to do identification. You too, your brothers, bro. Lang Zhe frowned, striding towards the man named Lang Shen. This Lang Shen, to be honest, looked quite similar to Lang Zhe. The two were about the same height, and in terms of looks, Lang Shen was a bit darker than Lang Zhe's skin color, and his mouth was a bit bigger than Lang Zhe's. Other than that, there didn't seem to be much of a difference. I have to say, cheap old dad's genes are quite strong. Born two sons although not a mom, but still looks similar to a high degree. At this time, Lang Shen was also jerked awake by the big BB pocket that Lang Zhe had just made. He stared at Lang Zhe in front of him with a panicked face, covering his reddened cheeks, and kept retreating backward, opening his mouth as he did so. Brother, I was wrong. Bro, don't hit me. Koldzer was a bit speechless. The personality gap is quite large. One slap and he was begging for forgiveness and was close to kneeling. Lang Zhe shook his head with a speechless face, then looked at the woman again and said, So, what are you guys here for? Lang Zhe is not a cold-blooded animal. If the other party treats him with courtesy, Lang Zhe will naturally recognize this brother. But these two brats made a mess as soon as they came in, and this Lang Shen was even pretending in front of himself. So it was embarrassing. Lang Zhe, face expressionless, stared at the woman. The woman saw the situation. A face of difficult to laugh, inner. Hey, Lang Zhe, is this way? This is not. See, the child are grown up well. Just want to bring him to recognize relatives. Recognize your family? Just like that? Lung Zhe smiled badly, then pointed to the safe in front of him and said, no money? We're all family. Mentioning money hurts our feelings. This face became. Lung Zhe was very impressed. You were just arguing about opening the safe to get the money, and now you're suddenly honest? But then again, there wasn't really any money in that safe. Just some confidential company documents. They can't get the money even if they open the safe. Didn't you just say that this company belongs to your son? Koldzer asked again. As soon as the woman heard this, her face became incredibly ugly. Indeed, her original purpose was to come and divide the family fortune. But Lung Zhe's domineering aura was really terrifying as hell, scaring the woman so much that she didn't dare to let out a single fart right now. Lang Shen, who had just been arrogant and incomparable, was even curled up on the sofa, staring at Lung Zhe with a horrified face. Does the company want more? The woman quickly waved her hand. No, 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 no. My son doesn't have much of a business mind, and he wouldn't be able to grasp such a big company if it was given to him. The woman pondered for a moment, and finally opened her mouth. It is. You see, your brother for so many years, followed me to live also quite bitter. Are 30, still no house and no car. Even the daughter-in-law cannot marry. You, who are a brother, can help out a little bit, just help out a little bit. The woman said this and actually mustered up the courage to say it. After all, the pressure Lung Zhe had put on her was too much, and Lung Zhe was not an unsympathetic person. After hearing the woman say that, he slowly nodded his head, then he casually lit a wazoo, found a chair, and sat down. Want money? Rather, I can give it to you. Hearing this, the woman and Cold Sink both sighed in relief together. But the next second, Lung Zhe spoke again. I just don't know. How much is appropriate? The woman sniffed, her eyes rolled, then immediately hemmed and hawed, stretching out 5 fingers. Not much. 5 million will do. $5 million. With a jolt, Lung Zhe immediately bounced out of his chair. You're robbing money, aren't you? $5 million? Do I owe you? As soon as the woman heard this, she was immediately shivering with fear. Before she came, she had already investigated clearly. The Lung family's family property, now conservatively estimated, at least a few billion. 5 million in cash for the Lung family. It is not difficult, but the woman didn't dare to refute. She could only look at Lung Zhe with a pleading face and said, Then you say, how much money is appropriate? 3,000. Lung Zhe held out 3 fingers. The woman sniffed and immediately froze in place. Lang Shen was also instantly dumbfounded. At this moment, the other employees in the office immediately burst out laughing. Even the always serious Jiang Yihan couldn't hold back her snort. I thought to myself, I'm not ashamed to be my Lung Xiao. Humph. I knew that Ling Xiao couldn't easily forgive this mother and son. You don't have to be surprised. Honestly, looking at Lang Shen, this loser. 3,000 I don't even want to give. After all, so loser. Come to be a security guard then. I guess it can't protect anything. Security? Security? As soon as the woman heard the word security, her old face turned red. Lang Shen's eyes were even wider in disbelief. No, brother, I before in the neighborhood property as a security guard. There are also $4,000 a month at you. This is 3,000. Too little? Lang Zhe blankly glanced at Lang Shen, then continued, when you're a member of my Lung family, you have to be somewhat useful, right? Those women at home can sleep with me. Can you? Jiang Yihan can make me money. Can you? In our Lung family, it has always been how much you can use and how much you can spend. If you can prove your worth, then the salary will naturally not be less. After saying that, Lung Zhe also smiled at the few employees behind him. And that woman, even though she was afraid of Lang Zhe, there was no way she would let her precious son come to Lang's Holding to work as a security guard and still earn 3,000 a month. 3,000 monthly salary. That Lang Shen might as well go back to the original neighborhood as a property. Thinking of this, the woman pulled on Lang Shen's wrist and turned her head to leave. However, Lang Shen shook off his mother's hand and directly bowed to Lang Zhe and spoke. Brother, then from now on, I'll be the security guard of Lang's Holdings. Lang Zhe was very surprised when he heard this. You can stand 3,000 a month? This kid is quite tolerant. Although Lang Zhe had only wanted to humiliate the mother and daughter at first and then send them away. But after thinking about it, after all, they are blood brothers. Blood is thicker than water. It's not a bad idea to come to your own company as a security guard. Lang Zhe is actually very short of people to use on his hands right now, and the one he can use right now is a Zhou Dalong. It does seem a bit too much of a loner for a $10 billion tycoon to not even have a trusted man around. Thus, Lang Zhe intended to observe this Lang Shen first, and if it was worth cultivating, Lang Zhe would naturally cultivate and nurture this Lang Shen. Give himself a hand or something, not asking him to be as loyal as Zhou Dalong, but at least not as useless as he is now. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe nodded slightly, then looked at Jiang Yihan and said, "Alright, then go and apply for his entry formalities. A monthly salary of 3,000. Full attendance of 200. A total of 3,002. Yes, Mr. Lung." At this moment, the woman had not yet returned to her senses. So Lang Shen looked at the woman and said, "Mom, don't worry, I can definitely let you live a good life." The woman was going to say, on this 3,000 a month job? But after looking at the filial son in front of him, and the pair of determined eyes, the words were still held back. The woman thought back to her 30 years of suffering and suddenly couldn't stop a tear from the corner of her eye. Back then, the woman was still a young and beautiful town flower. A chance, met a punk in the city. The punk, named Long Hongyuan. What the woman doesn't know is that Long Hongyuan had a girlfriend at the time, but he didn't tell the woman. The woman and Lang Hongyuan were together, and from time to time, they would go to a hotel room, and soon after, they got pregnant. Originally, the woman wanted to give Lang Hongyuan a surprise, but when Lang Hongyuan learned about this, he pointed at the woman and scolded her, and asked the woman to abort the child immediately. The woman couldn't give up, so Lang Hongyuan coerced and even sent his men with the intention of beating her until she miscarried. I have to say, Lung's cheap old man is a real animal. At that time, the woman hid in her mother's house and suffered alone, leaving the child, and thinking that Lang Hongyuan had told her before that her son's life lacked water, she named the child Langshan. On the other hand, Lang Hongyuan heard that the woman gave birth to the child. Lang Hongyuan had wanted to send people to kill the woman and the child. After all, in Lang Hongyuan's eyes, Su Yuqi is his true love, and he is afraid that Su Yuqi will be heartbroken when she learns the truth. But after the woman begged and swore that she would never disturb Lang Hongyuan's family, Lang Hongyuan chose to spare the woman, mother and child, and left a sum of money, $10,000. It doesn't seem like much now, but at the time, $10,000 was considered a lot of money. You can even buy a suite on the outskirts of Jiangcheng. Soon after, the woman heard that Lang Hongyuan and the woman named Su Yuqi got married and that the woman was pregnant. After that, it was to hear that Su Yuqi had died. As to how, no one knew. All the woman knew was that Su Yuqi had likewise given birth to a boy, named Lang Zhe. In Langshan's memory, his mother had told him since he was a child that he wasn't alone and that he had a younger brother named Lang Zhe. The young Langshan always asked his mother when he would be able to see his brother, and she always said jokingly, "You'll be able to see your brother when you grow up." All of this, Lang Zhe didn't know. All he knew was that his brother, a brainiac, had the audacity to cause trouble on his own turf. Who do you think you are? Just because your name is Lang, you can call me your brother? After Langshan's mother and son left, Lang Zhe called his cheap old dad with a helpless face. "Hello, son of a bitch, ha ha ha. What's wrong now, Miss Dad? Think of your sister. Also, your aunt hasn't been back in years. So, tomorrow, Dad will fly to London and call your aunt over." Lang Zhe was speechless, simply opened the door and said, "I'm asking you, where the fuck is Langshan again?" Langshan? Hiss, this name is quite familiar, huh? With us a last name? Old thing, don't you fucking pretend. Who the hell is Langshan? Lang Zhe said with slight anger. Lang Hongyuan sniffed and his voice suddenly became aggravated. Hey, you, since you know all about it, then Dad won't hide it from you. Langshan should be considered your brother. You beat him up? Are you concerned? That's not it. Lang Hongyuan's voice returned to its big grin and said, "It's just to tell you that if you want to fight, fight to the death, so that they won't dare to come to you anymore. You're a real animal." Lang Zhe scolded nonchalantly. Played with someone, made them give you a child, and you want to beat up a mother and child? Even though Lang Zhe's identity is a villain. Let's be honest, who in their right mind can actually kill without blinking an eye? When it comes to this kind of thing, but anyone with a sane mind will feel compassion. What's more, Lang Zhe's identity as a big villain was only imposed on him by the system. Being a villain is cool, but if even the most basic human nature is extinguished, then it's not a villain, it's an animal. Lang Zhe could take out anyone who got in his way, or he could brutally beat up unqualified old ladies. It was temperament, it was human nature, but playing people are not responsible for it, but also want to kill and kill, then the nature can change. It's not so much being a bitch as it is human nature. Ugh. At this time, Long Hongyuan on the other side of the phone suddenly sighed. Then, Lang Zhe heard the voices over there go from noisy to quiet. The sound quality was much better, and by the sound of it, old Biden should have gone to the restroom. Dad, people are like this. Lived most of his life, from bullying other classmates when he was a kid, to bullying the common people. And now, he is so used to bullying that he can't change. But dad doesn't ask you to do the same. What parent in the world doesn't want their child to be good? And so do I. I want you to be better than your old man. You did it too. You're right to curse. I'm an animal. I can't change. But you can't be an animal. Suddenly he was deep in love, making Lengza a little embarrassed for a moment. He cleared his throat and simply changed the subject. By the way, there's something I've been meaning to ask you about my mom. How the hell she's gone? Is it important? Long Hongyuan asked. Not really. Just plain curious. Suicide. Long Hongyuan's tone suddenly became cold. He continued to speak. Driven to suicide. To be exact, the man who drove your mother to suicide is now in jail, and his granddaughters are now lying in your bed. Hearing this, Lang Zhe's hand holding the cell phone shook slightly, but the cell phone remained clutched tightly in his hand. Zhou Dalong and Lang Zhe had talked about it before, just not in great detail. It was complicated at the time. You should know that there was a pitch for the Yi family. And at the time dad was young and only thought about getting ahead and then giving your mom a happy life. So they followed the Yi family, who used to have only one hand in Jiangcheng, and as long as the Yi family wanted to, I could become the biggest mob force in the whole of Jiangcheng anytime I wanted to, but only if I turn in a pitch to kill my favorite person, which I can't do. Your mom knew about it, too, and then she drank pesticide behind my back and killed herself, leaving you. Hearing this, Lang Zhe let out a bitter smile. It's really the world's biggest bowel movement. His own mom was forced to die by the Yi family, and then the old man of the Yi family went to jail, and part of the Yi family's assets became his own, and the two granddaughters of the Yi family became his own. It's kind of retribution, isn't it? Lang Zhe will not go back to avenge his mom. After all, Lang Zhe has no feelings for his mom, and the Yi family has already been punished. Now the two granddaughters of the Yi family have filled their own harem, and there is really a feeling of the ancient kind. Of 9 families, the Yi family mansion, isn't it its own churchyard? By the way, now that you know the truth, go see your mom when you have time. It's buried in the city's first cemetery. She should miss you quite a bit. After saying that, before Lang Zhe could reply, Long Hongyuan immediately hung up the phone. What Lang Zhe didn't know was that Long Hongyuan immediately wiped his tears and washed his face after hanging up the phone, then barely managed to squeeze out a smile as he walked out of the restroom in large strides. After hanging up the phone, Lang Zhe was a bit distracted. It wasn't because of the matter of his own mother committing suicide by drinking pesticide. After all, Lengza was really attached to his mother who was completely absent from his memories. Instead, there was some lamentation about the impermanence of the world. Master Yi, it's kind of like doing all the bad things and creating retribution. A good couple, he forced one to die, resulting in his own motherlessness since childhood. LOL. Thinking of this, Lengza shook his head helplessly. That said, one should indeed sweep one's mother's grave. In reason, after more than 20 years, one can hardly know who one's own mother is. It would be too beastly not to go and sweep the grave. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe turned his head and was about to leave. Jiang Yihan saw that Lang Zhe's face didn't look too good, so she followed him out as well. Outside Jiangnan building, Lang Zhe had just driven out of the underground parking lot when he found Jiang Yihan standing at the front door. A pair of tantalizing black silk legs took a few steps forward towards the front of Lang Zhe's sports car. Her delicate lips touched up and down, and she opened her mouth. What's wrong? In a bad mood? Do you need me to comfort you tonight? Lengza knew exactly what this comfort meant. It's just that he really wasn't in the mood today. No, I have things to do. After saying that, Lang Zhe was about to continue walking forward, but he found a BMW SUV blocking the entrance of the basement. Seeing this, the security guard at the door immediately shouted, "Hey, can't you see that this is the exit? Are you blind?" This security guard. It does come out a little punchy, but fortunately, this security guard knew Lang Zhe, so naturally this was not said to Lang Zhe. Rather, it was to the owner of that BMW. The BMW owner, however, immediately opened the window and stared at the security guard with a disdainful face. "Humph, a stinking security guard. What's the point of pretending?" Question mark. The security guard froze for a moment, then frowned again and said, Okay, I'm sorry, okay, here is the exit. Please enter the basement from the entrance side. And what are you doing here? Seeing the security guard's attitude soften, the BMW owner smiled again and said, I'm here for an interview. After saying that, the BMW owner unconsciously glanced towards Jiang Yihan, Can't blame this BMW owner, mainly because Jang Yihan's body is just too top-notch, and her looks are even more of the one in a million kind. Dressed in a professional outfit, it's hard not to draw attention to yourself when you're standing in front of an underground parking garage. Only, sitting in the car, Lung Zhe looked at this kid, but it was quite familiar. Squinting his eyes, he took a closer look. Fogweed, isn't this the Yi Fan? What should I say? Is it a case of the wrong people? Or is it just a small world? However, in the next second, Lang Zhe thought of another problem. It seems like one can always run into this kind of destined son, even without the system. This kind of heavenly destined son always bumps into himself and clashes with him. This had to cause Lingze to be skeptical of this worldview. After all, he was the villain in the fictional world, and although the system was now running away, the worldview was still running steadily. The protagonists in this world, always able to meet and clash with themselves, should be a deliberate arrangement of the plot. That is to say, one will not have a good life in the future? It was a bit of a far-fetched theory, but having traveled across the world myself, could there be anything more far-fetched than that? Thinking about this, Lung Zhe was a bit speechless, and at this moment, the owner of the BMW on the opposite side of the road also recognized Lung Zhe. However, people were protagonists, not villainous minions, so naturally, they wouldn't make a fool of themselves by taking the initiative to find trouble with Lung Zhe. According to the normal development of the plot, at this kind of time, he should follow the security guard to taunt Yi Fan, and Jiang Yihan also followed himself to taunt Yi Fan, and then Yi Fan became furious and pretended to hit his face. That's the way it's done on the web now. However, it wasn't like Lang Zhe was in a hurry to die right now, so naturally he wouldn't follow the logic of the plot. Even if he recognized Yi Fan, he merely looked at him for a couple more moments. However, the security guard at this time rushed to Lang Zhe's side and apologized to Lang Zhe nonstop. I'm sorry, Mr. Lang. I don't know where this dirtbag came from that dares to block your way. You wait, I'll call someone to drive him away. It was fine if the guard didn't say this, but as soon as he did, Yi Fan couldn't hold his breath, directly opened the door and got out of the car, striding towards Lang Zhe. Lang Zhe, I didn't expect that I could meet you wherever I go. Don't you have anything else to do besides following me? Me, stalking you? As soon as Lang Zhe heard this, he was directly dumbfounded. Crap, what the hell kind of expensive stuff is this? No, big brother, are you out of your mind? I'm stalking you? This is my company. I came to my company. How does that make me stalking you? When Yi Fan heard this, he was first stunned, then he laughed coldly and said, Oh, don't pretend. Don't think I don't know that you just want to screw me. For your information, Lang Zhe, Yi Fan, am not someone who can be bullied by anyone. After saying that, Yi Fan sized up Jiang Yihan again, then sneered, When I saw this beauty just now, I thought that she was a domineering female CEO, but I didn't expect that she was also the bitch beside Lang Zhe. Crap. Hearing this, Jiang Yihan couldn't even hold back. One has already suffered from anger today, being scolded by Lang Xin and his mother and son in the morning, and then being scolded by you, a brainwashed person, in the afternoon? Angry Jiang Yihan directly reached out her hand, wanting to hit Yi Fan, but Yi Fan grabbed Jiang Yihan's arm, then smiled very greasily and said, You still want to hit me? Pretty girl, it's not appropriate, is it? Due to this moment, Jiang Yihan was standing on the side of Lang Zhe's car, while Yi Fan was standing directly opposite. So, as long as Lang Zhe gently stepped on the gas, he could have run Yi Fan over on the spot. If it had been in the past, Lang Zhe definitely wouldn't have been so impulsive. But what is one's status now? Molesting his own woman in front of him. Lang Zhe immediately stepped on the gas. Boom! Ouch! Yi Fan was hit for a moment, but his reaction was also very quick, and he directly jumped up in place, jumped onto the hood. You still want to run me over? Yi Fan glared angrily at Lang Zhe. And, what do you mean give it back? Jiang Yihan, who was on the side, froze for a moment. Lang Zhe, the last time you secretly found someone to drive over me. Don't think I don't know. Originally, I wasn't going to pursue the matter. After all, that car accident didn't cause me any harm. It was just the loss of a car. Don't think you're great just because you're rich. I'm telling you, Lang Zhe, there's a lot of people out there. For me, changing a car is as simple as changing a pair of underwear. That's a social quote, more social than even MacArthur. Lang Zhe was not polite and directly disliked him back. Change your underwear once every few years? It's all wrapped up, right? Pay attention to personal hygiene, big brother. How does a normal person drive a car for a couple years? This breaking analogy. Also changing cars is as easy as changing underwear. Yi Fan was dumbfounded by Lang Zhe's words. Standing on the hood of Lang Zhe's sports car, he then hooked his finger at Lang Zhe and said, Lang Zhe, if you're a man, fight me one-on-one. Humph, tell you what, I've sent a few rich kids like you to the hospital. Today, I will make you understand that I, Yi Fan, never speak empty words. Lang Zhe sniffed and immediately did another sharp reverse. Flutter a little. Yi Fan, who was standing on the hood, didn't stand still and directly fell into a dogshit. Seeing this, Lang Zhe immediately hung up the downshift again, pressed the gas, and boom! A Mercedes supercar slammed into the BMW SUV in front of him. The airbag popped out of the steering wheel, but Kolzer was quick to dodge it. As for Yi Fan, he directly flung himself along the rear window of his BMW SUV. Yi Fan's car's butt, and Lang Zhe's car's front end, both crashed to pieces as well. But Lang Zhe does not care it. The old does not go to the new does not come. Their own this car, counting also opened a few years. Yi Fan's car is a new replacement. Ouch my ass. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan was thrown into the main driver's seat of his car, headfirst into the airbag that had just popped out. I just picked up my fucking car. Exasperated, Yi Fan opened the car door once more and got out of the car. This time, he even took out a crowbar from his car and cursed while walking towards Lang Zhe's side. Naya, I just picked up my car. Seeing this, Lang Zhe actually accidentally laughed out loud. And at this moment, Yi Fan saw that Lang Zhe was actually still laughing. He was so angry that his face turned red. Directly with a crowbar, he violently smashed into the hood of Lang Zhe's Mercedes-Benz supercar. Bam! Lang Zhe, on the other hand, continued to back up the car with a full head of steam. The scene became awkward. He only saw Lang Zhe's car backing up, while Yi Fan was holding a crowbar and chasing forward. It had been chased from the main entrance of the underground parking lot, to the -2 floors of the underground parking lot. But just then, a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind Yi Fan. Yi Fan? A female voice sounded. Yi Fan froze. The voice was more than familiar to him. The ex-wife who had shared his bed for 3 years and given him a daughter before sending herself to prison. That's right. The reason why Yi Fan came to Jiangnan Mansion for an interview today was because he wanted to discuss his ex-wife. What about the original plan? Is to go to Lang's Holdings for an interview. He has long investigated clearly. The reason why his ex-wife's company can get a lot of money overnight is because Lang's Holdings invested $30 million in his ex-wife's company. Moreover, Yi Fan had also investigated that the executive president of Lang's Holdings was a domineering female president named Jiang Yihan. Yi Fan thought that now that he was highly skilled in medicine and had extraordinary strength, coupled with his unparalleled charm, it was simply easier to hook up with a female president like Jiang Yihan. And his ex-wife's company is upstairs in Lang's Holdings, so that he and his ex-wife are not able to see each other every day with their heads down. And when his ex-wife sees that he is so good nowadays, he is bound to regret it a lot. By then, the ex-wife will be crying and begging to get back together. Just think about it. And indeed, this is how the story content should have developed. Yifan, what are you doing? Lang Zhe twisted his head to look at the woman, about 30 years old, with plump breasts and fat buttocks, and a pair of flesh-colored stockings wrapped around a pair of fleshy legs. Compared to Jiang Yihan or Qin Shiyu, this woman was completely the plump young woman type. Her figure was a bit similar to Maeda Keiko, but the ass is far bigger than Keiko Maeda's, and looking at it makes you think. However, it is true that she is a bit older, but this kind of mature girl is much more elegant and sexually attractive than a young girl. Jingjing, what are you doing here? Yi Fan froze for a moment. The mature woman named Jingjing looked at the front hood of the sports car sitting on the convertible, which was still smashed to pieces, and after looking at the crowbar in Yi Fan's hand, she immediately understood what was going on. So, Jingjing immediately walked forward in big strides and snapped a big BB pocket. It ruthlessly hit Yi Fan's face, and said with slight anger, Yi Fan, you've gone too far. We're divorced, and you agreed to it, so why are you bothering me? It's okay for you to harass me. You, look at you. Jingjing pointed at Lang Zhe's car and said, look at what you've smashed Mr. Lang's car into. Do you know how much people pay for this car? Can you afford to pay for it? Jingjing, it's not what you think. That's it. Seeing this, Lang Zhe also added fuel with a bad smile on his face. I don't even know what happened. I just drove to the door, and this kid drove his broken BMW into me. After the crash, he also took a crowbar to beat me, all the way from the basement door to me to the -2nd floor. Although Lang Zhe did not recognize this Jingjing did recognize Lang Zhe. After all, Jingjing's company is able to get where it is today, all thanks to the Lang's Holdings under Lang Zhe's name. At his most difficult time, it was Lang Zhe's henchman, Jiang Yihan, who approached him and claimed to himself that he was willing to provide $30 million of angel investment to help the company out of its predicament. Although, the price is to transfer 49% of the company's equity to Lang's Holdings, but compared to the company's upturn nowadays, That 49% of the equity is nothing at all. You lie. Yifan saw that Leng Zhe lied. His face was not red or white, and he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Picking up the crowbar, he intended to violently beat Kolzer, but when Jingjing saw this, she snatched the crowbar out of Yifan's hand and threw it aside, and then another big BB pocket. Snap! The crisp sound echoed over and over in the second basement level of the parking garage. At this moment, Yifan only felt his face rolling. It wasn't that he was beaten to a rolling boil. After all, Yifan nowadays, not only was his medical skills superior, but he also had the strength of the Wanjing Mahayana stage, and Jingjing's slap wouldn't cause any physical damage to him at all. Available at physical damage is small. Magic damage hurts too much. Yifan felt that his face had been put on the ground by Leng Zhe and rubbed hard, and at this moment, Yifan didn't want to harbor in front of his ex-wife. In his mind, he thought, Lu Jingjing, if you are unkind, you should not blame me for being unrighteous. A husband and wife for one day. I never thought that you would slap me for this bastard Leng Zhe. Wait, Leng Zhe? Mr. Lying? Could it be that this Leng Zhe is the big boss of Lang's Holdings? Yifan is only beginning to realize after the fact. Abominable. Why? Why would Jingjing accept investment from such a person? But things have come to this. Lu Jingjing, you do not blame me. This is what you ask for. Thinking of this, Yifan was not soft, and similarly slapped. It ruthlessly hit Lu Jingjing's face. Snap! A crisp sound came, and Lu Jingjing was instantly knocked to her knees and sat on the ground. The black-framed glasses also flew a few meters away and fell to the ground, shattering. Humph! Yifan snorted coldly again, then continued to deliver a social discourse. Woman, from today onwards, I, Yifan, am no longer that trash in your eyes. Tell you what, woman, I've got money now, as much as I want. Any idea how much money is on this card? Saying that, Yifan pulled out a bank card and said with a slight anger, there's $1 billion here. As the words fell, Yifan pulled out another card. In this card, there is $1 million. After saying that, Yifan threw the card containing $1 million to Leng Zhe's car again and said angrily, $1 million? Enough to compensate you for this broken car, right? Humph, it's just a Mercedes. Tomorrow I, Yifan, will bring up a Ferrari limited edition. It's worth $10 million. Put. Leng Zhe did not hold back. Laughed out loud on the spot. What are you laughing at? When Yifan heard Leng Zhe laughing, he immediately turned his head and stared angrily at Leng Zhe. I remember happy things. Leng Zhe sniffed and immediately stared at Yifan with a smile on his face. When Yifan saw this, he was so angry that his face turned red and he pointed at Leng Zhe and said, what happy thing? Leng Zhe, I'm fighting with my ex-wife and you're actually thinking about happy things? What could be more delightful than me beating you up later? With that, Yifan clenched his fists. That's a plan to make a move. But Leng Zhe really couldn't hold back his laughter. And for a moment, remembering a certain movie line he had seen in his previous life, he simply replied, my wife is giving birth to a child. Your wife? You have a wife? Yifan froze for a moment. The human young woman who was beaten by Yifan and sat on her knees also froze. I've never heard that Mr. Leng has a wife. And just as Yifan was planning to make a move on Leng Zhe, Lu Jingjing immediately took off her high heels and ruthlessly smashed them in Yifan's direction. But I don't know whether Lu Jingjing did it on purpose or her strength was too small. She was obviously smashing towards Yifan's head, but her high heels didn't fly far and fell down. Just right. It landed in Yifan's butt groove. And since Yifan's butt was still quite perky, the thin heel of the high heel shoe was just caught in Yifan's butt groove. Yifan felt something being thrown into his ass crack and immediately turned his head. He looked angrily at Lu Jingjing. Now, Yifan's back was turned to Leng Zhe. A picture that was in full view. Crap, ha 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 ha. Now Leng Zhe just couldn't help himself. Straight away, he cracked a smile. Seeing this, Yifan turned his head to point at Leng Zhe again and said, you bully people too much. I've put up with you for a long time. My wife is having a baby. You are obviously laughing at me. You didn't even stop. As the words fell, Yifan directly darted towards Leng Zhe and killed him. When Leng Zhe saw this, he was also a bit nervous. Although Leng Zhe's strength was extraordinary, he usually seldom fought, and his heart was more or less panicked every time he fought. With this panic, he subconsciously stepped on the gas, only to hear a buzzing sound. Bam! This time, Yifan didn't dodge it and was directly hit by Leng Zhe's car and flew more than 10 meters away. Collapsed on the ground. Directly no movement. Crap! When Leng Zhe looked at it, he said in his heart that it was not good. Although Leng Zhe had killed quite a few people, it was the first time he had killed someone in broad daylight. If this appeared as a witness, then he would probably have to kill one himself. so Lang Zhe immediately stepped on the gas and was about to run. Instead, he found Lu Jingjing sitting on her knees on the side. Damn, there's an eyewitness to this? Lang Zhe simply opened the car door and said with a serious face, "Get in." Lu Jingjing had been scared silly at the moment. Lang Zhe's voice gave her a shiver of fear, and hurriedly got up and entered Lang Zhe's car. With that, Lang Zhe immediately drove out of the underground parking lot. Coming to the exit of the parking lot, Lang Zhe shouted at Zhang Yihan again, "You go to the monitoring room, smash the hard disk." After saying that, he disappeared without a trace with a single gas pedal. Lang Zhe drove all the way out of Jiangchang and drove the car to the outskirts of Jiangchang, by a remote creek. After stopping the car, he pretended to be calm and looked at Lu Jingjing beside him. What just happened? Just now. Lu Jingjing had been stunned by the scene just now, and immediately blurted out, "Mr. Long, you hit someone." "I hit someone? Whom? I hit no one. I don't understand." Lu Jingjing was so scared by Lang Zhe's aggressiveness that her face turned pale and she couldn't stop trembling. "I asked you if I hit anyone." No. Lu Jingjing came back to her senses and shook her head in a hurry. It couldn't be helped. The fury on Lang Zhe's body at the moment was just too heavy. Lang Zhe himself didn't feel anything. Even he himself was a little worried about whether he would be caught in the act. But in Lu Jingjing's eyes, Lang Zhe was no different from a perverted murderer at the moment. After looking around this deserted environment, Lu Jingjing quickly realized that Lang Zhe might be trying to kill and exterminate people. In order to save her life, Lu Jingjing folded her hands in horror and begged for forgiveness to Lang Zhe. "Mr. Lang, I really didn't see anything. I also have a daughter who is only 8 years old. Please let me go." "Ooh, I really didn't see anything. I don't know anything." Lang Zhe sniffed and took a deep breath. Then a button on the car was pressed, and after a few seconds the canopy slowly descended. At this moment, Lang Zhe also needed to calm down. Feeling his pockets, he realized that he had no cigarettes. Lang Zhe usually didn't smoke, so he didn't have the habit of carrying cigarettes on him. So he looked at Lu Jingjing beside him and said, "Do you have a cigarette?" "Oh, there. Saying that, Lu Jingjing hurriedly pulled out a pack of thin cigarettes from her pocket, still with popping beads and mint flavor. After lighting the cigarette and taking a sharp drag, Kolzer then adjusted his chair and simply lay down in the car. At the moment, Lang Zhe's mood was very messy. He knew that he wasn't a good person, and he didn't want to be a good person. But the problem was, Lang Zhe felt more and more that he seemed to have begun to treat human life like grass. From the first time he killed someone, to the last time he murdered Zhang Lu, it made Lang Zhe's heart begin to wonder if he still had any humanity left. It occurred to Kolzer that he had killed so many people without even having a single nightmare. What about even a couple of nightmares that would make Lang Zhe feel like he still retained that little bit of humanity? Lying back in his chair, Kolzer stared at the roof of the car with a somewhat dull gaze, thinking back to his thoughts when he just came into this world. Originally, he just wanted to pretend to be a villain and disgust Long Aotian, so that Long Aotian would beat himself to death. And then he would go back to the society of law and order and become a rich tycoon. Until one begins to stay in this world. Begins to stay in Qin Shiyu, Jiangyihan, Yi Si Jin, Yi Siki, Shui Bingbing. Sure enough, you can't have feelings when you're a villain. And with feelings, you also have weaknesses. And with weaknesses, you'll be afraid of the wolf before and the tiger after you do something. Just as Lang Zhe was thinking about what to do, he suddenly felt a coldness in his crotch. He looked up and instantly froze in place. What are you doing?" Lang Zhe stared at Lu Jingjing with a shocked face. "Mr. Lang, please don't kill me. I can do anything for you." "Ooh, I have a daughter. I can't die. If I die, who will take care of her?" "No, it's fine." Lang Zhe waved his hand and said, "You continue. We'll talk when you're done." It had to be said that compared to Long Shirting, Lu Jingjing was simply an excellent product. No wonder they all like young women. They are really good at what they do. All parts come in handy. It was not until the moonlit night that the two ended their fight. Lu Jingjing was currently sitting paralyzed on the passenger side. Her body was still shaking. Lang Zhe then leaned against the front of the car, smoking a cigarette and playing with his cell phone. Divorced these 3 years, Lu Jingjing has never had anything to do with any man, has always worked during the day, and went home at night to take care of her daughter. This time, Lu Jingjing was also considered to have vented enough at once. What's more, she had never seen a man as raw as Lang Zhe. If it wasn't for the fact that she was really exhausted and her body was drying up, she would have hated to fight with Lang Zhe until dawn. Her desire for Lang Zhe was stronger than Lang Zhe's desire for her. After all, Lang Zhe was surrounded by many beautiful women, and he had just done it with Long Shitting in the morning, or through the back door, so naturally he didn't want it that much. After smoking, Lang Zhe returned to the car. closed the door, and after sweeping a glance at Lu Jingjing next to him, Leng Zhe froze for a moment. Only Lu Jingjing's neck was visible, and thin beads of sweat flowed all the way down to her deep chest. The fleshy silk wrapped around the fleshy leg also showed obvious signs of wetness. The whole person was drenched in fragrant sweat, and a pair of fat and tender meaty legs were still shaking non-stop. Seeing Leng Zhe staring at himself, Lu Jingjing hurriedly curled up her body and said in a shy tone, "Leng, Mr. Leng, people already have no strength." The reddish face was full of exhaustion. Seeing this, Leng Zhe didn't say anything. Then he started his own engine and pulled out of the shithole suburb. "I just sent someone to the hospital to see that Yifan is not in any serious trouble." On the way, Leng Zhe had a chat about Yifan, then said, "It's just a slight concussion." "Yes?" Lu Jingjing froze for a moment. Unexpectedly, Yifan was so powerful? Being hit by a car was actually only a mild concussion? She thought Yifan was mostly hopeless. "That's good." Lu Jingjing seemed to be relieved. "You care about him a lot?" Coldzer laughed. No. Lu Jingjing sniffed and hastily shook her head, as if she heard someone scolding her, and said with a look of disgust, "I mean, he didn't die. And Mr. Leng doesn't have to go to jail. I won't go to jail even if he dies." Leng Zhe shook his head with an arrogant face, then turned his head and glanced at the roots of Lu Jingjing's plump thighs and continued, "By the way, is it convenient to ask why you two want a divorce?" Lu Jingjing didn't intend to hide it, and after nodding her head, she opened her mouth to speak. "Yifan is too impulsive in doing things. A 30-something-year-old who doesn't use his head at all in doing things. Still acting like a little kid." This was something Coldzer couldn't agree more with. If Yifan had a brain, he wouldn't have been fooled by himself. "In the beginning, the company was in trouble, and I really had no choice, so I tampered with the competitor's bidding program. The other side learned to sue us. Originally not too big a thing. I intend to wait for the company to make a profit. The court ruled how much I will compensate people how much. But Yifan this fool. But threatening people, this ended up being a big deal, and I was supposed to go to jail. But Yifan said he would go to jail for me, and I agreed without even thinking about it. It's not that I'm heartless. The main thing is that this matter would have been blamed on Yifan. If he hadn't threatened people, if he hadn't been so angry that he even beat them up, this matter would have been solved by spending some money." Leng Zhe was very speechless as he sniffed. Indeed, this Yifan is too brainless. However, aren't all netizen protagonists like this? A word does not fit, as if they know they have a protagonist aura. Do things completely without considering the consequences. At that time I thought, this kind of man can't be trusted. One day he will get me and my daughter killed. Then I filed for divorce from him. Hearing this, Leng Zhe nodded. Soon, the car stopped underneath an upscale neighborhood. Originally, Leng Zhe did not intend to follow Lu Jingjing upstairs, but seeing that Lu Jingjing had not slowed down now, just as soon as she got off the bus, her legs went limp and she sat down on her knees. The flesh-colored stockings on her legs were all stretched and torn from the road. The whole person was also drenched in fragrant sweat, and his face was ugly. So Leng Zhe got off the car and picked up Lu Jingjing and said, "Let's go. I'll help you up. Then, trouble you, Mr. Leng. If it wasn't for me, you, Mr. Leng, wouldn't have been harassed by that lunatic Yifan." Apparently, Lu Jingjing still thought that Yifan was looking for Leng Zhe because of her. Leng Zhe also did not explain. After all, this matter Leng Zhe had not put on the heart. As an online villain, wouldn't it be normal to be targeted by several protagonists? After helping Lu Jingjing into the elevator, Lu Jingjing was so soft that she almost fell down and hurriedly hugged Leng Zhe's arm tightly. Lu Jingjing is not fat though. This can be seen from her face, but the body meat is fat. The waist-to-hip ratio is very exaggerated, and the pair of meaty legs are like Chun-Li's, but instead of muscle, they are fat. The ferocious weapon was even more exaggerated, and if she had to describe her body, it would be the unmuscled version of Ignition Dance. Being hugged by Lu Jingjing's arm in such a way, Leng Zhe immediately felt a soft squeezing sensation coming from his arm. The hidden chasm was also squeezed so deep that the bottom could not be seen at all. "Sorry, Mr. Leng, just now, a little too intense, well." Leng Zhe nodded in slight embarrassment. Ding! The elevator is here. On the 23rd floor, Leng Zhe assisted Lu Jingjing and knocked on the door of the room in front of him. Since this upscale neighborhood was a one-staircase, Leng Zhe naturally didn't have to guess which one Lu Jingjing's family lived in. At this time, the door of the room slowly opened, only to see an 8-year-old girl, wearing a student uniform, staring at Lu Jingjing with big watery eyes. "Mom, why are you back so late? Auntie Wang is all gone." Auntie Wang is the nanny of Lu Jingjing's family, who comes to take care of her daughter every day and is responsible for picking up and dropping off her daughter at school, and breakfast and dinner and such. Well, Something came up at the company. Has Tong Tong been a good boy today? I've been a good boy. I got my homework done just as soon as I got home. And I ate 2 bowls of rice today. Lu Jingjing sniffed and immediately resumed her motherly nature, touching the little girl's head with a gentle face. Then he pointed at Leng Zhe and introduced. And this one is the shareholder of Mom's company? Just call him Uncle Lang. Hello Uncle Lang. The little girl bared her teeth and grinned towards Coldzer. It had to be said that Yi Fan, the protagonist of the web article, had really good genes and gave birth to a beautiful daughter. Even though she was only 8 years old, she could see that she was definitely a beauty. However, although Lang Zhe could basically be said to take in beautiful women when he saw them now, he wasn't so animalistic as to be interested in 8-year-olds. Yeah, by the way, Mom, Dad called me today. When these words came out, Lu Jingjing immediately looked shocked. Then he hurriedly took off his high heels and walked toward the house with his bare-stocking feet and said, Your father called you? Why did he call? Dad said he was hospitalized, but told me not to worry and said he'd come see me tomorrow when he got out of the hospital. You told him our address? What's wrong, can't you? The little girl looked at Lu Jingjing with an innocent face and said. Lu Jingjing knew what Yi Fan would do. That idiot who could do anything when he was on top, might snatch Jingjing away. Seeing Lu Jingjing's face full of panic, Lang Zhe on the side patted Lu Jingjing's shoulder and said, Don't worry, let him come and see. I'm here, he can't snatch Tong Tong. After saying that, Lang Zhe sat down on the sofa very calmly, then took off his shoes and socks by himself. This scene gave Lu Jingjing a silly look. Even though she didn't dislike Lang Zhe, the two of them were just sort of getting to know each other today. After all, just now, outside, Lu Jingjing had given Lang Zhe her services, but only out of wanting to stay alive. In fact, she hadn't originally been such a casual person, or else she wouldn't have gone 3 years without having anything with another man. Originally, she did not intend to continue with Lang Zhe, but when she saw that Lang Zhe had taken off his shoes and socks with a casual face, and sat directly on the sofa as if he was in his own home, Lu Jingjing felt a bit speechless. Perhaps the reason that Lang Zhe had been wearing sunglasses during the daytime had led to the fact that Lang Zhe had never actually used the ability of seductive eyes, and even with the sunglasses removed, Lang Zhe had been intentionally or unintentionally avoiding Lu Jingjing's gaze. It wasn't that Lang Zhe was embarrassed, but mainly because Lang Zhe also didn't want to have any further relationship with Lu Jingjing, a human wife. At the end of the day, Coldzer was still relatively normal inside. Well, compares. But then again, Lu Jingjing's job was the best out of all the women Lang Zhe had slept with, even richer than that little day in the life of Mayetta Keiko. Especially the tongue work that messed with Coldzer's mind is still lingering. It's okay, I'll sleep on the couch. And there was another reason why Lang Zhe wanted to spend the night at Lu Jingjing's house. He had to take care of Yi Fan's business in a hurry. For Lang Zhe, the more enemies he had around him, the less beneficial it would be for him. A single Long Ao Tian and Zhou Liangchen were already enough. With another Yi Fan, Lang Zhe was really afraid that he would accidentally roll over one day, so he had to get rid of Yi Fan as soon as possible. As for what to do about it, Lang Zhe hadn't thought about it yet. And meanwhile, on the other side, inside the Yi family villa, several uniformed police officers arrived inside the villa. Yi Si-jin sat on the sofa, looking a bit formal. What happened? Yi Si-jin opened her mouth with a curious expression and asked. One of the younger policemen took off his cap and picked up a small notebook. Just a few questions. Is Mr. Lang home? No, he went out this afternoon and hasn't come back yet. Yi Si-jin answered truthfully. The young policeman sniffed and nodded, then added, Have you seen an officer named Zhang Lu recently? Hearing this, Yi Si-jin seemed to have guessed something, so she immediately opened her mouth and asked, Zhang Lu? What happened to him? The name Zhang Lu was not very familiar to Yi Si-jin, but she had a pretty good memory and immediately recalled the greasy little cop who had come looking for her 2 days ago. Nothing, we'll simply ask you a few questions. More than 24 hours had passed since Zhang Lu had disappeared, and Zhang Lu was officially listed as a missing person. However, because Lang Zhe had been a little too cautious in the first place, it had resulted in the police not having any clue yet. Moreover, the place where Lang Zhe dumped the body, or the seashore, was far away from Jiangcheng, and had even exceeded the jurisdiction of Jiangcheng. And Lang Zhe basically takes dirt country roads, and the highway surveillance probes have basically never captured anything. But the police of the Dragon State are not idle. In fact, the insiders have guessed that even if Zhang Lu is dead, it is basically unlikely to die in Jiangcheng, and probably died outside Jiangcheng. So, just tonight, the Jiangcheng police, in conjunction with the police from the next city over, had begun a sweep around the section of country lane where Zhang Lu's car had left the highway. However, trying to find Zhang Lu's body is probably unlikely. Even if they were found, the autopsy would only result in a DUI plus a cephalosporin. Although no one knows why Zhang Lu mixed stupid to eat cephalosporin. A little understanding of Zhang Lu people will also determine that Zhang Lu drinking and eating cephalosporin must be someone else fool to eat, but there is no evidence. Even less people would suspect Leng Zhe's head. In long shitting size, Leng Zhe slept with her last night until early the next morning, when the two of them did it once, using the back door, and then there was no more then. After sending the police away, Yi Siki and Long Shitting both came downstairs as well, staring at Yi Sijin with a cautious expression. Leng Zhe wouldn't have done anything to that police officer, right? Yi Sijin slowly shook her head and frowned. With my understanding of Leng Zhe, he shouldn't have done that kind of thing. Killing a mobster is completely different in nature from killing a criminal police officer. He shouldn't be that irrational. Well, right. Yi Siki also nodded and said, Leng Zhe doesn't look like that kind of person. Besides, Leng Zhe doesn't have time to kill anyone. Right. Long Shitting also immediately nodded. That day Leng Zhe clearly slept with me. Long Shitting completely slept through that day due to being too tired. In fact, she didn't even know that Leng Zhe was not there. It was only due to what happened in the morning that made her think that Leng Zhe must have slept in the same bed as herself last night. Well, I'll call Coldzer first. After saying that, Yi Sijin immediately picked up her cell phone and dialed Leng Zhe's number. But after half a day of calling, it was unanswered. And on the other side, Lu Jingjing's home, the sound of a man and a woman's conversation came from the restroom. Mr. Leng, don't. My daughter will hear it. Is your bathroom so soundproof? Well, Lu Jingjing was just about to say something, only to see that behind her, Leng Zhe's big hand immediately covered Lu Jingjing's mouth. And then, Lu Jingjing felt that a certain part of her body immediately came with a tearing pain. Ah, Mr. Leng, what are you doing? You're going in the wrong way. Yes, this is it. An hour later, Leng Zhe, clad in his bathrobe, swaggered into the living room, turned on the TV, and with his legs resting on the coffee table, he watched. It had been so long since I'd watched TV that Coldzer himself couldn't remember how long it had been since he'd watched TV. In the TV, the movie channel is playing a European and American blockbuster at this moment. Or, the middle match. Oh my god, I'm going to kick his ass so hard. God, look at that. His skin is as dark and tight as Aunt Susan's compression stockings. I'll bet Mr. John is having an affair with Aunt Susan. Coldzer. Translated movies are a memory. But after seeing the original soundtrack, Leng Zhe really felt bad about the translation. It's not that the voice actors didn't dub it well enough, but using Chinese to imitate foreigners' intonation is it's hard to sub in. And at that moment, Lu Jingjing also walked out from the restroom. Although her body was wrapped in a bath towel, her voluptuous figure was still able to be seen in full view. Leng Zhe's gaze always couldn't stop glancing towards Lu Jingjing's body. By the way, Long Ao Tian has a perspective eye. TSK. For why the system did not reward himself with a perspective eye on the go. No, I can't. I'm so indulgent. If I had a penetrating eye, then I guess I'd have to go to the emergency room in less than 3 days. That said, ever since Leng Zhe had walked through Long Shitting's back door, it was as if he had opened Pandora's box and became out of control. And compared to Lu Jingjing, Long Shitting was too thin. Although the places where Long Shitting should have met were not small, compared to Lu Jingjing, it was still more than a star and a half inferior. At this time, Tong Tong walked out of the room holding a Barbie doll, looked at Leng Zhe with a droll face, and spoke cautiously. Uncle Leng, don't bully mommy otherwise you'll go to jail like daddy. This little girl. I'm afraid I heard something just now, but it's a good thing she doesn't know anything about it. No, what do you mean? We'll go to jail like dad? Hearing this, Leng Zhe immediately looked at Tong Tong with furrowed brows and said, Tong Tong, you say? Is your father in jail because of bullying your mom? Aha. Tong Tong nodded heavily and then continued to speak. He always scolds mommy and says she steals things. Stealing? Aha. Steal what? Man? ? Seeing this, Lu Jingjing hurriedly pulled Tong Tong and said, Tong Tong is strange. Don't talk nonsense. Quickly go back to your room and sleep. After sending away the little girl, Lu Jingjing sat in front of Leng Zhe with an embarrassed face, lowered her head, and opened her mouth to say, little children don't know any better and talk nonsense. Leng Zhe came back interested. He looked at Lu Jingjing with a smile on his face and said with a crooked head, can't see it? You can still steal men? Oops, there isn't, Mr. Leng, it's that bastard Yifan who framed me. He framed you? Leng Zhe frowned slightly. Well, because of the company's business, I often need to deal with other bosses, and sometimes I'll come back drunk, and Yifan is completely ignorant of the company's business, and he doesn't know anything other than moving his fists, and he won't let me talk business. Say what? He knows what all those men are thinking. In fact, I don't need him to tell me. I know that all those smelly men want to sleep with me. But what can I do? Should I stop doing business just to put him at ease? If I don't do business, should I rely on him to support me as a security guard? Lungza sniffed and nodded, but still said a fair word. But actually, it is quite normal for people to worry about you. If my wife goes out all day to drink with those big belly guys, I am also worried. Aha. Lu Jingjing nodded and said, I know he's worried. So every time I pull him to go with me, but every time I bring him along, he manages to spoil the business for me. And in the end there's really no way out. So I let him not follow me. And then what did he say? He said I was a slut and that I was out hooking up with guys and stuff like that. You say, you're incapable yourself, and you won't let me be somewhat capable? I can make lots and lots of money, and I can protect myself, and he spends all day forcing me to sell the company. Ugh. Lang Zhe could actually understand the heart of someone like Yifan. To put it bluntly, it's low self-esteem. He's not capable. That's why he's worried that his wife will run away with someone else. In other words, it's the wrong door. The two of them are not suitable at all. A security guard, looking for a female president who owns a company. It's a hell of a life to live together. Unless, of course, that security guard can manage to turn a blind eye to the fact that his wife has been drinking with clients all day. That's another story. But most men can't do that. And since they can't, the two shouldn't have gotten together in the first place. It's as fantastical as a factory girl fantasizing all day long about marrying a rich second generation. And even if the rich second generation marries the factory girl, that factory girl most likely won't be happy. First of all, the two status disparity. The factory girl married to the rich second generation family will most likely be despised by the other's family. And secondly, the cognitive disparity, resulting in the two mostly have little in common. The end result is that the factory girl at home is a full-time wife. The rich second generation continue to spend all day outside the day. Then the factory sister at home all day with tears and so on. Although, Lang Zhe, the Chow thief, seemed to be unqualified to criticize others in this way, Lung Zhe still had to say, your ex-husband should have some kind of cognitive problem. The two of you would not have been suitable to be together. He should find a restaurant waitress, or a white-collar office worker, or something like that. And you should find a rich guy who's about as rich as you are. Lu Jingjing sniffed and immediately nodded. Well, you're right. The two chatted for a while before going to sleep individually. This night, Lungza didn't do much. After all, even though he was a man of steel, and even his kidneys might be steel, he couldn't help but screw around like this. These days, Lang Zhe was doing it almost every day. Every day at least 3 times for at least an hour at a time. Who can stand that? Lang Zhe doesn't usually work out. And with this, he's developed 8-pack abs. Those 8-pack abs are totally from bed exercises. Although he had practiced a full set of abs, Lang Zhe also obviously felt that he was getting more and more tired every day. So he had to make up for it. Slept through the night. The next morning, he was awakened by a sharp knock on the door. Lang Zhe was naturally the one who got up to answer the door since he slept on the couch in the living room. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Yifan standing in the doorway carrying a large plush doll and a plastic bag of fruits in his other hand. I don't know what all the webcomic protagonists are thinking. Just can like plastic bags. Going to buy a villa with a black garbage bag containing millions in cash. Buying fruit. Carrying a small plastic bag full of various fruits. If a car could fit in a plastic bag, Lengza had no doubt that the protagonist of the web article would appear in the general reader's view with a plastic bag of cars. You are, Lang Zhe? The moment he saw Lang Zhe, Yifan was dumbfounded. Lang Zhe was indifferent and made a gesture of invitation. Please, Lengza, you bastard, what have you done to my wife and daughter? After saying that, Yifan grabbed Lang Zhe's collar, and right at this moment, Lu Jingjing's voice suddenly sounded from the elevator entrance. Yifan, what are you doing? Jingjing? Yifan twisted his head to look at Lu Jingjing and immediately clenched his fists and said angrily, Humph, woman, where is my daughter? Going to school. Lu Jingjing said with a serious face, what the hell are you doing? I came to see my daughter. Yifan coldly grunted. Which school is she in? You don't need to know. If you want to see it, come tonight when she's out of school. Yifan's face reddened with anger and directly grabbed Lang Zhe. Lang Zhe, the grudge between the two of us, don't spread to my daughter. If you're a man, follow me out. Let's go outside and fight one-on-one. Yeah, Lengza bared his teeth. With that said, the two large men entered the elevator. Seeing this, Lu Jingjing also immediately followed out. Just as he arrived downstairs, Lang Zhe realized that there were several luxury cars parked around. A group of men in suits had been waiting for a long time. An old man in a tang suit, sitting in the back seat of a Bentley, slowly opened the window and looked at Yi Fan with a smile on his face. Little brother Yi, is that enemy of yours? Well, Elder Chen, I don't want to trouble you. This matter, I'll take care of it myself. The old Biden called Chen Lao smiled at his words, however, and said, what a thing to say. Little brother, you saved my life. Your enemy is my Chen Shang's enemy. After saying that, Elder Chen turned his head to look at Lung Zhe again and said with slight anger, kid, do you know who I am? Do you know, then, who I am? Lung Zhe saw that this old Biden was so capable of pretending, and he himself did not fall behind. As expected, Lung Zhe's words directly froze Chen Shang's question. Why isn't this going the way it's supposed to? Lung Zhe actually didn't pretend to be a pussy. After all, his current reputation, in Jiangcheng, was one of the best. Once the Ji family's watchdog, now transformed into Jiangcheng's newest powerhouse. It was said that the Long family in the capital had to respect Lung Zhe when they saw him. This Lung Zhe, not only was he a celestial realm powerhouse, but he had also wasted the Long family's second son, and the Long family's youngest grandson. But, very few people have seen Coldzer. Therefore, Chen Shang naturally didn't know who Lung Zhe was. I don't care who you are, and I don't care who you are. There are very few people in Jiangcheng who can make me care. Anyway, in a word, kneel down and apologize. This matter, forget it. Chen Shang's face was cold. Haven't you heard of the old man's reputation? Let me tell you. My name is Chen Shang. In the entire Jiangcheng, if you ask around, who dares not give me Chen Shang's face? Chen Shang narrowed his eyes and stared at Lung Zedao with a serious face. Lung Zhe sniffed, but shook his head with a helpless face and said, Chen Shang, I'm still TM Wu Guang. After saying that, Lung Zhe took another big step towards the back of that Bentley and waved his hand at old Biden. I'm in a pretty good mood today, so I'll spare your life and get the hell out of here. Chen Shang froze for a moment when he heard this. However, in the next second, Chen Shang immediately clenched his fists and said with slight anger, kid, I think you're tired of living. In this Jiangcheng, no one has dared to speak to old me like this. At this time, Yi Fan, who was behind him, also patted Lung Zhe's shoulder and said, Lung Zhe, I don't want to take your life, but I advise you to show some respect to Elder Chen. I'm afraid you don't know that Elder Chen has at least 3 lives in his hands. 3? Lung Zhe frowned slightly, then turned around and shrugged. What about yesterday? ? The moment these words came out, everyone present froze. What about yesterday? These words constantly surrounded Yi Fan and Chen Shang's ears. What does that mean? He killed 3 in one day? How many people do you have to kill every day? That's too awesome, right? This bull is blowing up for him. Yi Fan shook his head with a cold smile and said, Lung Zhe, do you know who you've messed with? Coldzer? Chen Shang, who was sitting in the back seat of the Bentley, immediately turned pale with fear when he heard this name. What kind of person is Lung Zhe? Jiangcheng has long been known to everyone, especially the clans that are slightly involved in the underworld can be said to be respectful of Lung Zhe. This was more than simply a celestial realm expert. Once, there was a not-so-small gang in the south of the city that kidnapped Lung Zhe's woman, and as a result, the next day, all the key members of that gang disappeared. He also heard that a few days ago, one of Lung Zhe's men agreed to a witness protection program with the police, and the kid ended up missing right under the police's noses. He was salvaged from the river the next day and was shot in the back of the head. And, both mother and son are dead. What's even more awesome is that Lung Zhe, this person, doesn't even put the Long family in the capital in his eyes. The eldest grandson of the Long family was rumored to have his eyes poked out by him, and his second son was even castrated by him. I heard that the Long family head personally came to the door that night to apologize, in recalling what outsiders have described as Lung Zhe's looks and personality. It's alright. It is said that this Lung Zhe prefers people's wives, and his favorite thing is to dig up other people's corners and sleep with other people's wives. In thinking about it, Yafan's wife. Thinking of this, Chen Shang hurriedly opened the car door, immediately bowing. He said, Lung Xiao, it's you. Old me, I have no eyes. Please punish me. Lung Xiao. Seeing this, Lung Zhe crossed his arms with a bad smile on his face and turned his head to look at Chen Shang. Do you know who I am now? Chen Shang had long since lost the domineering demeanor he had just displayed at this moment, and was like a little old man picking up rags on the street, constantly begging Lung Zhe. Lung Xiao, it's the old man, I'm wrong. Please don't remember the small man's fault. As soon as Chen Shang's words fell, he saw Yi Fan on the side rush up and say, Elder Chen, what are you doing? This Lung Zhe is nothing more than a trashy rich second generation. Naturally, Yi Fan had never heard of Lung Zhe's formidable reputation. The reasons are simple. First, he's only just gotten out of prison. Secondly, although Yi Fan was rich now, he was ultimately just a thug and hadn't really entered the circle of Lung Zhe's class. so he basically didn't know anything about the people and things within the circle. In addition, even if Yi Fan knew, with the character of a netbook protagonist like him, he wouldn't care. Nowadays, the main character of the net article everyone is Dragon Aotion. Yi Fan was naturally no exception. He grabbed Ling Zai's collar and said with slight anger, "Ling Zai, today, I'll let you know what it means to know that there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven." As the words fell, Yi Fan was about to punch Ling Zai's nose, only to see Elder Chen on the side hastily stretching out the cane in his hand and ruthlessly hitting Yi Fan's calf. Yi Fan didn't stand still and directly knelt in front of Ling Zai. This scene really gave Ling Zai a big scare. "No, it's not New Year's Eve. What are you doing?" Ling Zai said with a mocking face. Seeing this, Yi Fan also hurriedly climbed up and looked at Chen Sheng angrily. "Elder Chen, what are you doing? Kid, I'm saving your life. Hurry up and apologize to Long Xiao." After saying that, Chen Sheng looked at Ling Zai again and spoke very respectfully. "Long Xiao, this Yi kid has saved my life, so I can't just stand by and watch. I only pray that Ling Xiao can be magnanimous and spare this brat." It had to be said that although this old man, Chen Sheng, was quite capable of pretending, he was indeed a guy who knew what he was doing. Even though he was afraid of himself, he was still willing to plead with himself for Yi Fan. In fact, Ling Zai originally didn't want to kill Yi Fan. After all, he wasn't the kind of pervert who wanted someone's life if he didn't get a word in edgewise. But unfortunately, this kid Yi Fan was just too much of a worry. If he didn't get rid of Yi Fan today, it was hard to guarantee that Yi Fan wouldn't screw himself behind his back in the future. Ling Zai also often told himself that it was not that he was bloodthirsty, but that the world forced him to. This world always arranges for some webcomic protagonist to mess with himself. Is he trying to kill people? One is clearly trying to protect oneself. No. Ling Zai shook his head very calmly, then grabbed Yi Fan with one hand. It was a scene that made everyone in the room stare, because Yi Fan was now also an expert of the harmonization power stage. But in front of Ling Zai, he was just like a small pug, and was single-handedly carried by Ling Zai very easily. Yi Fan didn't even expect it and was filled with horror, tried to struggle, but couldn't break free no matter what. Ling Zai grabbed Yi Fan and punched him hard in his dantian. Moment. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Yi Fan was directly robbed of half his life by Ling Zai's punch. He was dizzy on the spot, and was paralyzed and weak. Ling Zai naturally didn't know how heavy his punch was, but Elder Chen knew exactly. Ling Zai's punch had actually directly dispersed Yi Fan's dantian. In other words, at this time, Yi Fan had no cultivation at all. From a strong person at the Huanjing Dichang stage, he turned into an invalid who was unable to practice martial arts. Ling Zai wasn't going to stop though, as he continued to swing. But Chen Sheng understood that if Ling Zai came back with such a punch, then Yi Fan would probably not even be alive. Although Chen Sheng was not a good person, he was still considered a person who knew how to return favors. Yi Fan had saved his old life, so Chen Sheng naturally wanted to save Yi Fan's life as well. Thus, Chen Sheng immediately knelt down and tightly hugged Ling Zai's thighs. "Long Xiao, please, Long Xiao, don't fight, don't fight. If your punch goes down, little brother, you won't have a life to live. Please, please, Long Xiao. It's true that my old man doesn't have much ability compared to you, but the old man swears, if you, young Long, can spare little brother Ye's life, my Dashong group, merged into Lung's holdings, ? When Ling Zai heard this, he froze for a moment first. Then, he frowned and said, Dashong group? What for? To be honest, Ling Zai really didn't know. However, he still stopped for the time being. After all, the shares of a company were more important than this dog's life of Yi Fan. Dashong group, you? Haven't you heard of it? Chen Sheng prided himself on being a powerful family in Jiangchang, and his own company he also considered himself to be one of the top 5 large enterprises in Jiangchang. But the number 1 villain in Jiangchang in front of him actually didn't know about Dashong group? This could not help but cause Chen Sheng to develop a slight inferiority complex. Is the old man's Dashong group not even worthy of having his name heard by Mr. Ling? Ling Zai threw the limpy fan in his hand to the side, then took out his cell phone and searched Baidu on his own. I can't believe you're in medicine? Dashong Group's main business is Chinese medicine and pharmaceuticals, but at the same time, it has opened a number of Chinese medical centers. Isn't that just typical of the old grandpa in the Shriner's text? If no accident, this Yi Fan may also have a medical center of their own, and then give the rich woman to see the disease, touch this touch that, occasionally in the fight, collect a few juniors and so on. Well, that's the plot of an urban doctor. Thinking of this, Ling Zai looked at Yi Fan, who was lying on the ground, with a disgusted look on his face, then shook his head very breathlessly. Urban miracle doctor, actually mixed up in this kind of situation. Alas! But in any case, Yifan's medical skills were certainly beyond reproach. After all, it was the protagonist of the Divine Doctor text, and to be honest, Lang Zhe also quite wanted to enter the pharmaceutical industry for a bit. It's also convenient to treat yourself in the future, isn't it? However, considering that Yifan mostly couldn't be used for himself, and that he had slept with his wife and wasted his dantian, it would be outrageous if he could even tolerate this. However, what Lang Zhe never expected was that this Yifan actually struggled to climb up, and then kneeled in front of Lang Zhe, lowered his head, and whispered, "Long Xiao, it's me who has eyes and doesn't recognize MT. Yifan, now that my dantian has been wasted and I have lost all my martial arts, I can't pose much of a threat to you anymore, but I also have a high level of medical skills. If Long Xiao does not mind, I Yifan am willing to be used by Long Xiao." Hearing this, Lang Zhe was a bit surprised. Chen Sheng, who was hugging his thighs, also nodded his head in a hurry and said, "Yes, Long Xiao, little brother Ye's medical skills are outstanding, if he can be used for you." Wait a minute. Lang Zhe immediately interrupted Chen Sheng's words and lowered his head in thought for a moment. Indeed, one's own side now lacks capable people. Zhou Daolong counts as one. Well, that Sarazawa Genji from Japan also counts as one. And if that brother of his, Lang Shen, can also pass the test, then it also counts as one. But I'm afraid that the only ones who are truly capable are Yifan and that Sarazawa Genji. Only, Lang Zhe is really afraid of Yifan suddenly came to say, "Cloth, drifting half-life, only hate not meet the bright master. Gong if you do not give up. Cloth, willing to worship as a righteous father." After all, the plots are pretty much the same. He played with Yifan's wife. Yifan worshipped himself as a righteous father. Nima, I'd become Dongjua? No way. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe immediately shook his head. However, Yifan was a wreck now anyway, so Lang Zhe didn't intend to kill him. After all, this is broad daylight. The old men and women around the neighborhood are looking around, which if Yifan is killed, then most likely they will not be able to escape. So Lang Zhe simply turned around and said, "There's no need to pay homage to the righteous father. I don't have time to raise a son." After saying that, Lang Zhe swaggered towards the cell gate. Yifan, who was kneeling on the ground, was confused and looked at Lang Zhe's back with a surprised face. "What righteous father? I didn't say I want to worship you as my righteous father." After Lang Zhe left Lu Jingjing's neighborhood, he was about to drive back, but he found that he couldn't drive his car at all. "I was able to drive around a bit last night while it was still dark, but now, in this broad daylight, driving a car with a flattened hood out the door, it is estimated that just to the intersection will be stopped by the traffic police." Solely, Lang Zhe simply took a taxi to the nearby 4S store. Although Jiangcheng is not big, it is at least a second-tier city, and there are a lot of rich people in Jiangcheng, so there are not many luxury car 4S stores. After all, Lang Zhe was an ordinary person in his previous life, so he didn't have much research on luxury cars, and he himself is not a car lover. Buy a car luxury car simply to pretend. So, simply took a cab to a nearby Lamborghini 4S store. There are only a dozen or so Lamborghini 4S stores in the Dragon Kingdom, nationwide, but luckily, there's one in River City, located in the center of Jiangcheng City, a very prosperous section. After arriving at the Lamborghini 4S store, Lang Zhe strutted right into the store. If we were to follow the usual netbook protagonist routine, the protagonist would definitely be looked down upon, then pull out his black card, shock the clerk, and accomplish the feat of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. But, Koldzer is the villain, and a high-profile villain, with a head of white hair and a famous brand. The moment he walked into the 4S store, a clerk immediately opened the glass door and invited Lang Zhe in with a respectful face. "This gentleman, which one do you have your eye on?" As someone who doesn't know or love cars and buys them purely for the sake of pretending, it's only natural to buy the expensive ones. So Lang Zhe simply spoke, "The most expensive." The words came out. It caused a beautiful saleswoman to get misty-eyed, even paced towards Lang Zhe's side. "Greetings, this gentleman, let me introduce you." After saying that, the beautiful saleswoman brought Lang Zhe to a small water bar and served Lang Zhe a cup of high-grade coffee. "Sir, the newest model in stock in our store right now, is this one, worth about 5 million, 6 million out if it's all down. What do you think?" The beautiful saleswoman was holding a tablet computer and was constantly introducing it to Lang Zhe. Lang Zhe's gaze, however, was not on the tablet, but on the delivery boy who had just entered the door. Yes, another MMT takeout. At this moment, a trace of ominous foreboding had arisen in Lang Zhe's heart. Would a normal delivery boy come to a Lamborghini 4S? Well, if it's a delivery, it does seem like a possibility, but the thing is, that delivery boy clearly had nothing in his hands. Obviously, he's not here to deliver. What could it be for? At this time, another beautiful woman strides towards the takeaway boy and smiles. This gentleman, if you're delivering takeaway, please just leave it at the door. I have to say, the upscale 4S store is a real treat, and not at all dog-eared like the internet article. Even when confronted with a delivery boy, he was very polite. While most people in such establishments will still despise delivery men in their hearts, they certainly won't show it explicitly. You despise me? That delivery boy suddenly came with such a sentence, giving the beautiful saleswoman a blank stare at the question. No. I just meant that if you deliver takeout, just leave it at the door. Who says I'm here to deliver? The delivery boy said with another cold face. Lang Zhe really couldn't help himself at this moment, and directly spat out a sentence. You're wearing a Manhwa takeout outfit. If you're not a takeout delivery person, is it the mayor? Stupid. As always, a foul mouth. However, as soon as these words were said, Lang Zhe regretted them a little. After all, Lunza really don't want to be messing with the netbook protagonist. Sure enough, when Lang Zhe finished spitting, the delivery boy directly took big steps towards his side, and with a grimace, he said, "And what are you?" To be honest, it didn't hurt to be scolded a bit, so Lang Zhe really wanted to bite the bullet and endure it. So he laughed awkwardly and waved his hand. It's fine. I was just kidding. Kidding? The delivery boy had a serious look on his face as he continued. Do you think it's funny? I tell you, boy, from this day on, I'm no longer poor. I suggest you better show me some respect. At this time, before Lang Zhe could open his mouth, the beautiful salesgirl on the side hurriedly blocked in front of Lang Zhe and stared at the takeaway boy with a serious face. This gentleman, we didn't look down on you. If we said anything that offended you, I apologize. But please don't harass the other customers. Harassment? The delivery boy had a slightly angry expression. Do you think I can't afford your car? Listen up, now. I want the most expensive car you have here. I don't want a car for less than $10 million. After saying that, the delivery boy directly threw out a black card. I have to say, the black card does have a lot of gold in it, but in the online world, colds are always felt a little rotten. It's as if a person could just pull out a black card. However, Lang Zhe also knew that this was purely a matter of survivor bias. Netflix protagonists are, after all, a minority, and besides, there's only that one protagonist in normal Netflix. However, there was one thing that Lang Zhe still couldn't understand. If Lang Zhe was a poor man who suddenly became rich overnight, the first thing Lang Zhe would do would definitely be to change into a good outfit, even if it was casual clothes that cost a few $dozen on Poundland. Who wears a MMT outfit to buy a luxury car? That's not thrifty. If you were really thrifty, you wouldn't have come to buy a luxury car. It's a fucking brain fart. It's a typical pig in a poke. Just pretend to be a pig, right? Lang Zhe was very speechless at this. However, Lang Zhe did not intend to meddle in the matter, and now Lang Zhe's goal was to stay as far away as possible from those heavenly fates. If you can't get rid of them, find an opportunity to do so. Thinking of this, Lang Zhe simply picked up the flatbed in the 4S store and chose his own car, and the saleswoman continued to argue as she took the delivery boy to the door. That said, the most expensive car in this 4S store is just $5 million out, but this is not what Lang Zhe wants. Lang Zhe wants to go one step at a time. Simply buy a multi-million-dollar luxury car, worthy of their own identity. So Kolzer called in another saleswoman. This saleswoman is quite a bit more voluptuous than the one just now. The age looks a bit more mature as well, compared to the chopstick legs of the saleswoman just now. These plump meaty legs wrapped in black silk were Lang Zhe's dish. Women who play around a lot realize that the skinny girls are far inferior to this voluptuous type, both to view and to experience. But note that plump is not fat. Hello, sir, I'm really sorry about that just now, and I apologize if I made it a bad experience for you. Lang Zhe nodded slightly, then pointed to the flatbed, a $15 million Lamborghini, and said, "This car, how long will it take to pick it up?" The saleswoman sniffed, her eyes rolled, and then intentionally stayed close to Lang Zhe. When she sat next to Lang Zhe, she didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but her skirt, which was already short to the base of her thighs, also slid slightly upwards. The saleswoman was sitting diagonally across from Lang Zhe, which resulted in Lang Zhe being able to see the hidden white silk panties underneath the black pantyhose with a slight lowering of his head. No safety pants. Well, trusts me as a decent person. Sir, the car won't be shipped until a month from now. It needs to be airlifted from the European headquarters, and in addition to this $15 million base price, it will also require at least $50,000 to $100,000 or so in shipping costs, and about 20 to 25% in taxes. That works out to about $20 million, and a month's worth of transportation time. Lang Zhe frowned slightly. So long, can you hurry it up? I'm in a hurry. Well, we are able to expedite it for you on our end, but it requires money. Not a problem at all. Lang Zhe had been holding it in for so long that he was finally able to say the words he had dreamed of saying. Money is not a problem at all. That's what a lot of bottom-feeding civilians dream of going around telling people. Lang Zhe's heart was also much cooler. Now he was even starting to understand a little bit about the kind of thuggish mentality of the protagonist of the net article. And at this moment, the female saleswoman on the opposite side simply crossed her legs when she saw that Lang Zhe was being so generous. Only, in the process of buckling up, these beautiful legs showed Lang Zhe the underskirt scenery again, intentionally or unintentionally. At the same time, the beautiful saleswoman took off half of her high heels and hung them on her toes, completely exposing those delicate jade feet. Kolzer wasn't exactly a foot fetishist. He was just naturally attracted to pretty things, especially with such beautiful silk feet. But Lang Zhe also just stopped at the stage of looking at it. After all, he's really kind of in the thick of it now. It's hard to take care of so many at home. Plus the beautiful saleswoman in front of her, compared to the ones in Lang Zhe's home, it was simply the difference between a buyer's show and a seller's show. Not all over the place this beauty sales can come to this kind of luxury car store as a saleswoman. Body aspects certainly not bad, but compared to Lang Zhe's family those pampered white rich beauty is certainly a grade worse, but she can still be called beautiful. And how much exactly? Kolzer pulled his bank card out of his pocket and dropped it on the table in front of him. Truth be told, this one, Kolzer, is also a black card. Well, you wait a moment, I'll ask the manager. Well, as soon as you can. After saying that, the beautiful saleswoman was very excited and ran to a man in a suit in the distance. She could not be less excited. If she sold this car, the commission alone would be enough for her to buy a house in the suburbs. This woman would love to drag Lang Zhe to the restroom right now and repay Lang Zhe properly. And just then, the delivery boy from before rushed in again. Only this time, he seemed to be in a much better mood than earlier. Sitting at the table beside Lang Zhe, he also gave Lang Zhe a disdainful glance and muttered under his breath, "Humph, just a trashy rich second generation." Lang Zhe sniffed and froze. This? What's wrong with this year's Netflix protagonist? Why isn't there any righteous light at all? Why is he cursing himself when he's ignoring him? This should be something villains do, right? Lang Zhe put down the tablet in his hand and turned his head with a tangled face to the delivery boy beside him. Is this kid not the main character of a webcomic? Strange. Not the main character of the web article and still dare to be so arrogant? Dare to wear the clothes of the American takeout to run Lamborghini Forest store to buy a car? Trying to determine whether the delivery boy in front of you is the main character or not is actually quite simple. Just ask him what his name is. Generally speaking, the protagonist of a web article either has an awesome first name or a very uncommon last name. No matter what, it has to be a surname of Yi. So, Lang Zhe opened his mouth and asked, "Please ask, what's your name?" The delivery boy sniffed and sneered. "Wanna know? Exempt from your honor. The line is not changed. The name is not changed. Xia Wendong. Thanks." Post-Zeros might not have heard of this name, but Lang Zhe, who was a post-zero, was more than familiar with it. In that era when the fight against blackmail had not yet begun and the net pioneer did not yet exist, bad comics, novels and movies could be said to have dominated all the childhoods of the 80s and 90s. All artistic themes related to the mob were very much sought after by teenagers in those days. While basically no one is keen on dressing up as a yellow-haired, tight-lipped, controlled knife-wielding punk after 2020, memories of that era will always have a place in the hearts and minds of the kids of that era. One of them, a novel called How Badasses Are Made, was fresh in Kolzer's mind. There are two kinds of people who read such books. One is the school bully, who bullies his classmates all day long and fantasizes that he is the kind of person Chen Haonan is. The second type is Lang Zhe. He doesn't have much presence in the class and is always blocked by the school bully after school. When he was beaten and got up in anger, he was outnumbered and bruised. When he got home, his parents asked what was wrong, and in order not to let them worry, he could only smile and say, fooling around with his classmates. This kind of people watch Badass purely out of a kind of masturbatory mentality, fantasizing that they can one day be like Xia Wendong, picking up a machete and killing those school bullies who had bullied them. But one has to admit that in those days, there were really kids who did that. So it's true that these kinds of books are not very suitable for teenagers. Xia Wendong? Kolzer pulled back to his youthful thoughts and confirmed once more. Aha! That delivery boy had a calm face. There was a maturity and calmness that didn't match his age at all. Compared to such goods as Long Ao Tian and Zhou Liangchen, the Xia Wendong in front of him was indeed very strong in both temperament and charisma. And it's not one of those idiots who can't move their fists, but it had to be said that he was really capable of pretending. And when he pretended, I was afraid that even Long Ao Tian would have to back down 3 times. How can I put it? he just doesn't do anything, just sits there and already makes it look like he's faking it. That's the fruit of the loaf, isn't it, boss CA? When did you switch to delivery? Lang Zhe suddenly voiced the question in his mind at this time, being so involved that he forgot that he wasn't supposed to know Xia Wendong. After all, Lang Zhe was a traveler, and in Lang Zhe's world, Xia Wendong was a character in a novel. But here, he was a real character. Sure enough, when he heard Lang Zhe ask this, Xia Wendong immediately narrowed his eyes and stared at Lang Zhe with a wary face. Have you heard my story? No. To avoid unnecessary explanations, Lang Zhe simply waved his hand before adding, but you have a story written all over your face. Question mark. Xia Wendong sniffed, a little embarrassed. Why does it always feel like he's scolding me? I see you. With your unusual appearance, you must not be an ordinary delivery man. Lang Zhe hurriedly interrupted the awkward scene at this point. Who was Xia Wendong? He wasn't just the only netbook protagonist in this world that Lang Zhe knew. More than that, he was the smartest of the group of idiots he'd met before, as well as the most powerful. It's just that Lang Zhe really doesn't remember Xia Wendong from that novel ever delivering takeout. That said, did they have takeout in those days? The Xia Wendong in front of him sniffed, nodded his head with a serious face, and spoke. Not bad. I am indeed not a delivery man. Since you're asking, I'm guessing that you've heard of me. No, not at all. Lang Zhe refused in a hurry, but Xia Wendong laughed with a disdainful face and said, you don't have to pretend. I'll show you my cards as well. I'm here to develop the Wendong Society to the Jiangnan generation, starting from Jiangcheng. Since you've heard my story, I'm sure, you must also know about my Wendong Society? Aha! Coldzer nodded dryly. In the original novel, the Wendong Society was founded in the northeast. In the exact point, it is the 3 eastern provinces, with Lang Zhe in his previous life as an old hometown. Well, it is no wonder that everyone thinks that all the people in the northeast are triad big brothers. The Jiang city where Lang Zhe is located, put in reality, is the Jiangsu generation. The specific location of Lang Zhe cannot say. After all, this is considered a parallel overhead world. Even the map of the motherland is completely different from the real world. In short, it's that one is in the far north of the north and one just happens to be in the south. Therefore, Lang Zhe had been hanging out in Jiangcheng for so long, but he had never heard of the 3 words Wendong Hui. However, it looked like this Xia Wendong was planning to expand his business in the Jiangnan generation of his homeland. But, unfortunately, Jiangcheng was Lang Zhe's territory. If we were to say who was the biggest black force in Jiangcheng, it would inevitably be Lang Zhe. Therefore, it was naturally impossible for Lang Zhe to let Xia Wendong mess around in his own territory. So Lang Zhe simply cleared his throat and spoke. Wendong, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not as ambitious as you are. I don't want to make my criminal career all over the world. Even I've cleared my name, so it's perfectly fine for the 2 of us. You sell your powder. I'll do my business. What do you think? This move to retreat was a bit surprising to Xia Wendong. He didn't even know who Lang Zhe was. Lang Zhe just suddenly said this sentence. A moment later, seeing Xia Wendong looking at himself with a dumbfounded expression, Lang Zhe also realized that he had forgotten to do a self-introduction, so he immediately stretched out his right hand. My name is Lang Zhe. Coldzer? As expected, Xia Wendong had heard of his name, and after hearing the word Lang Zhe, Xia Wendong smiled and said, what a coincidence then. I was just about to look for you. Looking for me for what? What do you think? Xia Wendong's face turned cold as he continued. I heard that you are the bearer of Jiangcheng, so if you are resolved, then will the Wendong Society be able to take over Jiangcheng's business? Carrying a hand? Lang Zhe quickly waved his hand. Don't talk like a gangster. I'm a legitimate businessman. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. I've never done anything illegal. Just now I also said, you sell your powder. I do my business. The 2 of us, well, water does not interfere with river water. Just then, the female saleswoman from before walked over and spoke with a red face. This gentleman, I've talked to the manager. I can deliver the car to you within a week at the earliest, and for the shipping cost, the price will be increased to $200,000. What do you think? Okay. Lang Zhe picked up the black card on the table and handed it to the saleswoman beside him. Swipe yourself $100,000 tip by the way. After saying that, Lang Zhe even threw a wink at the beautiful saleswoman. It's all about pretending. Who wouldn't? As expected, the beautiful saleswoman was not charmed by Lang Zhe's pretentious behavior. Just now she was bragging to her co-workers that she had found a handsome rich second generation, and she even made a bet with her co-workers that she would definitely pick up Lang Zhe. After the beautiful saleswoman left, Lang Zhe picked up his coffee and took a sip before continuing. I actually respect you. After all, you're my teenage idol. But, like I said earlier, we don't interfere with each other. You do your criminal business and I'll do my legitimate business. What made Lang Zhe unexpected was that although this Xia Wendong was equally capable of pretending, if you were polite with him, he would be polite with you as well. In that case, we're kind of not fighting. Xia Wendong looked at Lang Zhe with a smile on his face. Not to mention, the smile was quite sunny. Did you hit it? When? Lang Zhe pretended to look curious, causing Xia Wendong to actually burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect Brother Ling to be so humorous. No, we really didn't fight. Lang Zhe continued to pretend he didn't know anything. So you want to fight me? Xia Wendong continued to speak in a calm tone and with a smile on his face as he said this, not even able to see joy or anger. And the image of the traditional urban cool article protagonist who just rushed in and just pretended for a while was simply a world away. But no wonder, the world is like this. People like Xia Wendong at this level, this status, their emotional intelligence is definitely not low. Simply put, it's a matter of talking to people and talking to ghosts. Previously, he didn't know that Lang Zhe was Lang Zhe. He only thought that Lang Zhe was an unheard of ordinary rich second generation. So naturally, he didn't intend to pretend to be smooth in front of Lang Zhe. But now it's different. Xia Wendong is equally clear that Lang Zhe is not to be messed with. So naturally he has to act a bit more mellow. In the original web article, he was like this. When he saw an ordinary punk, naturally he would not be spoiled. If he saw a person whose identity and strength were similar to his own, and who was still polite to him, he would also be very polite. Fight you? Lang Zhe nodded slowly, and with a frown on his face. Truth be told, Lang Zhe was kinda scared. After all, Xia Wendong was different from a few other netbook protagonists. What with idiots like Zhou Liangchen, Yi Fan, and Lin Xing being lone wolves who relied purely on brute force to get to the top. And the man in front of me, he got to the top by his brains. Single fight Lang Zhe natural not false Xia Wendong. But this kid, the original, but always followed by a group of killers. Maybe this 4S store of a customer in the pocket with a gun. Although Lang Zhe could completely resist bullets with his body of steel. Although ordinary bullets couldn't kill himself. It hurt. Not only does it hurt, but it also tends to limit your mobility. A single bullet could at most cause Lang Zhe a little bit of superficial injury. But if someone really had a submachine gun and shot at Lang Zhe's head, even if Lang Zhe couldn't die, he would have to lose half of his life. Heavy concussion is a sure thing. Last time that Long Justice gave Lang Zhe a mild concussion with one shot, not to mention a pike. Therefore, Lang Zhe didn't intend to open undisputed this time. A fight is fine. But then, let's have friendship first. Competition second. What do you think? Although Lang Zhe didn't dare to kill Xia Wendong openly, it was still possible to strike a blow to his morale. As expected, upon hearing this, Xia Wendong laughed very awkwardly, and shook his head. Young Lang is really joking. In Jiangcheng, who doesn't know that you, Young Long, are a celestial realm powerhouse? When these words came out, Lang Zhe's expression became a bit ugly. I didn't realize that my reputation had spread all the way to the northeast. Even the biggest black power in the northeast knows what level he is. Although, he was wrong. His own true strength actually only rested at innate great success. But it doesn't matter. Being held in high regard by others is a strength, isn't it? Alright. Lang Zhe stood up. At this time, the saleswoman had also completed the payment and came to Lang Zhe with a pile of formalities, and said with a smile, "Sir, the formalities have been done. You can leave an address, and I'll personally send it to you a week later." Good. Lang Zhe picked up a ballpoint pen and wrote the address of the Yi family's villa on the document before he planned to leave. But Xia Wendong suddenly called out to Lang Zhe, "By the way, Long Xiao, I heard that you like women. You don't like it?" Coldzer twisted his head and laughed. "Oh, Long Xiao jokes. Who doesn't like women? I mean, since you've already said that it won't hinder the Wendong Association's development of business in Jiangcheng, then I should also show a little sincerity, shouldn't I? Besides, we don't like the same women." Lang Zhe froze for a moment and cocked his head. "What's different? Aren't they all beautiful women?" Xia Wendong sniffed, smiled slightly, then slowly got up and walked to Lang Zhe's side and said, "What I like is a pure jade girl, while what you like is a human wife and young woman." Well, was I right? When Lang Zhe heard this, he felt a little embarrassed. The saleswomen standing in front of Lang Zhe all froze for a moment, itching to find an honest man to marry in the next second and cheat on the out-and-out Jiangcheng villain in front of them. Coldzer replied at this point, "Yes and no. Don't make me sound so evil, okay?" Xia Wendong slowly shook his head and continued, "I have investigated you, the women around you. One is the ex-wife of the rich young man from the capital, Long Ao Tian, and there are two others, the fiancé of a brat named Zhou Liangchen. Also, yesterday, you took the wife of a guy named Ji Fan away again. I think, you two also happened something, right?" "Oh yeah, And the Japanese mother and daughter. I heard you slept with both of them? When these words came out, the eyes of the beautiful saleswoman standing beside Lung Zhe fell out. Lung Zhe was shocked and cleared his throat awkwardly, then waved his hand with a disinterested face and said, "Don't make it sound so revealing. Honestly, I don't have that kind of hobby. What matters is beautiful women. It doesn't have to be someone else's wife." Xia Wendong sniffed and slowly nodded his head, also displaying a look of indifference as he continued to speak. "It doesn't matter. It's not like I care. Just wanted to say that I actually had a great gift for you a long time ago. I will pay you an official visit tomorrow, and then, you will know what the gift is." After saying that, Xia Wendong bowed slightly. Lang Zhe also looked embarrassed and turned his head away. After all, it did seem a bit embarrassing to have one's pet peeves exposed in front of so many people, but as the saying goes, if a tree doesn't want skin, it will die. If a man has no face, he is invincible. As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's everyone else who's embarrassed. So Lang Zhe simply puffed out his chest and raised his head, striding out of the 4S store as if he had just done something to be proud of. When he got outside, Coldzer realized he didn't have a car now, so simply called a cab and went back home. Just after arriving home, Yi Sijin took big steps towards Lang Zhe's side. She is still as valiant as ever. A short, shoulder-length bob was paired with a sporty, form-fitting tank top and a pair of tight yoga pants that totally accentuated her super figure. However, I don't know if Yi Sijin has gained weight recently or what, but it always feels like these yoga pants she's wearing are a lot tighter than before. It made Lun's eyes always go to people's crotch. After all, it's so tight that you can even see the seams if you look closely. What are you looking at? Yi Sijin, however, didn't even realize that she wasn't dressed properly. Look at buns. After thinking for half a day, Lang Zhe held back such a flirty remark and said, "What happened? See how you're raging today?"